His father had once spoken of this power. Gwangikyu stood before a helicopter, a squad of figures awaiting his command. His immortality had proven itself time and again. The protagonist's gaze was steady, his expression unreadable. He had inherited that lineage, the source of his strength. The weight crashed down, a testament to raw power. His mother had said it as well, echoing the sentiment. The woman stood poised, ready to lift the heavy barbell. Her brow furrowed with concentration, sweat beading on her forehead. She could transform, unlocking hidden potential. Flames engulfed a building, a symbol of destruction and rebirth. A soldier, clad in futuristic armor, takes aim at a towering skyscraper. Explosions erupt, tearing through the building's facade. This is a world where special people exist. A world where metahumans, immortals, transformation tribes, and mages live. A brutal fight unfolds. One man, clad in a black suit, is struck, blood flying from the impact. His attacker stands over him, ready to strike again. Elsewhere, a woman with white hair fires a rifle from a rooftop. Below, a man with red hair runs, seemingly targeted by the shooter. A massive, shadowy hand slams down onto the pavement, the force of the impact cracking the ground. The attack is swift and devastating. Figures in dark suits stand in formation, labeled as metahumans. They appear to be an organized group, ready for action. The words, "and mages live," appear, hinting at another faction or group with magical abilities. The world is divided. A leg is shown, brutally injured and covered in blood. The sound effect tack emphasizes the violence of the attack. A foot is planted firmly on the ground, but it is also injured and bleeding. The damage is severe. The words, "with the power of 2 lineages in me," appear as he stands, his eye glowing with power. He is a force to be reckoned with. His leg is severely damaged, with exposed bone and blood. Despite the injury, he continues to stand, his power surging. The ground is cracked and broken, a testament to the destructive power unleashed in this world. He grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Raw power emanates from his glowing eye. The force of his attack sends bodies flying, leaving trails of displaced air in its wake. He stands amidst the carnage, the blue energy crackling around him like a living storm. The battlefield is a whirlwind of destruction, with debris and bodies scattered across the landscape. Turning his head, he asks, his voice strained, if his companions understand the situation. An armored soldier declares his rank within the special forces is Ines, his tone defiant. Another soldier scoffs, questioning what the first is talking about, calling him a nut job. The soldier raises his weapon, preparing for another assault, his face hidden behind the helmet. Meanwhile, the protagonist stands alongside another injured figure, surrounded by the wreckage of their battle. The air is thick with smoke and the scent of ozone. His eyes burn with renewed intensity, the blue energy flaring brighter as he prepares for the next wave of enemies. The armored soldier unleashes a hail of gunfire, explosions erupting around them as the battle intensifies. He continues his relentless assault, energy crackling around his fists as he strikes. The force of his blows sends the armored soldiers flying amidst the crumbling environment. With blinding speed, he deflects an incoming attack, his movements precise and deadly. His eyes narrow, focused on the next threat as he prepares to strike again. The armored soldiers advance, their weapons raised, undeterred by the destruction around them. A heavy foot crashes down, shattering the ground beneath it. He leaps into the fray, a whirlwind of motion as he battles the encroaching soldiers. His hand clenches, ready to deliver another devastating blow. The armored soldiers are sent reeling, their formations broken by his relentless attacks. He pivots, his blade flashing as he cuts through the air, ready to strike again. His foot slams into the ground, creating a shockwave that sends debris flying. A woman with pink hair shouts, ordering the remaining soldiers to keep firing, revealing their strategy, telekinesis. He dodged a barrage of telekinetically propelled debris, the sunset glinting off the incoming projectiles. The ground around him was already scarred from the impact of previous attacks. He braced himself, blue energy crackling around his fists as he prepared to counter. His eyes narrowed, focused on the unseen force manipulating the environment. Another soldier was sent hurtling towards him, propelled by the same unseen power. He sidestepped the incoming soldier, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. The force of the telekinetic blast slammed into him. The impact sent him flying backwards, a visible shockwave rippling through the air. His face contorted in pain as the force of the blow registered. He landed hard, but quickly pushed himself back to his feet, determined. Blue energy surged around his legs, preparing him for another attack. He charged forward once more, ready to face the telekinetic onslaught. The force of the blow sends tremors through the immediate area. He grits his teeth, blood mixing with the strange blue energy around him. The pink-haired figure's expression is one of disbelief and anger. Who the hell are you? Surrounded by masked figures, he realizes they are beyond the usual standards. He didn't think he explained it earlier. The blue energy intensifies around him, a visible aura of power. Someone had said something to him a long time ago. It was about the world before he was born, a world of bustling streets and ordinary people. A world of shoes hitting pavement, of mundane journeys and everyday destinations. He seemed lost in thought, staring at his phone with a furrowed brow. Then, without warning, a sword appeared, piercing the veil of reality. The world before the black hole appeared, now threatened by its very presence. A figure ran, desperately trying to escape the encroaching darkness. But it was too late. He was pulled into the abyss, swallowed by the void. Falling into the unknown depths of the black hole. What was once a normal world was now being consumed by an anomaly. The black hole continued to grow, its size unprecedented, a terrible omen for what was to come. The old guard had already attempted a response, but it was not enough. The sheer number of threats disrupted any rescue of the citizens, leaving carnage in its wake. A figure lay prone amidst the destruction, struggling to speak through the pain. This story is about to unfold, revealing a world far from normal. A hooded figure stood amidst the chaos, observing the unfolding events with a detached gaze. It was a story about an abnormal world, where the rules of reality were bent and broken. Earth black hole, a black gate that communicates with another world, a bridge to the unknown. These black holes appeared on top of the sky, on top of the ocean, and even on top of the ground. Everywhere and anywhere in this world, the black holes began to emerge, bringing with them untold horrors. Life forms that were not human emerged from these black holes, and the invaders started massacring humans. And when the world started turning into a living hell, a special species showed up. Frost, lightning, there were people that could use various powers. They were called metahumans, beings capable of extraordinary feats. There were also people who wouldn't die even if their arms were cut or their organs pierced. These individuals were known as immortals. Others could change forms into shapes, such as bears or wolves. These were the shapeshifters, beings of incredible adaptability. And there were ordinary humans that could use special skills. They were called mages, wielding arcane energies. Thanks to the metahumans who fought back against the enemies from the black hole, the world found peace again. People called the year where the gate appeared the terrible year. And as the situation ended, people's attention went to the special species. It was said that they have dangerous molecules, so quarantine and management is necessary. Fear began to spread. The fears towards them led to the separation of special and normal humans. Society began to fracture. Through that process, immortals came to belong to the government. They became tools of the state. The shapeshifters conspired with a worldwide company. Meanwhile, the metahumans made their own organization and hid themselves with magic. The mages sought to conceal their existence from the world. Through that process, there's still some somewhere hiding that they're special species living amongst normal people. He listened intently as his father spoke, a serious expression on his face. The father revealed a shocking truth. His son was, in fact, an immortal. The revelation left Gwangikyu speechless, his mind struggling to process the information. The news was so unexpected, it felt surreal, like a scene from a movie. His father explained that, as an immortal, his blood should have passed on to him. Gwangikyu questioned why his father was revealing this in the middle of a supermarket. His father countered that he was speaking quietly, and that Gwangikyu didn't take after him much. The father continued, stating that immortal blood would awaken on one's 24th birthday, around 11 p.m. They continued shopping, now needing to get garlic as well, and not the minced kind. His father then asked Gwangikyu not to tell his mother about his immortality. Gwangikyu realized his mother didn't know that kind of person existed. The father feared that if she found out, she might get divorced. Two figures stand in the convenience store, one suggesting they talk outside. A hand grips the handles of a white plastic bag, groceries rustling within. He carries the heavy bag, another figure trailing behind him as they leave the store. Someone thinks to herself, chuckling, that her son is quite strong. He smiles, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The apartment building looms, its many windows reflecting the night sky. A woman smiles, holding a knife, another secret on her mind. She asks if he bought the garlic, her expression warm. The woman asks if he bought the non-diced ones, and he confirms that he did. He watches as his mother embraces someone, hearts floating around them. A speech bubble declares, "Hello, your son is watching." The mother smiles, a request to organize the groceries hanging in the air. Below, stark text declares, "A shapeshifter." 2 years prior, Gwangikyu looks up, a question hanging in the air. "You can shapeshift?" the text bubble asks. The mother stands with a younger Gwangikyu, a speech bubble referencing Sailor's son. Text declares that she can also do devil tail. The mother reveals that shapeshifters awaken at 18, and that he is one too. She adds that he'll probably start to awaken tonight. The mother says that this is all too sudden, and that this is a secret from his father. The mother's face is shown, and she thinks to herself to never tell him, asking if he understands. The word son is shown in a speech bubble, followed by the word what in another. Gwang Ik stands in front of the refrigerator, holding a gift. A speech bubble asks what gift he wants. The mother asks if he really doesn't want anything and if he won't regret it later. He replies that it's fine. The mother says that she is already very thankful to him for giving birth to her. She adds that their son talks so prettily, just like his father. He heard the words, a gentle reassurance that his personality was enough. The protagonist considered his parents, an immortal father and a shapeshifter mother. He thought he had quite the special parents. He wondered why the two of them were hiding their identities from each other. He noticed one of the birthday candles was missing and thought he should get a whole candle. A voice echoed, a paternal acknowledgement. He, too, was a son. He lay in bed, considering the implications of his shape-shifting heritage. The clock ticked, a stark reminder that it would soon be 11 p.m. According to his dad, he would awaken as an immortal at 11. He wondered if it would hurt. It was okay for him, he recalled, his blood suddenly warming up, then cooling down. His fine senses became a lot sharper than before. He asked if it didn't hurt. He recalled it felt like he was dying when he was awakening as a shapeshifter. He wondered if he would really awaken, since his mom was just a human. But he would, a voice assured him, the blood of an immortal is thicker than a human. He heard his father's voice, a quiet reassurance that this wouldn't matter. As soon as he felt a little cold, his five senses became a lot sharper than before. He wondered what was happening. He wondered if it was possible to awaken as an immortal, already awakened as a shapeshifter. What would he tell his father if he didn't awaken at all? Whatever, Gwang Ik thought, deciding to just go to sleep. He thought someone once said this. A strange sound echoed in the darkness. He shifted in his sleep, the sounds of awakening growing louder. In the world before, his father had said it wouldn't hurt. That world had no invaders or black holes. No one knew people like metahumans or immortals existed. It was just a normal world. A normal world. This story is about his abnormal life. In an ordinary world. 2 years ago, he considered the changes to his body a subtle shift in his very being. Gwang Ik stared at his reflection, marveling at the transformation he was undergoing. The protagonist mused. All he did was awaken, but the muscles in his body. The man with blue hair stood in the bathroom, flexing, as a woman peeked in, asking if he liked it. The woman with brown hair questioned why he didn't knock, stating she just wanted to see if he was doing okay. Gwang Ik turned away, lost in thought, wondering how it felt to be a shapeshifter. He felt like he had a lot more energy than before, and his hearing and smell were more sensitive too. The woman with brown hair wondered what was happening, realizing that was when he awakened. He imagined losing all the hair in his body, throwing up blood countless times, and feeling like all his muscles were ripping apart. Gwang Ik questioned why she didn't tell him he'd feel such pain, but she responded that it wouldn't have made a difference. The woman wonders if the awakening is truly over, admitting she could have mentally prepared herself. He asks if there will be a second or third awakening. The woman assures him there won't be, stating it's not some game after all. He sighs in relief, stating he never wants to experience that again. The memory of the pain resurfaces, a searing echo in his mind. He collapses to the floor, overwhelmed by the lingering agony. He clutches his head, groaning as the after effects continue to torment him. Damn, he thinks as the pain intensifies. Elsewhere, the sky shines brightly. A tall building stands against the clear blue sky. He touches his face, feeling the lingering effects of the transformation. He reflects that it still hurts the same, even though he's now an immortal. He noted that nothing appearance-wise had changed, but his senses were now heightened, especially his sight in the dark. A sudden, sharp sensation overwhelmed him. He cried out in pain. His hearing became incredibly sensitive. He tried to calm himself, remembering how many times he'd controlled his body before. He covered his ears, trying to block out the overwhelming input. He focused, trying to make himself believe his ears were far away, anything to lessen the assault. He exhaled, finally finding some measure of relief. It truly felt like he had awakened as an immortal now. He wondered if he would be able to hide this fine. A voice called out, asking where Gwang Ik was and telling him to come eat. Gwang Ik's expression softened as he heard the call. Before him lay a plate piled high. He wondered if this was breakfast. He approached the table, a smile playing on his lips. Lucky. The mother at the table offers to make more food if he needs it, noting how much their family eats. He considers the comment, thinking that shapeshifters need more energy than the average person. The father chimes in, adding that he also eats a lot, wondering if special species just eat a lot in general. The mother asks if he is okay, noting that he is eating less food than usual. She mentions that there is more rice cooking. He observes that they don't suspect each other at all, despite everything. The mother suggests that he should prepare for the civil service exams, and he simply replies, yeah. The mother is surprised by the sudden mention of the civil service, wondering why he is bringing it up now. She thinks to herself that he should go to college, since he is 20 now, wondering what he is thinking. The father states that college isn't that important, and that the skills a person has are more important. He adds that a civil service job is nice, since he is one too. The mother thinks it's bad to be one, and that she doesn't want him to go into a Gashuan so early, stating that there's no need for him to go, because he's smart. He observes that they rarely disagree with each other, as he continues to eat. He thinks that immortals usually have government-related jobs, so his father is probably trying to send him to those positions, but a mother likely has a different plan. He continues his training, doing pull-ups. The woman with brown hair notes that she could barely do 2 chin-ups before. She mentions that she's not even out of breath doing 15 now, and that shapeshifters have 3 times the strength of a normal person. The woman smiles, stating there was a reason she's so strong then, and that regular training is also a factor, of course. Gwangikyu is told that shapeshifters are stronger in other ways than just physical strength. The woman asks what it is. The woman states that it is instinct, a shapeshifter's instinct. She explains that instinct is a lot stronger than a normal person's, and there will be many times in life where he'll be controlled by his instincts. Gwangikyu says he doesn't really feel it though, and the woman responds that it's like that now, but there will be situations where it will be a problem when he's out of the real world. The woman states that it's a must to train to control his instincts, so she wants him to go to college and get hired at a company. Gwangikyu is surprised by the suggestion of a company. The woman explains that his grandfather has connections in an industry that works with shapeshifters. He listened as his sister spoke of a normal college, a path to basic training for shapeshifters. Gwangikyu considered what they were saying, his mind already elsewhere. He paused mid-bite, a strange question hanging in the air. His father suggested they ask Gwangik what he wanted. His mother followed, asking if he wanted to become a civil servant. What he wanted to do, of course, there was something he wanted to do. Now that he was thinking about it, Gwangik realized he had never told them. Gwangikyu thought, his mind made up. His parents looked on, waiting for his answer. Conscience. A normal military with his skills? Military? His mother thought he hadn't thought about it deeply. Gwangikyu declared to his mother that he was 20 and could think like an adult now. His mother, however, thought he had gone out of his mind, son. He listened to his mother's words, acknowledging her perspective on his career choice. His mother questioned his motives, wondering if he was only doing it for appearances. He conceded that there were other reasons, but joining the UDT was still his goal. His mother found it strange that he was so set on fighting for his country at such a young age. His mother began to explain her reservations about the military. She acknowledged that he could have a good life after training and assignment, especially if he became an officer. He seemed to be making a good point, and she had to admit it. He pressed his mother, asking if he could join. She told him yes, but not right now. He acknowledged that he knew he had to finish college first and take the civil service exam. His mother wondered if he was sponsored by Eduil, a popular Korean academy for civil service exam preparation. He considered the options, passing the exam to delay his position and enter the military, or doing something with the defense industry if he didn't want to. His mother explained that going as an officer would probably be a bonus point. He considered the implications of his mother's words, finding it hard to believe. Logically, it didn't seem possible, but if it was, his father could make it happen. After all, he worked for the country. Gwangikyu resolved to take the exam. He knew it wouldn't be easy to prepare for the exam while juggling everything else, but it was no problem. Gwangikyu was told to leave his weekends free. Someone in Weizong, Gyeonggi, would give him intensive tutoring. He should study there. Gwangikyu agreed to the plan. The woman with brown hair looked on. The woman's expression showed her confusion. Gwangikyu told her to wait. Elsewhere, a bus stop sat nestled amongst the trees, waiting for passengers. Someone he knew was there, someone who worked the farms but didn't want to come to the city. Gwangikyu boarded the bus. He wondered how good this tutor could be, that he had to come all this way. He never expected to take the civil service exam anyway. It was well his final goal as UDT. The determination was clear in his eyes. He checked his phone, seeing news about safe returns, great white holes, and eternal titterlight shortages. He looked out the window, a thought bubble echoing his sentiment. In truth, things were not as they seemed. What he had wanted to be wasn't a soldier, a past desire now overshadowed by present circumstances. Earth white holes, gates that appeared not long after the International Government Coalition, Old Force, was created. If a black hole is where you come out, then the other side is where invaders emerge, while exploration teams enter a white hole. A white hole is where you enter, meaning humanity could enter the invader's world, called the other side. And in that world, there are new metals that humanity doesn't have here, alongside new plants and animals. It's full of new resources, a siren song to a world perpetually at war. Earth black holes are things of the past now, but humanity is still fighting each other to find new resources. Those fights are mostly shapeshifters. Their outstanding strength and exercisability make them great fighters. He recalled his mother's wishes. She didn't want him in those fights, so he compromised. He'd be granting her wishes and also his own to fight by being a soldier, though originally he didn't want to be one. He wanted to do something better, a deeper purpose driving his actions. An affirmative response echoes, confirming something to the unseen caller. The voice on the other end expresses surprise, questioning if it involves someone's son and their placement. The unseen speaker clarifies the situation, mentioning exams and a desire to send someone there. A firm denial rings out, the speaker declaring they won't be lenient, even if it involves someone's son. A single word conveys the weight of the situation: worry. The unseen speaker agrees to leave it alone, but promises to really educate him. The sound of something being slammed shut echoes. He appears determined, a holographic display framing his face. The man in the bucket hat stands silently, his expression unreadable beneath the brim. Yu Guangxi stares intently, his brow furrowed in thought as he studies the other man. The man in the bucket hat breaks the silence, his voice laced with curiosity as he asks what Guangxi is. The protagonist, Yu Guangxi, identifies himself as a Yonho's son, but the man in the bucket hat dismisses that information. Guangxi seems taken aback by the question, but the man in the bucket hat continues to press him about his physique. The man in the bucket hat explains that he is likely so well-built because he has mixed blood. The man in the bucket hat elaborates, stating that immortals have thick blood, especially considering who Guangxi's father is. Guangxi wonders how human blood could mix with immortal blood, as the man in the bucket hat implies that is the reason. Guangxi states that his mother's blood is thick as well, perhaps hinting at a similar heritage on her side. The man in the bucket hat simply calls Guangxi a peculiar guy, seemingly amused by the conversation. Guangxi, confused, asks where they are going, reminding the man in the bucket hat that they were supposed to be getting tutored. He seemed to understand now, as if something had just clicked into place. After following his father's instructions, the place he arrived at to prepare for the civil service exam was a mountain deep inside. The countryside near Weizong in Jiangxi province stretched out before them. The nature man continued onward, unfazed by the journey. That nature man in front of him seemed to be his tutor. Maybe because he's an immortal, his face is pretty clean and handsome, Guangxi thought. He wondered if there was a temple nearby. The nature man stopped, looking back at him with a raised eyebrow. Then why are we going towards a mountain? The nature man's expression hardened, his gaze intense. He was confused by the sudden change in demeanor. The nature man spoke, his voice firm and unwavering. Father, follow me. He followed the nature man along the dirt path, the destination still unknown. The nature man turned, asking if Guangxi had tested the healing power yet. The nature man explained that he had cut his wrists with a cutter knife to test it. The nature man asked if Guangxi knew the concept behind healing injuries in their bodies. Guangxi started to question him, but the nature man told him to forget it and listen. He explained the basics behind healing properties. The nature man continued, explaining that first comes health, and then sense. If sensitive, one feels more pain. The nature man elaborated that this allows one to quickly recognize and better control the healing process, noticing quickly when a bone goes wrong. The nature man concluded that training in health and sense can raise one's healing power. Guangxi admitted he couldn't understand his drawing at all. The nature man asked if there were any questions, his expression calm. One thing remains unclear, a question hanging in the air. A daunting path of blades stretches before them, a trial of endurance. Guangxi wonders if he really has to run through this. The man in the hat explains that he's training his health and learning how to control an immortal body. The man in the hat says he still doesn't get it, annoyed that he talks so much when he wanted to take the exam. The man in the hat says that this is studying, but Guangxi knows studying is done with a pen and paper. The man in the hat asks what he is talking about and what he is going to apply for. The man in the hat says to immortal special forces. Guangxi, confused, asks what that is. The man in the hat asks if Yonho Xianbi didn't tell him. The man in the hat heard it was a civil service exam, and Guangxi is surprised. The man in the hat says it's similar to being a soldier in the military, and Guangxi asks about the UDT. He was being pressed for an answer, a demand hanging in the air. He relented, muttering that he would do it, though he seemed to have reservations. Something caught his attention, and he turned his head to look at it. Bare feet stood on solid ground, but nothing had changed, really. The subject of the exam had turned out to be something different from what he expected, as he stood in a forest filled with spikes. He was going to give out waiting. His expression was grim. His eyes narrowed as he looked out at the forest, the spikes below a constant threat. A figure cried out in pain, the sound echoing through the forest. The figure was told not to rest, as an enemy was chasing them. The figure cried out again, the attack taking its toll. The figure screamed in pain. He lay prone, bloodied and panting, the pain almost unbearable. He begged for death, anything to stop the agony. The other figure noted that he intentionally dodged some of the blades. He complimented his reflexes, stating that the others couldn't dodge anything at all. The observing figure tilted his head, a look of mild curiosity on his face as he watched the protagonist struggle. Blue energy emanated from his wounds, rapidly closing the gashes. The healing power was indeed impressive. The observer explained that his regeneration gets faster every time he heals from an injury. He instructed him not to avoid the blades, but to keep stepping on them to make the wounds bigger. The observing figure commanded him to step hard on the blades on purpose and cut his leg off. The protagonist cursed him, calling him a crazy bastard. The protagonist cried out in pain as he continued the brutal exercise. The observer watched, wondering what kind of person he was. Another pain scream escaped his lips as he forced himself to endure the agony. The observer reminded him that he was immortal and wouldn't die from something like that. He told him to get up and run again, while the protagonist wondered how much longer he had to do this. To experience shock. The first time, your pain threshold will increase. This blade setup prepares you for the panic from fear or concussions on the battlefield. But the blue-haired character complains, clearly in pain from the blade setup training. Gwangik recalls that he had the body of a shapeshifter before becoming immortal. The character with the hat wonders if there is anything else he can do to pass the training. He asks how fast Gwangik can run 50 meters. The character with the hat states that the distance for the test is exactly 50 meters. If he passes it within 6 seconds, he will pass the blade setup training. The character with the hat asks if it has to be done within 6 seconds. Gwangik confirms it. Gwangik agrees to the terms of the training. A confident smirk plays across Gwangik's face as he prepares for the challenge. Gwangik states he can run 50 meters in 6 seconds as his bloody foot steps onto the blades. He thinks that 6 seconds is his moderate pace. The character with the hat warns him not to go back on his word, as Gwangik focuses his senses and runs as fast as he can. 6 seconds will be easy, he thinks. He launches forward, blades slicing through the air with practiced ease. His eyes are wide, focused on the distant goal, a mixture of determination and anxiety etched on his face. The blades strike the ground again and again, propelling him forward with violent speed. He continues to push, the momentum building as he nears the finish line. Each strike echoes, a testament to his power and the sharpness of the blades. He finishes the run, a voice declaring that it was definitely within 6 seconds. The trainer with the hat exhales, watching him from afar. The trainer's expression is unreadable, a slight smile playing on his lips. Gwangik looks up, catching the trainer's eye, as the trainer thinks he is an interesting guy. The trainer yells at him to run it again, his expression shifting to frustration. The trainer's words echo, questioning if it was not within 6 seconds, and declaring he didn't time it. The trainer, looking at his phone, curses under his breath, realizing his mistake. The forest air hangs heavy as the second training is about to begin. The trainer extends a hand, offering a strange device. He stares at the object, a series of blocks linked together. The trainer explains that he'll need it for the second training, instructing him to put it around his neck. Gwangik's expression shifts to one of apprehension. This is breath-holding training. The trainer holds up a small device, demonstrating its function. The trainer warns that pressing the button will cause the device to strangle him. He feels it again, the pressure of the training weighing on him. Gwangik questions if he can just go underwater to hold his breath instead. The trainer explains that this training is for enduring strangulation, and it's over if he passes out during a fight. The trainer elaborates that, just like with the blade setup, the focus is on passing out, and that normal people learn how to face them after the terrible year in war against special species. The trainer recalls that they used to train by hanging themselves on the trees, stating that the world has gotten better, but then tells Gwangik not to say it got better from stuff like that. He wonders aloud what conditions he must meet to pass the test. The man with the hat states that there are none, but he should endure for at least 5 minutes. The disembodied voice also suggests that he not attempt to undo the necklace. The man with the hat thinks that this might be training too, before confirming that he understood. Then, the man with the hat asks if he is ready. He confirms that he is. Someone says, "All right," as a hand presses a button on a remote. Someone declares that they are starting now. His fingers clawed at the parched earth, each movement a testament to his weakening resolve. He lay prone, his body refusing to obey his will, each strained breath a reminder of his limits. He struggled to rise, his body trembling, each failed attempt a blow to his spirit. His face contorted in pain, a silent scream trapped within his throat, a testament to his suffering. The man with the staff loomed over him, a silent observer of his torment, his presence a suffocating weight. The man with the staff watched him struggle, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. "I see you can still handle it." He glanced up, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and defiance, refusing to yield to the pressure. He remained on the ground, his body screaming in protest, but his mind refusing to surrender. "Shit, you know what you can, just pass out." His thoughts raced, a desperate plea for respite, as the minutes stretched into an eternity of suffering. When the hell will it end? I'm sure 5 minutes passed a long time ago. His consciousness began to fade, the world around him blurring, as he struggled to maintain his grip on reality. My consciousness. His eyes widened, a surge of power coursing through him, as something within him awakened. It is now. He was at the limit, the unseen force pushing him further. The pressure mounted, an oppressive weight bearing down. Energy crackled around his neck, a surge of power threatening to overwhelm him. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a silent scream for help. Meanwhile, The man in the safari outfit watched him struggle, his expression unreadable as the protagonist knelt, fighting to endure. He checked his phone, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Did the battery die, he wondered. The blocks shattered, a visual representation of the trial's intensity. The protagonist gasped. I almost died. The man in the safari outfit reassured him, you won't die. He clenched his jaw, sweat beading on his forehead. I definitely passed 5 minutes, he thought. The man in the safari outfit confirmed, his face partially obscured. Yeah, you did. Exactly. The screen displayed the elapsed time, 12 minutes and 47 seconds. The man in the safari outfit stood over him, the forest path stretching out before them as he continued to kneel. He thought, if the record was 8 minutes, he should blame something. Damn. The man with the bucket hat smiled, asking that he not be looked at like a new fun toy. Let's rest for today, he was told, because he needed to eat. The pot bubbled on the stove. He was asked if he was going to feed him, as it was inefficient to work while starving. The man with the bucket hat asked if there was anything he could help with, but was told to just stay seated. It's not like he knew how to cook, Gwangik thought. He should just stay still. Hey, eat up. A strange purple liquid bubbled in the pot. Gwangik looked surprised. The man with the bucket hat asked if he wanted to know what was in it. He considered the events that had just transpired, a sense of disbelief washing over him. With a sigh, he realized that he would have to take on the responsibility of cooking. Next time, he thought, he should learn how to cook from his mom when he got back home. He wanted to call someone right away, but his phone had been confiscated. He felt tired, wanting to at least get a good night's sleep. He paused, noticing something amiss in the dimly lit room. His expression shifted to one of surprise, his eyes widening slightly. He recoiled slightly, a visible reaction to the unsettling atmosphere. He clenched his fist, a surge of frustration building within him. The teacher's voice echoed, questioning if there were no lights available. He considered the bugs that would come in if there was light, deciding it wasn't even that bothersome. With a sigh, he seemed resigned to the situation, accepting the lack of light. He lay still in his bed, the silence of the room broken only by the sound of breathing. A voice echoed in his mind, a reminder that this training was to kill his sense of touch. His eyes fluttered slightly, the world slowly coming into focus. The standing man watched him, a silent observer as Gwangik began to stir. Gwangik muttered, a curse escaping his lips as he woke from his slumber. A cheerful voice called out, announcing that breakfast was ready. The standing man offered his thanks for the meal, a polite gesture in the face of the day's challenges. He explained that immortals consume a lot of energy, urging Gwangik to eat up. Gwangik inquired about the day's training, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The standing man described the training, holding his breath midair and controlling his senses for the upcoming impact. The man warned that an immortal should be careful in a fight, as shock and pressure from strong impact could knock them unconscious. The man added that one must be careful of their mobility getting lower when their legs get cut, therefore arms are the shield of an immortal. The disembodied voice advised him to offer his arm to someone going for a hit. The man in the vest continued, explaining that they might target the head or the leg. The man in the vest added that he should be more careful of a knife than a gun. He must also be wary of claymores and mines. The man urged him to eat his food quickly so they could go and train, as the examples were from another world. Just like that. He jumped fast. He finished all the training. He took the bus home the next day. The bus rumbled down the road. His father called, asking if this was really the right place and if something happened. He sighed, thinking about how he was made to dive off a... His father reassured him that it was okay, because he's an immortal. He recalls the words, a reminder that he can push himself. The protagonist reflects on his training, concluding that his body is durable. He wonders what exam he is taking. His thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. Someone is desperately calling him Sion B. He abruptly ends the call, stating that he needs to talk later. He sighs, thinking that nothing will change even if he hears it now. The protagonist decides to rest for the day, just as his father advised. He plans to take a shower when he gets home, envisioning the refreshing water. He considers playing some PS5, relaxing, and unwinding after the training. He looks forward to eating a yummy dinner made by his mom, a comforting thought. He anticipates sleeping in his room without mosquitoes for around 12 hours, a perfect rest. A woman with red hair suggests going somewhere with his mother after a shower. He had envisioned the perfect rest plan, but something was clearly amiss. Gwangik paused, a confused expression on his face as he listened to the voice on the phone. She reminded him of his father's wishes. The woman with brown hair insisted he could study on his own, grabbing his bag. She told him to wait. He learned that a teacher had been found nearby, in a nearby neighborhood. Gwangik eyes widened slightly as he was informed he would be rooming and boarding there for 2 nights. The news left him in stunned silence, an uneasy feeling washing over him. Elsewhere, a tall building stood against the sky, hinting at the location of the teacher. A disembodied hand tapped a button, promising to pick him up in 2 days. The woman with brown hair questioned why he wasn't introducing her, or if they were there to meet the teacher. He said it was okay. The woman's expression grew serious, her words echoing with a deeper meaning. It's not enough to just be intelligent. Her face filled the panel, emphasizing the need for a strong body as well. He realized everything at that moment, understanding what was awaiting him. He stood there, a silent pause hanging in the air as if absorbing the weight of unspoken words. The truth crashed down, shattering any illusion of a normal college life. Laughter echoed, laced with a hint of something darker. A simmering resentment finally broke to the surface. The words were spat out like venom, a curse on his own lineage. The elevator doors slide open with a soft shing. He stands inside, a suitcase at his side, ready to begin. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The gym stretches before him, treadmills gleaming under the lights. Racks of weights line the walls, promising a grueling workout. He wonders if they modified an underground parking lot to create this space. Turning, he hears a voice and realizes he's been recognized. "So it's you." His eyes widen further, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The man's voice continues, the words cutting through the air. "Sully's son, right?" The man stands with his hands clasped, a predatory glint in his eyes. He wondered why his mother had sent him to this place. The man in the tracksuit crossed his arms, asking if he had studied for 2 days straight. Gwang-ik chuckled nervously, thinking that his body would be wasted if he only used his brain like a geek. He couldn't tell the truth here either, feeling that this was so freaking unfair. Ever since he was young, his mother's nurturing philosophy was simple. If you don't listen, your body needs to be hit. You must take responsibility for the mistakes you make. When you live under values like this for 20 years, you naturally start embracing them. If he rebelled against his mom, he would get the shit beaten out of him. The image of his mother and himself boxing flashed in his mind. The man in the tracksuit scratched his head, saying that refusing wouldn't work here either, and that he could tell by the looks of his teacher. He eyes the device in his hands, a strange mix of apprehension and curiosity on his face. The man with ponytail explains that it's just a device for measurements, urging him to put it on, mentioning his trauma from receiving things like this. Gwang-ik asks if the man with ponytail is going to train him by any chance, a hint of skepticism in his voice. The man with ponytail responds that he'll be tested first, as Gwang-ik attaches the device to his wrist. The man with ponytail asks how he'll be tested, a smug look on his face as he gestures towards something off-panel. The camera focuses on a treadmill, its surface gleaming under the gym lights, awaiting its next user. The rhythmic thud of feet hitting the treadmill echoes as Gwang-ik begins his test. He runs on the treadmill, his expression focused while the man with ponytail watches him, casually checking his phone. The man with ponytail reads on his phone that Gwang-ik doesn't train on his own, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. The man with ponytail observes that his heart rate is fine and the hardware is good, but questions if that's all he can really do at this level. Gwang-ik wonders why he's getting bullied, lamenting the loss of his personal space and resting time. The man with ponytail sighs, remarking that the world nowadays has everything one might want, and wonders if they aren't about the same age. Immortals and shapeshifters age slowly, so the treadmill test continues for Gwang-ik. He wonders if she's older than she looks, his brow furrowed in thought. The trainer urges him not to stop, pushing him further. Gwang-ik, confused, asks how long he has to keep running. The trainer states that first is cardio and that they will steadily upgrade his body. The trainer's words echo in his mind. He will make him reborn from head to toe. The trainer smiles, radiating confidence as he watches Gwang-ik struggle. Gwang-ik continues to run, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. He declares that he doesn't want a second mother, his tone laced with exasperation. The trainer's words hang in the air. It wasn't a joke. Elsewhere, the city looms, a silent witness to the events unfolding within its walls. Time continues to pass, marked by the steady ticking of a clock. Back on the treadmill, Gwang-ik's feet pound the belt, his determination unwavering despite his discomfort. The woman tells him to stop, remarking that even her grandma wouldn't be tired after this. Sweat pours down his face as he continues to push himself on the treadmill. The timer ticks on, now reading 14 hours, 4 minutes, and 30 seconds. He thinks to himself that he has to run all night without a break. Even the immortal training had resting times, he thinks, his face drenched in sweat. The trainer asks if he intends to fight just by trusting his given body, adding that without training, that's just an amateur level. He continues to run, listening to the trainer while watching a video on a nearby screen. The trainer tells him that this is the stretching they will do later and to memorize it, wondering how a human body can bend like that. He thinks that he has to train his flexibility, as a stiff body is disadvantageous, wondering where it can be disadvantageous. He'd like to ask that, but he's out of breath, realizing that even with a shapeshifter's body, running for 14 hours straight leaves you breathless. 14 hours, 10 minutes, he thinks, adding that he has to keep timing it in case he gets asked. More so, he must memorize the video in front of him, the video of a person stretching. He grimaces, sweat beading on his brow. This training was proving to be brutal, but the intensity was only beginning to ramp up, the pressure mounting. Gwang-ik grits his teeth, determined. He could take it, he tells himself. Senses what? The sky stretches out above, indifferent to his suffering. The trainer observes, noting that Gwangik is proficient in blocking senses. But that's not enough, he thinks. The trainer continues, explaining that if too many senses become dull, his movement will be a mess. He must clear his mind. The trainer elaborates, stating that at the same time as blocking one sense, he must make another one more precise. In other words, the trainer explains, Gwangik needs to learn the multitasking of senses to improve. Timing. Gwangik focuses, trying to coordinate his movements with the treadmill's pace. He attempts to memorize the movements from the video, all while listening to the teacher's instructions. While running, Gwangik divides his attention between 4 different tasks, but running is still a task. It's done by his body, but teaching and video don't come at the same time, putting aside a sense. The voice echoed, stating that performing the other tasks for timing wasn't very hard. The clock ticked, each second a measure of his focus and endurance during the exercise. He continued running on the treadmill, his body a machine of sweat and determination. The timer ticked closer to the 24-hour mark, a testament to his grueling training. The text bubble declared the end of the 24-hour period. He gasped for air, his body screaming in protest after the long hours of exertion. The voice declared that it was finally over as he slowed to a stop on the treadmill. The phone screen displayed the final time, 24 hours and 1 second. The voice complimented him, stating that his brain was pretty good. The voice instructed him to loosen up his body, stating that flexibility was mandatory. He was asked if he remembered the video he watched, as the voice said he would be demonstrating. He began to stretch, preparing his body for the next phase of training. He bent backward, pushing his flexibility. A woman watched him, arms crossed. Gwangik's face betrayed a hint of strain. He thought such flexibility was cheating. He nodded to himself, kneeling on the mat. He affirmed his commitment to the training. The woman cautioned him not to overdo it, reminding him that flexibility takes time. He focused on increasing his range of motion little by little, repeating the stance every day. He believed that healing after ripping the muscle would increase his flexibility. He thought that he didn't have to do it little by little, because immortals heal quickly after injuries. He steeled himself, thinking he just had to endure a momentary pain. He continued the backbend, pushing his body further despite the discomfort. The woman shouted, her expression one of alarm. The woman asked if he was okay, reiterating that she told him not to overdo it. He responded affirmatively. The woman questioned who taught him to be so disobedient. A twitching hand clenches, then relaxes, as a strange, detached laugh echoes. A voice questions whether something was accomplished, a hint of uncertainty in the tone. A low, surprised exclamation escapes someone's lips, the sound laced with disbelief. A new voice chimes in, musing about an interesting person, a hint of amusement coloring the words. One figure lies prone, while another stands tall, the scene hinting at a recent, unseen conflict. He stares, eyes wide with shock, as the story pauses, leaving the outcome unknown. The training session concludes for the day, and it's time to replenish their energy. The roasted pig, glistening with rendered fat, awaits. He stands before the feast, as she declares one portion hers. He presents the massive cut of meat, a whole pig per person. She explains that eating is also a form of training, storing energy for later movement. With gloved hands, she questions if he is a hibernating bear. They both devour the roasted pig, tearing into the meat with gusto. He states that they shouldn't clean up after eating, but stack it up. 2 days a week is not enough to get the main points. He confirms that it is good, just a pig roasted with some seasoning. She thinks it's delicious because she ran a whole day without eating and says to eat it all or you die. She grew up learning not to leave food and says she's heading in to wash up and go to sleep after eating. He munched on a skewer, the savory aroma doing little to lift his spirits. A sigh escaped his lips as he sat alone, lost in thought. At least this is better than sleeping with mosquitoes in the forest, he thought, trying to find a silver lining. Unlike the stick teacher, he could use his phone, but should he call his mom? Mom. He wondered if she was worried about him after sending him here, but he told her dozens of times she shouldn't go easy on him just because they knew each other. But he still worried. What? He sat, phone in hand, a conflicted expression on his face. If she's too light on you, then tell her to be harsher, okay? What? Your father is here. Mom is busy now. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realized the implication. But Mom, what about worrying about your son? The training pushed him to his limits, demanding he know his standards. How many kilograms could he lift? Knowing and surpassing those limits was the core of the training. The protagonist strained, muscles bulging as he lifted the barbell. The trainer observed, his expression impassive as he reviewed the data on his tablet. The trainer instructed him to lift the weight, specifying it was 60 kilograms total. He found no problem in lifting it, his strength increasing. The trainer stated that the power of a shapeshifter is 3 times that of an average adult male, ordering him to carry it and follow. Now, the trainer commanded him to run with it. Gwangik looked back, confused, before beginning to run. He looked ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he considered the task ahead. The weight felt heavy, and he wondered if this was part 2 of the crazy setups after the blade setup. The trainer watched him, arms crossed, as he prepared for the next lift, observing every detail. Gwangik steeled himself, remembering the instructions. Use your reflexes for the rest. He wondered if it would even work. He noted the corners of the basement floor, realizing the length was long, but the width was only half of his foot. He reassured himself that it was okay if he fell, that the chance of injury from falling 3 meters was low. The trainer glanced at his tablet. A shapeshifter's #1 priority should be preserving their body. He asked Gwangik what he was watching. Gwangik knew it was disadvantageous to get hurt on the battlefield, since their bodies don't recover ignorantly like immortals. He sighed, wondering what he could even do. The log teacher watching Netflix behind him had said to preserve his body, but an immortal like him would quickly recover even broken bones. So, he steeled himself, declaring he was going to run, prepare to fall, the weight heavy on his shoulders. His foot struck the ground, the impact reverberating through his body as he began his run. He is surprised by the sudden enhancement of his 5 senses. The notification confirms that his 5 senses have been enhanced. His sensitive sense of touch allows him to feel the pressure on his running shoes. Although most shapeshifters have insane reflexes, he is specializing in senses. It can't be compared to immortals who specialize in senses. He continues his training, now lifting weights, ensuring his feet won't be stabbed by a blade. He has safely completed the weightlifting portion of his training. The woman observes him as he prepares for the next stage of his training. He sits on a chair, preparing to balance on a narrow board. The board's dimensions are announced, 4 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters long. He completed it without tilting once, and now he is raising the level. A narrow beam stretches into the distance, a new challenge laid out. He stops short, his eyes widening at the sight of the wire above. The woman asks if he is supposed to run on this, confirming it is the real thing. She explains that the wooden board was just a baby step, looking at him expectantly. She acknowledges his natural balance, but this will be a true test. He notes that there's a mattress this time, but is warned to be careful when he falls. He is instructed to grab onto the wire and just fall, questioning if he should run while carrying it again. Gwangik steels himself, declaring that this is lightweight compared to the immortal training. But, in difficulty, this is a hell-level course. He begins to run, acknowledging that it is harder and more complicated. It's not a fall off a cliff, and there's no hurricane blowing, but it is still a challenge. He noticed the mattress placed on the floor, a safety measure for the daunting task ahead. The protagonist steeled himself, trying to convince himself that this wasn't scary. He sprinted forward, his determination pushing him to run. His balance faltered, and he tumbled off the beam with a shout. He wondered if he should slow down, his footfalls echoing in the training room. Light footsteps marked his progress, each step a testament to his effort. His feet bounced lightly on the beam, a rhythm of perseverance. The woman with the ponytail watched him, arms crossed, as he ran the course. He recalled that day with the log teacher. The woman looked at him as if he were more entertaining than the video she was watching, making him run the single-line setup all day with the bar. The man with the luggage prepared to leave, as the woman said, "See you next week." Someone called out, "Gwangik." He listens as his mother asks if he's curious why she's making him do this. His mother states, of course, she can't bear to watch her son go around getting beat up. She believes he should know how to use his body beautifully, but right now, he's too weak. He is shocked by her statement, thinking that if his friends heard that, they'd pass out from shock. He thinks that now that the situation is like this, he should work out some more. When he goes into the UDT later, at least he can help and not be a bother. Although the immortal special forces the stick teacher was talking about bothers him. He wonders if he can go into the UDT. He thanks his mother for the meal. His mother asks if he starved for a few days, and he replies that he learned how precious her cooking was. He tells his mother that her cooking was good after 4 days. He states that he wants to learn how to cook, and his mother is surprised. He asks his mother to teach him how to cook for his future wife, as the trend nowadays is sexy male cooks. A woman with long brown hair thinks to herself that the male cook is sexy, but not bad. Gwangik sits and says that with his body, he might become a pig male cook. Gwangik laughs and says that his mother is witty as always. He tells himself to stop trusting in just a shapeshifter body and eating all day, and to manage it. Gwangik thinks to himself that he is still cooking first. Another person thinks about fish head curry. Someone says that they brought up the dish from I'm a Nature Man, and stick teacher's eyes started sparkling, which is scary. A woohoo sound effect is heard. Someone says that the food issue is solved with this, and mentions the training. Gwangik says that he can't do anything about that. He asks what they will do next week, and if it will be the same thing. The night sky is visible. Someone says, well, whatever they do. A man with a knife is shown. The air rushes past him as he pushes his body to the limit. He plummets through the sky, the ground rushing up to meet him. After a 4-day break, the stick teacher's words echoed in his mind. The training beforehand was simply basic training offered separately from the entry requirement. In other words, the blade setup, feint endurance, and cliff diving are now mandatory courses. Throwing himself off a cliff, he lands hard, pain shooting through his body. Maybe it's because of the wild shapeshifter training, but despite the painful part, this course is much better since it ends quickly. Someone calls out to him from above. Come up here already if you're done. One advantage of immortality is regeneration. Being shot is a minor inconvenience. The bullet either passes through or can be pushed out, and the flesh and skin will regenerate. He gripped the blade tightly. Weapons that don't use firepower are a pain, he thought, as it takes time to regenerate an amputated limb. He knew he had to be careful. He could afford to receive attacks that inflict damage within a small radius, but he had to avoid attacks like these. The attack came suddenly. He thought to himself that the attacker swung like a murderer would, barely dodging the blow. He pulled out a blade. The attacker asked what he thought, and if he thought he was smart. The words hung in the air, deflect this. His eyes glowed with power as he prepared to deflect the incoming attack. He grits his teeth, preparing for the next strike. The air shimmers as the blade comes down. The trainer continues the relentless assault, pushing the young man to his limits. The trainer explains that the goal is to avoid major injuries by taking minor ones. He notes that the protagonist is athletic and will start easy. Gwangikyu wonders how he can avoid the attacks. The blade connects with a resounding thwack. The force of the blow sends vibrations through his body. Blood splatters as the blade glances off his defense. The trainer advises him to use his shin bone instead of his thigh or calf muscles. He focuses on deflecting the blade to the side. Gwangikyu notes that at least he has already done the blade setup, despite the cuts on his arm. Energy flows, preparing him for the next strike. He is told that his regeneration is progressing well, and the training will continue. The protagonist's body glows with a blue energy, healing his wounds at an accelerated rate. The air crackles with energy as the healing process continues, pushing him to his limits. Dark streaks of blood dissipate as the wounds close, leaving no trace of the recent battle. He gasps, feeling the weakness of anemia, a vulnerability even for an immortal being. The man in the vest asks if they carry around blood packets for blood transfusions. The man in the vest admits he was joking and offers to take a break to eat, volunteering to cook. The man in the vest asks what he's going to make, suggesting instant ramen, but the protagonist refuses. Inside, a cooking setup is prepared with a portable gas stove, a pan, and various ingredients. It's revealed to be Gwangik meat sauce spaghetti that is being prepared. A plate of spaghetti with a generous amount of sauce is presented, along with a note suggesting to cook something with a lot of sauce if you crave tasty food. The man with the helmet enjoys a bite of the Gwangik meat sauce spaghetti. He sits across from the man with the hat, chopsticks in hand. The man with the hat asks what he's doing. The man with the hat thinks that although his taste buds are sensitive, he can still enjoy this stuff. Cooking is a type of training, too. It's to dull the sense of taste, the man with the hat thinks, slurping up the noodles. Ah, sure, he sees eating slowly. He understands the man with the hat's reasoning. Let's add one more. A voice booms from nowhere. The man with the hat and Gwangikyu walk through the woods. The man with the hat says that he's gotten used to taking blade hits to the arm muscle, so? The man with the hat stares intently at Gwangikyu, who returns the gaze. Gwangikyu's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. It's time for organ regeneration training, a voice declares. A sharp, guttural cry echoes through the forest as a blade finds its mark. Hold on, a voice says, organ regeneration takes a long time. A hand grips a bloody knife. He collapsed to the ground, the forced regeneration taking its toll. Basic strength training was proving to be more than just mandatory. He gasped, unable to dodge the attack. There had been no indication whatsoever. How'd they do that? A voice echoed, explaining that it was about hiding one's traces. If an opponent's senses are sensitive, you have to know how to hide your energy. A man with a hat looked down at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. He wanted to know how. The protagonist thought to himself, annoyed. If they were going to put a hole in his stomach, they could at least tell him that much. The man's voice cut through his thoughts, stating that he could hear him. The wound was still visible, blood staining his clothes. He noticed that it was almost healed. Hadn't they stabbed him so he would regenerate? The glowing energy faded. The man in the hat knelt down, asking if he wanted to learn to hide his energy. The protagonist looked up at him, considering the offer. 2 days later, the man with glasses responded with a simple, yes. A screen displayed the designation B2. The man with glasses stood in a hallway, stating that he was here. He stood in a room, unaware of the danger rapidly approaching. Below, a hand gripped a modified gun, ready to fire specialized bullets. The shooter asked if this was a survival game, and answered herself, something similar. His eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on his face. A modified gun, loaded with gas and specialized bullets, was about to be used. The shooter, with a determined look, told him to dodge it. A smirk crept across his face, a hint of confidence in his eyes. The shooter leaned forward, firing the weapon with deadly accuracy. He was sent flying backwards, the force of the impact evident. The shooter warned that getting hit would cause damage, urging him to move while she aimed. The shooter's advice echoed, find cover or run fast enough to avoid being targeted. He tumbled through the air, the shooter's final instruction ringing in his ears. Don't run in a straight line, run in a zigzag. He must not allow his opponent to predict his movements, using tension to lift his body. The protagonist focuses preparing to change direction by putting strength into his muscles. A single hit will render him helpless, so if he's going to get hit, it must be in a place that won't cripple him. Preventing mobility loss is the same as the Immortals, a key aspect of their fighting style. Learning from both sides has taught him a great deal about combat and survival. The knowledge he has gained is a mix of Immortal and Shapeshifter fighting styles. Immortals and Shapeshifters' fighting styles are adapted to their traits, making them formidable opponents. The protagonist continues to reflect on the lessons he has learned, preparing for any situation. Neither side has taught him how to fight, but rather how to survive in the face of overwhelming odds. The key is knowing how to survive, no matter the circumstances he finds himself in. He must be prepared for anything, adapting his skills to the situation at hand. In whatever situation he may find himself in, Immortals need to be wary of weapons that can inflict damage in a large radius. Against Shapeshifters, a shotgun is more dangerous than a rifle, offering a crucial advantage. However, Shapeshifters welcome those who attack with knives, turning close-quarters combat to their advantage. Dodging and hitting is key. A Shapeshifter's reflexes and strength allow such a response. Close to them, they can get far away, making it impossible to hit them. Shapeshifters calculate their movements to avoid getting hurt. The gym stood silent, the equipment gleaming under the dim lights, a testament to countless hours of training. Training's over, he thought, looking at the scattered weights. He wondered how they were going to clean all of this up. A voice called out, telling him to get up there and run across the wire. He responded with an okay. At least physical training's better than just stupidly injuring himself, he mused, lifting the heavy weight. The weight strained against his muscles. His foot hit the ground with a thud. A surge of power emanates, the air crackling with unseen energy. A monstrous form looms behind him, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. His eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing his face as the attack comes. The force slams into something, the impact sending tremors through the surroundings. He is sent hurtling through the air, a trail of displaced energy marking his violent trajectory. Someone watches in stunned disbelief, their expression a mask of shock and horror. He is seen from a distance, standing in a room with another figure, the aftermath of the attack visible. His arm trembles, the strain of the impact evident in the taut muscles and clenched fist. His eyes widen, a silent "you" escaping his lips as he stares in disbelief. The other person's face contorts in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just transpired. Gwangik Yu's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he sensed something approaching. A disembodied voice echoed, questioning if he sensed the approaching presence. The protagonist's expression hardened, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he focused his senses. He recognized it as the wild bloodthirst, something he was able to sense. He recalled the warning, don't do it again. A voice reassured him that it would be okay once he got used to it. The image of a monstrous, fiery creature appeared, accompanied by the words, if you have something similar, it gets easier. The muscular woman stood tall, radiating power as she oversaw the training. Gwangik Yu's face contorted in pain, the intensity of the training evident in his strained expression. The words Shapeshifter Hell, training began, appeared, marking the start of a grueling ordeal. After 2 days, he stopped falling to the ground while running along the wire. Gwangik Yu realized he'd figured out a way to withstand the teacher's bloodthirst, though she just kept it up. He could feel the changes within him, his senses heightened to an almost unbearable degree. He focused, using every one of his senses, even the sixth, to combat the overwhelming bloodthirst, flexing his lower stomach to maintain control. The weight strained against his muscles, but he found it surprisingly manageable. Even with someone watching, Gwangik Yu continued his weight training, pushing his body to its limits. Someone observed that he was indeed doing it. The lessons continued, alternating between shapeshifter and immortal training. Immortal training was still a punishment from hell, a brutal ordeal of pain and endurance. In addition to organ regeneration, the training regime included other torturous methods. He had to train with axes, spears, and arrows, each session pushing him closer to his breaking point. And even traps were incorporated into the deadly curriculum. One had to be especially careful around traps, lest they become another painful lesson. He considered the nature of pain, how it could hinder logical thought. The young man knew that immortals often disregarded damage to their bodies in fights. That's why he had to get used to pain, since it made logical thinking difficult. The shapeshifter training wasn't that much different either. He had to train, starting with weighted belts and vests, adding even more weight. He continued using sandbags on his wrists and ankles, pushing his body to its limits. To train in dodging bullets and walking across the wire, he He worked out his body with dumbbells. Of course, there were changes. In the midst of his training, his father left on a business trip for 10 days. A thought bubble appeared, expressing a longing to see him while he was gone. Someone thought it seemed like he was leaving for a few years, not just 10 days. Other than putting holes all over his body, the stick teacher was also present. He was also taught to wield conventional weapons and martial arts. He was told he would learn to use a gun quickly, and that was the reason. It wasn't easy, but perhaps because he has a shapeshifter's physique and reflexes, he learned quickly. The log teacher, on the other hand, taught him to shoot a gun. Although it's a model gun, it looks exactly like the real deal. It's also good to learn martial arts, but you can do that on your own. You'll be able to do it if you watch a few videos on it, as it requires you to use your senses, is what she said. Mix blood with an immortal's special 5 senses. So this was also easy to learn. The mother watches him train. But learning how to shoot is difficult. 2 months passed by just like that. Meanwhile, the father asks his son if he was at the gym. He replies, yeah. Taking a week break after training so hard for a while is making him itch to exercise. Does my body want pain now? Hopefully not. The father tells his son that he's really strong despite being his son. The mother says he takes after him. It's because he's smart just like her. His parents' relationship always thrived, but he couldn't help but wonder why he didn't have a younger sibling. A pile of laundry sat, waiting to be washed. He stared at his reflection, lost in thought. Why couldn't he get a girlfriend? His standards weren't even that high, he mused. Why couldn't he find someone cute and mature, but also alluring, who shared his hobbies and knew what she wanted? Meanwhile, the woman with brown hair looked at her phone with surprise. She announced she was going to see Hyman's mom for a bit. The man with silver hair questioned her decision to go so late, but she insisted that the mother must be stressed. The man with silver hair agreed that it was a stressful time. Elsewhere, Gwang Ik sat on the couch, sighing softly. The woman with brown hair searched for the hairdryer, frustrated. He looked at his phone, realizing they were here. Was tomorrow the test? It hadn't been long since he last took a big exam, but it felt weird. He received a message from his father, reminding him about the testing center in Udo and urging him not to be late. His friends had questioned his decision to skip university after taking the CSAT, wondering if he wasn't going to apply. His classmates called him arrogant, demanding he give them his grades, but he didn't think it was a shame he wasn't using them. He never meant to go to college, not seeing the point of good grades for anything. His path was already decided even 9 years ago. 9 years ago, something terrible happened. It was the day a great black hole called Hughes Gate opened. He was crushed under the debris of a collapsed building, a terrified look on his face. But the moment he saw him, tears streamed down his face as he looked up from the rubble. Fighting the countless invaders, he decided that he wanted to be like him. He thought to himself that his mother would be upset if she knew. She had said she wanted him to lead a normal life the day he awakened. Someone wondered where she went. The person was looking for Kong Sulhee. Someone asked what excuse he made when he left. The woman in the pink hat said she had to go meet some student's mom that lives in a nearby neighborhood. Someone wondered if they weren't curious. The man with the ponytail asked what they were talking about. The woman in the pink hat said she just wanted him to do decently well for a half-blood. The woman in the pink hat explained that he was a human and shapeshifter mixed blood and usually lacks half the capabilities of a normal shapeshifter. Her eyes reflected a deep anxiety, a turmoil she couldn't bring herself to voice. The voice on the other end of the line dripped with disbelief. Are you serious right now? The man on the balcony threatened extreme violence. He questioned if the other party was truly ignorant of the situation. The disembodied voice continued, suggesting a deliberate lack of communication. The silver-haired man's eyes widened, a question forming on his lips as he heard the term. He's an irregular. What? The unseen speaker elaborated on their goals, revealing a desire to create something superior by combining different species. The voice emphasized the need for the subject to be self-sufficient, especially against mad scientist groups. The mention of mad scientist groups sparked a memory, a recollection of a past incident. Kong Sulhee sat with another woman, recalling the bastards that tried to. The text blazed, a stark declaration, an irregular. Kong Sulhee's expression hardened, a monstrous figure looming behind her. They ended up. The discussion circled back to the creation of grotesque monsters, born from parents wielding combined powers. The conclusion was grim. Procreation with humans, regardless of the other's nature, only diluted the special species' blood. A man with a ponytail smirked, suggesting someone had simply gotten lucky. A voice questioned the assertion. Kong Sulhee sat across from Gwang Ik, as another voice declared that someone had hit the jackpot with their son. The conversation shifted, posing a question. An irregular? Elsewhere, a man with blue hair spoke on the phone, expressing his expectation that someone would at least meet half the standards, given his strong bloodline. A voice countered, stating the opposite. The individual was talented, a genius unlike any seen before. The voice continued, revealing that they had even taught him to hide his energy. The man with blue hair remained on the phone, his expression unreadable. Back at the table, The conversation continued, with someone noting that his hardware wasn't just good, it was excellent, and he had an excellent noggin. A sharp rebuke followed, cautioning against such terms. He was smart, talented, and had even learned wild bloodthirst. Kang Sul-hee's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. If you're lying to make me feel better, the unseen speaker threatened, I'm going to bury you for a good 2 weeks. Kang Sul-hee listened intently, while Gwang Ik-yu spoke into his phone. He warned the person on the other end, I'm going to be seriously mad if you're joking. The voice on the other end insisted, I'm saying it's the truth. Gwang Ik-yu listened, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The voice continued, your son is talented. Another man affirmed, his expression unreadable, he's a genius, your son. A third man added, a hint of pride in his voice, as expected of my son. The weight of the words hung in the air between Kang Sul-hee and Gwang Ik-yu, their expressions mirroring each other. A small, hand-drawn doodle appeared in the corner of the panel. The morning begins with a greeting. Gwang Ik-yu stretches, shaking off the last vestiges of sleep. His mother explains that his father left early for work, noting it was an important day. His mother tells him to wash up and eat. Gwang Ik-yu seems surprised by the spread laid out before him. A hearty breakfast awaits. His mother confirms that today is indeed an important day. The civil service exam is today. Gwang Ik-yu reflects on the importance of glucose for brain function and easily digestible foods for breakfast. He acknowledges that his training wasn't related to brain usage, but survival. He offered a polite thanks for the meal, the table laden with dishes now mostly empty. Kang Sul-hee, standing in the doorway, asked if he was ready. The protagonist paused, considering her question. He thought back to his studies, so intense that the material would come to him even in his dreams. Nightmarish dreams, where his foot was cut off and his organ stabbed. A memory surfaced. His father would be disappointed if he failed. His mother's face was etched with worry, her expression a mix of concern and expectation. The question hung in the air. Mother? He could see it, the pressure she felt. She didn't want him to be a public servant, but she also didn't want him to fail. She wanted to cheer for him, but worried about the shapeshifter part of him. Gwang Ik-yu reassured her, projecting confidence. He was an immortal, as well. The woman with brown hair questioned his statement, a hint of doubt in her voice. Really? A dark premonition filled his mind. They would meet in a boxing ring. He shuddered, admitting that was a bit much. The protagonist had thought of something he didn't want to think of. He listens as Kang Sul-hee tells him to pass if he doesn't want to do something. Gwang Ik-yu confirms that he will. The sound of a door slamming echoes, cutting off their conversation abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Someone presses the call button for the elevator, the faint whirring sound hinting at its imminent arrival. Inside the elevator, the protagonist stands, listening to music. He thinks that music is best when tensed up. His eyes narrow, a sense of heightened awareness washing over him as he waits, with the precise senses of an immortal. A hand reaches out, seemingly out of nowhere, targeting his neck with alarming speed and force. Musical notes float in the air as he thinks about how he always says the opposite thing. The music continues, the lyrics expressing regret and a desire to propose, declaring a love from the very beginning. The elevator ascends, the digital display ticking upwards to the 13th floor, each number a beat in the soundtrack of his thoughts. Emerging from the elevator, Gwang Ik-yu walks down the hallway, his expression troubled. Kang Sul-hee stands in the background, seemingly unaware of his distress. His eyes widen in shock, a visible tremor running through him as he seems to realize something with sudden clarity. A voice calls out, simply saying Appa. The words hung in the air. When you ask her out, don't sing. You don't need to sing well with a face like that. Kang Sul-hee held her phone, a small smile playing on her lips as she considered the message. Kang Hyman questioned why Kang Sul-hee was concerned. He asked if she wasn't going to ask him out. She replied, yeah, no, and asked why. A sigh escaped her lips. Hadn't she told him her ideal type so many times already? She thought to herself, you think a girl like me who's pretty smart? Kang Sul-hee continued her internal monologue, wondering if a good body was easy to find. The elevator numbers ticked down, each floor bringing them closer to their destination. Kang Hyman warned her not to say stuff like that outside, stating that today's world is scary. The voice in her head continued, so you want metal wristbands on your arms? And smart? Do you have no conscience? Kang Sul-hee called out for him to wait, but he told her not to follow him. She called out, asking where he was headed. The answer, for the civil service exam. Kang Sul-hee muttered, Edual. She thought they made really good advertisements. She tells Hyman that she is busy and needs to go to class. He replies that she is leaving for college next year. Hyman congratulates Sul-hee, telling her not to waste her life on alcohol when she gets her ID. Sul-hee reminds him that he is only 1 year older. An unseen speaker asks if Sul-hee can feel the difference in age. She replies that is not what she meant. Sul-hee thinks to herself that she is in a girls' high school now, but she wants to go to a co-ed college next year. She believes she will attract a lot of hungry guys. Hyman thinks that she should study first, as her mother has a lot of concerns about her. Sully thinks that since they are dating, he should help her with studying too. Hyman thinks that a boyfriend is useful for stuff like this. Sully wonders who her boyfriend is, and that he is ruining his life. Sully puts her hands up, telling someone to go away. She seems annoyed. Hyman thinks that Sully's high kick is still the same after becoming a senior. He calls it her specialty. Meanwhile, a bus speeds down the road. The bus continues down the street, passing buildings and shops. Elsewhere, skyscrapers reach into the blue sky. A tall building stands against the sky. He notes the time, 7:50, and realizes he's a bit early for the 9 a.m. exam. The protagonist wonders where he should go. He approaches the reception desk. One of the receptionists greets him. She asks what brings him here today, having heard about the special exam. The receptionist confirms that a special exam is taking place today. A man in a suit approaches Gwangikyu, inquiring if he is an examinee. The man's expression hardens, a look of suspicion crossing his face. The man's suit is sharply tailored, his tie perfectly knotted. The man wonders why he is staring at Gwangikyu like he's a fraud, and asks to see his testing documents. Gwangikyu approaches the elevator. A voice confirms, "Here you go, you Gwangik." The voice instructs him to take that elevator to the 94th floor. He glances toward the elevator, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. A woman with red hair asks if he is an examinee and demands to see his documents. The woman confirms his identity, looking over his documents with a scrutinizing gaze. The message is clear. Enter the last room. A woman directs a man in a tracksuit, who replies with an okay. He thinks the immortal exams are annoying. A long, empty hallway stretches into the distance. The sign declares this the special testing center. What awaits inside this room? The ceiling stretches across the room. The man in the tracksuit wonders if the room is soundproof. He anticipates blood and a huge mess, but it's in the middle of Uedo. An old force. Is this the power of a world government? He steels himself, bracing for what's to come. A knife could come out when he opens the door. The condition of entering the testing center is unknown, but what he knows for sure is horrible things like the training he has been through are waiting. Not. The room is filled with desks and chairs, seemingly empty. The man in the tracksuit stands in the doorway. He was the first to arrive. A man in a suit observed him from afar. Elsewhere, a bald man sat at a desk, seemingly reviewing documents. Has no hair. The bald man's thoughts drifted to the anti-hair loss medicine made with materials from the White Hall. Cheaper versions had side effects. The text proclaimed, "Surprise. Bald for fashion." The bald man's head gleamed, reflecting the light. He seemed to be lost in thought. The text bubble simply read, "Examinee." He presented his documents and ID, a forced smile on his face. Why so many checkups? Number 48, over there. He mused that this test was different from what he imagined. Chairs? He never saw them during his lessons. He wondered what would happen. He imagined the bald man suddenly pulling out a knife and running at him. He steeled himself, resolving to stay tense until the end. He sat at the desk, radiating a quiet intensity. Nothing would catch him off guard. The room was filled with other students, all seated at identical desks. An air of anticipation hung heavy. One student diligently took notes, their pen scratching against the paper. The sound echoed in the otherwise silent room. Yu Gwangik was currently undergoing the biggest surprise of his life. His expression betrayed a hint of disbelief. The bald man addressed the room, a pen held loosely in his hand. "I'm sure you all brought it, but does anyone not have a testing pen?" The bald man scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the rows of students. Gwangiki remained still, his expression unreadable. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the faint hum of the building's ventilation system. The bald man waited patiently. The bald man's gaze narrowed as he looked down at Gwangikyu. He wondered just what kind of bastard the young man was. Gwangikyu felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything about it. He knew it, right? The woman urged him to prepare for the civil service exam. He simply responded with a sigh. If the tutoring for the exam was just a continuous blur of terrible suffering. Gwangikyu knelt, head bowed, but he gave it his all. Blood stained his clothes, a testament to his efforts. So that he could pass the exam, he pushed himself beyond his limits. However, the test would begin in 10 minutes, but he had arrived first and spent 50 minutes staring into space. I started off on the wrong foot. Everyone's brought one, but does anyone need a test purpose pen? His last hope was gone. A pen is offered, a silent invitation to participate. He examines the pen, his expression unreadable as he considers the offer. The atmosphere felt like any other testing center, but he wondered what they were studying. Kong-sul, he had noticed it before, but everyone here has above-average looks. Some could even be idols, he mused, observing the others in the room. The most attractive out of all of them would be this bastard. Man, even his hands are pretty, he thought. It's like he's shooting an ad on his own. Ah, he sighed, captivated by the other man's appearance. Ah, Fu Dash. He hoped he hasn't misunderstood. Kong-sul, he watched him, a flicker of concern in her eyes. A strange sound echoed through the room. Kong-sul, he tilted her head, a silent huh, forming on her lips as she looked around the room. The sounds seemed to emanate from the desks themselves. The desks were spaced far apart, each separated by a tall partition. He watched as the man in the suit prepared to hand out the test papers. The partitions, he mused, must be for immortals with heightened senses, explaining the desk arrangement. He wondered if he had made it in time. The man in the suit, holding a stack of papers, thought he had overslept and that a different test would have rejected late arrivals. The immortal test seemed more relaxed than he expected. He immediately took that back. It was hard, quiet, and he was really feeling it. He covered his face, wishing he could do blade runs instead of this kind of test, so he could show his talent of running through blades. A close-up reveals intense focus. His eyes narrowed as he considers the challenge ahead. The question looms. A coin-sized puncture to the leg demands immediate action. Was the correct response? He taps his pen against the paper, lost in thought. Option number 4 seems the most logical choice. He considers the nuances of the question, realizing that the best course of action depends on the situation. The text emphasizes the critical importance of stopping the bleeding to prevent shock, then finding cover. Elsewhere, a man prepares to fire a bow and arrow, recalling a lesson about running through blades. The text declares that stopping the bleeding is not fatal to immortals, but the context remains unclear. The second problem involves calculating blood loss percentage and the onset of shock at high speed. Kong Sulhee stands over a bloodied figure, questioning why he isn't going into shock. The bloodied man explains that he may be an immortal, but otherwise, he's like regular humans, so the answer is 3. Back in the testing room, Gwangikyu considers the next problem: what to do when hit by an opponent's blade. The importance of mobility is emphasized as he prepares to answer the next question. He suddenly recalled a movie he had watched a while ago. The main character was from a poor family and entered a quiz show with a huge reward. This test is asking its takers how much they've used their mortal bodies and how much they know. He thought back to his own experiences. He'd used his body to go through hellish training. The common sense he learned from Stick Teacher was also coming back to him. And the knowledge he learned from experience training like crazy, all of it was telling him the answer. It was telling him the answer. He marked his answer. He looked down at the test. He noticed another problem on the back. It was a written response one. How to kill an immortal. This one's, well, obvious. He finished the test. Kong Sulhee asked how long it had been. He still had an hour left, but Gwangikyu wondered if he should just give up. The proctor announced that those who finished could leave first, after flipping over their test papers. The sound of a door opening echoed through the testing room. The bob-haired woman from the entrance, Kong Hyeman, watched as students began to leave. Kong Sulhee asked the student if they had read the agreement details on the test papers, and the student confirmed they had. The student and Kong Sulhee reviewed the agreement, which stated that breaking it would result in arrest by the old force, regardless of immortality. Someone remarked that the student must be of mixed blood, a mix of shapeshifter and immortal. Kong Sulhee offered the student good luck with a smile. The student's eyes narrowed slightly. The student wondered if this was a green light, but decided she wasn't quite his type. Elsewhere, a large building stood tall against the night sky, its many windows lit up. Back in the testing room, Gwangikyu looked stressed as he reviewed his papers. The document outlines methods to eliminate an immortal, excluding burial. Suffocation, freezing, combustion, and pulverization are listed as potential solutions. The methods are reiterated: suffocation, freezing, combustion, pulverization. Each a potential path to overcoming immortality. They're all dangerous for an immortal. Losing consciousness by suffocation is one such danger. Being frozen by the use of liquid nitrogen is another dangerous possibility for an immortal. It is impossible to function properly due to body-wide burns when on fire. It's unclear if they regenerate when pulverized. The aftermath of a brutal attack is shown, the scene marked off with caution tape. We're trying to think of a way to kill an immortal. There's no shortage of answers. This problem had no specific answer from the start. Most immortals have a serious lack of safety awareness, so they have to think up all kinds of dangerous weapons and situations. How much do they know about what can harm an immortal's body? The document asks how to kill an immortal, excluding burying underground and water burial. The last question was a problem for that. Their bodies can regenerate. It's not like they don't die. A figure is silhouetted against a bright blue light, perhaps representing the potential for regeneration. Once they know that, it minimizes the risk of dying without having to memorize the ways to kill an immortal. The document detailed that he was a mix between an immortal and a human. It also noted he might be lacking in physical prowess. Corrections were complete. Now, the last step was scoring the impression. His impression mattered. He was the first to arrive and spaced out for an hour, not even bringing a pen. 15 days later, a phone vibrated insistently on the table. Kong Sulhee stood in the kitchen, holding her phone. She told Kong Hyeman that she passed the civil service exam. He responded that it was nice. Kong Sulhee clarified that it wasn't just a pass. The message on the phone notified her that she passed in first place on the first written exam and scored the highest. The phone continued to vibrate. The phone was picked up. Kong Sulhee told Kong Hyeman that she passed with the highest score. He responded with playful disbelief. comparing her to top-grade Korean beef. Kang Sul-hee asked if she was allowed to undo her belt today. Kang Hyman told her to go put on pants with a stretchy waist. The son's voice echoes through the building, announcing his arrival. A voice calls out, filled with warmth and relief at his return. Gwang Ik-yu beams, a wide smile spreading across his face as he hears his father's voice. His father's voice calls out, a playful chiding in his tone. The protagonist enters, his mind already focused on the promise of Korean beef. Kang Hyman greets him at the door. Korean beef sizzles on the grill, promising a delicious meal. The family shares a toast, celebrating the occasion. Kang Hyman and Kang Sul-hee express their pride in their son's achievement. Gwang Ik-yu reflects on the exam, finding it easier than expected. Kang Hyman states that the interview will be soon, now that the results are out. Kang Sul-hee wonders what department her son will be assigned to. Gwang Ik-yu enjoys the Korean beef, savoring the taste of success. He knew his mother often fell for his father's usual behavior, but he was not so easily fooled. His father offered him food, but in his eyes, it looked like he was avoiding the question. Gwang Ik-yu wondered what the government and the old force were selecting immortals for. He also pondered what kind of work an immortal civil servant even did. He thought he had a lot of questions, but his father probably wouldn't answer any of them properly. He asked what it was. Meanwhile, he wished his father would at least give him some tips for the interview, but the man claimed he didn't know anything. The summer heat beat down, making the air shimmer. A woman fanned herself as a man tugged at his collar, trying to find some relief. The bus stop offered little respite from the oppressive weather. Everyone waited impatiently for the promised air conditioning. Gwang Ik-yu sighed, thinking that it was finally summer. He looked forward to escaping the heat. Inside the giant bus rented by the company, rows of immortals sat quietly. The vehicle was nearly halfway full. Gwang Ik-yu hadn't realized it at the testing center, but now, on the bus, he could tell at a glance who was pure-blooded and who wasn't. He could feel it, an immortal's advanced 5 senses and intuition tingling within him. Kang Hyman sat with his arms crossed, a simple right, escaping his lips. The man in the white shirt sat quietly, lost in thought, remembering a similar experience. He ended up sitting next to him again, as it was the only spot left on the bus. Kang Hyman wondered if he was mixed blood, stating that he was on his father's side. Kang Hyman offered a snack for the bus ride, and the man in the white tracksuit accepted it with thanks. Kang Hyman observed that some people had already made friends, a slight frown creasing his brow. It's good to make many friends, but don't judge someone based on first impressions. Meanwhile, a man sat on a swing, listening to another man standing nearby. He simply stated that he understood. The standing man patted the seated man on the head, remarking that he had grown a lot, calling him son. He responded that he was bigger than him now. The man standing leaned against the playground equipment, telling the other not to act like a man-child and asking if he had been sleeping well. He replied that he was fine. The seated man said he had trouble sleeping, but everything was fine except he could hear everything going on in the neighbor's house. He faces away, listening to someone ask how he solved the issue, implying he couldn't have just not slept. The text describes how shapeshifters use self-restraint to resist their instincts, and how immortals get over their sensitivity. It mentions trying earplugs and sleeping masks, but nothing worked. The man in the white shirt explains that he ended up buying a 4-story building and making a room in the middle of it with soundproof walls. He is met with the response of how efficient. The text explains that if you continue to deal with insomnia whilst functioning like an adult in society, you will eventually figure out a way to control your senses. The text suggests that one can stay in the mountains for 3 years training for it, implying that controlling the senses was difficult to learn. The man with blue hair thinks that it comes to him as easily as breathing, and the text labels him as a shapeshifter. The text explains that shapeshifters can control all parts of their body's muscles. Controlling senses was similar to flexing ears, or flexing just a part of a back muscle. The woman thanks her mother, who tells her that everyone's going to be sensitive, so try and find a method to deal with that too, and that her mom's going to be waiting for them. The text asks for the solutions, and says that it won't be any fun if he does, but it will be fun, and to not try to make life so easy, and to have some shame, son. The panel shows a close-up of a man's eyes, and the text says, hi. One man says that it's the 3rd time, isn't it? The man with silver hair looks off to the side, thinking, and the text says it's there. He stared at the woman, a question hanging in the air. Do you know me? A memory flashed in his mind. Their eyes had met twice before, and she had even clicked her tongue at him. He recalled the test center, the interview, and now this moment. It was his first time truly seeing her. He could tell by her first sentence that she had a bad memory. Father, I could just tell by the first sentence. He thought to himself that she was a rude one, so rude he'd call her a real piece of garbage. The blonde woman considered whether she should greet the person behind her. She also noted that she didn't seem to be a pureblood. The blonde woman simply stated, nice to meet you. He questioned if she was a mixed blood. He thought about her father being the immortal one, and that she grew up privileged. He assumed she accepted this job because of the conditions and didn't even know their destination. The blonde woman seemed confused, stating that she accepted the job with grand dreams about the company. Immature. He internally raged, thinking he'd already met a second rude piece of garbage. He sarcastically noted that this one thinks she's Sherlock Holmes. He stared at the blonde woman beside him, her lack of investigative skills grating on his nerves. The blonde woman explained that the reason everyone sat on the edge of their seats was because the sunlight bothered them. She continued, stating that chatting was a pain because she was sensitive to such things. A student in the back of the bus, annoyed by the conversation, told them to shut up. The blonde woman, seemingly unfazed by the outburst, internally acknowledged that she was being obtuse. He fought the urge to punch her, wanting to ignore all the advice his parents had given him. He overheard that her father's nickname was Boss of Sensitivity when he was dating, and she was technically correct. The other students on the bus were probably suffering even more than he was after adjusting to the sunlight. The blonde woman thought that the others should try being more respectful, despite the circumstances. Thus, the orientation bus became as quiet as a hearse, the tension palpable in the air. He considered opening a bag of chips, but that might make him a mortal enemy. He was glad he had a big breakfast. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, a feeling he couldn't quite place. A faint scent permeated the air. Gwangik, a small, cartoonish figure, announced its presence. Would it be okay? The blonde woman muttered, regretting her morning soy milk. He narrowed his eyes, a silent threat. He thought, directing the gas toward the person behind him. The blonde woman coughed, covering her mouth. The blonde woman's discomfort grew as Gwangik remained unfazed. Tears welled in her eyes. You zero manners. He smirked, his revenge complete, albeit against his will. A few hours later, the bus finally arrived at its destination. A row of black buses lined the road. The luggage sat still, the sound of its placement echoing. The passengers disembarked, pulling their luggage behind them as they stepped onto the unfamiliar ground. He wondered where they were. The location seemed remote and unfamiliar. A man with a backpack speculated, it's in the middle of nowhere. Did they rent a condo nearby, or something? He called out, hey, you with the... Someone asked, their tone laced with suspicion, what did you eat in the morning? The man with the backpack questioned, his hand raised slightly. Are you constipated? He thought to himself that they were the mixed bloods that sat in the back. He stated, it's just a physiological thing. The man with the backpack continued to call out, 23 bang. Yu Gwangik was told that he should have been the one to fart, Hyung. He was asked if he was for real. Someone wondered what the point was of going over who's older, stating that it won't mean anything once they're in there. It was still a company orientation. They should technically be addressing each other like Giti SSI and Gwangik SSI. Someone asked if he came here not knowing anything. He stared ahead, muttering to himself, this place. The sign declared this place a training camp, the buildings stretching into the distance. The grounds were well kept, a track and field area visible beyond the trees. A booming voice echoed, demanding order from the arriving students. The unseen figure barked, ordering them to get moving. Suitcases in tow, the students hurried toward the source of the command. One student, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, wondered aloud how many there were. The students, a large crowd, stood with their luggage. One wondered why they were so out of shape. Another student, panting from a short run, was shocked by the comment. He recognized the speaker. The student realized it was the bald proctor from the testing center. The bald proctor stood with his arms crossed, radiating authority. Two figures stood observing the new arrivals, a man with red hair and a woman with bobbed hair. The proctor addressed the group, telling them they must give their all to grow, expressing his disappointment. He and another student are told to turn around, the command echoing in the open space. A voice asks if they can all see the 3 trees in the distance. The purpose of the question, yet unknown. The speaker's face is obscured by dark sunglasses, his expression unreadable as he prepares to arrive. The command is given, run. He leaps into the air, preparing to demonstrate his abilities. Another student's fist flies forward, the impact imminent. The names of Tae Hyung and Yohan Hyung are spoken, perhaps in warning or surprise. 2 rude bastards are running over there, and everyone's trying real hard. He thinks to himself that he can jump, and he's not even exaggerating. He runs on one foot and makes it halfway, the sound of his steps echoing. He feels very peaceful, even in this kind of situation, perhaps because he has been through so much. He resolves to get placed in the 14th place, his expression determined. The warning echoes in the darkness. A shapeshifter's true nature must remain concealed at all costs. The woman sighs, finding the prospect of discovery troublesome. She wonders if there's a deeper reason for concern. She ponders the human perception of shapeshifters, lost in thought about the implications of their existence. Labeled a ticking bomb and a potential criminal, the man's mugshot paints a grim picture of his perceived threat. He resolves to keep his true nature hidden, aware that he is generally considered a dangerous person. A foot comes down with force, the impact sending tremors through the ground. Having placed 14th, the group walks with a mix of disappointment and camaraderie. He breathes heavily, admitting to himself that he is incredibly tired, despite his perfect acting. The group stands on the track, awaiting instruction or judgment, their fates hanging in the balance. A stern voice declares that they all lack the basics and are being sent home immediately. The man in the white shirt gasped, his eyes wide with a sudden realization. A voice boomed in his mind, a stark denial echoing through his thoughts. A stern voice commanded the group, ordering them to get down and prepare for exertion. The command was given. Start doing push-ups, the beginning of a grueling exercise. A disembodied voice instructed. At 1, you say I am. The protagonist, struggling with the exercise, internally labeled himself a dumbass. A voice mused about the strange training methods employed by large corporations. The protagonist continued his internal monologue, reflecting on corporate orientations and office romances. He struggled to keep up, his focus wavering as he muttered, "Damn it, I got distracted." A woman with purple hair appeared, her expression intense as she questioned his tempo and offered sarcastic reassurance. The group continued their push-ups, counting in unison as they pushed through the exercise. The protagonist cursed under his breath, his face contorted in exertion and frustration. A stern command echoes, abruptly halting all activity. The heavy thud of boots on the ground punctuates the silence. The instructor reflects on the changing times and the trainee's language. The protagonist, face contorted in pain, vehemently denies something. Goe Taehyung warns against shouting, emphasizing the need to protect the pureblood's ears. The instructor questions the protagonist's inherent personality problems and desire to harass colleagues. The protagonist struggles to respond, while Kong Hyaman observes the scene, noting the weakness of immortals. Goe Taehyung states that the protagonist would have been kicked out in his day, but things are better now. The instructor offers a choice, leave or face punishment, but the protagonist chooses the latter. A single word hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Good. Kong Hyaman's expression shifts to one of shock and concern. Kong Hyaman reacts to a sound, suspecting that an arm is broken. He strained under the pressure of the push-ups, his curiosity piqued by the commotion behind him. The instructor's voice boomed, scolding someone for shouting and lamenting the perceived weakness of the current generation. The instructor silenced the trainee by force, kneeling on his back and covering his mouth, ensuring absolute quiet. The protagonist, upside down, grimaced, thinking about the agony of a broken arm and the instructor's seemingly insane demands. The instructor declared that breaking a rule would result in a bone fracture, daring anyone to defy him. The instructor's heavy footsteps echoed as he approached, the sound a stark warning to the trainees. The rules were laid out. Swearing, yelling, and fighting without permission would all incur minus points, a system of control. The instructor warned that the consequences of one's actions would be felt by others, emphasizing the importance of discipline. The instructor's voice dripped with sarcasm as he questioned if the trainee had enjoyed watching the punishment. He vehemently denied enjoying the spectacle, claiming he hadn't even realized he was being watched. The instructor dismissed the trainees as useless, leading them up the stairs, his disappointment palpable. Outside, the first 15 trainees were deemed inadequate, the pressure mounting on those who remained. The voice declared that things would be different. The man with sunglasses introduced himself as Instructor Lee Jangmo. 3 instructors stood before the trainees, their expressions unreadable. Instructor Lee Jangmo would be in charge of training their strength, and an immortal's recovery efficiency is related to how fit they are. The purpose of this orientation is to get them to the basic level needed to carry out their jobs. Another instructor, Park Darum, introduced herself. The instructor declared that she was the technique instructor, prompting confusion. Instructor Kim Han introduced himself. The instructor with red hair seemed to radiate murderous intent. A palpable tension filled the air. The 3 instructors stood before the trainees, ready to begin. Instructor Kim Han would teach them how to manage their immortal bodies. The trainees murmur amongst themselves, questioning the instructor's qualifications. One wonders if the company employs serial killers as instructors. A voice booms out, cutting through the nervous chatter. The instructor gives the trainees an ultimatum. Kim Han, Park Darum, and the other trainees listen as the instructor continues. He states that would be his joy if they all quit right now. Gwang Ik-yu thinks to himself that if he endures for just 1 month, a company filled with the benefits of his dreams will be awaiting him. The trainees stand in formation, ready to receive their next instructions. The instructors observe them from the front. The instructor's gaze sweeps over the assembled trainees. His expression remains unreadable, a mask of professional detachment. A close-up reveals the instructor's stern mouth, hinting at the harshness to come. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The instructor addresses the group, his words carrying a weight of expectation. He speaks to the newbies. Kim Han, Lee Jangmo, and the other instructors descend the stairs, their presence looming over the trainees. A speech bubble reads, "Welcome hell." Kim Han and Lee Jangmo stand with the other instructors, their expressions unreadable. The trainees brace themselves for what's to come. The trainees are instructed to change into their uniforms and wait. The imposing building looms in the background. Inside the dorm, the trainees sit and wait. Gwang Ik-yu thinks to himself, "Damn, this dorm. He sat, holding the folded clothes, thinking the scene looked straight out of a horror movie. One of the men sighed, feeling gross from the sweat and wanting a shower. He was glad to be in the same room as Yoon Hyung and Gui Tae Hyung. The woman with blonde hair held the clothes with a disgusted look. She thought to herself, only if it weren't for you, rude little bastards. The man with blue hair, breathing heavily, asked the one next to him if he was all right. The overweight man, also breathing heavily, thought to himself that not all immortals were skinny. The man with black hair thought that one looked like Mansoor. The woman with blonde hair wondered if they were siblings, noting they looked alike. She felt like their nicknames would be Fluffy and Pearl. The woman with silver hair thought there was one nice-looking girl. In total, there were 7 guys and 3 girls. Gwang Ik-yu thought they should have at least separated the women and the men. He wondered where he would get changed, noting the writing on the door. The sign was supposed to be for a fitting room, but the writing was incomprehensible and looked like flirting doom. It warned, don't you dare look inside. The woman with silver hair sarcastically said, sure. The woman with silver hair thought she was being treated as a criminal despite hiding the fact that she was a shapeshifter. She wondered what to do, mother. The idea of living together for a month is met with nervous laughter. The woman with black hair seems amused by the prospect. One of the trainees thinks to himself that he will kill anyone who breaks the rules. The trainee's inner thoughts reveal his murderous intent, comparing himself to a little prince. The blonde woman agrees with the sentiment, telling someone to shut up for a bit. 2 other trainees also agree, one wondering what happened to their friendship of 2 hours. Another trainee agrees, seemingly confused by the intensity of the situation. The trainee from panel 2 emphasizes the importance of not breaking things and brushing one's teeth. Another trainee states that personal hygiene is the bare minimum, agreeing with the sentiment. The trainee with blue hair agrees, seemingly exasperated by the situation. One of the trainees declares that he is clean, apologizing for the fart on the bus. The trainees are seen sitting on beds, one thinking that these are the people he has to live with for a month. The protagonist, Gwang Ik-yu, thinks that as long as they're here together, he'll have to try and get along. The students were instructed to continue eating, but to listen closely. Kang Hyemin noted that the food tasted just so, as he considered the implications of their group assignments. They were told to choose their team leaders once they were done eating. Kang Hyemin wondered what qualities the others valued in a leader and how they would choose. Another student urged Kang Hyemin to take on the role. The student seemed confident in his abilities, but Kang Hyemin remained uncertain. The students continued to discuss the matter. The air crackled with unspoken tension as they considered the best path forward. One student declared that bloodline was the most important factor. Another agreed, reinforcing the idea that lineage determined leadership potential. Kang Hyemin disagreed, thinking that personality was a more important trait for a leader. He believed a leader should be someone who is tolerant. The student argued that a leader should be tolerant and able to unite everyone. The debate over the ideal qualities of a leader continued. Another student countered that if that's what he thought, he was wrong. She insisted that nothing was more important than blood in their current situation. The student declared that it was only right to ignore the other's opinion. He believed that the one who valued bloodline would be the team leader. Kang Hyemin watched the exchange with a thoughtful expression. The other students seemed confident in his assessment of the situation. An unseen person expresses frustration, questioning why someone continues to speak up. Someone reflects on a previous thought, though the context remains unclear. After lunch, Kang Hyemin and another soldier stand with an iPad. They receive some equipment like clothes and cheap boots. With 100 of them, it took a long time to pass out all the equipment. After a shower, some rest, and then dinner, it was already night. Everyone's eyes are glued to the screen, awaiting further instructions. A man in a cap stands before a screen, stating that everyone should know the company's name. Kang Hyemin asks what the company's name is. The man with green hair replies that he has good digestion, prompting Kang Hyemin to call him a dumbass. The screen displays the name, Warem Telecommunications. The training is to pick regular staff for Warem. Warem Telecommunications is a company aided by the government. They are not civil servants, but they do work for the nation. A soldier wonders if his father called it a civil service exam because of his mother. The man with blue hair thinks about how the hiring standards nowadays are too lax. Back in his day, you couldn't even dream of being hired unless you ran through knives. The man in the cap says that if you don't want to die after being hired, train hard. That will be all. He stood alone, arms crossed, contemplating his next move. What more could he possibly say? Warem's purpose was clear, or so she was told. The woman with pink hair listened intently, absorbing the information. The unseen instructor continued, emphasizing the importance of mastering their abilities. It was to help them all use their immortal powers properly. The man with dark hair listened, a slight frown creasing his brow. He was told to please keep that in mind. Use my powers properly? Later that night, the announcement came, everyone prepare for bed. The recruits were expected to rest, though sleep would prove elusive. Gwang Ik-yu lay in his bed, a small smile playing on his lips. He thought, I'll be able to sleep real good. The peace was shattered by the sounds of restless movement. Someone hissed, demanding quiet. These goddamn sensitive babies. Another recruit pleaded for quiet, but the man with green hair simply told him to die. Should I die for your sake? Gwang Ik-yu's thoughts drifted to the past, remembering his father's words about insomnia. But Bang Guete is the oldest here at 23. He realized he wouldn't be sleeping tonight either. How do you stay alive if you can't sleep at all? I have a last resort. Similar, knocking yourself out is one way. He lay awake in bed, the events of the day replaying in his mind. We won't die or anything, you know, he thought, his hand touching his neck. Kong Hyman leaned over him, offering a solution. Do you want me to help you sleep? He asked, his expression calm and reassuring. The offer hung in the air, but Kong Hyman knew his methods weren't universally effective. Hey, the knockout method doesn't work on everyone, he mused. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes were closed, his face contorted in discomfort. If you don't control your strength, you can pass out for 2 to dash. Kong Hyman stood over the sleeping Gwang Ik-yu, a satisfied look on his face. Sleep well. Dream of me, he whispered. Another recruit, witnessing the scene, reacted with shock. Holy shit, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kong Hyman turned his attention to the other recruits, a playful smirk on his face. Are you a human sleeping pill? He wondered aloud. Guete Hyung was asked a question by Kong Hyman. Guete, do you also want to dream of me? Guete responded, yes, for sure. I'll dream of you. Another recruit suddenly woke up, startled and disoriented. He gasped, his eyes darting around the room in a panic. The sleeping quarters were filled with restless recruits, each struggling to find sleep. Some tossed and turned, while others sat up in bed, wide awake. Kong Hyman stood among the recruits, his question echoing in the air. Wants to dream of me? He asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, the sound of someone kicking a door. The sound reverberated through the room, startling the recruits. He had sent everyone to dreamland, or so he thought, as Gwang Ik-yu and Guede Hyung remained awake. The only ones left were the rude little prince and princess, he mused, staring at the remaining recruits. Kong Hyman stood over the remaining recruits, who were lying in their beds, still unable to sleep. The blonde-haired recruit pleaded with him, but he wondered why he should help her. The recruit reasoned that it was a practical issue, and they were roommates. She asked if he thought she would help him later if he helped her now, calling him stupid. Kong Hyman smirked, agreeing that it was practical, but she had forgotten about his feelings. He started to say no. An idea sparked in his mind, a solution to the problem of the sleepless recruits. Kong Hyman agreed to help the recruit. He raised his hand, ready to strike. He prepared to deliver a neck slice, a swift and decisive blow. The chop connected, rendering the recruit unconscious in an instant. Kong Hyman insisted that this was absolutely not violence, a disturbing smile on his face. He placed his hand on the recruit's stomach, claiming it was just a lullaby. The lullaby took effect quickly, the recruits succumbing to its strange power. Kong Hyman grinned, pleased with the immediate results of his technique. One by one, the recruits fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, their bodies still and silent. Kong Hyman, satisfied with his work, decided to get some rest as well. That night, Group 3 slept soundly, unaware of the challenges that awaited them. All except for one, who remained wide awake, his mind racing. For tonight, the sleepless recruit smirked, plotting his next move. Meanwhile, the second day of training proved to be even more demanding than the first. The boomer instructor began the first period with a stern lecture. The recruits were forced to run, pushing their bodies to the limit. Basic strength training, running, and lifting weights filled the second period, under Bob Nuna's watchful eye. The woman instructor emphasized the importance of knowing an immortal's weaknesses. He boasted of wrestling skills learned in his past. Guete Hyung questioned the claim, telling him not to blame him if he lost. The challenge hung in the air, a silent promise of a physical contest to come. Guete Hyung lunged forward, initiating the promised wrestling match with a burst of speed. The dark-haired man executed a tackle, aiming to bring his opponent down with brute force. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes widened, surprised by the sudden attack and the force behind it. Guete Hyung grunted, the effort of the tackle evident in his strained voice. The tackle almost connected, the force of impact creating a visible shockwave. The stick teacher observed, noting that it was just luck. The text below indicates close-quarters combat training. Meanwhile, a new challenge appeared, an immortal tradition known as the Blade Run. The recruits stared at the field of upright blades, wondering if they were really expected to run through them. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes narrowed as he considered the blades. They looked to be at least 3 centimeters long. The stick teacher had made them run through 15 centimeters blades, the memory causing him to grimace. He exaggerated the pain, though it felt like just an itch. A week later, the academy loomed, silent under the night sky. Kong Hyman wondered if the little prince would reject his offer again. He would ask twice more, then sleep. It felt good to watch him turn over without a reply. The students sensed something was off. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Kong Hyman asked what happened. Guete Hyung replied that it was last night when they were sleeping. The team leader couldn't sleep, so he went out. The team leader couldn't sleep, so he went out, got into a fight with the guys next door who also couldn't sleep, and beat them up. Goe Dae-hyung thought that was why a few guys today were looking at them all weird. Goe Dae-hyung knew that he's listening, but still says what he's got to. Footsteps echoed. He heard footsteps approaching, and it sounded like more than one person. A voice declared that it was his problem, and they should stay out of it. Someone with narrowed eyes responded, stating that of course he would, you selfish prince. A group of people stood in the doorway, watching the unfolding events. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard the door open. A voice called out, questioning if it was Yu Gwangik. That's what they call those who are designated number 1. These invaders have emerged from the black hole. It's been 20 years since the black hole first appeared. During that time, various new kinds of invaders have emerged. The instructor stands before the class, a projection screen displaying images of the invaders. The instructor explains that they use a numbering system to categorize the invaders. The higher their number, the more recently they have made an appearance. The students listen attentively, tablets in hand. The students can check their appearance and methods to fight them on their tablets. The instructor continues, stating that the ones on the screen are the ones that appear the most. He warns them not to let their guard down. The first one was named. The numbering's numbers represent species, and the named are creatures that have been given a special name. One such named creature is the Blue Knight. The instructor explains that when the Great Black Hole appeared in the Giant Gate incident, it killed about 500 armed fighters. The lesson continued, describing the invaders' technology. This one had a hovercraft on both feet and 2 metal wings. The blue energy blade that came out of its arms was another key feature, the instructor explained. This invader education and the training had led up until now, all to prepare them for the threats to come. Warren Telecommunications, as a part of the Ministry of Public Administrations and Security, was at the forefront. The company went into white holes and took care of invaders that came out of black holes, a dangerous but necessary task. But the invaders still pose a threat to this society, requiring constant vigilance and skilled personnel. The instructor's words echoed in Kong Hyman's mind. A high salary wasn't just for anyone. To be honest, the reality of the situation was starting to sink in for the student. He was glad to learn this, Kong Hyman thought, because now he wouldn't have to go to UDT or the army. Run away if you see them. The lesson warned, the threat was very real. Named invaders were a nightmare, the student thought. Either way, what's the reason father sent me here? To put his son in such great danger? The question lingered in his mind. The orientation had reached a halfway point, with new training added, including lectures on invaders and immortal support items. The woman with purple hair explained that what she held was called a bloodjack. She continued, detailing its use. In moments of danger, one simply opens the device and stabs it into their arm. It will find a vein on its own, providing the user with blood. The woman with purple hair elaborated that the device was made by mixing a certain ratio of an awakening agent and a tranquilizer, with crushed anger leaves added to the concoction. The medicine would then enter the body, heightening the user's bodily abilities. Elsewhere, students listened intently. One wondered if it was an awakening agent, a tranquilizer, or simply a battle potion. The instructor clarified that they usually called it a battle potion, but its official name was BB-8. The woman with purple hair smiled, explaining that just the right amount wouldn't become addictive. However, using too much wouldn't matter, even if one were immortal. She warned that one would have to live forever with withdrawal symptoms. She asked them not to say such scary things with a smile. The instructor concluded that it was developed in Germany and called either the Botan's Blessing or Odin's Blessing, and that it was one of the most advanced mind cocktails. He found himself in a place that offered physical cocktails and other cocktail potions. Kong Hyman thought to himself, this is druggy heaven. The candle instructor had them training with guns. There is a difference between not doing something despite knowing how to, and not doing something because you don't know. After that, they repeated running, weight training, techniques, and durability strengthening. The training was intense and relentless. He continued to help Kong Purium, and other friends joined to help. One of them asked if he should push him from the back, while another offered to hold him from the side. As they adjusted to this chaotic lifestyle, the training began to take its toll, but they persevered. The number of people he had to send to sleep decreased. Eventually, everyone became strong enough to easily pass the AM running. The trainees ran, pushing themselves to their limits. Even Kong watched them, a stern expression on his face. Purium was able to do it alone. He was able to live that life. Just like that, a month passed. All training is done, and the recruits are ready for what comes next. No one is flunked out due to negative points, and every one of you. The instructor's words hung in the air, a mix of pride and expectation. Congratulations on becoming a new employee of Warren. The culmination of their efforts was finally at hand. The instructor smiled, a rare and genuine expression of satisfaction. He was proud of their progress. The month-long orientation had finally come to an end, and the new recruits celebrated. An authoritative voice called for attention, signaling the start of the results announcement. The speaker explained that the rankings were calculated based on performance during training and tests. Depending on their rank, the recruits would be assigned to different departments within Warren. The speaker added that there would also be a reward for the top 3 performers. One of the trainees wondered if he could possibly be in 3rd place. The speaker announced that Ki Hyeman had secured 3rd place, much to the surprise of even Kong. Ki Hyeman received congratulations and was informed that his department preferences would be considered. Even Kong seemed a bit surprised that Ki Hyeman had placed 3rd, thinking he was a bit dumb. The speaker moved on to announce the 2nd place winner. A trainee with dark circles under his eyes waited with anticipation. The green fabric of the tracksuit is pulled taut, obscuring the wearer's identity. Kong Hyeman, surrounded by other students in similar tracksuits, seems to have come to a realization. I knew it, he mutters. His eyes narrowed. Kong Hyeman's expression hardens. He states with certainty, he's of that blood. The question hangs in the air. What does it truly mean to be of that blood? Are they truly immortal, as some suspect? The implications of pure bloodlines ripple through the group. Seeing him makes them unsure, as John Kinham's bloodline is a political force. One student wonders if he's simply the son of a rich family, but another clarifies that it's not that simple. It depends on the type. The nature of the blood is discussed further. A pure blood usually heals faster and is more sensitive than a mixed blood. But this rude little prince is the purest of the pure bloods, out of all the immortals in this country, making him better at managing their immortal state. He's in one of the top 3 best bloodlines, a fact that carries immense weight in their society. Despite his advantages, he can't sleep well, but he's always ranked high on all the trainings, a testament to his dedication. He's always focused during every lecture, and while he is talented, his determination is even greater. He seems desperate somehow. Kong Hyeman's expression darkens as he reflects on the individual in question. He's a piece of shit, but he... The antagonist's eyes widened, a storm of disbelief brewing within him. Could he possibly be in 1st place? He stood with Ki Hyeman, who remarked that Guete Hyung was sick in the head. Ki Hyeman agreed, though he clarified that Guete wasn't his Hyung. If John Kinham was 2nd, 1st would be her. The blue-haired man remained stoic, his expression unreadable. Kong Hyeman thought of Miho, a rude little Sherlock Holmes. He mused that she had 0 empathy and was rude. She was super smart, quickly understanding how the points worked, and acted accordingly. The blonde woman shook hands with a man in military uniform, as she thought, what a bitch. Everyone applauded. The 3 stood side by side on the platform, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the space. A feeling washed over him. He knew he would get involved with them somehow. Ki Hyeman wondered what the 3rd place winner's name was, noting that they had free time until 2 p.m. tomorrow. The trainees discussed what to do next. One suggested a party, while another wondered if they even sold alcohol there. A voice called out, identifying him as number 48 trainee. Someone asked if he had some time to spare, inviting him to the smoking room later. He agreed. 2 trainees stood together, the scene suggesting a private conversation was about to unfold. Another voice called out, this time simply referring to him as number 48. He responded simply, acknowledging the call. Out. Ah, all right. The trainees wondered what that was about, questioning if he had done something wrong and why that was the immediate conclusion. Ki Hyeman realized that he probably wanted him to come to his department. There was something he was curious about from the start, a nagging feeling he couldn't shake. The orientation's purpose was clear, to gauge their potential and forge immortals. But was that the full story? Doubts lingered in the air. Could the person who orchestrated this orientation have had other motives? Yu Guangik beams, declaring he slept well and easily adjusted, all thanks to someone's efforts. The woman with purple hair suggests they meet up once they're out. The man with blonde hair agrees, suggesting they keep in touch. The woman with red hair tells someone to meet her at work, suggesting they should meet. The man with blue hair reflects that the orientation was a lot to take in. Someone walks away, carrying a bag over their shoulder. Another man muses that taking 1st place would have been easy, but he didn't need such a thing. The man with blue hair thinks there was something more important, deciding that the orientation was pretty successful. He is asked if he met an invader on the way to the store and what took him so long. The man with green hair looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. A group of people sit around, eating chips and making small talk. Someone is upset about not getting mint chocolate chip ice cream, exclaiming, "You bastards." A voice booms, demanding everyone's attention. The group of students turn their attention to the source of the booming voice. A woman with blonde hair looks forward, while a man in a suit walks down a hallway. The man with dark hair states that even with their guards down, something is happening. The voice continues, noting that they didn't notice 10 immortals had entered the room. The man in the suit thinks to himself that the energy is hiding and that it's here. Footsteps echo through the hallway. Ki Hyeman stands with Yu Guangik as the woman with blonde hair says she forgot to introduce herself. The woman announces that she is the president of Warim Telecommunications. The speech bubble declares the name, Myung Jin. A man in a suit stands tall, a slight smile playing on his lips. His hands are casually tucked into his pockets. The speech bubble announces, "Meet you all." A voice booms out, rousing the occupants. The man snaps off a crisp salute. A portrait of a stern man fills the view. The man asks if training was fun, but the response is less than enthusiastic. The man's own body hurts when healing, but he's going to have a difficult work life. The man likes that he's honest, but work hard. That'll save your lives. The man introduces himself as the new employee, John Kinham. A handshake seals the deal, the man in the suit congratulating the younger man on his good work. The man in the suit asks about the new employee, Woo Miho. The woman with braided blonde hair is introduced as the new employee, Woo Miho. The man with blue hair wonders what the new employee is here for, speculating if it's just to greet the top performers. Yu Guangik stands among his colleagues, one musing that he must have nothing to do, being an employee himself. The man with blue hair questions if Yu Guangik is also a new employee. Footsteps echo as the man in the suit remarks that Yu Guangik is of mixed blood, finding it not bad. Yu Guangik simply replies, yes. Someone asks if he has a girlfriend, to which Yu Guangik replies, none. Yu Guangik thinks to himself that it's not great and that he wants a girlfriend, feeling overwhelmed by the staring. The man in the suit says he'll see him at work. Footsteps echo as the man in the suit walks away. He announced his departure, leaving a present behind. He cautioned them not to get too drunk. Kang Hyman questioned why he talked and winked at him. The other man claimed he had never seen him before. Someone wondered if he might be his type. Another voice questioned whether he was even married. A rumor spread that he had a daughter. Someone asked where they even got that information. A foot slammed against the cardboard box, the sound echoing in the room. Kang Hyman warned that this group was lucky. He threatened to leave them if they were dead tomorrow, telling them not to overdo it. Yu Guangik shyly asked the woman with blonde hair if she wanted to have a drink with him, since today was the last day. She firmly refused, stating that alcohol made him dumb and she didn't want it. Kang Hyman sighed, lamenting that this was happening again. The man with black hair lamented that with this, it's 16 games and 16 losses, all KO. Kang Hyman stood by as another man opened the box. Someone asked if it was alcohol. The word blunt hangs in the air, an ominous title card. A can of blunt is displayed, promising a liquid version of something. The text describes blunt as a mind cocktail that immortals love, dulling senses and inducing sleep. Someone offers a can of blunt, stating there are exactly 10 cans, one per person, and that it costs 3 million won per can. The text suggests someone left 30 million won worth of presents behind, implying they are cool. A can of blunt lies on the floor, while Ki Hyaman sits nearby, seemingly unaffected. A figure sits with their head down, lost in thought, or perhaps feeling the effects of the drink. A close-up reveals a face, a few sound effects suggesting relief or exhaustion. Ki Hyaman, looking surprised, thinks, shitty bastard. Did he just say that? Someone lies on a bed, seemingly passed out, with a thought bubble to me, above them. The text explains that he always woke up at the slightest sound, passing out right away, and someone thinks, petty bastard. A conversation unfolds, questioning if someone was bullied on purpose, dragging their shoes to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Ki Hyaman sits on the bench as John Kinham speaks, dismissing something he said. John Kinham takes a swig from his water bottle. The student's expression hardens, his brow furrowing slightly as he stares ahead. A blonde woman approaches Ki Hyaman, her expression unreadable as she holds something in her hand. The blonde thanks him for the past few days, her tone neutral. Ki Hyaman responds, his expression suggesting a hint of sarcasm. A hand passes a folded note, the exchange swift and secretive. The orange-haired man leans in, whispering that only Ki Hyaman can see it. He seems agitated. Ki Hyaman looks shocked, remembering a warning he received. He recalls being told to give up, but his determination hardens as he looks at his own face. Elsewhere, two men stand in a room, their expressions suggesting a tense confrontation. Ki Hyaman clutches the note, realizing he can't stay sober anymore. The note warns that Nami Youngjin picks out new employees and watches them closely, promising an easy time for those who pass, but hardship for those who don't. It ends with a warning to be careful and not tell anyone. He absorbs the information, his expression hardening as he processes the implications of what he's learned. A nagging question surfaces in the back of someone's mind. How could she possibly know all of this? The details she included, the way she described his habits, it all suggests a deeper level of knowledge. Someone sleeps soundly, a bottle resting near their hand, perhaps dreaming of what they'll drink next. Ki Hyaman's eyes widen slightly. It wasn't alcohol, but some kind of potion. He is told it's not a love letter, and is asked to show it. One man vehemently denies something, then awkwardly corrects himself, calling it a petty kindness. He means thanks. A grateful sniffle is met with a blunt, if affectionate, insult. It's not that, you dumbass. One person collapses onto their bed, muttering bastard, while another remarks on how nice everything is. The ellipses hang in the air, a silent pause before the admission. He also chugged the blunt and fell asleep. Later that night, the first day of work looms, a towering structure against the sky. Ki Hyaman gazes up at the building, a mix of anticipation and apprehension swirling within him. The sign reads, External Security Team 3. He notes the sign, External Security Team 3. It seems he has arrived. The manager stands tall, his expression unreadable. Is he the team? The manager sits at his desk, his fingers steepled as he considers the situation. A phone rings loudly. He supposes he will say hello. The manager's face contorts in confusion as he listens to the phone. The manager sits at his desk, listening intently to the person on the other end of the line. The manager's expression shifts from neutral to a forced smile as he speaks into the phone. The manager's forced smile vanishes, replaced by disbelief and anger. Are you kidding me? The manager's face is now a mask of fury as he shouts into the phone. A new employee? Are you serious? The manager continues his tirade, his voice rising in anger. He knows how their department is, yet they still send a new employee. The manager gestures wildly as he speaks, demanding someone experienced, or at least someone from first or second palace. He insists this isn't it. Meanwhile, Ki Hyaman is met by the manager, who is standing tall. He is told to sit. The manager with red hair types away at his computer, the clicking of the keys filling the room. Elsewhere, Kong Hyaman sits at his desk, while Yu Guangik approaches him, his expression unreadable. Kong Hyaman wonders what he should do, as Yu Guangik expresses his frustration with the situation. Yu Guangik sighs heavily, the weight of his annoyance palpable in the air as he stands over Kong Hyaman. Yu Guangik declares that he doesn't know what to do, but then decides he will train him. Kong Hyaman thinks that it seems like they put him in the wrong place. Yu Guangik confirms that he is the new employee Yu. Yu Guangik sits down and calls Kong Hyaman's name. Yu Guangik tells him that he'll tell him what he needs to do, pointing to a yellow folder. The folder is the Warim Personnel Affairs Register, and he must memorize it by tomorrow, then burn it. Yu Guangik tells Kong Hyaman that he is the new employee Yu, and that he shouldn't take his butt out of the seat, even to go to the bathroom or to eat. Instructions for transferring are on the telephone. Yu Guangik laid down the law, emphasizing the need for discretion during normal calls. Kong Hyaman confirmed that he understood the instructions. The office hummed with activity, oblivious to the strange instructions just given. A woman with red hair announced her departure for an investigation, grabbing her jacket. The click of a pen echoed as Kong Hyaman considered the task ahead. Jong Kinam greeted him, offering assistance with anything he needed to know. The assistant manager inquired about lunch, breaking the silence. Meanwhile, a hand slammed a glass onto a table with a resounding thud. The team manager sat with colleagues, a spread of food before them. One of the colleagues asked if they were getting yelled at. The new employee was labeled a podcast mouth as gossip spread. Kong Hyaman overheard that Nam Myung-jin had a say in what department he was put into. He recalls that someone was responsible for his current predicament. Rumors spread that Nam Myung-jin often listens to employees' wishes regarding department transfers, and this isn't the first time he's interfered. Dispatch Headquarters External Security Team 3 is mentioned. Dispatch work is already dangerous, but external security is only for the elite. That's how hard it is and how much skill you need for the job. The man with green hair seems to be contemplating the information. External Security Team 3 is infamous for bullying. They are known for killing newbies. The man in the white shirt and tie appears shocked. The team manager's reputation precedes him. The man with green hair asks if the other man knows the person who looks like a panda. He explains that Sunbae supposedly plays the control tower role within the company. The man with green hair continues, stating that apparently, everyone in this line of work knows him. He adds that there are a bunch of scouting offers for him every year. The man with dark hair asks about the other Sunbae. The man with green hair confirms he means Kim Jong-ah Sunbae. Apparently, she's a superhuman made from nostrums. Nostrum, a drug that regular people created to try and control special species, which gave humans a forbidden power. On the tablet at orientation, the only explanation was that it was the result of an experiment carried out under the government's directions using magic and alchemy. It didn't say how many experiments on humans there were, or what inhumane things had happened. That Sunbee's a nostrum human. Her nickname's Knife because she cuts the employees into pieces before the team manager blends them. The sound of footsteps echoed, each step deliberate and measured. What was the source of this determined advance? The man in the black suit recalled a strange declaration. A panda had told him he was CEO of Nam's Avenger. The thought lingered, a blender, a knife, and a panda. What did it all mean? The man with blue hair, Kong Hyaman, held a glass, his expression troubled. He insisted that they were the Avengers, not him. Kong Hyaman watched the man in the black suit, his gaze filled with concern. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. A stern voice echoed, a reminder to memorize the register. Researching his identity was strictly forbidden. Footsteps approached the restaurant. Inside, the cook prepared a dish as Kong Hyaman and the man in the black suit entered. Kong Hyaman watched as the cook placed the dish on the table. The aroma of the food filled the air. The cook offered the dish with a smile, assuring them it was free of charge. A gesture of goodwill, or something more. A well-roasted plate of pine nuts sat on the table, steaming gently. An innocent offering, or a carefully laid trap. He looked at the pine nuts, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. What had he gotten himself into? The realization hit him with full force. He was utterly, irrevocably screwed. Work was more than just a job. It was a hobby, a passion that drove him. He mused on his true identity, a secret carefully concealed from the world. He was a prince merely playing a peasant's role, a simulator of the common life. Whether they hated him or liked him, it simply didn't matter in the grand scheme. A message popped up, announcing the arrival of new employee Yu Guangik and requesting a connection to Kim Jong-ah. The assistant team's manager, Park Gwang-sun, was on the line, or so it was said. The director corrected the assistant manager's title. The man with red hair agreed, but thought to himself that the other man was stupid too. He chuckled at the thought of being a prince. He recalled spending his days memorizing the register and taking calls. But there were sunbays who taught him things while his team members were gone. The man with blue hair confirmed that he was speaking to Park Wang-soo, and that he had a rough sketch of what his team was like thanks to them. This was Lee Jungbong, team manager in Pure Blood. He didn't think that pure bloods were superior. He cursed under his breath, thinking about lunch. A unique trait marks him: unmatched hand-to-hand combat prowess within Warem, a fact not lost on his colleagues. In both reputation and reality, he stands as Warem's best fighter, though his associate only has one word for it: fuck. An immortal team manager, a title that hints at the extraordinary nature of this individual's role. Meet Lee Dong-hoon, assistant manager in Mixed Blood, known to be bad at fighting and shooting. Lee Dong-hoon is asked if he is bored and has nothing to do, but he is a genius optimized for his work. Lee Dong-hoon states he will quit this goddamn company, having given up on fighting after realizing how bad he was. He now dedicates himself to mental work instead, though it's unclear what part of him is genius. But he likes anime. Meet Kim Jong-ah, employee in Nostrum Human. Kim Jong-ah is one of the few normal people in Warem who's also very skilled, and she is told to memorize something. Meanwhile, from the Special Forces unit, Lee Dong-hoon was a class in combat and B class in shooting, but she's basically the peak of humans. Kim Jong-ah is one of the most talented employees, excluding team manager Lee Jungbong, and she is told to do it correctly. There is no emotion at all in her voice. She's like ice, as she states she is going out to investigate. The man considered the requirements for external security. Only the elite make it, and they must all be talented. Meanwhile, a week had passed since the first day of work. The towering building stood against the sky. Inside, a man in a suit stood observing another man seated at a console. Multiple monitors displayed various data streams. The man in the suit continued to watch the monitors. A faint whirring sound filled the room. A man asked if they were Security Team 3. Another man confirmed that was correct. The man with sunglasses was identified as Jong Kinam's team manager. He introduced the new employee, Yu Guangik. The team manager inquired about the other team members. He was told that they had left earlier for work. Elsewhere, a voice asked if everyone was ready, stating that they were increasing it. A man inside a chamber appeared to be undergoing some kind of test. The man with blue hair stated that it was a device for controlling gravity. He stood with another man, discussing the technology. The man explained that the technology was made with new culture from beyond the gate. He added that there was a new bee. The man with blue hair demanded that they make it short and efficient. He expressed his impatience. A voice stated that one could feel gravity once inside. The highest record was 9G, and they would do a few simple tests. The instructions were clear: running in place, push-ups, and wall laps. Kong Hyman watched the trainee. The man with red hair guessed the newbie could handle it. The man with green hair and sunglasses thought the trainee was good. He suggested they do 4G, confident their kinum would withstand even 5G. Then 5G. The trainee strained, his face contorted in effort as he pushed himself. The trainee's expression showed the immense strain he was under. The man with red hair thought it must be funny, as Kong Hyman watched the trainee struggle. The trainee continued to struggle, as the man with red hair told him to keep his mouth shut while watching. Kong Hyman simply said yes. The man with green hair and sunglasses noted that the trainee was out. Kong Hyman said he sees and told someone it was their turn. Kong Hyman thought that bastard should have come into their team. Kong Hyman continued to observe. The team manager watched. Two men stand before a bank of monitors, the screens displaying complex data. One wonders if they're being too harsh. The other man argues that an obedient training dog is better than a useless burden. He questions how many kids go out into the real thing and lose their sanity. The man in the white shirt acknowledges the risk, but insists that the trainee doesn't know anything. He believes the trainee must resent them. Kong Hyman agrees, stating that it's true. He suggests they warm up first, implying the training will be intense. The trainee, Guangik Yu, is seen in close-up, his expression unreadable. The others believe it's best to make him give up early on. The man in the white shirt says that it's better than getting insensible sadism, implying the training is a necessary evil. A special disease that only affects immortals is shown, a shadowy figure standing over another figure on the ground. The text describes a mental disorder in which one loses all sensations of the body, recalling the sensations through inflicting pain on others. It is an immortal who has gone insane with this disorder. The text states that the disorder is just as dangerous as a shapeshifter who has given in to their desires. He will probably go to the back office or the information department after leaving here. That kind of work is safe. Gwangik stands before a screen, the text stating that it's the best work for a newbie who's mixed blood and wasn't anything special in the orientation. The trainee looks annoyed, thinking, fuck, what was the CEO thinking when he put this newbie here? A close-up of Gwangik Yu's eyes shows his determination. He's going to 4G. He was fine with 4G, the man with red hair stated, observing the trainee. It's a pass if you manage to not pass out, so this isn't bad for a newbie. What we need in our team is someone we can use right now, not some kid we have to teach and raise. There's no change in his movement. The intensity of the training seemed to increase, focusing on the trainee. Kong Hyman looked surprised, stating it was the same as during 2G. Keep raising it, the system urged, as the G level increased from 5G to 7G. The trainee continued, pushing himself through 8G. The man with red hair looked on with concern, as did Gwangik Yu. Kong Hyman seemed to be considering something. Do I raise it higher? The system asked, displaying 10G. Gwangik Yu watched intently, his expression unreadable. He stood with his arms crossed, a stoic expression on his face. Is that perhaps? A door stands slightly ajar, hinting at the activity beyond. A man in a white shirt and dark pants walks with purpose, heading somewhere with a clear destination. Footsteps echo in the hallway, the sound of someone approaching with determination. The man's back is turned, his shoulders tense, as he continues his journey. In a dimly lit room, a group of men discuss someone who should have joined their team. One of the men questions how he'll be treated, wondering if he's better than John Kinham. The man with glasses orders someone to turn and go over there, while another tells him to keep his smile up, calling him Panda. One of the men comments that he must think it's funny being outside of work. The men discuss Ice Princess Kim Jong-un, with one saying she's better than the others because she explains things, but should be more flexible and buy them drinks. The text reveals that the men have no idea what they are doing. The angry man clenches his fist, looking as if he's about to explode. The pressure mounts, each push-up a testament to his resolve. It reminds him of the last time. This is the shapeshifter training. An untrained immortal's body is similar to a normal human's. At this level of gravity, his organs feel compressed. It makes sense that Jong Kinham passed out. He bets that if it were Yoan Hyung or Guede Hyung, they would have passed out after a few seconds. But how long is he supposed to do this for? He was just going to do as much as Jong Kinham did. He'll give it his all since he's showing them what he's got. What? Does he look like he can't even do one-digit multiplication? They didn't ask Jong Kinham this. 72. His orientation results showed that too. Do 2 digits. 12 times 22. Meanwhile, the observers watch with stoic expressions. One of the observers asks if he's sure he's not in a trance. A rare cocktail drug, capable of enhancing both body and mind, exists, but it's only accessible to those with immense wealth. The men decided they would find out the truth after they performed a drug test on him. One of them asks what they will do if the test comes back negative. The man in the suit wonders aloud what they will do if the test comes back negative. The answer hangs in the air. No one knows what will happen. The screen declares the training is over. He looks up, a bright light shining down upon him. The protagonist feels the effects of the gravity pressure training, noting how light he feels and how much stronger he has become. He breathes a sigh of relief, admitting he feels mixed after the training. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he looks off to the side, a concerned expression on his face. He slides the door open, telling someone to come out now. The man with red hair tells him, good work. He seems confused by something he's hearing, tilting his head slightly. Someone calls out to Yu Gwangik, questioning his actions. The protagonist's expression hardens, his gaze intense. The speaker tells him to return to his spot if he's finished, wanting to see the new kid's records. Another employee wonders why he isn't saying fuck, questioning if they aren't last. The man with brown hair thinks he only had to be a bit better than Jong Kinham. The speaker acknowledges Yu Gwangik as an employee, while another refers to him as a new employee. Another employee states he's in charge of the machines and part of the internal facilities team. The protagonist looks off to the side, a neutral expression on his face. The man with brown hair questions Yu Gwangik, demanding to see the records. Yu Gwangik delivers a threatening message, telling someone to find him when they're training alone. Someone says, let's go, as the man with brown hair looks concerned. The sound of footsteps echoed, a stark reminder of the recent confrontation. He mused that the manager seemed genuinely interested, and the team manager stayed to check records. A smug smile crept across his face. He thought to himself, nice, I'm so proud of myself. He smirked, thinking that he was aiming for this kind of opportunity. He wondered how long they would underestimate him. Yu Gwangik stood with his colleagues, listening intently. One of his colleagues questioned, since would you just answer yes when called? Kong Hyman's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yu Gwangik's expression hardened, his gaze distant as he considered the implications. The colleague's words hung in the air, a silent challenge to the protagonist. The silver-haired man's face was stern. Get your act together. This isn't a playground or a school. It's work, she said. He walked with his colleagues, thinking that he was finally going to be recognized as part of the team. He continued onward, eager to get to do real work. A daunting stack of books loomed, each page a demand for his attention. The task was clear: memorize it. Yu Guangik forced a smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension. He thought to himself that he should have expected this. The whiteboard detailed the first one's invader numbering, the second on the types of cocktail potions, and the third equipment use and structure. So Kong Hyman wanted him to memorize all of this. The man with the tired expression wondered up to what page he needed to memorize. He realized that he needed to study it for the 3 months of training. Kong Hyman would give him 4 days. Did it help to memorize all this? Their new employee must think it's unfair. Kong Hyman stood tall, his expression unreadable as he watched the new recruit. He listened as Kong Hyman explained the dire consequences of failing to memorize the material. To be digested by an invader and become shit was not an option. The importance of knowing one's body and which potion to use was paramount. Going to battle without knowing about cocktail potion types was like going to war without a gun. Kong Hyman emphasized that one cannot use an item properly without knowing its structure. Knowing how to use it and understanding its structure were two different things. The man with black hair listened to the conversation. The man with red hair said that 4 days was too long, stating it took him 1 day. The man with black hair was informed that he would be tested after 4 days. He listened intently, his expression unreadable. The man with black hair was told that it would be boring if it was just a test. The stakes were high. 1 hour of training had passed. The man with blue hair looked at the man with black hair, thinking that it was too much. The man with black hair stared intensely, his eyes narrowed. He was determined to succeed, no matter the cost. He declared that he would do it. His resolve was firm, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the computer screen. The man with red hair was seen in the background. The man with black hair was focused on the task at hand. The man with black hair smiled slightly, a hint of confidence in his expression. He was ready to face the challenge. The man with black hair stared intently, his eyes narrowed. He was determined to succeed, no matter the cost. The rapid tapping of fingers echoed as someone worked at the keyboard. He sat at the computer, the glow of the screens illuminating his focused expression. A soft hum escaped his lips as he continued to work. Again, the screen flashed with the words, "First place." Someone asked if he had done it 12 times now, and if he was happy. He responded that he was just surprised that such a dumbass was strong, and that he's a special case. It's rare for an immortal to be born so strong, and there's a limit to how much you can train to strengthen yourself. He's a good one, and if you're going to kick him out, send him to my team, good work. The man listened intently, his expression unreadable. He thought about team manager Li Jungbao. Someone wondered if he was going to train him, and that the blender's going to get to work. He sighed, thinking he has to study even after graduating. The red-haired antagonist's expression hardens, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He seems to relish the coming conflict, as if he enjoys the pain. The text described a training period, a time to learn what's necessary for the job, and to see if one is fit for the position. The man sat in the office, his expression unreadable as he contemplated the training ahead. The internet had its own take on the matter. It was a process of learning and adjusting to the work at hand. He affirmed that he was indeed doing just that. There was a lot to learn in Warrim, including the materials used for swordproof and bulletproof vests. Antagonist Yoo Guangik listened intently, absorbing the information. The text specified full-grain leather and Kevlar. Antagonist Yoo Guangik considered the information, finding it easy to memorize. The material was described as harder than diamond. The man with red hair explains that the material deflects bullets and blades. It also protects the wearer against the cold, he adds. The man with blue hair listens intently, his expression unreadable as he rests his chin on his hand. He seemed surprised by the statement, questioning what he just heard, his brow furrowed in confusion. The man with red hair steels himself, muttering words of encouragement to himself. The man with blue hair asks if he is sure about the Will Knight, seeking confirmation. The man with red hair admits he is not sure, but dismisses his uncertainty with a whatever. The man with blue hair confirms that he is, in fact, being serious about the question. The man with blue hair stares intently, his gaze unwavering as he awaits an answer. The man with red hair angrily tells him not to act sure when he is not, ordering him to do his punishment. The man with blue hair agrees, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he steels himself. The test began after 4 days. The man with red hair is seen training. They asked him about 10 questions a day, a grueling mental exercise. The training regimen was proving difficult, with mistakes piling up daily. Guangik's expression hardened as he wondered what new challenges awaited him. The company had invested heavily in its employees' well-being, providing various training facilities. The facilities were diverse, each designed to hone different skills and abilities. Inside the strengthening room, a woman with short red hair greeted Guangik warmly. Elsewhere, the team manager greeted someone, ready to oversee their training. One person asked if they trained more than they ate, highlighting the intensity of the program. Gwangik admitted he just liked to try his best, though he couldn't say it was because he kept failing the memory test. The woman with red hair smiled, saying it was nice to see him, a sentiment that seemed genuine. Meanwhile, the sign for the pain endurance training room loomed, hinting at the challenges within. The antagonist, Yu Gwangik, endured the pain, seemingly enjoying the torment as he sat in meditation. He stood, facing an unseen opponent, the air thick with anticipation of the training to come. Elsewhere, the antagonist Yoo Gwangik, wiped sweat from his brow, remarking, "Phew, you are still alive." A voice echoed, questioning whether such a statement was appropriate for a fellow human being, deeming it too harsh. The protagonist Gwangik Yu, continued his dynamic visual acuity training, focusing intently on the task at hand. Next, he engaged in controlling senses training, his expression unreadable behind the training gear. Then, the training shifted to hologram dueling, where he faced off against digital opponents. And more. An observer watched him, a hint of surprise in his voice. "You are here again?" The protagonist Gwangik Yu, responded, stating that his body felt stiff. The observer confirmed that pain endurance training was limited to once a week, to which he simply replied, "Yeah." The training directors had begun to see him as some insane dude. He seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable as he continued his rigorous training. He noticed something out of place. What was this doing on his desk? The protagonist stared intently at the document, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The man's face was beaming with a smile. A wave of frustration washed over him. His colleague offered words of encouragement, noting that Jong Kinam and Woo Miho had memorized it all. The next day, he sighed, remembering that he had gotten 4 questions wrong. Meanwhile, he arrived home, greeted by his mother, who welcomed him back. His mother inquired about his father, mentioning that he had been going on a lot of business trips lately. He thought to himself that he hadn't really seen his father this past month and wanted to ask him a few things about work. He couldn't tell him the company's secrets, though. He remembered the special species lie detector test. He had said no, he didn't disclose anything. At work, his mother asked him if it was true. He simply replied, "Yeah." He admits that the company is treating him rather harshly. Gwangik speaks with a woman with auburn hair, who asks how he is doing. He explains that the training is just a bit aggressive. She retorts that it just means he is being recognized. It's hard, but it's hard because it's a bit too much. The woman suggests he quit if it's too hard. His mother exclaims that it's too rash of her to say. Gwangik says never mind, wondering what he has to complain about. He wonders if it's because of money, but then says that's also a factor. Gwangik simply states, just because. He thinks to himself. A figure in a hoodie walks towards a light, surrounded by other figures. He believes this is the fastest route to achieving his goal. He resolves that he can't quit yet. The Warem headquarters towered above the city, a monument to ambition. 2 weeks into the job, Gwangik listened to his colleague explain the report formula. He excused himself, heading to the break room for a moment of solitude. The phone rang, a summons back to the daily grind. 2 weeks had passed since Gwangik started working at Warem. He sat at his desk, having memorized everything he needed to know. Now, Gwangik had nothing to do. He reviewed the organizational chart, familiarizing himself with the structure. There were 4 headquarters within Warem, including dispatch, internal security, and external security. The external security team had 3 primary functions. First, they provided assistance during disasters in assigned areas. They were dispatched when Earth black holes appeared in the assigned areas. Responding to special species terrorism was the team's secondary objective. However, Security Team 2 usually took care of this kind of situation. Gwangik remained stoic, processing the information. External Security Team 3 primarily helped other teams, composed of a unique mix of individuals. The team was a melting pot, and their main function was to support other teams. The silence hung heavy in the air. Was it usually this idle? He decided to take action. He'd go work out. The pantry sign hung above the doorway. The man in the suit questioned the team's purpose. Really? That's strange. The words team manager appeared below the speech bubble. I think so too. The man and the woman exchanged concerned glances, a shared unease passing between them. Meanwhile, Gwangik's expression hardened, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He stated he was going to go train, adding that it was somewhat fun. The man in the suit questioned if Gwangik was a bully when he was in school. The question hung in the air, seemingly out of nowhere. He simply responded with a firm, no. The man in the suit remarked that Gwangik seemed like he went around fighting kids, based on what he'd heard. The man in the suit pressed him, asking why he said no. Gwangik stated that he told him not to. The man in the suit asked if kids these days were really that stupid, if they just didn't listen. Gwangik explained that he didn't like seeing bullying and that they wouldn't do it if he told them not to. He thought of bullying as taking money from others. He grimaced, remembering the feeling. And also cussing, he thought, his eyes narrowing. A voice suggests the new guy has been causing trouble, implying he's been bullying others. The man in the suit smirks, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he listens to the accusation. Gwangik is directly confronted, the challenger asking with a raised tone, "Are you good at fighting?" Tension mounts as fists clench, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. The man in the suit presses the issue, asking Gwangik directly, "Do you want a duel?" The blonde woman and the man with green hair look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension. Gwangik stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he considers the challenge before him. A voice responds, the single word hanging in the air, "All right." Gwangik's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in his gaze as he accepts the challenge. The man in the suit informed the protagonist that he would see him at the training center at 3. A sinister smile crept across the man's face. The man with dark hair asked if anyone had work in the afternoon and wanted to come watch. The woman with blonde hair seemed to be sighing. The man in the suit told the protagonist that he had free time until then and to eat on his own, but not too much. The woman with blonde hair thought that it seemed like a waste of time and that she should be back up for him. Someone asked if he knew that they had a say in his performance assessment, and he replied that he would do it. The woman with blonde hair looked determined. The man in the suit stated that he could have Jong-ah be his second. The man with dark hair was told that he couldn't back out just because he was scared. He listened intently, a slight furrow in his brow as he absorbed the information. 5 minutes before 3, the woman with blonde hair walked alongside Gwangik. The woman with blonde hair questioned his decision to agree to the duel. Gwangik stated that there's not much to work life. The woman with blonde hair explained that he should do what he is told and give the higher-ups what they want. The woman with blonde hair asked if his team manager wanted to duel with him, adding that he probably just wants to beat him up. The woman with blonde hair stared intently. She accused him of being upset, but Gwangik denied it. The woman with blonde hair said that he sounded sensible, but he was just upset. Gwangik stated that he just wanted to check. He stood, arms crossed, a picture of calm before the storm. A voice called out, wondering if he needed to warm up before the fight. The man speaking cautioned against making him a retard before the fight even began. The woman with blonde hair told him to do anything unnecessary and just hold on for as long as he could. He responded to the unseen speaker, confirming that he was ready and to come at him. The protagonist descended the stairs, preparing to face his opponent. His gaze narrowed, focus sharpening as he approached the arena. The fight began, a flurry of motion as he engaged his first opponent. He thought to himself that he would go easy at first. A jab shot out, a lightning-fast strike aimed with precision. He launched a combination, engaging multiple opponents at once with practiced ease. The sound of impact echoed through the training room. He lunges forward, fist cocked, aiming a powerful blow at his opponent. Gwangik smirks, confident in his ability to evade the attack. "Will you even be able to put a scratch on me?" The antagonist dodges the incoming fist with ease. TCH, he's dodging them all. Gwangik grits his teeth, determined to land a hit. "I just have to get one hit in." The protagonist prepares to change his strategy. "I'll lower my guard on purpose." He shifts his weight, preparing for a swift counterattack. The two fighters move in a blur, each anticipating the other's next move, and strike at the same time. A sharp impact echoes through the air. Gwangik is sent flying backward, spun around by the force of the blow. Gwangik's eyes widen in disbelief. His arm feels loose, and he begins to fall. The tables have turned. He felt a rattling sensation, a feeling that stirred something deep within him. There was another time he felt this way, a memory resurfacing from the depths of his past. It was when his mother first took him to the fitness center, an event that would shape his future. His mother's face was stern, her eyes filled with a fierce determination for her son. He remembered her words, a demand to get himself together and correct his posture. The young Gwangik stood in the boxing ring, facing an opponent as his mother watched from the sidelines, lecturing the other adult. His mother's philosophy was clear. She didn't raise her kids to be weak, believing discipline was necessary. He was 15, a boy thrown into a world of hard knocks and tough love. He talked back to her lecturing, resulting in being dragged to the fitness center instead of school. This was the first time he'd been hit like this by someone, a rude awakening to his own weakness. It would be worse if she left him be. Other than his mother, he wondered why. His mother stood with her arms crossed, asking if he was good now, implying they needed to do more, calling him their little newbie. A memory surfaces, the words "let's recall it" echoing in his mind. He and his opponent threw their fists at the same time, a clash of power. But the team manager opened his fist and grabbed his arm, a swift counter. The man with purple eyes watches as the team manager breaks his arm. The force of the blow sends him reeling, pain shooting through his arm. And then, did he hit his head with his elbow? The memory is fragmented, unclear. The world blurs, the impact echoing in his skull. He reflects on the speed and precision of the attack, wondering if he could fight back even with his arm healed. The man with purple eyes wonders why he's upset about getting beat up despite being an irregular. The man with purple eyes thinks that kids nowadays sure are arrogant. The man with purple eyes observes with a stoic expression. He states that he wanted to check his skills, or whatever. This was a clash between an immortal and a shapeshifter, or so he had thought. He believed he was going to easily win, his confidence unwavering. But arrogance had clouded his judgment. He was too sure of himself. His feet shifted, ready to move with practiced ease. The man with blue hair vowed to do it for real this time, ready to fight again. He assumed a fighting stance, his eyes narrowed with determination. Gwangikyo's stance was steady, prepared for whatever came next. The blue-haired man's gaze intensified, a fierce resolve burning within him. The blonde woman watches with a sharp, assessing gaze, her expression unreadable. The red-haired man turns his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A flurry of blows lands, the sound echoing through the room as the men in suits observe. The men in suits exchange glances, one remarking that the newbie is pretty good, while the other mentions the team. The fight intensifies, bodies colliding with brutal force as the two fighters exchange blows. Gwangikyo's expression hardens, a smirk playing on his lips as he anticipates his opponent's next move. Gwangikyo steels himself, reminding himself to stay calm and focused, knowing his mental state is crucial. The fighter demands to know why his opponent is here, as Gwangikyo continues to fight. He wonders if his opponent is fighting for money. The unseen fighter attempts to ignore him, trying to focus on the battle. The unseen fighter sharpens his senses, attempting to predict Gwangikyo's movements. The opponent scoffs, calling him an amateur. The air crackles with energy. The opponent is shocked by something. The energy intensifies. The opponent is hiding energy. He focuses, narrowing his awareness range. The energy continues to build. The opponent is sent flying. The opponent wonders if this is it. He grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead as he hears the taunt. The opponent stands his ground, a shimmering aura surrounding him as he prepares to fight. He struggles to keep up, realizing the opponent's speed is making it difficult to retaliate. Gwangikyo remembers he is supposed to be stronger and faster, being a part shapeshifter. His eyes widen, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he questions his own strength. A memory surfaces. Both tutors said he had just finished with the basics, and there was no time to teach him more. He admits to himself that his opponent is a pureblood who's trained for a long time. The opponent shifts his weight, preparing for another attack, his footfalls barely audible. Gwangikyo steels his resolve, declaring he won't back down easily. He prepares to strike, his fist clenched, ready to unleash his power. Gwangikyo wonders what he is fighting for, if not money or heroism. The opponent grabs his wrist, stopping his attack. The man with red hair stands close, invading his personal space. He asks if Gwangikyo wants to hear the girls cheer for him. Gwangik continues his taunt, suggesting that if Gwangikyo wanted that, he should have become a celebrity. Gwangikyo silences him with a sharp rebuke. He moves with sudden speed, initiating an attack. Gwangik declares that this is the fastest way. The two figures collide in a burst of speed and force. His fist clenches, ready to strike. He thinks only of doing what he wants. The air crackles with unseen energy as the attack intensifies. He is determined to become who he wants to be. The force of his will seems to bend reality. Gwangikyo's fist hurtles forward, propelled by immense power. His eyes widen, focused and intense. A strange energy glows within them. The punch connects with brutal force, splattering blood. Gwangik reels from the impact. The force of the blow sends Gwangik flying backward. Gwangikyo stands firm, his fist still outstretched. Gwangik cries out in pain as he is sent flying. The force of the blow sends a visible shockwave through the air. He reels from the impact, a visible bruise already forming on his face. Gwangik grits his teeth, a question forming in his mind. Don't you know? His eye twitches, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. Gwangikyo's fist remains clenched, the force of the blow still resonating. Gwangik's face contorts in a mix of pain and disbelief. I'm stronger than him. A silent command echoes. Break him. He grits his teeth, a guttural sound escaping his throat. Erg. The impact reverberates, a testament to the power behind the strike. Meanwhile, elsewhere, observers watch with varying degrees of concern and anticipation. Gwangikyo's dark hair shifts slightly as he prepares for the next move. He stands tall, the sound of the impact still echoing around him. He stood over his fallen opponent, the impact of the blow still echoing in the air. The back of his head was visible, the two-block haircut sharply contrasting against the scene. One of the observers questioned the team manager's decision to use such force against the newbie. He added that the newbie would have died. Another observer remarked that this time's newbie killing was particularly exciting, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and amusement. It was explained that newbie killing is a tradition of the External Security Team 3. The protagonist stood tall, while Gwangik lay defeated at his feet, the dust motes swirling around them. The purpose of the fight was to dampen the newbie's spirits and teach them something. The observer with red hair noted that Gwangik's rib was cracked, calling him stupid. The team manager instructed someone to take Gwangik to the nurse, stating he would be out for half a day. A blonde woman offered to take care of the report, her expression calm and collected. It was stated that Yu Guangx's arm was broken, and his assessment was ruined. The observer asked how he did. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he considered the situation. He dodged the ambush attack, concealing his energy as he moved. The fight continued, a blur of motion and hidden power. He fought back with what he knew, relying on his strengths. The clash echoed, a testament to their struggle. He was great in potential, will, and everything else. The two grappled, locked in a desperate embrace. Was there ever a guy like him? The question lingered in his mind, a puzzle he couldn't solve. The way he fights is as if he grew up getting beaten. Not just a regular beating, but a proper one. And the skill he wanted to use was to confuse his senses. He stood, legs planted, ready to act. Against a newbie, he thought. His eyes narrowed, a glint of determination in their depths. The manager's voice cut through his thoughts. He turned, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a group of people stood together, murmuring amongst themselves. The atmosphere was tense. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He remembered the fight vividly. Ah, this bastard, he thought, his lips curling into a sneer. The memory still stung. He was real eager to try and hit me. The memory played again, the sound of footsteps echoing in his mind. He lay sprawled on the ground, the impact still resonating through his body. Rising to his feet, the protagonist knew he needed to see the nurse and get back to work. Whispers carried on the air, rumors that John Kinham couldn't even touch his manager in a duel because of the sense confusion skill. The protagonist reflected on his own abilities, acknowledging that he had to use 3 skills against that mixed blood. He thought that John Kinham was supposed to be the best, a nagging doubt creeping into his mind. But the best what? The question hung in the air as he considered the faces around him. Is this one? The protagonist wondered, his gaze hardening. A note lay nearby. Kind normal people shouldn't act like Yu Guangxi at work. New employee training was in progress, the sign declared. The sheer amount of work was overwhelming. So much new employee training, it felt like a death sentence. 2 men sat at a table, looking utterly defeated by the workload. The man with green hair, Kim Yo-hin, was complimented on his ability to control his senses. The man with brown hair remarked that Kim Yo-hin was early, surprised he'd even make it. The long table stretched out, filled with employees. The man with green hair looked back, a questioning expression on his face. The 2 men continued their conversation, oblivious to the wider scene. The man with dark hair stared intently, his expression unreadable. Something caught his attention, a subtle disturbance in the air. He sat at his desk, focused on the task at hand, but the question lingered in his mind. The last move had knocked him out, and the man with green hair was asked if he was hiding a bat. The man with dark hair smirked, wondering about the last move. The man with dark hair asked if he wanted to know. He denied it, claiming he was just asking, and that he was always thirsty for a win. Kim Yo-hin stated that he would get going now, calling it insane. Yu Guangxi called him a newbie, asking if he thought he would answer if he asked. Yu Guangxi thought to himself that he would say Guangxi was dumb and that he should tell him. Yu Guangxi told him no, and to figure out on his own and bring him a report on it. Kim Yo-hin asked if he wanted a report. Yu Guangxi told him to find out what knocked him out and write a report on it, without any help, of course, and not to even do it if he was going to ask someone else for help. Yu Guangxi told him to stop wondering to himself why he was doing this. Yu Guangxi stated that he would transfer him to another team whenever he wanted, and that he didn't care about the boss's orders. He stood in the office, a silent command echoing in his mind. Choose fast. Meanwhile, Kim Yo-hin held his phone, relaying information. The analysis team was completing various tasks, chasing down dangerous individuals. He recalled the moment of impact. When he raised his arms, it felt as if he was holding up a giant boulder. He wondered how Yu Guangxi had even hit him in the first place. The protagonist considered the possibilities. Had he been struck with a headbutt? No. A kick? Impossible. His hands clasped tightly. He questioned if a hidden weapon was used, and if Yu Guangxi would really go to that extent. 2 figures stand in the shadows, one declaring he'll transfer the other to another team whenever he wants, disregarding the boss's orders. Sighing, one wonders about transfer teams as a presentation screen displays the word Oracle, revealing something called an Oracle project. The project, it's explained, wasn't the kind found in fantasy novels, but a system designed to predict the future, now gone. A woman raises her hand, curious about what came out of that system, the one that predicted the future. The man confirms that the analysis team is what came of it, of course, after the Oracle project. All oracles, it said, suggest the future has a great deal of variability, making accurate predictions difficult. The future changes endlessly, so pointing out a certain point in time creates a derivative future. Predicting the future becomes a lie, the woman thinks, but if only a few people are aware and do not speak about it, it could become true. Yes, there was a theory like that. The man confirms, as the discussion continues about the nature of prediction. One man rests his head on his arms, while another thinks, as expected of the woman I fell in love with. But in the end, they failed, the text declares, and the speaker wants to know the reason for that failure. Kim Yohan states that the reason for their failure is simple, as he touches his temple in thought. He begins to explain the fundamental flaw, the human brain itself. Simply put, the thoughts within human brains aren't always the truth, he explains. In them, there were a lot of things they believed to be true, but weren't actually true. However, there were many predictions that seemed reasonable, so they fell for many of them, resulting in astronomical damages. Kim Yohan continues to elaborate on the core issue with the Oracle project. What one subjectively believes to be true can be completely ridiculous to the objective eye. And that's why humans misunderstand things, Kim Yohan concludes. The man with blue hair appears shocked by this simple, yet profound, explanation. The word misunderstand hangs in the air, a question posed by the very nature of human perception. The basis of hiding your traces is confusing the cognition, the man with brown hair thinks. An immortal's senses are unique and prominent, so it can prevent information from being detected by others. The man with blue hair realizes that the basis of hiding traces, if it's the opposite, the limitations of sensory manipulation were being discussed. Simply stopping the senses wasn't enough. He rejected the premise, a surge of power emanating from him. That was only what he thought, a denial of the very idea. He believed he had already accomplished the impossible. Meanwhile, the lesson for the day had concluded, with the next one scheduled to be on red. Elsewhere, a meeting room sat empty, the chairs arranged around a large table, awaiting its occupants. Elsewhere, the strategy involved falsifying traces, using the very basis of hiding traces as its foundation, the answer lying in his right hand. The report was being typed, each keystroke deliberate. He wondered how the timing was known, if the timing of his attack was needed to calculate it. If it were easy to trick the senses, immortals would have eliminated all special species by now. The team manager had prepared ahead. He knew that Yu Guangxi was aiming for one moment to end it all. Kim Yohan wonders what's up with Guangxi staring. But how could he possibly counter such a precise and calculated attack? Intuition. Guangxi's intuition was the key to understanding the situation. Something only a veteran who's been in countless battles and survived them can possess. He realized he couldn't depend on his intuition to read the enemy's movements right now. Yu Guangxi wonders if Guangxi is talking about him. He is using intuition with an immortal senses? Guangxi's eyes widen as he contemplates the possibilities. His heart was racing at the excitement of having learned something new. Something new was brewing within Guangxi, a spark of understanding igniting in his mind. The thought that he could do it too, a surge of determination coursed through him. Yu Guangxi smiles, telling him not to be like that. Kim Yohan tells Guangxi not to talk shit on the team manager. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion aimed at his unseen opponent. The back of his head was visible, his focus absolute. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Is this bastard? A resounding crash echoed through the training room. The force of the impact was insane. The world spun as the blow landed, sending his opponent reeling. He stood his ground, papers scattering around him. Guangxi's expression was grim, his focus unwavering. Silence descended, broken only by the sound of his breathing. He maximized the senses, blocking out all surrounding noises, focusing solely on the opponent. The team manager's next move would be from the left. Another strike landed, precise and powerful. He slams his fist down on Yu Guangxi, the force of the blow echoing through the room. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. Yu Guangxi's eyes widen in disbelief and pain as he receives the blow. Nearby, a man with dark hair smirks, thinking, look at this bastard. The force of the attack continues to resonate. Yu Guangxi grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. His eyes are filled with a mix of shock and anger. The air crackles with energy as the fight intensifies. He continues his relentless assault, striking Yu Guangxi with brutal force. A foot slams down, adding to the chaos. Elsewhere, the office is in disarray, papers scattered everywhere as the battle unfolds. A man with a beard looks on in shock, while a red-haired man wonders how this could be happening. A voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know what is happening. Yu Guangxi's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Guangxi, sporting a fresh bruise, seems to be responding to a question. He asks what the solution to the homework is. Another voice, muffled as if a hand is covering their mouth, asks about the report. Guangxi's hand clutches at his throat, his expression strained as he states the more accurate answer. This seemed like the more accurate answer. The man in the white shirt leans over the shelf, calling the other man insane. A disembodied head floats in the air, suggesting that the other man go visit a therapist. The man with dark hair looks on with a slight frown. The man admits that the other's answer is correct. The man with dark hair looks up, wondering when they're going to clean up all this. The man in the black shirt stands with his back to the viewer. The man with dark hair is asked what he is staring at and told to clean up the mess. The man in the black shirt asks Donghoon if he has a lot of work to do. Donghoon was planning to go home on time today. He asks what about Jong-ah. Zhang is seen in close-up. She sits as another man tells someone to go home, that it's about time. A disembodied voice declares that their memory is good, and they'll put everything back where it used to be. They're going to check tomorrow. Dong-hoon stands with the man in the white shirt and tie, who carries his jacket over his shoulder. A voice wonders what he just did. Dong-hoon and the man in the white shirt and tie stand side by side. The man asks, do what? The man in the white shirt and tie stands next to a man with red hair. He asks if the man with red hair taught him when they weren't looking, like Trace deceiving. The man in the white shirt and tie asks if he looks like someone who would do that. Dong-hoon stands behind the man in the white shirt and tie. A voice asks then why. A voice declares that it was fucking impressive. The man asks if they would count that attack as a report. Dong-hoon's face is shown in close-up. The man with red hair and the man in the white shirt and tie are shown. The man with red hair is one of the best in the entire company. But where did he learn that, though? He didn't learn that. It was crude. If he was a pure blood who was properly taught, he wouldn't have done it so awkwardly. He used it as soon as he realized. And I'm the team manager, too. Where did that guy come from? But he's the one who kicked the desk. The man with red hair stares intently. The newbie on the D-rank mission? We are understaffed. Damn it. Were we ever not? Take him. Yu Guangik stands with Dong-hoon. He says yes. Sub-6th floor. Dong-hoon and Yu Guangik stand in the elevator. The order rings out, a directive to arm themselves for what lies ahead. The armory stretches before them, a silent promise of the power they will soon wield. Muscles flex as the man with red hair prepares himself, his expression unreadable. Gloved hands tighten straps, ensuring a secure fit for the coming battle. Boots hit the ground with a solid thud, each step a commitment to the mission. Yu Guangik and Dong-hoon stand ready, clad in tactical gear, their faces grim. The team moves out, their footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. Meanwhile, a distant landscape comes into view, the air filled with the sound of loudspeakers. The vehicle speeds across a desolate field, heading towards an unknown destination. Tires screech as the vehicle comes to a halt, the mission about to begin. The door slams open. The sound is signal of impending action. Dong-hoon reports their arrival, the team now on location and ready to execute their orders. He stood beside the vehicle, the mission about to begin, as another man in black stood guard. Suddenly, the untacked guard alarm system activated, signaling a potential threat. The man in the helmet looked up, his expression unreadable behind the visor, as the alarm blared. The system was designed to detect other invaders. The alarm indicated that the invaders would be coming out in a line. The alarm blared from the loudspeaker, a piercing sound cutting through the air. The untacked guard was the alarm system ringing right now, and he was glad he studied it. The Hughes Gate incident happened 9 years ago, and hot refers to the speed at which the black hole is opening. Back then, there was a hole like that before him too. Through the fear and terror, when relief settled in, he decided he was going to live a life where he destroyed all those bastards coming from the black hole. And he's taking his first step into that life today. He stood in the field, the air thick with anticipation. The hole before him was smaller than he remembered. Something felt strange about the situation. The man in tactical gear admitted to feeling nervous. He performed a firearm check, the metallic click echoing. Another soldier remarked on his comrade's unease, making light of the tension. The first soldier confirmed his Glock 17 was ready, magazines checked. The other soldier responded with a questioning hum. The black hole pulsed with an unnatural energy. The swirling vortex seemed to defy the laws of nature. The unit reported an irregularity, requesting emergency support and sending video. A camera word, recording the unfolding anomaly. The man with the headset cursed under his breath, frustration evident on his face. An urgent message flashed. Turn back. Support had been dispatched, but the anomaly continued to grow, prompting more concern. The waveform was detected, prompting the man in the helmet to consider the possibility of invaders spilling out. Dong-hoon questioned if they should simply turn back. He called out to his son Bei, his voice laced with worry. The man in the helmet thought back to the satellite map they had seen on the way. Houses were located only 4 to 5 kilometers away. Dong-hoon realized there must be civilians nearby, and there might be damage. He called out to the two men, ordering them to come back. The man in the helmet wondered how long it would take for the support team to arrive. At least 15 minutes, came the reply, as the anomaly pulsed with dark energy. An order rings out. Unit 2, shut up and follow instructions. Sun Bei is listed as Invader Number 1, codenamed Blind Dog. The creature snarls, its form wreathed in crackling energy. Opening. Another order is barked. Units 1 and 2, get in the vehicle right now and get out of there. A voice wonders if they really have to leave like this. The man is warned that they will become targets if they wait any longer. The man questions if this is really how it's supposed to be. Last year, there were less than 1,000 deaths from traffic accidents. Meanwhile, he approaches a sleek, white SUV, his posture suggesting grim determination. With the development of AI and scientific technology bettered by resources from the white hole, the number of deaths caused by traffic accidents was decreased by January 3rd. But each year, deaths from invaders are still between 5,000 and 10,000. The door handle clicks as he pulls it open. The number of deaths from disease and traffic had decreased. However, the deaths caused by invaders remained the same. Sacrifice couldn't be avoided. It was a given, an inevitability. Immortal crews were high value, so companies wouldn't equate their lives to civilians. Dong-hoon tilted his head, a question forming. A figure stood surrounded by swirling energy, the word Sunbae hanging in the air. He faced another man in a helmet, who asked what they were doing. Abstract shapes floated in the air. A monstrous figure with glowing purple crystals emerged. Red streaks slashed across a white background. A dark figure with glowing green lines reached out. He stood against a backdrop of swirling blue energy. Dong-hoon stood near a vehicle, his expression unreadable behind the helmet's visor. The barrel of a weapon is pointed directly forward, ready for action. A shot rings out, the force of the blast sending debris flying. A stark realization. Companies wouldn't equate their lives to those of tens of civilians. It's obvious. The man in the helmet considers the situation, a single word escaping him. But a thought echoes, a question of how he got into this situation. The reason for his career choice, a dislike for obvious things. A question hangs in the air. Can I fall in love with you? Two figures in tactical gear stand ready, weapons drawn and aimed. Another shot is fired, the sound echoing with deadly force. Dong-hoon, wearing a headset, mutters about these insane. A disturbing sound fills the air, described as a drawn-out. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon sits in an office, a co-worker nearby, as the situation unfolds. The sound of gunfire faded, replaced by the distinct click of reloading. The two figures, clad in tactical gear, remained vigilant, weapons raised against an unseen threat. A monstrous figure absorbed the bullets, the impacts marked by bursts of red energy. The figure in tactical gear declared their plan, splitting up to cover more ground. You take the right, I'll take the left. Dong-hoon's expression tightened with concern, his eyes narrowed behind the visor of his helmet. They had underestimated the situation. The black hole was supposed to release only 10 invaders, so they brought limited ammunition. However, the situation had changed drastically. The black hole was no longer a hole, but a wave. A swirling vortex of energy pulsed, shadowy figures clawing their way out of the dimensional rift. The number of invaders had increased exponentially. Hundreds, at the very least, would emerge from within. The figure's eyes widened, a silent question hanging in the air. What do they do now? A shot rings out, impacting an unseen target with deadly force. Another shot echoes, finding its mark with brutal efficiency. The figure in the black suit fires his weapon, the muzzle flash illuminating his face. The shot tears through the air, impacting another of the many targets. Dong-hoon continues to fire, his expression unreadable behind the helmet's visor. The targets are struck, their forms dissolving into streaks of light and energy. More shots ring out, each one finding its mark among the ethereal figures. The field is littered with dissolving forms as Dong-hoon realizes he has only one magazine left. Dong-hoon pauses, muttering that this is the last bullet for this one, while acknowledging there are quite a few targets remaining. Someone off-panel remarks that it's a wave after all, and asks Dong-hoon if he has a plan. Dong-hoon simply replies with a curt, yeah. He, encased in his helmet, declares his intent to eliminate them all. A voice responds, questioning if they heard the threat correctly. The sound of gunfire echoes through the air. Casings eject as the weapon discharges, spitting lead. Dong-hoon's gaze is fixed, his expression unreadable behind the visor. He advances across the desolate landscape, gun in hand, more shots ringing out. The bullets find their mark, impacting the monstrous creatures. Dong-hoon continues his relentless assault, firing with precision. One of the creatures is struck, recoiling from the force of the impact. He stands firm, unwavering as he continues to fire. Another creature falls, defeated by the onslaught. The creature recoiled from the unseen blow, a guttural sound escaping its maw. It crashed to the ground, limbs flailing as it tried to regain its footing. Another strike landed, impacting with brutal force against the creature's skull. Dong-hoon's expression was calm, almost serene, behind the visor of his helmet. Meanwhile, more of the creatures advanced, their bodies marked with strange, glowing sigils. A swift kick sent one sprawling, its form skidding across the ground. Dong-hoon moved with practiced ease, a whirlwind of motion against the grotesque figures. His fist connected, the impact echoing through the chamber as another creature fell. Elsewhere, Yu Guangx's crimson eye narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable in its depths. Dong-hoon's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable behind the helmet's reflective surface. An unknown voice echoed, describing the changes occurring within a mysterious figure. The voice continued, marveling at the power of these nostrum humans, far beyond the normal. He stood over the fallen creature, the air thick with an unnatural energy. More of the beasts approached, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent as they stalked Dong-hoon. The sound of the gun clicking empty echoed in the open space. He realized he was out of ammo, suspecting he was being used as bait. But he was immortal and a shapeshifter. Dong-hoon knew he couldn't just show off his shapeshifter powers carelessly. The maw of one of the creatures opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. But as an irregular, shall he do his duty? Dong-hoon moved with sudden speed, a blur against the desolate landscape. The monster lunged, claws extended, ready to tear into its prey. Dong-hoon's fist connected with the creature's snout. The impact reverberated through the monster's skull. He descended, a blur of motion against the monstrous forms below. The monsters swarmed, their grotesque forms a testament to the horrors he faced. Dong-hoon moved with practiced ease through the battlefield. The beasts lunged, claws extended, but he was already a step ahead, anticipating their clumsy attacks. He dodged another strike, the wind whistling past his helmet as a monster crashed into the ground where he'd been standing. The transformed hand sliced through the air, a silver blur against the encroaching darkness. He moved with blinding speed, a calculated dance of death amidst the chaos. A monstrous maw snapped shut, teeth gnashing against his armored form, a deafening KRNG echoing through the air. The force of the blow sent him reeling, the world spinning as he tumbled through the air. He landed hard, the impact jarring his bones, but he quickly regained his footing. The distance between him and the enemy changed in a flash, his mind calculating advantageous locations every time. There was a reason his combat skills were A rank. Dong-hoon's movements were precise, efficient, and deadly. But even with his skill, a blow landed, sending a shockwave through his body. His fist clenches, the impact from the previous blow still resonating. Dong-hoon, helmet visor smeared with blood, stands over the down monster. He steels himself, preparing for the next attack. The monster lies prone, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. The hunter realizes his mistake. He needs to refocus. He knows he must focus only on what he has to do. Dong-hoon thinks to himself that he will kill them all while he's getting chewed up. It sounds like a crazy plan, but he knows there really isn't another way. The man steels his resolve, his eyes narrowed in determination. He prepares to open up his senses and spread out his traces, mixing in the wild bloodthirst he learned from the log teacher. The hunter focuses his energy, channeling the power he learned. With a surge of power, Dong-hoon prepares to unleash his new technique. The grotesque creatures moved with unnatural speed, their forms shifting in the shadows. The air crackled with unseen energy as they closed in, their intent clear. A voice echoed through the battlefield, cutting through the tension. This way, bastards. Dong-hoon's gaze was sharp, focused on the approaching threat. He stood his ground, the sky a canvas of swirling energy above him. One of the creatures cried out, begging for assistance instead of empty praise. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the encroaching darkness. Dong-hoon engaged the monsters, his movements precise and deadly. A brutal exchange unfolded, the clash of power echoing through the air. The creature's monstrous maw opened wide, ready to strike. Footsteps pounded against the ground, a relentless rhythm of battle. Dong-hoon stood amidst the chaos, sweat beading on his brow as he faced the onslaught. He is surrounded, each monster a grotesque mockery of life. His teeth grit, a silent promise etched on his face. He's used to blocking out pain, a skill honed by necessity. So, he lets the pain fade. Calm down, he tells himself, be cold and calculating. Block only the attacks that would critically injure him. Fist, feet, knees, and elbows become his shield and sword. He'll use his entire body to beat them up, a whirlwind of control violence. The civilians will suffer if he misses even one of them. So, Dong-hoon's gaze hardens, his resolve unyielding. I can't miss a single one. They're insane, aren't they? The air crackled with the sounds of gunfire. Each shot echoed through the environment. The bullets ripped through the air, impacting their targets. Spent casings rained down. The ground became littered with the debris of battle. Dong-hoon, riding in the vehicle, could only utter, no way. He wondered how they were enduring such an onslaught. The name, Yu Gwangik, was spoken. Dong-hoon asked, his voice strained. Did you get them all? His expression was grim behind the helmet. The response came back, yes. The figure stood amidst the fallen, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A sinister smile plays across his blood-splattered face, a silent promise of more to come. The situation is assessed. Dong-hoon's companion confirms the battle's in with a terse, yeah. A voice echoes, boasting of bringing 2 companies, implying a significant contribution to the conflict. The aftermath is grim. Blind dog corpses litter the ground, numbering at least 200. A question hangs in the air. Who possesses such fighting prowess? The answer, a mere human and a newbie immortal. Dong-hoon's gaze shifts to the red-haired man, a silent question forming on his lips. What the? The man is addressed as Kim Jong-ah. A disbelieving voice asks if they were responsible for the carnage. Kim Jong-un denies it, his expression a mask of disbelief. No, he whispers. The speaker insists that one man accomplished this feat alone, the image of a fallen warrior a testament to the battle's intensity. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a sterile office environment, specifically outside Meeting Room 3. Antagonist Wyo Gwangik's face contorts in anger, his brow furrowed as he grits his teeth. Someone notes that the service got cut off, and another responds with understanding. Neutral Dong-hun stands with his hands in his pockets, listening as another man explains that their little Gwangik must not have heard his command because the service got cut off. Neutral Dong-hun confirms that is correct. Antagonist Wyo Gwangik smiles menacingly, stating that he could beat someone into a pulp and then claim he doesn't remember. A disembodied thought wonders why he is saying such scary things while smiling, noting his eyes too. The man with red hair is seen in profile, listening intently to the conversation. Someone declares that they will take responsibility, while another sighs, wondering what Jong-a's issue was. The man with red hair is revealed to be the rank 1 employee, as someone asks how he is going to take responsibility. The man with red hair is asked if he is going to quit, regarding his responsibility. Neutral Dong-hun tells someone that's enough, adding that the disciplinary committee will call them in some time, and tells Jong-a to just go home. An unseen figure instructs someone to join the inspection team tomorrow. The voice warns that a simple report won't suffice. The man listens intently, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the instructions. Dong-hun is asked if he thinks he did something good, his face stoic. The man in the black jacket denies it, telling Dong-hun not to lie. He is told to turn in a letter of apology every day, the unseen figure demanding confirmation. Dong-hun wonders if he is not going to the disciplinary committee. The unseen figure asks why he would want to go. He is told that he will probably get called in to testify, but to write the apology letter anyway. Dong-hun stands with Yu Gwangik, the air thick with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, by the time he was back at work, everyone had already heard about what had happened. A chat log reveals that Kim Yo-hin and others are discussing the event, with Kong Purium asking if they really took down 300 blind dogs alone. Yo-hin's words echoed, revealing a hidden truth that had been previously unknown. A penalty existed after all, a consequence looming in the form of resignation. The office sat silent, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within the speaker's mind. The text declared, rank 1 employee, Kim Jong-a, highlighting her position. A whispered thought emerged, a longing for senior colleague. My Sunbae. A figure stood silhouetted against a swirling vortex, the word Sunbae hanging in the air. The weight of responsibility crashed down, all the blame. Warim Telecommunications, though affiliated with the government, remained a business driven by profit. He sat, resigned to the consequences. This is how it should be since we broke the rules. His hands clenched, a silent display of the tension coiled within him. A memory surfaced, a shared experience, but she and I, the satellite map, loomed large in their minds. The landscape stretched out, a reminder of the stakes. Civilians were nearby, only 4 to 5 kilometers away. A figure in dark tactical gear stands victorious over fallen foes. The weapon remains raised, ready for another attack. The visor reflects the carnage, a red smear across the lens. The figure's stance is firm, unwavering in the face of violence. But behind a mask, doubt creeps in. The man's brow furrows, a trickle of sweat betraying his inner turmoil. A question echoes in his mind. Did he do something good? The weight of his actions presses down. Gwangik Yu's expression hardens, a stark contrast to the previous doubt. He steels himself, pushing down the uncertainty. Of course, he did something good. The thought is a shield, a justification for the choices he's made. Back in the office, Gwangik Yu stares at the monitors, the weight of his responsibilities heavy on his shoulders. The sterile environment offers no comfort. But the question lingers, a nagging doubt that refuses to be silenced. The memory of the battlefield remains vivid. Dong-hun stands by the window, the city lights blurring in the distance. He admits to himself that he is tired. His fingers trace patterns on the glass, a silent connection to the world outside. The city's pulse is a constant reminder of his duties. A hand rests on his shoulder, and Dong-hun turns to see a man with red hair. The man asks if Dong-hun is still here, addressing him as Sun-bae. The man with red hair gives Dong-hun a reassuring pat on the back. The gesture is familiar, a sign of camaraderie. He and the man with red hair walk side by side. The man with red hair told him that he did well today. The man with blue hair stared off into the distance, his expression unreadable. The man with orange hair thought that he did really well. A slight smile played on the lips of the man with orange hair as he looked into the distance. The man with orange hair thought that he did well, really well. The man with orange hair's expression was unreadable. The man with orange hair thought that with just 2 more phrases and something he already knew, he could be certain. The man with orange hair thought that now he could be certain. The man with orange hair thought that what they did today was the right thing. The man with blue hair looked off into the distance, a slight smile on his face. Someone asked if she had any pictures. The woman with brown hair looked surprised. She learned that Sunbae doesn't have any pictures of her on Kakao Talk either. Donghoon mentioned to Sunbae she was just praising. A thought bubble appeared, wondering if she was going to be his future daughter-in-law. The question of why lingered in the air. Sunbae seemed contemplative, her hand near her mouth. She clarified that the person in question was just a co-worker and a mother. Donghoon remarked that Sunbae can always turn into honey and sweetheart. He seemed to be teasing her gently. Donghoon's expression shifted, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He stated, "Is that so?" with a tone that sounded wrong. Meanwhile, a thought bubble appeared, wondering how the disciplinary meeting will go tomorrow. The stakes seemed high for someone. The disciplinary committee meeting room was set, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Several figures sat around a large table. A woman with red hair announced that they would now begin. Her expression was serious and determined. The disciplinary committee meeting was regarding rank 1 employee Kim Jong-ah. The atmosphere was tense as the members looked on. The focus was on employee Kim Jong-ah. The committee member's expression was stern and unyielding. The accusation was that she ignored command from her team manager to fall back. The gravity of the situation was palpable. The woman with red hair sat in a chair, facing the committee. Her posture was straight, but her expression was unreadable. The man with silver hair tells Lee Jungbong to behave himself. Lee Jungbong listens with a smirk. Lee Jungbong leans back, questioning if he said something wrong. His expression is smug. Lee Jungbong is called into a room. He walks in with another employee. Employee Yu Guangik is addressed directly. The man with silver hair says he will ask him one thing. Yu Guangik stands before the panel. The question hangs in the air. The man with silver hair asks if Kim Jong-ah forced him to fight with her. The man with silver hair states that trouble happens when a trainee causes trouble, right? The man with silver hair thinks that what they did was the best they could do in that situation. He wonders what a trainee would know. The man with silver hair says he taught him for months, and he knows what he needs to know. He slams his hand on the table. Lee Jungbong looks shocked. He thinks they could have saved people. The man with silver hair is shown with another employee in Kim Jong-ah. The man with silver hair says that's what's important. He is still at the meeting. He questioned if the other person was working. The man in the black jacket seemed unbothered by the situation. Saving people is what's important, he stated, and what else would be? Someone ordered Lee Jungbong to get out. The speaker stated that this was regarding his team member. It was obligatory for him to be there as the team manager. An angry voice told someone to shut up. The voice continued, saying they sounded like they would beat him up if he opened his mouth. Yu Guangik looked shocked and disturbed by the outburst, his eyes wide with disbelief. A voice boomed, telling someone to stop and calling them an insane bastard. Lee Jungbong stated that things like that can happen while working, so let this go. Someone asked how to let this go. The woman with purple hair looked displeased, her expression stern as she listened to the exchange. Yu Guangik suggested that they get out of there. The man with blonde hair agreed. Someone stated that they needed to be flexible sometimes, you know? Meanwhile, a sound effect echoed, suggesting someone slammed a door or hit a table. The sound of footsteps faded away, indicating someone was leaving the area. Footsteps echoed through the hallway, the sound a prelude to rising tension. Yu Guangik, face stoic, admitted he wasn't sure if it was a good thing. The man with light brown hair asked what he meant, concern etched on his face. The man with light brown hair noted that it was nice that he was standing up for his team member, but he was overdoing it. Yu Guangik's expression hardened as he considered the potential fallout. The man with red hair was standing up for his team regardless of what might happen to him, the other man thought, referring to him as the fuck team manager. The man with light brown hair asked if he wasn't getting on. A sharp sound cut through the air, and Yu Guangik paused, as if realizing something. The sound of footsteps echoed again. The man with light brown hair smirked, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. The man with red hair asked how it was looking, and the other man responded that the team manager was carrying real hard. Yu Guangik realized he understood what the man meant, and cursed under his breath. He glanced over as his co-worker spoke, the question hanging in the air. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of thought crossing his face. A sudden realization dawned on the employee, a silent pause filling the space. The man in the suit addressed him directly, repeating his name with a formal tone. He listened to the offer, his expression remaining unreadable as he considered the implications. The tie hung straight, a symbol of the rigid structure he was being asked to join. He stared forward, his mind already made up despite the polite facade. The answer was a resounding, internal no. Not long after returning to his desk, the team manager and Sunbae also came back. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. He needed to quit this damn work. The team manager stood tall, his expression unreadable. Beside him, a red-haired colleague waited. The team manager and the red-haired colleague approached another character. What happened? He asked, his tone laced with concern. The team manager listened intently. Participate in missions for a month, he said, his voice calm. That's enough. A simmering resentment began to boil. Bastards, using someone's weakness, he thought, his jaw clenching. The team manager's gaze was sharp, his expression unreadable as he observed the scene. The punishment itself wasn't so bad, but the atmosphere made it seem terrible, a suffocating blanket of dread. He couldn't tell what was going on, since they wouldn't explain anything. Anyway, back at his desk, the team manager was hard at work, the office a hive of activity around him. He wrote an apology letter as soon as he arrived. It was a given that one would come across situations like this while working, but he reflected on his performance, admitting he wasn't able to do everything he should have. Lee Jungbong asked if he was out of his mind, as Gwang Ik-yu admitted he'd never written an apology letter before. The team manager was mad, and Sunbae began to offer advice on how to deal with him. Yu Gwang-ik told him that he needed to depend on his immortal senses. There was no pattern in the team manager's attacks. Even if it looked like there was, it was a trick. Gwang Ik-yu steeled himself, preparing for what was to come. Sunbae noted that the team manager even used patterns as a trick and gave him tips on how to fight him. The team manager began expressing his anger, not just verbally, but also physically, demanding that Gwang Ik-yu come to him. Yu Gwang-ik attacked, calling him an insane bastard. Gwang Ik-yu played along, bracing for the impact. The force of the blow sent him reeling. The team manager's anger manifested as a physical assault. He found himself surrounded, a chaotic flurry of limbs and aggression pressing in from all sides. His eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of the onslaught. There was no pattern to the team manager's attacks. Even if it looked like there was a pattern, it was a trick. Depend on your senses. A swift punch landed, the force of it sending him reeling backward. The team manager's lips curled into a cruel smile as he advanced. Another blow connected, the impact echoing through the training room. The team manager followed up with a brutal kick, driving him further into the ground. Meanwhile, Lee Jungbong glanced at his phone. 6 minutes and 1 second. That was the best he'd done. The protagonist lay defeated, thoughts swirling in his head. He had bet on 5 minutes. The team manager clutched at his back, wincing in pain. But the sound of typing fills the air as Kim Seol, the new employee, calls out to Gwang Ik-yu. Yu Gwang-ik reflects on a past conversation, wondering what Sim Moo-young had said to him. The memory weighs heavily on him. Sim Moo-young, the External Inspections Team 2's assistant manager, had asked him to join the inspection team a few days ago. A man in a suit offers an apology, his expression uncertain. He waves his hand dismissively, claiming it was just a joke. But the words spoken still linger in the air. The question of how he found out hangs heavy in his thoughts. The man with dark hair realizes he received a scouting offer, the implications dawning on him. A sinister expression spreads across his face, a silent curse escaping his lips. Gwang Ik-yu watches Lee Jungbong, a sense of unease washing over him. Lee Jungbong smiles, seemingly unaware of the danger about to befall him. A sudden brutal force slams into someone, the impact echoing through the room. The force of the blow sends the victim reeling, the sound of impact deafening. The victim is sent flying, crashing violently into the nearby surroundings. The figure slams against the floor, the air knocked from their lungs. The impact resonates, a sharp, painful cry escaping the victim's lips. Lee Jungbong, dazed and injured, realizes what has happened. Gwang Ik-yu is shocked, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. Lee Jungbong lies on the ground, accusing his attacker of trying to scout his newbie. The attacker claims it was just a joke. Lee Jungbong, now identified as team manager Lee Jungbong, knew it all along. Lee Jungbong stands, seemingly unfazed by the recent attack, his expression unreadable as he listens. He observes the scene, his gaze sharp. Gwang Ik-yu looks on, a mixture of concern and suspicion etched on his face. An unseen figure demands to know what is happening, their tone laced with impatience and a hint of authority. The speaker is revealed to be Park Pilo, the external inspection team manager. He wonders if the attack was just a prank. The unseen figure questions whether the reaction to the attack is an overreaction, their eyes narrowed behind their glasses. Park Pilo asks if they're overreacting to a joke. Lee Jungbong acknowledges that he knows about it too. Gwang Ik-yu, his expression hardening, demands to know if someone told the attacker to do it, his voice laced with suspicion. An unknown voice suggests that the newbie might want to move to their team. The man with glasses, his gaze intense, listens intently to the unfolding conversation. The unseen figure accuses someone of being mean to all the newbies and having the nickname Blender. The man with dark hair suggests that it would be better for him to come to them, rather than work his ass off at Team 3. A firm no is the only response. His eyes burned with a possessive fury, a silent promise of retribution. The man's declaration echoed with territorial rage. He would brook no challenge. The standing figure loomed, delivering a chilling ultimatum. Whether by smoothie or rag, he would claim what was his. Lee Jungbong issued a stark warning, extending it to every team. Hands off. The unseen speaker noted the interest in him, fueled by gravity training and the recent incident. Gwang Ik-yu's expression hardened, a silent dare to anyone who would test him. The unseen speaker scoffed, questioning the possessiveness and invoking the importance of individual freedom. Lee Jungbong acknowledged the insanity, while another man noted the comparisons being made. Gwang Ik-yu questioned the statement, while a red-haired man assured him there was no need to be afraid to speak his mind. The men stood in a circle, the tension palpable as Li Jungbong and another man observed Gwang Ikyu. Gwang Ikyu felt trapped, caught in a metaphorical love triangle, unsure how to proceed. Li Jungbong, the psycho team manager, watched with a calculating gaze, his intentions unclear. A grumbling panda assistant manager, he is described as icy but warm-hearted. A blender on the outside, but still. Someone declares they will stay here. A man with glasses stares intently. Team manager Park Pilo, apparently 30 and nicknamed Royal Road, is a very talented immortal. He states that he could take care of that, but then says no, he gets it now. Team manager Park Pilo is no match for Li Jungbong. Even if he's some psycho antisocial bastard, he's still best in combat. He's gonna stay. What are you gonna do about it? There's still a lot left for me to learn. The protagonist, Gwang Ikyu, is taken aback by the statement. He questions the need to learn from such a person. A man with glasses observes, his expression unreadable. He seems to be waiting for something to happen. A man in a suit instructs his assistant manager to leave. The assistant manager seems hesitant but complies. The group discusses the situation. They believe nothing good will come from provoking him further. Gwang Ikyu is questioned about his inaction. The atmosphere is tense and expectations are high. A man smirks, confident in the unfolding events. He believes everything is proceeding as planned. Someone realizes they have seen something they shouldn't have. The implications are unclear but ominous. One man expresses pride in another. The nature of their relationship and the reason for the pride remain ambiguous. A man stares intently at a computer screen, a sudden realization dawning on him. He is shocked by what he sees. Gwang Ikyu overhears a comment about an apology letter. He realizes it's his, but it's not yet finished. A man's face is contorted in a sinister grin, his eyes filled with malice. He is consumed by dark intentions. A declaration of deadly intent fills the air. Someone is marked for death, the threat hanging heavy. He sighs, thinking there are two psychos on the team. Yu Guangik's head turns slightly, as if dodging something. A voice informs the team manager that there's on-site work. Yu Guangik stops in his tracks, turning to face the speaker. He questions what he just heard. The man responds with a hum, asking who they should send for the new work. Yu Guangik asks what the man is asking for. The man states that there's no one other than him. The man agrees, stating that Zhang can't. Yu Guangik asks where to. The man responds, stating the airport and instructing him to act as a human detector device for a bit. The order came down. She's the one they need to capture. The target was identified, her image highlighted for review. She's a special type, possessing shape-shifting abilities. She looks like that in the video, but has probably taken up another appearance by now. A shapeshifter, someone with the ability to change into any appearance they remember. She's probably a freelance mercenary who transports important documents or information. Excuracy will also be sending a shapeshifter. To capture her, by her scent, since their scent doesn't change, even if they change their appearance. Will there be reinforcements from the other team? Yes, they're sending Kinum and Miho. I can't believe newbies are being sent to work with the elites. Do I really have to be involved in this? A minimum of 3 immortals have been requested. They did request for an immortal at the level of John Kinum, but the team debated the wisdom of relying on 3 newbies for the mission. Gwang Ikyu wondered if he should take their concerns as a compliment to his combat abilities. He was told to protect Kinum well during the operation. Someone remarked that they should be ready to receive a letter of apology tomorrow. A man in a suit greeted everyone. Kim Himo, assistant manager from the analyst team, announced that he would be leading the operation. The camera focused on a man's torso. Before starting the operation, the team gathered in a briefing room. Someone asked what happened to another's face. The man with the bruised face explained it was the result of a physical discussion with team leader Li Jungbong. Kim Himo stated that they were from external Team 3. As planned, the operation would be staged at Incheon Airport. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, the team would be wearing plain clothes. The team moved with purpose, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. The plan was simple. Gather at the designated location at 10 a.m. and link up with the PWAT team. Kim Himo introduced himself as the assistant manager from the beta team of the Immortal Special Forces. A handshake sealed the alliance as Li Jaihai identified herself as the operation team leader. Kim Himo confirmed that everyone was familiar with the necessary details and could move to their designated positions once preparations were complete. Mr. Kong was instructed to take a specific bus, as the PWAT team leader would be joining him. The team would monitor the overall situation and all communications from the airport's external situation room. Gwang Ikyu, designated as Beta 3, gave his acknowledgement over the radio. Kinum would be searching for the target at the travel agency booth, a location prepared in advance within the airport. Beta 1 was warned not to get in the man's way. Beside Miho, Gwang Ikyu clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed by someone's actions. 2 tall individuals approached from the front, catching their attention. One of Excuracy's subsidiaries exuded a sensation of solid muscles beneath sturdy clothes. The man was a shapeshifter, his true nature hidden beneath a human guise. A man from Real Guard apologized for being a little late. Someone considered that since they'd be part of the operation, he should be aware of them. Someone stated that they had a question for Mr. Kong. A man raised his hand, seemingly in response to a question or request. Someone wondered why Kinham was the only one at the booth. Someone asked not to have their name said, so casually, requesting to be addressed formally. It was explained that Mr. Zhang was the only one going into the booth because an immortal with exceptional senses was requested. The thought arose, innocent, it's a waste of... Miho stands with her arms crossed. As the man in the white shirt looks on, she asks if they have bad blood. The briefing continues, the speaker stating that they will be helping the airport security until they capture their target. The man in the white shirt sits alone in the conference room. He asks if that is all for the briefing. The man in the white shirt stands and announces that he will be leaving now. The man in the white shirt states that increasing the efficiency of the operation is key. Miho responds with a no. Okay. She adds that she'll also be leaving if he's leaving. The briefing is done, and the speaker tells everyone to see them tomorrow. An empty conference room is shown. A voice says that Zhang Kinham is an asshole, and that he only apologized. One man with blue hair crosses his arms, while another with brown hair sighs. The man with blue hair says that he is ashamed about Wu Miho. The man with blue hair thinks that in this place, it's about how strong you are. He considers himself an innocent assistant manager. The man with blue hair wonders if they will really be okay. The next day, at the airport, a man asks if he could get Miho's contact number. Miho, standing at the airport, responds that she is married. The man with brown hair says she's obviously lying and tells her not to be like this. He seems surprised by the woman's forwardness, wondering what she was doing. The man with blue hair questioned the protagonist's actions, demanding to know who she was. An apology hung in the air, the sound barely audible. The man with blue hair adjusted his cap, as Miho told him he overdid it. Gwang Ik-yu considered himself the type to try his best at everything. The man in the suit watched the protagonist from afar, observing his interactions at the airport. The man in the suit scanned the crowd, internally noting that he didn't see anyone suspicious at all. The man with blue hair received a message, demanding confirmation. The woman with purple hair provided details about the protagonist's outfit, navy blue shirt and light blue jeans. The man in the suit confirmed the protagonist was estimated to be in his early 30s. The man in the suit continued to observe Gwang Ik-yu as he walked through the airport. The protagonist walked with a backpack, seemingly unaware of the surveillance around him. The crowd stirred, a palpable sense of unease rippling through the onlookers. What's happening? Someone wondered aloud, the question hanging in the air. He stood beside Miho, her gaze fixed on something unseen. She admitted she couldn't tell what made him different from the others, a subtle curiosity in her tone. Gwang Ik-yu's expression remained unreadable, his eyes narrowed slightly beneath the brim of his cap. His thoughts were his own. Elsewhere, a lone figure sat before a bank of monitors, their face obscured by the dim light. They, too, wondered about the same thing, their brow furrowed in thought. The disembodied voice spoke of a distinction, a separation between us and him. The difference, it seemed, lay in the purity of blood, a concept both intriguing and unsettling. The man with sunglasses clasped his hands, his expression thoughtful. That difference, he mused, was sensitivity, a heightened awareness of the world around them. They were stimulated far beyond what one might call sensitive, their sensing ability extraordinary. The implications of such heightened senses were vast and unknown. To them, even the simplest things were nuanced. All kinds of water were different, each with its own unique signature and story to tell. The same held true for things like rocks. They were able to sense the difference in all things, a gift and a burden in equal measure. A Real Guard confirmed interaction with the target, the protocol now set in motion. The gears of some unseen machine began to turn. The probability of success was more than 80%. The PWAT team would move in, subdue the target, and simply observe. The plan was set. Gwang Ik-yu stood with Miho, the weight of the unseen plan pressing down on them. Sensitivity, it seemed, was the key to everything that was about to unfold. His father's words echoed in his mind. Being extremely sensitive meant possessing strong, immortal powers. It was true that such people had terribly nasty personalities, but he was glad that his son was not like that. Back then, his father had looked relieved, but also a little disappointed, Gwang Ik-yu thought to himself. The young man's expression was unreadable beneath the shadow of his cap. The speed at which they learned techniques and used them was fundamentally different, but he also had that speed, the protagonist realized, his eyes glowing with power. He moved with incredible swiftness, a blur of motion against the sterile backdrop. He thought things through, his mind racing to find the best solution. It would just work out as well, he hoped, steeling himself for what was to come. Should he give a try? He wondered, his resolve hardening. Meanwhile, a man in a suit held up a hand, requesting a moment near the restaurant. An armed guard ordered them to step back, the tension palpable in the air. A voice booms, declaring an emergency and demanding everyone's cooperation. Panic begins to spread among the onlookers. Whispers question if they're being filmed and if that's a real gun. He stands before a crowd, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his cap. Who are these people? The man's gaze intensifies, a silent determination hardening his features. A cryptic message flashes, Beta 3. A man's voice cuts through the tension, laced with doubt. Are you sure? Two figures stand in stark contrast, their faces etched with resolve. The man with the white hat stares intently, while the man with sunglasses remains impassive. The man with silver hair tilted his head, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He questioned the certainty of their information. The man in sunglasses affirmed their objective, his voice firm despite the question. There is only one target, he stated. The man in sunglasses watched the monitor, his expression unreadable behind the dark lenses. The information scrolled across the screen. The man in the black suit raised his weapon, his movements precise and practiced. The sound of the mechanism echoed in the room. The man with silver hair stared down at his hand, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. He began to question what he was seeing. The man with silver hair recoiled, his eyes wide with shock. He cursed under his breath as the attack commenced. The air crackled with energy as the attack intensified. The force of the impact reverberated through the surroundings. The men in black suits were thrown back by the force, their bodies ragdolling through the air. Explosions rocked the area. The assault continued, the force unrelenting. The scene was a chaotic mess of bodies and debris. One of the men lay prone on the ground, defeated. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of the brutal attack. The man in black leveled his weapon, muttering a single word under his breath. The enemy soldier reeled from the impact, cries of pain echoing through the corridor. The gun fell to the ground as the attacker stumbled backward, clutching his head. "Damn it," someone shouted, the sound of frustration cutting through the air. The man in the jacket and Miho sprinted down the hallway, desperate to escape the ambush. The man's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on his face. "Behind you," a voice warned, as a figure with a knife approached Miho from the rear. Miho continued to run, unaware of the danger closing in behind her. The man with the knife lunged, shouting, "You dirty mixed blood." The blade descended, aimed directly at the back of Miho's head. Miho cried out as the attack connected, the force of the blow sending her sprawling. Both Miho and the man in the jacket crashed to the ground. Beta 1, all invaders are psycheers, someone announced. There were multiple psycheers from the very beginning, and the protagonist could sense them. How many psycheers were there? The figure wondered if he was supposed to fight them all alone. The psycheers were already spreading out. The figure cursed, realizing the situation was becoming more difficult. The man in the cap looked determined, his eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. 2 days before the mission, there were 3 newbies ready to be deployed. They're all unique. One of them was John Kinham, a pure blood. Not considering the grades from orientation, John Kinham was still talented, since he's a unique immortal who has traditional pure blood in him. She may be mixed blood, but Wu Miho is smart and decisive, not bad. And the last one is the greatest. Yu Guangik from External Security Team 3 was an employee who was chosen personally. His personality is very unique, according to the orientation instructors. It looked like he was doing it to learn the team manager's technique. And Li Jungbong seems to always accept the duel knowing that. Either way, he's strong, good at fighting, and friendly. He is everything the CEO likes. Yu Guangik sat at his desk, reviewing the newbie profiles. Someone behind him remarked that he was like them when he was a newbie. He continued to look at the profiles, a slight smile playing on his lips as he remembered those days. The man's expression hardened, a hint of something darker lurking beneath the surface. Blood trickled down the back of someone's head, a silent testament to unseen violence. A figure cursed under their breath, the situation clearly spiraling out of control. The man in the suit, seemingly Yu Guangik, called out for the assistant manager, struggling to understand the unfolding events. He rushed forward, deciding to delegate the report to Wu Miho and requesting a checkup on John Kinham. The image of blood on the back of a head flashed again, a brutal reminder of the violence. A figure sprinted through a corridor, bathed in an ominous red light. Another man, his expression troubled, wondered who the running figure was, sensing something significant. The man in the suit debated whether to give chase, ultimately deciding to prioritize stabilizing the situation. A disembodied voice declared that the last one is the greatest. The document detailed Yu Guangik's mixed blood status and his rank B combat skills. Beta 3 received a direct order, the message echoing with authority. The man relayed the command, permitting combat as long as the opponent wasn't killed at gate number 8. Beta 1 was instructed to report on the damages, as Beta 2 listened intently. The man with the cap declared his intention to intervene in the situation. Beta 3 was prompted to confirm receipt of the order. The man with the cap listened intently, his expression unreadable. The sound of impact echoed through the environment. A figure launched a punch, his face contorted with effort. The force of the blow reverberated, visualized with intense energy. The punch connected, sending a shockwave through the air as the target reeled. A surge of power emanated, visualized as a glowing green aura. He is surrounded by a surge of green energy, his expression twisted in fury. A man kneels, hand glowing with the same green energy, as another lies injured nearby, bleeding. One PWAT employee lies on the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. Two security guards are injured, casualties of the ongoing battle. Miho watches with concern as a man in a suit approaches, a knife glinting in his hand. Seeing as the ones who spread out are coming back to attack, they must be trying to spread us apart. Another PWAT employee is struck, flying backward from the force of the blow as Miho looks on in shock. Miho relays the situation. There are 7 of them. The main goal is to secure the form transformers. Orders are given, Beta 0, Beta 1, back out and watch the situation. Prepare for new enemies. The man in the suit looks on, his expression grim as he listens to the orders. Beta 1 declares, I can still fight. The man with the gun declares that they're all dead, issuing an order. A voice warns that backing out now would be dangerous, addressing someone as a newbie. A close-up reveals a tense expression, the mouth open as if shouting an order. A figure with glowing eyes stands amidst a swirling blue aura, power emanating from them. Gwangikyu fires his weapon, the shot hitting its mark with brutal force. A man lunges with a knife, the intended victim exclaiming in shock and pain. A crimson symbol flares, signifying a critical hit or a surge of power. Yu Gwangik holds up his phone, seemingly recording the scene unfolding before him. Blood splatters violently, the impact of the attack sending shockwaves through the air. Yu Gwangik commands his forces to overpower them, his expression intense. A hand reaches inside a jacket, possibly for a weapon or some other hidden item. A sign indicates the direction of the parking area, a possible escape route or destination. A pair of sunglasses and a black bag rest on a surface. Sweat beads on his brow as Yu Gwangik's expression turns incredulous. What? Gwangikyu walks forward, his tone laced with challenge. Aren't you going to keep running? Yu Gwangik's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares intently. Gwangikyu stops, retorting, Damn it, you're persistent. Are you an immortal? Can't you tell by my face? Yu Gwangik's expression hardens, a visible tick marking his annoyance. You bastard, mistake to chase me alone? He scoffs, questioning the protagonist's motives. You're chasing after me alone despite being an immortal? Gwangikyu stands firm, his back to the viewer. I have 500 more coming for support. Are you insane? A close-up reveals Gwangikyu's smirk, a hint of arrogance in his expression. Don't you think that? The protagonist's eyes gleam with confidence, his expression smug. What? A close-up on Gwangikyu's eyes, a glint of determination within them. A burst of energy erupts. The air crackled with barely contained rage, the threat palpable. The man with red hair spat the word, his face contorted in fury. Bastard. Yu Gwangik declared his enhanced nature, a metahuman of enforced strength. His muscles bulged, a testament to the power he claimed to wield. Yu Gwangik, eyes blazing, vowed to crush his opponent's skull. Gwangikyu, face impassive, stared back at the enraged man. He scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of allies. The man with black hair estimated the arrival time of reinforcements, 5 to 10 minutes. The clock was ticking until support arrived. Gwangikyu's expression remained unreadable, his eyes narrowed. He decided that would be enough time. The force of the blow sends him reeling, a guttural sound escaping his lips. An officer directs the team, ordering them to move the injured and secure the scene. The response is immediate, the word understood echoing among the authorities as they begin to assess the damage. Yu Gwangik considers the situation, noting the lack of form transformers present. He recalls Miho's words, the implication clear, someone could escape. That means the air crackles with unseen energy. A foot descends, the impact resonating. A figure emerges from the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The muscular man stands ready, his presence radiating power. Are you ready? One of the men smirks, stating that immortals don't die, but he is ready to test that theory. He grinned, fist clenched, promising to crush his opponent's skull. Muscles tensed, ready to unleash a devastating blow. The punch was thrown with incredible speed and force. The impact reverberated, a sign of the power behind it. But the protagonist blocked the attack, energy crackling around his arm. Yu Gwangik's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. A silent exclamation marked the sudden turn of events. The protagonist stood firm, blocking the blow as Yu Gwangik struggled against the block. Gwangikyu wondered why his opponent couldn't pull his arm away. The protagonist stared intently, questioning when Yu Gwangik was trying to pull away. A surge of pain erupted as Yu Gwangik screamed in agony. The scream echoed as the protagonist's power overwhelmed his opponent. The force of the blow reverberated, a sharp crack echoing through the air. Yu Guangxi cried out as he was sent hurtling backwards from the impact. Guangxi Yu's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with resolve as he pressed his attack. A blue aura crackled around his hand, energy coalescing into a tangible force. Yu Guangxi, struggling to regain his footing, could only shout in frustration. His leg blurred as he attempted to counter, but it was too late. Guangxi Yu advanced, a crimson glow enveloping his own hand as he prepared his next move. The principle echoed in his mind. All power has a direction of motion. He focused, visualizing the flow, just changing that direction to his advantage. With precise control, Guangxi Yu redirected the force, his kick aimed true. The technique allowed him to deflect an opponent's attack, turning their strength against them. The protagonist's foot slammed into Yu Guangxi's leg, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. The force of the blow reverberated through the air.
Guangxi Yu's fist was a blur of motion.
The impact shattered the air itself. The force was immense, destructive. Yu Guangxi's face contorted in pain and shock. The sound of the strike echoed. Yu Guangxi was sent flying backwards. The air crackled with displaced energy. Yu Guangxi crashed to the ground, defeated. Guangxi Yu, breathing heavily, clenched his fist. He thought, phew, I lost to that move so many times. Time seemed to slow as Yu Guangxi lay prone. Time. It didn't take more than 3 minutes, he thought. Two figures watched from afar. One said, there's still time until support gets here. The other asked, what should we do? He stood over the black bag, his expression unreadable. The bag sat silently, its contents unknown. Guangxi Yu considered the bag, remembering something he'd heard. A form transformer could turn into anything they've seen. The thought echoed in his mind, that you can pretend to be steel. Yu Guangxi, kneeling nearby, admitted that he couldn't actually become steel. He flicked a lighter, the flame dancing dangerously close to the bag. The flame illuminated the zipper, highlighting the potential for disaster. Suddenly, Yu Guangxi surrendered, the sound effect emphasizing his desperation. He urged Guangxi Yu to move the lighter away, admitting he should have surrendered earlier and wanting to ask something. Guangxi Yu, unmoved, stated that whatever he asked, he wouldn't have an answer. An unspoken thought hung in the air. It would ruin his career. A voice from within the bag protests, but the unseen figure declares that they don't care. Yu Guangxi, sitting on the ground near parked cars, is asked if he can turn into something smaller. The voice from the bag continues, giving an example of what it wants to turn into, prompting a confused response. The entity flicks open a lighter, preparing to light a cigarette, seemingly unconcerned with the situation. The voice from the bag expresses its disbelief and frustration at the current situation. Yu Guangxi retorts, questioning if the entity can turn back into a human. The entity is seen near a black bag and asks what Yu Guangxi is doing. The entity demands that Yu Guangxi lend it some clothes. Yu Guangxi, still sitting on the ground, seems confused by the request. Meanwhile, a group of people stand in what appears to be a subway station, one of them expressing confusion. He wondered what had happened, his expression unreadable as he spoke. A woman with maroon hair stood nearby, observing the scene with a stoic expression. The man with blue hair turned to a blonde man, questioning who was on the ground. A voice reported that Beta 3 was giving a status update on the situation. The man with blonde hair acknowledged the report, stating that everything was all right and a good job had been done. The man with blue hair turned to John Kinham, who was standing nearby, covered in blood. The situation had been taken care of, according to the report. John Kinham looked down, stating that he was lucky. Elsewhere, a muscular man was on the ground, his hands bound behind his back. John Kinham stated that he was the one who did that, telling someone to back off. The woman with maroon hair questioned if he was saying that he beat the man up. A voice thought that it was possible because he wasn't distracted by the excitement of having found one, unlike a certain someone. The group discussed the situation, some finding it petty that the person was beaten up. The man with red hair responded to the comment, stating that he was really humble. The protagonist stood with his arms crossed, listening to the conversation unfold around him. Beta 3 asked Guangxi Yu if he knew who Kinham had beaten up, prompting a confused reaction. A woman in a jacket looked surprised, seemingly reacting to the question or the answer about to be revealed. The man with red hair explained that the person Kinham beat up was a third-degree wanted criminal, also known as Rhinoceros. A close-up showed the beaten man's arm, hinting at the severity of the situation. The narration box declared that he was a criminal with a bounty on his head, painting a clear picture of the victim. The man in the suit elaborated, stating that a third-degree wanted criminal must be related to a terrorist organization or have murdered several people. Someone commented on the strength and impressiveness of the feat, acknowledging the power behind the action. The protagonist's face was shown in close-up, with the text emphasizing that it took just one hit. Guangxi Yu stood with the man in the suit, who remarked that the outcome was good, implying satisfaction with the situation. The decision had been made, someone was going to be sent. The man in the suit suggested they do some settlements, now that they got the target which wasn't planned for. The man with purple hair scoffed, mentioning that they didn't even have any equipment. He thought to himself that it wasn't a great feat for an immortal to fight without any weapons. The man in the suit responded that they shouldn't rip them off even if that is true, and ended with a fine. The protagonist, Gwangik-yu, asked what that guy's employee rank was. The man with purple hair pointed his finger forward. It was announced that Yu Gwangik was a new employee. Gwangik-yu looked on, his expression unreadable. A question hung in the air, a challenge to the status quo. Gwangik-yu leaned back, his expression unreadable as he posed a question of his own. Did he want to become a star? The question seemed to have become a habit, a casual inquiry amidst the sterile office environment. A memory surfaced, a past aspiration juxtaposed against the present reality. The revelation struck like a cold wave. The criminal he caught was a member of the terrorist organization, Prometheus. The pieces began to fall into place. PUKM transporter was Prometheus, the man stated. Apparently, the thing she was carrying was a secret of the psionic group, and it seemed it was a first-class secret. Gwangik-yu was asked if he was happy he caught a terrorist. He admitted, with a hint of reservation, that he was kinda. Frustration boiled over, a curse escaping his lips. Prometheus, the name echoed in his thoughts, heavy with implication. He sat, listening to the man behind him demand a properly written report. The words echoed in his mind, a terrorist organization and an insane group of scientists. The image of a figure offering a gift to humanity flashed before his eyes. Power, like the gods who brought fire to the world, was the promise. A face of someone, consumed by rage, appeared in his thoughts. Yu Gwangik watched from his desk, commenting on the world's crazy bastards, before ordering him to come along. The man in the varsity jacket stood beside Yu Gwangik, listening intently. He turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Meanwhile, the sterile office space seemed to stretch on forever. The modern design, with its sharp angles and expansive windows, offered a view of the city beyond. A man in a suit sat calmly, his hands folded in his lap, awaiting an answer. A voice responded, simply yes. Yu Gwangik announces himself as the new employee and takes a seat. He then asks Gwangik-yu if he says his name to the cops and forms Transformers 2. The man with black hair states that it was an accident, adding that people make mistakes, implying he understands the situation. Yu Gwangik chuckles, a wide smile spreading across his face as he seems to find amusement in the situation. The man with red hair muses that there's no beauty in being a human without flaws, suggesting a philosophical perspective on imperfections. Yu Gwangik mentions that he heard Gwangik-yu caught a terrorist, then asks if he wants anything, changing the subject abruptly. Gwangik-yu is seen drinking from a cup. The room is dimly lit, creating a contemplative atmosphere as he considers the offer. Yu Gwangik says that it wasn't a great enough accomplishment to promote him to such a rank, adding that it was surprising because he's a newbie, implying a lack of experience. The sound of a cup being placed down echoes as Gwangik-yu asks why Yu Gwangik asked to see him, seeking clarification on his intentions. Yu Gwangik states that it's because he's proud of Gwangik-yu, offering a seemingly positive sentiment that contrasts with his earlier remarks. Gwangik-yu asks what Yu Gwangik would like, prompting him to reveal his true desires or intentions for their meeting. A close-up of Yu Gwangik's neck and collarbone emphasizes the tension as he prepares to answer Gwangik-yu's question. The answer is revealed: money. The word hangs in the air, stark and direct, clarifying the purpose of the meeting. He had given money from the bounty reward and a portion of the reward money to his mother. The woman offered, having bought some Iberico ham, and asked if he would like to have a taste. He had been happy to make her happy. There were a few other missions after the airport one. Yu Gwangik stated that they were going, as Gwangik-yu stood nearby. He understood why Sunbae was always so busy. They caught 5 special species criminals in 3 months. The man demanded that his targets stay still as he kneeled on the man's back. He had attended more than 10 black hole closings. The man with blue hair fired his weapon, complaining that this was too much work. The shot echoed as the bullet impacted the target. One thing he found out was that the team manager was very lazy. The man with blue-haired remaced, noting that these shitheads just keep coming. The words hung in the air, a reminder of past grievances. His reports were a particular sore spot. Yu Gwangik learned to report the truth, no matter how loud the truth may be. The memory shifts to a more active scene, a flurry of motion and strikes. Each punch landed with brutal force, a testament to his training. He moved with a speed that blurred the line between human and something more. He refused to yield, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. Gwangik-yu's eyes narrowed, a cold determination settling within them. One man complimented another on his work, but the other responded with an expletive. His expression remained stoic, betraying none of the turmoil within. The one thing he learned through the daily 10-minute duels is that he has yet. His back muscles rippled with barely contained power, ready to unleash. He stood firm, his stance unwavering, prepared for whatever came next. Yu Gwangik's eyes are shadowed, his expression a mask of simmering rage. Meanwhile, the team gathers around a table laden with food, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Work dinner. It's her drunk habit. The woman is just sleep-talking. Her drunk habit is sleeping. She'll wake up when it's time to leave, so just leave her alone. Anyway, team manager, do you think I'll have a girlfriend next year? I'm not a prophet. He says, can't you just tell me something reassuring? Idiot, don't overdrink. Yu Guangik says, I'm going to kill you if you get drunk and do something wrong. He thought maybe work dinners of immortals would be different, but it's just quieter than normal ones and held at the company cafeteria. A glass placed on the table. He stood over the man with red hair, who seemed to be in distress. His gaze narrowed, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Yu Guangik became curious about the man's behavior. The man's expression hardened as he spoke. Look down, idiot. Yu Guangik wondered how much he had changed since then, thinking of himself as the team manager. He challenged, do you want a serious duel with me? The two men sat at the table, surrounded by food and drinks, the tension palpable. The man with red hair looked up, seemingly drunk, and asked if Yu Guangik was drunk. Yu Guangik simply replied, no. 5 minutes later, they were at the training center. The air crackled with anticipation as they prepared to face off. The two men stood ready, the only sound the echo of their footsteps in the vast training hall. He questioned if the other wanted the lights on, but the protagonist declined. The antagonist remarked that the previous duels had been boring. Yu Guangik stood confidently, his hand casually tucked into his pocket. The red-haired man issued a challenge, beckoning his opponent to attack. Guangik Yu's eyes glowed with a fierce determination, a smirk playing on his lips. A burst of speed blurred the air as the fight began. The sound of impact echoed through the training center. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as the attack landed. A blinding flash illuminated the clash between the two fighters. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. The antagonist launched a kick, aiming to strike his opponent. Guangik Yu steeled his resolve, preparing to adjust his stance. The taunt hangs in the air, a calculated attempt to unnerve. The sound of impact echoes, a prelude to the coming storm. He lunges forward, fist cocked back, ready to strike with force. The punch connects, a burst of energy radiating from the point of impact. Another strike lands, the force reverberating through the air. The red-haired man's fist slams into the black-haired man, a brutal display of power. His eyes widen in disbelief, the pain registering a split second later. He realizes the extent of the damage, his right arm, now broken. The sound of the impact echoes, a testament to the force behind the blow. The punch explodes with energy, a blinding display of raw power. The sound of a body hitting the ground resonates. Meanwhile, the man in the suit curses while the man in the tie denies that the protagonist uses that. His arm was broken, a brutal reminder of the fight's cost. Yu Guangik's gaze hardened, his expression unreadable as he considered his next move. That was different. Guangik Yu's face was bruised, but his eyes still burned with defiance. The damage was severe, the break clean and unforgiving. A chibi figure wondered if he wanted to fight while they were in the midst of eating. The file in question was now being requested. The new employees in the Personnel Affairs Department were listed, their faces neatly arranged in rows. Guangik Yu's expression remained unreadable as he considered the information. The man with the red tie confirmed the information. The file of Yu Guangik was presented, his picture displayed prominently. The assessment of Yu Guangik's firearms and combat capabilities was deemed not bad. The word untalented hung in the air, juxtaposed against the listed metrics. The man with the red tie had heard that Yu Guangik slept the best out of everyone during orientation. The man with the blue hair was surprised that Yu Guangik could get such a high score in External Security Team 3. Assistant Manager Kong Himo gave Yu Guangik a near-perfect score for the last mission. The man with the blue hair observed that Yu Guangik was mostly failing. A document surfaces, highlighting a peculiar detail. Significant, can drink endlessly. Someone notes that Team 3's manager added the detail, followed by a muttered insult about the insane bastard. A man in a suit sits, reviewing a document. He thinks that the subject doesn't have enough self-control, and his immortal capability is too low. The decision is made. We'll have to let him go. A hand holds up a document, revealing the name, Yu Guangik, 1. The assessment hangs in the balance. Guangik Yu looks up, his expression unreadable as the judgment against him is being decided. An authority figure leans over him, questioning what the immortal capability is based on, implying it is lacking. The speaker questions how he performed from the orientation until now, suggesting a decline. Another person questions what's wrong with the judgment, hinting at unfairness or bias. The judgment is defended, stating that even though he wasn't at the disciplinary committee meeting, it counts as if he had been there because he did something worth going to the meeting for. Yu Guangik is told that his responsibility and teamwork should be higher, indicating a lack of these qualities. Someone remarks on his work attitude, questioning it with a tone of disbelief or disapproval. He was told that his constant clashes with the team manager were the reason for his troubles. The Sunbae leaned in, his expression unreadable, as he listened to the explanation. The Sunbae remarked that the team manager had recommended him, and that drinking was the only thing he was good at. The Sunbae leaned back in his chair, a smug look on his face as he delivered the harsh words. He wondered what the red number next to his name meant, a sense of unease washing over him. The Sunbae explained that it meant the person in charge wanted to keep him marked, a warning sign hanging over his head. He thought that the mark meant he would be the first to be fired, a grim realization settling in. He realized what it meant, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. He understood that it meant he would be fired if he didn't perform well, the pressure mounting. The words echoed in his mind. You'll be the first to be fired. His expression hardened, a mix of determination and anxiety etched on his face. The announcement blared from the speakers, news from Awaram. The message continued, stating that a performance assessment and test would determine departmental assignments. A murmur rippled through the crowd as the announcement concluded. The news hit hard. The man with green hair spoke, calling it a #1 potential jobless situation. He thought only individuals could see their own assessments. The man in the black shirt responded that there were ways to see others' assessments, implying he could snitch. Whispers circulated, were company secrets being leaked? The man with brown hair reassured Yu Guangik that things would work out, offering to buy him food. Yu Guangik, arms crossed, thought to himself that he hadn't been fired yet. Another man announced that the test would begin, instructing everyone to move to their designated spots. One of the men abruptly said he had to go, asking if anyone had seen the movie Sixth Sense. He sat with his colleagues, listening to their opinions on movies. One of them wondered why he thought a particular movie was fun. The reason, according to the speaker, was because the main character was a ghost. Another voice chimed in, suggesting the movie's appeal lay in its plot twist. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed through a dimly lit room as a man approached a group of seated figures. The atmosphere felt heavy with anticipation. The man in the suit, Mr. Nam, was greeted with a question about his presence. Mr. Nam stood before the group, explaining that he was simply curious about the unfolding events. He admitted he couldn't miss out on such fun, hinting at a duel between popular figures. Yu Guangik stood tall, his expression a mixture of confidence and anticipation. The announcement came. Next was Jong Kinam, who had chosen Yu Guangik as his first opponent. He stood ready, awaiting the signal, while others looked on with anticipation. The command echoes, marking the start of their confrontation. Start when ready. Yu Guangik's expression hardens as Jong Kinam attempts a friendly greeting, rebuffing the gesture with a cold warning. Their eyes lock, a silent promise of the battle about to unfold, each assessing the other's resolve. The air crackles with energy as Yu Guangik and Jong Kinam clash, their movements a blur of speed and precision. The force of their blows sends shockwaves through the arena, a testament to their incredible power. The rain falls, obscuring the view. Jong Kinam's expression remains stoic amidst the downpour, his focus unwavering. The observer analyzes the subtle differences between the cards, seeking to predict the outcome. Each card holds a clue, a piece of the puzzle that could reveal the key to victory. Mr. Nam notes the elapsed time, realizing the implications of their incredible speed. The voice declares that their speed surpasses even the highest ranks. The red-haired Sunbae moves with blinding speed, leaving only blue traces behind. The speed is so great, it seems to be hiding traces of the movement itself. Jong Kinam mirrors the Sunbee's movements, equally fast and precise. The two combatants exchange blows, their feet barely touching the ground as they move. He watches the duel unfold on the monitor, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Mr. Nam studies the data on his tablet, a look of disbelief slowly spreading across his face. No, it's not. He mutters to himself, the numbers on the screen clearly exceeding his expectations. More? That's 3 times higher than the average new employee. The force of their blows sends shockwaves through the air. The fighters clash, their movements a blur of speed and power. Yu Guangik and Jong Kinam continue their duel, neither giving an inch. The Sunbae is surrounded by a glowing aura, his power reaching its peak. Endurance. He pushed himself on the treadmill, his body a testament to endurance. The man with black hair lifted the weights, muscles straining with each repetition. Reflexes honed, he dodged the incoming projectiles with practiced ease. Flexibility was key as he bent backward, showcasing his agility. Mr. Nam studied the tablet, observing the data on the fighter's stamina and flexibility. The man in the suit couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way. Everything's far above the average. Mr. Nam was astonished. This would make him an S rank. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in their depths. The protagonist's face was strained, pushing his limits. Each movement was a burst of energy, pushing past the pain. His gaze intensified, focused on the task at hand. His traces. He looked down, a hint of regret in his eyes. Sorry, Kinam. He had been concealing his true abilities, afraid of being exposed as something other than human. He believed he could surpass any immortal here, if only he truly tried. But that was his arrogance speaking, blinding him to the truth. He knew what he had to do. He resolved that he would no longer hide his true self. From this moment forward, he would give it his all, holding nothing back. Power surged around him. This is non-standard. The unseen speaker recounts the brutal assault. Kinnem's front teeth were punched out, and Miho's molar was cracked. A voice echoes, laced with sarcasm. Was the perpetrator proud of their actions? Yu Guangik stands, his expression unreadable, as the accusations hang in the air. Someone off-panel remarks that Guei Hyung also passed out, a detail seemingly missed in the chaos. The unseen speaker questions the act of punching coworkers' teeth, the words hanging heavy with implied threat. Yu Guangik clarifies his position. He is Yu Guangik, a rank 3 employee, nothing more. A voice wonders aloud if they should also knock out his front teeth before declaring they're going home for the day. Meanwhile, Yu Guangik stands outside a building at night, the city lights blurring behind him. A sleek car waits, its tires gleaming under the streetlights, ready to whisk someone away. Kim Doncheol, sitting in the car, extends an invitation to Yu Guangik, asking why he doesn't hop on with him. The man in the suit explains that he's pushing for a project. He adds that there's an open position, as usual. The protagonist responds with a simple, "Really?" Kim Doncheol states that he was hoping for this. Kim Doncheol's expression is smug as he looks off into the distance, lost in thought. The man in the suit continues, saying that Yu Guangik would fill that spot. Yu Guangik responds that he isn't sure how to answer that. Kim Doncheol says that he should continue working as usual and just volunteer once he starts the project. A cigarette is extinguished in an ashtray, the sound echoing in the confined space. A text bubble appears, asking if he likes meat, seemingly out of the blue. Yu Guangik stares blankly ahead, his expression unreadable as he considers the offer. Meanwhile, the sound of a car door closing echoes in the night. A lone figure walks down the street, passing a parked black car under the dim streetlights. A text bubble appears with the words, "Yes, Executive Director." Yu Guangik is on the phone, his expression serious as he speaks to someone. The director's words echoed in his mind. The kid is bright and outstanding. What he said, and the gift, he was sure the director knew very well. Elsewhere, a man in a suit speaks on the phone, a slight smile playing on his lips. What do they mean? Why did the director give him a gift of barbecue meat? He guessed the director was just proud of him for doing well. After his training period, he became a rank 3 employee. He gained access to more work documents on the intranet. His salary went up, and he moved to a company building that's just 5 minutes from work. One of his coworkers tells him not to feel bad for Donghoon, and that he should work harder, since their team has very little work. He states that he's going to a meeting. Sunbae, the protagonist wonders why their team has no accomplishments to show for their efforts. The antagonist explains that it's because they haven't done anything for the higher-ups. He recalls their participation in the closing mission and catching the special species criminal. The antagonist's statement hangs in the air, a silent accusation against the protagonist's leadership. The antagonist asks why they don't do anything else, his expression unreadable. The protagonist realizes that the higher-ups don't like their team manager, so they don't give them work. The protagonist thinks that the antagonist is like that to everyone. The antagonist asks if their team is able to stay together despite the lack of accomplishments, and the protagonist agrees. The text explains that the assistant manager takes the side jobs that other teams should do. Donghoon is the assistant manager. The assistant manager gets the jobs done in their stead. The antagonist tells him to leave it there. An assistant manager asks if the assistant manager needs any help. The protagonist feels too bad for the trees to make Donghoon do the document work. He thinks that he could be nicer than this. The antagonist asks if it is fine for their team to continue not working. The protagonist says that they do work, sometimes. When the team, Lee Jungbong enjoyed a cold drink, a slight smile playing on his lips. A message appeared on the screen. Team dinner at Lee Jungbong's house today. The team confirmed the location, Donghoon's house. Someone questioned the choice of venue. Meanwhile, 2 figures approached the doorway, the sound of the lock echoing in the hallway. The men wondered if this was the assistant manager's house, or a meeting room outside of work, codenamed Donghoon's. A card was inserted into a reader, granting access to the room. The door clicked open, revealing the interior. A voice commanded attention, as a glowing crystal was displayed on a screen. It was a new material found in the white hole, an axon stone. It's an object where you can store aura, a voice explained. The man considered the information, understanding that aura was a type of energy. That an ability user emits and is unrelated to any abilities, and you can keep aura in the stone. He listened intently as the man explained the axon stone's ability to alter energy. The potential applications seemed vast, a new frontier in energy manipulation. The analysis team's findings suggested that this particular axon stone could usher in a new era. The implications of such a discovery were significant. It seemed that not all axon stones possessed the same storage capacity. This variability introduced a layer of complexity to their potential applications. That was correct, Yu Guangik thought, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at his phone. He seemed pleased with the information. Of the ones found, the highest rank publicly released was AA. The implications of this statement hung in the air. The ranks of the axon stones were displayed, D to AA. The higher the rank, the more potent the stone. One D-rank Axon stone could power a flight from Incheon to New York. The potential for energy generation was staggering. Yu Guangxi was impressed. An AA rank should be enough to beat up an S-rank shapeshifter. The power scaling was becoming clear. By publicly, he inquired, what do they really mean? The implications of hidden information were starting to surface. S-rank Axon stones were found, but not revealed to the public. The existence of these stones was a closely guarded secret. The man with coffee looked concerned, while Guangxi remained stoic. The weight of the information settled upon them. At least 50, he stated, referring to the number of S-rank stones. That was a lot of power hidden from the world. The man received a message stating that Psionic was the first to discover them. They tried to take the Axon stones for themselves, but someone within the company leaked that secret. Because of the information leak, Psionic asked Old Force for help in securing the Axon stones. Warum's immortal special forces were tasked with ensuring the security of the Axon stones. The man received more information, learning that taking some of the Axon stones as payment for security is a matter of negotiation and diplomacy. The message continued, stating that their work dinner menu is now the topic of discussion. The phone screen displayed External Security Team 3 Axon Stone Obtainment Plan. The diagram detailed the teams involved. Analysis Team 2, R&D Cultivation Team, R&D Security Team, and External Security Team 3, Li Jungbong. The man looked surprised, a question forming in his mind. Two men exchanged a look, their expressions unreadable. Dong-hoon suggested, we can include Jong-ah and Guangxi, right? He thought to himself that he'd have to find out more, and that if they created a scenario where they could intervene. A strange smile plays across his face, though dark circles betray a lack of rest. The can is open with a hiss. It was possible then. All right then. By the way, the meeting continues. Someone asked what they're doing right now. The man holds his drink, his expression unreadable. Work. The thought hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Someone remarks that it's weirdly unpleasant to see him smile. He replies that he just thought it was cool. He holds up the can, a slight smirk playing on his lips. We're going to take those Axon. 2 days later, the passage of time marked a shift in the landscape, now blanketed in snow. A shout echoed through the barren trees, a stark warning cutting through the cold air. A soldier in black tactical gear stood vigilant, his expression questioning as he scanned the surroundings. Guangxi moved with desperate speed, a surge of energy propelling him forward through the trees. The soldier's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed the restricted area sign. Confusion mixed with urgency as the soldier realized they were inside a restricted zone. Another soldier barked orders, rifle raised, urging the team to advance through the snowy terrain. The soldiers pressed on, identifying their operation as one carried out by Immortal Special Forces. The lead soldier moved with purpose, his weapon ready as he navigated the harsh environment. Guangxi, desperate to escape, cursed his pursuers, questioning why they chased him toward the white hole. The soldier's intense gaze revealed their unwavering focus on the pursuit, their eyes narrowed with determination. The soldiers paused, momentarily losing sight of their target, questioning where he had disappeared to. One of the soldiers wasn't sure, but it looked like he went in there. The soldiers yelled, realizing that their target had entered the restricted area. He reached out, his hand disappearing into the swirling white mass. The soldiers arrived at the entrance, realizing he wasn't in there. The white hole shimmered, obscuring what lay beyond. The message came through. The left entrance was clear. A squad of soldiers advanced, weapons raised, moving deeper into the complex. Confirmation arrived. The invader's signal was extinct. The order was given to move the cargo. The man in the helmet confirmed that the transport drones were prepared, and everything was proceeding smoothly. Elsewhere, Dong-hoon knew his part of the plan also needed to succeed. The man with blue hair looked determined, ready to execute his mission. The briefing indicated a special species suspected of robbery was located approximately 1 kilometer from the white hole. The man in the helmet received his orders, chase him to the restricted region, and then accidentally go into the white hole. Special forces are authorized to enter restricted regions during emergencies. A surge of energy pulsed outward, a desperate denial echoing in its wake. Nothing can stop them from entering, not even a guard. The only requirement is to enter. Figures marched forward, their forms distorted by the swirling energy. The world seemed to dissolve into a swirling vortex of light and shadow. The swirling vortex intensified, blurring the line between reality and illusion. He felt dizzy, as if someone was grabbing his head and twisting it around. It felt as if there was a chunk of metal on his shoulders, weighing him down. A wave of nausea washed over him, a primal urge to vomit rising in his throat. Yu Guangxi gasped, struggling to understand the sensation, the location, the need. To focus, he must center himself amidst the chaos. The air hangs heavy, the scene obscured by falling ash. A soldier in tactical gear calls out, his voice sharp and clear. The soldier demands to know who they are, his tone laced with suspicion. Another soldier stands guard, his posture suggesting readiness for conflict. Antagonist Yoo Guangik senses something is amiss, a strange feeling washing over him as invaders are found. Whispers circulate among the soldiers, questioning the nature of these special species and their potential affiliation. The blue-haired soldier is asked if he is okay, his silence adding to the tension. The soldiers confer, unsure of how to proceed in this tense standoff. The blue-haired soldier remains unresponsive, lost in his own thoughts. The soldier demands to know who antagonist Yoo Guangik is, his voice echoing in the desolate space. The soldiers reveal they are from the Immortal Special Forces, tracking a criminal who passed through this area. He was being questioned about his actions. The soldiers wanted to know if he was a criminal. The soldiers stood their ground, their boots planted firmly on the cracked earth. They stated that they were the only ones to arrive. Yu Guangik stood defiant, his expression unreadable. He declared that he was lying to them. One of the soldiers pressed him, suspicion lacing his tone. He asked if Yu Guangik was covering for a fellow special species. The soldier declared that, from that moment on, the Immortal Special Forces would possess the authority to capture the special species criminal. Yu Guangik's face contorted in fury, his eyes blazing. He demanded to know what they were talking about. Flames erupted around Yu Guangik, his power flaring. He questioned if they thought this was their house. The soldier, unfazed by the display of power, ordered him to shut up if he reacted like that. The flames intensified around Yu Guangik, his expression a mask of rage. He warned them of the consequences. Yu Guangik threatened them, his voice dripping with menace. He told them to leave before he counted to 3. The soldier announced that they were proceeding with the repression plan due to his refusal for cooperation. A smoke grenade lay on the ground, ready to be deployed. The situation was escalating rapidly. He stands his ground, facing Yu Guangik, who is caught off guard by the sudden confrontation. The attack sends Yu Guangik reeling, a muffled groan escaping him as he struggles to regain his balance. Wincing, Yu Guangik realizes he's been had, his eyes narrowing in anger and frustration. He spits out the words, "It's me," his voice laced with a mix of defiance and pain. Rage boils over as Yu Guangik unleashes a furious outburst, calling his attacker a bastard. With a surge of power, Yu Guangik ignites his fist, preparing to retaliate with a fiery strike. Meanwhile, Yu Guangik vows to catch his pursuer, his words laced with venomous intent as he flees. He leaps from the crumbling structure, seeking to escape the immediate danger. The figure plummets downwards, a desperate attempt to evade capture. The sound of an engine echoes, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. A vehicle speeds toward the scene, its tires kicking up dust as it closes in. The soldiers advance, weapons raised, ready to engage their target. Heavy crates are stacked high, soldiers standing guard nearby. The soldier grimaces. Neutral Li Jungbong is asked if something is wrong. The soldier's expression is unreadable behind the helmet's visor. Neutral Li Jungbong addresses the team, stating that he will be supporting the Axon stone transportation. The speaker warns that if a small incident happens, Kim Jong-ah and another will lose. The plan is to steal a few boxes of the Axon stones. The soldier holds a device, explaining that it sends a signal when the same charm is within a certain distance. If the signal is on, it means that the two succeeded in infiltrating the white hole. It's useful that they can exchange signals without a communication device in the other world, but the signal... He thought to himself how terrible it was when the gear got drenched. It felt shitty. An abnormal signal registered in the area, the desert landscape stretching before the soldiers. A guttural growl echoed as a monstrous face emerged, its single eye glowing ominously. The designation, Orc number 12. The count, more than 20. Permission to use firearms was granted, the order ringing out. The orcs advanced, their numbers a growing threat. The orc's face contorted in a savage snarl, ready to attack. The soldiers opened fire, bullets ripping through the air. He kept his aim steady, firing with precision. The sound of gunfire filled the air. A monstrous sharkworm appeared, its jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Designated as sharkworm number 22, it was a new threat to face. He lunges forward, knife in hand, ready to strike the monstrous foe. The sharkworm snaps its jaws, a primal snarl echoing through the cavern. Guangik Yu's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he prepares to engage. A burst of speed, a flash of red, as the sharkworm lunges. The sharkworm's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He braces himself, ready to meet the creature's attack head-on. The sharkworm's strike is a blur of motion, a deadly dance of teeth and claws. Its armored hide gleams, a testament to its resilience. The sharkworm thrashes, its power evident in every movement. He stands firm, feet planted, as the sharkworm's attack connects. The impact sends shockwaves through the area, dust and debris flying. The sharkworm roars in fury, its attack momentarily stalled. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of motion and intent on overwhelming his monstrous foe. The sharkworm lunged, jaws agape, but Guangik was already in motion, evading the attack with practiced ease. Too much to be surprised by, the man thought, considering the time he needed to properly stand, walk, hear, and sense things. That was the time he needed to properly stand, walk, hear, and sense things. He first entered the other world. Even an immortal needs to go back and forth between the other world tens of times. To be able to get rid of the headache within 5 minutes, he steeled himself. Even they will still need at least half an hour from then on to be capable of fighting. He thought it'd be a job well done if they threw off the psionic workers within 2 days. But he resolved that with just a smoke bomb, and now he's testing out the skills he's learned. The man observed, watching the battle unfold. Gwang Ik pressed his attack, blade flashing, a blur against the shark worm's armored hide. Against an invader he just saw, the man wondered what he should do. The situation seemed dire, and the cost was mounting. He grimaced, blood trickling down his face from a fresh wound. The word echoed in the air, a grim reminder of their mission, Sunbei. The shark worm's maw dripped with gore, a horrifying testament to its power. How many immortals could face such a beast and hope to survive? The man with the helmet maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The man with the helmet spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Too many to count. You're cold. With a deliberate motion, the man drew his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. He could wait for the plan to succeed, but for now, it was time to move on. Gwang Ik pressed onward, the man with the helmet following close behind. His hand tightened around the hilt of his weapon, preparing for the next encounter. 2 figures stood silhouetted against the harsh landscape, their mission weighing heavily on their minds. One of them spoke, addressing Li Jungbong with a sense of urgency. The armored figures discussed their next move, deciding to rest in a small cave after the hill. The plan was set. Zhang Ah and Gwang Ik would trace and stand by, chasing the troops moving the Axon stones. Li Jungbong pointed at the predicted route on the map, instructing them to go there and stand by. Li Jungbong considered the risks, believing some incident, whether small or large, would definitely happen, and urged them to take that chance. The goal was clear, to take the Axon stones. Meanwhile, Yu Gwang Ik sat by the fire, lost in thought, remarking that he sometimes thought something. Yu Gwang Ik mused that their team manager was a bit insane. The response came, not sometimes, often. The 2 men sat by the fire, the silence broken only by the crackling flames. He admitted that he often thought about it. The man with red hair spoke, his voice low. They hadn't seen the main troops today, either. Lying in his bedroll, the man with black hair knew it. He had a feeling about their situation. The man with red hair lay in his own bedroll, staring up at the cave ceiling. He felt like he was going to develop some attachment to her. Now that he thought about it, the man with black hair shifted slightly, his expression thoughtful. The man with red hair was asked if he was sleeping. He simply responded with a questioning why. The man with red hair shifted and said he wanted to ask something. The question hung in the air. Why do you do this job? What about you? The man with black hair looked up, his eyes wide. He was about to answer the question about the world. The man with red hair waited for his answer, his gaze steady. The word hung in the air, a silent promise of revenge. Antagonist Yoo Gwang Ik reclined, contemplating the duality of his desires. The thought drifted through his mind. They were opposites, and he longed for sleep. Meanwhile, deep within the cavernous space, shadows danced across the rough stone. His eyes snapped open, a sudden jolt of awareness flooding his senses. Antagonist Yoo Gwang Ik shot up, turning to the other man. How many? He asked. Elsewhere, the response echoed in the darkness, too. 2 figures advanced, their faces obscured by masks, weapons held ready. A voice cut through the silence. Wait. Antagonist Yoo Gwang Ik leveled his weapon, eyes narrowed in anticipation. One of the masked figures paused, his senses on high alert. Someone's here. The air crackled with tension as the 2 groups prepared to clash. He knelt on the ground, the command ringing in his ears, don't move. The order came again, this time with a demand. Drop the weapon and walk towards us slowly. The red-haired man, surrounded, retorted, that's what I should be asking you. One of the masked figures demanded, who are you? Another voice cut in, pressing for information. Where are you from? A masked figure, weapon raised, questioned him further. Alone. The air crackled with tension as a dark-haired man prepared to strike. The sound of a powerful blow echoed through the cavern. The dark-haired man stood ready, while Yu Gwang Ik, hands still behind his head, seemed unfazed by the display of force. A hand tightened around a weapon, ready to unleash its power. Yu Gwang Ik's eyes glowed with a fierce light as he prepared to retaliate. The command echoed again, a final warning. Don't move. The standoff reached its peak as Yu Gwang Ik faced his armed captors, the dark-haired man and a masked figure ready for a fight. The cavern air hung thick with unspoken threats, the tension palpable. An automatic rifle and walkie-talkies lay ready, a silent promise of violence. There was also a sniper rifle. One of the men demanded to know what they were doing there, pressing for information on who else was with them. The masked figure scoffed, claiming they were just there to earn money by killing a few invaders. Gwang Ik considered the situation, dismissing the idea of freelancers at this hour. They had the same idea as us. They came to steal the Axon stones. Guangyu knew that whether it's small or large, some incident will definitely happen. Considering how prepared they are, this isn't just going to be some incident. The man in the white shirt addressed Yu Guangyu as Sun Bei. Change of plans. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent prelude to conflict. Dust motes danced in the harsh light, clinging to the desolate landscape. Stacked containers formed makeshift barricades against the unforgiving sun. The man in the helmet's eyes narrowed. "What the hell?" he muttered. A figure emerged from the haze, the man calling himself Prometheus. Prometheus's boots crunched on the stones. He mused, surprised that a higher-up would want the Axon stones. His eyes widened, a manic glint in their depths. A cruel smile stretched across Prometheus's face. "Cockroach and other mutated bastards," he spat. Prometheus issued a chilling ultimatum. "If you give me the stuff and leave, I'll only kill half of you guys." The man in the helmet grimaced. This was proven to be a pain in the ass. An unseen observer noted that Prometheus had both time and timing on his side, and that he also had no pill do, a strong guy. The man in the helmet faced Prometheus, understanding the Axon stone was great. He kept the man in his grasp, demanding that Jungbong stall for time. The soldiers stood guard, weapons raised, as they discussed their quarry. Yu Guangyu sneered, reminding Jungbong that he was 2 years older. He questioned if Jungbong understood the gravity of their situation. The soldiers revealed that Pildu had been hiding in the Philippines. One of the soldiers asked when he had returned to Korea. The soldiers stood silently as Yu Guangyu threatened to take someone's head the next time he saw them. He continued to berate the unseen person, calling them a little bastard. Yu Guangyu's rage intensified, his face contorted with fury as he told them to be content. A voice boomed, declaring, "Enough." The soldiers flinched as the voice echoed, while Yu Guangyu remained unfazed. The voice warned that they were making a mistake. A soldier leaps from the high ground, kicking up dust and debris. The woman with purple hair stands firm, flanked by masked soldiers. She questions if they thought the situation would change. She wonders aloud if a few escaped by hiding their traces. The woman with purple hair states there's no way to escape safely, telling them to give up. A soldier's eyes narrow, his expression grim as he surveys the scene. The soldier realizes the information was leaked, deducing that someone must be acting as a spy. A soldier in a hood and mask speaks into a radio, giving the order, "Code Jake, start." The soldier's masked face is partially visible, his expression unreadable. The soldier contemplates whether to use brute strength or to run off with the Axon stones, but knows that doing so would leave few survivors. The soldier thinks to himself that he doesn't like that. The soldier grips his weapon tightly, preparing for a fight. The soldier with the radio reports that he has sight, code lighting. The soldier with red hair glared, his expression a mix of anger and determination. Beside him, the soldier with purple hair remained stoic. Yu Guangyu's face contorted as he spoke into his helmet's comms, relaying a strange phrase, "Middle pick dog baby." The message was clear, the operation was starting, and they were moving into the next phase of their plan. Elsewhere, the hooded figure paused, a question mark hanging in the air as they listened intently to their own comms. A burst of energy erupted, the air crackling with unseen force. The hooded figure was struck, a red glow emanating from the point of impact as the soldier with purple hair looked on. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the immediate area. Yu Guangyu's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, "What the hell?" The soldier with purple hair stood over the fallen figure, a look of confusion on her face as she questioned, "What?" She admitted it was a stupid pun, but it worked nonetheless. Yu Guangyu's expression hardened, his teeth gritted in anger. He spat out a curse, calling the attacker a little bastard. He glanced upward, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. The world narrowed, a red reticle materializing around him. The crosshairs tightened, the threat becoming undeniable. A gloved finger gently caressed the trigger, the sniper's eye glued to the scope. A few hours before the ambush, the air hung heavy with anticipation. 2 figures stood silhouetted against the harsh landscape, their presence a silent promise of violence. The masked figure paused, his head cocked slightly. "Did you hear that?" he asked. His comrades scanned the horizon, weapon raised. "Is it an invader? I don't see any signals." The first figure's eyes narrowed behind his mask. "I definitely heard some dash." A flash of steel. The second figure was struck down, a blade piercing through the air. The sound of the blade echoed through the canyon. The attacker's gaze was intense, focused on the kill. The blade was drawn back, ready for another strike. The fallen figure gasped, struggling to breathe as the attacker loomed over him. The attacker spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Who are you? Don't you understand the situation you're in?" 2 figures in tactical gear advanced through the rocky terrain, their faces obscured by masks and helmets. One of the masked figures stood over a prone individual, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "You guys just need to answer." 2 men were bound at the wrists and ankles, helpless before their captors. One of the figures remarked that this was the 5th metahuman sniper and mixed-blood immortal guard they had found. He wondered if they should look for more. The other figure responded that they had already looked at all the good places for a sniper to be positioned. He added that it didn't seem like they were lying when they said there were no more snipers. One of the masked figures, receiving a communication, relayed the message. Code Jake, start shooting. He noted that it looked like they were starting. The figure placed a large, rectangular case on the ground, a faint blue glow emanating from its edges. Then we have to prepare too. The distinct click of a weapon being readied echoed in the air. The sound of a weapon being charged filled the air. The masked figure with blue hair stared intently, his expression unreadable behind the mask. He thought to himself, "Oh, so that's your main weapon." The masked figure kneeled, leveling a massive rifle. "Say hi." The camera focused on the weapon, a high-tech rifle with a menacing presence. Its name is Cash Hippo. The woman groans, struggling to sit up as she realizes their sniper points have been taken away. She wonders aloud who could be responsible. The man in the helmet declares them to be immortal special forces. He orders everyone into battle formation, his voice echoing with authority. 2 soldiers stand shoulder to shoulder, clad in full tactical gear. They raise their rifles, prepared for the coming assault. A wave of soldiers advances, their shields raised high. One curses, realizing the gravity of their situation. Another figure, masked and armored, sprints forward, shouting a code name, Code Ralph. The woman with purple streaks watches him. A voice crackles over the radio, confirming their arrival. The person on the other end demands to know who is speaking. A close-up reveals 2 distinct individuals, their expressions unreadable. The tension hangs heavy in the air. The woman with purple streaks grits her teeth, muttering a curse in Filipino, Tarantado. The soldiers unleash a hail of gunfire, their objective clear: kill them all. The situation escalates rapidly. Gunfire erupts as the soldier advances, taking cover behind a makeshift barrier. A figure orders someone to track their location and send Vivi-7. The figure with purple hair stands nearby. Where does he think he's going? The soldier fires his weapon, the red beam cutting through the air. The soldier continues his advance, the sounds of gunfire echoing around him. The soldier's weapon roars, another shot fired into the fray. A voice declares, "This is your opponent, Lee Jungbong." Yu Guangik stands nearby as a man grips an axe, his expression intense. The man says, "Hyung's a bit busy right now. Why don't we talk later?" A voice shouts in anger, "You bastard. Stop calling yourself Hyung. You're the bastard." The man's eyes widen with rage, his face contorted in fury. A primal scream echoes as the battle intensifies. The soldier continues to fire, advancing through the battlefield. The gun is leveled, the barrel glinting in the harsh light. Neutral Lee Jungbong, helmeted and clad in black, confirms their next move. Yu Guangik responds with a terse affirmation. Neutral Lee Jungbong pauses, a soft exclamation escaping him. A warning echoes. They are coming. A muscular man strides forward, flanked by 2 cloaked figures. The group advances across the desolate landscape. Neutral Lee Jungbong's expression hardens, questioning what he's hearing. The need to act quickly becomes paramount, to regain control of the situation. The muscular man declares that they only... A voice wonders if they sent 3 people, plus the 2 behind him. The muscular man's eyes widen, a flicker of fear in his expression. He is asked about his relationship with the woman behind him. The man in the black suit stood firm, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. He recalled a previous encounter, remembering, "She's wrapped her legs around me before." The man in the helmet maintained his stoic expression, the other figure behind him remaining silent. A voice boomed, the words echoing with a challenge. "Someone like you?" Yu Guangik's face contorted in rage, his eyes narrowed with fury. He spat out, "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? How dare you?" The antagonist lunged forward, his body a blur of motion as he closed the distance. Yu Guangik struck, his fist connecting with the helmeted man's face. Blades extended from Yu Guangik's elbows, glinting menacingly. Guangik Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing blades came from his elbows. The elbow blades slashed through the air, leaving trails of red in their wake. The blade struck, impacting against Guangik Yu's suit with brutal force. He is sent flying backward from the force of the blow, the impact ringing in his ears. Guangik Yu's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within him as he hears the taunt, "Come out." The force of Yu Guangik's attack explodes outward, dust and debris filling the air. He barely manages to dodge the next attack, realizing that Vivi-7 has amazing reflexes. His fist clenches, a surge of resolve coursing through him. That dodge created an opening, a chance to strike back. The sharp edges of Yu Guangik's elbow blades glint menacingly, ready to cut through anything. His hand moves swiftly, reaching for something unseen. Guangik Yu steels himself, preparing to get out of the way. He grits his teeth, determined to evade the incoming attack. A monstrous figure looms over him, declaring that the woman is the main course and he is the dessert. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes widened in realization. This bastard was a shapeshifter. Red energy crackled as the shapeshifter lunged, claws extended in a deadly strike. The air shimmered with heat as the attack intensified, a visible wave of force. He cried out, "You Gwang Ik!" as the force of the blow sent him flying backwards. The helmeted figure, eyes narrowed, cursed under their breath, "Damn Prometheus." The protagonist, teeth gritted, thought to himself, "The crooked teeth and hair loss. I'm certain." The text declared, "This is a mixed-blood shapeshifter made in the lab." Dust billowed as the shapeshifter landed, ready for another attack. The helmeted figure ordered, "Stay back." Another figure stood behind, ready to assist. "We'll fight together. It'll be too hard on your own." The helmeted figure, face bloodied, declared, "Maintain battlefield." The helmeted figure braced for the incoming attack. The helmeted figure and their ally charged forward, ready to engage the shapeshifter. The shapeshifter snarled, its eyes glowing with predatory intent. He demanded to know his opponent's name, wondering if he even needed to eat. The helmeted figure remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He could tell from his immortal senses, even without asking. The red-haired antagonist declared that the monster wasn't a mixed-blood special species or anything of the sort. A monster, driven by hunger, had lost all reason. The beast loomed, a terrifying figure of pure instinct. An invader made by humans. How annoying. The helmeted figure's expression was grim, his blue hair visible beneath the helmet. A monstrous roar echoes as the werewolf-like creature lunges forward, its fangs bared and claws extended. The creature's massive paw descends with terrifying speed, threatening to crush anything beneath it. Gwang Ik braces himself against the onslaught, his armored gauntlets raised to deflect the blow. His eyes widen with a mixture of determination and concern as he faces the ferocious beast. The creature slashes with its razor-sharp claws, leaving trails of displaced air in its wake. It moves with surprising agility, its powerful legs propelling it forward in a relentless assault. Gwang Ik lands heavily, the impact cratering the ground beneath him as he prepares for the next attack. The werewolf-like creature looms, its eyes burning with savage intent as it prepares to strike again. Its massive paws pound the earth, each step carrying the weight of its monstrous form. The creature unleashes another deafening roar, its jaws wide open, revealing rows of deadly teeth. He wears a helmet, his expression one of shock and concern. A wild bloodthirst fills the air, and his body feels paralyzed. The towering werewolf-like creature looms, its presence dominating the scene. Can he take it on his own? The creature's massive paws slam into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The beast lunges forward, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack, blood splattering. He grits his teeth, a determined look in his eyes despite the pain. "Sorry, but I'm used to fighting things like you." The creature roars, its body radiating intense heat and power. The werewolf-like creature prepares to strike again, its claws extended. He braces himself, ready to meet the creature's next attack head-on. The creature's snarling face fills the frame, its teeth bared in a terrifying display. The creature unleashes a powerful energy blast. He lunged forward, a blue aura surrounding him as he initiated his attack. His eyes narrowed, focused on the target ahead, a strange pattern visible behind him. With a powerful leap, Gwang Ik launched a kick at the monstrous, werewolf-like figure. The creature's armored torso absorbed the blow, its strange, rocky hide glowing with inner power. Each plate of its hide seemed to pulse with energy, a network of power barely contained. The word shape appeared, hinting at the nature of the power at play. Gwang Ik's ability allows him to change the very material of his bones. The hero seemed to have anticipated this transformation. The werewolf-like creature stood tall, its armored body a testament to its strange power. The creature was revealed to be a mixed-blood testing subject. The air crackled with energy. A brutal impact echoes, blood spraying from an unseen source. A figure levels a weapon, the barrel still smoking from a recent shot. The aftermath of the attack is visible, blood splattered across the ground. The man in the helmet wonders aloud if the woman said Vivi 7, questioning what that could be. The bald man questions why the other is worried about his friends. Yu Gwang states he just wants one of them to be properly beaten up. The bald man responds that this is great then, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The bald man boasts that they sent someone who cannot be defeated, even by an entire army. The bald man confidently declares that the protagonist's friends will end up in his stomach soon. Yu Gwang repeats the phrase, questioning if it's truly an entire army. The man in the helmet states that he doesn't. The man in the helmet finishes his thought, stating that the person sounds strong enough for his friend. He was surrounded by a fierce aura, ready to unleash his power. The shape ability allowed him to harden his entire body, fueled by the stamina of a shapeshifter. The monster's skills were indeed overpowered, a terrifying display of raw strength. But he had a skill of his own, one he had learned through his own efforts. The monster moved with a technique that seemed to hide its very presence. Its eyes glowed with a menacing red light, promising destruction. The two-headed beast stood ready, a formidable opponent. The protagonist met the shapeshifter's attack with a burst of blue energy. He moved with incredible speed, dodging the monster's ferocious strikes. A blinding light filled the area, obscuring the battlefield. The monster roared, its powers surging as it prepared to strike again. The protagonist prepared to deceive the trace of the monster. The force of the blow echoes, a thunderous declaration of war. The monster's chest is a shattered ruin, yet remains standing. The antagonist sneers, admitting that his body is hard, but that just means he has to beat him until he breaks. Gwang Yu's eyes narrow, a cold fury burning within him. The monster charges forward, a blur of fur and rage. The protagonist grits his teeth, steeling himself for the next attack. Senses heightened, concentration absolute, he focuses on just one being. To predict its next movements, he must see through the chaos. His blue eye glows, seeing through the monster's gestures. The monster lunges, claws extended, a desperate gamble. The monster's eyes widen, sensing something amiss. A fist clenches, energy coalescing around it. A surge of blue energy crackles, arcing toward its intended target. The energy slams into him, the force of the blow evident. He kneels, panting, next to the corpse of a monstrous wolf. He is tired. Meanwhile, two cloaked figures observe the scene. They note that the bastard is tired. The cloaked figures advance, their weapons ready. A voice echoes, taunting him. They were worried he'd just run away. The protagonist grits his teeth, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. One of the cloaked figures is struck, blood spraying from the impact. The attack explodes with force. A gun roars, spitting fire and led towards an unseen target. An explosion of blue energy erupts, illuminating the scene with harsh light. A figure in tactical gear leaps into the fray, boots pounding against the cracked earth. A cloaked figure speaks, their voice muffled. Stay still. I don't like killing either. Gwang Yu, kneeling, hears a voice in his head. Val Taduvina. Come out. A dark shape pierces the air, accompanied by a guttural Al dash. The cloaked figure lies prone, a figure in tactical gear standing over them, gun raised. Another figure in tactical gear observes Gwang Yu. It's a suicide bomb spell of Prometheus. A voice echoes in his mind. Got my hand too. I believed in you. Gwang Yu's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He thinks to himself, questioning if he could dodge the attack. He steels himself, preparing for what comes next. And this too. He stood over the fallen figure, the desert wind whipping around him. The comms crackled to life, reporting that the situation had been taken care of, and Prometheus had fallen back. The man with black hair turned to his companion, a figure with striking blue hair. We will go too. A faint smile played on his lips. He succeeded in getting a compliment, though he wasn't sure about the mission's success. The cost of victory was clear. Several figures stood over the bodies of their fallen comrades, a somber silence hanging in the air. The blue-haired soldier spoke with determination. You go this time. Someone wondered who had taken out the Prometheus snipers. It was team manager Li Jungbong. Another soldier reported that security team 3, Kim Jong-ah and Yu Guangik, were his subordinates. A voice echoed, acknowledging that either way, they had been saved. The blue-haired soldier's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable. He thought to himself that he's not the type to forget about the good performance of employees, he assumed. The two would be getting good performance assessments, but Yu Guangik interrupted, yelling at someone, calling them an immortal bastard. Meanwhile, after the battle, a man stacked boxes onto a vehicle, wondering if anyone was watching. A chibi character asked what was with his pockets, and he replied not to worry about it. Someone was going all the way to the other world through a white hole to catch one criminal. The man in the chair thought to himself that the person must have been real fast, and that it was good work. Someone was told that they could type up the report tomorrow, and to go home for today, but they had something to say. Gwang Yu wondered how he was going to tell him that they failed the mission. The man with red hair was going to go home early today too. He just wouldn't tell him. Someone wondered if they didn't say that employee satisfaction rates are higher when the route to and from work is convenient. Meanwhile, Yu Guangik stated that he liked the company dorms for that reason, as it was only 5 minutes by foot. The man with red hair asked if he was going that way, right? Today. Guangik responded with a yes. He recalled believing in someone, the memory a sharp pang of regret. Yu Guangik walked ahead, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the night. The sound of something falling echoed in the distance. A metallic click resonated, followed by a sharp crash. He knelt on the floor, the impact sending vibrations through his body. Yu Guangik gasped, the nostrum side effects taking hold. He thought to himself that it wasn't as bad as he anticipated. He sat on the floor, catching his breath, the memories still fresh. The image of a wolf-like creature carrying someone flashed his mind. He remembered believing in him, but questioned why he said that twice. He wondered if it was because he felt bad. He considered that if he were a normal immortal, he would have been tricked by the shapeshifter's disguise. He stands with another man in a suit, the city lights blurring behind them. The protagonist agrees, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. His thoughts drift, a silent assessment. He's not ordinary, that's for sure, the protagonist muses, considering the implications. A flicker of guilt crosses his mind. He thinks, I guess I should buy him dinner sometime, a small gesture to ease his conscience. He looks up at a towering building, a sigh escaping his lips. The weight of responsibility settles upon Gwangikyu as he contemplates his next move. A man in a white shirt stands alone, uncertainty etched on his face. Now what? He wonders, the question hanging in the air. A disembodied voice echoes, revealing a past scheme. Had we succeeded in stealing the Axon stones, the company would have covered it up. Two men stand in a sterile hallway, the consequences of failure looming. However, we didn't, and they also found out we were there, the voice continues. His expression hardens, resolve settling in his eyes. He thinks, I just won't say anything about what happened in the other world. I'll make up a reasonable excuse. Yu Guang extends his back to the viewer, dismissing someone. No problem. You can go back, he says, his tone firm. A man with glasses reviews a document, his expression troubled. He runs a hand through his hair, the weight of the information pressing down on him. A woman with glasses speaks to a man, her tone measured. There were complaints from the association, but what you guys did was reasonable, she states. Messages pinged, one inquiring about a promotion and implying some shady dealings. Another message congratulated him, but the response was one of utter confusion. The man with red hair leaned on Gwangikyu, stating that the promotion would not have happened without him. The man with red hair continued, saying the promotion was just a bonus for what they did. Footsteps echoed in the background. Yu Guangik's name was spoken. The text identified the R&D headquarters researcher bodyguard team manager, Kim Jusiak. The text described the team manager as the one who led the main force at that time. Someone said thanks. A slug knife was noticed. The slug knife was displayed. Kim Jusiak smiled, stating that they succeeded thanks to the other person. He gestures, explaining that the item is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Considering the kind of person he is, Yu Guangik adds, it's probably worth even more. A notice announces promotions for Gwangikyu and Kim Jong-ah. A stark no appears, surrounded by a decorative border. Gwangikyu thinks he was just lucky and didn't do much, giving credit to Sun Bei and the others. The thought bubble reads, my ass. Kim Jusiak stands nearby as Yu Guangik thinks. This is why I call you stink. Yu Guangik believes that Kim Jusiak is envying him right now. Gwangikyu thinks that he's a pro at ruining his joy, but he'll write that damn report anyway. Yu Guangik sits at his computer, a finger to his lips. His hands type on the keyboard, containing only the truth. Gwangikyu reflects, now that I think about it. The reason the ambush failed was because Sun Bei and he just happened to be at the right place at the right time. Some might have lived if things had gone according to plan, but the situation turned out much differently. The aftermath of the failed mission hung heavy in the air, a silent testament to what had transpired. He wondered if this was the time for rejoicing, or if that was what it all meant in the first place. Considering the entirety of the situation, a grim realization began to dawn. Fingers flew across the keyboard, each tap echoing the urgency of the moment. There was only one reason this could have happened, a chilling thought taking root. Information was leaked, and there was a possibility that there was a spy inside the Immortal Special Forces. There's an imposter. The moon hung in the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. A week later, a sense of frustration permeated the air, hanging heavy over the building. Of course, the higher-ups get all the money, and the guys below do all the work. A man raised a glass, the weight of the week settling in as he prepared to drink. The group gathered, the clinking of glasses a fragile shield against the unspoken tension. One more shot, someone offered. You should stop. The air hung thick with the aroma of grilled pork and simmering resentment. He was being called a Scrooge for having received a promotion, while another lamented the rising cost of their feast. The topic shifted, as it always did, to the ever-present soju. For bottles already emptied, Yu Guangik took a swig, his expression unreadable. Guangikyu's face flushed, his words slurring as he dismissed concerns about reporting to superiors. He called someone a fuck. The protagonist admitted he hadn't even considered that, having written a lengthy report instead. Yu Guangik placed a hand on Guangikyu's shoulder, wondering what they would say if he told them. The conversation turned to the topic of imposters, and how they are a bit iffy. The decision was made. They would be a big help if left alone, so they had to let them go. Guangikyu, face contorted in anger, accused someone of saying that. He demanded to know why he was being targeted, calling the other person a piece of shit. Meanwhile, the moon hung high in the night sky, casting long shadows. Guangikyu looked shocked, questioning if they were just going home. Yu Guangik's companion mused about someone's higher salary and how they might be spending it. The man continued, explaining that even terror organizations have savings companies these days. Yu Guangik's companion concluded that no one would ever do anything about that company. A phone rang, the sound echoing in the background. The call connected, the screen displaying the active conversation. The person on the other end said they just wanted to see how he was doing. Gwang Ik-yu's caller asked why he didn't want to know until just now, questioning if it was about their son. The person apologized, promising to call more often. Gwang Ik-yu walked along the street, listening to the person on the phone. They mentioned a bad guy that everyone knows about, but apparently they can't do anything. The person on the phone asked what he was supposed to do about him. The caller asked if Gwang Ik-yu got into a fight with Samsung's successor, joking that they'd have to disown him for a bit then. He replied that it wasn't that, explaining that they won't let him hit the head, but metaphorically, yes. He was then told to hit the future instead. He walked down the street, the city lights blurring around him. The phone pressed to his ear. He listened intently. The man on the other end confirmed, yeah, the shin. The voice continued, laying out the stakes. If not the head, then the shin. He would call again soon. The phone screen displayed the contact. Father. A new message appeared. Hey, Mom says. Gwang Ik-yu's expression shifted to surprise. What? He asked in the phone, his brow furrowed. Elsewhere, two men stood at a bar. One remarked that he thought the other wasn't coming, to which the other replied that it was the bar across the house from last time. Another man, on a separate call, heard a stern warning. If you come, you have to pay. The caller identified himself as the team manager. Gwang Ik-yu paused, a troubled look on his face. He muttered into the phone, there's an imposter. The scene shifted back to Gwang Ik-yu walking, the sound of rain echoing around him. The text overlay stated a hypothesis, that the imposter is a higher-up, out of the Warrim internal inspection team's reach. Another hypothesis emerged. The imposter isn't affiliated with Prometheus. The text continued, suggesting that if he was loyal to Prometheus, the government would have done something about it, even if he were a higher-up. The hypothesis stated that the imposter only works with Prometheus. Another hypothesis considered the imposter's ultimate goal. Gwang Ik-yu listened intently, the phone pressed to his ear. The voice on the other end explained that higher-ups wanted to hide their money. The voice continued, stating that a terror organization like Prometheus hides the money for them. He asked into the phone, where are you? The man in the suit stood beside him, looking concerned. The sounds of a struggle echoed through the phone. The voice on the phone exclaimed that if they couldn't hit the head, they had to hit the shin. The man suggested robbing the imposter storage. The man in the suit thought he was going home. The man in the suit wondered what he was doing there. He stated that tomorrow, the meeting room would be ready as soon as they got to work. The man in the suit was concerned about paying. The teller waits patiently behind the counter, ready to assist the next customer. Meanwhile, a masked figure stands in an elevator, a briefcase in hand, as Yu Gwang Ik approaches from behind. Yu Gwang Ik, surprised, questions the masked figure's sudden appearance, demanding to know who they are. The masked figure swiftly draws a weapon from their side. A shot rings out, and Yu Gwang Ik cries out as he is struck. The sound of gunfire reverberates through the area. The antagonist, enraged, demands to know where the masked figure thinks they are. The masked figure stands their ground, unfazed. Yu Gwang Ik cries out in pain as the attack lands. He advanced through the bank doors, weapon raised, the threat of violence hanging heavy in the air. The masked figure slid across the slick floor, maintaining his balance with practiced ease. The gunman's weapon is trained on the teller's counter, ensuring complete control of the situation. The masked gunman stood on the chair, leveling his weapon at the terrified bank employee behind the counter. A hand hovered near the silent alarm, but the gunman's warning echoed. There's no need to press the button. The masked gunman stood firm, his intent clear. I'm going to press it for you. The sound of a scream pierced the tense silence, a raw expression of terror. The hostages reacted in fear, their faces contorted with terror as the reality of the situation crashed down. Panic spread through the bank as the gunman's command rang out. Everyone, put your heads between your knees. Don't say a word. The masked gunman surveyed the scene, his threat hanging in the air. If I hear any screaming, yelling, or whispering, I will put a hole through your head. A hostage's eyes darted nervously, a silent plea. Just pray for this to pass. The gunman's chilling words echoed in their minds. Don't do anything and don't think anything. The man with crossed arms explained that they were set up by the terrorist organization Prometheus. Including the first one, there are 3 locations in total. The protagonist sat in a chair, listening intently. He asked if that was what the man was saying. The man explained that the normal way would be to expose the source of the money and track down the circulation of funds. This would be done with the help of the Financial Services Commission. The protagonist listened, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications of the situation. However, there's no guarantee they'll succeed that way, and they don't have the time. So, they should do this in a faster way. If they can't hit the imposter's head, they'll hit their chin. The antagonist, Yu Gwang Ik, asked what was with their faces, his expression unreadable. He found the situation unexpected. The protagonist agreed with the sentiment. The protagonist sighed, a hint of amusement in his expression. He questioned if he looked stupid. The protagonist suggested that Yu Gwang Ik should reflect on his recent behavior, a subtle jab at his actions. The memory of a past confrontation flashed before the protagonist's eyes, a reminder of a previous betrayal. The man with black hair thought he had given off a very clever impression, a hint of pride in his voice. The protagonist retorted that smart kids don't say things like that, a playful jab at the other man's ego. The protagonist questioned what the existence of an imposter even meant to him, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Yu Guangik recalled a thought he had after hearing the protagonist swear every single day. He remembered thinking their team manager really got robbed of his salary. The man with red hair pointed out that the protagonist was basically robbed, too, in the Axon Stone plan. He reminded him that he had to discover the enemy's invasion beforehand. Yu Guangik admitted that was true, a hint of resignation in his voice. The antagonist stated that he was a loyal man, so he contemplated it, a hint of darkness in his tone. The protagonist asked himself what he could do for his teammates who were being. He listened intently as he was informed that the company had been robbed. Someone suggested that Dong-hoon should write out a plan, while another wondered about permission. The man in the office assured him that he would take care of it. Another man was instructed to dig up some information and pick out a few good liars. He wondered what he should do. Someone told him to center himself, stating that he was obviously the main character. He pointed forward, a confident smirk on his face. A man looked up, confused. A masked figure stared intensely. They were checking all the cameras in the area, but hadn't gotten anything yet. The man looking at the monitor noted that the thief opened the safe in 5 minutes and escaped through the camera's blind spots, concluding that he must be a special species. Someone shouted that there was an emergency, and another man agreed that he could tell. Money in safe Suyu location was also involved, deepening the mystery. The man's expression tightened, his brow furrowed with concern. Flames engulfed the scene, a visual representation of the chaos. A masked figure stood amidst the inferno, a weapon in hand. The aftermath of the blaze was evident, destruction and ruin. A voice admitted, "I did make this suggestion," hinting at involvement. The masked figure loomed, while another man thought, "I bet they'll never imagine we'd rob 2 locations in one day. But he sure is insane." The masked figure stood before Guangikyu, who questioned, "You just burned all the money. Are you crazy?" Guangikyu reeled back, a cry escaping his lips as he was struck. The masked figure advanced, their intentions unclear but undoubtedly hostile. The masked figure continued their assault, a relentless force. A man walks with a briefcase, the sounds of his footsteps echoing. Another man watches as someone speeds away on motorcycle. A figure in a helmet adjusts their visor, preparing for what's to come. The motorcycle idles, awaiting its rider. A voice warns, "Don't cause any ruckus." Someone reflects on the high stakes of their plan and the potential consequences of failure. The target is money and save in Hapjeong, Suyu, and Gangnam, according to the plan draft. The plan includes assurances that there will be no civilian casualties, but also acknowledges the potential loss of the Immortal Special Forces and Psionic Association. Antagonist Yoo Guangik insists that they need to retaliate, but another voice declares they want no part in it. News articles report on the money and save robberies, noting the lack of security and the terror experienced by civilians. Antagonist Yoo Guangik, looking at a computer screen, mutters that these crazy bastards really did it. The crisp lines of a suit, a symbol of their recent success, filled the frame. One of the men scoffed, declaring he couldn't be a robber. Another sked, implying the money wasn't earned through rightful means. The man with red hair asked if he had too much to drink. His face was flushed, his words slurred. He admitted that they had messed up those bastards, and he felt good. He had expected the other to help make the team manager broke too. The man in the suit stated that there was one more job left, warning them not to get too lax. He singled out the newbie, emphasizing the need for vigilance. One of the men said goodbye. Another expressed that he wasn't grateful for the congratulations. Guangikyu paused, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the situation. He felt like he was really a part of the team now. Later that night, the city skyline gleamed under the morning sun. The man with red hair asked if something good happened. Guangikyu replied that he only washed his face, but his face showed it. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime, revealing a group ready to face the day's challenges. The air crackled with unspoken tension as they moved deeper into the office. Inside the office, the team gathered, the weight of the situation heavy on their shoulders. A voice cut through the silence, demanding if there was anything more to be said. The woman with purple hair stood firm, her expression unreadable as she faced her colleagues. She clarified that her question was directed at team manager Lee Jungbong. The air grew thick with the implications of an internal corruption investigation. Yu Guangik sighed, wondering if the newbie was involved in this mess too. The woman with purple hair suggested they talk upstairs, her tone leaving no room for argument. Yu Guangik was told to do his homework, the command hanging heavy in the air. The office seemed empty as Yu Guangik stood alone, contemplating the unfolding events. The higher-ups had ordered an internal corruption investigation, a fact that hung heavy in the air. The reason for the investigation remained vague, the specifics shrouded in secrecy. Working in this field often meant committing risky and illegal deeds, a necessary evil to get into the specifics. The man in the suit wondered aloud what would happen if they got into the specifics and were arrested. The consequences of getting caught were dire, at best, termination or suspension. But if they weren't lucky, where did criminals end up? He knew that the bank robbery to catch the imposter and the subsequent investigation of the team manager was no coincidence. The man in the suit, visibly agitated, asked what would happen to him. This was the team manager's last act of kindness. Pretend you don't know anything. Just keep your mouth shut and don't do anything but breathe, the man in the suit was told. A palpable tension filled the air. A message arrives from dispatch headquarters leader demanding to know what they've been up to. The protagonist stares out at the city, contemplating his next move. He mutters that he just has to play stupid. He reflects on his plan to catch the imposter, but he ended up trapping his teammates in a bad situation. A figure in the shadows speaks of one more job left. He warns someone not to get too lax. The figure instructs someone to do their homework. He emphasizes the point. The camera focuses on a building, perhaps the location of Money and Save's main operation. An unseen interrogator presses, asking if the person admits to having more than just a couple of charges. A man sits behind a desk, a stack of documents before him. Even if only half the things in those documents are true, he's looking at a decade of prison at the least. The man warns someone not to make things difficult. He urges them to just admit to some of the charges. The interrogator suggests that they can settle on the rest of the charges. The interrogator demands to know the sources of the information. Team manager Lee wonders on whose order this investigation began. Someone addresses him, calling him by name. There were secrets hidden, things that even the CEO remained unaware of. The man in the office tapped the desk, a sharp sound cutting through the air. He knew things would be hard if he acted this way. He never intended to move on easily. A trial was coming, a test of wills. The unseen speaker questioned if he was sure he wanted to act like that. The man's expression remained unreadable, his gaze steady and cold. 2 days later, 2 days passed, the man still sat in his office, arms crossed, lost in thought. That wasn't enough time. Only one card remained to be played. Even if he was a friendly man, he was still the CEO, coming to him out of nowhere just because you want to talk wasn't a reason. Meanwhile, was he looking at employee Yu Guangik? The man in the office leaned back, his expression unreadable. He stated that he had been keeping his eye on him, right? He didn't know why, but there must be a reason. Guangik wanted to prove that reason. He pleaded, his expression earnest. He needed this one job. A document rustled as it was placed on the table. In 2 days, there would be a trial, and he would be excluded. The man's task was clear. He was being asked to rob. Yu Guangik wanted him to rob the terrorist bank without any support. He was to bring something back. The protagonist protested, stating he never agreed to all of that. With only 40 hours to prepare, the man wondered if he should at least get some support. Yu Guangik denied his request. He told him to prove himself. The antagonist revealed he had been watching him, believing he would get him what he wanted. He told him to listen closely. The man was told about an apple hidden in the box. The antagonist stated he would get it for him as a door closed. He regarded the other man with a cold stare, finding him far too soft. Team manager Lee's expression remained unchanged, his thoughts unreadable. Yu Guangik was certain that Guangik would fail, a belief the team manager did not share. What did he think? The team manager, glasses glinting, believed Yu Guangik was underestimating others. Team manager Lee considered Guangik Yu's performance test ranking. He was an A rank, and his plans were well executed. Yu Guangik knew that even with his skills, Guangik would find the task impossible on his own. He had yet to jump over the wall. Yu Guangik wondered why he had chosen Guangik in the first place. Team manager Lee knew that Guangik was good at pretending to be friends. He had almost assigned him support earlier. Team manager Lee knew that Yu Guangik was lying. Of course, he could do that considering his position. Yu Guangik's expression was unreadable as he stared forward. The team manager knew that it made a big difference. Meanwhile, Guangik received a message. Rank 2 employee Yu Guangik was looking for him. He was being left on read and was reminded of his debt from the airport incident and told to come to the rooftop. He glances down at his phone, a message notification displayed prominently on the screen. The message urges him to reply to his texts, a silent demand hanging in the air. Yu Guangik states that she is busy and demands that the other party get to the point. The blonde woman explains that the current plan is permitted by the CEO, and the target is Money and Save's main location. Guangik Yu's expression hardens as he considers the proposition, to rob that place together. Yu Guangik's eyes narrow, her thoughts echoing a single, harsh judgment, insane bastard. The woman with blonde hair states that the other party can repay their debt and leave a good impression on the CEO, stating that there is no better opportunity than this. Guangik asks if the other party is the leader, and then declares that he is. He wonders if there are other teammates involved in this operation. Yu Guangik grabs his arm, telling him to wait, because there's more to the plan. Meanwhile, a man sits on a bench, thinking about someone who taught him to look like a perfect robber when he robbed the first 2 locations. Another man approaches, stating it's nice to see him again, and asks why he is here if the 2 locations were it. The man on the bench admits he is a bit anxious. The voice on the other end flattered him, calling him a top-notch icon. He had made an art form out of robbery, they said. Yu Guangik, sitting beside another man, recalled how the other had looked at him. He thought it was all bullshit when Yu Guangik was telling him about that. The man pleaded, saying he never would. He just wanted one more job. Please, he begged. The response was a stark warning. Dead men tell no tales. Guangik looked frustrated, thinking to himself that this was why he didn't work with government bastards. That was just A. The man with the green jacket stated it was a joke. They needed to move on to the next panel, so hurry up and decide. TCH. Guangik relented, saying whatever, he'd do it. He knew he could trust them. Meanwhile, the camera focused on the Money and Say building, the target of their next operation. The building loomed, a monolithic structure of glass and steel, its many windows reflecting the sky. The main location had upped their security after the last two incidents. It wasn't just security, it was basically the entire force of Prometheus. They observed the building from their perch. The team noted that the location usually lacked visible security to avoid causing anxiety. Now, however, guards seemed to be everywhere. Furthermore, the security systems had been upgraded to maximum level. Penetrating the building would be difficult, even if he still worked there. It would be hard. The team leader acknowledged that it would be hard, even with 5 of him. The woman with blonde hair listened intently. Yu Guangyi declared that what they needed was war and melting. If normal methods wouldn't work, they would need to flip the table upside down. The team stood on the rooftop, considering their options. They needed to destroy the security's precision before starting. That's why they needed war. In the midst of the chaos of war, they would melt the main location's safe back walls and go in. A certain anonymous metahuman would help with that part. The woman with blonde hair listened, her expression unreadable. The team wondered where this anonymous metahuman was. They'll arrive and leave when necessary. Guangyi stated that associations were probably annoyed about this whole ordeal. They were basically screwing over Prometheus. For those involved, the stakes were high. They had nothing to lose. Even with a skilled metahuman, the plan was still risky. The team moved forward, discussing the finer points of the operation. Simple methods work better sometimes, he thought. The risks were clear. They were essentially throwing themselves into the fire, with no guarantee of success. The woman with blonde hair explained her reasoning. That's why she asked for help with this operation. The man in the black jacket was being watched. He heard that he was good at understanding whatever situation he was in. Someone mentioned a name, Kim Yohan, that loudmouth. He had heard from Yohan Hyung, of course. That was enough. It was time to get to work, the woman with blonde hair thought. The man in the black jacket was handed a mask. What is it? He asked. Put these on. The woman with blonde hair seemed displeased. Who chose this design? She wondered. The masked figure responded with a simple, no. The masked figure examined the mask. It's not bad, he thought. The signal is given, and the operation commences with a silent agreement. He moves with purpose, each footstep measured and deliberate on the stone floor. Trace hiding. He intends to go as far as possible before anyone notices him. The protagonist advances, his form a shadow against the stark architecture. 2 masked figures stand guard, one murmuring a quiet question to the other. One immortal. A masked figure is struck down, the other wondering when he was attacked. The protagonist's weapon is raised, the attack swift and lethal. 2 immortals. The threat level is confirmed as the assault continues. He moves with practiced precision, eliminating the threat with ruthless efficiency. The remaining masked figure reacts in shock, realizing the danger they face. The force of the attack sends debris flying, the room now a scene of chaos. A surge of power emanates, a silent roar echoing through the space. He announces his arrival, a chilling promise hanging in the air. Footsteps echo, a relentless pursuit through the sterile corridors. The woman with blonde hair surmised that they wouldn't have to worry about civilians getting involved. The blonde woman explained that they would divide the region by 16. She instructed the man in the suit to remember the location and name for each area, promising to give him orders accordingly. The man with the mask spoke, prompting the blonde woman to pause. The blonde woman offered a cocktail potion, telling him to take it. The blonde woman stood on a rooftop, asking if he knew what the effects were. The cocktail potion rolled on the ground. The masked figure's breath steams in the cold air, a silent promise of action. Elsewhere, a woman scans the horizon through binoculars, her expression unreadable. Through the sniper scope, a target is acquired. The name Yu Guangik appears, a chilling confirmation. A flashback reveals a brutal victory. He defeated Jenny Kinham in a blink. His skills are unmatched, achieving maximum scores in every test. He's good at carrying out plans and has a good eye, the text proclaims. Are you sure it's one person? A voice questions. Rank, 3 criminal, not Dupal, also called Rhinoceros. The flashback continues, showing the results of his devastating power. The masked figure is revealed to be Yu Guangik. He is talented, even if they don't want to admit it. Number 5 has 28 seconds to fight, while number 7 has 47 seconds. The fight begins. Turn left into number 6, a voice commands. The goal is to create chaos in order to hide the heat behind the safe. The immortal in the area has a hole, so ignore him. She relayed instructions through her comms, cautioning her team about the shapeshifter. The plan was simple: read the situation, predict the outcome, and relay everything to him in order to create chaos. Yu Guangik, masked and ready, received the order. Take cover behind the column to the left. A sniper's bullet found its mark, impacting the floor near a distant figure. The spent casing ejected, clattering against the hard surface. The air crackled with energy as the team moved into position. The sniper, concealed behind cover, prepared for the next shot. A surge of power emanated from the masked man, a visible distortion in the air. The energy intensified, swirling around him like a vortex. The sniper adjusted his aim, his focus unwavering. He thought, so that insane tiger can fight properly. The masked man advanced, his movements precise and deadly. The order rings out, get him. The team moves forward, weapons raised, closing in on the alleyway. They knew the target had entered the alley in front of them. The team decides to go in as well, weapons at the ready. One of the team members peers around the corner, rifle raised. The soldier reports that he can't find the target, realizing that he's hiding. Another team member clings to the side of the building, noting that they don't know where he'll come from. The lead soldier calls out to everyone. Suddenly, the soldier is attacked, crying out in pain, unsure of what happened. He is sent crashing to the ground, a blue energy signature trailing him. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the immediate area. A monstrous, wolf-like creature stands over a downed soldier, claws extended for another strike. The creature's blow connects, sending blood spraying from the soldier's body. The wolf-like creature's foot slams down, grinding against the pavement. The creature's eye twitches, its expression savage. The soldier, pinned beneath the beast, wonders how an immortal could be defeated. Another soldier expresses gratitude for the removal of their helmet. The wolf-like creature looms over the downed soldier, ready to deliver a final blow. The air crackles with unseen energy. A soldier stands with a gun, bullet holes appearing in their chest. A surge of power emanates from the downed soldier. The crosshairs settled, the sniper focusing on his target. He is sent flying backward, the force of the shot staggering him. The sniper's rifle remains trained on the fallen figure. The sound of the shot echoes through the air. A warning cry goes out. Watch your head. The sniper peers through his scope, questioning sniper. A voice booms, declaring that enough is enough, threatening to destroy the sniper's head if they don't stop. A soldier observes the uniform of the approaching figures, deducing that they must be PWAT. The sniper, caught off guard, shouts, "Wait, time out," before cursing his attacker. The group of soldiers advances, their footsteps echoing in the distance. The sniper prepares to engage, his rifle raised and ready. The sound of the approaching soldiers grows louder. A soldier relays information. 2 enemies are positioned around the right corner. An axe descends, aimed at the protagonist, but Guangikyu narrowly avoids the blow. The axe whistles through the air, missing its mark by a hair's breadth. A gunshot erupts, another soldier attempting to take Guangikyu down with a firearm. The sound of the shot echoes, a deadly projectile hurtling towards its target. A soldier expresses surprise, perhaps at the protagonist's resilience or speed. Another shot is fired, the unseen sniper relentless in their assault. The crack of the rifle rings out again, the bullet finding its mark. The impact is brutal, the force of the bullet evident as it strikes. A soldier falls, struck by a bullet, while instructions are given to head to the parking lot. Confusion and disbelief fill the air as someone questions the protagonist's nature and the methods being used against him. The soldiers wonder aloud if he is immortal, questioning his immense strength. The police had arrived, surrounding him. One of the figures in tactical gear warned him not to move. The figures aimed their weapons. They threatened to blow up the car if he didn't comply. The air crackled with tension as the standoff continued. A voice demanded to know what they were doing in their territory, ordering them to stay out of it. Guangikyu stood firm, rifle in hand, as the figures in tactical gear surrounded him. They were speaking in dialect. One of the figures in tactical gear declared that they were the cops, insulting him and questioning how he dared attack them. The gloved hand slammed against a hard surface. The figure in tactical gear expressed his disgust. Guangikyu watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable as the figure in tactical gear spoke. The sound of something breaking echoed through the air. Another figure in tactical gear emerged from the police car, shouting a battle cry. The tension was palpable between Guangikyu and the figure in tactical gear, their faces etched with determination and anger. A masked figure watched from the shadows, their intentions unknown. The rifle grenade launches with a burst of energy. The projectile streaks forward, a red trail marking its path. A soldier in tactical gear maintains his aim, focused on the target. Another soldier's eyes widen in alarm. Wait, that's a rifle grenade dash. The grenade continues its deadly descent. The soldier's boots remain planted, stance firm. The rifle grenade hurtles towards its destination. The world seems to blur around the speeding explosive. The grenade closes in on its target. The air crackles with anticipation. The sound of impact echoes. A figure watches, muttering, "He's insane." He stood, back turned, confident that their presence would go unnoticed. A voice called out, questioning what was wrong. A second wall stood before them, a formidable obstacle. The voice requested that the hind wall of the safe be melted as well. Things had been progressing smoothly, so far. The man in the green jacket stated that there was a problem. Meanwhile, one figure in tactical gear dismissed the loss of an arm as just a scratch, while the other pointed out the obvious. The sound of destruction echoed through the area. The damage was extensive, the walls bearing the brunt of the attack. It hurt. Lying on the ground, he thought about the team manager relaxing under investigation. He vowed to make him pay once he recovered, thinking of the barbecue he'd demand. The barbecue dinner seemed a distant dream as he struggled to rise. He would eat enough to max out his credit card, he thought, clenching his bloodied hands. Two figures watched him. One questioned if he truly believed he couldn't die because he was immortal. The man with the helmet observed that he was insane but excellent at combat. Forces had been rendered unable to fight, and the explosion he caused was probably make a hole in the wall. The mountain god had been angered, he thought, a primal roar building within him. He cursed under his breath, the situation clearly escalating. Another figure stood beside him, clad in tactical gear. The protagonist checked his phone, a stark warning symbol displayed on the screen. They had someone else on their side, it seemed. The phone screen revealed a critical piece of information. Tiger's assistant had been found. Someone smart and insane. Elsewhere, a figure with green hair walked forward, a sheathed sword strapped to his back. Two of them, too. A masked figure appeared, their expression hidden behind a stylized tiger mask. The masked figure's frustration was palpable. Where the hell were they? A massive, clawed hand descends, ready to strike with deadly force. He plummets through the air, completely helpless against the impending assault. The tiger mask moved as if he was looking at the entire situation from above. The wolf-like figure surmises that someone else is stationed to observe everything, yet they won't be within reach of damage. The wolf-like figure notes that there are more than a few buildings in the area, narrowing down the options. The blonde figure is identified as a shapeshifter. The wolf-like figure stares intently. The wolf-like figure wonders why he couldn't sense him approaching, musing that he must have charged from somewhere he couldn't sense him. The wolf-like figure asks if the blonde is from the Immortal Special Forces. The blonde figure is told that they're going to sell for a high price. The sound of a blade pierces the air. A blade juts from the back of a figure as the green-haired figure smiles sadistically, holding the knife. The green-haired figure laughs maniacally as the stabbed figure stumbles. He was curious, wanting to know what secrets were hidden. He hadn't sensed the attack. This bastard was hiding his traces, an immortal. A figure in a helmet stood guard, questioning who the hell the target was. Another man wondered who the creepy bastard was. Meanwhile, a few days prior, a request was made. A man in an office asked for a copy of the report. The man with glasses responded with a simple, sure. The man with glasses asked if he had heard everything. The man with glasses pressed, asking if he knew who was holding hands with the terrorist organization and doing nothing about it. The man with glasses accused him of having a lot of secrets, threatening to spread rumors that he was creepy. He asks if he can call the secretary Hyung. The secretary explains that the CEO said no, reminding him of their respective positions. Gwang Ik-yu smiles, seemingly amused by the situation. He thinks that it's all for the sake of the CEO and asks for discreet help, promising not to get caught. The secretary with glasses listens intently, his expression unreadable. Footsteps echo in the hallway. The secretary's name is revealed to be Yu Gwang-ik. Yu Gwang-ik is described as a unique individual, a rare type in society. Yu Gwang-ik thinks that next time, in a similar situation, Gwang-ik will probably ask if he could call him Hyung. He finds him innocent and direct. Gwang Ik-yu is seen smiling, described as being just like a kid. Yu Gwang-ik seems to be contemplating something. Yu Gwang-ik concludes that Gwang Ik-yu didn't say anything incorrect. The question hung in the air. What difference did it make if he was good at social cues? A subtle smirk played on his lips, a hint of amusement in the face of the unknown. On the phone, Yu Gwang-ik simply stated, yes. A request was about to be made, a desire for permission for a single, undefined thing. Meanwhile, in a wide, open space, a small figure stood before a much larger, imposing one. The werewolf-like creature towered over a blonde woman, its thoughts swirling with the realization that his life was in danger, helping Yu Gwang-ik. A debt had to be paid, a commitment made long ago, now coming due. But this was far more than he had bargained for, a situation spiraling out of control. The werewolf-like creature declared he was busy as Gwang Ik-yu approached. The blonde woman's eyes widened, sensing a hidden presence nearby. A surge of power, a desperate cry, as the werewolf-like creature lunged forward. Gwang Ik-yu moved to intercept, engaging the massive creature in close combat. The werewolf-like creature bares its fangs, a snarl twisting its lupin features. Its eyes, wild and animalistic, reflect a primal rage. A voice demands to know what it is, but the figure refuses to reveal their identity. Yu Gwang-ik vows to suppress any news of what has transpired. The man in the suit strides forward, a thin, orange wire trailing behind him. The werewolf-like creature realizes it's a laser wire as Yu Guangxi promises that he will remember its face. The werewolf-like creature stands tall, a red line now visible across its torso. Yu Guangxi watches as the werewolf-like creature is ensnared by the wire. Yu Guangxi reiterates his determination to keep the incident under wraps. Yu Guangxi had already set up a wire and lured him. Someone asks if he is hurt, but Yu Guangxi replies that he is fine. The situation was now clear. This was the CEO's assignment, and it was not going to be easy. Someone had been tasked with protecting him, a detail that complicated matters further. Elsewhere, a masked woman knelt before a man in a suit, the scene heavy with unspoken tension. The man with green hair stood menacingly behind Guangxi, the air thick with anticipation. Yu Guangxi's smug expression deepened as he ordered the masked man to remove his mask. The air crackled with barely restrained energy as Yu Guangxi's gaze intensified. He demanded to know what the man had just swallowed, his suspicion evident. A hand gripped a bloody knife, the weapon glinting ominously in the dim light. Right before the explosion, Guangxi had hidden a pill in his mouth, preparing for what was to come. The pill was a high-calorie super revival, officially called HCS-3, a high-calorie bomb designed for emergencies. Its effects included numbing pain and increasing one's strength threefold, a potent combination for survival. And with the pill's power surging through him, regeneration began, promising a swift recovery. He is surrounded by a surge of blue energy, crackling around his body. Yu Guangxi's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and pain. The protagonist's hands are locked around Yu Guangxi's wrists, the force of his grip visible. Yu Guangxi struggles, realizing he can't move his arms, the realization dawning on his face. A masked figure watches the scene unfold, commenting on how strong he is. Yu Guangxi is pinned, his face contorted in pain as the protagonist's power overwhelms him. The green-haired man cries out in agony, his face a mask of pain and desperation. The masked figure taunts Yu Guangxi, calling him a perverted greenhead. The protagonist's power continues to surge, enveloping him in a torrent of blue energy. The blue energy intensifies, crackling and sparking around him. Yu Guangxi lies defeated on the ground as the masked figure states that an immortal should speak quieter to another immortal. Meanwhile, a man in a suit is revealed to be an elite member of Prometheus. An unseen figure demands to know if someone is just standing there. The masked Yu Guangxi, eyes glowing purple, issues a chilling challenge. Who's next? Guangxi stands amidst a cloud of vapor, his stance firm, a bloodied katana held ready in his hand. The masked man stood in the center of the room, a threat hanging in the air. If you don't want all your muscles and nerves broken. A soldier pointed his weapon, the command echoing through the sterile environment. Kneel! Yu Guangxi moved with sudden speed, a blur against the cold tile. The soldier opened fire, muzzle flash momentarily blinding. The sound of gunfire ripped through the air. The soldier was struck, blood blooming against his armor. Yu Guangxi gasped, the impact staggering him. He stumbled, losing his footing. Yu Guangxi's expression was one of intense focus, his eyes narrowed. Another shot found its mark, sending him sprawling. The soldier remained relentless, his weapon trained on the fallen figure. He spat out a curse, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. He realized he'd been the target from the start, but at least Junko Hyung had escaped. Blood dripped from his wound, a grim reminder of the present danger. It seemed to be just Jinny Kinham for now. Blood splattered on the floor, marking his path through the sterile environment. Regardless, he knew they probably didn't come alone, assuming his teammates were somewhere else. The Immortal Special Forces were different from the PWAT or the private security team. He knew. He thought, I need to get this over with before more come. He steeled himself, thinking he needed to learn to run in a way that dodges the bullets. Meanwhile, the soldier advanced, gun raised, his target still prone on the ground. The soldier's boots echoed on the hard floor as he closed the distance. Step. The soldier moved diagonally, his weapon trained on the downed figure. Switching directions, the soldier continued his advance, intent on finishing the job. He moved with unnatural speed, a red energy crackling around him. All the while, the soldier maintained control of his own velocity. The soldier fired, the sound echoing in the confined space. The shots continued to ring out. He was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground. The soldier landed, coughing slightly from the impact. The soldier spoke, his voice muffled by the mask. You've gotten a bit better. At that moment, he aimed for the medulla oblongata. The soldier thought, even if I have regenerative powers, I'll just be a chunk of flesh if my brain and body get disconnected. The soldier, with a broken helmet, muttered, Of course you. The sound of impact echoed. He delivered a final, decisive blow. The masked figure crumpled under the force of the kick, falling to the ground. The man in black straightened, his breathing heavy. He reached up, removing the stark white mask that concealed his face. He thought to himself that it didn't matter since he dodged it. The downed figure lay motionless on the cold floor. He let Kinham have a nice little nap. Yu Guangik stood before another masked figure, advising him to remain in hiding for a while. He bid him farewell. Yu Guangik disguised himself as a delivery driver. He then left for an unmanned motel on a motorcycle. 12 hours the sun had already set, casting long shadows across the city. At Hotel Lucky, the news blared, "Urgent news." The news anchor reported another terrorist attack at the Money and Save. Despite the immortal Special Forces and Special Species Police Force being on the case, the criminal had escaped. Someone noted that Secretary Hyung came by. He breathed a sigh of relief, the tension visibly leaving his shoulders. The man on the phone inquired if anything had been discovered. Elsewhere, Guangikyu sat on the edge of the bed, staring at his phone. He considered that simply hitting one money location would be useless. The man on the phone stated that it was done to provide proof for tomorrow's trial. He thought to himself that she was scarily smart. Guangikyu considered that one of the board members made a mistake with the stamp. He stated that he couldn't tell the other person anymore. The man on the phone said he didn't need to know, stating he repaid the debt. He wondered if she wasn't going to ask, deciding he needed to do this on his own. Guangikyu wondered how he should show this. He wondered if he should just participate as a witness, and if they would even believe him. He lay in bed, arms behind his head, sighing. If he asked his dad what to do in this kind of situation, the man with blue hair would definitely say, if you don't know the answer to something, overthinking it won't help you find out. Just ask someone who knows, the man's words echoed in his mind. Elsewhere, music pulsed through her earbuds as she walked. The gym was nearly empty on this beautiful night. She wasn't into younger guys. Team manager, she wasn't into older women either. She stopped on the treadmill. What did you call me for? She wanted to ask something. The message on her phone read, Employee Yu Guangik. Yu Guangik sighed, crossing the line. Let's keep our professional and private lives separate. The protagonist holds his phone to his ear, a request hanging in the air. Could he just take a look at one picture? The sky stretches out above, a canvas of pale blue and scattered clouds. A towering skyscraper pierces the sky, its many windows reflecting the light. Elsewhere, figures sit in a courtroom setting, the high benches looming over the scene. Meanwhile, General Manager Kim Dongcheol and the head of personnel, Lee Jangmo, are deemed fine, but Mayun, the director, is running the show. The speaker emphasizes that he's someone even the CEO respects. The man with long blonde hair states that they screwed him over, but he supposes they are still treating him like a team manager. A man asks if they are sure the head of dispatch is blameless. The man with glasses admits he had no idea this kind of mission was underway, stating they only requested an unofficial mission. Someone responds, saying, all right, that's fine. The woman with red hair asks about the agenda. The woman with red hair is told that the agenda is disciplinary action on the employees committing terrorism against Money and Save, but she doesn't know. The man with long blonde hair explained that the attack was planned and carried out at 2 locations. The woman with red hair confirmed the information, then asked if they were sure it was them. A man in handcuffs insisted that it was unjust and that he didn't have time to raise objections, but another man stated that there was a witness. The woman with red hair asked who the witness was, and the man with long blonde hair stated that it was Yu Guangik, a Rank 2 employee from External Security Team 3. Someone wondered where he was, and another person said that they called him earlier, but he would be a little late because he slept in. A man with blue hair, shirtless, felt that this was bad. The man with long blonde hair and another man sat in a room. 3 men sat in a room. Someone laughed. Mr. Nam arrived, apologizing for being late. Still, being late to a disciplinary committee meeting where the future of his team is at risk, someone thought that he was a psycho bastard. He stands, looking surprised as his name is called out, Guangik. Another man asks the reason behind his tardiness. Mr. Nam replies that he overslept, but the questioner doesn't seem to believe him. The scene shifts to a courtroom-like setting. The man asks if External Security Team 3 is involved in acts of terrorism against Money and Save. He then states he will ask the witness. The answer rings out, a single, affirmative word, yes. Guangikyu's expression is serious, his eyes narrowed as he listens to the proceedings. One of the men at the table remarks that if the accusations are true, nothing more needs to be said. Another thinks to himself about what the hell they have done. The questioner asks employee Yu Guangik if that includes him. The response is another firm yes. From this point onward, Rank 2 employee Yu Guangik will also be considered criminal. But Guangikyu interrupts, trying to speak. A speech bubble declares, I was the one that robbed the main location yesterday. Guangikyu looks shocked, his mouth agape at the sudden confession. A collage of faces shows the reactions of various individuals present at the hearing, a mix of shock and disbelief. Mr. Nam looks on, his expression shifting as he says, wait, that's not. In the courtroom, Guangikyu confessed to a shocking crime. He admitted, under oath, to robbing the main location yesterday. The man in the courtroom continued his testimony. He revealed that he had found something of great interest within the safe. Someone off-panel questioned the protagonist's motives. They demanded to know what he was trying to accomplish. Guangikyu held up a document, its contents seemingly justifying his actions. It was evidence that the plan had been carried out under reasonable cause. The woman with red hair explained the rules. She stated that committing terrorism simply due to suspicions was not allowed, regardless of the place. The rules were clear. Such actions were only permissible during very special cases. The woman with red hair stated she was turning to Clause 12, Section 8. Mr. Nam listened intently. The very special cases, it was explained, occurred when the company was in great danger. Gwang Ik-yu held out the document, urging someone to look for themselves and read the contents. The text on the page spoke of a bright light that chases away shadows and educates the ignorant on their supremacy. The document declared immortal faith. The document describes an organization of immortal supremacists. It's more like a terrorist organization, and the picture contains their commandments. Gwang Ik-yu sits on the bed, wondering about these commandments. Yu Gwang-ik, scrolling on her phone, notes that the high apostles of the immortal faith believe they need to keep the commandments to prove themselves. There's a special ink that only reacts to immortal blood, called holy water. The name of the high apostle of the immortal faith must be on this sheet. The text is written in that special ink. Mr. Nam reveals that the document was in a safe with money and savings. Gwang Ik-yu is asked if he checked the name on the commandments, but he hesitates. Mr. Nam declares he'll check it himself. Mr. Nam adjusts his tie, preparing to examine the document. Yu Gwang-ik hands Mr. Nam the document. He wondered aloud if anyone had a knife. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Mr. Nam's offer came swiftly. I do, he stated, extending his hand, a glint of metal flashing. The sound of tearing flesh echoed in the room. A crimson stain bloomed on Mr. Nam's suit as the blade pierced his side. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. Mr. Nam gasped, disbelief etched on his face as the knife plunged deeper. Ugiha! The attacker moved with brutal efficiency, twisting the blade. His eyes widened in pain and shock. The pink-haired woman stood over him, her expression unreadable. She pressed her attack, driving the knife further. Yu Gwang-ik's face was now visible, her eyes cold and determined. Another knife appeared in her hand, glinting ominously. She is struck with great force, the impact sending shockwaves through the immediate area. Someone makes a hasty retreat, their footsteps echoing in the tense silence. Yu Gwang-ik catches the pink-haired woman as she falls, shouting her title in concern. Mr. Nam lies prone on the table, seemingly unconscious after the attack. The silver-haired man's expression is grim as he rises to his feet. He believes his attacker is trying to escape through the window. Mr. Nam breaks into a sprint, his movements driven by a desperate need to intercept. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. The protagonist is enveloped in a blue aura, his powers surging. Mr. Nam's face is illuminated by a blue glow, his expression determined. The silver-haired man grips a knife tightly, his gaze fixed and menacing. Mr. Nam prepares to strike, his intentions clear. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the immediate area. A figure with long white hair delivers a devastating kick, energy crackling around his foot. The man's expression is cold, his eyes narrowed as he assesses the damage. The force of the impact sends a visible shockwave rippling outwards. He collapses to the ground, the knife clattering away from his grasp. A man stands over him, his face obscured by shadow. You want to keep going? He asks. The man's expression is smug as he says, I can wait if you'd like. Meanwhile, another man with red hair watches the scene unfold, a look of concern on his face. The man with red hair helps Mr. Nam to his feet, asking, "Hey, are you okay, sir?" Mr. Nam's eyes narrow behind his glasses, his expression a mix of pain and anger. The writing on the table reveals a name, Ma Yun. A man with long blonde hair is on his knees, defeated. He admits to his loss. A woman in a suit stands with two men. One of them vows that someone won't be forgotten. A person states that they are dating someone else now, seemingly rejecting in advance. A man with dark hair admits that he really did oversleep, looking slightly embarrassed. The sound of metal echoes as a pair of hands are shown in handcuffs. The person was anxious. Mr. Nam is asked if he was late because he was preparing for an ambush. He denies it. A small ha is written in the panel. Yu Gwang states that today was fun. The man with dark hair is told, "See you again." It is requested that this incident should not be talked about. A group of people stand in what appears to be an elevator. The man in the gray shirt is told, "Good job." Someone states that Gwang-ik is the best. He remained silent, his expression unreadable as he listened intently. The men stood in a semicircle, their postures suggesting a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Gwang-ik continued to listen, his gaze steady and unwavering as he processed the information. He remained quiet, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of calm composure. The words hung in the air, a blunt assessment of his current state. He needed a shower. The man with red hair spoke of a team manager, his tone suggesting a shift in responsibility. The conversation shifted to Gwang-ik's recent success, though the speaker seemed surprised by it. The group dynamic was tense, a mix of relief and disbelief hanging in the air as they discussed the situation. A simple acknowledgement, a good job, offered with understated approval. He stood silently, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His expression remained neutral, betraying nothing of the turmoil within. Gwang Yu's eyes widened, a question forming on his lips, demanding an answer. The man points a finger, demanding an explanation. Why are you wearing my team manager's face as a mask? A surge of anger threatens to overwhelm him, a single word encapsulating his rage. Yu Guang's lips peel back in a sinister grin, revealing teeth. A voice taunts, questioning if someone couldn't win even if they wanted to. The speaker declares, "We'll get going." The official word, the imposter incident concluded. The team had been granted 2 days off, with strict orders not to discuss the incident. A notice regarding quitting states that Director Ma Yun resigned due to health reasons. The truth about Director Ma Yun was hidden. The third external security team was somehow connected to Director Ma Yun's quitting. That was all that people assumed. Kim Yoan asks, "Hey, be honest. What happened?" Yu Guangik replies, "I don't know. I was surprised too." Bang Guete asks if anyone saw his love today. No one was able to find out the details. Someone thinks, "I'm bored." A man with blue hair turns in his chair, the sound of the movement echoing. Footsteps approach. Footsteps echoed through the office, the sound bouncing off the cubicles. The footsteps grew louder as he approached the source of the sound. Yu Guangik's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yu Guangik watched him approach, a strange look on his face. Guangik walked toward the man with red hair, his expression unreadable. The man with red hair paused, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "Did you change your—" The words hung in the air, heavy with accusation. "Hairstylist? It was you." His face contorted with rage, the man with red hair spat out. "You were the one that made me like this." The two men stood in the office, tension hanging heavy in the air. Yu Guangik accused, "You were the one that made me like this." Guangik grabbed the protagonist by the collar, his face contorted with rage. The sound of the grip echoed in the tense space. The protagonist, face etched with confusion, questioned, "What are you talking about?" Guangik threatened, "If you keep playing dumb, I'll tell everyone." He responded, his voice laced with frustration, I don't know what you're talking about at all." The tension escalated, their eyes locking in a fierce gaze. Guangik spat, "You piece of—" The sound of the impact reverberated as Guangik tightened his grip on the protagonist's collar, pulling him closer. The air crackled with unspoken threats, the weight of their animosity palpable in the confined space. A man intervened, stepping between them. "That's enough," he exclaimed, preventing further escalation. "You shouldn't." The man continued, "Fight at work just because you're not on good terms with each other." He added, "Also, we need to talk." Guangik, his expression softening slightly, responded, "Okay." The sound of footsteps echoed as the tension remained thick in the air, the conflict far from resolved. He was being held back, but Yu Guangik was still trying to get at Guangik. The man holding him cautioned him to hold it in. Guangik, however, seemed unbothered by the outburst. He simply told himself to ignore him. Someone warned Guangik that Yu Guangik was going to hate him. Guangik seemed unconcerned. Guangik spread his arms out, seemingly unconcerned with the situation. He seemed to be saying, "Ah, you are so—" Footsteps echoed on the pavement. Guangik was relieved that Yu Guangik wasn't going around mentioning it to everyone. He wondered if he should knock him out and leave him tied up there. Someone lurked around, but he was ignored. He thought that even if he purposefully lurked around, he would still be ignored. Guangik wondered what he said to him. Yu Guangik announced that they had arrived. He said he was going to go. Yu Guangik asked if he wanted to come inside and have some ramen. He considered the invitation, the implications of sharing ramen together weighing on his mind. The water bubbled, a simple act belying the complex emotions swirling within Guangik. The two sat across from each other, an unspoken tension filling the air between Yu Guangik and Guangik. Guangik thoughts raced. What is this situation? Have some ramen? She asked me that. He considered the invitation. No, considering the kind of person she is, she might not know what that phrase implies. Still, she invited him to her house where she lives alone. Guangik felt a surge of nervousness. This was his first time coming to a woman's. Yu Guangik mused. Is my place a pig pen and not a woman's apartment then? Well, not really, but he's an exception. Guangik wondered, does she perhaps, like me? He thought, is that what it is? What do I do? Yu Guangik asked, what are you doing? He offered a simple, thank for the food. The ramen sat before them, a shared meal in an intimate setting. Guangik reflected on the evening, and then nothing happened. The protagonist thought this was the same as eating at the cafeteria at work. He listens as Yu Guangik states he has something to tell him. The request is made with a sudden intensity, as Yu Guangik asks him to go to his room. Yu Guangik pauses, telling him they can't. He reflects on the words, you are a great person, but you're not my type. All this? Yu Guangik abruptly tells him to shut up and come with him, turning to leave. The door clicks shut as he follows Yu Guangik, a question hanging in the air. He trails behind Yu Guangik, entering a room. Yu Guangik explains that these are currently known Prometheus members. Yu Guangik gestures to the photos, stating that they might come after him because of what he did. Close up on the photos, Yu Guangik asks who they are. The photos are of people he should avoid if he ever sees them. He wonders why. A framed photograph sat on the table, capturing a family's smiling faces. Carefully, a hand slid another photo into a frame, preserving a memory. Yu Guangik stood over the table, his expression serious. He warned, not just those three, you have to be careful of all of them. Guangik listened intently, his gaze fixed on his son Bei. The door creaked open, revealing a glimpse of the hallway beyond, as Yu Guangik affirmed, okay. A dark resolve hardened Yu Guangik's features. He thought, I have to kill Prometheus. Yu Guangik stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable as Guangik watched him. Guangik Yu's brow furrowed, his mind racing with questions. The room held a board covered in photos and connections. It was Sunbi's everything, a vulnerability. The bulletin board, with its web of connections, felt significant to him. Guangik wondered, was it a grudge or revenge? He decided it was none of his business. Either way, Prometheus is the enemy and an evil force. Meanwhile, he thinks of his son Bei, resolving to help her if he can. Guangik presses the elevator button, a sense of unease washing over him. There's someone in the house. A vision flickers in his mind, a ghostly image of Yu Guangik, the words echoing, because of what you did. The air crackles with unseen energy. The elevator doors slide open with a metallic schluck. Guangik Yu's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his features. The vision persists, now showing Yu Guangik in a different setting, a question hanging in the air. He steps out of the elevator, his gaze fixed on something ahead. Guangik Yu's eyes widen in shock. SS. His expression hardens, a new resolve taking hold. He moves with sudden speed. A foot shifts, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent space. He faced off against another man, fists clenched, ready for a fight. A normal employee's residence is set to a room. The plan was for his roommate to move in a month later. But who would have thought that it would be their little Kinum? Guangik sat on the couch, observing the scene. He thought to himself, this isn't good. A sigh escaped his lips. This really isn't good. Monstrous figures lurked in the shadows, their presence ominous. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread. A grotesque face filled with rage, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A man leveled a pistol, his expression grim. He muttered, because I'm close enough, I'm done for. The day, and I'm a different team's manager too. The soldier apologized, explaining that the black hole had suddenly changed. His comrade chuckled, finding the apology unnecessary, and called him dependable. The portal shimmered, its energy dissipating as it closed. A voice confirmed that the hole was closing, adding that things went smoothly because of the team. A voice declared that they weren't even needed. The speaker then mentioned that there's a new named, isn't there? The figure in the helmet spoke, stating that one can never know what will happen with a double gate. Guangik stood nearby, listening intently. Guangik considered the implications of a double gate, his expression unreadable. The figure in the helmet stated that there were 2 gates in Seoul and 8 total in South Korea alone, adding that just one is a very strange phenomenon. Guangik gaze remained fixed, his mind seemingly occupied with the mention of the new named. Another figure declared that they didn't know and were leaving, adding that they were putting in a claim. Guangik acknowledged the statement, adding that they should put in a claim for this with their team later. He seemed resigned. The figure walking away stated that they should wrap things up and contact the cleanup crew. Guangik expression hardened as he considered the implications of a new named. A somber thought bubble wondered how many would die this time, as this really happens. The courtroom drama unfolds, albeit in miniature. One chibi figure points an accusing finger. The charge? Walking into the living room with shoes on. Yu Guangik's rage filled the air, a promise of violence hanging heavy between them. His fist clenched, Yu Guangik lunged forward, intent on delivering a brutal blow. The punch connected with a sickening thud, sending shockwaves through the air. The man with black hair was sent flying backwards, the force of the impact staggering him. Yu Guangik seized the opportunity, wrapping his hands around the man's neck in a chokehold. Meanwhile, 2 men stood in an office, one with blue hair holding the other in a friendly headlock. The man with black hair questioned what they were doing so early, as the man with blue hair said he was trying to bond with him. Another man, with dark hair, watched them with a stern expression, wondering what was going on. The man with black hair said it was nothing, remembering that he only knocked him out last night because he tried to punch him. The man with dark hair commented that they were close, asking if Kinum was there, and telling them to be quiet. The man with dark hair told the man with blue hair to stop bullying him, calling him a psycho bastard. The man with brown hair treasures the protagonist, considering him a useful sandbag. Yu Guangik has the protagonist in a headlock, as the man with brown hair calls him a psycho bastard. The man at the computer recalls that he was happy that he and the team manager were on peaceful terms. He wonders where Kinum is, and is told he is out for work. That's why he hadn't heard him muttering swears. The man at the computer realizes. The man at the computer receives an email. Robert Kim from Hunting Firm is impressed by his recent work and asks if he is interested in changing jobs. The email also contains an advertisement for the Psionic Association and an assistant from Brain Searching. The man at the computer wonders who these people are. The man in the office chair says that if there are hackers like that, they have to snatch them up. The man in the office chair emphasizes that they need to snatch them up right away. The man at the computer is confused by the email. The man in the office chair says that those are the cream of the crop, and he just gets emails from random-ass companies. The man at the computer says he sees. Meanwhile, Ma Yun used to be a director, but he's gone now. Of course, other companies and associations probably did everything they could to figure out what happened. There are probably people who've already made assumptions, even if they don't know all the details, Gwangik thinks to himself. It'd probably be obvious that they'd find out about him. He considers, his arms crossed. Gwangik expression shifts to a wide, almost cartoonish smile. Ah geez, he thinks, should he meet them just to be nice? He would consider this first. A support call comes in from the police. There's a whole appearance in the region. The call mentions Zhang and Gwangik. Someone is ordered to go to Dongdaemun Station right now. Meanwhile, 2 guards stand watch outside Next Valley, near the Dongdaemun subway station entrance. It'd be a problem if things got worse here, someone observes, as 2 figures stand before a dark, swirling portal. The team determined that explosives were not an option. They would have to proceed with an alternative plan. The team moved forward, determined to complete their mission as quickly as possible. Their footsteps echoed in the sterile environment. Gwangik and the man in the helmet continued onward. The air hung heavy with anticipation of the unknown. Yu Gwangik's expression was unreadable. His gaze was intense, focused on the task ahead. Yu Gwangik stood his ground, unmoved by the other man's words. He found it pointless to invest in the unprovable. Gwangik urged Yu Gwangik to focus on the mission. He addressed him as Ajusi, a term of respect. Yu Gwangik mused on Gwangik ordinary appearance for an immortal. He corrected himself, thinking it was an extraordinary appearance. Yu Gwangik's words hung in the air, a question posed with a hint of amusement. The hooded figure was nowhere to be seen. The hooded figure watched as something began to open. The air crackled with energy. A warning echoed. The gas was poisonous. They needed to step back immediately to avoid its deadly effects. Zhang Dongshan introduced himself, stating he was 25 years old. He apologized for something. He understood the situation. It was worth coming here for support, even to meet someone famous. Yu Gwangik smirks, addressing someone off-panel. He promises to end things quickly so they can talk later. The air crackles with heat, the sound of something igniting. A burst of intense heat radiates outward, the air shimmering with distortion. The heat intensifies, the air itself seeming to burn with a fierce orange glow. A mass of molten rock and fire hurtles forward, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. The fiery mass expands, engulfing everything in its path with scorching flames. The fire spreads rapidly, consuming the environment in a wave of destruction. A figure stands amidst the inferno, wielding a staff that channels the raging flames. Elsewhere, a figure in a red hoodie stands before a swirling vortex of blue energy, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding fire. A figure in a helmet observes the scene, noting that someone is controlling the fire at will. The helmeted figure overhears the man in the red hoodie, Flame Surgeon, responding to a question about his clothes. Flame Surgeon declares that he is the representative sexy guy of the Flame Surgeon stood with the man in black tactical gear. Yu Gwangik scoffed, finding the rumors of the Immortal Special Force to be true. Yu Gwangik appeared out of nowhere, his expression one of annoyance. The sunbae seemed ready to ignite. Flame Surgeon questioned why he would provide support for a C-rank hole. The man in black tactical gear stood silently. The Flame Surgeon was called Hyung, much to his displeasure. He questioned the man's manners. Yu Gwangik declared his work done, stating the rest could be taken care of with a flamethrower. The man in black tactical gear stood between them. Yu Gwangik asked if he should roast the man's mouth, stating he's lived too long. Flame Surgeon glared at the man in black tactical gear. The tension in the air was palpable. Flame Surgeon's eyes narrowed, telling the man in black tactical gear to come to the association. Flame Surgeon told the man in black tactical gear to come to Excuracy. Yu Gwangik told him not to listen to anything that dude says. The man in black tactical gear was asked what he wanted. Money? The man in black tactical gear thought about which organization had the most money. He felt weird having 2 hairy grown men fighting over him. The man in black tactical gear realized Sunbae doesn't care at all. The man in tactical gear stood firm, his weapon trained on the swirling darkness. She'd just been staring at the black hole all this time. The black hole pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly energy, its depths unknown. The man in tactical gear narrowed his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he stared into the abyss. A surge of energy crackled around him, the air thick with anticipation. His expression remained stoic, betraying no hint of fear or hesitation. Elsewhere, the man in the red hoodie and Flame Surgeon stood facing each other, the tension palpable between them. The man in tactical gear maintained his vigil, his focus absolute. The energy intensified, the air shimmering with an unseen force. The black hole continued to writhe, its chaotic energy threatening to consume everything. The man in tactical gear braced himself, preparing for whatever was to come. The energy reached a crescendo, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear apart. A number 3-second type power slime pulsates with contained energy. Numbering 3rd type double door overlap hole, predicting all types of slimes, Mao and Hyung is sent flying. Flames erupt around Yu Guangik, who snarls, declaring that he is not Mao and Hyung's Hyung. Mao and Hyung is sent spinning through the air amidst a fiery explosion. A massive explosion of fire and energy consumes the area. A soldier in tactical gear restrains a man wearing a mask, directing him to go over there. The man responds with a quiet thank. A close-up reveals intense eyes, reflecting a complex mix of emotions. 2 slime creatures bounce along the floor, leaving trails of dark energy. The soldier continues to restrain the man, who is identified as a number 3 third type projector slime. More explosions erupt, the slime creatures seemingly unaffected. The soldier asks what happened, noting that expensive bullets were used. Another soldier explains it is an overlap black hole, also called double doors. It's a recently recurring event in which a new hole appears inside a hole that already exists. Energy beams tore through the environment, seeking a target with no way to predict where they would land. A voice echoed, prioritizing efficiency. There is no need to engage the immortal special force, just eliminate the stragglers. One of the soldiers questioned the order, wondering if they should assist those who were missed. The response was a firm no. The beams continued to strike, impacting the amorphous forms with explosive force. A squad of soldiers in white armor advanced, weapons raised, ready to unleash a barrage of energy. The weapon was identified as an Excuracy minuscule nuclear fusion battery laser rifle, Model XQ 3000. The voice declared that Excuracy possessed the most money in the world, but this situation made them look bad. Another soldier wondered if they had anything else to do as they continued to fire. They were assured that more support would arrive. The soldier with the helmet, face contorted in rage, cursed his unseen opponents. He muttered to himself, recognizing the location as the place where he'd heard the kidnappers were. The soldier's anger intensified as he recalled raising someone with all he had, only for them to try and snatch him away. Guangik, face hardened, issued a stark warning. Don't put your hand on my dog. One of the figures, clad in black, issued a stark warning. Any further attempts would be met with extreme measures. A voice declared the speaker's identity, Li Jungbong, of the Immortal Special Force. A number 3 fourth type explosive slime hurtles through the air. The slime detonates in a burst of searing heat. The explosion rocks the surrounding area. One soldier sighs, telling the other to block it with his own body if he thinks it's going to explode. He questions why he even came if he was just going to stand there and watch. A blond man declares that the slimes will break all the thieves' legs. He greets Li Jungbong, acting as if he never made the offer earlier. Li Jungbong notes that it's strange. It's been 2 hours since the hole opened, but it doesn't look like it's getting any smaller. An analysis is requested. How many slimes are left in the hole? One of the hooded figures groans, unsure. The other asks what he means. Someone is told to decipher that. They've never seen this kind of hole before. Li Jungbong's expression is grim as he considers the situation. Team. Someone asks what the real reason is that they came all the way here. When the black hole appeared in the Dong Demon, he noted the location, a station, and the dozens of black holes appearing nationwide. The man in the helmet observed that this particular black hole was the largest of them all. What could that mean? The appearance of a new phenomenon had recently occurred. Li Jungbong knew the kinds of consequences an abnormal phenomenon might bring. It brings change, a change that could normally happen. The announcement echoed, the appearance of a new named. 2 soldiers moved cautiously through the environment. More important than that right now is what comes from the other side and the black hole. The black hole pulsed with ominous energy. The predicted location, Alpha. Li Jungbong heard the urgent message, 14, Alpha 14. New named appearance. I repeat, a new named appearance. The soldiers were retreating, analyzing the appearance. Type slime, type slime. Guangik Yu's eyes widen, a sense of recognition washing over him. The atmosphere, the very air around him, feels disturbingly familiar. His gaze sharpens, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind. Meanwhile, a lone figure stands on a deserted street, dwarfed by a monstrous silhouette looming in the distance. 10 years ago, a cataclysmic event shattered the world. The figure in the suit stands defiant before a monstrous entity, a scene of destruction unfolding around them. The explosive noise reverberated, shaking the very foundations of reality. Blood and flesh mingled amidst the ruins, a testament to the horror unleashed. A ringing filled his ears, a constant tinnitus, as dizziness and pain racked his body. Disoriented and terrified, he struggles to understand where he is, the pain a constant reminder of his plight. Tears welling, Gwangikyu cries out for his parents, lost and alone in the aftermath. Monstrous figures loomed over a ruined landscape, their shadows stretching long. The desperate plea echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of past trauma. The words "save me" were branded into his memory, a constant torment. A cacophony of desperate cries filled the air, each one a stab of pain. The plea intensified, culminating in a desperate cry for Ugwangik. His face was marred with blood and dirt, a testament to the horrors he had witnessed. A voice urged him to get himself together, a desperate command in the face of despair. Together, Ugwangik offered comfort, his touch a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. A mechanical foe reacted with brutal force, its metallic fists crushing all before it. Explosions rocked the battlefield as energy blasts tore through the air. The metallic clang of combat echoed, a symphony of destruction and despair. He recalled standing there, as Gwangik told him to back off. He took the brunt of the attack, blood trickling down his face. Gwangik had to protect the association employee. The tentacle, identified by name, secreted a mind-altering substance. It had just been injected. The protagonist held a syringe, a cocktail drug, to heighten his resistance to mental attacks. When did he get something like that? The soldiers in protective gear moved forward. They needed to bring down its barrier. Telekinesis Team 1 was changing with Team 2. Someone ordered them to burn the tentacles. They watched out for its eyeballs. It was going to shoot lasers. The protagonist looked on, injured. They were leaving the rest to them. A masked figure sat slumped against a wall, breathing heavily. One of the soldiers was being overpowered. They were just going to leave him? The tentacle pulsed, its surface slick and glistening. The tentacle slammed down, leaving a trail of viscous fluid. The viscous fluid dripped and spread, its origin a monstrous tentacle. He is struck by a torrent of corrosive liquid, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A monstrous roar echoes through the chamber, shaking the very foundations of the facility. A voice cries out, warning that the liquid is corrosive and ordering everyone to get away from the creature. A hand clasps tightly, a desperate question hanging in the air. Where are you going? The man with blue hair states grimly that the person will die if they leave him behind. The robot, damaged but still functional, crawls away from the monstrous entity. A dire warning echoes. If he goes to him, he'll die too, Ugwangik. His eyes widen, a flicker of determination igniting within their depths. The person in the helmet's expression is one of shock and horror. Tears stream down Ugwangik's face, a mixture of fear and desperation etched into his features. Another voice cries out, calling to Ugwangik. He charges forward, undeterred by the danger, towards the monstrous creature. The grotesque monster lunged forward, its multiple eyes fixated on its prey. He narrowly avoided the attack, diving to the side as the creature's claws slashed through the air. A figure clad in white armor shouted, "Dongchan Hyung." He seemed surprised by what he was seeing. Zhang Dongchan was sent flying backwards from an unseen force. Gwangikyu slid across the ground, struggling to regain his footing. Zhang Dongchan cried out as he was struck, the impact echoing through the environment. The protagonist watched as Zhang Dongchan was attacked. A figure in dark clothing moved with incredible speed, their actions unseen. The monster roared, its face contorted in rage. The creature's many eyes widened in pain. The air crackled with energy. The soldier cursed, realizing the insane bastard had done it again. The grotesque monster roared, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. It demanded continued attacks until its barrier cracked. Elsewhere, a voice declared an intention to borrow the bloodjack. The message was specifically addressed to the team manager. A man with dark blue hair called out, his expression intense. He seemed to be in pursuit of someone or something. The monster responded to the unseen pursuer, calling him Psycho. Its glowing eyes narrowed in fury. The monster's form shimmered, its many eyes glowing with an eerie light. The air crackled with unseen energy. A beam of energy shot forth, accompanied by a deafening crash. The monster's attack was swift and brutal. The energy dissipated, leaving a lingering sense of dread. The air hung heavy with anticipation. Debris scattered as the monster's power continued to surge. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath its might. The figure was struck by a blast of energy, the impact sending shockwaves through the environment. The man with blue hair was bloodied, but he pressed forward. His determination was unwavering. The environment continued to crumble under the force of the ongoing battle. The air was thick with dust and debris. Amidst the destruction, a figure in red stood, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. They watched with an inscrutable gaze. The sound of shattering stone echoed through the ruined corridor. Debris rained down as the structure continued to crumble. Support Zhang Dongchan stood amidst the destruction, his expression grim. Elsewhere, the man in the red hood received an order. Inject the blue-haired man with bloodjack. The man in the red hood sat, awaiting further instructions. Support, Zhang Dongchan grabbed the man in the red hood, his grip tight. The man with blue hair winced in pain, blood trickling from a wound on his face. Despite his injuries, he hoisted the man in the red hood onto his shoulders. Support, Zhang Dongchan struggled onward, telling the man in the red hood to hold on. The man in the red hood questioned why he was doing so much, even if it meant his own death. Support, Zhang Dongchan simply stated what his job was. His job, killing invaders and saving people. His face streaked with grime. Guang Yikyu's eyes burned with manic intensity. Survival, he thought, was the only option. The sound of impact echoed through the sterile environment. Guang Yikyu carried the limp figure, his expression unreadable. Footsteps approached, heavy and deliberate. An armored figure demanded that he put them down. The armored figure stood over Guang Yikyu and the person he carried, unmoving. The person being carried muttered that he was totally out of his mind. Guang Yikyu looked down, hearing Yu Guangx's voice. The air crackled with energy as Yu Guangx spoke. Yu Guangx told him if he was going to kill himself, to do it somewhere else. Guang Yikyu responded that he didn't intend on dying anytime soon. He hears the words, "It's broken," as the man with red hair exclaims the barrier has been breached. The barrier pulses with energy, but it is clear that the damage is reaching a critical point. The voice from within the barrier shouts to attack where the barrier is cracked. The barrier's eye glows with a bright, ominous light, a sign of its weakening state. Cracks spread across the barrier's surface, energy leaking from the fracture points. The barrier strains, its multiple eyes reflecting the intense pressure it's under. An armored figure descends, poised to strike at the weakened barrier. The barrier continues to crack, the damage becoming more severe with each passing moment. The barrier's central eye focuses, perhaps in defiance, as the cracks spread further. The armored figure strikes, shattering the barrier further with a powerful blow. A man watches the destruction, exclaiming in frustration at the unfolding events. The barrier's eye widens, a silent scream as it faces its imminent destruction. The grotesque monster looms, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The creature's form contorts, its fleshy mass rippling with unseen power. He strains, sweat beading on his brow. Telekinesis. Hold it the best you can. An armored figure strides forward, barking orders. Bring the white phosphorus. The armored figure supports a wounded comrade. Are we out of bloodjacks? Gather the injured in one place. Hey, immortal. The armored figure turns away, leaving the injured behind. The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A pained groan echoes through the battlefield. The monster strikes, its massive form crashing down on its prey. Its glowing blue eyes burn with savage hunger. His eyes widen, a mixture of fear and determination etched on his face. He was caught in the monster's grasp, a crushing grip that threatened to end it all. A blinding explosion erupted, a wave of pure energy washing over the immediate area. The monster's voice boomed, its words laced with frustration. "Idiot bastard, you never listen, do you?" A figure commanded, his tone sharp and urgent. "Take him and get out of here." Guang Yikyu's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with a grim determination. Dozens of figures stood before the monster, their presence a silent testament to the scale of the threat. The monster's eye glowed with an eerie light, a beacon of malevolence in the chaos. A streak of blue energy tore through the air, a sign of the power being unleashed. The blue energy intensified, crackling with raw force. The location where the barrier was broken became the focal point, a nexus of destruction. Another explosion ripped through the scene, bathing everything in a fiery glow. A voice echoed, filled with rage. "Right here, you bastard." A figure commands, directing the concentrated attacks to a single point. The monster absorbs the blows, explosions erupting around its grotesque form. A figure in a helmet slumps against the wall, clearly injured and struggling to breathe. He pants, remembering what the team manager just did. The monster continues its advance, its presence spreading throughout the area. Someone is hiding, concealing their true self from the chaos. Despite the odds, he grits his teeth, thinking that he can still run. The protagonist's eyes glow with determination. He can do it. He calls out, trying to get someone's attention amidst the destruction. The monster's eye focuses, its attention drawn to the sound. The monster looms large, its grotesque form casting a shadow over the battlefield. The protagonist prepares to face the monster, his resolve unwavering. Once the starfish attacks one of his fake presences, the plan will begin. The others will aim for its weak spot, tying it to that location. He thinks to himself that he will run then, for the people who have fallen. Carrying someone on his back, he continues to run forward. He knows that he will carry the people who failed to dodge, the people who are dying. And, without stopping, he continues to keep moving forward despite the burden. He grits his teeth, telling himself to keep going, to keep pushing forward. Even with the blue energy coursing through him, he knows he must keep fighting. Someone tells him to stop, grabbing his arm to try and halt his progress. It's over. Despite the blood and injuries, the blue energy continues to flow. He stood, battered but unbroken, the taste of iron heavy on his tongue. The words echoed in the aftermath. They hadn't lost. Each breath was a struggle, but the protagonist refused to yield. The sentiment lingered, a defiant cry against the odds. They hadn't lost. Only later did he truly grasp the meaning of those words. Humanity had never managed to kill a named, and this time was no different. They couldn't kill the starfish. It simply returned to where it came from. The phrase echoed again, a haunting reminder. They hadn't lost. A voice cut through the haze, demanding to know his name. The protagonist lay prone, energy crackling around his injured limbs. The armored figure questioned the need to know, but the protagonist insisted. He had to know his savior's name. The armored figure was Yu Guangik, the subject of many rumors. He coughed, telling the man in black to thank someone for him. He said he almost died before seeing his daughter's birth. The man in black told him to tell the person himself, stating he wasn't his messenger. Guangik stared at the man in black. A blond man laughed, calling Yu Guangik a romantic. He said that if anyone tried to take him, he would kill them. The blond man said that the kid was killing all the romance. He added that this kid isn't fit for psionic. The man in black stood silently, his expression unreadable. The protagonist stared down, blood trickling from his face. A new name appeared in Seoul, South Korea. The blond man and the man in black stood over the protagonist. No one died that day. A primal scream tore from his throat, a raw expression of the ordeal he had endured. A man sat at a table, a glass of amber liquid before him, his expression unreadable as he spoke. One man inquired about the experience, but the other seemed lost in thought, barely registering the question. The word hung in the air, a stark reminder of the foe they faced, the starfish. He grimaced, the memory still fresh and unpleasant. It was really shitty. The weight of the past battles settled upon him, a profound understanding dawning in his eyes. The grotesque form of the named loomed, a testament to humanity's failures. Its many eyes stared blankly, a horrifying visage of what they faced. The memory sent shivers down his spine. Even now, the thought of it gave him goosebumps. He reflected on the fact that it wasn't a new named, wondering why that battle was the first recorded. The man with green hair noted that double doors had opened in another region, but they managed to avoid having to battle there. The starfish-like creatures were lost, wandering because all the doors were closing. It ended up that most people knew about it, but they didn't because they were newbies. Going out a door, the hole closer didn't close yet. One man asked about a hole closer. Apparently, that's what they're called. They can close. The holes close whenever they wish. The man with green hair thinks to himself. The two men are in a restaurant. One asks if they should go now, and the other says that was good, asking about paying. The man with green hair asks what their fellow co-worker, who received a bonus but hasn't been working, just said to them. The man with blue hair is told that he should feel guilty trying to make them pay considering the value of the information he just provided. He's asked if he wants someone younger to pay for him. The man with blue hair thinks that age doesn't matter here. They're just co-workers. The man with blue hair says, all right, he'll pay, you homeless bastards. The woman with brown hair says that the gentleman over there already paid for them. The man with blue hair is confused. A man with brown hair smirks, his expression suggesting he knows something others don't. The protagonist, Gwangi Ku, is asked a question by one of his companions. Who's that? Your new boyfriend? The man walks down a long hallway, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty space. He's stopped by someone. You are that cop from before, right? A figure descends from above, intervening in the confrontation. The double doors open, revealing the savior. The man is thanked for being saved. He asks how the other person got into a restaurant that only accepts special species. He apologizes, his head bowed in contrition. The figure states that they are the one who invited him in this manner. He walked along the street, the sound of his footsteps echoing. A woman with dark hair and piercing green eyes spoke, her tone dismissive. No, see. A man with dark hair spoke softly, his words carrying a hint of concern. Voice. It still gets chilly in the evenings, you know? You'll catch a cold. The woman, standing beside a man with green hair, glared intensely. I hate that bastard. A disembodied voice echoed, a haunting reminder of a forgotten promise. Don't forget our... The man with green hair spoke with conviction, his gaze unwavering. Purpose. The man with dark hair thought to himself, a flicker of fear in his eyes. That guy was in one of the pictures pinned up in Sunbee's room. His thoughts raced, a desperate plan forming in his mind. What do I do? She told me to book it if I ever saw him. Deep dash, his face etched with frustration, muttered to himself. I can't just leave, though. I'm upset because of that fake cop. My name is Dash. His expression hardened, a resolve forming in his eyes as he considered his next move. The man with green hair stood alongside the woman, their expressions grim as they faced an unseen threat. A hand clenched tightly, energy crackling around it, a sign of power about to be unleashed. Yu Guangik's eyes narrowed, a flicker of realization crossing his face. A surge of energy crackled around Gwang Ik-yu, though his expression remained unreadable. The protagonist stood amidst the aftermath, the city lights painting streaks across the room. The antagonist, Yu Gwang-ik, examined his handiwork, a smirk playing on his lips. Not bad. Gwang Ik-yu's mood soured, a rare display of emotion flickering across his stoic features. He had only caught a glimpse, but it was enough to leave a lasting impression. A vision of a brutal future flashed before someone's eyes, a horrifying glimpse of what could be. Yu Gwang-ik narrowly avoided a devastating blow, his instincts saving him from certain doom. Gwang Ik-yu took a moment to collect himself, surprised by the encounter at Dong Demon. A new figure stepped forward, introducing himself as Stephen Choi, an employee at a headhunting firm. Stephen Choi revealed that he had intended to meet Gwang Ik-yu before, but circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Stephen Choi explained his role, connecting talented individuals with those who seek them. He stood firm against the backdrop of the city, a silent defiance in his posture. The man's feet were planted on the rooftop, as if rooted to the spot, unyielding to Prometheus. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. One of the women stated that was enough and told him to move. Her companion warned of fees for misfires, her tone laced with greed. The woman with dark hair relayed that this was a really good offer. Gwang Ik-yu stated he already has a woman he likes, his words hanging in the cold air. Gwang Ik-yu's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. He retorted that he didn't like them either. The problem was solved, he thought, and he could leave. His skin felt prickly, a warning sign he couldn't ignore. He felt like his body would split in half if he turned around right now. Then, was it because of his wild bloodthirst? Yu Gwang-ik's eyes burned with intensity. The woman with dark hair told him to decide after hearing them out. The woman with dark hair asked if he thought they were above him. One of the women hissed, saying as if. An offer hangs in the air, thick with unspoken expectations. The woman's proposition continues, promising a life beyond compare, but Gwang Ik-yu remains unmoved. She sweetens the deal, offering him anything he desires. He scoffs at the offer of material possessions, unimpressed. The woman mentions welfare and days off, trying to appeal to his desires. She details the life he could have as a higher-up in Prometheus, but he declines. The woman's expression hardens as Gwang Ik-yu refuses her offer. She expresses her disappointment, stating that he is not her type, a subtle sting before the threat. The woman's companion observes, noting the futility of persuasion, as she warns Gwang Ik-yu that he will regret his decision. The woman gives him one last chance, her tone laced with menace. Gwang Ik-yu sighs, seemingly unfazed by the veiled threat. He laments the burden of his own skill, a quiet defiance in the face of danger. The Warren building stood tall against the sky. Yu Gwang-ik's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, Dong Demon's savior. The woman with purple hair stated matter-of-factly, there you are, Westgate hero. The man with blue hair looked surprised. What? He asked, turning to the others. The man with green hair explained. Didn't you know? That's what people have been calling you since that day. Yu Gwang-ik admitted. I was itching to tell you yesterday. He added, geez, that's so embarrassing. The man with blue hair seemed unsure. Are you sure you are embarrassed? He asked. He wondered what happened yesterday. The man with blue hair was flabbergasted. What? I never thought something like this would happen. The word Prometheus hung in the air. The man with blue hair revealed that they offered him a position. The man with blue hair wondered aloud if anyone else had gotten an offer from them. Yu Gwang-ik laughed, realizing, were these bastards? He considered the implications of Prometheus offering positions so freely. The red-haired man scoffed, calling someone a stupid frog bastard in a well. Yu Gwang-ik claimed ignorance. The conversation shifted to the Westgate hero receiving an offer from Prometheus. What else was there to discuss? A voice suggested moving on, casually mentioning some. The topic seemed forced, unnatural. Yu Gwang-ik stated simply that he was there, one of the three siblings. The air grew thick with unspoken tension. There was someone they were told to avoid, someone with a dangerous presence. The faces of three individuals flashed before their eyes, each etched with a distinct expression. Gwang Ik-yu questioned the sudden shift in atmosphere. Yu Gwang-ik wondered which one of them was the problem. The muscular man was called the crocodile, or something similar. He had made it back alive, somehow. The pictures in someone's room depicted a desire to kill. The obsession was palpable. The man's expression tightened, a silent promise of retribution etched on his face. What kind of job was it, though? It was a rescue mission. But who needed rescuing? Someone who hid in the mountains possesses important information. Gwang Ik-yu considered the implications of the mission. Was this a kidnapping, not a rescue? The briefing continued, identifying the mission's target, Park Byung-jun. The holographic image of Park Byung-jun flickered, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. The briefing continued, stating that Park Byung-jun was supposedly the supporting scientist back when Hull Closer was in Europe. The order came down, find out where Park Byung-jun is and rescue him, as it will be a clue to the Dong Demon named incident. The man with blue hair realized the implications. So, is a kidnapping? The man with white hair and glasses narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint reflecting off the lenses. Lee Donghoon questioned Lee Jungbong about his team's training, but Lee Jungbong retorted that he became the Dong Demon Savior. The response was sarcastic. Yes, his ears were wide open, noted. Lee Jungbong emphasized that his ears were wide open as well, gesturing emphatically. The man with blue hair wondered what was wrong with them, as the higher-ups were trying to help them out. Lee Donghoon wondered if they were being made to do the illegal job to make sure they don't gain too much influence. The call was directed at Gwang Ik-yu, the voice sharp and demanding. He listened intently, his expression serious as he absorbed the details. Gwang Ik-yu affirmed his understanding, a determined glint in his eyes. He declared that he perfectly understood the mission's parameters. The white-haired character with glasses seethed with rage, their face contorted. The white-haired character with glasses unleashed a furious tirade, questioning everyone's sanity. The white-haired character with glasses continued their outburst, demanding to know why it was their fault. Another character, standing nearby, muttered a harsh insult under their breath. The white-haired character with glasses, consumed by fury, threatened to kill everyone. The white-haired character with glasses challenged someone to a fight, while another character urged the team manager to intervene. Gwang Ik-yu was grabbed by the arm, the red-haired character questioning him. Meanwhile, Lee Jungbong was ordered to sit down, the speaker demanding his immediate return. The man in the red jacket loudly voices his displeasure with the current situation. Two figures stand silently, their expressions unreadable as they await further instructions. An order rings out, demanding that someone retrieve the necessary weapons for the task at hand. The speaker clarifies that they need the customized weapons, not the standard-issue ones, and to go with Jong-ah. Two figures walk away, one stating that they can get those weapons themselves with their own money. A disembodied voice tells them to see for themselves. Someone wonders if there are other weapons besides the basic or customized ones. A voice responds that there are, although they are not free, and asks if it is him. A figure, identified as the Dong Demon Savior, stands with his sword at their side. Kong Chung-ha, Warum's engineer, is introduced. Yu Gwang-ik, a rank 2 employee, learns that team manager Lee Jungbong told them to come here. She offered the weapon, stating that he should take it. The blade gleamed, a testament to its quality. It was made from adamantium, the best material available. Kong Chung-ha explained that it was made exactly to order. However, the customer complained about the stamina drain from swinging it. She added, one must exercise a lot because it's kind of heavy. He tested the weight balance of the blade, finding it a bit strange. The text box explained that the blade wasn't ideal for constant use. Kong Chung-ha would have to get creative with this one. She decided she would use it. Yu Gwang-ik acknowledged her statement. Kong Chung-ha confirmed that she exercises and is also half shapeshifter. Yu Gwang-ik expressed surprise. He then asked what the gun was. Kong Chung-ha stated that she just brought it for show. The text box explained that she made it 3 years ago. Everything's made from adamantium, so it's real heavy. The text box explained that apparently it's not for immortals. Yu Gwang-ik responded with, is that so? His arm bulged with muscle, veins prominent. The weapon discharged with a resounding blast, showcasing its raw power. The weapon's sleek, dark barrel gleamed, promising devastating force. A man hefted the weapon, judging its weight and balance. I think it's pretty doable. Kong Chung-ha clapped her hands together, her eyes shining. So you really are strong. Kong Chung-ha mused that the weapon was above average, but questioned the handle's purpose. She considered it might be useful as a club. Yu Gwang-ik looked surprised as another man stated, 300 million. He asked what? 300 million. From a distance, the man with the red hair stood beside Yu Gwang-ik and Kong Chung-ha, as the man holding the weapon wondered what this thing was. Kong Chung-ha, arms crossed, asked a simple question. Use it. Yu Gwang-ik looked at Kong Chung-ha, who assured him it was not impossible. He asked if she was sure, and she confirmed with yes. Kong Chung-ha's hand rested on the weapon, thinking that the weapons she made were like her children, and she wanted to see them shine. The weapon was pressed against Yu Gwang-ik's face. He looked at Kong Chung-ha, stating he didn't know. Kong Chung-ha offered to just give it to him, to which Yu Gwang-ik responded with a pardon. The man with red hair was told he wouldn't be forgiven if he neglected someone. He responded that he would even sleep with it, eliciting a chuckle. A voice then proposed a peculiar question, asking if they could treat someone like a big sister. The silver-haired man listened intently, a smirk playing on his lips as he considered the offer. An affirmative response came swiftly, laced with a bizarre condition, to not forget to name his kids. The situation had clearly escalated, the consequences of which were now unfolding. Antagonist Yoo Gwang-ik stood with a rifle, while the man with black hair looked on, muttering a simple G's. The man with black hair was asked what brought him there, to which he curtly replied that it was none of their business. The blonde-haired man was apparently helping with the mission, though someone remarked that it had to be Kinham of all people. Antagonist Yoo Gwang-ik was now with Kinham. Someone accused them of being brought there to screw him over. The silver-haired man stated that Kinham was lacking in the skill department, but he does try hard. He then threatened to kill someone. Someone cleared their throat, announcing that everyone was there and they were ready for the briefing. The blonde-haired man looked surprised, perhaps at the sudden announcement of the briefing. The briefing was about to begin, the air thick with anticipation. Yu Guangxi stood before the assembled group, a question hanging in the air. Was he really trusting a new employee as support? The man in the black suit stated that he could be the team manager if anyone had complaints. They had acquired all of their locations, however. A holographic display showed a building surrounded by red markers. Someone wondered if they had hired mercenaries or something. The holographic display was also present at the table. The mansion had been made into a fortress, basically. But who was responsible? There was only one group they were able to identify, the Blue Twins. That's one of the top 5 in the US. 3 of them were from the Blue Twins, the rest were all from Korea. They predicted there to be around 20 people in their whole troop. The man with dark hair wondered if they had been set up for failure. A smirk played across the man's face, a hint of malice in his eyes. Those higher up were pieces of shits, he thought. One of the men called the other chicken. The other man simply replied, "Yep." The plan was laid out. Get a head start and scan the area. They needed to strike before reinforcements arrived. A hand gestured over a holographic display, outlining the structure. The voice confirmed, "We're going ahead." The man with red hair addressed his subordinates. The rest would arrive tomorrow morning. Yu Guangx's expression hardened. He ordered, "You guys leave right now." Kinum's face showed a flicker of surprise at the sudden order. He paused, considering the implications of the command. A breath escaped his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the task ahead. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, the infiltration began. The moon cast long shadows across the landscape. The rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs marked their passage through the forest. Kinum and Yu Guangxi, clad in dark tactical gear, moved with purpose through the trees. The man with light hair spoke, "Since the mansion is in the middle of the mountain, we need to hike up this mountain in order to get there?" His phone buzzed. Kinum apologized. Sorry, let me take this call." He pauses, the infiltration momentarily forgotten as a buzzing sound emanates from his pocket. Kinum watches, waiting for instructions. The screen displays "Mobile Mother," a stark warning flashing through his mind. His life is in danger if he ignores this call. Guangxi answers, a strained smile on his face. He heard she's been feeling lonely these days. His mother speaks, her voice carrying a familiar blend of affection and expectation. No matter how busy he is obligated to take her call. Guangxi sighs, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He thinks that's a bit much. His mother asks if he can come home this weekend, her voice laced with a subtle plea. Guangxi questions her request, wondering if something is up. She simply replies, "Just because." A shadow crosses Guangxi's face, a sense of foreboding settling in. This is a very bad sign. He wonders if his mother was mad, and if it's because he's away so frequently for work. He thinks, why would that be my fault? His mother counters that it's because of her empty nest syndrome, her tone firm but laced with a hint of sadness. Guangxi's mother insists that it's definitely his fault, her voice leaving no room for argument. She asks if he cannot, her words hanging in the air with unspoken weight. He scratches his head, a rifle slung across his back as he stands in the forest. Heavy breaths filled the air, each exhale a visible cloud in the cold. Guangxi's companion, panting, was asked if he was tired. Elsewhere, Assistant Manager Kong shielded his eyes, scanning the horizon. The pink-haired man stated the obvious, they were on the wrong mountain. The man's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly apologized, joking that he was just kidding, and that he now understood how team manager Li Jungbong felt. The pink-haired man sat, trying to get an understanding of the area. Guangxi's companion confirmed that there were more than 20 of them. A distant building teemed with figures, far more than the expected 20. Guangxi peered through binoculars, remarking that the doctor must be really rich. The pink-haired man confirmed that he had memorized the pattern. He and another soldier were tasked with watching their target. The order was to observe for 3 hours. The voice described the terrain. There was only one path leading to the house, and the surrounding area was all woods. 2 figures stood in the distance. One of them surmised that a sniper wouldn't be effective hiding in the forest. The soldier thought to himself that this was a pain. He figured about 3 sedans could fit onto the path. He questioned the direction the others were facing. They were facing the back of the mansion. The soldier with binoculars observed that the path inward was a trap. The mercenaries weren't paying any attention to the path. They were paying more attention to the ridge. He assumed they had a sniper position there too. Guangxi listened as the other soldier listed the threats. Snipers, machine guns, and special species mercenaries, but their positions were all really shit dash. The pink-haired soldier stated that was just what he thought. The 2 remained hidden, observing the area. Traps, machine guns, and 40 special species mercenaries were all that they had observed. The soldiers stood around a vehicle, the ace of the analysis team having delivered his report. Yu Guangxi dismissed the findings, stating that anyone could have seen that, and it was nothing praiseworthy. One of the soldiers remarked that he's got 2 faces. Guangxi was asked for his thoughts, and he simply responded, "Mine." The soldier declared that they go in full force. The team manager stated that he had an understanding of the terrain and should start coming up with a plan. He thought to himself that it was fine, and he would do it, knowing they were pretending not to hear him. Another soldier called someone a crazy bastard, stating that they were prepared for them to infiltrate or hit them from the back. One of the soldiers stated that they should do the unexpected, and more importantly, Gwang Yu's eyes glowed, as he considered that they were a bunch of people who've never worked together. A sinister smile spread across his face, as he internally called someone a crazy-ass chicken. The time is 4:45 a.m., antagonist Yo Gwang states, adding that they will proceed with the plan at 6 a.m. The order is given: eliminate the sniper and take down the machine guns. They will go in from the front. Antagonist Yo Gwang orders Assistant Manager Kong and John Kinham to get the snipers, making sure they are quiet and ready. A soldier responds affirmatively, receiving the order to take down the machine gun quietly. Another soldier, identified as an Archery Olympics medal winner, confirms his compliance. A soldier asks what about him, and antagonist Yo Gwang tells him he needs to take responsibility for what he said. Antagonist Yo Gwang states that he is paired with the team manager and will enter from the front, questioning responsibility. The soldier in the dark outfit realizes he is in a difficult situation, thinking, "I'm fucked." The sounds of impact echo as the assault begins. A soldier in a helmet is thrown back by the force of an explosion. The soldier is caught in the blast, the sound of the explosion deafening. The soldier in the helmet looks up, bewildered, asking what's happening. They advance through the forest, the path ahead shrouded in shadow. The soldiers wondered why the mines weren't detonating as they approached. Assistant Manager Kang's eyes widened, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A strange energy crackled around him, an ominous sign of what was to come. Panic flared as one of the soldiers shouted for everyone to open fire. The soldier dove for cover, a strange symbol appearing behind him. He tumbled through the air, the symbol multiplying around him. The other soldiers expressed their frustration, unable to land a hit on their target. The soldier in the helmet's eye glowed, the visionification of ominous signs taking hold. Another soldier questioned what was happening, but was told there was no time to explain. One of the soldiers pointed out that Assistant Manager Kong was the ominous one. The ominous signs intensified around Assistant Manager Kong as he prepared to unleash his power. He is caught off guard, a sudden force striking from an unseen direction. "What?" he exclaims, eyes wide with shock. The attack comes from behind, a swift and brutal assault. He wonders what is happening with the attacker this time. The figure in black delivers a powerful kick, sending another person flying through the air. The force of the blow is palpable. His eye twitches, a bead of sweat forming. It was just a moment, but Gwang Yu saw something, a fleeting glimpse of the truth. The ominous sign appears, a malevolent symbol of impending doom. Its presence sends shivers down the spine. The figure plummets downwards, a silent testament to the brutal attack. He realizes he can read the locations of the mines. One of the soldiers looks on, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. His mouth hangs open in stunned silence. Elsewhere, another soldier spots something in the distance. It's a claymore mine, a deadly trap waiting to be sprung. Explosions erupt, engulfing the area in a fiery inferno. The ground shakes with the force of the blasts. Amidst the chaos, two figures are caught in the blast, their fate uncertain. The scene is one of utter devastation. The soldier questions what he saw. He wonders if he's hallucinating after staying on the mountain for too long, questioning if it was a human. The soldier struggles to make sense of the situation. He wonders if they were fighting ghosts and how many there were. The soldiers question the use of a claymore for just 2 targets. They found the situation strange. One of the soldiers reiterated that they didn't understand, emphasizing the strangeness of their targets. Bathed in crackling blue energy, Gwang Yu stood ready, his expression unreadable. One soldier questioned if he was really human. Another, seemingly the leader, told him to go. Gwang Yu cursed, realizing he was being used as a shield by someone, calling them an evil human. The soldier with the helmet, identified as manager, remained stoic, his gaze fixed. One of the soldiers declared that since they were attacked, they would return the favor. The barrel of the gun was pointed directly forward, ready to fire. The gun's trigger was pulled, initiating the attack. Gwang Yu was sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. A beam of pure energy streaked through the air. The energy beam continued its destructive path. The force of the blast reverberated, a searing pain blooming across his body. He coughed, blood splattering as he wondered if that was a shotgun. The man in the helmet watched, his expression unreadable behind the visor. Another blast ripped through the air, sending debris flying. The man in the helmet, seemingly unfazed, called him a stupid bastard. Gwang Yu lay prone, energy crackling around him as he struggled to rise. A sinister grin spread across the helmeted man's face. He had decided something. The helmeted man declared that his name was Fourth Batter. From above, the soldiers moved with precision, their targets still prone on the ground. The helmeted man watched the soldiers advance, his intentions still unclear. The helmeted man's silhouette loomed, a silent predator in the chaos. The helmeted man, now calling himself Fourth Batter, continued his taunts. He sat on the ground, injured, muttering that it was his first time using it. A soldier moved in for the attack, declaring that it was time to book it. The soldier yelled at Gwangikyu to look ahead and run. A speech bubble questioned why, stating that they were supposed to fight them. The helmeted soldier stated he never said they would do as they were told. The helmeted soldier declared that it was time to put a lock on. A spear flew through the air. Another soldier attacked, energy crackling around his hand. Another soldier yelled, calling them bastards. The helmeted soldier questioned if he was seeing a flotation ability or telekinesis. Another soldier asked the team manager a question as the spear-throwing soldier prepared to attack. The helmeted soldier was asked if he was born saying fuck. They fled through the dense forest, the pursuer relentless. One of them warned that he keeps chasing them, their situation growing dire with each passing moment. The man in the helmet's eyes widened in disbelief. He could only utter a single word, questioning what was happening around him. A surge of energy slammed into the man with the helmet. He cried out as the unseen force struck him, sending him reeling. The man with the helmet stood his ground, a glowing sword materializing in his hands. He prepared for another attack. Panic rising, the man with the helmet cursed, realizing they were dealing with a sniper. He recalled being warned about this. A sinister grin spread across the unseen sniper's face. He warned that they were going to die if they kept doing that. The man with the helmet, amidst the chaos, inquired if there was a name for their current plan. He hoped for some reassurance. Another blast of energy slammed into the man with the helmet. He questioned if his attacker even knew English. The man with the helmet, enraged by the relentless attacks, cursed his unseen assailant. He was clearly frustrated and in pain. The words "invisible jail" appeared, hinting at the nature of the attack and the possible plan to counter it. He wrapped his arm, detailing the plan, to scare them so badly they wouldn't dare venture outside. The protagonist kicked another figure, stating that this plan was very Kin'em style. Efficiency, he said, was the basis of any plan. With the preparations complete, he declared it was time to move out. Another member of the group questioned their destination, his expression a mix of concern and annoyance. The protagonist reminded the group that they were infiltrating enemy territory, ordering them to follow him closely. The forest loomed, the trees casting long shadows as they moved deeper into the unknown. He moved cautiously, his senses alert to any sign of danger lurking in the dense foliage. The man's expression hardened, demanding to know if they were going to proceed in stealth mode this time. A sense of anticipation filled the air, the words echoing in the silence. This is going to be fun. Elsewhere, two figures approached a building, their forms silhouetted against the dim light. The man's gaze intensified, his focus unwavering as he prepared for what lay ahead. He paused, hearing a strange sound in the forest. Was it just the wind? Suddenly, a figure descended upon him, eyes glowing with malicious intent. A scream echoed through the trees as the soldier was struck down. The ambushers controlled their noise, hiding in the shadows, waiting for their moment. They used their opponent's blind spots to their advantage, striking swiftly and silently. Another soldier was taken by surprise, falling victim to the unseen assailant. Their cloaking technology rendered them completely invisible to the naked eye. A final, desperate cry pierced the air before being abruptly cut short. Meanwhile, at the mercenary sniper location, the mission was complete. 2 targets neutralized. The tied-up mercenaries realized they had been outmaneuvered. They wondered what their attackers looked like. The mastermind behind the ambush was Xian, a Blue Twins mercenary. The man with sunglasses smirked, knowing that this was the work of a true professional. The Azer Blue Twins mercenaries' traps were destroyed at the front, with 6 dead. From above, the remaining soldiers appeared vulnerable, unaware of the danger. The voice seethed, declaring that they couldn't leave out the fucking cannon. These bastards would cry for their mommies. He stood with arms crossed, as Xian watched from behind, silent and observant. The order was given to fall back, as they wouldn't be able to avoid being seen forever. Gwangikyu offered a potion, calling the recipient Chicken. He seemed concerned. Xian instructed him to take the potion and open the door, but the other man questioned the existence of a door. One of the soldiers fell, as a voice explained that they called it opening the door. Senses were sharp. Gwangikyu's frustration grew, stating that opening was the basics, and if he couldn't do that, he'd never even put a scratch on his face. The potion was applied, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the air. A surge of energy, a visible reaction to the potion, filled the air with tension. He could feel every single one of his muscles, his eyes glowing with newfound power. His senses heightened, the world around him pulsed with raw, amplified energy. It was the same sensation he had felt before, a surge of power coursing through him. Muscles flexed, veins prominent. Gwangikyu felt the potion's effects taking hold, reshaping his very being. A voice echoed in his mind, a reminder to maintain control amidst the chaos. Don't forget to calm your mind. Meanwhile, the figure in tactical gear issued a terse command, urging action based on his example. A disoriented voice broke the silence, questioning the bizarre events unfolding around them. Tied to a tree, one of the figures confessed his fear, the situation clearly spiraling out of control. Blades of energy sliced through the air, unseen threats closing in. The soldier, startled, questioned the source of the disturbance, his senses on high alert. A figure moved with purpose, using the environment to conceal their movements, exploiting blind spots. Frustration mounted as the figure struggled with impaired vision, the world around them blurring. The figure resolved to strike first, aiming to incapacitate their opponents before being detected. He was sent hurtling backwards, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. A sinister grin stretched across a face, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The protagonist lay sprawled on the ground, a looming figure standing over him. Yu Guangx's thoughts turned murderous. Should he just kill them all right now? The man opened the door. Why shouldn't he just kill them all? The smiling figure seemed to agree. A fist connected with a sickening thud, sending the recipient reeling. A heavy thud echoed as something fell to the ground. Lying prone, he wondered why he was expected to be perfect from the start, cursing under his breath. The question hung in the air. How long does it take for the most pure-blooded guys? At least 3 months to open the door and see. Yu Guangx smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. The unseen figure declares that they must proceed with the plan. The other figure tells him to hold on, stating there is something he needs to do. Yu Guangx, standing next to a blonde-haired man, asks what the hell happened. A figure is seen tied to a tree, exclaiming in frustration about the situation. Another figure hangs upside down, bound tightly. It was not the work of professionals but artists. The blonde-haired man with green glasses notes that they went just for their weak spots, adding that they've got quite the taste. The two men stand before a house. One reports that someone has been captured, but the other scoffs, doubting that Korea's best mercenary could be taken. The captive tied to the tree laments that he was going to confess his love when he goes back, hoping he won't open his eyes to any weird stuff. 2 figures observe that at this rate, they're all going to run away tonight. 2 other figures speculate that they might end up like the captives, adding that fear should be controlled with a bigger fear. Yu Guangx stands with the blonde-haired man before a group of soldiers, ready to enforce his will. A hand reaches out, perhaps in desperation or supplication. He vowed to personally cut off their limbs, his voice dripping with malice. One of the men questioned if anyone was coming outside. Another confirmed that there was no movement on their side. The man with blue hair instructed the others to open the jail doors, his expression serious. The man with blue hair was addressed as team manager, and he responded with hostility. The team manager questioned why they were doing what they were doing, his tone laced with frustration. One of the men asked Zhang to explain as they were opening the jail. Another wondered if he should just fight him. The man with red hair stated that the jail only worked for guys who were weak. He then accused the team manager of sexual harassment. The team manager cursed, thinking that the essence of the invisible jail is to foster fear. A soldier stated that they would continue to create fearful situations for them and knock them out one by one. The armored figure's plan was to cut into their numbers and create internal conflict. One of the soldiers expressed fear, while the team manager smirked, confident that they couldn't even. The team manager was asked what they should do now, and he responded with annoyance, calling the other an idiot. A voice wondered aloud if they should attack when their enemies were scared. The unseen speaker declared their intention to go and fuck them up. Antagonist Yu Guangx greeted the unseen group, inviting them to crawl out. A voice identified the approaching group as Americans, suggesting they try speaking English. Another voice, amplified by a megaphone, greeted the opposition with a vulgar insult. The unseen speaker taunted someone, calling them chicken boy. A foot slammed into a door, presumably to force it open. A voice declared that it was you guys, addressing the group. One of the approaching figures cursed at the group they were facing. Antagonist Yu Guangx mentioned learning something on his last mission. A character with takoyaki imagery taunted someone, calling them takoyaki. The figure stood, back turned, as the tension mounted. He unleashes a furious yell, the sound echoing through the air. The force of an unseen blow sends a figure flying backwards. Guangxu, clad in tactical gear, advances, his weapon raised and ready. Another figure is struck, the impact sending them hurtling through the air. Guangxu's eyes narrow, his focus intense as he tracks his target. A voice echoes in someone's mind, filled with rage. This bastard? A figure with a metallic sheen raises a fist, energy crackling around it. A voice declares that he's a special species with a rigid body ability. Yu Guangx, I twitched with fury. This bastard. He thought, his rage barely contained. The man with the red mohawk unleashed a devastating punch, the force radiating outwards. The blow connected with brutal impact, sending shockwaves through the air. He's a special species with a rigid body ability. The force of the impact sent the victim flying through the air. The man with the red mohawk followed up with a swift kick, aiming to keep his opponent off balance. The figure crashed to the ground, only for the mohawked man to stomp on him. Goddamn, you're not a takoyaki. You're a whole-ass marble. The man with the red mohawk pressed his advantage, his expression one of savage intensity. The figure continued to plummet, unable to regain their footing. The man with the red mohawk screamed, his attack relentless. Yu Guangx's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with hatred as he watched the assault. Energy crackled, the air itself seeming to vibrate with power. The force intensified, a prelude to the next brutal exchange. He sprinted forward, the landscape blurring around him as he closed the distance. The man in the helmet swung his blade, aiming to cleave through the incoming attack. The impact reverberated, a shockwave rippling outwards. Yu Guangx's expression hardened, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Sorry, my blade is really strong. The man in red hair continued his assault, shouting you. The man in the helmet parried the blow, sparks flying from the clash of weapons. A small object tumbled through the air, glinting in the light. Yu Guangx's voice dripped with disdain. You stupid dash. The man in the helmet's eyes widened in surprise. A grenade. The realization dawned on him a split second too late. He sneered, his face contorted with malice as he prepared for the coming explosion. The figure, clad in black, nonchalantly confirmed the throw, sealing their fate. With a flick of the wrist, the grenade was sent hurtling towards its target. The grenade detonated in a blinding flash, sending shockwaves through the area. The two figures watched in stunned silence as the explosion consumed everything before them. Yu Guangx, enraged, swore vengeance, promising the attacker would not be forgiven. The figure stood tall, unfazed by the explosion, ready to deliver the final blow. The figure declared the immortal special forces were taking over, standing over the defeated Yu Guangx. The figure, overwhelmed, expressed a desire to quit, buckling under the pressure. The soldiers, lined up and ready, echoed the sentiment, their resolve wavering. The blonde-haired figure adjusted their glasses, a calculating look in their eyes. He was told that if he was paid, he better work his share. The antagonist, with a laser beam emitting from his eye, states he was paid a lot. The laser eye man screams in pain, as a voice commands him to stop. Elsewhere, the immortal special forces stand guard over a man lying on the ground. A voice declares that everyone is now within range. Someone observes the laser eye, understanding why he is so confident. The regressed newbie employee is too good at fighting, as he begs to be spared, saying he was just doing as the client asked. Two figures discuss what to do with the captured man, noting that they captured him, so they better use him. One of the figures tells Double to try knocking the captured man out, but Double apologizes. Double questions what the figure means, as the figure says he will let him go if he can. A voice states that the captured man can use whatever ability he wants, as he wasn't tied up, and warns Double not to touch anything on him, not even his collar. He warned that if one doesn't want to end up dead, they better learn how to dodge. The redhead declared that he would. Then, as an unseen force struck him from the side, the force slammed into him, the impact throwing his head to the side. He wondered how he was supposed to dodge something he couldn't even see. His eye twitched as he struggled to comprehend the unseen assault. The blows continued to rain down, each one a heavy impact. After 8 hits, he understood what the team manager had wanted from him. He realized he must use his sharpened senses to catch the moment a shapeless power is activated. His eye glowed with newfound focus, the pupil constricting. This, he realized, would allow him to predict the metahuman abilities and respond accordingly. The attacker came in for another strike, but the redhead was ready. He twisted out of the way, narrowly avoiding the blow. He spat out the insult, fury contorting his features as he faced his unseen assailants. The figures in black suits advanced, their intent clear, annihilation. An attack came from above, unseen but certainly felt. One of the figures landed, kicking a canister towards antagonist Yu Guangx. The canister burst, releasing a cloud of green mist. Antagonist Yu Guangx coughed, realizing they were using a dirty trick. Through the dispersing smoke, another figure lunged, blade glinting. Antagonist Yu Guangx, eyes narrowed, pinpointed the attacker's location. The figure swung down, but antagonist Yu Guangx managed to evade the blow. The attacker's weapon, a slug knife, dripped with blood. Another figure struck, finally connecting with a kick. Antagonist Yu Guangx realized what he was up against, slug knives. He was sent flying backwards, the force of the blow staggering him. Antagonist Yu Guangx grunted, acknowledging the attacker's skill, even as he tried to regain his composure. The figure in the helmet questioned his actions, but antagonist Yu Guangx remained confident, declaring that he knew he was cool. The attacker realized he had missed his target, but knew there was one more chance to strike. The figure in the helmet noted that he didn't feel a presence, wondering if antagonist Yu Guangx was an immortal, realizing he was too late to catch up to him. The attacker prepared to strike again, calling out to their team for support. Antagonist Yu Guangx cried out in pain as the attack connected, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The impact reverberated through the air as antagonist Waiwo Guangik was struck once more. The figure in the helmet launched another attack, their movements swift and precise. Antagonist Waiwo Guangik smirked, acknowledging the attacker's speed. The attacker, poised for another strike, questioned if antagonist Waiwo Guangik knew what was coming. The figure loomed over antagonist Waiwo Guangik, ready to deliver the final blow. "I'm faster, you bastard," the unseen figure taunted, their voice echoing with a cold confidence. A figure in a black suit plummeted downwards, a blur of motion against the stark background. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, a testament to the force unleashed. The figure crashed into the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around them. Antagonist Waiwo Guangik lay defeated, gasping for air as the world spun around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group seemed to be discussing the aftermath of the fight. One asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Another responded, "Looting his coat." The man in the black suit observed the fallen antagonist Waiwo Guangik, noting that the coat didn't seem normal. Elsewhere, one of the men in school uniform accused the other of being a regressor, prompting a confused response. Meanwhile, the man in the black jacket seemed to be in a good mood, thinking about how much money he would make. The man in the black jacket ordered someone to tie their hands and feet up, stating that they were going in. The man in the black jacket corrected someone, stating that he was now chickenhead, not just chicken. A voice booms out, ordering everyone to freeze in their tracks. A man levels his revolver, promising to pull the trigger if they disobey. Guangik Yu thinks to himself that taking himself hostage is original. A woman holds a gun to Guangik Yu's head, claiming there must be a misunderstanding. She questions if the immortal special forces always use weapons. Guangik Yu notes that this is after being told not to move. He asks if it's okay with them if he says a few words as the immortal's best looking. A voice questions the situation. The man with glasses demands to know what they're talking about. Someone calls the man an ugly-ass bastard. The man smiles, a glint in his eye as he speaks of saying a few words. The man with glasses retorts, demanding to know what the other is talking about. An insult hangs in the air, a blatant provocation. The man's expression is questioning, unsure of what's happening. The man with glasses is told that they are trying to cater to his conditions. The protagonist looks on. The man with glasses angrily tells them to leave him alone and never look for him again. The man with glasses warns that he'll shoot if they get any closer, brandishing a gun. The gun is leveled, a clear threat of violence. The air crackles with tension. The protagonist reacts in surprise as the man with glasses shouts. A looming hand descends, the threat of violence hanging heavy in the air. The antagonist, Yu Guangik, presses the barrel against the son's head, demanding if he is kidding him. He turns, walking away from Yu Guangik, leaving the man seething with suppressed rage. A desperate plea echoes, a cry to go back, filled with terror and urgency. Yu Guangik and the protagonist run down the stairs, urgency etched on their faces. A close-up reveals a single eye, its pupil contracted, focused on something unseen. A woman lies prone in a cage, trapped and vulnerable, her fate uncertain. Her face is partially obscured by a mask, her expression hidden, but her distress is palpable. Yu Guangik proposes breaking all of someone's limbs, seeking confirmation from the protagonist. The antagonist declares the caged woman is his daughter, offering himself in exchange for her freedom. The text reveals that she is a special species test subject, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. The masked woman's immune response is failing, her mental state unstable, her health rapidly deteriorating. A face contorted in what might be pain, or perhaps a deeper, internal struggle. The injuries on her body, it was said, seemed to be self-inflicted, a disturbing revelation. The sound of shattering glass echoed, a violent disruption to the sterile environment. The man with blue hair heard that if the government found out about her, she'd end up in a lab. She's just a child, someone said, she can't do anything. The team manager stated an unpermitted test subject is supposed to be thrown out. The man in the black outfit stood before the blonde test subject, a gun leveled at her head. The man with blue hair asked if he was serious. She's still a kid. She'll be subjected to a life of suffering as a test subject, if. It'd be better to die, someone thought. Throw her out since she's a test subject? They make it sound like she's not even human. He's gonna kill a kid that's not even 20 yet? The gun remained pointed at the test subject's head. The man with blue hair pleaded, let's spare her. The man in the black outfit stated that they just need to keep quiet about it. That would be a federal crime, Yu Guangik stated. The man with blue hair questions if the protagonist will even follow evil laws. The man explains that if you want to cover something up, you need to cause bigger trouble to divert attention and take responsibility. The protagonist looks up, confused by what he is hearing. The man with blue hair states that they should just ignore this and take responsibility. Guangik Yu scratches his head, thinking that he wasn't going to say this, but Yu Guangik asks the assistant manager if he knows who is supporting Guangik. The protagonist is surprised to hear that the CEO Nam Young-jin is Guangik's dad. The man with brown hair looks shocked by the revelation. The man with blue hair is shocked and realizes that this was what he meant. Na Myunjin's son states that he is CEO Na Myunjin's son. Na Myunjin's son apologizes to his father, stating that for now, he is going to have two fathers. The team was discussing matters that were to remain confidential. They wondered why the CEO looked after him so much, believing anything could be believed if enough people were in on the lie. Someone was sure others were good at lying, but they were still going to report to the CEO. The consequences of these lies could be dire. A figure warned that a certain part should be left out, though. Regardless, this whole situation was a pain. The figures seemed to be handling a weapon. Behind bars, a child was being discussed. Someone asked who would take her, while another claimed she was his daughter and he should be the one to do so. The teammates reacted with surprise, seemingly taken aback by the recent developments. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. If someone took her, a corpse would be found not even 2 days later. The news would talk about the risk of testing, highlighting the dangers involved. The red-haired man stated that they'll even say that they were the ones who released the test subject. They needed someone who could overpower her. They also needed someone who would be nice to her despite the fact that she's a test subject. They were going to need a special species, Mother Teresa. Gwangik never expected to hear those two terms together, special species and Mother Teresa. He was surprised by the unusual combination. He wondered why someone was coming to mind right now. The situation was clearly escalating, and quick decisions were needed. Gwangik looked determined, his expression firm. He seemed to have a plan forming in his mind, ready to take action. Someone declared that they knew someone and that the others should leave her to them. The situation was about to change drastically. A hand presses the buttons on a security keypad, the lock disengaging with a sharp click. The antagonist Yoo Gwangik, carries the orange-haired woman upside down, her head lolling limply. He declares he is here, like Mother Teresa. A strange energy crackles in the air, the atmosphere thick with unseen power. The orange-haired woman stands, a manic grin on her face as she brandishes a spatula. She states that she likes the viewer. Inside a house, a woman wonders who the kid is, asking if the other woman is already becoming a grandma. She wants to explain who that kid is first. Antagonist Yoo Gwangik carries the orange-haired woman, remarking that Mother seemed pretty bored these days. He claims he rescued her coincidentally. Antagonist Yoo Gwangik's face contorts in pain as he recalls trying to take her to the cops. The air vibrates with unseen force. The orange-haired woman crawls on the floor, her expression wild and desperate. The orange-haired woman screams, her face a mask of terror as she is restrained. Antagonist Yoo Gwangik observes the orange-haired woman, stating that she's not in a good state. A voice responds to the skeptical, is that so? Two figures stand side by side, observing the situation. The woman with short brown hair crosses her arms, a concerned expression etched on her face. The back of the orange-haired woman is shown, her shoulders slumped as she stands between two people. The orange-haired woman is on the floor, her eyes wide with fear. She appears to be struggling to get up. The woman with short brown hair suggests they wash the orange-haired woman up and feed her first. The boy with blue hair looks on with a slight smile. That sounds good. The orange-haired woman stands, looking more human. The woman with long brown hair observes that the orange-haired woman seems to be of mixed blood and probably hasn't even been half a year since she awakened. The woman with long brown hair wonders why some people have kids when they can't even take responsibility, assuming the orange-haired woman was abandoned. The boy with blue hair asks his mom if they shouldn't tell dad now that they're shapeshifters. The woman with short brown hair asks if he's asking that after deciding who he's going to live with. The boy with blue hair is being so dramatic, according to the woman with short brown hair. She tells him to decide first, then come to her. The woman with long brown hair remarks that she's a landlord and asks if they have any spare rooms. The boy with blue hair smiles, while the woman with short brown hair looks annoyed. A voice booms, declaring the building is not a playground. It continues, questioning if the recipient is hungry. A hand presents a bowl piled high with rice and a fried egg to Yoo Gwangik, who stares wide-eyed at the offering. The orange-haired woman's face contorts in disgust, her teeth bared as she gags. The woman with purple hair holds Yoo Gwangik's head still, forcing her to remain in place. The unseen man insists that she should eat with a spoon, his grip firm on her face. Yoo Gwangik's cheeks bulge as she is forced to chew, her eyes wide with discomfort. Slowly, she swallows the food, the woman with purple hair watching her intently. A voice approves, stating that this is why they thought of Mother. She is seen as someone who can both kill and care for her at the same time. The voice continues, describing her as the perfect special species, Mother Teresa. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an office, the walls a muted gray. A man sits at his desk, reviewing authorization documents. He seems contemplative. The documents describe how they steamrolled through dozens of mercenaries, including 3 of Blue Twins' mercenaries. He scrutinized the report, his gaze narrowed behind his glasses. Even if they weren't top tier, those 3 must have cost hundreds of millions. The performance report lay open, detailing the subject's rare talent. Had he defeated them on his own? The document highlighted his great judgment, bold actions, and impressive mentality. A request had been made to move him to the guard team. He sat back, considering the implications. The report stated that Yu Guangik only had experience with a few missions, but was good at mind games. Usually, guys this talented are visible from the get-go. The file slammed shut. He was different. The man reviewing the file thought that Yu Guangik was definitely very normal at the beginning. The man with glasses clicked his tongue, a frown deepening on his face. This bastard, he's growing. Apart from the talents he has, he's too different from the start. My influence has been restricted because of him. The mission accomplishment evaluation report lay on the desk. So I don't really like him. But I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of work. Yu Guangik. The document is definitely non-standard. A profile appeared on the screen, identifying the man as Yu Guangik. The profile described the meaning of his company's name, non-standard, exactly as it sounds. An employee leaned in, a smug look on his face. He asked, dripping with sarcasm, if the other was happy. The assistant manager noted the weather was somewhat non-standard. He wondered if the bastard had lost his mind, given the absolute crap weather. Another employee exclaimed, noting that their non-standard swearing team manager hadn't said fuck. He added that the manager was at his manliest when he did. The person at the desk, unseen, hoped that the other already had well written. An employee sarcastically complimented the timing of a Wu Miho and employee John Kinham. He asked if they had seen the performance report. One of the employees asked Buddy before apologizing repeatedly. One employee stated that they couldn't be buddies. He asked if a John Kinham, their rank 3 employee, agreed. A hand gestured dismissively, accompanied by the words, fuck off. Someone noted that they had picked up a bad habit from their team manager. One employee referred to our Kinham. Another told him not to go overboard, calling him mixed blood. He stood tall, a stern gaze fixed forward, a silent warning hanging in the air. The man in the suit listened, a forced smile plastered on his face, as the other man spoke. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. The camera focused on clasped hands, a silent exchange of power and control, as one man thought, insane bastard. Yu Guangik faced another man, who apologized, I'm sorry. The Sunbei questioned how he could lose to someone insignificant. Elsewhere, Zhang Honam, External Security Team 1's manager, spoke on the phone about someone who almost shared a name with John Kinham. The man's expression hardened as he was identified as John Kinham's brother, a revelation that cast a new light on the situation. The man in the suit was scolded by his brother, who told him to get it together, calling him a useless bastard as they walked down the hall. A fist clenched tightly, a surge of frustration and anger barely contained, as the voice echoed, cheer up, bastard. The man's face contorted with rage, his eyes narrowed, as he vowed, I'll kill you, a promise of violent retribution hanging heavy in the air. Yu Guangik was asked by the secretary about External Security Team 3, and he inquired what the matter was. The man with glasses adjusted his tie, his expression unreadable as he simply stated, let's go. The words hung in the air, a chilling revelation. The CEO is looking for his lost son. Lightning crackled outside the window as the man in the suit sat, waiting. A disembodied voice echoed, the words hanging heavy in the air. You're here, son? I-o-o Hvonik chuckled, a nervous habit. Ah, yapped. The seed you sowed. The man in the suit gestured for him to sit. He wanted to hear about what happened last Thursday. The man in the suit revealed that he knew about his lost son and the test subject. Yu Guangik steeled himself, resolving to face whatever was coming head-on. He had let her live because there was no need to kill her. The man in the suit stated that there was no need to kill someone just because they were a test subject. Yu Guangik, despite his unease, was told he wouldn't be let off the hook so easily. He was going to need to do something. The man in the suit revealed that someone important was flying into Korea in a few days. He needed Yu Guangik to be a bodyguard. Yu Guangik smirked, stating it was easy and reminding the man in the suit that he was his son. After all, the man in the suit dismissed the bodyguard task. He needed Yu Guangik to find out why he was in Korea. However, the man in the suit ordered him to do whatever it takes to find out. The protagonist sits, listening to instructions. He is told that he is not allowed to harm someone, either emotionally or physically. The antagonist spreads his arms wide, a sinister smile on his face. He declares that when this person leaves Korea, they will say, Korea is wonderful. Suddenly, a splatter of food hits the antagonist square in the face. The force of the impact sends the food flying. A voice cries out in frustration. Damn, shit, idiot, it's too spicy. The boy, face contorted in displeasure, continues to complain. He exclaims that he should have been told it was spicy. Elsewhere, a group of figures stand around a table. One of them exclaims, God damn. A man drinks from a container, his expression unreadable. Another figure tells him to shut his mouth, reminding him that he was told to get it for him. A man in a red shirt stands confidently, a slight smile playing on his lips. He declares, My name is Yu Guangik. A young boy points emphatically, his face etched with determination. He states that the person he needs to protect is Al-Khalid Boliana, a prince from a metahuman nation somewhere in Southeast Asia. The narration reveals that he's the son of one of the concubines, and he's 10 years old. The boy asks what someone is looking at, calling him a fucker. The boy slams his fist on the table, his face a mask of fury. He is described as a real motherfucker. He listened as Yu Guangxi spoke of someone fluent in 6 languages, able to swear in all of them, it seemed. The protagonist offered a simple greeting. The Sunbae was actually being an angel today, or at least he hadn't thrown anything hard or sharp yet. He wondered if this was what he was like normally. The man knew he needed to get close to him in order to find out why he was here. He gulped down his drink, steeling himself for the task. He sat on the couch, contemplating the task ahead. He didn't think it would be possible to do that, whatever that may be. Then, change of plans. A few days after that, he got close to the other bodyguards and got to know their abilities. One of them was Robert, also known as Brown Bear, an immortal. Robert liked to flex his strength, which was weird for an immortal. He got really happy and showed off his biceps when you lost against him in an arm wrestling match. Robert let his guard down if you brought him banana milk, especially after his workout. He was able to get close to him first. Another was Joey, a Middle Eastern beauty and a special type of metahuman. Joey liked to flex his ability. He's a heat-type ability user who can quickly raise the temperature of any body part. He has very precise control over his ability, manipulating the flame in his hand. If Robert were part of the association, he'd be a higher-up. Robert sits across from Joey, who is asked if he wants one more. And whenever she's all touchy with him, the prince reacts like, he's jealous. Joey has a chill personality and likes to play. So, she got close to him by teaching him Go Stop, a popular card game in Korea. She has a great body and a nice face, a shapeshifter. However, she's very touchy. If he were a part of the association, she wonders who he'd have been. And whenever she's all touchy with him, the prince reacts like, he's jealous. They're on the same side since they're both supposed to be protecting the prince, but oddly enough, it feels like she's wary of her. She doesn't know his ability yet. What she is certain of, however, is that their personalities clash. However, she's very touchy. He answers every question with just one word and looks at her like he wants to kill her if she cracks a joke. He's not ugly or anything, but his personality reminds her of a certain someone at work. Just like that, 3 for days passed. The child exclaims that the food is good as Robert gives a thumbs up. The protagonist watches a screen. He tells someone to bring the dancers on the screen to him. 5 days passed. The sound of footsteps echoed in the room. It was late at night, just before the 6th day. A voice echoed in the darkness, requesting a lullaby. The boy in the bed looked up, startled. He smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Get comfortable. I'll sing you one. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. The sound of soft snoring filled the room. Was he asleep? He watched over the sleeping child, his expression unreadable. A close-up of an eye, filled with confusion. The boy slept soundly, a single tear escaping his closed eyelid. The next day, someone else slept soundly, snoring loudly. The blond man's face contorted with rage, demanding to know if he wanted to die. Another man held Guangxi back, trying to calm the situation. He was not to be stopped. Elsewhere, a girl was informed that she had ketchup on her t-shirt. She was not happy about it, declaring it the worst thing ever. A boy sat rigidly in his chair, sweat beading on his forehead. He tapped his feet nervously against the floor. A man seethed, frustrated that his anger wouldn't dissipate. He thought to himself that he needed to beat someone up. Back at the table, the blond man was still being restrained as he yelled at Guangxi. The boy from before wondered what was going on. The boy's eyes widened, his face slick with sweat. He wondered what the hell was going on. The protagonist's expression hardened as he spoke, his tone laced with irritation. He demanded the other person come to him. Guangxi grabbed the blond man, his anger rising. The man, Daniel, struggled against him, while another man tried to calm Daniel down. Someone offered to leave the prince to him, but Guangxi was too consumed by his own frustration to notice. His inner turmoil continued to boil. A woman with her hair in a bun turned away, declaring her intention to change. The sound of her footsteps echoed as she stormed off. The air crackled with tension. Elsewhere, 2 figures sat at a long table, the silence thick between them. The remains of a meal lay scattered before them. The man with curly hair questioned what had been done, his expression a mix of shock and concern. The other man responded, claiming his mind was sound. The man with curly hair leaned in, his face partially obscured by shadow. He stated that he had a question. The woman in the sports bra looked down, a disgusted expression on her face. She seemed to be reacting to something she saw. The woman in the sports bra stood with her arms raised, looking around the room. She wondered where something came from. The question lingered in the air. Where did the ketchup even come from? Daniel asks if the stain was taken care of. Guangxi says he's just going to drop it off at the dry cleaners. She asks where His Highness is. He said he was tired and went to his room. She questions Robert and Daniel, but Eva interrupts. Eva says it's just the 2 of them now. Guangxi smirks, wondering if there's something she wants to say to him. Eva looks up at him, saying his name. They embrace, the moment growing more intimate. Their lips meet, a kiss imminent. Suddenly, a hand violently grabs hair. Guangxi is thrown to the ground. Eva stands over him, victorious. Eva apologizes, saying it will take a while for her to heal, noting that this is really spicy pepper. A powerful force rips through the air, unseen but undeniably present. A figure wrapped in a white sheet bursts through a doorway, moving with frantic speed. The figure continues to flee down the hallway, a look of confusion on their face. The figure races through the building, the city skyline visible through the windows. The figure now carries another person, their expression grim as they continue their escape. Two men look on in shock, questioning what is happening as the figure rushes past. Eva is in distress, her face contorted in pain and fear as she cries out. Two men stand in a room, one questioning the other. Joey. Two men receive urgent orders. All forces to the first floor immediately. A man relays the dire news over the phone. It's an emergency. One man muses about lending a hand to someone good at mountain climbing. The man in the suit muses on the nature of helping others. The goal, he thinks, is to help them reach the next checkpoint quicker. The man with slick-back hair states that someone has been one of his people since orientation. He explains that there's some disciplinary action involved, but this is both a vacation and a reward at the same time. The man in the suit says that while this job teaches him patience, he can also punish him for letting the test subject live. The man with slicked-back hair confirms that he has dealt with that prince before. An underling bursts into the room, interrupting the conversation. The man with glasses, Yu Guangik, looks up, startled by the sudden intrusion. The underling announces that the prince has been kidnapped. The man with slick-back hair is shocked by the news. The underling wonders why Yu Guangik looked so anxious despite being on vacation. Despite being on vacation, Yu Guangik shakes his leg all day, betraying his inner turmoil. And he cries in his sleep, lost in the depths of slumber. So, someone asked assistant manager Kong to look into things, seeking answers. And it turned out that those four were far from being mere bodyguards. She used to be a mercenary in the UK, a relentless hunter of people. Second, Joey, a special type of metahuman, is known by the nickname Torture. He loves to burn people to death, a disturbing specialty for a royal guard. Eva is also a royal guard, specializing in throwing javelins despite instructing others in close-range combat. Lastly, Daniel, a special type of metahuman, completes the quartet. A royal guard of the royal family. He's also a royal guard with the ability of space isolation. All four work for one person. Aldryer Lindy is introduced, her presence adding another layer to the unfolding story. The most likely successor to the metahuman nation's throne, and this little dude's older sister, is revealed. The bastard is here to be assassinated, a grim conclusion drawn from the gathered information. A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Do you want to live? The man's expression is one of confusion and disbelief. What the hell are you trying to do? Yu Guangik's face is stern, his eyes narrowed. He states, I'm serious. I know the reason you're here. The man's face is partially obscured, but his expression conveys a sense of urgency. There isn't much time, he thinks. The words echo in the darkness. Don't want to die. The man's expression is a mix of fear and desperation. He seems to be pleading for something. The message is clear. Request accepted. The text reveals crucial information. Immortal Special Forces agent Yu Guangik is now on the case to rescue the prince. Yu Guangik is running through the streets. He thinks, how did you know, though? The reason I'm in Korea. Yu Guangik is seen grabbing the man with brown hair. He thinks, I guess it's the power of K-employee. Yu Guangik is carrying the man, leaping through the air. He says, just a second, Your Highness. Yu Guangik on the phone shouts, hey, you insane-ass bastard. What the fuck are you doing? A tense situation unfolds as a threat to the prince's security is revealed. Antagonist Yoo Guangik, visibly agitated, demands to know why someone would kidnap the prince. The figure giving orders explains that those guys were the threat, instructing the other to hide behind the wall. He seems only 50% sure of his assessment. Antagonist Yoo Guangik calls the person on the other end a psycho, ordering them not to contact him and to stay hidden. He then asks about reinforcements. The person on the other end is shocked at the mention of reinforcements, questioning if they want to start an international conflict. They scoff at the idea of sending kidnapper reinforcements. Antagonist Yoo Guangik, his face contorted in anger, acknowledges that the situation makes sense. The man on the phone assures someone that he is good, despite the chaos unfolding. The person claims to be the master of hide and seek, implying they are confident in not being caught. Support EVA, eyes glowing with power, charges forward with a furious expression. The prince is asked if he has a tracker on him, as it's required of the royal family. He questions why he's only being told this now. Support EVA screams, her fist clenched, ready to strike. A figure is struck by a powerful blow, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. She descends, a purple energy blade arcing through the air. The man's face contorts in fury, purple energy crackling around him. He asks how they dare deceive him. Another man smiles, declaring he doesn't like obsessive women. He seems surprised by something. Eva attacks, the man calling him a bastard as the blade comes down. The energy blade crackles with power, ready to strike. A man stands over the fallen, calling someone an idiot and stating that you shouldn't create distance when fighting a shapeshifter. Two men stand in a hallway, one stating he knew he should have killed the other earlier. Yu Guangik walks with others, a light shining on him. Someone apologizes, stating that he can't remove the tracker. A voice demands that they give him the prince. Yu Guangik extends his hand, his expression serious. The protagonist's expression hardens as he accuses her of lying, promising torture upon capture. He asks if she understands. Yu Guangik's face is partially obscured, but his expression is one of intense focus as he wonders how she could. The woman with brown hair is running away, but the protagonist is already behind her. He mocks her distraction. He swings a blade of pure energy, aiming to cut her down with a single strike. The woman falls to the ground, cursing him as she hits the floor. A knife protrudes from Eva's side, blood staining her midriff as she grits her teeth in pain. A shimmering barrier begins to materialize, its energy crackling in the air. Guangik raises his hand, conjuring the barrier to protect himself from her attacks. Eva looks up, her eyes wide with shock as the barrier forms before her. The barrier shimmers, a question hanging in the air. Even a shapeshifter won't recover quickly from a broken neck, he thinks, as Eva collapses to the ground. He is told to listen closely, that a shapeshifter can be defeated from a distance. Robert's expression hardens, his brow furrowed in anger and determination. The man in the suit admits that they let their guard down, surrounded by armed men. A man with a goatee and a red shirt stands ready, dual pistols gripped in his hands. The man in the black coat declares that Robert won't escape the three of them. The sound of something breaking echoes as the man in the black coat shouts, "Don't lose this." Robert is being held by a man in a black shirt, who questions the cheapness of the situation. The man in the black shirt smirks, his expression one of smug confidence. A foot slams down onto the ground, initiating a swift escape. The man with the guns looks surprised, his eyes widening as he sees Robert running away. Shouts ring out to shoot him as bullets fly, narrowly missing their target. The man in the black coat carries Robert away, escaping the gunfire. The man with red hair curses, realizing Robert is wearing bulletproof gear. Another man insists that it doesn't matter. They should chase him anyway. Robert, carrying someone, sprints through the corridors, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind him. He comes face to face with a solid wall. The person he carries asks what he's doing, pointing out the obvious obstacle. Robert recalls his mother's word from his youth: if there's no path, make one. His fist glows with power. The energy intensifies. A surge of power emanates from his fist. Robert's expression hardens as he prepares to strike. His fist connects with the wall, shattering it. Meanwhile, the pursuers react with shock and urgency. The person Robert is carrying wonders how an immortal can be that strong. He urges Robert to run. He held the person securely, his expression a mask of grim determination. A blade flashed, poised to strike with deadly force. His eyes widened, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Blood splattered, a crimson testament to violence. He gazed upwards, a flicker of hope in his eyes. A sword protruded from his back, a cruel betrayal etched in steel. Robert urged, "Let's go." He vowed, his voice resonating with conviction, "I will fulfill the promise." Robert declared, his tone laced with determination, "I'm made to you." His face was smeared with blood, a haunting memory surfacing. Everyone wanted me dead. The bodies lay still, a tableau of death and loss surrounding a small child. After he was born, his father could no longer have children, and he was branded the last prince. A shadowy figure loomed, the words echoing with malice. "Do you have any right to live?" The figure continued, its voice dripping with venom, demanding that he simply die. Not only his siblings, but everyone in his nation either hated him or avoided him. The reason for that being that his mother was of inferior blood, and that the ability he possessed was unidentified. The reason he was able to continue living was his father's mercy. But Venia lay still, another casualty in a life filled with loss and death. The people he liked died off without reason, and standing in the shadow of their death, he was accused. "Useless bastard. What's the point in sparing him? It's all your fault. You should die too." It was him. His father became weaker, and when he finally could not protect him anymore, coming to die for the nation, Khalid, he would be given a chance to end the cycle. He had a realization. All of this would be over if he just died. Tears streamed down his face as the weight of that thought settled upon him. So, he took on his last mission, to die an honorable death. And so, he came to Korea, seeking a final purpose. At first, he thought the man was really strange, but something shifted within him. Everything changed ever since he met him, seeing him risk his life for his sake. The man planted a seed of hope in him that he never had before. He began wanting to live, a feeling long forgotten. So much had changed within him. He wondered if the other man was okay, noting his weakness against motion sickness. Wasn't this a worse place to be? They'd track him down with the tracker regardless. But he had a plan in mind. A determined glint shone in his eyes, a stark contrast to the despair of the past. He expresses a sense of trust, though his expression betrays a hint of unease. A voice echoes through the forest, suggesting that their highness can stay there alone for a bit. Yu Guangxi looks around in surprise, questioning what is happening. He wonders what the most important factor is when hunting. A blue-haired man smirks, confidently stating no. A disembodied voice declares that it's the bait. The distressed character flees from Yu Guangxi, fear etched on their face. The character expresses regret for trusting a psycho. The forest looms, silent and ominous. The distressed character curses, realizing the gravity of the situation. A foot steps forward, the target now located. A man in a red shirt states that it's nothing complex and that they should get things over with. Robert is instructed to inspect the area, while Daniel and the speaker will take the lead. The man with the goatee narrowed his eyes, issuing a cold directive. If things went sideways, he wanted the prince eliminated first. A disembodied voice echoed, giving support Daniel his orders. The command: initiate spatial isolation immediately. He moved with purpose, the blonde-haired man beginning the complex ritual. The air shimmered around him as he focused his energy. Arcane symbols began to manifest, glowing with an ethereal blue light. The spatial isolation was taking shape. The symbols intensified, swirling patterns of energy, solidifying the barrier. The isolation field was nearly complete. The isolation field strained, reaching its limit. The man with blonde hair knew he couldn't maintain it for much longer than 30 minutes. The man with the binoculars confirmed the isolation was sufficient. As long as they had support Daniel, the target couldn't escape. The man with the binoculars peered through his lenses, a predatory glint in his eyes. He was eager to see where the target was hiding. Deep in the forest, a figure huddled in the shadows. He had been found, pinpointed at 10 o'clock. Nearby, a hooded figure lurked, their presence marked by a sense of ominous anticipation. Something was about to happen. A swift and brutal attack unfolded. One man delivered a devastating kick, sending his opponent reeling from the force. A voice cut through the night, ordering Joey to turn on the flash. A figure stood ready, sword in hand, poised to strike. High above, a figure surveys the scene, his gaze fixed on the forest floor. The man with red hair's expression twists into a snarl, his quarry seemingly within reach. Is the prince. A sudden, brutal attack lands, the force of it echoing through the trees. Robert is caught in a chokehold, his attacker's grip tightening with each passing moment. The man with red hair's eyes widen in disbelief. How'd he get here? Is it? The trace is deceiving. The cry rings out, a desperate plea for help. Robert. The man in the red shirt sprints through the forest, his face contorted in a desperate grimace. He is sent flying, the impact jarring him to his core. A swift kick connects, sending him sprawling. Joey appears, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Welcome, Joey. A shimmering barrier of light, a space isolation field, hummed with contained energy. The voice echoed, speaking of someone who could isolate space itself. Elsewhere, a group of figures stood silhouetted against the tree-line, observing the same phenomenon. One man expressed surprise that he had run away, while another questioned if they should break through. The man in the suit approached, asking if there was a reason to wait. The man in the suit stood with his arms crossed, stating that they had never met someone like him. The voice questioned how he was going to break the space isolation. One of the men stated that they would stand by, warning that there would be a reaction if they tried to forcibly break through. The man with glasses warned that there would be consequences for this choice, stating that he couldn't cover for him on this one. The voice declared that it wasn't his problem, stating that his decision was to go in once the space isolator was tired out. The man in suit 1 asked if anyone had any objections. The disembodied voice declared that creating this situation wasn't difficult. Yu Guangxi smirked, suggesting they play hide and seek. He added that he'd beat up whoever found them. A voice questioned if he was smart or insane, to which he replied, let's just say both. The sound of someone screaming echoed as a voice declared that, our little Joey is really mad. A figure crouched on the ground, hearing the words, don't die. Another voice reassured, don't worry. Keep that coat on. The figure from the previous panel remained on the ground, as a figure leaped from a tree branch above. The figure continued to descend, their expression grim as they fell through the forest. Speed lines filled the panel, conveying the rapid movement of the figure falling through the trees. A man with fiery energy emanating from his fist screamed, I'm going to kill you. The leaping figure moved to intercept the man with the fiery fist, smoke billowing around them. A close-up revealed the face of the man with the fiery fist as he grinned and said, got you. The leaping figure was sent flying backward, a trail of fire following their trajectory through the air. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. He remained aware of his surroundings, wondering if the other man had been pretending to be mad. Yu Guangxi believed that special-type metahumans were weak in close-range combat, and that flame types are easily angered, a weakness he intended to exploit. The man with red hair smirked, thinking he was the only one with brains here. Guangxu apologized to Joey, though the reason remained unclear. Yu Guangxu declared that he was not just an immortal, his eyes gleaming with power. He scoffed, calling the other man nothing but talk as he prepared his next attack. The fiery attack launched forward, forcing Guangxu to leap back to avoid the blast. Yu Guangxu's fist blazed with intense heat, ready to strike again with overwhelming force. He thought that he was better than Eva in combat, but Guangxu believed he could still dodge his attacks. The man with red hair saw an opening, his fiery fist aimed directly at his opponent. He readies a punch, his fist clenched, and eyes narrowed in determination. Orange energy flares around the antagonist's fist as he prepares to strike. Yu Guangxu narrowly dodges the fiery punch. He realizes his fist would have been cooked if it had connected. Guangxu counters with a swift kick. The protagonist's foot connects, sending dirt and debris flying. The man with red hair grunts in pain, calling Guangxu a bastard for fighting dirty. Guangxu stands his ground, ready for the next attack. Yu Guangxu pulls out a weapon, groaning in pain. The protagonist is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast, as Yu Guangxu curses him. The man with red hair warns that puncture wounds won't work on him. Yu Guangxu's hand glows with heat as he prepares to use his ability. He thinks about stopping the bleeding with heat. The projectile explodes, leaving Yu Guangxu standing amidst the smoke and debris. He wondered if the heat would cause him to explode. The heat intensified, and Yu Guangxu groaned in pain as he struggled to maintain his stance. The fragments of his technique began to manifest around him, his expression one of intense strain. Was he trying to use the heat to stop the bleeding? Blood sprayed from Yu Guangxu's mouth as the heat seared his flesh. With a final, desperate cry, Yu Guangxu collapsed to the ground. He died. Guangxu stared down at his fallen opponent, his expression unreadable. So easily. My first murder. Science has developed far enough that most lethal injuries can be treated now, but we still can't bring the dead back to life. Immortals train through self-injury. By desensitizing ourselves to pain, we become cruel. He stands above, a grim acceptance settling over him. That's what he is. This is what killing feels like. It feels like absolute shit. He thinks, his expression pained. However, he lives in a world of metahumans. That might be something he'll have to experience countless times from now on. Meanwhile, Joey, flanked by two men in suits, advances cautiously. From the shadows, a voice pleads, "Don't come at me right now, please." The speaker's eyes glow with an eerie light. He is in a really shitty mood, and he's serious. Joey, sweat beading on his brow, insists, "Why, you're mistaken. I'm just trying to secure His Highness' safety." Joey raises his hands, a shimmering energy coalescing between his palms. A burst of force erupts, the sound echoing through the air. Joey collapses, his body hitting the ground with a thud, as the two men behind him look on. A voice booms, demanding that weapons be put down and hands raised. The demand is directed at Yu Guangxu, who is surrounded by an ominous blue aura. Two armed men stand guard as Yu Guangxu faces them, seemingly cornered in the forest. A speech bubble details the right to remain silent and the right to a lawyer. The man scoffs, questioning if he's just a salaryman to them. The unseen speaker declares they will take him by force if he resists, adding that his team manager will also help. One of the men states that His Highness is alive right there. Another man warns him not to lie, calling him a bastard. A hand gesture signals to cooperate for now, with the promise that everything will be over once the prince testifies. Surrounded by armed men, Yu Guangxu says to take him, insisting he is innocent. The man insists that His Highness will testify. Meanwhile, a man with blue hair is shown restrained, his expression unreadable. An unseen speaker questions the role of assistant manager. The man with red hair sits across from Guangxu. He states that the prince is alive, but returned that night. Guangxu, restrained, mentions his homeland, the metahuman kingdom of Urzathud. He then asks what about him. The man with red hair continues typing. A trial within the company is mentioned. An enraged voice calls someone a piece of shit. The man in the chair is told that he needs to testify before he leaves. The prince had given Guangxu a generational treasure, and even a golden aura card. Yu Guangxu explained that it was a solicitation card that let him ask for assistance from their nation just once. He wondered how Guangxu had brought him to his side. Guangxu thought they had just bonded over trauma. He found it amazing that he had bonded with that prince. Yu Guangxu felt like he had done something great, and asked if he would get anything as a reward. He had been going to promote him anyway, but now others were against it. Guangxu responded, "Is that so? That's a shame." Yu Guangxu confirmed that it was, but he had given it some thought. He stated that if quality wouldn't do, quantity would. Guangxu asked what he meant. Yu Guangxu told him to go and fill out the requirements for promotion. The executive held a stack of papers. There had been more frequent appearances of Earth black holes. He watches a news report on his tablet, seemingly unconcerned by the gravity of the situation. Kim Dongxiol stands nearby, his expression unreadable as he observes Yu Guangxu. Yu Guangxu scoffs, remarking that the item is one of the 1 ml xenolite. Kim Dongxiol, visibly irritated, questions if he just said that. The man in the green and blue jacket retorts, daring him to talk back. He clenches his fist, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Yu Guangik wonders if Kim Dong-cheol dodged something, but he definitely heard something. He tells him to watch something more fun instead, questioning why a young kid like him is watching news. Kim Dong-cheol asks if Yu Guangik paid his phone or electricity bills. His face contorted in rage. Kim Dong-cheol's anger reaches a boiling point. Kim Dong-cheol tells Yu Guangik that he should really take a shower, adding that he stinks. In a fit of fury, Kim Dong-cheol throws something at Yu Guangik, calling him a piece of shit. He stands, cigarette clenched between his teeth, demanding if the other man wants to die. The unseen man screams back, calling him a shithead, as he is warned to lower his voice. Footsteps echo as someone approaches the counter, the bell above the door jingling. Minjihar slides a glass door shut with a metallic click. Another man explains that all he needed to do was stall for time, revealing he managed to hold him there. The man with the hat is called an idiot, as he could have just said the cashier was broken. He wonders what if he had just left then. Minjihar states that she was trying to use a more reasonable way to keep him there, asking what they are doing. Kim Dong-cheol stands amidst a fiery backdrop, his expression intense. Minjihar questions what warrant they have, stating that this job was as dirtily done as his face. Kim Dong-cheol yells for them to get the fuck out of his way. A man lunges forward, a knife glinting in his hand. The man with the knife grabs Minjihar's arm. A sharp blow connects, the force of the impact rippling across his face. The man is Park Hyol-soo, also known as Copier, who duplicates famous paintings and luxury goods for profit. The investigator has located Park Hyol-soo's workplace, armed with evidence and a warrant for his arrest. The CEO confirms that everything has been taken care of, but the man is told to stop, as he still has more work to do. It's a special order from the CEO, and he must leave for Dasp Simni right now. Meanwhile, he questions why he is partnered with Miho, when he is supposed to be putting his life on the line. Despite the chaos, one thing remains clear. Their standards are far too low. Everyone is warned to pay attention, as doppelganger invaders are approaching. He looks better than you, actually, and the Dasp Simni hole is closing completely. However, the situation remains uncertain. He moved with practiced ease as the Yanam hole closed. The protagonist battled against the encroaching monsters. Taking down an out-of-control shapeshifter, Guangik Yu pressed the attack. He was determined to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, only 10 minutes had passed since he had returned. Yu Guangik's expression was unreadable. His brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Yu Guangik seemed lost in thought. The team manager's words echoed in his mind. Yu Guangik's face betrayed a flicker of concern. He wondered where they were going this time, thanking Dr. Park in his thoughts. The situation seemed increasingly dire. Lops, they were going to one of them. They would be able to check if the doctor was telling the truth. Apparently, it was a place that developed biotech stuff. But that was just their cover. They were supposedly doing illegal experiments. The thought of illegal experiments hung heavy in the air. Breeding invaders with humans. That was horrifying, he thought, his face etched with concern. It was actually a private institute, although they made themselves out to be a public one. The driver gripped the wheel tighter. He stated that they don't have an official explanation to invade at the moment. Joey, working on his laptop, noted that the team manager said they've got quite thorough security. It's a 3-story building without any underground floors. Yu Guangik asked where they would carry out the research if they were one of them, but then stated he wouldn't do it. He continued, stating that the research would be in the corporate building, but he was sure plenty of their employees aren't involved with the illegal testing. Yu Guangik stated that if they didn't make a secret passage or something, he'd pick this place. Waste storage. The screen showed a holographic display of the facility. Usually research facilities have dangerous waste, so people will avoid going there most of the time. Joey remarked that they'll need a lot of electricity for their research. Yu Guangik asked if they were getting all their electricity from to avoid suspicion, and then stated that's the essence of it. The screen showed a detailed schematic of the facility. A voice said, "You said it yourself, you bastard." The screen displayed the word electricity. A sound effect filled the air. A vehicle approached, 2 figures visible inside. The car door clicks open as he tells his companion they have arrived. He mentions that there's a security system-themed cafe here, and she exclaims how cool it is. The woman thinks that even a drunkard would talk in a more natural way. The pair walks forward, their footsteps echoing in the night. A guard orders them to stop, stating this isn't a cafe and to go back. He comments on how cool-looking the employees are, wondering if this is a welcome event. He says he gets it and demands to be let in, as his baby is really hungry right now. The guard firmly tells him to quit it right now. The woman tells him not to be so mad, saying he's scaring her, and tells the guard to stop. The guard shouts that this isn't a cafe and to get out of here, while he wonders if he can leave a 1-star review. While the guards were distracted, Assistant Manager Panda infiltrated the place. He sighs, saying he guesses this really isn't a cafe and to go, calling them those Karens. A strange pressure fills the air, as if something is about to break. Yu Guangik asks if he wants to become an actress, But the man with red hair simply replies, "Why?" The man in the suit knows that an illegal research facility will prioritize destroying files if anything goes wrong. They can't just go in fighting. Therefore, they had to sneak in. This plan was all set up by the team manager, and there is still much to learn from him. The man with blue hair thinks that the team manager has good insight and doesn't hesitate while trusting his teammates. The man with blue hair internally expresses his desire to lead the team like that one day, but thinks the team manager's personality is shit. The man in the suit asks how the guys are in the front. He thinks he'd need only a minute to take both down, calling them arrogant bastards. The walls are very thick, not normal brick either. They must have used some special material for it. The man with blue hair is surprised by something. The vibration on his fingertips is gone. Assistant Manager Panda must have succeeded. The team manager reports that the electricity has been cut off. He tells the man in the suit to think of how they can get through this thing. The man in the suit asks the man with blue hair if he doesn't know what it means to sneak in. He held out his hand, presenting something he deemed interesting to the others. The damn accounting department bastards would make him write it up if he used it for a while. That's... With a flourish, Gwang Ik-yu ignited the object, revealing it to be a blue lightsaber. He wondered if his ability to adapt so quickly was due to his original pure-blood lineage. The protagonist knew that his five senses would become immensely overwhelmed in this other world. He steeled himself, knowing he had to endure the sensory overload. Although he couldn't even see a blurred shadow, he remained focused. His senses suddenly set off alarm bells, warning him of danger. When one steps onto the ground firmly, it makes almost no noise. The keyword being almost, one can't be completely silent. An urgent voice crackles over the comms. I've detected invaders approaching. There are at least 30. A figure raises a weapon, preparing for a confrontation. After adjusting his sensitivity, he was able to hear them. The sound of something breaking echoes through the base. The detection system flares, highlighting the encroaching threat. An explosion rocks the area. This is the shelter's main base command and control center. A man shouts, relaying the urgent news to his superiors. Two men discuss the situation. Emergency signals from Base 2 and Base 3. Base 2 and 3? That's right by the unexplored areas. Another reports, there are dozens of mines right by those bases. Any changes in weather? None, sir. There was no sandstorm or red lightning, yet the emergency signals blared. It could only mean one thing. Yu Guangik's face contorted with concern, sweat beading on his brow as the implications sunk in. The message was clear. There must be a large number of invaders. Only 4 members were stationed at Base 2, and 2 of them were newbies. A gloved hand tightened around a weapon. They may have done fine outside, but this place was the other side. The environment and equipment were completely different. Yu Guangik urged the others to head to Base 2 immediately, his expression grim as he considered the odds. The order was given. Call the reinforcements and the standby squads. Every available resource will be needed. His eyes narrowed, a silent plea forming. He hoped they could hold on until then. Energy crackled, a sign of the chaos that was about to unfold. A figure plummeted through a shattered reality, the unknown depths awaiting below. The armored hand flexed, the soldier wondering aloud just what kind of gloves those were. A crazed grin spread across his face, the man clearly relishing the impending conflict. He was a psycho. One soldier remarked on the throwing axe made of ignition stone, something he'd never seen before. Another told him that was enough gawking. The green-skinned invaders were told to arm themselves for the coming fight. He looked on, a grim determination etched on his face as the base prepared for war. Intelligence warned of invaders who were adept at avoiding mines and preferred to ambush from the shadows. These invaders were a special species, relying mostly on crude weapons like rocks and blades. The soldiers stood ready, vowing to defend their guard posts with proper weapons until the very end. The invaders' savage nature was evident in their ferocious snarls and gnashing teeth. Surrounded by a blinding light, the horde of invaders prepared to strike. The invaders charged forward, a chaotic wave of violence crashing against the defenders. Explosions rocked the battlefield as the defenders unleashed their firepower. The explosions intensified, consuming everything in their path. The soldier fired, adding to the barrage against the relentless invaders. A crimson symbol blazes, an omen amidst the chaos. Strange markings litter the air, a silent language of destruction. A grim voice cuts through the din. Shouldn't that have killed them all? He asks, followed by a terse no. A horde of invaders descends, their red eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. A monstrous figure regenerates, its wounds closing with unnatural speed. Yu Guangik observes the enemy's resilience. High-speed regeneration? He blocked with his body. The monster's red eyes glow intensely. Are all invaders here like this? A deafening roar erupts from the monstrous invader. The green-skinned monster lunges forward, claws extended in a deadly attack. Yu Guangik prepares for battle, a grim determination etched on his face. Today's turning out to be a real shitty day. A flurry of blows rains down upon the green-skinned invader. An explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding light. Debris rained down as the unseen enemy continued their assault. A hexagonal energy shield flared, deflecting the incoming projectiles. The shield shimmered, holding against the relentless barrage of attacks. The man in the helmet asked if the other was covered head to toe in magical equipment. A weapon was readied, prepared to return fire against the hidden threat. He lay in wait, taking cover amidst the destruction, ready to strike back. The weapon clicked as he prepared to fire, the sound echoing in the ruined space. The man in the helmet declared he would go for some corner shots. An enemy was found waiting to ambush, now under attack. He resolved that there were no more in hiding, but remained cautious, telling the other to wait. The man in the helmet warned that enemies were above them. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. A beam of light pierces through the darkness, illuminating the battlefield. A hulking, green-skinned creature slams its fist into the ground, shattering the earth. Gwangik fires his weapon, the rounds impacting the approaching threat. He mutters, focused on the enemy, that thing. The green creature raises a massive shield. It bounces off bullets. Another soldier's eyes widen in alarm as the creature's shield proves impervious to their attacks. The soldiers continue to fire, but the bullets spark harmlessly against the creature's defenses. Gwangik aims his weapon, his expression grim as he assesses the situation. A projectile slams into the creature's shield, the impact reverberating through the battlefield. Gwangik glances upward, his eyes narrowed as he anticipates the next attack. His face is set, determined to overcome the seemingly impenetrable defense. Another soldier warns, don't let your guard down. One of the soldiers retorts, holding up a red, cylindrical object. The soldier explains that's a potion called Odin's Blessing. The soldier elaborates, stating that it greatly reinforces physical abilities. A voice booms, commanding someone to take some of the potion. The soldier with the potion notes that the invaders came prepared. He thinks they won't be able to run away from this. The soldier volunteers to go and take some of the potion down. The soldier grips a weapon, asking if the others will be fine without him. Another soldier responds that he will take care of things there, asking the other to be looked after. The soldier being left behind tells the other to take care of himself, sarcastically offering to grant his wish. The soldier smiles grimly, stating he will grant their wish when he returns. The soldier questions the concept of a wish. The soldier runs towards a brightly lit doorway, leaving the others behind. A voice booms, demanding the return of something unseen. A while later, someone breathes heavily, their face obscured by a helmet. A lone figure stands before a dilapidated brick building, the air thick with tension. A gloved hand grips a metallic wheel, initiating the entry sequence into the facility. Security Team 1 manager Jong Honam reports his arrival at Base 2, his expression grim. The aftermath of a brutal encounter is revealed, bodies strewn amidst pools of blood. Half an hour earlier, a heavy boot crunches down on the arid ground, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. The man in the black trench coat found himself surrounded, a horde of green-skinned monsters closing in from all sides. Gwangik sighed, a wave of relief washing over him. He thought, *, I can finally fight without any worries, *. The protagonist stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he faced the approaching horde. He challenged, come at me, you. Two of the green-skinned monsters paused, their red eyes narrowed in confusion. One of them questioned, oh, aren't you going to attack me? Gwangik expression hardened, his eyes glinting with determination. He muttered, all right then. A blinding flash of energy erupted, the air crackling with unseen power as the protagonist prepared to unleash his attack. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he charged toward the enemy ranks, his weapon ready. The monster's perspective shifted, its gaze locked onto the approaching figure. It growled, I'll come to. A surge of power coursed through the monster, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light as it prepared to retaliate. Gwangik struck with deadly precision, his weapon cleaving through the air as he engaged the green-skinned monster in close combat. A green-skinned monster lunges forward, its red eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The monster's claws slash through the air, narrowly missing their target. He braces for the attack, the impact reverberating through his armored suit. Dodging a swipe, he counters with a swift kick, sending another monster flying. His expression hardens, a grim determination etched on his face as he assesses the situation. The hunter spins, narrowly avoiding a blow as he brings his armored leg down on the monster. Monsters swarm him, a chaotic flurry of claws and teeth, but he stands firm. One of the monsters recoils, stunned by the force of the attack. Another monster falls, impaled on a shard of debris. A defeated monster lies prone, as a voice demands that they hurry up. The figure in the trench coat stands over the fallen monsters, an ominous presence amidst the carnage. A monstrous roar rips through the air as one of the orcs charges forward, teeth bared. More of the green-skinned creatures descend upon him, weapons raised and ready to strike. The orcs, bellowing, prepare to attack him all at once. He steels himself, a plan forming in his mind. He'll try something new. His sense switch activates, preparing him for what's to come. Gwangik prepares to use his senses to absorb all the information he can. He focuses on his surroundings, drawing a line connecting all three enemies. He knows he must do all of this within 1 second. In a blur of motion, Gwangik strikes, his blade leaving trails of light as it cuts through the air. The orcs are instantly defeated, splattering the ground with their blood. Gwangik stands amidst the carnage, his stance confident as he surveys the scene. He stands ready, a dark figure against the pale light. The orcs charge forward, their battle cry echoing. One taunts, questioning if Gwangik is throwing away his shields. Gwangik smirks, leveling his weapon. He thinks to himself that he's using a gun instead of a bat now. The air crackles with energy. He fires, the muzzle flash blinding. The shot connects, sending an orc flying backward. The orc is engulfed in a fiery explosion. Another orc stands defiant, but wounded. Gwangik expression hardens, ready for the next attack. The remaining orc, sweating, says he doesn't have time to hurry. He cleared the area with a resounding blast, the force of the shot echoing. A viscous spray coated the walls, a testament to the weapon's brutal efficiency. The hunter paused, turning as a guttural voice called out, simply hey. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a soldier's face tightened with barely suppressed rage. If my toy is broken, you're dead. The man's coat shifted as he moved, the fabric whispering against itself. The air hung heavy. The soldier adjusted the drone, preparing it for flight. The soldier spoke to the director, relaying information. Guard post ambushed. Many invaders predicted, is what it says. The soldier's expression remained grim, the situation clearly dire. Elsewhere, a man sitting at a desk commented that employee John Kinham isn't done adjusting. Are you sure about putting him on this mission right away? Another man, standing, replied, yes, it'll help him adjust faster. And this isn't the time to rest. The man at the desk continued, noting that the employees were overworked and complaining, and questioning the length and danger of the shift for John Kinham. He holds a cup, his expression unreadable as he's bombarded with questions. The other man presses him, demanding an answer to his concerns. The serious man's face is tight with suppressed emotion. He mutters to himself, trying to reassure himself that everything will be all right. The wrist-mounted device displays the time and location. Guard post 2, 2030 shift. The information seems critical, a silent countdown. A figure sprints across a desolate landscape, kicking up dust with each stride. He seems confused by something he sees. John Kinham states the obvious, urging his companion to move. The other man's expression reveals his surprise at the confirmation. Rumors swirl, and the name on everyone's lips is Director Jong Honam. The implications hang heavy in the air. The man's eyes, visible beneath the helmet, are sharp and focused. He is clearly determined and ready for action. The man clenches his fist, his face obscured by shadows. He seems to be thinking about someone who cares about his brother. A while later, the aftermath of a brutal battle is visible, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. The scene is gruesome, bodies strewn across the ground amidst pools of blood. The carnage speaks of a terrible struggle. The man in tactical gear stands in the doorway, a silent sentinel amidst the devastation. The scene is a testament to the horrors he faces. The troll-like creature lies dead amidst the carnage, its massive form a testament to the scale of the battle. The director's presence is questioned. The aftermath was grim. At least 5 fully armed metahumans would be needed to deal with even one of these trolls. Director Jong Honam arrived on the scene. Someone asked if he was there as reinforcements, but he stated he was on his way back. Jong Honam's expression was unreadable behind his helmet, but his silence spoke volumes. One of the injured soldiers weakly stated that everyone was alive, despite the carnage surrounding them. The other soldiers wondered if they were all right. They had been ordered to guard post 3 first, delaying their arrival. The situation had been taken care of, and everyone was fine, or so it seemed. Had a shapeshifter squad come by, or was something else entirely? The scene was littered with the corpses of trolls, a testament to the brutal efficiency of whoever had fought them. How had they managed to kill all these invaders? Someone assumed Director Jong Honam had done it as soon as he got there, but that wasn't the case. The soldiers wondered what had happened. One of them stated that one guy did it all by himself. The blood on his body, the injuries, and the weapons he was holding. Couldn't you just tell by looking? Yu Gwangik, employee rank 1, introduced himself to the new arrival. Director Lee Jae-sung said it was nice to meet him and that he'd listen to the report later. Lee Jae-sung instructed them to move the injured away first for treatment. He added that Jong Honam seemed fine and could help too. The man with black hair lies prone, blood pooling around him. He wonders aloud if he, too, is a patient. He groans, barely conscious. A voice asks if he's all right. Jong Honam, clad in his helmet and raid suit, cradles Gwangik in his arms, concern etched on his face. Gwangik suddenly lunges forward, kissing Jong Honam. The other man is taken aback, questioning what he is doing. With a satisfied smirk, Gwangik thinks to himself that this was his wish. A sign marked the entrance to the briefing room. The man with silver hair sat at the table, contemplating his next move. He needed to win over Yu Guangik, no matter what it took. Yu Guangik looked at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seemed that Yu Guangik had never dated anyone. The man with silver hair considered his options. He didn't know if his daughter would permit it, but maybe he could lure Guangik Yu with a date. The phone was held up, the screen displaying something shocking. Wow, is that your... Guangik Yu's face contorted in anger. Son? That bastard. Yu Guangik ran a hand through his hair, looking stressed. The documents on the desk remained untouched. The meeting was about to begin. We'll begin our emergency meeting about the invasion. The group stood around the table, discussing the recent events. Senior manager Kim Dian, Jong Kinam, and one other employee had killed a troll. The atmosphere was tense. On his own, I wouldn't expect any less from an NS. It became more like a worshipping ground rather than a meeting. Guangik Yu's expression was serious. What kind of training do you do? I feel like I must say something. A strange energy emanated from the group, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. He clenched his left hand, a strange sensation tingling beneath his skin as he considered the words. The disembodied voice echoed a cryptic message. Mastering both hands meant mastering the world. The two figures flanking the central person seemed fixated on the concept of a left hand. The next day, Expedition Team 4 began a specialized training regimen, focusing intently on their left hands. The man training seemed embarrassed by his earlier statement, regretting speaking without thinking. Yu Guangik considered his companion's words, agreeing that mastering the basics was crucial. The menu offered simple fare, but the man mused that not everything needed to be done with the left hand. He was interrupted by a voice calling out his name. Hey, Yu Guangik. The man with light brown hair asked if he had some time, his expression unreadable. 10 minutes earlier, a desperate plea echoed in the room, to be included in the expedition mission to prove his worth. He was met with harsh rejection, his physical limitations used as a reason to exclude him. Still, he persisted, wanting to join. The man stands firm, arms crossed, unwilling to permit whatever Yu Guangik is suggesting. He tells him not to be so pig-headed. The man insists that no one is more fit for the mission than he is. He declares that he will take care of it. The man states that Yu Guangik cannot act as both commander and raider at the same time. He tells him that he is not going to repeat himself and orders him to get out. The man's face is split in two, showing both anger and determination. He is frustrated with the situation. The man wants to make sure that their family gets no chance to badmouth them. His expression is serious and resolute. The man warns that there are a lot of ears around and tells Yu Guangik to watch his mouth. The man apologizes, but insists that if Yu Guangik wants to go that badly, he needs to convince someone other than him. The man tells Yu Guangik to prove that he's needed in the team. He adds that if he can get someone to come to him, then he'll consider it. The man thinks to himself that he needs to take Yu Guangik out of this. He decides he'll convince Associate Executive Director Kim Doncheol instead. The man tells Yu Guangik that he needs to convince Yu Guangik. He tells him to give up if he can't. The man looks down, his expression unreadable. He seems to be contemplating the situation. The man declares that that's all he has to say. He questions what? A favor? The man with red hair questions why he should be the one to do it. The man with red hair declares that he has the blood of an original pure blood running through his veins. Guangik responds that he understands the other's point of view. The man with red hair states that they have director Zhang Honam. A close-up reveals a pair of intense, determined eyes. A text bubble explains that if you cut a troll into more than 30 pieces, you can stop its regeneration. A figure stands over a pile of dismembered bodies, stating that this is what they learned in training. Yu Guangik scoffs, noting that the other knew that and still lost an arm. The close-up of the eyes shows a grimace as the figure acknowledges that he knows. Zhang Honam asks if he has to try. Guangik Yu thinks to himself that the other is not being his usual asshole self, and that he can't just tell him it's because he's a half-shapeshifter. Yu Guangik tells the man with brown hair that's why he told him to try harder, to just invest his time and try as hard as he can. He asks if the other man will do him that favor, his expression a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The man with red hair tells him to raise his head, not to look down when he's talking to him, his tone commanding. Yu Guangik finishes his statement, demanding no more favors from the man with blue hair. Yu Guangik's expression shifts to a smug grin as he declares that they should negotiate. Yu Guangik states that he wants to take Kinam for this mission, his gaze unwavering. He believes Kinam will be useful, his expression suggesting he has a specific purpose in mind for the character. Zhang Honam questions what the hell Yu Guangik is talking about, his tone laced with disbelief. Guangik Yu asks if he really thinks Kinam can carry out the mission with just one arm, his expression skeptical. Yu Guangik responds, questioning if Guangik Yu is kidding, his tone dismissive. He continues, stating that Kinam doesn't need both arms. What they need in the expedition are commanders, attackers, and raiders. Yu Guangik explains that Kinam doesn't have an arm, but he has eyes, ears, and a brain, asking who can carry out the raider role better than him. He stared intently, his expression a mask of suppressed fury. Yu Guangik sat back, arms crossed, his gaze unwavering. The response was simple, a dismissal of further argument. Do as you wish. Meanwhile, before leaving for the expedition, they had a briefing in the expedition team meeting room. Expedition team 4 Director Kim Yumi, nicknamed Alcohol Lover, was already drinking at work. Expedition team 4 Senior Manager Lee Soonchong seemed unconcerned. That's just how she is, it's okay. Kim Yumi offered a drink, a smug look on her face. Do you want some? You'll regret it. Kim Yumi teased. You're funny. Do you have a girlfriend? The response was a simple, no. He pondered, how do you feel about older women? He thought to himself, what's with me? How am I stealing the heart of every woman I see? Lee Soonchong addressed him, Gwangik. The man warned to watch out, claiming she's a virgin key dash. Someone demanded silence, as the group seemed to be in disagreement. The text below stated that there were no normal people here either. An unseen figure declared that there had been enough chit-chat. Yu Gwangik, standing near a doorway, stated that it was a serious situation. The door slid open with a click. A voice declared that they would begin the briefing. The diagram displayed the mission name, Ant Nest Exploration. They were going to thoroughly inspect the area, worried about a special kind of invader, and would try to avoid fights. The man in the tactical suit asked if anyone had any objections. The order came down, get together the entrance of the shelter within 10 minutes. Yu Gwangik instructed Jong Kinam to come with him. Jong Kinam responded, all right. Meanwhile, on the other side, something stirred in the darkness. The sound of skittering echoed as unseen creatures moved in the dark. Guttural sounds echo through the darkness, as glowing red eyes pierce the gloom. More of the creatures emerge, their forms still shrouded in shadow, their presence a palpable threat. A monstrous face looms, teeth bared, ready to strike from the inky blackness. Enemies were positioned 45 degrees to the right in all directions, the soldier was told. The group turned left, following orders in the desolate landscape. The soldiers continued their trek through the seemingly endless desert. The comms crackled with static as they moved further into the unknown. The soldier adjusted his equipment, ensuring everything was secure. He adjusted pretty quickly to the harsh environment. The soldier stated that this wasn't much to handle, as long as they didn't come across red lightning. The threat of the elements loomed large. The soldier held his helmet, the weight of responsibility heavy in his hands. It was all thanks to employee Jong Kinam. One of the soldiers wondered why they didn't see any invaders. Even the sands seemed to whisper secrets of the unseen enemy. Red lightning crackled in the distance as the soldiers marched through the desert. Their destination was clear. They had a mission to fulfill, no matter the cost. The soldier's gaze was firm, focused on the task ahead, despite the unknown dangers. To the ant cave. Meanwhile, a strange, ethereal rain seemed to fall in another location, hinting at otherworldly phenomena. The landscape shimmered with an unnatural glow, the air thick with unseen energies. Hell fairies descended, their forms both beautiful and terrifying, a clear sign of the dangers lurking. Elsewhere, the soldiers surveyed the area, knowing that they didn't know what kind of creatures might be inside the cave. The soldiers slurped down noodles, a moment of respite before the impending mission. The team gathered around a small grill, the fire casting flickering shadows on their faces as they prepared for what lay ahead. The soldier nodded, remembering something. All right, Kinam. The man with red hair offered a piggyback ride, but the other man seemed unenthusiastic. He stated that he was fine. Antagonist Yoo Gwangik continued, saying that if trolls appeared, the other man could take on at least one. He would take care of the rest. Yu Gwangik seemed pleased with himself. That was the reaction he wanted, he thought, adding that he would take care of one. Gwangik Yu looked surprised, thinking that this wasn't how he was supposed to react. He seemed confused by the other man's words. Yu Gwangik identified himself as an employee. Gwangik Yu looked up at him, listening to what he had to say next. Gwangik Yu's expression remained quizzical. He seemed unsure of what to make of the situation. His eyes narrowed slightly. Yu Gwangik, visibly annoyed, demanded that he keep his mouth shut. His face was contorted in anger. The man with red hair looked as if he was actually going to beat him up. He seemed ready to explode with anger. Yu Gwangik gave a last warning, telling him that it was enough with the chit-chat and to go in and sleep. Gwangik Yu responded with a yes, sir. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a dark, cavernous environment. The air was thick with an unknown energy, and the ground seemed to vibrate. The cavern floor was covered in what appeared to be clawing hands. The sound of skittering echoed through the darkness. Red eyes glowed in the darkness, belonging to grotesque, shadowy figures. The creatures lurked, waiting for their moment to strike. 2 goblins lurked in the shadows, their red eyes gleaming in the darkness. The goblins' sharp teeth were bared in a menacing grin, ready for the attack. The goblins whispered, plotting their ambush in hushed tones, confident in their preparations. One of the goblins hurled a glowing stone, ready to blind their unsuspecting prey. The reflective stone detonated, sending goblins flying amidst a blinding explosion of light and force. A hulking orc appeared, bellowing a challenge as it entered the fray. The orc's massive jaws opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth as it spat a projectile. The goblin was struck, sent tumbling backward as it realized the ambush had backfired. The remaining goblins scattered, overwhelmed by the orc's assault and the barrage of reflective stones. The goblins had learned a lesson, but it seemed their foe had learned more. Figures fell amidst the inferno, their gambit having failed spectacularly. The flames danced around a hulking form, untouched by the blaze. A desperate cry echoed as the goblins realized their reflective trick was useless. The orc, wreathed in fire, declared their defeat with cruel satisfaction. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, a pair of figures surveyed the battlefield, weapons at the ready. One of them spoke into a comm, emphasizing the importance of early enemy detection. The figure gripped a massive minigun, prepared for any threat. Another figure, hand resting on a holstered weapon, projected an air of calm readiness. The team debated their next move, aware that the enemy numbers had dwindled. Scouting had been their original mission. John Kinham issued new orders. They would now hunt for special species. The figure resolved to shut out all distractions, focusing solely on the hunt. He narrows his eyes, focusing intently on the target ahead, his expression unreadable. The massive ogre lumbers forward, its form distorted by the heat and distance. The heat shimmers intensify, obscuring the ogre's already monstrous silhouette. A cacophony of guttural roars and snarls echoes through the desolate landscape. The ogre is surrounded by smaller creatures, their barks adding to the din. The ogre's red eyes gleam with malevolent intent as it declares, "Found it." John Kinham's gaze remains fixed, his focus absolute as he tracks the approaching threat. A voice crackles over the comms, reporting, "Special species spotted. Ogre." The spotter grimaces, relaying the order, "Sniper, get ready." The sniper confirms, "Yes." The ogre pauses, a guttural sound escaping its throat as it seems to sense the impending danger. "Wait." John Kinham's expression hardens, his voice tight as he warns, "It's coming." The ogre is suddenly enveloped in a blinding light, the air crackling with energy. A blinding light erupts, filling the space with raw energy. The shout of fear provokes a primal response in the subconscious. The soldier's entire body threatens to freeze up under the pressure. However, the attack continues, the ogre's arm being sliced through. Gwangik Yu clenches his fist, declaring that this much is nothing for him. Yu Gwangik is surrounded by a menacing aura, his power growing. Jong Honam states that it's nothing compared to his teacher's murderous energy. The ogre reels back from the force of the blow. The blade cuts deep into the ogre's thick hide. Two ogres are caught in the attack, struggling to defend themselves. Jong Honam prepares for another strike, his sword ready. The soldier's gaze is intense as he aims his weapon. He unleashes a barrage of energy, each blast slamming into the massive ogre. The ogre roars in defiance, its massive jaws wide open in a fearsome display. The energy attack detonates against the ogre's thick hide, sending sparks and green energy scattering. Jong Honam stands ready, his weapon charged and glowing with green energy. The optic weapon discharges, bathing the ogre in crackling green energy. Is this Honam's gear? Jong Honam's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice declares that they will now begin the special species hunt. Gwangik Yu unleashes another blast, the energy crackling as it hurtles towards its target. The ogre reels from the impact, its massive form momentarily staggered. A surge of energy streaks through the air, a visual representation of the team's coordinated assault. The order rings out. Everyone begin firing. The ogre is pummeled by a barrage of attacks, its body taking the full force of the team's combined firepower. The soldiers prepare to corner the ogres, their optic weapons charged. A voice commanded them to get into formation, bracing for the onslaught. The director, seemingly exhausted, was told to rest, but he clarified his intention. There, the horde of ogres advanced, their red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. One of the soldiers exclaimed that it was like an ant colony as they were running out of ammo. The situation at the battlefront was not looking good. They were at their limit. The ogres continued to push, seemingly intent on driving them all the way back to their base. Jong Honam wondered if they could stop them if they joined with the base's forces. Another soldier doubted they would even reach the white hole alive. Jong Honam's expression was grim as he considered their options. The soldier pointed out another ogre, highlighting the overwhelming number of enemies. It was revealed that the ogre could call in other invaders, making it the biggest problem. Since it was controlling all these other invaders, it must have awakened an ability that allowed it to do that very thing. Jong Honam's eyes widened as she realized the gravity of the situation. She was out of ammunition. The team stood together, their expressions grim as they faced the approaching threat. They knew they were in trouble. The ogre advanced, flanked by a horde of goblins, their eyes glowing red with malice. The enemy was closing in. The goblins' feet pounded against the ground as they surged forward, their crude weapons raised. They were eager for the kill. A grotesque smile spread across the ogre's face, revealing rows of jagged teeth. He relished the coming battle. A grotesque grin spreads across the monster's face, its red eyes gleaming with malevolent anticipation. The helmeted figure grimly acknowledges their disadvantage. That bastard knows they can't deal with him from distance. Is this a provocation to shoot? He needs to calm down. He can neither back down nor charge forward. The horde of monsters lurks in the shadows, their numbers too great to fight at close range. Reinforcements won't arrive due to the sandstorms and red lightning. The situation grows more desperate. If they fall back now, the base will be completely destroyed. He needs to find a way to defeat them, no matter what. The red-eyed monster's grin widens, a silent promise of violence. The monster's laughter echoes, a chilling sound that amplifies the tension. The monster's single eye gleams with manic glee, its intentions clear: annihilation. The team advanced cautiously through the dimly lit corridor, weapons raised, alert to any sign of the enemy. A voice, laced with uncertainty, broke the silence. The speaker seemed to struggle to find the right words. The soldier with dark hair gripped his weapon, his expression a mix of concern and determination. He asked if they could fall back. The team continued forward, their faces grim as they faced the invaders. The situation was dire, and retreat seemed impossible. Another soldier spoke, expressing their shock at the loss of their leader. A different voice confessed their feelings, a jarring contrast to the grim reality. The soldier with purple hair declared that she had plans, her expression unreadable. Her resolve seemed unwavering. One of the soldiers remarked on someone's quick thinking, while another warned against falling in love with him. Tensions ran high. Zhang Honam, curious, inquired about the weapon that had been used. He seemed intrigued by its capabilities. Elsewhere, a single drop of blood triggered a transformation in the device. The stone changed, its purpose still unknown. 2 drops of blood reloaded the ammo. The device seemed to be intimately connected to its user's life force. He levels the strange revolver, its crimson and metallic components glinting ominously in the dim light. A surge of power emanates from the weapon as his thumb depresses a hidden switch. The barrel glows with an intense, otherworldly light, energy crackling around its intricate design. The weapon discharges ammunition that travels faster than the speed of sound, a testament to its advanced engineering. The man with brown hair is told that he has earned some impressive gear, and the question is raised about the revolver. The revolver, dubbed 6-bullet, is a hybrid of pure and spell gear, capable of firing ice, flame, and photosphere ammunition. The man with brown hair explains that it was gear after all, and that special invaders would have been killed by this revolver instead. The man with blue hair asks if it is customizing gear, and is told that he can't use it without having a magical talent. The group discusses magic, and how mages hidden across the world are slowly coming out of hiding, but they've never actually seen one. The man with brown hair states that he only learned the basics for the revolver, and that he can't really. The man with blonde hair asks if they can be friends, but the man with blue hair says that he's crossing the line. The man with blonde hair says that they can be friends outside of work, but the man with blue hair is interrupted by someone calling him director. The woman with purple hair reminds the others to report to the expedition team leader. She tells him to go in first, wishing them good work. Yu Guangik is told that he did all the work. He suggests they go get some food, but the protagonist tells him to get his hand off of him. The woman with purple hair asks if he is not into men. Guangik states that he likes women, and that his dream is to be the president. He wonders what that has to do with liking women. He thinks that when he becomes president, he is going to normalize polyandry and polygamy, and then he's going to have 15 wives. The protagonist is called a psycho for wanting 15 wives. He seems unbothered by the comment. It is said that the insult is heard so often that it doesn't even hurt anymore. Someone is reporting on the mission. It is said that if it wasn't for employee Yu Guangik, there's an 80% chance that they all would have died. Someone asks if they mean the scouting team. The man with brown hair says no. The entire base was saved. It was just a few seconds difference. Had he been just a few seconds late, the invader army would have surrounded that ogre, and they wouldn't have been able to kill it with just one shot. He even predicted that the sandstorm would be a protective barrier too. 2 soldiers stood amidst the chaos, one remarking that Yu Guangik acted as if he knew everything. It was hard to believe that he had no prior battle experience in the other world, let alone that he'd only been working with them for a year. Quick thinking and the ability to act without hesitation defined antagonist Yu Guangik's approach to any problem. He acts as if he can predict what order will be given next, possessing the blood of an irregular, the ability to think one step ahead, and an unbelievable ability to make friends, despite his somewhat abrasive personality. That's what made him so effective and so frustrating to work with. It could have been really bad for all of them, but he ended it before it even began. One of his colleagues admitted that he was just proud of him, really. If he dates my younger sister, what could happen then? Is he 21 now? 22? His priority in life right now is probably women, but who knows what could happen. This bastard, he's too much, someone thought with a grimace. He's too much to have as my subordinate, another mused, the lightning flashing behind him. He considered his strategy. He had been planning to tame him within Expedition Team 4. But this wasn't the plan. He had been going to protect him from Jong Honam's anger and try to build trust. However, Jong Honam not only did well in the guard post, he also headshot the special invader at the scouting mission. If the CEO hears about this, his plans were ruined. After the mission, security was even tighter for a couple days. He got to know more people during that time. He even received 2 confessions from women on the research team. The engineer who gifted him the parasite stone vambrace came to see him, too. Someone asked if he tried out the gear and how it was. He replied that it was awesome, really. He had yet to meet a normal, sane engineer. He had been unable to grant this woman's wishes. She asked if he was all right now, and said she dreamed about him. But this is... Jong Honam's glares had lessened. He noted. The man with brown hair reminded him to be nice to Kinham. He understood why people said Jong Honam was protective of his brother. He had become the main character of the guard post invasion incident. The hero who killed the special invader stood among his team. He was the immortal special forces member who protected the base. His phone buzzed repeatedly. Gwang Ik-yu stared at the screen, a look of surprise on his face. Whoa, that's a lot of notifications, he thought. The messages were strange, almost as if he had multiple personalities. He decided he would just say he was carrying out a mission. Other texts flooded his phone. The messages were from Dong Demon's best beauty. She was disowning him. It was his mom. The phone rang, vibrating intensely. Horrible Son was calling. Gwang Ik-yu answered. Aha, so you're alive? A woman with brown hair apologized, explaining she had to go overseas for work and couldn't get signal. Gwang Ik-yu responded. Aha, I see. She said she had committed a grave sin and apologized. She asked if he was hurt anywhere. Why? He assured the person on the other end that he was fine, just busy with work. The thought of future business trips felt strange, as did the fact that he hadn't seen Mari since leaving her with his mom. He wondered about his mother and Mari, questioning if he had just remembered her. Someone mentioned telling Mari's dad that he would let him see her, but he didn't think so. All right, he let them know when he was there. The man wondered if he sounded mad, and recalled promising that he'd let him see Mari, resolving to ask work about it once his vacation was over. After that, he took 2 days off. Exercise was nice, but eating and not working was the best. He gamed for 8 hours straight, too. The protagonist worked out a bit when he felt stiff. Kinham went to the hospital, so he was alone for those 2 days. He was able to rest really well before return to work. He greeted everyone with a cheerful, hello, good morning everyone, as he arrived at the office. Yu Gwang Ik stood before him, a stern expression on his face. You're here, he stated, his tone suggesting something more than a simple observation. Gwang Ik responded, yeah, I had a good rest. Another colleague approached, a man with prominent dark circles under his eyes. Wow, it's you. It's so nice to see you, he said, his tone laced with a hint of surprise. The man with dark circles thought to himself, why do his dark circles look even worse? The team manager, also sporting dark circles, watched Gwang Ik pass by. He mused internally, even that fucker, the team manager, has dark circles. It seemed like a lot had happened while he was away. Gwang Ik stood among his colleagues, the weight of their gazes heavy on him. He thought to himself, while I was on vacation. While he was gone, a black hole abnormality occurred, creating more black hole abnormalities. The number of holes increased, layering together and increasing the number of invaders. As a result, more people were needed to close the holes. Warren, police, and even private military worked together. All those people had to work day and night. This was the reason the team manager and assistant manager Panda had dark circles. The man with dark circles yawned. However, there was a different reason for the dark circles under Jong Ah's eyes. That was because director Ma Yoon of the Immortal Faith had escaped prison. During the transfer, a hole happened to appear in front of the truck that was transporting him. That was when director Ma Yoon escaped. Despite all the tracking devices and debilitating drugs injected into him, he successfully escaped. He was able to take off the tracking devices, so it was clear that someone was helping him. There was an ambush during the transfer. Prometheus was the most likely cooperator. Jong Ah had to stay up the entire night tracking down their traces. He acknowledged their hard work, the team manager offering a word of thanks as well. Expedition Team 4's accomplishments would be reflected in their team's performance report, so he decided to check it out. Fingers flew across the keyboard, navigating through the system with practiced ease. The screen displayed the security team's performance report, showing an entire year's worth of work. The man in the black suit responded, stating that he simply did what he should. The team manager seemed surprised by the response, questioning what he had heard. The team manager remarked that a sole employee managed to accomplish a whole year's worth of work. The man in the black suit sarcastically asked if he should bow down to him or what. The protagonist and the man with red hair stood in the office, a note being delivered. A note was left for him, the question of who it was from hanging in the air. Graffiti on the wall read, Yu Guang K, I won't forget you, with a comment that he's really obsessive. The man with red hair remarked that he bet he was, adding that he's a prison escapee, too. He listens as the woman calls Ma Yoon a piece of trash. Yu Guang Ik wonders why they are so mad. He recalls they were reinforcements for the guard mission that day. The man with red hair thinks he would be mad too. He asks Gwang Ik if he is hurt anywhere, mentioning the mess in the other world. Gwangik says he is fine, asking who Yu Gwangik thinks he is. He declines to talk if he does get the assistant manager title. Yu Gwangik suggests they get some barbecue for lunch as his treat. He reveals he got 50 million won as a reward. The man with black hair looks at Yu Gwangik. Yu Gwangik says he only treats with Korean beef. Gwangik thinks that he's a cutie sometimes. Gwangik agrees, saying of course, top grade, let's go then. The camera pans over a busy street. The Sunbae asked if Mari was safe, and Gwangik responded with a hesitant, probably. Yu Gwangik didn't think he'd do anything bad. Yu Gwangik knew there were 35 tracking devices on him, as well as a self-destructive device if he said any specified words. A white car idled. Yu Gwangik told Gwangik to wait there for a bit, as he was going to go in first. Gwangik entered a building, carrying shopping bags. Meanwhile, a woman sat at a table, arms crossed, as someone announced that her son was here. She waited. The woman noted that it had been a while since she last saw her son, and that his cheeks were sunken in. She told him that he needed to eat more, and that he must be getting paid a lot. Gwangik stood before his mother, smiling slightly. He confirmed that he did such a good job that he got bonuses, too. Ma-Yun sits across from Yu Gwangik, her hands clasped together on the table between them. She looks down, a faint smile playing on her lips, as if contemplating something. The woman with orange hair has changed. She might become the top student next. Yu Gwangik stands in a doorway, his expression thoughtful. He thinks he won't have to worry about the doctor's safety. Yu Gwangik raises his hand, shouting Mari's name. Ma-Yun turns her head slightly, her expression unreadable. Yu Gwangik reaches out to Ma-Yun, but she runs away from him. Yu Gwangik clenches his fists, his face contorted in anger. Ma-Yun's eyes glow red, her expression intense. The woman with orange hair demands to know who the person is. She asks what about Mari, and says she told Mari's dad that she'd let him see her. A woman in a gym says to bring him over, and asks if he is her biological father. The other woman doesn't think so. The gym echoed with the clatter of weights as someone finished their set. Elsewhere, Ma-Yun's mother contemplated her past actions regarding her daughter. She had intended to let her go once the time was right. Back at the gym, Ma-Yun continued her workout, exceeding expectations. She wondered if she was pushing herself too hard. Ma-Yun's mother mentioned that she had heard that Ma-Yun had a father, asking if she remembered him. The woman then asked if she wanted to meet her biological parents. Ma-Yun's eyes glowed red as she stated that she didn't have any memories prior to the lab. She told her mother that she didn't want to go back to where she came from, but her mother insisted that her father wanted to see her. Ma-Yun's mother stated that she apparently did not remember him. Ma-Yun questioned why he would be her father. Ma-Yun, now in a different setting, stated that she liked spending and had a few questions, as she was told that he was not her biological father, and so they were not related by blood. She couldn't say that Mr. Park raised her, either, given her memories. Those memories were of living behind bars, a stark contrast to a nurturing upbringing. Yu Gwangik wondered why Ma-Yun would call someone her father if they hadn't raised her or contributed to her birth. Ma-Yun knew that just because he held the title of doctor and might have taken her from the lab, she couldn't call him father. Ma-Yun thanked Yu Gwangik for everything until now, bowing her head in gratitude. Ma-Yun stood near the table where Yu Gwangik sat with another man, the conversation likely about her. Yu Gwangik's expression hardened, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He requested that she be taken care of. Meanwhile, Gwangik stood with another man outside a building named Coffee and Wine, discussing Mari. Gwangik instructed the man to help her if she ever needed anything, his expression serious. He already knew that the secretary had been following him. Gwangik stood with Yu Gwangik and the other man, certain that Yu Gwangik couldn't leave him to be the one solely responsible. The man with glasses adjusts his tie, a serious expression on his face. He states that he needs to ask one thing before leaving. An unseen person wonders aloud about the other's mother. They question what she does and how she managed to change the kids so much. Gwangik looks up, a troubled expression on his face. He admits he can't really say, but reveals that his mother is a shapeshifter. The man with glasses stares in disbelief as he envisions Gwangik's mother transforming into a magical girl when things get dangerous. The man with glasses is still processing the information. He thinks to himself, magical girl? She looks like she's at least 40. Elsewhere, two women walk side by side down a bricked walkway, seemingly deep in conversation as they stroll along the path. Gwangik's face is shown again, as someone states that age is just a number and that she's still a girl at heart. Two men sit at a table, empty cans littering the surface. One of them sighs, stating that it's nice to drink. One of the men is now alone, eating fried chicken. Someone asks him how work is going, their voice coming from off-panel. The man responds that he faced a lot of difficult situations at first, but he finds it fun now, his tone suggesting a hint of irony. Gwangik's face is shown in close-up, his expression serious. He says he knows what team he works. The Immortal Special Forces, his eyes narrowing as he seems to steel himself for what's to come. He holds a blue can, listening intently. He doesn't know what his father does there, though. The older man explains that each organization has its own system. That means he wasn't part of the Immortal Special Forces then? Gwangik stands, listening to his father. He seems to be absorbing the information. Gwangik remembers his son's goals. He wanted to be a firefighter in elementary school, then a police officer. The protagonist listens, his expression unreadable. Then a bodyguard, then a soldier, he recalls. Gwangik says it seems like they changed every year, but it's really all the same. Gwangik eyes narrow, listening to his father's words. His goal is to fight invaders. The older man states that if he wanted his son to live an ordinary life, he would have never had him work there. He sits, listening to his father. Still, if there's something he wants to do and must do, then it feels like a needle stabbed him in the heart. Of course, he's worried. He can feel the concern in his words vividly. So he was curious. He looks down at the can in his hand. What he's learned. He taps the can against the table. He smirked, holding up the can as if issuing a challenge. Come at me, he dared. A can was placed on the table, the challenger ready to assess his progress. Let's see what you've accomplished. A disembodied voice echoes, a challenge laid bare. Let's see what he has accomplished. The invitation hangs in the air, daring him forward. Gwangik smiles, a glint in his eye as he holds the can. He seems relaxed, but a storm brews beneath the surface. The can rests on the table, a silent invitation to the challenge ahead. The words hang heavy, a promise of trials to come. He stares intently at the can, his expression hardening. The challenge has been accepted. The game is about to begin. The can is crushed, a sharp sound cutting through the air. He is ready, focused, and prepared to face whatever comes next. He moves with a practiced grace, his body a blur of motion. The world seems to tilt as he prepares to unleash his power. Hiding his presence, deceiving with his traces, he splits them up. He is becoming one with the shadows, preparing to strike. He focuses his mind, drawing an image and moving his muscles. The power within him surges, ready to be unleashed. He uses his movement to deceive his father's senses. A cunning strategy unfolds, a dance of deception and power. He reinforces his own senses while doing so. He is sharpening his awareness, preparing to anticipate every move. If his father shows any kind of reaction, he will predict his next movements. He extends his finger, visualizing the upcoming confrontation. A voice asks if he was surprised, but the question hangs in the air. Gwangik sits across from him, advising him not to focus too hard, or he'll miss what's in front of him. He realized then the importance of shifting his focus. To feel someone's presence is to read their intentions, he recalls. If you focus on a butterfly flying, you could even count each flap of its wing. However, what if he's focusing on something else entirely? The bee above the butterfly? He will instinctively focus on the threat it poses. All of his concentration will be on the bee instead of the butterfly in front of him. In other words, he will be erasing the butterfly's movements from his mind. It's called trace turning. He thinks, hiding your traces, deceiving the opponent, scattering your traces, then turning them. He is praised by his father, Gwangik, for his improvements. Gwangik responds that he will improve even more. Gwangik affirms that Gwangik is his son. After all, as they sit at a table with food and drinks. Gwangik announces that he is going to take a shower. Gwangik thinks to himself that his son is being unusually nice today. Meanwhile, several luxury shopping bags sit on the floor, hinting at a lifestyle of wealth and privilege. The woman with brown hair wonders if Gwangik's job might be something suspicious. She speculates that he might be getting paid off by politicians. The man in workout clothes asks if she is trying to brag. He is sitting on a bench. The woman thinks that it's suspicious that he brought in a shape-shifting kid that was a test subject. She wonders if he might be working for a criminal organization. The man says he doesn't think so. He states that if someone as skilled as her son was going wild in a scene like that, he definitely would have heard about it. The woman says that she does think he's working for the government. That's why she's worried about him getting dirty money. The man in workout clothes asks what's wrong with some dirty money, stating that it's better than being milked out. The woman asks if she should ask Woong then. The man reminds her that Woong is her younger brother and that if she asks something like that, he'll tell her to come back home. The woman rests her head on her hand, looking troubled by the situation. She was sure she didn't have to worry. Gwangik was a good kid. The woman with orange hair finished warming up, ready to go. Well, it made sense that she would worry about her kid, he thought to himself. Gwangik would look into it, though, wanting to reassure her. Damn black holes, he thought, staring at the stock data on his phone. Meanwhile, night had fallen on the apartment complex. The woman with orange hair greeted someone, saying it had been a while. She assumed he was just as insane as ever, but Gwangik retorted that she should kiss him first before saying anything. Gwangik didn't know they had that kind of relationship. The woman with orange hair said they could have it from now on, as she was ready. The woman with orange hair mentioned she came across his parents-in-law earlier, leading Gwangik to wonder if they were already married. He sat on the swing, legs outstretched. The woman across from him stated she saw his parents. The woman, visibly annoyed, chided Gwangik. She thought he was only bad at studying, but he lacked common sense, too. She added that he's only supposed to call his husband's parents his parents-in-law. Changing the subject, the woman asked Gwangik if he got a girlfriend. She wondered if he was dating someone or if someone was hitting on him at work. Gwang Ik-yu boasted that he gets a girlfriend every day. He claimed 2 people on each team were hitting on him. Gwang Ik-yu recalled senior manager Choi Mi-nam asking him to dinner. He wasn't into disloyal people. Jong Ki-nam had absolutely no interest in other people, and even he knew about her. The woman questioned Gwang Ik-yu, asking if he was kidding. The woman stated she didn't have a girlfriend because she has high standards. She told Gwang Ik-yu that was good, and he was her man. She told him not to talk to anyone else. Gwang Ik-yu retorted that it was none of her business, anyway. The woman asked Gwang Ik-yu what he got on his graduation exam. She was very curious, as someone who was once his tutor. She then said not to ask because her mom tried to kill her, so she had to run away from home for a whole week. Gwang Ik-yu laughed, stating health matters the most, right? Grades don't matter. He told her not to tell anyone that he tutored her, though. Gwang Ik-yu continued to laugh as the woman walked away. He sat on the swing set, lost in thought as he looked up. A contented sigh escaped his lips. Yeah, life is good. Next day, the office stood empty, save for one figure standing in the distance. A voice echoed through the silent office. I got to work earlier than normal. The man with dark hair greeted someone. Good morning. But no one was there. The woman with red hair noticed his early arrival. You're here early. A disembodied voice spoke. Jong-ah came after me. The man with dark circles looked at the man with dark hair. Did something good happen? The man with dark hair replied. I hit big on a gacha last night. The senior manager came, too. The man in the suit, smoking, questioned their early arrival. What are you guys here so early for? Get here on time. No one's going to pay you extra for getting here early. The man in the suit continued, and the team leader got here last. The man with dark hair looked up at the man in the suit. He is confronted by Yu Gwang Ik, who asks if it's too early in the morning. Yu Gwang Ik shoves Gwang Ik-yu with considerable force. Someone kicks a rolling office chair, sending it flying. 2 employees react with shock and confusion to the sudden violence. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes widen, realizing his trace turning was a success. A sinister laughter echoes through the office. Yu Gwang Ik tells Gwang Ik-yu to run, calling him a little fucker. A man, eyes shadowed, holds a knife, declaring he'll kill Gwang Ik-yu and then write his resignation letter. Gwang Ik-yu sprints away, fleeing the imminent danger. Someone yells that it's too damn early for this chaos. The beginning of a normal Monday? A man touches a blonde woman's forehead, and she seems confused. He walked, and Yu Gwang Ik called out to him, casual as ever. The man with red hair looked surprised, but Gwang Ik-yu dismissed it as a mistake. He tried to get into the elevator to see Senior Manager Kong too. Someone slammed their hand on the elevator button, looking shocked. He remembered trying harder on the guitar, as Yu Gwang Ik accused him of falling for Miho. No way, he thought, as he continued to practice trace, turning, and read webtoons. Gwang Ik was doing his best as a good employee when Yu Gwang Ik told him that he already got permission from the CEO and that he needed to help. Someone internally complained about Gwang Ik being public goods and why every team wants to borrow him. Yu Gwang Ik and Gwang Ik stood together, silent. Elsewhere, a woman confronted a man, telling him, "You're here." The backs of their heads were all that could be seen. The text speaks of someone being immortal and pure-blooded. The woman with blonde hair stands with her arms crossed, a cold expression on her face. The text compares her favorably to the Nam brothers and her team leader. Park Pilo introduces Yu Gwang Ik, Security Team 3's rank 1 employee. Yu Gwang Ik tells him not to fall for his face. The woman with blonde hair mentions women problems lately and that she wasn't told a psycho would be joining. The woman with blonde hair is described as having a personality as bad as the Nam brothers. Yu Gwang Ik says it's nice to meet her as they shake hands. The woman seems to be thinking something. Gwang Ik-yu's face is shown with a sinister smile as he thinks, what the hell? He thinks he didn't learn this technique just to shake hands with some woman. Gwang Ik-yu continues his thought, deciding he can't let this one go. Suddenly, Gwang Ik-yu grabs the woman with blonde hair by the shoulder. With a crash, Yu Gwang Ik is thrown against the wall. A hand reaches out, the figure stating it is nice to meet the recipient. He is seen in a blurry state, the impact still resonating. Gwang Ik-yu stands tall, his expression unreadable as he looms over the scene. A hand tenses, fingers flexing as if preparing to grip something tightly. With a burst of speed, Gwang Ik-yu is sent hurtling through the air. His expression is one of shock as he is thrown backwards. Another hand clenches, knuckles white with tension. Gwang Ik-yu spins through the air, unable to regain his footing. The woman with blonde hair is also sent flying, caught in the unseen force. The man with glasses stands between Gwang Ik-yu and the woman, an air of authority about him. The man with glasses warns, stating that this is the immortal special forces, questioning if they really want to start a problem. Gwang Ik-yu retorts that he didn't start it, to which the woman replies, asking if it was her. Yu Gwang Ik states his name and challenges Gwang Ik-yu to talk. He stood, the tension palpable in the air between them. Yu Gwang Ik questioned if this was the kind of person Gwang Ik-yu always was. The man with red hair knew it was her fault, but thought Gwang Ik-yu was being petty. Gwang Ik-yu clicked his tongue, suggesting they act like professionals. Gwang Ik-yu sighed, suggesting they try again. The narration box identified the man with red hair as employee Yu Guangik. The narration box identified Zhang Sura as an original pureblood. Zhang Sura retorted that she was never going to fight, finding it immature to retaliate against the provoking kid. The man with glasses suggested they get to the briefing. The team had lost contact with one of their members on an infiltration mission. This location was their last known position. The man with glasses asked if it was Jeju Island, where they were supposed to rescue a kidnapped original pureblood member. Though the outside looked like an ordinary company building, they suspected it was some kind of psycho-scientist cult. The mission's name, a disembodied voice announced, was Saving Adele. The man in the suit declared that they must rescue both the Force member and the original pureblood who was the target. That was it. The man in the suit continued. They should get ready and leave right away. Assistant manager Sim instructed Guangik to go with him, while Zhang Sura was told to stay behind. Zhang Sura stated the obvious. It was time to go. The man in the suit's hand gestured, emphasizing the urgency of the mission. Assistant manager Sim glanced back, sensing something was going on. The man with blue hair knew she was an original pureblood, but she wouldn't be able to do anything here. Both the original pureblood household and the government prioritized non-aggression. A question hung in the air. Were all original purebloods strange? The man with green hair ate, surprised that the other person didn't know something. Didn't their dad teach them? Currently, there were 2 original pureblood households. One of them was the Zhongs, full of very sensitive people. The other one, a voice stated, was overseas. The 2 men sat across from each other at the table, a spread of food between them. Their privileges were quite similar, and they received all benefits, remaining undisturbed by the government. Being exempt from taxes was one of the special benefits. They were pretty free in other missions too, but they did have one duty to fulfill for the nation. He raised a large mug of beer, the liquid golden in the light. That duty, he thought, was to provide immortals for the nation. Guangik gripped his weapon tightly, a frown deepening on his face. Even if he asked Kinham about his family, he knew he would never get an answer. All he knew about the original pureblood Zhang household was limited. The information was scarce, even within their ranks. So, they were not powerful enough to do anything in the immortal special forces. The thought lingered, a point of frustration. Yu Guangik mentioned that assistant manager Kinham was not joining them. He then asked if Guangik Yu called director Zhang Honam Hyang. Guangik Yu responded that he was his friend's brother. Yu Guangik explained that it was kind of complex, but the Zhang household didn't officially request this one. Guangik Yu looked confused. It was an individual, Zhang Sura, who had requested the mission. Guangik Yu was surprised, asking if they took quests from individuals too. Yu Guangik stated that most of Team 1's missions were about guarding higher-ups. He paused, waiting for a reaction. Yu Guangik then asked about team manager Li Zhengba. He questioned if Guangik Yu wanted to do this, a serious expression on his face. He expressed his dislike, not wanting to see his face. Getting close to someone means talking about a common enemy. Guangik Yu stated he just doesn't get along with that person, his expression unreadable. Yu Guangik could just say bastard. He could even say team manager fucker, too. Yu Guangik laughed, finding humor in the situation. He thought the best way to deal with a cold pureblood was to talk about their lineage. The question hung in the air. Who's the father? Guangik Yu listened intently, his expression serious as the conversation continued. Yu Guangik clarified that he wasn't asking about Guangik Yu's father. He was referring to someone else. Then whose? Guangik Yu wondered, noting that he used trace turning on him today. Guangik Yu considered that skill needed to be taught, his gaze intense. So, who's Yu Guangik's father? The question lingered, unanswered. Guangik Yu admitted he didn't know, his expression unreadable. Even he couldn't know everything, the man thought, a hint of frustration in his voice. He tapped the table, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent room. The ministry had deemed him no spy, terrorist, or cultist, but skilled. The details remained unknown. A mixed blood immortal, a genius of geniuses, the text proclaimed in bold letters. A subordinate burst in, announcing a problem. Yu Guangik looked up, a question forming on his lips. The head of the organization requested that he take a look at something, presenting a tablet. The masked figure reflected on giving his all for the sake of the government in the labs. He had poured everything into research, but now all he had was a label calling him a renegade. With the video, the masked figure requested the Korean government to confess their sins. Then these 2 would live. They managed to block the video right away, but it had already spread, one of the men explained. That was the mission Yu Guangik was on. Did he send him? He stated that he doesn't know everything and ordered reinforcements to be ready. Yu Guangik found the situation strange, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The neutral Yu Guangik considered that this was definitely not something a newbie should be taking on. He wondered why he wasn't worried at all, a question hanging in the air. Meanwhile, a large, stylized symbol filled the view, its meaning unclear. A blue helicopter cut through the sky, heading towards an unknown destination. Beneath the waves, 2 pilots in a submarine determined that something was fake. A figure in a helmet apologized, suggesting they were about to reveal information. The analysis team stated that what the culprit was saying is 90% false. The man with glasses wondered what he was in it for then. It wasn't for money, nor was it to free a family member from prison, the man with glasses considered. According to a masked man, he wants the government to apologize and ruin the trust people have in it. He considered the gravity of the situation, acknowledging the mission's potential classification. The man in the red jacket agreed, stating that only a terrorist organization would do something like this. The target was an organization full of insane people, their faces pinned to a board. A closer look revealed one of the individuals, his expression unreadable. He stated that it would be Prometheus, suggesting they were seeking revenge for past grievances with the government. Their strategy involved utilizing black propaganda to achieve their goals. The interior of the Otherworld terraforming research facility was heavily guarded by armed forces. Outside the facility, approximately 40 people patrolled the grounds, their presence a clear deterrent. The protagonist outlined the plan, dividing into two teams, one for the surface and one for infiltration. The infiltration team would descend from the helicopter, entering through the top floor to make a beeline for the targets. The man in the red jacket spoke, his words directed at the protagonist, a silent intensity in his eyes. Preparations were underway, the team readying their equipment for the impending assault. He spoke, seemingly bothered by something someone said. The protagonist thought she noticed something amiss. Yu Guangik remained stoic, though even he couldn't sense everything. He wondered how he could avoid looking, even when he really concentrated. Yu Guangik seemed anxious. The helicopter blades churned, the sound echoing through the air. The helicopter descended, approaching the terraforming research facility. The pilot announced, "We're approaching the destination." A voice declared, "All right, ropes down." A figure rappelled down the side of the helicopter, suspended by a rope. A voice called out, "Aren't you coming?" Yu Guangik stated that the rope might rot, so he would go last. The protagonist replied that he would go first. The protagonist stated he would be back before leaping out of the helicopter. He descended from the helicopter, gripping the rope tightly as the wind buffeted him. Below, the facility grew larger, the details sharpening as he approached the ground. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area, the force of it visible even from above. Inside the building, a figure reacted to the blast, their expression a mix of shock and alarm. The protagonist continued his descent, unfazed by the chaos unfolding below. An attacker appeared, wielding a large axe, ready to strike. The axe swung down with deadly force, the impact echoing through the facility. The person inside braced for the blow, their eyes wide with fear. Debris rained down as the helicopter began to fall apart. The attacker cursed, realizing the extent of the damage. Sparks fly as the helicopter begins to break apart around him. The aircraft spins wildly, pieces of metal and debris scattering through the air. He grits his teeth, the situation rapidly deteriorating. "Shit!" he shouts, urging himself to remain calm amidst the chaos. "Hold on." Bracing himself, he prepares for impact as the ground rushes up to meet him. He tumbles through the wreckage, desperately trying to regain his footing. He lands hard, scrambling to his feet, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Dust and debris explode around him as he surveys the scene of the crash. A metallic click echoes as someone approaches, their voice cutting through the air. "Hey!" A figure levels a pistol, the glint of metal reflecting in the dim light. "It's time for you to die." The sound of gunfire rips through the air. A projectile hurtles through the air, aimed with deadly precision. One of the soldiers' eyes widen behind his helmet, surprised by the turn of events. The protagonist moves with blinding speed. He unleashes a burst of energy, a visible manifestation of his power. The soldier is shocked by the protagonist's power. "What's with that bastard?" Guang Ikyu stands over the fallen soldier, unfazed. "How are you guys doing?" His eyes glow with an inner light, a silent promise of the storm to come. Guang Ikyu's expression hardens, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Roar." The soldiers raise their weapons, their faces grim. "I knew you were from the Immortal Special Forces. Kill him. These bastards are from Prometheus." The team manager speaks into a comm, relaying orders. "Team manager, now what? We're giving up on the hostage if we can't get in within 5 minutes." Guang Ikyu overhears the conversation. "Huh, that's not how I do things." The female soldier is determined. "We can't give up no matter what." Lasers streak through the air, the unseen assailant demanding they be shot. The protagonist dodges the incoming fire, thinking that giving up is not in his vocabulary. One of the soldiers says he will stall for time with the team manager and bring the hostage. The protagonist prepares his weapon, thinking about a saying his father likes. The cannon looms, a voice calling out for the protagonist to wait. An explosion rocks the area, the force of it shaking the very foundations. Confusion reigns as the soldiers wonder if there isn't a path. They just need to. The protagonist and another soldier stand over a large hole, the soldier telling him to make one. The soldier tells Guang Ikyu that there is something he needs to tell him before he goes in. The soldier reveals that the person they're looking for is his daughter. The woman with blonde hair asked for her daughter to be brought back to her safely. He and another soldier stood before a dark opening in the wall. The soldiers descended into the hole, their forms disappearing into the darkness below. A soldier was struck, a cry of pain echoing through the enclosed space. The soldier fell backwards, knocked off his feet by the unseen assailant. A figure descended rapidly, using a rope to slide down into the hole. A voice declared that there were still survivors, ordering them to be killed. Red beams of light shot through the darkness, striking with deadly precision. A soldier with glasses held a syringe, declaring that he wouldn't fall. The soldiers moved through the environment, the sounds of their movements echoing. The soldier with glasses stated that they weren't the only ones who could use poison. The sound of impact reverberated, a sign of the ongoing conflict. A figure with green hair mocked them, asking if they specialized in ambushes. They were surrounded, the enemy closing in from all sides, their weapons raised. One of the soldiers, looking concerned, spoke urgently. "You Gwangik, we can't hold on for long." The hole they had entered was their only hope, but time was running out. At most, we can stall 20 minutes. A soldier took a pill, hoping it would give him the edge he needed. He thought, "I took a pill as soon as I got down here." The soldier with blue hair knew what was at stake. Its official name is HCS3, he thought. Energy crackled around him as the drug took effect. He recalled, "It speeds up generation. It's the same medicine I used when I took out that green pervert's arm." The soldier swallowed hard, preparing for what was to come. "So, I'll take another medicine," he resolved. He knew the risks, but he had no choice. This one is called Blunt Alpha, or Snowflake in layman's terms. The soldier with blue hair steeled himself, ready to face the consequences. He thought, "I will compensate for the side effects of HCS3 with this." The world around him seemed to shift and change as the drug took hold, enhancing his senses and abilities. He braced himself against the floor, preparing to move with unnatural speed and force. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward, ready to confront the enemy head-on. He descended rapidly, a black-clad figure against the warehouse's cold interior. Below, several figures patrolled the aisles, their silhouettes stark against the green floor. A set of double doors stood closed, a silent barrier within the industrial space. He glanced up, his expression unreadable as he locked onto his target. With a powerful kick, he sent the door flying inward, splintering the frame. A man shouted, demanding to know how he got in, threatening the hostages bound behind him. The protagonist moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the chaos. Another man raised a weapon high, ready to strike a devastating blow. He was enveloped in a red aura, power surging through him. A single shot echoed, and the man's head snapped back, blood erupting. The hostages remained bound and gagged, their faces obscured by white cloth. A voice, filled with reassurance, cut through the tension. "Don't be afraid." He stood close to the woman with gray hair, his expression unreadable. The woman questioned if he was from the same training facility room. The woman with gray hair looked surprised, confirming that she was behind him. Meanwhile, a werewolf-like creature burst through a doorway, accompanied by a soldier with a gun. Gwangik reassured the woman, telling her not to worry. The sound of something breaking echoed through the area. A small figure hoped to be cremated for his death. The woman with gray hair expressed that she felt like throwing up. Gwangik asked if she was okay, but she responded negatively, displaying an attitude. Someone stated that there was a whole force of them on the first floor, and the exit must be blocked, assuming the researcher was down there too. The woman with gray hair must have been keeping track of the situation even while captive, Gwangik thought. The woman with gray hair declared they would not be going through the first floor. She wondered where they would go instead. He raised his weapon, prepared for what was to come. He had been trained in combat, after all. A voice echoed from afar, demanding that someone get out of the way. The speaker declared that whatever they were after was theirs. One of the men with red eyes noticed that there were supposed to be 3 of them. He wondered where the third one was, but his companion didn't know. Someone declared that the target was hiding, and they would be the one to kill him. The opponents were pure-blooded shapeshifters, trained in combat. The protagonist knew they couldn't hold on any longer. They would only end up getting hurt if they tried to fight them. A voice wondered if it was time to give up. The situation seemed dire, and hope was fading. The man with glasses reported that they had gotten the hostages. The situation was escalating quickly. The man in the black coat stood with the woman with gray hair and the girl with purple hair. He asked why they were so surprised, stating he told them he would go get them. The girl with purple hair yelled for her mom, seemingly in distress. The man in the black coat stood behind her, observing the situation. The woman with blonde hair yelled, "Yo!" A werewolf-like creature stood beside her, snarling menacingly. Someone declared that it was over, stating they couldn't do anything because he was a shapeshifter. The werewolf-like creature loomed, its claws extended. The woman with short purple hair faces a werewolf-like creature, energy crackling around it. She knows intervention would only result in her being cut in two. A voice echoes, a simple, defiant nope. The werewolf-like creature is struck by a beam of energy, sending black liquid splattering. He is enveloped in a protective barrier, ready to face whatever comes next. The protagonist advances, his intent clear. A resounding crash echoes through the area. The protagonist addresses someone off-panel, stating, "Let's go, team manager." He expresses his gratitude, promising to repay the favor later. A voice asks him to act normal, then inquires about his age. The protagonist looks back at the woman with short purple hair, who is being carried by someone. The woman with short purple hair questions when he had a kid, then sarcastically suggests he's 10 years old. Park Eun-yeol retorts that she has a name. He suggested that Park Eun-yeol call him Nuna. She responded that she would call him her Dongsing too. A figure in a helmet stood, unmoving. A caption below the panel noted that the person was 7 years older. Park Eun-yeol stared intently at the man in the helmet. She declared that it was him. A monstrous mouth, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, grinned menacingly. A voice asked if someone was busy. The bald man with tattoos on his head grinned, his eyes wide and crazed. He seemed eager for a fight. A muscular torso was shown. A speech bubble asked if they could talk. From below, a voice crackled with menace, the bald man asking if someone was busy. The muscular man with sharp teeth clenched his fists, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he asked, "Can we?" Gwang Ik-yu stood, his expression unreadable as he was asked if he was the lawnmower. The sharp teeth of the muscular man were bared, ready to strike. The shadows seemed to writhe and deepen, a sense of dread filling the air. Two figures stood over a prone form, one declaring the target to be a human logger. A monstrous werewolf snarled, its yellow eyes burning with savage intent. A gleaming weapon was raised, ready to strike a decisive blow. A member of the terrorist organization Prometheus grins menacingly, his eyes gleaming with malice. The pure-blood werewolf specializes in close-range combat, a terrifying predator ready to strike. His special trait is howling, a skill that paralyzes opponents, earning him the nickname Human Logger. The werewolf stands tall, his massive form casting a shadow over the city streets. The man with tribal tattoos taunts, asking if he is trying to stop him, threatening death unless he is as skilled as Lee Jungbong. Gwang Ik-yu wonders if he is as good as him, but is told not to get conceited. The man with tribal tattoos declares he will cut him up to pieces and put him in a blender. The werewolf raises his weapon as Gwang Ik-yu stands ready to fight. The man with tribal tattoos shouts down as the werewolf prepares to strike. Gwang Ik-yu is hit by an unseen force, but he resolves that he can't let the newbie die. A woman with silver hair and a determined expression intervenes, leveling her weapon at the werewolf. She apologizes, saying she won't be of much help, but admits she was going to fight just for a little before running. He knew he lacked the confidence to win against someone like him. However, he knew what he needed to do to change that. Gwang Ik-yu steeled his resolve, his expression hardening with determination. Killing him, he thought, was a different matter entirely. The werewolf snarled, its yellow eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. He needed to open the door of senses that the team manager told him about, synesthesia enhancement, allowing one sense to take over the other areas of senses, overlapping all the 5 senses to expand the area of the 6th sense. This, he believed, would awaken the super sense. The werewolf lunged, a dark blur of fur and claws. That would allow him to predict his opponent's movements. He moved, a blur against the backdrop of the city. The woman's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she braced for impact. The air crackled with energy, a visible sign of the power being unleashed. The woman with the gun leveled her weapon, taking aim at Gwang Ik-yu as he stood his ground, seemingly unfazed by the impending attack. The energy intensified, swirling around the woman's legs as she prepared to fire. The weapon discharged, sending a blast of energy hurtling towards its target. With a cry, the woman unleashed a torrent of energy, hoping to overwhelm her opponent. The sound of impact echoed through the air, a deafening boom that signaled a direct hit. The woman with the gun knelt on the ground, panting. Gwang Ik-yu asked if she was all right, but she simply replied, "This much." Meanwhile, a pair of glowing eyes pierced the darkness, a guttural oh escaping the monstrous figure's maw. The werewolf stalked forward, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. "Well, I'd expect you to be at least this skilled since you did take my disciple's arm," it growled. Gwang Ik-yu smirked, his expression daring. "Why don't you try to take mine too, then?" he challenged. Another figure questioned why he was provoking the beast, but Gwang Ik-yu dismissed it, stating it wasn't a provocation. The hulking werewolf proposes a change of pace. The beast lunges forward, claws extended, ready to engage in close-quarters combat. He realizes he can't use his shape-shifting powers to take the hits head-on. A massive blade descends, aimed directly at Gwang Ik-yu. He thinks he can't use it right now, though. The werewolf's attack connects, the force of the blow immense. The beast declares he'll use his power against him. The werewolf's expression is fierce, his yellow eyes burning with intensity. The woman from before attacks, and the werewolf recognizes him as Lee Jungbong's disciple. The force of the woman's attack sends shockwaves through the air. The werewolf stands his ground, preparing for another strike. The werewolf is caught off guard, stumbling backward. The werewolf is shocked as Gwangikyu stand behind him, ready to strike. He barely has time to react as the werewolf's claws descend. The force of the blow sends Gwangikyu flying backwards through the air. The werewolf scoffs, confident in his attack. No more blades for you. The beast's fangs are bared, ready to tear into his prey. Gwangikyu is shielded by a blue aura, protecting him from the attack. Good. The shield absorbs the impact, sparks flying from the point of contact. He lands hard, but the shield held. He is still in the fight. The werewolf's attack left a splatter of blood, but the shield protected Gwangikyu. That would have been bad if I didn't have the galaxy shield. Gwangikyu stands, wiping blood from his face. Is that all you have? I could fight like this for a week straight. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within. Because the Jungbon you're so afraid of is going to get here within half an hour. The werewolf's eyes glow with rage. You little. The werewolf prepares to attack again, his anger palpable. Rage, a weapon of the shapeshifters, amplifies their emotions. This is the reason he's been provoking him all this time. The bloodthirst of a wild beast can break the balance of a fight through fear. It tears and grips at your heart, howling. The best weapon of shapeshifters, comparable to the invader's fear. A technique that freezes others with just one cry. If the bloodthirst of a wild beast can break the balance of a fight through fear, it has been waiting for him to use this. He is someone who's even endured his mother's bloodthirst. The werewolf lunges, claws extended, ready to strike. Howling manages to make your entire body freeze up. A blinding light erupts. A blinding light fills the area, momentarily obscuring everything from view. Massive, clawed feet slam down onto the ground, the force of the impact shaking the surroundings. The man in the helmet stares wide-eyed, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief at the scene unfolding. The woman with gray hair gasps, her eyes wide with horror, as she witnesses the aftermath of the attack. Gwangikyu sits amidst the chaos, his face marred with blood, but his grip firm on his weapon. Yu Gwangik's voice echoes through the scene, calling out Gwangikyu's name amidst the destruction. The woman with gray hair kneels beside Gwangikyu, concern etched on her face as she asks if they are all right. The man with red hair stands over a body lying in a pool of blood, wondering if that is no Pildu. The man in the black suit questions the situation, confirming that the team manager is also present. Yu Gwangik confirms the grim reality, stating that the person lying before them is indeed dead. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with accusation. What did you do? The woman with gray hair touches the hand of another, explaining that everyone was frozen because of No Pilda's actions. The others were packing things up, but Yu Gwangik was an exception. Yu Gwangik, with a smirk, stated that they were going back. Team manager Park Pilo demanded an explanation of what happened once they returned, declaring everything was resolved. They had also captured the research member who uploaded that video, restraining him. He was more precisely a mad scientist who made that video in return for testing on immortals who have yet to awaken. Someone stated that Yu Gwangik said he wasn't a regressor as a plane took off. The question hung in the air. Did a swordmaster possess his body? Someone said well done and asked if he wanted something to eat. The assistant manager reacted as he always did, and Zhang-Ah was just happy that he had killed an executive of Prometheus. A woman with blonde hair thanked him, saying she would repay him for this. The man with dark circles was asked if he would come help again next time, and if he wanted to permanently move to their team. He was asked if he wanted his arm broken this time, and that he was even offered a position on team manager Park Pilo's team. The news spread quickly. Yu Gwangik had been promoted to assistant manager. He killed No Pildu, one man whispered. The group speculated that No Pildu, a higher-up of Prometheus, couldn't have been killed with luck. Someone else must have been involved. The man with the drink mused on the news. Assistant manager, huh? That was pretty fast considering he barely managed to get promoted to rank 2 a few days ago. The man with his hand on his head sighed, wondering if he should just quit. The assistant manager promotion was a bit much. The man in the suit stated that Immortal Special Forces killed No Pildu. However, he could not reveal who it was. So, even if you know who it was, do not talk about it. This agent's nickname is... The sound of something breaking echoed. Gwangikyu looked furious. A sinister glint shone in his eye. He unleashes a furious kick, the impact echoing through the room. It was you, right? He demands, his voice laced with anger. Why are you taking out your anger on me? Meanwhile, Yu Gwangik takes a sip from his cup, seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding elsewhere. A man stands silently behind him, observing. The man in the suit stood at attention, awaiting further instruction. A voice declared that they had a choice to make in order to maintain a relationship. The man clenched his fist, awaiting confirmation from his superior. Kang Taehuan smirked, his gaze intense as he considered the situation. The man at the desk wondered if Kang Taehuan was giving up on someone. Kang Taehuan dismissed the thought, stating that the man could leave if he couldn't find an easy route. The man agreed, acknowledging that the person in question was too talented. Kang Tae-hwan spoke on the phone, stating that he needed to send him somewhere outside of Na Myunjin's influence. Kang Tae-hwan spoke to Park Ho, acknowledging that it had been a while. He asked what Park Ho was calling for. Park Ho stated that he had a favor to ask, requesting that Kang Tae-hwan scout someone for him. Kang Tae-hwan chuckled, intrigued by the request. Kang Tae-hwan revealed that he couldn't, as he had been ordered not to get involved with him. He spoke into the phone, questioning who ordered the scouting. The higher-ups came the answer. Kang Tae-hwan pressed, wanting to know who was higher than him. He asked if the other person really wanted to know. The man on the other end of the line seemed to hesitate, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A sharp intake of breath could be heard. Kang Tae-hwan, still on the phone, promised something to the person on the other end. The man on the phone wondered who Yu Gwangik really was, and who was backing him. The man on the phone learned that the Ministry of Interior Safety's minister had already been on the move. Meanwhile, another man took a sip of his drink, thinking that was good enough, and that he kept the promise. The man with gray hair was asked what was up with his son. The man responded that it was nothing, and that he's his son. Elsewhere, two men sat at a table. One of them heard that Yu Gwangik killed No Pildu, and wondered how long it had been since he awakened. The other man responded that it had been barely 2 years. The man was shocked to hear that it had only been 2 years. A cup of coffee sat on the table, as someone reflected on the dedication to his work. Even then, the pure-blood shapeshifter's arm was severed, a testament to his growing power. A sinister grin spread across the man's face, a hint of the darkness within. Killing an S-rank wanted criminal? The man thought he raised him well. Gwangik looked on, a small smile playing on his lips. I agree. He was proud of him, but worried. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't. The man in the suit pleaded, so, please don't go anywhere too dangerous, son. The woman with brown hair sliced through the food, asking, we raised our kid well, right? Of course. She smiled softly, thinking, I want to tell him that our kid's a shapeshifter, but will he understand? He knew she didn't know that their kid was an immortal. He wanted to tell her, but would she understand? The man with blue hair stood with the woman with brown hair. No, not now. Later. The parents stood together, a silent understanding passing between them. He thought to himself, a simple wish, a parent's hope for their child's well-being. She smiled knowingly, agreeing that it was time for him to leave their embrace. He felt bad about keeping this secret to herself, while the parents continued their discussion. Meanwhile, the office building stood tall, a symbol of power and international reach. An office worker asked if something good happened, but the other man replied that he was always happy. He was asked if he got the bounty, and he wondered how someone could catch on to everything so quickly. The reason for his happiness was that he received the bounty for No Pildu. The text explained that the organization takes care of internationally wanted criminals, and Old Force offered 686.4 million won for No Pildu. However, No Pildu had harmed more than just the government, and Excuracy also had a bounty for him. A wanted poster declared No Pildu dead or alive, with a reward of 2,421 million. He felt the bounty should have gone to the team, since he received help. It made sense for him to take it all, though, since team manager Park Pildu rejected it. A woman waves her hand, saying that he saved her life and she doesn't want the bounty. She also rejected the money, saying he was her savior, so the entire bounty went to him. He received 2,421 million won, becoming rich overnight, and the world was beautiful and bright. Assistant manager Yu Gwangik looks at his phone, a pleased expression on his face. He thinks his bank account is even more beautiful now, as he looks at a receipt for fried chicken. He even bought all his fellow co-workers fried chicken, as seen in a group chat. Yu Gwangik stands in his office, smiling to himself, thinking life is beautiful. Yu Gwangik is on the phone, stating that he is rank 1-1, assistant manager Yu Gwangik speaking. He looks surprised, asking who's there on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, two figures stand outside a building at night, the nature of their business unknown. A sleek, black car pulls up to an unknown location. Sura's sudden appearance relayed the message. The Zhang household's patriarch wished to see him. The man in the suit wondered if he had been bullying Kinham too much. Knocking echoed through the door. We're here, a voice announced. A voice from within responded, come in. A voice welcomed them into the room. The man in the suit heard a voice say, are you Gwangik? Your immortal blood must be fainter than I expected. The voice continued, explaining that the oyster catch was good, and that's what he had prepared. He then asked if he would like a drink. The man in the suit sat at the table, a spread of food and drinks laid out before him. A glass was filled. The voice complimented him, saying he saved Sura's daughter and did well. The man in the suit took a drink, thinking it was something he should have done. He remarked that it was good. He responded that he doubted he was called there just for drinks. The man across from him asked if there was a reason he wanted to see him. He smiled, sure that Yu Gwangik was curious as to why he was called here. The man offered him a drink. Yu Gwangik's eyes widened, the patriarch's words echoing in his mind. To make him a child? The man with red hair apologized, then offered to connect him with someone he wanted. If not, he could just donate his sperm. The patriarch continued, asking about his children, specifically Sura. Yu Guangxi could only utter a stunned what. The protagonist, his brow furrowed, asked if he was being asked to get married. The suggestion seemed absurd. The man clarified, not that, just his sperm. He knew an irregular's blood couldn't be passed down, but Yu Guangxi was a special case. The patriarch claimed it was good for his sexual health, and if there was something he wanted, he could make it come true. He thought it was a win-win and asked what he thought. Yu Guangxi, his back to the viewer, could only manage a bewildered, "Are you?" as the implications of the offer sunk in. The man offered a position in the government, or enough money to buy a whole building. Yu Guangxi could only respond with a disbelieving, "How what?" Close up on Yu Guangxi's face, his expression one of utter disbelief and disgust. He thought to himself, the fuck? The patriarch's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he awaited Yu Guangxi's response. He pressed him what? Yu Guangxi, his face contorted in anger, questioned if he wasn't the patriarch. Did he think the women in his family were just birthing machines? He grips the edge of the table, knuckles white with suppressed fury. A voice warns him to watch his mouth, reminding him that he's speaking to the patriarch. Guangxi retorts that he is watching it, otherwise he would have cracked open his skull. The patriarch states he'll pay for what he ate, citing illegal solicitation prevention laws. Guangxi is told to never call him there for something like this again, his expression hardening. The patriarch laughs, and an attendant asks what he should do. The patriarch tells him to let Guangxi be, stating that he's young, and that's how they all are at that age. He continues, saying that Guangxi is pure, not dirted by society at all, which is good. Well, for now, that is. The patriarch believes that with time, he'll melt into society. The patriarch's attendant believes that he'll come to them on his own when the time is right. Sura is instructed to stay close to him, so she could try to seduce him on her own. She understands. The man in the green tie declares that nothing will change by killing everyone. Lying on the floor, amidst the blood of fallen men, Guangxi asks what he means. The tiled floor is stained crimson, a testament to the brutal violence that has transpired. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with anger and disdain. A foot presses down, the sound of bones crunching echoing in the room as Guangxi thinks about beating up pure-blood supremacists. The man in the suit tells Guangxi to stop, saying he's making things worse, while Guangxi insists it's self-defense. The man asks if Guangxi did this to the patriarch too. Guangxi replies that he didn't, stating that he is an adult and knows things aren't solved by violence. Guangxi stands amidst the bodies, his expression unreadable as he's called out. The man in the suit with the green tie says that if Guangxi harmed the patriarch, the security teams would have stepped in, calling this a warning. Guangxi thinks that the man is a strange bastard. Guangxi retorts that the man isn't really in the position to be calling him that. The man in the red jacket helps the sun up, a question hanging in the air. Are these two brothers family outcasts? The man with the beard reflects, his expression grim. He thinks to himself, no, all special species are a bit insane. The man's hand is shown, as he is wearing a suit. A voice echoes, filled with resentment. Unless the world completely changes, I'm sure we'll continue to have more crazy bastards like him. This damned world. The man with the scar glares intensely, his eyes burning with determination. A burning desire takes hold. I really want to fix it. The Warim telecommunications office bustled with activity. Employees worked diligently at their desks, the sounds of keyboards and hushed conversations filling the air. One of the workers clapped his hands together, a smug look on his face. Yeah, they'll be here soon. Guangxi turned in his chair, a questioning look on his face. They? Who? Another worker responded. Ah, the newcomer. You're getting a junior. Yu Guangxi sat at his desk, a smirk playing on his lips as he rested his chin on his hand. He seemed to be enjoying the anticipation. The worker leaned forward, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Can I say fuck right in front of the newcomer, too? Another worker, looking tired, questioned. Are you kidding? The first worker retorted. You said that specifically for me, didn't you? Guangxi sighed, leaning back in his chair. Ah, he's too much. One of the workers explained. We're taking in a special. I heard they're a mage. Another worker added. I didn't. The worker continued. That's why I said special. Apparently, they specifically asked to be put in Team 3. There was someone they wanted to work with. Meanwhile, a woman in a black dress stood in the doorway, a polite smile on her face. Hello. A woman with wavy brown hair smiles confidently, introducing herself to the office. Yu Guangxi stares in utter disbelief. He recognizes her. It's Kong Hyman? Yu Guangxi confronts Kong Hyman, his voice laced with disbelief. He demands to know why she is here, questioning if she's so glad to see him that she can't speak. Another man looks on. Three men whisper amongst themselves, gossiping about Kong Hyman. One claims she's his neighbor, while another says they've promised their futures to each other. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression unreadable as he listens to the rumors surrounding Kong Hyman. Kong Hyman stands among her new colleagues in the office, seemingly unfazed by the attention she's attracting. She greets them politely. A disembodied voice observes that she's maintaining that fake persona so well. Yu Guangxi stares at Kong Hyman, his expression a mix of shock and suspicion. He asks if she is his girlfriend. Yu Guangxi confronts Kong Hyman, accusing her of rejecting a date with him. He demands to know why she is here. Yu Guangik reflects on the situation, realizing she's his neighbor, but he didn't know she was hired. A voice declares that it also didn't know that she was a mage. He was her neighbor, who happened to be female and also happened to fail her graduation exam. That's the Kong Hyman he knew until yesterday. Yu Guangik admits he didn't mean to deceive her. The mage states that this isn't the time to be joking. Kong Hyman explains she's known about magic since she was 8. She just didn't want to draw attention to herself in a story. Yu Guangik asks if she's sure about that, stating that everyone in the neighborhood knows her. He points out that she didn't tell him that she was an immortal either. The mage asks how he knew that. The woman explains that immortals are caught by mages and shapeshifters are caught by metahumans. Yu Guangik asks if she hasn't ever heard that saying before, and she replies that she has. Just because you can counter someone doesn't guarantee a win. There are no perfect counters. He faces her, the tension palpable. Kong Hyman is told that he can't hide as a special species. Yu Guangik asks if he's going to be mad that he didn't tell him. He thinks to himself that he's hiding that he's a mix of immortal and shapeshifter. Kong Hyman retorts, asking how he got employed here, now that he knows he's a mage. She says she'll tell him in the meeting room, a slight smile playing on her lips. Yu Guangik looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he considers the implications. He agrees, suggesting they go. He thinks that he should talk about the Mage Alliance first. Kong Hyman stands tall, stating that there are currently 4 special species alliances known to the world. One of these alliances is the Illuminati in Europe. Another is the Poet in Russia. Another is the Galaxy in the USA and the Circle in Asia. Not all mages are part of the Mage Alliance, she thought, revealing that she was a mage by blood. The reason she was there, she mused, was for a special reason. The infiltration mission was the one that Director Ma Yun was going to take. The infiltration mission was to be a spy in the company. There had to be a special reason she was there, and she would make it simple. How did the enemy know the escape route was deemed unsafe? Yes, there must have been a spy. They were going to find a spy in the company. Why were they doing that? He wondered, as one of the Immortal Faith members was from Team 2. The most important information was that the spy uses magic. Magic! They were going to find the only person who's immortal and can use magic. Honom. The woman with brown hair offers a partial smile, her expression unreadable. She explains that she pretended to be hired to blend in better. The woman with brown hair stands with her back to the viewer as she speaks. The man in the suit states that the government is working together. A voice responds with a simple, yep. The man in the suit announces that the meeting is over. He wonders if she'll tell them if she finds anyone related to the case. The woman with brown hair assumed that it was made to seem like the mages were related to magic. The man in the suit says that she is officially his to train, so he will teach her. They're going to observe that person before capturing them. Kong Hyman admits to being a bit nervous. He asks if he has to work late. She would have to bring him food so they can eat together. The man in the suit says he's glad to see that they two are close. The man with the stubble thanks the assistant manager, saying they look good together. Kong Hyman says that they are not close. She's just a neighbor who happens to be female. It was just for her disguise, but Kong Hyman came to security team 3, so he taught her some basic stuff. The woman with brown hair rests her head on her hand, looking at the computer screen. In the office, assistant manager Kim Jong-ah was reminded to check the intranet notices daily. Her colleague asked if she had any plans for the day. If she was free, antagonist Yo Guangik suggested they get dinner together, mentioning that Appa would be joining them. Assistant manager Kim Jong-ah corrected him, stating that she was an assistant manager, not his Appa. She seemed a bit annoyed by the familiarity. Later, the man in the office asked assistant manager Kim Jong-ah what about him. He suggested they could get lunch together tomorrow. The man scolded assistant manager Kim Jong-ah, telling her that she was sickening and to quit her act. The atmosphere grew tense. After that, the 3 of them had dinner together. They seemed to be enjoying each other's company, drinking and laughing. The next day, assistant manager Kim Jong-ah had lunch with assistant manager Panda. Afterwards, she called them into a meeting, the purpose of which remained unclear. Meanwhile, the sign simply read, "Meeting Room," offering no further clues as to what was about to transpire within. A newcomer was calling for a meeting, and the woman with brown hair seemed to find the situation unusual. Antagonist Yo Guangik, with a contemplative expression, thought to himself, what a nice world. The man in the office questioned assistant manager Kim Jong-ah, asking if they were being tested. She apologized for not letting them know. The woman with brown hair revealed that she had already discussed this with the team manager beforehand. The conclusion was that the 4 of them were not spies. He noticed something was off. The assistant manager wasn't acting like her usual self, but her heart was racing. Something was clearly making her uneasy. She wondered why her heart was beating so fast. What was causing this sudden anxiety? Guangik blushed, questioning if he was starting to see her as a woman. He dismissed the thought as madness. The protagonist declared they were going to start the mission for real. She would be looking for traces of spells. They were going to shake down any employee that the traces led back to. Gwang Ik-yu thought he should really make sure that he's not the one who comes up with mission names going forward. The assistant manager seemed surprised by something. Kong Hyman greeted someone with a simple hello. New employee Jaejo soon arrived, announcing that she had come to relay a summons order. The assistant manager looked concerned as she heard the summons. Kong Hyman, the CEO, wished to see her. The summons order hung heavy in the air, creating a palpable sense of unease. Meanwhile, Yu Gwang-ik sat at his desk, looking stressed and contemplative, his fingers steepled in thought. He pondered who could have been responsible for the recent events, his mind racing with possibilities. His gaze narrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he thought of Warren. The betrayal cut deep, especially after all that had been sacrificed. The consequences of failure weighed heavily on his mind. His team's past achievements, their legendary status in the immortal special forces, felt like a distant memory. The weight of expectation threatened to crush him. He seethed, convinced that his enemies had underestimated his resolve. Yu Gwang-ik knew they would soon regret their mistake. The assistant manager affirmed his commitment to the plan. Elsewhere, a woman vowed to use every connection at her disposal to eliminate those who had sabotaged them. A subordinate inquired if she was summoned. The woman with brown hair gazes around the room, impressed by the luxurious setting. "Whoa, this place is nice," she remarks, taking in the surroundings. Across from her, a man in a sharp suit sits calmly. He greets her with a polite inquiry. "It's nice to see you. Are things going smoothly?" The man continues, explaining his current task. He states that he has already drawn conclusions on a few people and needs to report those with traces of magic to the team. The woman with brown hair stands, her expression pleasant. She clasps her hands together, listening intently to the man's words. The man assures her of his trust, offering assistance if she needs anything. She wonders aloud why she was called here, suspecting it has to do with Yu Gwang-ik. The man's face is shown in a close-up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that he will utilize any opportunity given to him. He reveals that he was the one who called her to Warren. He thought he would at least get to know her. Elsewhere, the city skyline stretches into the night, the buildings standing tall against the dark sky. An assistant manager walks towards a building, the city lights reflecting off his dark suit. He seems determined as he heads inside. The assistant manager is surprised to see someone. He asks if they're going home, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Yu Gwang-ik is surprised to see the assistant manager. The assistant manager asks why he is being approached, offering a dinner invitation. The man with red hair refuses the offer, holding up his hand in a gesture of rejection. He wonders why the assistant manager is so persistent. Gwang-ik claims he can smell popularity on Yu Gwang-ik. He adds that popularity does not go well with him, hinting at a deeper meaning. The assistant manager apologizes, his expression unreadable. The situation grows more tense as the conversation continues. Yu Gwang-ik realizes the assistant manager knew he was popular. He suggests a walk instead, implying a change of scenery might be beneficial. Gwang-ik acknowledges that it is strange for them to walk together. He smiles, but his true intentions remain hidden. The assistant manager thinks to himself that he only wants to talk. However, he needs to stall for time, suggesting a hidden agenda. Meanwhile, Kong Hyman appears with a woman with short brown hair. She asks what he is doing, and he tells her to go. Yu Gwang-ik realizes that the signal has been given. He understands that the signal is to take down the man currently in front of him. The assistant manager and Yu Gwang-ik stand face to face. The tension is palpable as the situation escalates. Yu Gwang-ik thinks that if the assistant manager is a spy, he must be hiding some ace up his sleeve. He prepares for a confrontation. He stood over the fallen man, reprimanding someone for not just capturing him. The man on the ground was supposed to be captured, not nearly killed. The woman with the purse observed the man on the ground. She noted that something was strange about the situation. A voice questioned if they had gotten the wrong person. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Kong Hyman looked surprised by the question. The woman with the purse also seemed to consider the possibility that they had made a mistake. The woman with the purse examined something with a glowing symbol. She noted that it was blurry, which was typical for the object of spell. Kong Hyman repeated the question, asking if they had gotten the wrong person. The woman with the purse knelt near the body, examining it. The woman with the purse stated that they looked like robbers. She reassured him that she had cast a spell so others couldn't see them. Kong Hyman looked down the street. The woman with the purse said that most people would just pass them by, thanks to her spell. The woman with the purse warned that unless they were super sensitive, they should be fine. She revealed that a company full of super sensitive people was just 50 meters ahead. Kong Hyman listened intently. The woman with the purse explained that the person was under a seduction spell. Kong Hyman considered the situation. He realized there was no artifact or medium, so he would need to reverse calculate the traces of magic to track them down. Kong Hyman looked at his phone, muttering to hold on. He seemed to be calculating something. He tapped away at the keyboard, a worried expression on his face. The assistant manager was taken care of, but what should he do now? Elsewhere, a man lay prone, seemingly unconscious. He was under a seduction spell, its effects taking hold. The question hung in the air. Were immortals truly vulnerable to magic? The answer remained elusive. Magic, it seemed, operated on a level beyond the physical, influencing even the subtle movements of the muscles. This process was often referred to as intuition. However, the nature of magic defied such simple explanations, working in ways entirely its own. Magic drew upon a special energy known as mana, using it as its medium to shape reality and bend the rules of the world. Flames or lightning could suddenly erupt from a palm. Barriers could materialize from thin air. But then there came a problem. Immortals, beings of immense power and resilience, were strangely unable to detect mana, leaving them vulnerable to its unseen influence. Spells left no trace, no disturbance in the air, no warning signs before their effects manifested. They were subtle, unseen, and deadly. Magic existed outside the boundaries of immortal detection. Was it truly impossible, then, to foresee as spells approach? Kong Hyman stood, lost in thought. He had witnessed people casting spells on numerous occasions, each time a testament to their hidden power. A spell was cast, its energy swirling around the caster. Below, another watched, their expression unreadable as the magic took hold. If sight and sound are unavailable, is there another sense to rely on? Like through smell, Kong Hyman focused, attempting to perceive the unseen. His eyes narrowed, searching for any indication of magical presence. The woman with brown hair watched him. Gwang Ikyu stated that he thought it would work. She asked him what he meant. Gwang Ikyu walked through the city, seemingly unaffected by the magical energies around him. Kong Hyman walked, tendrils of dark energy swirling around him as he tried to sense the magic. He wondered if this was the smell of the anti-detection spell, his expression thoughtful. And this was the seduction spell, the figures below seemingly unaware of the magic at play. If he could smell all magic, then could shapeshifters detect magic as well? The woman with brown hair stated that immortals are weak to magic. She asked if that meant shapeshifters weren't. She added that they're dull as heck. How could they feel? What immortals can't do remained a mystery, the implications unclear. The woman with brown hair wondered what they do. She stated that they just use brute force, and that most magic can't really get through a shapeshifter's body. The message came through. The task was complete. Evidence suggested he had been leaking mission details to outsiders. They had simply found him earlier than expected. The internal inspection team had already been contacted. Shall I get going then? The team manager would be arriving soon. The woman with purple hair approached, asking if she was the one they were looking for. Kong Hyman confirmed she was the new employee. The woman with purple hair remarked that they were neighbors, asking if all of Gwangik's neighbors were special species. The order came to confirm the team manager's identity and then arrest him. The fallen man remained on the ground. All right, let's go, he said. The man standing over the fallen one noted that the company atmosphere had been tense lately, advising Gwangik to watch out for himself. The response came, of course, you too, team manager. He is asked if he likes her, a question that elicits a surprised reaction. The woman stands with her arms crossed, questioning if she is a spy. He wonders how he should know. Someone demands that he buy them food, specifically beef. He tells them to get it themselves. The woman sighs, seemingly annoyed by the exchange. Gwang Ikyu looks at her with a neutral expression. The woman is surprised that he is not petty, given his wealth. He wonders what kind of newcomer speaks so casually to her superiors. A voice declares that they are leaving and will see them tomorrow. Gwang Ikyu walks away from the building, his footsteps echoing on the pavement. He pauses, a look of contemplation on his face as he considers something. A black cat appears, meowing softly. He greets the feline, calling it Kitty. Gwang Ikyu crouches down, extending a hand towards the black cat as it approaches him. A voice calls out, questioning where he is going. The speaker's lower body is visible. A hooded figure appears, muttering that this is unexpected. He is greeted by a holographic projection, the image shimmering as it takes form. The holographic woman with blue hair smirks, clearly amused by something. The woman's offer hangs in the air, but Gwang Ikyu stands firm, rejecting it outright. What is it? If you're proposing, my answer's no. The holographic woman's expression hardens, her tone turning menacing. Come work for us. We'll give you everything you want. This is our real last offer, you fucker. The woman's eyes narrow, her gaze intense as she awaits his response. Why should I? The holographic woman's threat hangs heavy in the air. You'll regret it. Gwang Ikyu stands his ground, unfazed by the holographic woman's veiled threat. Meanwhile, a hooded figure speaks, their voice dripping with malice. Regret it, my ass. The hooded figure cries out, their face contorted in a mix of rage and desperation. W8. The sound of shattering echoes through the air as the hooded figure unleashes a devastating attack. Why you? You're going to re-r-r-r-r-r. Someone is on the ground, trembling in fear as the attack lands. The man on the ground is struck, his face twisted in agony. I knew I'd see you again eventually. Let's start this off with a beating. He was grabbed roughly, a desperate voice pleading for him to stop. The man demanded to know who he was. The man with purple hair offered to tell him everything, begging to be released. Gwang Ik-yu ignored the plea, demanding the man talk. The headhunter claimed to be just that, a headhunter confirmed by the association, begging not to be hit. He questioned the headhunter's claim with a skeptical expression. The headhunter's perspective showed a glimpse of the attack to come. Gwang Ik-yu stood over the headhunter, ready to strike. He struck the headhunter, who insisted it was just a coincidence. Gwang Ik-yu's kick connected with brutal force. The headhunter was sent flying through the air. The headhunter crashed to the ground, exclaiming there was a quest. He loomed over the fallen headhunter, his expression unreadable as he raised a hand. The headhunter, still prone on the ground, revealed the reason for his attack. Prometheus wanted to take you in. I got a quest, and I just carried it out. Gwang Ik-yu's lips curled into a sneer. Is that so? He looked down at you, Gwang Ik, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Do you want to go for a drink? The sounds of retching filled the small, tiled room. He knelt before the porcelain throne, offering up the contents of his stomach. Sweat beaded on his brow, his face flushed with the unpleasant exertion. His eye twitched, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. He stared at his phone, the screen displaying a message in Korean. He muttered, cursing Ugwagik under his breath for the previous night's events at a nearby bar. Meanwhile, Ugwagik sat at the bar, raising his glass in a toast. The glasses clinked together, the sound sharp against the ambient noise. Ugwagik apologized, claiming his insides were not doing well because of the mana reverse flow, and asked if he had to drink it all in one go. He stared at the drink, a look of apprehension on his face. He steeled himself, preparing to down the drink in one gulp. He held the glass, knuckles white as the words hung in the air, a challenge, a dare. The man with red hair smirked, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he thought, I will. He tilted the glass, the liquid poised to spill as Kong Hyman watched him, a complicated expression on his face. The sound echoed, a sharp, almost violent noise in the otherwise quiet bar. The glass tipped further, the contents now inevitably headed for his throat. The man with red hair shuddered, a visible tremor running through him as he swallowed. Bottles littered the table, a testament to the night's excesses and the blurring of inhibitions. Kaya, the liquor tastes sweet today. One more bottle here, the man with red hair slurred, a dark thought bubbling beneath the surface. He wanted to kill him. Kong Hyman considered the question, remembering the crazy-ass terrorist organization and their interest in him. That's probably to get an idea of what they were up against, he thought. It's a common method they use to hire a headhunter like him instead of doing it themselves, Kong Hyman thought, hiccuping. The man with red hair looked up, startled, as Kong Hyman asked, really? He was asked if he was serious, if he was really drunk and couldn't drink anymore. Yu Guangik poured himself another drink, ignoring the question. Frustration mounted as the person muttered an expletive under their breath. A message from Yu Guangik appeared on the screen, prompting the recipient to call him a psycho. Fingers flew across the keyboard as the person reminded themselves to be patient, that this was just work and they were a pro. Kong Hyman stared intently at his phone, the mystery seemingly solved. Someone entered a bathroom with purpose. The toilet flushed with a forceful sound. A voice declared feeling refreshed. Meanwhile, one asked why, as the other explained that someone had been bothering him, and he got back at him yesterday. He felt refreshed too. One stated that having the other guide him through the company was on his bucket list, as the other was told to wake up, that he was only doing this so that he could look for traces of a spell. The woman with brown hair wonders aloud if anything is visible. A group of people walk by, seemingly unaware of anything unusual. The scene appears ordinary. The woman with brown hair's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She seems to have noticed something. The woman wonders why she didn't notice sooner, realizing she definitely came across them before. Kong Hyman stands beside her. The woman is surprised to learn that two individuals have been concealed by spells, rendering them unnoticeable. The traces of the spell are very thick on that woman. The hooded figure observes, detecting the magical residue. Yu Guangik wonders if the other one is also affected by the spell. The woman with brown hair is also present. Someone apologizes to Yu Guangik as a hand grips a weapon tightly. Yu Guangik is seen wielding a weapon, preparing to strike. Kong Hyaman's eyes widen in shock, his expression one of disbelief and horror. A sudden, violent explosion erupts, filling the space with fire and debris. Kong Hyman and the woman with brown hair are caught in the blast, shielding themselves from the impact. Yu Guangik's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The message echoed through the room. An ambush had been sprung. A figure stood silhouetted in a doorway, observing the unfolding chaos. A sinister smile crept across the man's face. So they're just attacking us in the open now. Yu Guangik's expression hardened. He barked, announced that to the entire company. He pointed, his voice laced with command. We're going to mobilize everyone. Meanwhile, in front of Guangik's house, the air crackled with unseen energy. The man in the hood regarded the scene with cold calculation. A voice echoed, revealing the stakes. You got the test results stolen, and now they even have a mage in their company? Around a flickering fire, cloaked figures discuss their predicament. Isn't it only a matter of time before we're found out, then? The information they took from us recently was lethal. The voice continued, laced with urgency. To us too. What now? Do you have some plan in mind? He stood cloaked in shadow, the single red eye in his mask gleaming ominously. Another cloaked figure challenged, questioning if he would boast of his repeated failures. The air crackled with unseen energy as the discussion grew more heated. Yu Guangxi declared that immortal faith rested with Prometheus. The first cloaked figure stated that they had already promised this. The essence of their existence, the figure proclaimed, was to protest with force. Meanwhile, a lone figure in a black coat walked towards a large building, their footsteps echoing. Just you wait, Yu Guangxi, a voice echoed. I'm going to make you cry tears of blood. Seduction, a psychological spell that forces the target to be attracted to you. Of course, this is not guaranteed, the text explained. If that was possible, all mages who could use this spell would have been ruling over the world by now. Then what kind of person can use this effectively? Someone charming, someone who's already slightly attractive, those with outstanding looks. Even amongst the pure bloods, something of great importance is about to unfold. Senior manager Choi Minam stands face to face with a man, an air of tension between them. The text speaks of being moved upon first sight, suggesting Choi Minam may have used a spell. The concern arises whether immortals can use spells, as Hyamin has been learning since she was 8. It's said that Honam casts spells through gears, implying that even a trained immortal can use magic. Choi Minam raises her arms, a faint green glow emanating from her hands as she prepares to cast a spell. Meanwhile, it's revealed that Choi Minam is the spy, as someone cries out, seemingly in distress. A voice calls out, a desperate plea breaking the silence, but the speaker is unseen. Yu Guangxi, bleeding from the mouth, is declared an immortal in a moment of shocking revelation. A woman's voice urges someone to get up, insisting that they cannot die, her tone filled with desperation. The woman with brown hair looks down at Yu Guangxi, her expression a mix of concern and fear as she witnesses his injuries. The scene is a brutal aftermath, blood splattered across the ground, a testament to the violence that has just occurred. He lay motionless on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around him. A voice declared that the mystery had been solved, adding that he didn't fall for the seduction spell. Another voice echoed, reminding him that he had rejected the scouting offer. A figure stated that only one option remained, and that was for him to die. Footsteps approached as a voice inquired if he had any last words. Coughing up blood, Yu Guangxi weakly stated he wasn't feeling well and asked if they could meet another day. Energy crackled around strands of hair, the air thick with anticipation. A close-up revealed a face, the expression unreadable in the dim light. A woman, surrounded by crackling energy, questioned if she was even seen. A man declared that she would be dead the moment she tried to cast a spell, stating he would let her go since he knew who her father was and wished to call upon someone. The woman cast a spell, invoking those who are resentful and living upon the earth. He roared, fist crackling with cyan energy as he prepared to strike. The word die filled the air, a promise and a threat. The energy surged forth, tendrils of light reaching out to grasp their target. A woman watched in horror as the attack approached. The impact resonated, a silent thud that spoke of immense force. Dust motes danced in the air, disturbed by the unseen power. The energy burned, etching glowing lines onto the back of a hand. The unseen force continued to pulse. The man's hand is outstretched, veins pulsing with an unnatural energy. A voice echoes, questioning the identity of the figure before them. Assistant manager Lee Dong-hoon? An attacker descends from above, poised to strike the man in the suit. The woman in black urges someone to escape, stating that she needs to have a personal conversation with her buddy. The man in green pants stands firm, his stance suggesting he's ready for a fight. The man in green pants grins, revealing sharp teeth. He asks if they were still alive. The man in green pants' hand tightens into a fist. He says it has been a long time. The man in green pants declares that he doesn't die easily, his expression a mix of defiance and exhaustion. The man in green pants' grin widens, revealing even more of his sharp teeth. He states that he made the other man that way after all. Khan Hyman, sitting in the background, questions if the two men are friends, but the man in the white shirt scoffs at the idea. A hulking figure with mint green hair declares his intentions. Enemies. Heavy footsteps echo as someone advances with purpose. A man lies defeated, sprawled on the floor. Looming over him, another states the obvious, he's not leaving. A voice declares that if that's the case, they'll have fun chatting, because he's going to rest. The clock ticks down, 3 seconds remain. The air crackles with impending doom. An explosion rips through the scene. 2 figures in dark suits advance through the chaos. More figures in dark suits and red helmets emerge. The order rings out, kill them all. A fist clenches, ready for the fight. He sat at the table, listening as the meeting progressed, but his mind was elsewhere, knowing the CEO had leaked his son's identity. The woman in the suit confirmed the worst. The CEO's actions had put his wife in danger. The man in the suit ordered everyone nearby to gather together. The revelation struck him hard. Yu Guangxi knew he had to go to team manager Yu's. The secret, or the fact that she might find out about him being an immortal, was not what mattered. That was not what was important right now. Guangxi heard someone say it would be all right. Yu Guangxi stood, his face a mask of fury. He would not stand idly by. If anything happened to his wife, the man with glasses vowed to destroy everything. The woman in the suit called out to Mr. Yu, but he was already gone, his mind set on one thing. Those who weren't going to join should get out now, he thought, his resolve hardening. He was not going as a special missions captain right now, his eyes burning with intensity. He was going as the husband of the woman he loved, and he would tear down the world to protect her. Elsewhere, a group of people were already under attack, their fate hanging in the balance. A voice echoes, calling upon those who harbor resentment. A woman stands, energy crackling around her outstretched hands. He is suddenly struck from above, the force sending him reeling. A blinding flash of light accompanies the unseen attack. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his body. Another man cries out, his face contorted in pain and fury. Zhang, now! Another strike lands with brutal force. The man's head snaps back, blood spraying from the impact. A figure watches from a distance, an orange object flying through the air. The object explodes, revealing the terrifying truth. A sniper? A sniper lies prone, his red hair a stark contrast against the floor. The sniper's rifle is revealed, a deadly weapon aimed with precision. The unseen sniper locked onto their target, ready to cover the next phase. Yu Guangxi's eyes glowed with a menacing red light, his sharp teeth bared in a predatory grin. The muscles in Yu Guangxi's arms bulged as he prepared to strike, a guttural sound escaping his throat. Guangxi was sent flying through the air, completely caught off guard by the sudden assault. The man with green hair smirked, finding the situation amusing as he watched Guangxi fall. A surge of energy crackled around the green-haired man's hand, ready to be unleashed. The green-haired man's muscles tensed as he prepared to deliver a devastating blow. The attack connected, sending sparks and energy flying in all directions. Guangxi crashed to the ground, struggling to regain his footing after the powerful hit. The green-haired man grinned, urging someone to finish casting their spell. A complex, magical formation began to take shape, glowing with a vibrant golden light. The spell was completed, promising protection to those within its boundaries. The golden barrier shimmers, but the silhouettes within are still under heavy assault. Antagonist Wyo Guangxi's face contorts with rage. He barks out an order. The mage must be eliminated first. Energy crackles and streaks across the room as the assault intensifies. The barrier continues to absorb the blows, but its integrity is visibly failing. The woman with brown hair grits her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She knows the field barrier won't hold for long. The man in the suit, bloodied and bruised, acknowledges the dire situation. There are too many of them. Two masked figures stand ready, their weapons charged. They are all professionals, after all. At the very least, they will make the enemy pay for every inch. Elsewhere, Assistant Manager Panda is holding up pretty well, trading blows with a larger opponent. Close by, a pair of hands tremble slightly. He just needs some time to heal. The woman with brown hair asks if the man in the suit can cover their eyes for a bit. She only needs 10 seconds. The response is immediate. Block their vision. All right. Mist descends. Vision bends as an unseen force shapes reality itself. A man, bloodied and determined, grips a knife, ready to strike. The blade is raised, poised to deliver a potentially devastating blow. Sight is obscured. Purpose ends as the energy intensifies. The world distorts around the protagonist, his eyes wide with shock. Blasts of raw energy tear through the environment, leaving trails of destruction. The energy surges, arcing and crackling with immense power. The energy orb descends, impacting the scene where Yu Guangxi and the protagonist stand. Multiple energy orbs pulsate, each carrying a fraction of the total force. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a concentrated beam of pure power. The beam expands, engulfing everything in a blinding flash of light. Two figures react in horror as the energy washes over them, their faces contorted in fear. The red-haired man challenges Guangxi, questioning his purpose and accusing him of treating this like a game. A figure clad in black slams into a barrier, the force of the impact evident. The figure, now wielding a blade, continues the assault on the barrier. The barrier shatters under the relentless assault, energy crackling around the point of impact. The force of the attack intensifies, the barrier visibly weakening. With a final, desperate strike, the figure breaks through the weakened barrier. A surge of red energy erupts as the barrier is breached, signaling a critical breakthrough. The figure's foot descends, stepping through the remnants of a shattered barrier. Gwang Ik stands ready, his fist clenched, prepared for what comes next. A voice declares that the show is about to begin. The smoke is almost gone. In the distance, four figures stand poised, one questioning if they should go in, while another notes they are trapped and the mage won't be able to cast spells forever. She spoke with a measured tone, suggesting patience was the key to their success. A bare foot slammed down onto the floor with a resounding thud. Gwang Ik stood amidst the chaos, a blue energy flaring around his eye. Figures in black suits surrounded him, their intentions unclear. A foot in a black shoe stepped forward, closer to the protagonist. The blue energy intensified around Gwang Ik's eye, his expression hardening. The figures in black suits moved with coordinated precision, closing in. They advanced, their movements suggesting a well-rehearsed strategy. One of the figures lay prone on the floor, seemingly defeated. The woman with dark hair demanded to know who they were. A voice echoed, posing a simple question. Me? Gwang Ik's gaze intensified, the blue energy around his eye burning brighter. A voice echoed in the darkness, its origin obscured. The words hung in the air. I'm Ines. The top of his head is visible as he questions who is speaking to him. Gwang Ik's face is bloody, his expression unreadable. 3 guards in red helmets stand in formation, questioning what is happening. The guard demand to know what everyone is doing, calling him a crazy bastard. One of the guards yells for the others to kill him. A flurry of motion fills the air. The sounds of impact echo through the room. Gwang Ik is in the middle of the chaos, his eyes glowing with power. The fight continues, a blur of motion. Elsewhere, the woman with purple streaks in her hair realizes something, stating she forgot. A bloody fist connects with a target. He lay on the ground, blood staining his suit and the floor. The building shook violently, and debris fell from the ceiling as people wondered if it was an earthquake. A man raised his weapon, the metallic click echoing in the tense atmosphere. He ordered someone to stay put, claiming their skills would only get in the way. The man warned him not to make him say it twice, insisting that staying put would help. Another man, seemingly caught off guard, could only utter a soft. The gunman, consumed by rage, prepared to fire, uttering a single word, die. The man who uttered on now called the gunman a jerk. His eyes widened in disbelief, a strange object reflecting in his gaze. A ball struck the man, sending him flying through the air. He lunged forward, a blur of motion and intent, his eyes fixed on his target. The force of the blow sent the recipient reeling, a sharp crack echoing through the space. The man in the suit stood over the fallen figure, lost in thought. Forever. I immortals. Forever. I'm immortals. Kinham, sprinting into the scene with a bat, called out, Kinham, are you okay? The man in the suit responded, I'm fine. Take care of the cleanup. The man in the suit considered the situation. The newbie was an immortal cultist? Was the immortal special forces security this lax? Kinham swung the bat with brutal force, aiming to end the conflict swiftly. He retaliated with a swift kick, meeting the bat head-on. The force of the impact sent Kinham flying through the air, a ragdoll tossed aside. A voice echoed, filled with contempt, pathetic half-breed. He struck again, the blow carrying the weight of his disdain. The figure crumpled under the assault, collapsing to the ground. A final word hung in the air, Director. Kinham, gun in hand, stood amidst the office chaos, muttering about the situation's high maintenance. A figure crashed to the ground, a sign of the escalating conflict within the building. The call to focus echoed through the office as the gravity of the situation became clear. Warem was under attack. The sounds of heavy footsteps reverberated as a group of terrorists breached the first floor. The word terrorists hung in the air, confirming the nature of the threat they faced. The question hung in the air, was the first floor locked down? A terse yes confirmed their fears. The assistant manager reassigned everyone below his level to assist with the unfolding emergency. Kinham cocked his gun, issuing a direct order. The rest would follow him to break through the emergency exit entrance. A voice countered that breaking through the emergency exit wasn't necessary. They were going somewhere else. The alternative was described as a quick and certain way to reach the surface. The man with glasses looked on, his expression unreadable. The proposed method was acknowledged as a brute force approach, though. He wiped the blood from his face, the metallic tang filling his senses. The scene was a graveyard of bodies and shattered debris. One of the masked figures expressed disbelief. I can't believe you fought so many of them alone. Another responded, stating that there was no doubt he was crazy. The woman with dark hair and piercings grinned, a sinister glint in her eyes. The woman asked what was next, her tone laced with anticipation. Gwang Ik stood over a fallen body, his expression unreadable. A voice declared that the game was over, promising it was the last warning. Another voice responded, saying they would stop there as well, questioning how many times they had to say it. The man with blood on his face grinned maniacally, stating he already had a girl he liked. The woman with dark hair and piercings face filled with rage, calling him a damn lunatic. Her mouth opened in a furious shout, her eyes blazing with fury. The floor lay in fractured pieces, a testament to the recent impact. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring what lay beyond. The light pierced through the haze, illuminating the destruction. Particles danced in the aftermath, suspended in the heavy atmosphere. In the distance, multiple figures stood amidst the chaos, their intentions unclear. A beam of energy cut through the air, a silent promise of violence. The armored figure grunted, bracing against the unseen force. Ice crystallized around the armored figures, a chilling defense. The armored figures stood their ground amidst the ice shards, questioning the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a hazy light filled the scene, obscuring the details of the location. A group of men in suits stood in formation, their faces grim and determined. The demand echoed, "Surrender quietly, for there is no path to victory." Gwang Yu's expression hardens, a sinister edge creeping into his features as he stares down at someone. A monstrous grin splits his face, a single red eye gleaming in the darkness as a voice asks what to do. A guttural, echoing laughter fills the air, a prelude to the horror about to unfold. His body begins to contort, scales erupting across his skin as a monstrous transformation takes hold. The transformation intensifies, the air crackling with energy as his form shifts into something reptilian. A massive, scaled tail whips through the air, a sign of the raw power now coursing through him. The transformation is complete, a towering reptilian monster standing where Gwang Yu once stood. The man in the suit looks up in terror at the towering figure, realizing the gravity of the situation. He lies on the ground, bloodied and broken, a testament to the monster's devastating power. A single, desperate curse escapes his lips as he stares up at his attacker. The reptilian monster looms over the scene, its massive form casting a shadow over the fallen. Debris rains down as the monster's rampage continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A strange, echoing sound reverberates through the air. He collapses to the ground, clutching his head in pain. A wave of agony washes over him. He thinks, "I hate this." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the past, a memory surfacing. A voice echoes, revealing, "I was a test subject for Prometheus." The voice continues, explaining that he was a hybrid of an immortal and a shapeshifter. Confined within a cage, the younger man sits, trapped and alone. The disembodied voice explains, "Prometheus artificially caused two kinds of blood flow through my body." The voice continues, revealing, "However, having that blood mix caused side effects. The effects manifest in a violent, bloody transformation." The voice narrates, "I became a monster who knew nothing but combat, and I became a fighting dog, a sparring partner for high-ranking officials. While living like that for Prometheus, I met him." A new voice speaks, observing, "This one's a half-blood." Trapped behind bars, he was threatened with death. The man in the suit loomed over him, radiating menace. The man questioned if he had ever been outside, his tone laced with disdain. He stood silently, awaiting his fate. The man's face was inches away, his expression cold. He retorted that it was none of his business. The man called him a pathetic bastard, ordering him to follow. He was told to stop being a fighting dog. The man questioned what he was talking about and what a fighting dog was. He threatened to kill him if he didn't follow. Silence hung in the air. He simply replied, "Okay." He planned to slit the man's throat and return after he recovered. His mind was set on revenge. However, one day, the man suggested he try reading, saying it was boring when you're alone. He asked if he could even read. So, he followed team leader Lee Jungbong. The man handed him a comic book. He lay on his bed, surrounded by comic books. The world around him seemed to fade away as he immersed himself in the stories. That's how he discovered comic books, and his life began to change. A new world opened up to him. It had been enjoyable, a happy life, or so he remembered. He hated this, not believing he had to give up this life. A monstrous form began to take shape, a green giant emerging. "How long had it been? Make sure you kill me." His hands clasped together. The man in the school uniform cursed. Why couldn't he shape-shift into a scion? The wolf-like creature wondered. A woman with red hair stood nearby, as the man's transformation continued. "Jong-ah, don't come. I don't want you to see the changed me," he pleaded. He held the phone, delivering a final message before his transformation completed. "Team leader and everyone else," he said, trapped behind bars. "Thank you for all your hard work." The transformation was complete, a monstrous eye staring out. A blinding flash of energy erupts, signaling a change taking place. A monstrous roar echoes as the transformation violently continues. His hand contorts, bones cracking and reforming into something savage. Scales begin to cover his skin, a grotesque armor forming rapidly. Muscles bulge and shift, the human form giving way to something reptilian. The transformation nears completion, the last vestiges of humanity fading. The figure stands, ready to fight, but the odds seem stacked against him. A massive claw descends, the reptilian humanoid initiating its brutal assault. The reptilian beast roars, its maw wide as it brings its power down. The massive hand crashes down, the force of the blow immense. Scales ripple across the reptilian humanoid's powerful torso as it continues its relentless attack. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, the force undeniable. The reptilian humanoid tells him that he should transform too, as the fight intensifies. The reptilian humanoid states that he seems to have forgotten something important. The reptilian humanoid recalls when he was nothing more than a fighting dog. The reptilian humanoid declares that he never won against him, not even once. The reptilian humanoid continues his assault, his fist connecting with the figure's face. The force of the blow sends him reeling, the reptilian humanoid's dominance absolute. He is sent reeling from the force of the blow, his mouth agape in a roar. The reptilian humanoid's foot comes down with crushing force, the sound echoing through the space. The reptilian humanoid's tail slams into Gwangikyu, sending him flying through the air. He crashes to the ground, blood pooling around his head, the impact jarring his senses. Despite the pain, Gwangikyu grits his teeth, acknowledging the brutal reality of the fight. The reptilian humanoid declares that he is nothing more than a test subject. The reptilian humanoid stands tall, his scaled skin glistening under the harsh light. Another blow sends Gwangikyu hurtling backwards, the force of the impact echoing loudly. The air crackles with energy as the reptilian humanoid continues his relentless assault. The reptilian humanoid lands another devastating blow, the sound of impact reverberating through the room. Meanwhile, Kinum, seated with another man in a suit, asks a kneeling woman if she has a snack, only to be met with a sharp retort. Kinum's expression hardens, his tone serious as he responds to the woman's question. He sat with a drink and snack, the fluorescent lights reflecting off his dark suit. Kinum offered a slight smile, holding his drink and snack. He sat back, the smile fading as he considered the situation. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. Kinum peered over the edge of the desk, observing the fight. That definitely wasn't the case. A brutal fight was taking place. Assistant Manager Panda's attacks were simple and full of force. Was he not in his right mind? Still, at least reinforcements were here, ready to stall. For some time to recover, he was leaving Kinum with her. What? Where are you going? There's no hope for us if Assistant Manager Panda goes down. You need to go help him. So, he was leaving the rest up to you. He wore a confident smile, though the situation seemed dire. A voice echoed, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. Don't die. Far away, a lone figure stood amidst the destruction, seemingly unfazed. Gwangikyu observed the scene, a grim expression settling on his face as another man stood behind him. A group of diverse figures stood ready, a muscular figure and one with horns among them. A masked figure crouched low, poised to strike from the shadows. Someone was sent flying, caught in the blast. Another figure was struck by debris, the force of the impact visible. The man with the gun shouted, ordering a retreat. Everyone, fall back. The man leveled his weapon, his expression grim as he prepared to fire. The gun discharged, a burst of energy erupting from the barrel. Gwangikyu stood with the man and another behind a wall of ice, bracing for what was to come. The ice wall shatters, sending shards flying in every direction. An order rings out. Everyone, get into a defensive formation. They must hold their ground. The man with the gun trusts Honam to carry out his orders, whatever they may be. Yu Gwangik is warned that he will die if he goes that way, but he seems determined. Assistant Manager Panda has his immortal blood gotten, but to what end? The situation is dire. If he cannot regenerate, it will be really bad at this rate. The man grits his teeth, his expression a mask of intense focus and determination. He is caught, unable to move, and wonders what is happening to him. Paralysis grips him. He can't move his body, trapped in place. A sinister grin spreads across the scarred man's face, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. He offers a sarcastic thanks, calling someone an idiot as he looms over them. The protagonist is caught in the gaze of a monstrous entity, seemingly helpless against its power. He descended rapidly, the ground rushing up to meet him. The protagonist found himself suspended in a web of energy. Was it telekinesis, or something else entirely? The woman's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. What other special skill could he possess? The woman smirked, her earlier surprise replaced with smug confidence. Gwangikyu returned the smile, though it seemed strained. Did you? I only really... The woman remembered what her fellow humans told her. She sneered. I killed your mom. I ripped her to shreds. Actually, can you still yap after learning that? Gwangik's eye widened, a flicker of shock momentarily breaking through his composure. What? The woman's words hung in the air, heavy with malice. She continued, alluding to something. After the deal with Nam Myung-jin. A cruel smile stretched across the woman's face, promising further torment. She leaned in, her voice dripping with venom. I'll learn where your parents live and who they are then. A door stood slightly ajar, offering a glimpse into a seemingly ordinary home. The door remained closed, concealing the secrets within. He lay sprawled on the couch, the weight of the recent taunts pressing down on him. A hooded figure's expression remained unreadable, hidden in shadow. The hooded man turned, his long coat swaying as he walked away, each step deliberate. The man pulled back the curtains, revealing the outside world as he prepared to act. Usually, just one member of the immortal faith would have been enough, but Namyoung Jin would place his forces here. A group of figures stood outside, waiting for the signal to move, as the hooded man declared he came himself. The air crackled with anticipation, the sound of impending action filling the space. The hooded man's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint in them as he thought, finally. The name Yu Guangik echoed in the air, a challenge and a threat combined. A cruel smile spread across the hooded man's face, revealing his malicious intent. The hooded man vowed to show despair, his words dripping with venom. Meanwhile, a woman stood before a door, unaware of the danger that was rapidly approaching. He stares at the phone as it rings, the caller ID displaying hubby. The door clicks open, and Sulhi speaks into the phone, surprised. She thought he was on a business trip. Sulhi tells the person on the other end of the line that she is coming in right now. The door creaks open easily, and she wonders if it is broken. A disembodied voice warns her not to go in, telling her to leave and go to Hyman's mom's place. Sulhi pauses, a growing sense of unease washing over her as she wonders if something is wrong. She replies to the voice, stating that she will explain later, but not now. Sulhi says into the phone that she is coming right now. Suddenly, a hooded figure attacks Sulhi with a blade. Sulhi is caught off guard, still holding the phone to her ear. The hooded figure continues the assault, their blade glinting in the dim light as Sulhi struggles to defend herself. Meanwhile, Sulhi's husband calls out her name, asking what is going on. She barely had time to react as the attacker lunged, a knife glinting in his hand. Sulhi, now on guard, questioned where the attacker came from and if she was being spied on. Elsewhere, the blonde man with the knife questioned what Sulhi was, stating she was no ordinary civilian. The blonde man declared he would get answers if he beat her up. The man with the phone expressed surprise as she dodged the attack. Sulhi, caught off guard, fell backwards, questioning what was happening. The blonde man, now on the floor, told her not to come near him. The blonde man lunged again, knife in hand, as Sulhi scrambled away. The sound of the blade echoed. The blonde man's face contorted in rage. The man with the phone watched as the knife fell to the ground. She watched as one of the men fell from above, hurtling towards her. A blinding explosion erupted as the man crashed into the ground. The man lay groaning on the floor, defeated. A voice echoed through the room, questioning his quick defeat. Sulhi stood tall, her eyes glowing with power. I haven't even begun yet. She loomed over the fallen man, her expression cold. A helicopter descends over the city, its rotors beating the air. The team manager receives a message. They've arrived at their destination. Someone prepares to descend, ready to let down the rope. The man's eyes widen, and he shouts for the team manager. The helicopter continues its descent, the sound of its blades echoing. A figure plummets from above, falling towards a building. Glass shatters as someone crashes through a window. Footsteps crunch on the broken glass-covered floor. The man stands inside the room, the shattered window behind him. A pool of blood stains the floor, and a voice cries out, realizing he's too late. He turns, his expression horrified as he recognizes the sound. A desperate cry echoes. Sulhi's name is called out in anguish. The protagonist's eyes widen, his face contorted in a silent scream of horror. His mind reels, struggling to process the unfolding nightmare. A brutal scene unfolds. Sulhi is struck down, blood splattering across the room. A faint whisper escapes her lips, barely audible. Sulhi? Her attacker looms over her, the metallic tang of blood filling the air as she falls. The sound of impact reverberates, a sickening thud that seals her fate. She plummets to the ground, her body limp and lifeless. A final, desperate thought flickers. I'm glad. The protagonist clutches her close, his face a mask of despair as he holds her broken form. A public service employee, engaged in administrative work with frequent business trips, waves goodbye, oblivious to the tragedy that has just unfolded. The gears of fate turn, and the sword of destiny hangs heavy. The man with blue hair stood close, the scent of burnt leather clinging to his hands. A question echoes, filled with disbelief and suspicion. What is he? A voice cries out, filled with concern. Appa, are you all right? The woman with the gun leveled her weapon, her expression a mask of fury. He watched as the woman with the gun stood between him and the man with blue hair. The man with blue hair stared, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as the woman's question hung in the air. The word Appa echoed, tinged with a dangerous, crimson energy. The man with blue hair raised his hands, pleading. Wait, let me explain. The tension crackled, promising a confrontation. There's lots to talk about. The woman with the gun exclaimed, Hey, what do you mean, Appa? I'm your team manager. The man with blue hair stammered. Ah, it's a misunderstanding. I meant Sunbi. He stood with Sulhi and another man, the woman questioning if he was responsible for something unseen. The protagonist declared they needed to talk, ordering everyone else to leave and protect them from outside. A smaller figure questioned how they could protect them from outside, only to be told to shut up and follow. Gwang Ik-yu told Sulhi not to be shocked, revealing a secret he had kept hidden. He was actually an immortal. Sulhi's eyes widened, barely able to whisper the question. An immortal? He apologized for hiding the truth, assuming she wouldn't want any excuses. He confessed that he simply didn't want to lose her, as they shared an ice cream. They sat together on a bench, embracing as the sun set, a moment of peace amidst the revelation. A cup of tea, a meal, a conversation, simple moments that held profound meaning. Whatever they had shared, it was precious to him, something he couldn't bear to lose. Sulhi ate, reflecting on what she was most afraid of, the weight of the revelation settling upon her. Shattered glass, scattered, a lone figure walking away, the aftermath of a broken reality. She watched as he walked away, the sound of shattered glass echoing around him. Gwang Ik-yu's expression was somber, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. A muffled apology hung in the air, barely audible above the silence. A voice declared that someone's father was an excuracy. Tears streamed down Sulhi's face as she reached out to touch Gwang Ik-yu, her expression a mix of disbelief and sorrow. The revelation hung heavy in the air. He was a shapeshifter. Gwang Ik-yu embraced her tightly, as if trying to shield her from the weight of his words. The narrator wondered how hard it must have been for her to hear such a thing. A fragile smile touched Gwang Ik-yu's lips as he gazed at Sulhi, a silent plea for understanding in his eyes. The moment stretched, a kiss imminent, a fragile bridge between two worlds. A finger gently pressed against lips, halting the advance. Sulhi's smile was strained as she asked who the girl calling him Appa was. She insisted that the other woman was just a junior employee. Kneeling, the man with blonde hair declared he could not forgive. He gripped the device tightly, regretting the need to use it. The man with blonde hair screamed, ordering someone to die. The man lunged forward, his hand glowing with power. Gwang Ik-yu and Sulhi were caught in the middle of the chaos. The battle spilled into another room, the sounds of fighting echoing. A weapon materialized, crackling with blue energy. Gwang Ik-yu extended his hand, ready to fight. The air shimmered with an unknown energy. The blonde-haired man's face contorted in rage as he activated his psychic gear. The weapon struck, imbued with superpowers. She rears back, fist clenched, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The impact echoes, a resounding crack that promises pain. He is sent hurtling through the air, crashing through furniture and debris. His body slams against the floor, the force of the blow evident. The man with blue hair watches the scene unfold, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. How dare you? From the shadows, a voice speculates on the attacker's motives. I think he's here for Gwang Ik. The name hangs in the air, a question mark over the unfolding chaos. Gwang Ik? Elsewhere, the woman with red hair is determined. Where is he? Let's go to him right now. The man with blue hair barks orders into a phone, his face contorted with rage. The order is given with urgency. Bring the helicopter. We're going to war him right now. Peeking from behind cover, the man with blue hair and a blonde-haired person observe. She's definitely not an ordinary person. Huh? A voice booms out, declaring the area under the protection of the immortal special forces. Two figures stand in a doorway, one commenting that the security seems to have loosened up. A voice demands to know who they are. A gloved hand twitches. The two masked figures stand side by side, observing the scene. One of the figures announces that they're the MPAS Special Mission Force. A fist clenches tightly, veins bulging. Sulhi seems shocked as Gwang Ik stands in the background. Gwang Ik states that's why they should have been more obedient. The man in the suit speaks, acknowledging someone's unruly behavior as beneficial for negotiation. He is held at bay by a figure in dark armor, who declares that it's over now. The armored figure threatens, calling out, Die, you Gwang Ik. The man with long hair grins widely, his expression suggesting a sense of triumph or anticipation. Red streaks slash across the scene, perhaps indicating a surge of power or a violent attack. The man in the hat kneels, head bowed, as if in submission or defeat. Blades extend from armored gauntlets, poised for a deadly strike. A close-up reveals a man's worried expression, his eyes wide with concern as he asks, How have you been? The man in the hat looks up, stating that it has been a while since they last met. A small image of the team manager appears, looking surprised and concerned. The man in the suit walks away, his posture suggesting a sense of finality or departure. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face, hinting at a hidden agenda or malicious intent. He says he happened to come across him on his way here. The team manager stands in an office, being told that he held on great. A monstrous roar echoes through the building, shaking the very foundations. The team manager watches the beast, a smug look on his face. Ah, that idiot. He's done it. The team manager points, barking orders at the hulking creature. Damn it, what are the guys outside doing? The monster obeys, its voice a guttural command. Kill them. The team manager stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the destruction around him. The monster's massive arm flexes, ready to unleash more devastation at the team manager's command. Debris rains down as the building begins to crumble, the structure unable to withstand the monster's power. Chunks of concrete and metal fall, illuminated by a strange, bright light. The destruction continues, the light intensifying as the building collapses further. More debris falls, the scene a chaotic mix of light and shadow, destruction and despair. The bright light pierces through the falling debris, a beacon in the midst of the chaos. The team manager's eyes glow with power as he surveys the scene. Huh, you terrorist pieces of shit. The protagonist held his glowing sword, its blue light illuminating his face. He questioned his opponent's location. An hour prior, the scene shifts to Incheon International Airport. A commercial airliner descends through the sky. Inside, the team manager confirms that all routes are blocked. His associate confirms that the employees have been contacted. The men are told that the target is a high executive of the Immortal Faith. One of the men turns, heading down the hall. They're told to focus, as the target is here. One of the men apologizes, as a woman stands before them. One of the men confirms that the target boarded the carriage, and the carriage is still there. The man realizes that the target is gone. The team manager is notified of an emergency. A voice crackles through the comms, a single word cutting through the silence. Emergency? He reels, the impact staggering him. Not only did the target manage to escape, but he's been hit. An ambush too? Nam Young-jin was the one that gave him this information, but why? The man instructs someone to go to Incheon Airport, stating that he will be there. Headquarters has. Did he take him away from Warem on purpose? The team manager is asked where he is going, his destination unknown. A voice barks an order, demanding that someone call the helicopter immediately. The man's expression is grim as he repeats his instruction. Go to Incheon Airport. Meanwhile, a while later, at the sniper location near Warem, the scene is set. The sniper's work is done. Bodies litter the ground, silenced by precise shots. The monster lunges, claws extended, as a figure fires a burst of rounds. Another figure stands guard, weapon raised, ready for the next attack. The slide of the pistol echoes as the man with red hair chambers another round. His expression is grim, knowing how few remain. A voice calls out, Employee Woo Miho, how much ammo do you have left? The situation is becoming dire. Woo Miho replies, 3 magazines. The man with red hair curses under his breath. Damn it, we don't have much ammo left. The man's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead. He knows they won't be able to stall for much longer. The team manager's expression is grim as he receives a report. The situation is escalating rapidly. A voice booms, well done. What's the situation? The pressure mounts as the team awaits further instructions. The team manager stands amidst the fallen, his gaze unwavering. He is ready to deliver the next orders from Prometheus. Chaos erupts as assistant manager Lee Dong-hoon transforms to fight off the enemy. The battle intensifies. The report continues, and Yu Guangik is currently holding the enemy on the first floor. It's more urgent inside Warem than out here. Woo Miho looks off to the side, a worried expression etched on her face. We won't be. A voice declares that they won't be able to take care of things if the interior situation isn't handled first. Smart. The man in the suit listens intently, his expression unreadable. The man in the suit, Guangik Yu, states with resolve, I'll go. The man draws his glowing blue sword, ready for action. A voice declares that they will take care of the situation outside too. Guangik Yu stands alongside another man, his gaze firm and unwavering. Elsewhere, a man recoils in shock, shouting, Why you crazy? The blue sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. A man's eyes glow with an intense, menacing light. A beam of energy pierces through the darkness, striking a figure below. The energy explodes outward, a display of raw power. He slashed wildly with his blade, a sharp cry escaping his lips. His arm throbbed with pain. Meanwhile, Kinham stood over a fallen figure. He remarked, Oh, nice one. Another man questioned if he was knocked out. Kinham confirmed that Lee Dong-hoon would return to normal once he was knocked out. The unseen figure instructed them to take care of the crocodile and knock out Dong-hoon. Kinham addressed the massive crocodile, saying it had been a long time and asking how it had been. The massive crocodile loomed, its scales thick and armored. The crocodile's eye narrowed, a silent question hanging in the air. Alone? The unseen figure declared that he was still single, and all the women in the world would be sad if he got married. The crocodile towered over Kinham, an immense, scaled beast. He seemed surprised by something. Kinham, his expression hardening, demanded to know what kind of joke this was. He told someone to shut up and come at him. A close-up showed Kinham's chest, the text overlaying the image. You reptilian piece of shit. Meanwhile, a massive bear-like creature loomed over Kinham, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The assistant manager, Lim, looks up, questioning if he is being addressed. The bear-like creature declares that Lim won't return to normal on his own. The bear-like creature's attack sends Lim flying through the air. His attacks are undeniably simple. The bear-like creature thinks that they're more stupid than simple. The bear-like creature continues its assault, striking the assistant manager again. The bear-like creature thinks this is why he can't win against the crocodile. His movements are driven purely by instinct. The bear-like creature stands tall, its massive form dominating the scene. Another blow lands, sending the assistant manager crashing to the ground. The bear-like creature's relentless attacks continue to batter the assistant manager. The assistant manager lies defeated, stripped to the waist, the fight seemingly over. A voice declares success, stating that the assistant manager panda has been fully knocked out. Lim, the assistant manager, wonders what about the team manager. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion against the massive creature. The reptilian monster sneered, declaring that his opponent had lost his mind. The monster roared, questioning if he thought he could fight him. The force of the blow sent Gwangikyu flying backwards, blood splattering. The team manager watched in horror, shouting his name. The monster, towering over him, screamed that Gwangikyu would die. The monster's fist hurtled towards the down hunter. With a flick of his wrist, Gwangikyu hurled a weapon, telling the monster to fuck off. The weapon struck, a surge of blue energy enveloping the monster's arm. Gwangikyu watched as the energy crackled around the creature. The monster roared in pain as the energy burned through its flesh. The monster's arm, now charred and smoking, crashed to the floor. He narrowly avoids the monster's attack, the force of the blow sending debris flying. A surge of power emanates from Gwangikyu, crackling around him like a visible aura. Great judgment. He purposefully lowered his guard, so that the crocodile would do the same. It's a tactic only an immortal could use, a gamble on resilience and overwhelming power. The reptilian monster recoils, clutching the stump where its arm used to be, a guttural sound escaping its throat. Elsewhere, a tense standoff unfolds as a man holds a woman hostage. Give up, crocodile. I will kill this woman if you move. A close-up reveals a single, focused eye, betraying a predatory intelligence. The monster's head snaps up, its expression a mix of pain and confusion. What? The monster's form shimmers, its scales rippling as it begins to transform. That's Dash. A special trait of shapeshifters allows them to control every single one of their muscles. A foot clad in a polished black shoe steps forward, the sound echoing in the tense silence. Gwangikyu faces the monster, his glowing sword at the ready. You arrogant little. Is this the right place? He recognized the voice, identifying it as Warim Telecommunications, Immortal Special Forces Soul Branch. The voice echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, two men walked side by side, their footsteps echoing in the large, open space. The taller of the two led the way. A woman with long hair stood next to a young boy. She spoke with a stern expression. Looks like we're at the right location. I'm only going to say this once. Two figures stood close together, their bodies partially obscured. A voice declared, I want to talk to the owner of this place. The protagonist and a woman with brown hair stand firm, their expressions unyielding. She declares that she will only say this once. The woman's demand is clear. She wants to speak to the owner of this place. Her tone leaves no room for argument. A disembodied voice wonders who they are, questioning if they might be civilians. The protagonist and the woman stand in what appears to be a lobby. The woman's expression remains serious. The question hangs in the air. Are they truly just civilians? A reptilian creature's face fills the panel, its expression smug. It declares that they are definitely not civilians. The woman with brown hair is now surrounded by a red aura. The text indicates that shapeshifters should avoid this special species. The reptilian creature's clawed hand is shown, along with the words the rehab witch. It states that it needs to fall back. The reptilian creature is shown falling backwards, debris flying around it. The reptilian creature's massive, muscular form is now fully revealed, towering over the environment. A blur of motion indicates a powerful force being unleashed. He was at the center of it all, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. His companion watched, bewildered. What was he going to do? The scene was a mess. The men surveyed the damage, assessing the situation with grim expressions. The men in suits stood amidst the chaos, questioning what had just occurred. The man with glasses questioned if the immortal special forces were full of idiots who didn't understand Korean. A voice boomed out declaring, I'm Yu Gwangik's dad. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. An authoritative voice demanded that Namyoung Jin be told to come down immediately. Whispers spread among the men, their faces etched with concern and apprehension. Even if he was Yu Gwangik's dad, he couldn't just. One of the men apologized for the disrespect towards their CEO, offering to guide the newcomer to his office immediately. He stood, sword strapped to his back, as the men led the way. He's questioned by an older man with white hair, who urges him to be quiet. A figure walks away, a sheathed sword strapped to their back. The camera pans up to a tall building. Below, a crowd of people gathers outside the building. Reporters and cameramen swarm the area, their flashes creating a blinding light. Inside a car, a man in a suit is asked if he's sure about something, and he replies that he is. Research documents seizure and terrorism are mentioned. A woman in a car thinks about sending in 2 executives of Prometheus for that. She wonders if it is because of the mission. He stands with another man, bathed in the city's cold light. The other man claims he's just heartbroken. Elsewhere, a woman smirks, musing that she's never been rejected before something even happened. A disembodied voice declares the situation what a shame. Inside a car, one man asks if mining failed. The other confirms they haven't been able to. A voice declares, interesting. The woman from before states that they should get going. A sleek, black car sits parked against the backdrop of a towering city building. 2 officers observe the expensive car, speculating that someone important is inside. One asks if that's a car. The woman smiles, looking at the officer, saluting through the car window. She wonders what they are. Meanwhile, inside an office, a man looks at his phone, remarking that it has been a long time. The man in the office appears surprised. He is suddenly struck by a kick. He felt the impact as a foot connected with his body. His face twisted in agony as the force reverberated through him. The man in the suit continued his assault, kicking him while he was down. "Sir," someone shouted. A voice echoed in the darkness, commanding, "Stop." The man with silver hair and glasses held a gun to someone's head. He declared, "Yurso brought this upon himself." The man with blue hair aimed his own weapon. "You just watch," he threatened. The sound of a powerful blow reverberated. A woman with glowing eyes was surrounded by a flurry of fists, each strike carrying immense force. Another devastating impact shook the air. He was sent flying backwards, crashing into the nearby furniture. The man in the suit's foot connected with his face. "It was a mistake. There was a miscalculation," he choked out. A scream tore through the room. A voice warns that a mistake can be costly, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The woman in the tan shirt presses her foot down on the man's chest, his pleas falling on deaf ears. The man with blue hair looks shocked, relaying that the minister wants to shut this place down. The woman's shoe grinds into the man's chest, the pressure intensifying his desperation. The man with blue hair recalls that those were the reasons, his expression hardening. The woman continues to step on the man, the power dynamic starkly displayed. The man with blue hair declares that he is quitting, his resolve seemingly firm. A hand grips Gwang-ik-yu's arm, halting him. The man demands to know what he just did. Gwang-ik stands tall, his expression unreadable. He has just offered $3 billion for quitting. The man scoffs, suggesting that a square-meter apartment is not a bad deal. He asks if Gwang-ik agrees. Gwang-ik's dad asks if he is sure about his decision. Gwang-ik raises his hand, dismissing the concerns. He declares he is sick and tired of politics. The man warns that someone will try to use him again if he leaves like this. Gwang-ik replies that he can deal with it when the time comes. Gwang-ik emphasizes that he is the one who worked there, and he is an adult now. He asserts his independence, stating that he can make his own decisions. A slight smile plays on the man's lips. Gwang-ik's dad remarks that he has grown. Gwang-ik expresses his desire to go home, longing for his mom's home-cooked meal. Gwang-ik stands beside Woo-miho, a gentle smile gracing his face. He was now jobless and would be staying at someone's place. Woo-miho stood nearby as Gwang-ik-yu made his declaration. Woo-miho asked if killing people was fun and if he was happy watching people die. Gwang-ik-yu denied it and was asked if he would stay in this field of work. Woo-miho listened intently, her expression unreadable. Gwang-ik-yu, speaking to a man with light blue hair, stated he had something to tell his father. He revealed that he actually has a younger sibling. Meanwhile, the sound of a doorbell echoed through the room. The camera focused on the door and the woman standing just outside. A voice announced, "Nice to meet you, father." A young woman with blonde hair stood before the door, bowing slightly. Park Mari stands, introducing herself. She thinks to herself, still processing the idea of calling him father. Gwang-ik stands with his brother, who explains Mari's relationship to their mother, clarifying that she is also his daughter. Park Mari, looking down, offers to make herself as invisible as possible if her presence is uncomfortable, or even move out. Gwang-ik smiles gently, confirming, "You said your name was Mari, right?" The brother places a hand on Mari's shoulder, welcoming her to the family, and saying he's always wanted a daughter. Mari, eyes wide with emotion, whispers, "F father." Gwang-ik invites Mari to eat, asking if she's hungry. His brother agrees. Gwang-ik and Park Mari walk together. He tells her that she can just call him by name. The brother gestures for Mari to come have a seat. The table is laden with a feast, a spread of dishes ready to be enjoyed. Gwang-ik and Mari sit together at the table, ready to eat. The brother says it's not much, but to eat up. She watched as Gwang-ik-yu let out a satisfied burp after the meal, a small smile playing on her lips. He apologized, admitting he had eaten too much. The son tilted his head, a confused expression washing over his face. Park Mari, while cutting an apple, inquired about what kind of work he planned to do. She warned him against living off the money from quitting, stating she wouldn't let him be jobless forever. Gwang-ik scratched his head, assuring her that he wasn't planning on doing that. Holding out a slice of apple, Park Mari asked if he wanted to train with her. The man with blue hair wonders aloud why only the two of them remain. The other man assures him that they are not alone. Some have turned to the immortal faith, while others have gone into hiding. Gwang-ik asks why their family met its downfall. The man with blue hair explains that it's simple. A greedy old geezer wanted power, and some rebelled against him. The man with blue hair states that they took the side of the ones who rebelled. He adds that this is a secret only a few know. Gwang-ik is told that he is really casual. The man with blue hair responds that it's better than telling him at a grocery store like last time. The man with blue hair says that's how it is, son. The man with blue hair asks Gwang-ik if he has any plans for the future. He gulped down the drink, a thoughtful expression on his face. The glass sat on the table as he considered his options. He wanted to live life how he wanted and test if he could do that. He sat across from the man with blue hair, listening intently. If they were grateful, they could pay for this. He heard that he got the wanted reward alongside some money for quitting. The next day, someone sipped through a straw, the sound echoing softly. It had been a while since he'd seen the man with red hair. The man with red hair asked if work was going okay, noting the rumors of the company going under. They were locked out of the other side, and all the funds were blocked. He had a feeling that this had something to do with him. He learned that the CEO was able to get him an apartment, though. Rumors swirled that the CEO had to sell all his gear and personal savings. Now, he lives in a studio apartment. Gwang-ik listened intently, absorbing the information about the CEO's situation. He simply replied, I see. Lee changed the subject, stating he didn't want to talk about work. He asked how everyone was doing. Meanwhile, the team manager was recovering, and Lee was put into Security Team 1. Elsewhere, Assistant Manager Panda Ma-yoon was thrown into the Special Species Prison. The text indicates that Assistant Manager Panda Ma-yoon was attacking his colleagues and concealing personal information. They tracked Choi Min-am down right after taking care of things on the scene, but they couldn't find him. Elsewhere, Rose had been taken hostage, then she was suddenly cursed. Now, she's barely alive. Assistant Manager Panda Ma-yoon was thrown into the Special Species Prison. It'll be hard for Assistant Manager Panda to get out because of various reasons. Lee stated that's why he wanted to talk. Lee suggested that Gwang-ik should ask someone for help to get him out. A sinister smile spread across the man's face, wondering what to do as a freelancer. Gwang-ik listened intently, holding a drink as Lee expressed his desire for a good work colleague. Meanwhile, a voice on the phone questioned if this was the team manager's idea. Gwang-ik simply responded with, as he sipped his drink, listening to Lee's plan. Lee wondered if it was to him, lamenting that he didn't get to say goodbye before leaving work. Elsewhere, the phone clicked as the man on the other end was addressed as, Man, Jungbong. Jungbong, lying in bed, answered the call, asking what the caller wanted. The caller asked if Jungbong had quit, and if he was doing all right and had eaten. Jungbong responded with confusion, wondering what the caller wanted and if he should call him uncle. Lee and Gwang-ik continued their conversation, with Lee suggesting Jungbong instead, since he's old. Jungbong, still in bed, was asked what he wanted to tell the caller, who complained about being a team manager. Someone speculates that Dong-hoon won't be returning to work. A close-up of an eye reveals his sinister intent. He declares he's taking him. A slight smile plays on his lips as he asks if that's the reason. A disembodied voice wonders how things are progressing. Gwang-ik stands beside another, asking if he'll ask for loyalty after disrespecting him. He tells him to call him by his. The man with red hair asks if their team manager is over 40. Gwang-ik confirms this. Someone questions if he has any shame. Gwang-ik says goodbye to the man with red hair. A voice tells someone to take care. Gwang-ik, looking back, is asked if he started this job because of his family. The man with red hair sits alone, looking up. Someone reflects on the cliché of losing family to a terrorist organization and seeking revenge. He grips the phone tightly, his brow furrowed with concern. Why did he do that? The protagonist demands to know. Empty bottles litter the floor, a testament to someone's recent struggles. Gwang-ik's voice rises, laced with frustration. Why did you do that to me? He asks. Did I insult you or something? A man reclines on a couch, seemingly unconcerned. He retorts that the protagonist probably doesn't watch many movies before asking what he wants. Gwang-ik admits he's been struggling recently, and that he can't breathe when he thinks about what happened. Another man eats popcorn, his expression troubled. He says he gets nightmares often too, and can't eat much. The man sits alone, surrounded by empty bottles, his posture conveying a sense of deep despair. He simply replies, so? A hand holds a phone, the screen displaying a contact. The person on the other end asks if he can get assistant manager Lee Dong-hoon out. The call ends abruptly. The person on the other end clarifies that they don't mean to sneak him out, but to legitimately free him. Gwang-ik listens intently, his expression unreadable as he continues the phone conversation. The man on the other end of the line expresses his frustration, noting that he's being asked for another favor after ending up in this studio apartment. He asks if Gwang Ik-yu is serious. The response is a firm denial. He apologizes, stating that he's tied to his job and the government. He speaks into the phone, admitting he can't handle things alone. The voice on the other end suggests it's a skill issue, questioning what he's supposed to do. The man in the suit asks why he's being asked for help. Gwang Ik-yu sits surrounded by empty bottles, desperate for a skilled lawyer. The voice on the phone suggests that it might not be a problem. Lee acknowledges that he is a skilled lawyer, since he will go to court. Gwang Ik-yu, frustrated, tells the person on the phone not to change their mind. The camera focuses on the bottles surrounding Gwang Ik-yu. Meanwhile, Lee, cigarette in hand, appears thoughtful. The man in the suit asks if something happened. Back in his apartment, Gwang Ik-yu is still surrounded by bottles. He hears that Gwang Ik wants something, and Lee should give it to him. Lee acknowledges that Gwang Ik-yu is no ordinary man. The man sat alone, contemplating something about the executive team. Meanwhile, inside the prison, the man sat on the floor, surrounded by origami. He continued to fold the paper, seemingly unbothered by his surroundings. His expression remained calm, almost serene, despite his incarceration. He thought to himself that being bankrupt and imprisoned was fine since he broke the law. He clenched his fist, upset that he couldn't work at the place he was hired. More importantly, he had another concern weighing on his mind. Tears welled in his eyes as he contemplated his predicament. His biggest problem was that he couldn't watch anime here. A guard informed Gwang Ik-yu that a lawyer was there to visit him, prompting a confused reaction. The sign indicates visiting room 2, but the visitor wants to confirm. You're Mr. Lee Dong-hoon, right? The woman with glasses leans forward, her expression serious. She asks Gwang Ik-yu what brings him here. A man in a suit leans in, his face obscured by shadow. He states that Lee Dong-hoon assures him that they'll make sure he'll be breathing the fresh air outside within 48 hours. The man in the suit remained silent, his back to the viewer. The man's face was covered in strange marks, his expression blank as he sat in the sterile room. From behind, a woman's voice echoed, promising reassurance. Don't worry, just trust us. The man with the marks sat silently, listening to the woman in the suit. He questioned their motives, asking but why? The woman adjusted her glasses, her expression unreadable. She stated flatly, we were asked to. What? By whom? The man with short hair offered a curt reply, his gaze unwavering. That's all you need to know. Last night, the protagonist, face partially concealed by a mask, prepared for intense training. His bare feet planted firmly on the ground, he braced himself, ready to push his limits. A man with blonde hair observed the protagonist, noting his progress. Isn't this his first time wearing a cardio training mask? He's doing better than I expected. He greeted his uncle, asking if he knew any good lawyers. The request seemed to come out of nowhere. Gwang Ik-yu held his phone to his ear, listening intently. Lawyers? He knew a lot, but why did his nephew need one? The protagonist requested that his uncle introduce him to someone. Lee Dong-hoon pinched Gwang Ik-yu's cheek, asking if he had done something bad. He seemed concerned. I'm good with secrets, just tell me. The protagonist denied doing anything. Lee Dong-hoon pressed him, needing to know the reason to get hired. Introduce you to the right person. Lee Dong-hoon looked surprised, asking what the protagonist needed someone for. Where did this person? Lee Dong-hoon revealed that they were being charged with terrorism. The situation was far more serious than he initially thought. The Immortal Special Forces. Lee Dong-hoon realized he would need to ask his team in charge. He emphasized that they were good, as he really needed to get him out of jail. The news covered his case, but he already knew what the reports would say. He could see that he was a free man, or so it seemed, at least for now. That made him credible, or so he thought, remembering what his mother had said about him. He hoped that he could trust the process, and that everything would be all right. Lee Dong-hoon stood nearby, listening intently to the conversation, arms crossed. The protagonist trusted his lawyers more than anyone else, so he wouldn't need to meet them himself. Lee Dong-hoon questioned why he would even need to, guaranteeing that he wouldn't even need to. The building loomed, promising a new beginning, or perhaps just a temporary reprieve. Lee Dong-hoon stated that he would get going, then, indicating the conversation was over. Elsewhere, a woman with glasses spoke to a man in a white shirt and tie, discussing the case. The man in the white shirt and tie responded with a simple, yes, thank you. The protagonist didn't expect to be freed this fast, a mix of relief and suspicion on his face. He is suddenly seized, a hand clamping down on his shoulder with surprising force. The man asks what he's doing here, chuckling, inquiring how he's been, and saying he heard he has nowhere to go. The man, undeterred, grabs Gwang Ik-yu's wrist, insisting he come with him. The man asks Gwang Ik-yu how his life without anime was. Gwang Ik-yu reflects on his recent experience, thinking he was going to die. The man offers Gwang Ik-yu a book, suggesting he read it on the way. He asks where they're going, though. The man smiles, telling him there's someone who wants to see him too, asking if he has time. A hand presses the elevator button. The man asks if he's a chaebol and a pureblood. Gwang Ik-yu responds that he is, apparently, and understands that the man might find that. The sound of something stopping echoed in the otherwise silent space. A hand reached out, seemingly to stop him. A voice called out, "Wait, you." The man's expression was intense, his brow furrowed. He wondered, is someone possessing you? Pointing a finger accusingly, the man declared that he was right. He insisted that Gwangik wasn't a regressor, but possessed. The man continued his accusation, his fingers still pointed directly at him. Gwangik looked on, with a concerned expression. Another man spoke, claiming to be the result of love. He then asked if the other had ever heard of the rehab witch. A woman with long, dark hair and a muscular build stood with her back to the viewer. The text described her as an urban legend among shapeshifters. She was chosen by the black market as the #1 shapeshifter one should never meet, especially if misbehaving in society. One of the men stated that the other was well aware that he couldn't control his instincts when he shapeshifted. Gwangik responded with a hesitant, "Huh? Yeah." The scene shifted to the interior of an elevator, the two men visible within. A figure lay prone on the floor, unmoving. Another sound effect filled the air. He is told that there are people who want to see him, that they can help him. The man with black hair hears his name, Gwangik, spoken. He thinks to himself that this can't be controlled, that he needs to find a home on the outskirts. Lee Dong-hoon says that the man standing there is his uncle, and he is nice to meet him. Lee Dong-hoon wonders if he is the test subject, noting that he looks normal, and that he is the rehab witch. The woman with brown hair says that she is also his mother, and that it is nice to meet him. Kang Sul-hee says that she has heard lots about him. Lee Dong-hoon says that it is nice to meet him. The man with black hair seems to be questioning something. A person is sent flying through the air. The person falls to the ground. The sound of something crashing echoes. He groaned, kneeling on the ground, struggling to understand why he was in this state. Kang Sul-hee adjusted her red cap, a determined look on her face. Anything's possible if you try. The woman with brown hair stated that it was a test subject from Prometheus, and it will never work. Kang Sul-hee, glowing with an inner light, insisted that it was possible. Gwangik stood before her, listening intently to her words. A blonde woman whispered agreement, as Kang Sul-hee continued to address Gwangik. That's how she's always been, fixing up shapeshifters that can't control their instincts. Kang Sul-hee declared that they would do their own training, holding out a black outfit. Go change into this. The blue-haired man wondered if the fashion department of Dangun was bankrupt. The lower half of someone wearing the black outfit was shown. He looks at the phone in Kang Sul-hee's hand, who explains that the design is the most efficient. A voice declares that they will begin. A hand presses a button, activating the first level. Purple energy crackles around Gwangik. The energy intensifies as he plummets downwards. Something shatters with a resounding crash. A blonde man smirks, finding the results not bad. The man observes that most people barely make it through the first level. The blonde man asks Gwangik how much he endured. He replies that he made it to the 4th level. The blonde man muses that it's true he's a murder weapon. The equipment surrounding Gwangik is called Endure. Endure places pressure on the muscles, destroying them. The sensors in the suit can increase the weight. The blonde man smirks, stating that it's not enough to simply endure. The blonde woman wonders if Mari really has to hit him, her cheeks flushed. She pauses, lost in thought, her expression unreadable. He stands in the training room, ready to continue. The blonde man states that Mari cannot kill her brother. He suggests that Gwangik should be the one to fight him. The blonde woman asks to be excused, her face still flushed. The blonde man explains that her brother is immortal. The blonde woman declares that Mari will do it then. The blonde woman's blushing intensifies. The blonde man explains that what he has to learn through the spar is how a shapeshifter fights close range. He asks if he really expects him to do this. He is asked if he is sure it will be all right to beat up his younger sister. The man with the ponytail smirks. The woman with orange hair bows her head slightly, stating that Mari will do her best. The woman with orange hair stands before a large, looming figure. A sharp sound echoes. A fist clenches, ready to strike. Gwangik smiles, stating, "All right, if you say so." A fist connects with brutal force, the impact echoing through the air. Gwangik eyes gleam with a violet intensity, a predatory smile playing on his lips. He declares, his voice laced with a chilling confidence, that he won't go easy just because she's younger. The woman with blonde hair braces herself, her muscles tensing as she prepares to meet his attack. Gwangik's fist slams into the woman's guard, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through her body. The woman stumbles backward, her face contorted in pain as she struggles to regain her balance. She retaliates with a swift punch, the air shimmering with the force behind her strike. The blow connects, sending a cascade of sparks and energy erupting from the point of impact. Gwangik is sent flying, the force of the punch propelling him backward through the air. He crashes to the ground, blood splattering as he struggles to rise, a look of shock on his face. The sound of his body hitting the ground echoes, a stark reminder of the battle's intensity. He checked on his sparring partner. The blonde woman assured him that she was fine. Gwangik steeled his resolve. He knew he had to keep pushing forward. A blond man watched them, impressed. He admitted that Gwang Ik-yu was adjusting to the training faster than expected. The blond man, holding a phone, knew what he needed to teach next: restraint. The blonde woman listened intently. She knew it was very important to learn how to minimize wasted energy, even in the worst situations. The blond man's hand glowed with power. He cheered on his little nephew. The man's grip tightened, preparing for the next phase of training. Energy crackled around his hand, ready to be unleashed. The air shimmered with heat and power. The blond man watched Gwang Ik-yu intently, his expression unreadable. The blond man thought that it looked like it was possible against Mari now that it's been a week. Gwang Ik-yu prepared himself. He stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next. A blonde woman stands over Gwang Ik-yu, who is on the ground. He extends a hand, asking if this is training. Gwang Ik-yu apologizes, stating he is not ready yet. He cries out, begging for them to wait. Gwang Ik-yu is struck, blood splattering. He questions if this is training or physical assault. A month later, meat sizzles on a grill. Someone mentions that he has been training hard recently, asking how it is going. Gwang Ik-yu asks if they can see all the bandages on him, as Mari apologizes. Mari says that she was a bit too harsh, and he asks why she's laughing. Mari asks if he can stop referring to himself in the third person. Someone comments that they are so wholesome. He ate dinner with his mother, who expressed her concern about his rigorous training schedule, though she was proud of his hard work. Park Mari smiled, telling him that she would train with him from now on and that he would never play with her. After that, the training continued, the impacts echoing through the training grounds. He continued training, pushing his body to its limits with each passing day. He wore endure, pushing through the pain and exhaustion, determined to become stronger. Although he only really remembered getting beaten up, he knew he was improving. Gwang Ik-yu endured the grueling training, his face a mask of determination as Park Mari cheered him on. In 4 months, he had made significant progress, his body sculpted by the relentless training. Meanwhile, summer arrived, bringing with it the promise of new challenges and opportunities. The swing swayed gently in the breeze as the woman spoke, questioning how long he would remain jobless. She continued, suggesting he find new work since he had quit, and asked if he had considered what she mentioned. He looked up, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Gwang Ik-yu reminded her that she had forgotten about the condition. Kang Sul-hee's face contorted in outrage, the sound effects emphasizing her rising anger as she exclaimed, "A date!" Her voice boomed, the text bubble practically vibrating with fury. She reminded him that he had promised a date 3 times. Gwang Ik-yu retorted that she had slept through the entire movie and devoured her meal in 10 minutes. He questioned how giving him a lecture on a playground constituted a date. Kang Sul-hee, still on the swing, suggested a cruise ship, the sound effects amplifying her frustration. He sighed, explaining that he had been training the previous day and was tired, his expression weary. Gwang Ik-yu pointed out that she was the one who reserved movie tickets for a morning showing without telling him beforehand and questioned the idea of a hotel at 2 in the afternoon. Kang Sul-hee clicked her tongue in annoyance. She revealed that she quit after the whole incident, and he was trying to hire her now. She sits on the swing, idly kicking her feet as she considers her options. Kang Sul-hee sarcastically remarks that she's being called a genius, but takes it as a yes. The protagonist stands nearby as Sul-hee states she's going to see another man. Gwang Ik-yu asks if she has plans. Sul-hee's expression turns incredulous as she asks if he's going to see another woman. He simply replies, no. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man declares his intention to meet with someone. The man sits on a bench, waving. Gwang Ik-yu is greeted by Junko, who remarks that he looks like he's doing well. Junko's hand rests on the bench. Junko is asked what happened to his hand. Junko explains he was stabbed in the back while working with some mercenaries. He listened intently as the man sitting on the bench warned him about trusting others. The man on the bench suggested that he should get his injury fixed, given the advancements in medical technology. He questioned why he was asked to meet, mentioning that he had heard that the man had quit. The man standing stated that he had an estate and about 10 billion, causing him to react with surprise. The man on the bench looked up, his expression intense as he listened to the offer. The man on the bench asked if he worked as an agent, mentioning that he had thought about being a freelance agent. The man on the bench leaned forward, seemingly eager to hear his response. He turned his head slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the proposition. Kim Junko stated that he had come to the right place, handing him a business card. Kim Junko stated that he takes an 8% fee. He looked at the business card, but Kim Junko added that since he didn't know his skill level, Kim Junko revealed that the first-time fee is 35%, his expression shifting to a more calculating one. The agent scoffs, declaring the proposed 35% fee a fraud. Kim Junko's expression shifts, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he apologizes. He reminds Gwang Ik-yu that they've worked together before and that he even saved his life. The agent's face contorts in rage as he screams, demanding Gwang Ik-yu's death. A swift kick sends Gwang Ik-yu flying through the air. Kim Junko's face is twisted in fury, his eyes wide with murderous intent. His hand strikes out with incredible speed and force. The force of the blow sends Gwang Ik-yu crashing through the environment. He thinks to himself that he saved the money for this very moment. Kim Junko glares down at his target, his expression filled with malice. The sound of impact echoes through the air. Meanwhile, Gwang Ik-yu lies unconscious on the ground, surrounded by the bodies of other men. He spoke, suggesting they give up and leave, stating he doesn't like killing people. 3 men stood together, their expressions unreadable, but their posture spoke of menace. One of the men questioned what he was saying, demanding to know if he knew who they were. Another man, his face contorted with rage, asked if he needed to do something, insulting him. An energy user, eyes gleaming with power, began to gather a ball of crackling energy in his hand. A hand reached out, the speaker declaring he'd see how long he could yap with that mouth. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes narrowed, a steely resolve hardening his gaze as he prepared for what was to come. Watch closely. The energy user, face twisted in a sneer, held the ball of energy aloft, ready to unleash its power. The man declared that they eat up immortals, proclaiming themselves to be the cooks of. Raw power crackled in the air, the energy signature building to a crescendo. He raised his fist, a surge of energy coursing through him as he prepared to strike. Someone was sent flying through the air, the impact unseen but clearly devastating. 2 men stand over their cowering target, who begs for mercy. He claims he doesn't like killing people. Gwang Ik-yu cracks his knuckles, his expression unreadable. He asks if they are ready to give up. The man on his knees grovels, offering all their savings if Gwang Ik-yu will spare them. His companions look on, helpless. The man looks up, awaiting his judgment. He asks how much. A hand tightens around the man's collar, the threat palpable. The captured men raise their arms in what seems to be a sign of surrender. A voice responds to an unheard statement with a simple affirmation. A man sits at his desk, casually asking for a search of some bounties. A man stands outside a building, talking on his phone. The man on the phone reports that he just caught a few guys from Prometheus. The man is asked to list their more remarkable traits. The person on the other end of the line notes that the leader seemed to use magic and claimed to be some kind of cook, as a wanted poster is displayed. A character card appears, identifying the individual as Mortal Cook, also known as 000, who only kills immortals and is of Korean and Chinese descent. The man on the phone questions if they are referring to the Mortal Cooks, who specialize in killing immortals. A figure lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. It is stated that they're considered the arch-nemesis of immortals. One of the fallen men groans, claiming to be in his shapeshifter phase. Gwang Ik-yu, looking concerned, says he will contact the administrative agency and send people here. The man kneels, his hands raised high, as if in surrender or supplication. The protagonist glances at his phone, perhaps awaiting a response or further instructions. The kneeling man offers everything he has, begging for the price to be named. His hands are clasped tightly, knuckles white with desperation. The man's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he hears a number, 6 billion. Looking up, the man hears that he is not getting out of this one. A figure looms behind the kneeling man, the source of the ominous declaration. The man declares that he has a 60 million net worth, calling the other a bastard. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand on a rooftop, overlooking the scene below. A foot comes down with brutal force, the sound of impact echoing. A voice echoes, labeling someone a monster, questioning their competence and the residents' security. Park Jung-sik, a member of Prometheus, smirks, seemingly amused by the situation. One man asks what headquarters had to say, the words hanging heavy in the air. The new executive's directive: focus on the drug business and leave you Gwang Ik alone. Someone questions the sanity and authority of the woman who was promoted. A sinister smirk spreads across a man's face, hinting at hidden intentions. Another woman reflects on her hard work, refusing to be relegated to just playing drug lord. The speaker vows not to give up and fail to become an executive of Prometheus. A hand clenches a pack of cigarettes, a symbol of stress and determination to prove one's skills. The speaker sees this moment as the best opportunity to advance their ambitions. Park Jung-sik looks up, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he contemplates the possibilities. The best opportunity: capture you Gwang Ik and secure promotion. Gwang Ik-yu confirms the current situation with a simple affirmation. The work has been smooth, Yu Gwang Ik acknowledges, so they have a few good guys available. A commanding voice orders everyone who is free to prepare immediately. Another figure declares that they will get to work right away. A warning is issued: don't get too excited, stay alert. A man smiles with a sinister glint in his eyes. He arrived home, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the entrance. A chorus of voices greeted him, a familiar welcome after a long day. A voice called out, a warm greeting from a family member. Hey, nephew. The woman with blonde hair asked if he had eaten, her expression warm and inviting. Someone suggested he wash his hands, adding to the chorus of greetings. He seemed taken aback by the warm reception, his brow furrowed in confusion. A woman thought she would stay over for tea, even though it was late. He questioned the relevance of tea at this hour, before being told to sit down for a talk. He leaned forward, his expression shifting to concern. About what? He was told about an ambush by the Prometheus group, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was told not to worry about it, but the gravity of the situation was clear. Son, listen closely. The atmosphere grew serious as the conversation began, the woman with blonde hair watching intently. He knew this was only the beginning of something bigger. The man with the blonde ponytail warned that they would continue to come after him, questioning if he needed protection. The man offered his bodyguard team, stating they wouldn't stop. He added that the MPS Special Mission Force could help if needed. The man with the blonde ponytail confidently asserted that his bodyguards were better. Gwangikyu smirked, stating that the man couldn't be sure about that. He emphasized that they prioritize the security of individuals. The man countered that they have a much larger force and are the Dangun Corp. The scene shifts to a close-up of two people, the Dangun Corp's name emblazoned behind them. The man with the blonde ponytail stated that they are Excurity's affiliate company, but also the government's Special Mission Force. The man with the blonde ponytail continued, stating that the government would never use their resources to prioritize a single person. A woman's voice cuts through the argument, declaring enough. She questions if they think a megacorporation would spend their resources on something that won't earn them money. The woman with long brown hair asks if they both want to continue this discussion. The man with the blonde ponytail suggests they train at home for now, believing that should deter those guys. Two women sat at the table, one with brown hair, the other blonde. The woman with brown hair declared Mari would help too. A close-up revealed a tightening jaw, a sign of building anger. Around a large table, several figures sat in discussion. One of them questioned if something was really necessary. The protagonist, his expression dark, considered the situation. He wondered if he should just sit back and take whatever those guys did to him. The woman with blonde hair declared she was going to get rid of those princess maker guys, correcting herself, calling them Prometheus. The protagonist acknowledged her statement, calling them Prometheus as well. The group sat around the table, the tension palpable as they discussed their next move. The protagonist sat with them. A new resolve hardened within him. He was going to get rid of those psychos. He turned to another man, who asked him to wait and questioned who he was referring to. The woman with brown hair thought to herself that he must have gotten hit on the head pretty hard. The protagonist, his face contorted with rage, declared he would kill those bastards. Another man asked Gwangik to repeat what he said. The woman with brown hair looked at him, concern etched on her face as she began to ask what was going on. He mused over the word, a strange title echoing in his mind. Princess. Or rather, Prometheus. The name felt more appropriate, more aligned with his goals. Footsteps echoed, a steady rhythm marking someone's approach. The man with black hair spoke, his tone laced with concern. You're not going to listen even if I try to convince you otherwise. Gwangik dismissed the concern. Of course not. I'm a grown man. He thought to himself, the chilling words a stark contrast to his outward composure. It'll only be dangerous for everyone I love if I don't just kill them all off. His expression remained stoic, betraying none of the darkness brewing within. The man offered a lifeline, a subtle promise of support. All right, let me know if you ever need help. Gwangik gave a slight smirk. All right. The man continued, reminding him of his support network. Not on your own, however. I had a discussion with your uncle. The words hung in the air, a silent reminder, the Dangun support team. The man with blonde hair put his arm around Gwangik, a gesture of camaraderie and reassurance. They assure him that he will be helped out. A car key is offered as a gift. Someone declares their love, but is told not to worry. The man with blonde hair tells him to take care. Mari will cheer him on, he is told. He says that he'll be back. He sits in the driver's seat of a car. A man believed these guys are related to an illegal drug trafficking ring, and that Prometheus is involved in the recent drug incident too. The question is posed if they're the ones manufacturing these drugs. Someone clarifies that they only said they're related to it. He's spoken to the phone, dismissing the concerns on the other end. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice declared their intention to issue a warning. A figure crackled with blue energy, poised to strike. The same voice declared a more sinister intention, to be the terrorist today. Meanwhile, a woman with pigtails winked, standing next to a boy with a somber expression. The newscaster reported that a group called Fracture Man was gaining attention. Kim Young-min identified himself, adding that a group has been attacking drug dealers, causing trouble lately. Police officers contributed greatly to the illegal drug investigation, arresting several people. A bloodied hand lay on the ground, next to a shoe. People have been calling them Fracture Man because they will break an arm and leg of anyone involved with illegal drugs. The media speculated that this must be a secret government force or a corporation. There have been many theories as to who these people could be. However, the government and some corporations have stepped up yesterday to deny these claims. The government official statement only made the citizens even more curious. The interviewee was asked what he thought about the Fracture Man. If they're not part of the government or a corporation, he thought they must be a vigilante committee protecting Seoul. The public praises Fracture Man's efforts, but professionals worry about the group taking the law into their own hands. Na Yong-do, a professional, believes a vigilante committee is dangerous because personal opinion becomes a major factor. On top of that, there are concerns about further unnecessary harm. But the one thing that is certain is, illegal drug trafficking has decreased greatly ever since the appearance of Fracture Man. Neutral Kim Jungmin sits on his couch, a thoughtful expression on his face. A woman speaks on the phone, stating that she saw the news and asking if he's been going out. He replies, questioning if she means breaking the bones of those guys every night. He admits he hasn't been doing it alone. Neutral Kim Jungmin listens intently to the person on the other end of the phone. The woman confirms that he is the one behind it and says, all right, the police are saying that. She doesn't think the cops are going to like that. He responds that he is already preparing to greet some guests. He already has one in front of his house, a civil servant with the SWAT team. Lee Jae-hai holds up her ID, confirming, "You're home, Mr. Yu Gwang-ik, right?" The woman states simply, "This is the police." The officer recalls, she was a redhead back then, though. Neutral Kim Jungmin asks, "Long time no see. Did you dye your hair?" Lee Jae-hai stands in the doorway, blocking his exit. The officer says, "You remember me. Let me be direct." Lee Jae-hai confronts him directly. "You're the Fracture Man, right?" Neutral Kim Jungmin laughs, recalling, "Right? My dream as a kid was a world without illegal drugs." Lee Jae-hai's expression hardens. "You can't be doing this." The officer continues, "This kind of thing messes up our line of a dash." She pauses, adding, "Wait." Lee Jae-hai's eyes widen slightly. "You're here to scold me? What?" The implications of the situation hung heavy in the air. Neutral Kim Jungmin gestures, opening the door wider as he speaks to neutral Lee Jae-hai. He asks if his intervention caused a problem. The unseen figure states that the ultimate goal is to catch the suppliers, questioning if there are more people involved. Neutral Lee Jae-hai questions neutral Kim Jungmin about his involvement, admitting she thought he was an idiot. He's a lot smarter than she expected. Neutral Kim Jungmin raises a finger, stating that no matter who's involved, he won't intervene on that part, and what he wants is Prometheus. Neutral Lee Jae-hai's expression hardens, demanding they get the story straight. The unseen figure states that the Fracture Man plan was the cops doing from the beginning. The unseen figure reveals that the cops hired him, a freelancer, in secret. The goal was to take down everyone involved with illegal drugs. Neutral Lee Jae-hai, taken aback, raises her hands, questioning neutral Kim Jungmin. Was this an attempt to negotiate, or something else entirely? Neutral Kim Jungmin affirmed that he would continue his current course of action. He added that the cops could simply take the credit for his work. She didn't believe he was losing out on anything, confirming the truth of his statement. Then, neutral Lee Jae-hai agreed, but asked him to promise one thing. The request hung in the air between them, a silent plea. He questioned her, as she revealed a member of Prometheus was behind this, but they needed the information they had. Neutral Kim Jungmin's expression softened, a hint of reassurance in his eyes. "Don't kill them." He promised he wouldn't kill them, sealing the deal with a handshake. Neutral Kim Jungmin asked for her phone, prompting a hesitant why. She stood before neutral Kim Jungmin, holding her phone as he spoke. Neutral Lee Jae-hai looked at her phone, a slight smile playing on her lips as she said, "You're..." The words hung in the air, unfinished, as neutral Kim Jungmin's question echoed, "Older than me?" He continued, his expression serious. "Is that a big deal? But how are you going to find these guys?" Neutral Kim Jungmin held out his hand, displaying the phone's dial pad. She replied, "That's a secret." The more he talked to her, the more he liked her, neutral Kim Jungmin thought. He asked, "Sorry?" Neutral Kim Jungmin and neutral Lee Jae-hai stood together, the sound of footsteps echoing nearby. A distorted voice cried out, "You what?" An angry woman's face filled the panel, her expression twisted with rage. The sound of something breaking echoed. Meanwhile, inside protagonist Gwang-ik Yu's house, he sat at a table with another person. The woman with brown hair demands an explanation, her expression a mix of anger and hurt. He insists that there is nothing to explain, his tone dismissive. Neutral Kim Jungmin states that he is single and therefore cannot be cheating on anyone. He recalls taking care of something the previous night, his hand clenching. Neutral Lee Jae-hai accuses him of chatting up some woman, her voice laced with suspicion. She reminds him that she helped him with his work and was nice to his parents-in-law. Tears welling, neutral Lee Jae-hai asks how he could do this to her, her voice cracking with emotion. Neutral Kim Jungmin tries to calm her down, scratching the back of his head in frustration. He asks if she wants to sleep over, his tone softening. Neutral Lee Jae-hai is surprised by the offer, questioning if he means to sleep over at his place. They sit at a table, the tension palpable between them as he simply replies, "Yeah." Neutral Kim Jungmin tells her she can wear whatever she wants, a slight smile playing on his lips. The woman with green eyes seemed conflicted. She admitted to feeling bad, but insisted she had no choice. Her inner thoughts swirled, wondering where else she could find a mage as skilled as herself. The woman with green eyes realized she had mentioned it to Lee Jai-hai, or at least a part of it. At least neutral Lee Jai-hai was serious about sleeping over. She was really going to sleep over. Neutral Lee Jai-hai insisted it was just for today. Neutral Kim Jungmin listened intently. The woman with green eyes suggested ordering something and watching a movie, asking what neutral Kim Jungmin wanted to eat. Meanwhile, neutral Kim Jungmin, eyes shadowed, apologized to Hyman. Tonight, he wouldn't be sleeping at home. Elsewhere, the outskirts of Incheon Harbor lay in wait. A lone vehicle drove along the harbor. Back inside, neutral Kim Jungmin texted, wishing someone a good night and stating he had work. The reply was less than cordial. Returning to the present, neutral Lee Jai-hai asked what the cops had said. The question hung in the air. Were others expected to arrive? The woman clasped her hands, a hopeful smile on her face as she wondered if it was just them. One of the two wondered aloud if their meeting could be considered a date, while the other considered their technical presence. A growing sense of unease washed over them. Team manager neutral Lee Jai-hai had put someone on their tail, it seemed. Protagonist Gwang-ik Yu stood in the shadows, a man who could become invisible at will. The thought echoed in his mind. He had noticed long ago that he was being followed. But even with his abilities, protagonist Gwang-ik Yu knew he couldn't hide his traces completely. A voice confirmed, simply, "Yes, neutral Lee Jai-hai." Neutral Lee Jai-hai, silhouetted against the city lights, spoke in her phone, asking if protagonist Gwang-ik Yu was ready. She confirmed her readiness, but questioned why she was being labeled an older women lover. A disembodied voice declared that someone had taken their heart. Someone mused that neutral Lee Jai-hai was making jokes to their face, but had someone follow them. She's a pro, the man thought, listening to the terms of their arrangement. A fist clenched, ready for a fight. The man adjusted his sunglasses, reminding the other party, "I was hired, remember?" Inside, a man asked if Fracture Man would really come. The atmosphere was tense. Another man, sweating, stammered, "Oh, of course, you bastard." The man wondered what would happen if he did show up, confident he could beat him. He could take care of someone like him on his own, so he wished he'd come. A voice declared someone was amazing as a door creaked open. A man with green hair exclaimed, "What? Knock US dash." He felt the pressure mounting, the first three bearing down on him. A figure in sunglasses casually held another man by the hair, his expression unreadable. The kneeling man heard the chilling words, "To kneel and raise their hands get to live." The man's intense gaze promised more to come, the fight far from over. Police cars lined the perimeter, their flashing lights painting the grim scene in stark blues and reds. Neutral Lee Jai-hai surveyed the carnage, her expression unreadable as she took in the scene. She walked away from the bodies, the weight of the scene settling on her shoulders. The question hung in the air. Could one person be responsible for such a massacre? The captured men stood with their hands raised, fear etched on their faces. Had they ever been so compliant? Neutral Lee Jai-hai considered the possibility that they were connected to Dangun, a thought that clearly troubled her companion. Her expression hardened, a storm brewing behind her eyes as she considered the implications. One man pressed another for information, demanding to know who their boss was funneling money to. The man being questioned was revealed to be Joe Byung-cheol, and he was warned to keep his voice down. Neutral Lee Jai-hai stood with Joe Byung-cheol, the air thick with unspoken questions and simmering tension. A voice pleads to confess everything to return to duty. Neutral Lee Jai-hai is asked if she will keep her promise, as adults need to talk. A disembodied voice notes that someone has always been aloof about this. Protagonist Gwang-ik Yu is asked if he wants to join the police force, but he declines. As she walks away, someone asks neutral Lee Jai-hai to do them a favor at least. An unseen person asks someone to have dinner with them. Neutral Lee Jai-hai looks back with a slight smile. Protagonist Gwang-ik Yu is surprised, wondering if it is her. Someone wonders what's with something. Someone asks about me recently. He paused, considering the implications of the situation. The origin of the gold was from Park Jung-sik, totaling around 400 million. The man wondered if the cops had said anything when he mentioned it. He held up 2 gold bars, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications. He denied something was wrong with him. The man sitting across from him seemed to be explaining something about romance scams. He sighed, lamenting that he was too popular. His expression hardened, and he demanded that the other man leave. The man continued, suggesting that everyone was approaching him for money. He seemed to dismiss the idea, though. The man wondered what the plan was for when Prometheus stepped in. He stared intently at a knife, declaring that he had to get going. He believed that this first strike had to be decisive. Gwang-ik Yu demanded a list of all remaining Prometheus members in Korea, certain the other man had kept it secret from Jong-ah. The man stammered, insisting that Gwang-ik Yu didn't need to do this to him, before trailing off. The man, sweating, asked if Gwangik was really going to keep going. The man admitted that he hadn't. The plan was to start by dismantling the drug market. He knew he still had a long way to go before achieving his goal. It wasn't enough to just break some limbs. The man yelled, calling him a psycho and warning that Zhang would kill him if she found out. A hand gripped a bloody knife, the wielder asking if he was going to tell. The man looked up in fear as the knife was raised. Dong knew this had to happen eventually anyway. He clenched his fist, a determined look etched on his face. Amid stacks of gold coins and a handgun, a question hung in the air. Was there anyone else willing to take on this job? A sigh escaped the man's lips, a heavy weight seemingly pressing down on him. The man agreed to relay a message, offering a simple thanks in return. The protagonist learned that an executive in Prometheus was causing trouble in Asia. He asked if the other man had heard anything about it. The man scratched his head, looking perplexed. He asked where the protagonist had heard that information. The man admitted he had barely found out about it himself. The man with light hair revealed that someone caught during the last mission had told him everything. The man inquired if they knew who else was involved. The man decided it was time to clear the desk and have a proper meeting. As far as he knew, they were currently active in Japan, the man stated, as a projector hummed to life. The man pointed to a chart displaying faces, outlining the network structure. Their goal was to infiltrate Korea's forces, a chilling prospect. The important thing was the executive doing all of this. Crocodile. He considered the information, the gears turning in his mind. Really? He's trying to bait us, huh? Yeah, how did you? This crocodile bastard really must have racked his brain for this one. Still, he can't fool me. A confident smirk played on his lips. Elsewhere, he sat at a sushi bar, a thought suddenly striking him. Hey, isn't that my? He began to say, noticing someone across the restaurant. He questions neutral Lee Jai-hai about the woman from last time. Neutral Lee Jai-hai retorts, threatening to cast a confession spell on him. An unseen person asks if they could argue about their relationship elsewhere. Neutral Lee Jai-hai wonders aloud about a relationship, while the protagonist sighs. The sound of a door opening echoes through the restaurant as Neutral Donghun arrives. Neutral Donghun greets everyone, remarking that it has been a long time. A close-up shows someone's legs as they state, "You're here." He suggests that they eat first. A plate of food sits on the table. Neutral Donghun says he is full and asks if the protagonist will do this one with them. The group sits at the table, ready to discuss something. He states that they should talk about that then, addressing Neutral Donghun directly. Prometheus has several businesses operating within Korea, a fact known to all present. A hand hovers over a tablet, displaying a network of interconnected figures. The question hangs in the air, how did they attack Warren? Neutral Donghun appears troubled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The situation is, as he puts it, just crazy. The speaker admits it was their fault for asking such a difficult question. It is revealed that there are two executives from Prometheus operating in Korea. Holographic projections of the two executives are displayed, their identities remaining obscured. The names Choi Minam and Crocodile are mentioned, though their significance is not immediately clear. Neutral Donghun acknowledges that this is all they currently know about the situation. Both the Axon Stone and the Warm invasion incidents were too large to have been done without higher permission. As far as it is known, Choi Minam and Crocodile are not the directors. The question remains, then who? The implication is clear. There is a third person involved in Korea, lurking in the shadows. Two figures stand silhouetted against a dark background, their roles in this unfolding drama yet to be revealed. The conclusion had been reached, the implications hanging heavy in the air. One man inquired if anything more had been discovered about their target. The response came back that their target was certainly in Seoul, though. It was stated that these individuals usually investigate the causes of failed missions. The group decided to ignore Crocodile for the time being, focusing on a more immediate threat. One of the men stated that their target could do whatever he wanted for now. It was obvious that their target was waiting for them to fall into his trap, so there was no need to rush into it. A man with stubble on his face questioned if the person he was talking to was really Gwangik. Gwangik grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he declared it was time to begin. A hand carefully dipped a piece of food into a dark red sauce, preparing for the next step. With the plan now set, the pieces were in motion. The Money and Save building stood silently, unaware of the events about to unfold. A customer approaches, stating he has a question for the staff. A man in a suit turns to face a hooded figure, asking what the question is. The hooded figure thinks to himself, considering this place. A man with a scar on his face seems to be in disbelief, questioning if he is seeing things correctly. A hand presses a button, activating something within the building. The hooded figure is suddenly surrounded by armed men, demanding that he reveal his identity. The man in the suit looks down, seemingly anticipating the events to come. A surge of power emanates as a voice booms, declaring the arrival of the tiger. A masked figure with striking blue hair stands ready, prepared for battle. The hooded figure's power emanates from deep within the mountains, a force ready to be unleashed. Inside, the group gathered, the air thick with unspoken tension as they finalized their strategy. The woman with pink hair questioned the plan, seeking reassurance. You want me? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the focus shifted to the mask. The man with blue hair held up a mask, the panda-like design contrasting with the seriousness of the situation. He justified the need for the mask, invoking the logic of superheroes. Spider-Man and Iron Man don't just wear masks for no reason, you know. Lee Jai-hai examined the mask, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. The man with blue hair offered the mask, urging him to put it on. The woman with blonde hair chimed in, stating that Mari liked it, while the woman with pink hair found it weird. The man with blue hair revealed that he had already planned out a bit of the route. Wearing the panda mask, the man with the white shirt was told that he was going in first. He adjusted the tiger mask, a grim resolve hardening his gaze. The message was clear. It was time to start some trouble. The masked figure stood silhouetted against a strange, glowing backdrop. He remained still, a coiled spring ready to unleash. Two guards recognized the tiger mask. He's from last time, one exclaimed. Don't move. We'll shoot if you move. With a flick of his wrist, the attack began. A dark energy surged forth, a prelude to the coming onslaught. The masked figure lunged forward, a blur of motion and intent. The attack connected, a burst of energy impacting the guards. The guards cried out as they were struck, bodies flying through the air. One guard screamed in agony as the attack landed, the impact sending him sprawling. A guard recognized the technique. There are hand bullets. That's a skill exclusive to shapeshifters. A monstrous roar echoes through the sterile office space. He is wreathed in crackling blue energy, a storm-made flesh. The energy intensifies, coalescing around his form. The masked figure moves with unnatural speed, driven by bloodthirst. The office lies in ruins, desks overturned and monitors shattered. He continues his assault, a blur of motion and lethal intent. The masked man's attacks are relentless, each blow carrying immense force. A strange energy signature pulses from the ceiling. A man hangs suspended, trapped by an unseen force. A desperate voice cries out, demanding the return of a woman. The trapped man struggles against his bonds, pleading for someone to stop. A woman with pink hair and glasses steps forward, identifying herself as the manager of the Money and Say branch. She declared her position, asserting authority over the branch. The manager questioned his nature, wondering if he was just a shapeshifter. She recoiled, shouting an insult as she backed away from the figure. A burst of energy crackled through the air, an unseen force striking. The impact splattered against the wall, leaving a bloody residue. Confusion reigned as the manager realized her attacker had vanished from sight. Fear gripped her as the unseen assailant struck again, the force of the blow evident. She crashed to the ground, defeated by the sudden, brutal assault. Meanwhile, Gwangikyu declared his intentions, stating he had no desire to harm manager. The reason he burst in and attracted attention was all part of the plan. The plan was in motion, his glowing eye a testament to his resolve. A foot came down with crushing force, the impact echoing through the room. A foot descends, poised to crush whatever lies beneath. Just as he expected, they came right to him. The protagonist found himself surrounded by monstrous, dog-like figures. One of the dog-like creatures sneered, commenting on the mess he made. Another questioned if he knew what fear was. The Prometheus dog fight squad closed in. One of them suggested they just kill him. Of course, he didn't expect the full package deal. One of the creatures assumed Gwangikyu didn't know what this place was. If he behaved, they wouldn't do anything to his family. The dog-like creatures barked, surrounding the protagonist. One of the creatures, eyes wide with bloodlust, declared he couldn't hold back. Another creature stated that they would teach him a lesson. He found himself surrounded, the creature's threat echoing in the air. The dog-like creature lunged forward, its eyes filled with malice. A surge of blue energy erupted from its maw, a concentrated blast of power. He twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding the energy attack. The creature's eyes widened in disbelief, its attack having missed its mark. With a burst of speed, he launched himself toward the ground. His foot connected with the creature's flank, a powerful kick. Another dog-like creature, wearing a mask, prepared to strike. He spun through the air, his movements a blur of motion. His hand struck true, impacting the masked creature with force. The force of the blow sent the creature reeling backward. He landed gracefully, ready to face the remaining threat. He heard the taunt, a single word dripping with malice. Reacting instantly, he flipped backward, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow. A hulking figure swung a crude bat studded with nails, promising death. The air crackled with energy as the creature lunged forward. A blinding blast struck the dog-like creature, sending it reeling. The impact echoed, shaking the very foundations of the room. Its eyes narrowed, revealing a predatory intelligence. He followed up with a swift kick, sending the beast sprawling. He had managed to shift his posture in time, narrowly avoiding the bat. His foot connected with a makeshift weapon, sending splinters flying. a masked figure watched, questioning the nature of his foe. That's. A voice echoes, questioning if the opponent is truly giving their all. Elsewhere, the man in the panda mask works at a laptop in a dimly lit room. The man in the panda mask thinks that someone is impressive and orders them to turn now. A woman screams, her voice filled with intensity and determination. The man in the panda mask wonders if the person is acting or if their actions are genuine. The man in the panda mask declares that the first phase of the plan is complete, identifying the person as Mari. Mari is instructed to get started if she's ready, the message delivered via phone. Mari, walking down a city street, confirms that she is ready to begin. Mari, wearing a leopard mask, prepares for action, her stance suggesting an imminent attack. Mari's feet are planted, ready to unleash her power. A fist glows with intense energy, ready to strike. Mari declares that she will give it her all, her resolve unwavering. She crashed through the glass, shards flying as she entered the building. Upstairs, a man with a monocle looked up, his eyes wide with shock. He exclaimed that he would give it. Elsewhere, a man in a security uniform shouted into his radio that it was an emergency at the back of the building. On security camera Sam, 09, Mari, wearing a leopard mask, stared directly into the lens. Another voice, distorted by the intercom, announced that there was a leopard. The building stood tall, a silent witness to the conversations held within. Gwang sat with the woman, a palpable tension hanging in the air between them. She spoke, noting that it had been a while since it was just the two of them. The woman acknowledged that Gwang had been busy with work, and she had been teaching Mari. She trailed off, the silence thick with unspoken words. The woman took a sip from her cup, the steam rising to meet her face. She asked Gwangik what he meant, her expression unreadable. The woman's thoughts drifted back to the fact that she was an immortal. The weight of that truth seemed to press down on her. The woman considered the day they learned each other's real identities. She was a pure-blooded one, too. Gwangik cupped the woman's face in his hands, his gaze searching. The moment was tender, yet fraught with unspoken anxieties. The woman admitted that while they said everything was okay, they hadn't really talked about it properly. The unspoken words hung heavy between them. Gwangik looked away, his expression troubled. It had been on his mind all this time, the weight of her revelation pressing down on him. The woman's hand trembled slightly. Finding out the truth and accepting it were two different things, after all. He touches his face, seemingly unbothered by something, stating that it's not even a big deal. A voice responds with a simple, affirmative, all right. The woman smiles warmly, her expression soft and content. Gwangik asks if she wants to watch a K-drama together, mentioning it's been a while since they last did. A robotic vacuum is advertised, promising to erase snack crumbs and even pet paw prints. Elsewhere, urgent news breaks. The Money and Save Gangnam branch has been robbed. Reporter Lee Kangshin is on site, ready to give the details of the robbery. Security camera footage shows two figures, their faces obscured by masks. Back at the apartment, Gwangik and the woman watch the news report. He thinks that's them. Someone is furious, calling the situation this piece of shit. The person clenches their fist, wondering what he is doing with his little sister. The woman, Solhee, is reassured that Gwangik is their son. He was worried. If he were beaten by those losers, his training would be for nothing. A sharp, metallic sound echoed, like something snapping under pressure. A decision seemed to form in someone's mind. He might have to go see his father soon. Gwangik stood in the office, observing the scene. He had made it in. Meanwhile, a security camera showed a lone figure. The voice on the comms noted at the front is a tiger. The feed switched to another camera. Two figures were visible, one prone on the ground. Was that a leopard at the back? Elsewhere, a man adjusted his glasses, his expression a mixture of annoyance and calculation. The man slammed his hands on the table, the sound echoing through the office. What are all of you doing? Do something. The order cut through the tension. Stand by. A man and woman stood side by side, their expressions unreadable as they awaited further instructions. The message blared over the comms. Security team manager, stand by. A man in a suit shouts, claiming he is dead, while Solhee stands calmly. The man demands if she's ignoring him, but Solhee simply glances back. Elsewhere, a man walks up a flight of stairs, thinking their opponents are shapeshifters and seem to be pure-blooded. A leopard mask is shown in detail, while the woman with glasses looks on with concern. Solhee wonders what they looked like, her expression unreadable. The leopard mask flickers on a screen. They're suddenly breaking the cameras, even though they haven't done anything about them until now. The screen distorts further, the feed cutting out. They broke in using the most conspicuous method possible, but now they're taking the stealthy route, Solhee realizes. The woman with glasses knew it. This was planned all along. That means a man wearing a panda mask types away at his computer. There is someone helping them. However, things won't go your way. Go take care of them, a man in sunglasses orders. Yes, ma'am, the man with sunglasses replies, his hands clasped. The sound of impact reverberated through the room. Hanging upside down, the figure in the mask wondered if this was a camera too. With a swift motion, the masked figure disabled the camera, whispering a quiet hey. A man walked forward, surrounded by a glowing aura. A voice declared that this was the farthest they were getting. The scene showed the man with the aura standing over the masked figure. The man with the aura thought he had the first aid solution done for now and needed to take care of the tiger mask. The masked figure lay defeated on the floor. Elsewhere, Sulhi looked on in shock. A surge of energy crackled through the air. Sulhi wondered how she didn't sense anyone else's presence at all. The masked figure stood, as Sulhi wondered how she tricked her senses. Pink energy pulsed as he brought his foot down. Magic, someone thought, observing the scene. Li Kangxian stood, surrounded by pink energy, as two figures lay prone on the floor. Had they used anti-detection spells? Footsteps echoed on the tile floor. The woman in the cat mask stood, silent. A voice boomed, offering a choice: surrender or fight. Elsewhere, a shattered window offered a glimpse of the outside world. He stood over the fallen bodies, his expression hidden behind the mask. He thought to himself, now he'd be able to tell his mother that he took down 5 shapeshifters on his own, barehanded. Energy crackled around him, a silent question hanging in the air. He launched himself forward, his foot connecting with the shapeshifter's chest. The force of the blow sent the shapeshifter reeling backward. The shapeshifter, now wearing a jaguar mask, found himself restrained. A voice called out, seemingly in disbelief, Mari? The jaguar-masked figure struggled against the hold, grunting with effort. Li Kangxian questioned the masked figure. Mari responded that he was trying to escape, so he grabbed him, and they ended up warping together. A man with dark blue hair watched the scene unfold. He understood why the target wanted to run away, and ordered his team to fall back. Target cleared. The man's expression was unreadable behind his mask. Mari stood next to Li Kangxian, exclaiming, "Yes, brother." The sound of footsteps echoed through the environment. The blue-haired man peered out the window, noting that it was kind of loud outside. With a burst of speed, the blue-haired man leaped out the window. He watched as police cars converged on the location, their lights painting the street in flashing hues of blue and red. Mari, wearing a tiger mask, received an order. It was time to use that. Mari, confused, questioned Li Kangxian's order. The words, "iron legs," appeared above them. She was told that they would use that to get out of here. Park Manchu, a police officer, examines his phone with a critical eye. The phone screen displays a figure standing triumphantly over several prone bodies. It's impressive, the text reads. Park Manchu considers the image. He's comparable to heroes of previous generations, someone remarks. The officer continues to stare at the phone. If we can scout someone like him. Reforming the police force might not just be a dream anymore, the text bubble reads. In the office, a woman stands near Park Manchu's desk. Do you think? She asks. He's smart, Park Manchu replies. Park Manchu sits at his desk, listening to the woman. You turned down your scouting offer? She asks. The woman looks down, her expression serious. Accept everything he requests, she is told. Everything? Yes, let's make him like us first, the text bubble reads. Park Manchu smiles, a hint of something darker in his eyes. A voice declares that someone is worth the effort. The needle drops, and music fills the air from an old record player. A man in a purple suit stands with a taller man in a black suit. The man in the purple suit hums to the music. A bell rings as the door to the establishment opens. The sound of footsteps approaches. Someone wonders if this is the Flower Girl Cafe. A man in a black suit looks toward the sound. The man in the black suit enters the room. The man in the purple suit chuckles, stating that he is just like the rumors say, and asks if he is Gwangik. The man in the purple suit says it's nice to meet Gwangik. The man in the purple suit stands with cane. The man in the purple suit declares that he is Gwangik's grandfather. He states his name, introducing himself as Yu Gwangik. Yu Gwangik chuckles, remarking that he should tell Gwangik about his mother's dark history. Gwangik seems surprised by the man's casual tone. He states that he has wanted to see his grandfather. Yu Gwangik invites him to sit down and discuss his mother, putting a hand on his shoulder. A woman asks if they would like ginger tea. Gwangik seems confused by something. Yu Gwangik thinks back to when he wondered if Gwangik's mother was really his daughter, and how he told her she could be anything. He recalls that she wanted to join a biker gang, and she did. The elder Yu Gwangik anticipates that his son will be shocked by this revelation. A flashback reveals a woman on a motorcycle, described as insane and prone to violence in her youth. The woman speeds down the street on her motorcycle, also described as being overweight. Gwangik recalls that his mother said she enjoyed cross-stitch and reading when she was his age. He knew something was amiss when she said that, his instincts telling him something was wrong. Yu Gwangik chuckles, suggesting that bringing it up at home would cause a stir. The elder Yu Gwangik smiles at Gwangik, continuing to reveal more about his mother's past. Gwangik expresses his gratitude, noting that his grandfather seems to be on his side. The elder man reveals his name, Kong Noziak, and that Gwangik's mother is the daughter of his first wife. Kong Noziak sips from his cup, having just revealed that Gwangik's mother is the daughter of his first wife. Gwangik is shocked to learn that his mother is the daughter of Kong Noziak's first wife. He questioned why they were on such bad terms with his mother. Kong Noziak mused about puberty, stating it was the second or third time now. Gwangik admitted he had been curious about something and asked if he could ask a question. Kong Noziak asked if it was for protection. Kong Noziak smiled, telling his grandson he was sharp. Kong Noziak wondered if he could have gotten that from his father. A dark figure sat perched above, perhaps listening. Kong Noziak called him grandson. Kong Noziak stated the reason he called him here. An echoing voice demanded to know where the New Year bows were. He steeled himself, preparing for whatever came next. The protagonist lashed out with a swift kick. His expression was grim, focused on the fight. The battle unfolded beneath a vast bridge. He faced a hooded figure, trading blows in a flurry of motion. Another kick sent his opponent reeling backward. Meanwhile, Kong Noziak watched from a distance, surrounded by other figures. Kong Noziak, observing the fight, remarked that it was not bad. One of the hooded figures wondered aloud if this was some kind of test. Another hooded figure questioned if they weren't going to fall down crying. He stood surrounded by men in suits and one hooded figure. Kong Noziak wondered if he could get a New Year's money envelope first. Kong Noziak took a sip of his coffee, his expression unreadable. The concept of a black hole hung in the air. Gwangik asked if forcing open a black hole was even possible. Kong Noziak smirked, considering the question of artificially opening a black hole. He stated that it was not that he knew of. Gwangik acknowledged Kong Noziak's statement, preparing himself. He thought to himself that it was something that was boring. Then, Gwangik moved to strike the hooded figure. The hooded figure met his attack with a counter. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the floor. The hooded figure advances, a blur of motion and ill intent. He is caught off guard as the hooded figure strikes with blinding speed. The force of the blow sends tremors through the immediate area. The hooded figure curses him, a venomous rage in their tone. He falls, unable to defend himself against the relentless assault. A final kick sends him sprawling, the impact echoing in the room. The hooded figure presses the attack, showing no mercy. The hooded figure grabs his jacket, preparing to deliver another blow. He struggles to rise, but the hooded figure is too quick. The hooded figure stands over him, an ominous presence. The force of the impact sends shock waves through the floor. The hooded figure declares that they feel something standing over the fallen Gwangik. He felt a chilling realization creeping into his thoughts. Gwangik, kneeling on the ground, could only process the words in his mind. The message echoed, a taunt delivered with brutal finality. He looked up, the force of whatever was coming down bearing upon him. A blinding light descended, followed by an unstoppable force. A fist, radiating power, crashed down with devastating impact. The air cracked as the force ripped through the room. Gwangik stood amidst the wreckage, the room around him utterly destroyed. Elsewhere, a figure watched from a nearby building, observing the aftermath of the attack. One of the figures wondered how he could have destroyed the spell with brute force. Debris floated in the air, remnants of the shattered spell. Gwangik, standing amidst the destruction, scoffed at the thought of New Year bows. The figure leaped from the building, disappearing into the night. A voice echoed, promising a rematch with Grandpa. A single eye, filled with an unknown emotion, stares ahead. The man tied to the chair screams, as Kong Noziak looms over him. Kong Noziak smirks, seemingly unbothered by the captive's distress. He thinks, anyway. Elsewhere, a voice asks about the scan from Madame Flower. The response, it's almost done. Madame Flower, once the wife of Kong Noziak, types away at a complex device. After being diagnosed infertile, she became close personnel instead. The text reveals that she is both a scientist and a shapeshifter. A hand presses a key on a keyboard, working to be more precise. The device pings as Madame Flower stands near a man with blue hair who is working on a computer. The text emphasizes that she's a scientist who studies the bodies of shapeshifters. Madame Flower states that she will summarize the results and give them to the other person. The hand of Kong Noziak grips a cane as he prepares to be. Kong Noziak learns that he broke through the defense spell with just one punch. His legs were as strong as iron, his arms like metal. Two soldiers knelt before Gwangik, heads bowed in supplication. They would need at least a platoon to get him. A whole platoon? That was too much. Gwangik stood before the kneeling soldiers. He apologized. One of the soldiers stammered, addressing Gwangik as Sir. The woman with the glasses began to speak. It was immeasurable, non-standard as they say. Elsewhere, someone had arrived. One man approached another, footsteps echoing in the room. The question hung in the air, a demand for explanation. Li Kangxian offered a flimsy excuse, claiming a sudden need for New Year bows. Gwangik stood over Li Kangxian, who sat at the table. Li Kangxian added that he gave him clues about the black hole too. Confidence resonated in the unseen speaker's voice. Gwangik's expression hardened as he listened. They would look into what they already knew. The focus shifted. The priority was now clear, the blondie. Li Kangxian, hunched over his laptop, was instructed to provide any information he had. The unseen speaker mused, considering the target's appearance. A subtle shift in the atmosphere hinted at a building intensity. A palpable tension filled the air. A man with dark sunglasses stared ahead, his expression unreadable. The intensity ratcheted up another notch. A sudden exclamation cuts through the silence. I got it. Li Kangchen furiously sketches on a notepad, his pen flying across the page. Kangchen mutters to himself, lost in his work. This is... The sketch takes shape, a crude drawing of a man with thick glasses and a severe expression. Someone questions the drawing. Are you serious? Li Kangchen is confronted by another man. The man responds, yeah. Is it weird? A disembodied hand offers a pen, with the instruction, here, use this to draw his face. Li Kangchen pauses, pen in hand. Hey, are you sure about this? It's... The final drawing is revealed. A man in a suit and sunglasses, rendered in stark detail. He listened, as the other man exclaimed, impressed by something he had done. Hyman wondered if he could have the pen, feeling like he could become a manga artist for real if he had it. The other man responded that he couldn't keep it without a permit. Li Kangchen turned his head, a click echoing in the background. He held the phone to his ear, listening intently to the person on the other end. Elsewhere, the woman spoke in her phone, asking if the person on the other end had seen their grandfather, adding that she had just met him. Li Kangchen continued his phone call, the other person asking if he had some time right now. He responded with a slight hesitation, confirming that he did, but, meanwhile, the sun shone brightly through the clouds. A yellow car sped down the road, kicking up dust and debris. The woman, sitting in a car, questioned what was going on all of a sudden and what a person should do for their community. Li Kangchen was told to do with all that money of his, anyway, and that he should donate it and look after some kids, too. He simply responded, all right. He was asked how his meeting with his grandfather went. He responded that his grandfather seemed healthy enough to give him a younger sibling. Guangyu added that his grandfather is, of course, a pure-blooded shapeshifter. He also wanted New Year bows from him. He questioned why his grandfather would want New Year's bows when it wasn't even New Year's, though it seemed like his grandfather wanted all the bows he hadn't given him throughout his life. His grandfather wanted all the bows he hadn't given him throughout his life. Mari remarked that he really hasn't changed. Mari warned him that if his grandfather tries to make him do something, he shouldn't do it. He should just take what his grandfather gives. It seemed like Mari was concerned. She stated that she'll take responsibility for anything that might happen. Mari reiterated that she'll take responsibility for anything that might happen. Mari wondered if they needed to make an enemy out of him. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Guangyu pursed his lips, considering what Mari had just said. Mari leaned on her hand, thinking that if they do what he asks, they can ask him to do things for them in return. Meanwhile, a yellow car sped down the road, kicking up dust in its wake, as someone said that you take after him when it comes to your intelligence. Guangyu corrected himself, saying he meant his father would seize from joy. Someone said, let's go. Guangyu thought to himself that he'll be flexing today for the donations. The yellow car was now parked outside, and Mari stood next to it with a man in a suit as she said, all right. The sound of footsteps echoed. The older woman approaches, her expression unreadable as she asks if Mari is the director. The older woman's voice rises, demanding to know what Mari is doing there. The older woman clasps her hands together, her face contorted with worry and fear. From a hidden vantage point, a man with a camera focuses on the scene. Meanwhile, the older woman questions if there is someone else with Mari, as Guangyu stands nearby. A man on the phone confirms that he is with the detective agency Paparazzi, and that the target is here, but they brought someone with them. The man with the camera wonders if they are with someone else. The man on the phone smirks, stating that there will be additional fees, but to continue with the plan. The man on the phone reflects that detective agency work requires a lot of effort. He knew that this would be especially difficult when facing special species. Elsewhere, a figure with pointed ears grinned, camera in hand. Let's do this. Kim Jianqi's face contorted in terror, her hands clasped together as if in prayer. A desperate plea escaped her lips, a mere whisper in the face of unseen danger. Nearby, the man in the suit questioned the woman with long brown hair, seeking clarification on the unfolding events. Suddenly, Kim Jianqi was seized from behind, her expression one of utter shock and fear. The hand clamped over her mouth, stifling any cry for help as the ambush began. A sinister grin spread across the face of the man in the hoodie as he dragged Kim Jianqi away, declaring that they had taken over the building. Kim Jianqi's thoughts turned to the children, a wave of concern washing over her features. The woman with long brown hair reassured the man in the suit that the children were fortunately engaged in outdoor activities. The man in the suit wondered if the other teachers were aware of the situation, his expression etched with worry. A chilling response echoed, confirming that the other teachers were indeed unaware. Kim Jianqi recalled the instructions she had received, to bring the volunteers without a word, and they would leave without doing anything. She questioned why he had been waiting for them, her expression unreadable as he simply confirmed her suspicion. Guangyu's eyes narrowed, realizing they already knew he would be there. The woman's anger flared, declaring that those bastards were out of their minds, as Gwang Ik-yu tried to calm her down. He stated that he was calm, though his expression remained unreadable. Gwang Ik-yu told her to stay with her for a bit, as someone asked if they were going to go in there. He responded that she was taking care of them herself, as the more experienced one, and shouldn't he? The woman questioned if he was more experienced, stating that he hadn't even been in this field for more than 3 years. She retorted that she used her money, and he used his fists, adding a sarcastic "wow, cool." Someone called out Mom, then Sul. The woman, Sul-hee, walked away, leaving Gwang Ik-yu behind. He reassured her that the guys would leave soon. Gwang Ik-yu smirked, his eyes gleaming with determination. He wore a dark suit, the tie neatly knotted at his throat. From a distance, the pair appeared small, but the man's words echoed with false reassurance. Nothing bad will happen. Elsewhere, a man with striking blue hair adjusted his earpiece, a look of confusion crossing his face. What the hell? A voice crackled through the earpiece, demanding action. Itching for a workout? Use her. The blue-haired man peered through the lens of a professional camera, snapping photos. He wondered if he was really just sending in his mom. Gwang Ik-yu offered a cheerful wave, a stark contrast to the grim determination in his eyes. His thoughts, however, betrayed a darker sentiment. What a piece of shit. Gwang Ik-yu stood beside the older woman, the sky a bright backdrop to their conversation. He turned to her, a forced smile on his face. She'll be all right? A voice offered hollow comfort. Yeah, don't worry about her. We can call the police if you're so worried. Elsewhere, a woman with silver hair frowned, her eyes narrowed in frustration. Already, but there's no service. The older woman's face tightened with worry, her brow furrowed deeply. Her phone screen displayed a stark reality. No service. She's right. I don't have any data. Elsewhere, a man in a suit overheard a troubling piece of information. I heard that Prometheus left Korea. He stood on the patterned pavement, seemingly unfazed by the news. A disembodied thought echoed. Who could possibly be after them? The exterior of a brick building stood silent, a single window, its only visible feature. Suddenly, the window shattered as a monstrous figure crashed through, shards of glass flying. The man in the suit and the older woman looked up, startled by the violent intrusion. The monstrous figure lay defeated, blood pooling around its body as it gasped its last breath. The older woman's eyes widened in terror, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. Gwang Ik-yu steadied her, his grip firm as he helped her regain her balance. Elsewhere, a man with glasses reacted with wide-eyed surprise, his mouth agape. He stares in disbelief at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. Another man urgently requests someone to take the older woman to safety. A disembodied voice declares the area an active zone, ordering immediate evacuation. A man in a suit, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, offers a terse apology. The same voice explains that their presence is due to a mission triggered by a call. The man in the suit reassures someone, telling them not to worry and to leave the area. The man acknowledges the instructions, thinking that the situation was dealt with easily. The man in the suit reflects on his past, stating that he was in the immortal special forces. Now, then, Gwang Ik-yu resolves to help his mother. A powerful explosion rocks the immediate vicinity. The monster is sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground. The monster groans in pain as it lies defeated. A sharp crack echoes through the silent building. He looks up, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. The situation should be easier, he thinks, but it is not. The damage is extensive. The entire building is in danger of collapsing. He continues forward, his footsteps echoing on the stairs. The scene is gruesome. Bodies litter the floor as he enters the room. A voice echoes, stating that these bodies, like the ones from earlier, are all test subjects. The bodies are mangled and bloody, confirming the grim statement. The voice continues, noting that they are just like the ones from Prometheus. He stares at the scene, his face contorted in disgust. A voice wonders who keeps making these monsters, as the man is confronted by a hulking, bear-like creature. The bear monster roars, and he cries out, begging it not to come near. A disembodied voice echoes in the darkness, demanding answers. The monstrous, winged figure tightens its grip on the woman. The creature questions if his biological father sent him, or if he's merely an experiment. The beast's maw opens, a guttural growl rumbling in its chest. The response is cut short, a strangled gasp escaping the creature's lips. The woman's expression hardens, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. The unseen interrogator presses, demanding to know the creature's parentage. Struggling, the winged monster finally utters a name, Park Hyuk. Recognition dawns on the woman's face, her eyes widening in shock. The woman repeats the name, a question hanging in the air. A bead of sweat trickles down the side of a man's face. The woman, standing over the fallen creature, asks if the man knows him. The name echoes in the darkness, Park Hyuk. The monstrous creature seems to consider the name. The creature thinks of the crazy, perverted psycho-scientist who made these guys and decides he needs to make a call. Meanwhile, Gwang Ikyu is informed that someone is there. The woman urges him to wait, but Gwang Ikyu is already moving. A voice announces that someone's coming. Two figures arrive. One asks how they've been. The pair advance, their steps measured and deliberate. Gwang Ikyu asks who it is and what they're doing here, then asks the woman if she knows them. The woman confirms that they are shapeshifters from Dangun, and that she saw them when she was going to see her grandfather. The shapeshifters stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. Gwang Ikyu asks what brings them here, though. He is greeted with enthusiasm, though the sentiment feels somewhat forced. The other man asks if his face is okay, apologizing for what happened at the cafe. The man in the black suit observes that they already know each other, standing over Gwang Ikyu. The silver-haired man recalls that Gwang Ikyu showed no mercy back then. The silver-haired man states that he always tries to do his best, adding that Gwang Ikyu was hiding his powers. The man in the black suit notes that he catches on quickly. The silver-haired man says that's enough about the past, as he and Gwang Ikyu stand face to face. Do Angeol introduces himself, stating he was sent as reinforcement. The man in the black suit looks surprised by this revelation. He says that he never called for reinforcements, though the CEO told him to tell him. Do Angeol replies that it was just one of his New Year allowances. He acknowledges this, but wonders who that is. He lay prone, a gloved hand reaching down as if to help him up. This guy? I just picked him up on the way. Someone mused that they were wondering why their phone suddenly stopped working. But the blue-haired man was the reason. The man pointed a finger upwards, stating that someone was hiding on the top floor. He seemed to know something. It was someone's doing, the voice declared, implying a deliberate act of sabotage or interference. The man in the suit, looking concerned, questioned why they brought him here. His expression was serious. The prone man might have the information they wanted, suggesting he was a valuable source of intelligence. The sound of clapping echoes in the air. Three figures clad in dark tactical gear stand together, their expressions unreadable. He surveys the scene, standing amidst the carnage. There sure is a lot of them. He reflects on the recent battle. He took down all those people on his own. It's definitely impressive. Especially that secret technique, metal arms. A figure shrouded in darkness prepares for action, energy crackling around them. I want to risk everything and just fight him right now. Two men stand side by side, their expressions serious as they look towards something. A figure stands in a doorway, blood splattered on the floor. You blondie? A blond man in sunglasses grinned, questioning how someone got in. The man in the black hoodie was ambushed, one assailant yelling a curse as they attacked. He was sent flying through the air, crashing through a window. Spinning, he continued to fall, propelled by the force of the attack. Landing hard, he scrambled to his feet, his pursuers unable to detect his presence. Only a pure blood, it was said, could move undetected in this way. His eyes narrowed, focused on escape. The sound of shattering glass echoed. He crouched low, peering out from behind cover, ready to move again. He must be outside. His hand pressed against the cold pavement, shards of glass scattered around him. He paused, a sense of unease washing over him. Something wasn't right. Another presence? The scent of blood hung heavy in the air. A voice echoed, directing someone to a path. Gwang Ikyu's eyes widened in horror. Sajin was nearby, covered in blood. Sajin gasped for air, her face a mask of pain and fear. Had she already been defeated? Park Hyuk, holding a bloodied knife, taunted, "You caught up faster than I expected. The fun was just starting too." Meanwhile, the sound of struggle echoed. Gwang Ikyu charged forward, his expression a mix of determination and rage. Footsteps pounded against the pavement, a desperate chase underway. Park Hyuk laughed, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. That's so funny." A voice seethed with anger, promising retribution. The man behind the glasses spoke, his tone laced with dismissal. Gwang Ikyu appeared distorted, as if seen through shattered glass. A voice echoed, declaring the intent to divide up the senses. A subtle shift occurred, a barely perceptible change in the air. The voice continued, recalling shapeshifter training and enveloping the body with new sensation. Shin Juho lunged forward, his attack aimed at the transformed Gwang Ikyu. The hunter pressed his attack, a swift downward strike intended to end the fight quickly. The shapeshifter stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the blow. Gwang Ikyu, having dodged the attack, heard Shin Juho's mocking question. Shin Juho gripped Gwang Ikyu's arm, declaring he could get used to his senses again. Gwang Ikyu cried out as Shin Juho's grip tightened, pain shooting through his arm. A figure stepped forward, silencing the conflict with a single, firm command. He held up two fingers, a strange calm washing over him. Suddenly, he was sent flying backwards, his body contorting in midair. A disembodied voice echoed, boasting of a shapeshifter's monster forehead flick. A woman stood, blood trickling down her face, muttering that it was over and she almost died. Meanwhile, a man in a suit knelt beside Gwang Ikyu, who was seated on the ground. The man exclaimed that he was finally speaking in his original language. The man in the suit leaned in, asking how he opened that Earth black hole, while Gwangik-yu looked on in disbelief. The man in the suit pressed, asking if he was going to answer his question, especially since he was an immortal who's sensitive. The man in the suit touched the woman's face, and she responded that she would answer his question. So, Gwangik-yu stated that you can tell where a black hole will appear beforehand. So on that day, he stood amidst the wreckage, the scene bathed in an eerie light. A disembodied voice echoed, boasting of surpassing even the most powerful psychics. Meanwhile, the voice declared that the reader was inside the lab, the building looming in the background. The lab stood tall, a monument of glass and steel against the night sky. Inside, a man sat at the head of a long table, discussing someone with the blood of both shapeshifters and immortals. A sinister smile crept across his face, a silent affirmation of their plans. The conversation turned to weaknesses, the photos of marked individuals hinting at a ruthless strategy. A single photograph remained untouched, a young woman with a hopeful smile. A hand rested on the table, the owner listening intently to the unfolding report. The man in the lab coat reported that paparazzi had been caught, the man in the suit responding with a veiled threat. The man grimaced, relaying the grim news. Jake had been caught, too. The man in charge pressed for details, his brow furrowed with concern. Who was the captured metahuman? The answer came. It was Yu Gwangik. He stood among his comrades, unaware of the danger to come. They had occupied another base, leaving a message through a one-way communication system. The message was a threat. "You're dead if I find you," was what he said. The man's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he absorbed the implications. A sinister smile crept across the man's face, a hint of the ruthlessness within. He spat out his contempt, referring to Gwangik as that young piece of shit. Yu Gwangik was now captured, his hands bound, a look of defiance in his eyes. He was restrained, helpless, his muscular torso exposed, a testament to his strength. The threat continued, promising capture and dissection while still alive. He had the chills. The man's face contorted in a grimace, the weight of the situation settling upon him. Sulhi stated that they should hand these over to the company. They have to get through the security, and there's a lot to go through. If money is the problem, the man offered, you can ask for some. The other man responded with a firm no when asked if he didn't want to. The man with his arms crossed agreed, saying, yeah, that's right. The man's face contorted in anger as he thought, these aren't the type of things you can or should do on your own. You're not even a developer. He's been looking at me like that ever since yesterday, the man thought, wondering why. He considered that they'll need a professional hacker for this one. The man at the desk was told to resume their conversation from earlier. The man, rubbing his neck, said that he wasn't getting anything. The man stated that they haven't been able to find another lab, either. The one that's recently been an issue was already taken down. The tied-up man thought that he'd get all the information he needed from Blondie. He's unexpectedly useless, he realized. While Prometheus is active in both the public eye and behind the scenes, the men discussed this mad scientist group is strictly behind the scenes. These bastards are. It's way too hard to find, one man said. The other told him to open it, saying she's a teammate. After all, she bursts into the room, announcing her presence with a cheerful greeting. Gwangik relays that 3 shapeshifters ambushed her the previous night, though he notes she seems unharmed. Sulhi, with a determined glint in her eyes, declares her intention to retaliate against the shapeshifters. Gwangik reminds her that she has learned kickboxing, implying she is ready for a fight. He expresses his desire to join her, but acknowledges that the shapeshifters are skilled at concealing themselves. Gwangik notices something peculiar about her eyes, a subtle shift that hints at something more. Gwangik reveals that he has placed a tracking spell, his back turned to her. Sulhi reveals she cast the tracking spell on one of the shapeshifters that ambushed her. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the outskirts of Seongsu, the buildings looming in the background. The buildings stand tall, their windows reflecting the dim light of the evening. Meanwhile, Gwangik-yu stands in an office, listening intently as a woman in a lab coat speaks, another man working at the computer. A group of figures stands silhouetted against the light, their expressions hidden in the shadows. One of them wonders who they are. The speaker accuses someone of messing up magic. One of the figures identifies someone as the one who ambushed them. Back in the office, the woman in the lab coat asks how they found something. The sound of a heavy impact echoes. A man stands over another, demanding he tell him everything he knows. The man being interrogated insists they only manage the storage and don't know anything. The woman in the lab coat warns the man not to lie, as another voice agrees. I didn't even want to be a part of this, a voice echoes. He observes the scene, a grin set to his jaw. These guys are real. Someone speaks into a walkie-talkie, calling the others amateurs. He decides to tell Panda about this. The air crackles with energy. He looks on, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The force explodes outward, sending debris flying. The destruction intensifies, the air thick with dust and smoke. The world seems to shatter around him. The sound of destruction echoes. A building is engulfed in flames, the inferno raging. That's nice to see, a figure remarks, observing the blaze. Did you think that I'd just sit back and watch when you kept going after my wife and son? He receives an urgent message from headquarters, delivered by the team manager. The message relays grim news. Codename Lightwing was caught in an explosion. And he's Gwangik? The aftermath of the explosion is visible, debris falling from the ruined structure. A group of people stand amidst the destruction, one commenting on the weather. More people are present, their expressions unreadable in the smoky haze. A man in a suit walks through the crowd, his purpose unknown. The man in the suit orders everyone to get out of the building. Amidst the chaos, a distressed person coughs, desperately seeking Gwangik. The distressed person expresses disbelief and anger. Shin Juho looked up at the sky, the sounds of the recent explosion still echoing. He stood amidst the rubble, bloodied but defiant. Electrical energy crackled around his bloodied hand. He grinned, acknowledging the pain. It hurt, but he was alive. His expression hardened, a new resolve forming in his eyes. He looked down at his body, assessing the damage. How are you up and? He recalled the words of others, that he wouldn't be found. Meanwhile, Shin Juho, flanked by two imposing figures, spoke with grim determination. If he couldn't find him, he'd bait him out. A radiant phosphorus explosive, a weapon that burns everything the light touches. He had gone somewhere the light couldn't reach. Then, Gwangik closed his eyes and held his breath. The voice declared that this was it. The man grunted, seemingly annoyed. A voice questioned what could be done with just 5 people. The group of muscular men stood ready, awaiting orders. The man admitted to being patient, but there was a limit. Someone asked who said it was just the 5 of them. The group in black declared that they were. He stood beside a vehicle, a plan forming in his mind. Someone asked if it was them. The voice demanded to know who put their hands on Gwangik. The man stated that he had pretty good connections. The group declared checkmate, their plan set in motion. A command echoes, signaling the start of a coordinated assault. He is suddenly beset by a group of men, their intentions clear. A blade flashes, cutting into his flesh with brutal efficiency. Elsewhere, a man in a suit is caught off guard, a pink energy blade aimed at his throat. The man in the suit cries out, pain etched across his face. Gwangik grits his teeth, blood welling from the fresh wound. The attacker grips the handle of his weapon, ready for another strike. He is sent flying, the impact blurring his vision. Gwangik struggles to comprehend the sudden shift, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He notices a wound, a stinging reminder of the ongoing threat. A disembodied voice acknowledges his heightened awareness. The man in the suit reveals his ability to blend in, hinting at a deeper connection to the special species. A single, focused eye observes the unfolding conflict with unnerving intensity. A trembling hand reaches out, senses dulled. What is this? He wonders, struggling to comprehend. The truth becomes starkly clear, its poison coursing through his veins. A figure stands poised, weapon in hand, ready for the next strike. Shin Juho grimaces, clutching a knife, his face contorted in pain. Shin Juho stares at the hand, a combination of powers and curses, a unique poison. Why are you so surprised? The figure declares, this is a secret, but I'm also an immortal. The figure, muscles taut, challenges, you want to fight? Shin Juho stumbles backward, exclaiming, ugh, you arrogant little fucker. The figure stands silhouetted against the light, weapon ready. The figure prepares to strike, the blade glinting menacingly. The figure attacks Shin Juho, the blade cutting through the air. He clutches at the wound, blood seeping between his fingers. The dagger falls to the ground, slick with crimson. He struggles to maintain his balance. A voice echoes, suggesting they talk it out. The question hangs in the air. Did he know why the Hughes Gate happened? A shirtless man, bearing a weapon, simply asks, what? The voice explains that the incident occurred during ongoing research about black holes, as they were trying to develop a machine that could suppress gates. The man wonders what they have done. It is revealed that there are a total of 7 dormant black holes in the area, all estimated to appear in about a week. The voice continues, questioning if a black hole didn't open up in Seongsu recently. The shirtless man stands with another figure. A hooded figure asks if they thought their creation was a reader. The shirtless man stands amidst the aftermath, described as a multi-layered gate. A smiling man states that if one could purposefully open a Hughes Gate. A disembodied voice declares that this is the result of 40 years of research, as a hand crackles with purple energy. The voice continues, stating that they should at least have their name go down in history before they die. He is enveloped by a swirling, crackling aura of purple energy. A booming voice declares this creation to be the best output ever made. A figure stands over the fallen, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A heavy boot presses down, the man beneath it gasping. Are you from evolution? Yu Gwangik stands, adjusting his suit, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He admits that he didn't expect the other to defeat an irregular hunter. He decides that he better head back. An outbreak of a Hughes Gate of more than 10 meters in diameter is reported. Monsters emerge, their forms grotesque and menacing, as screams fill the air. A towering figure, all blades and sinew, lets out a horrifying shriek. A young man's eyes widen in terror, his face streaked with dirt and sweat. Before him looms a huge gate, a monstrous silhouette rising against the skyline. The call of Sun echoes as Yu Guangxi stands ready, determination etched on his face. He steels himself, knowing the size of the gate means he needs to save the people. A voice orders the immortal special forces to keep their distance, and the snipers to prepare to shoot anything that comes out of the gate. The snipers follow orders, their rifles firing in unison. The shots ring out as Yu Guangxi charges forward, a shotgun slung across his back. One of the creatures emerges from the gate, only to be met with a hail of bullets. The snipers continue to fire, their shots precise and deadly. The creature, with its 3 glowing eyes, seems unfazed by the assault. Guangxi notes that there are 2 weaknesses to these guys: their eyes. He lunges forward, fist cocked back, aiming for the creature's head. The creature reels, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. And with a final strike, Guangxi delivers a devastating blow, felling the monster. He reels, the impact ringing in his ears. A mechanical voice booms, declaring the arrival of a wheel knight. The massive wheels of the knight grind against the asphalt. He stumbles back, narrowly avoiding the crushing wheels. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his grimy face. The wheel knight advances, its form wreathed in purple energy as Guangxi curses under his breath. He grits his teeth, knowing he needs to recover quickly. Focusing, he wills his heart to pump faster, attempting to heal. The wheel knight unleashes a barrage of attacks. Guangxi is sent flying as the wheel knight continues its assault. Pushing through the pain, he prepares to strike back. The wheel knight roars as Guangxi's attack lands. He focuses, his gaze intense as he surveys the battlefield. He manages a weak, grateful acknowledgement. He orders everyone to evacuate the area. Yu Guangxi's name echoes in the air. He's got keen insight, physical prowess, and insane combat ability. Could anyone have done the same in his position? It's enough to kill his competitive spirit. 0 dead, 4 injured. 1 immortal special forces member, 3 from Warang. None of the civilians were hurt. A presence expands, perceiving the vastness beyond the immediate and the tangible. A figure stands amidst debris, a lone silhouette against a shattered landscape. A disembodied face emerges, a question hanging in the silent void. What's going on? A declaration echoes from the darkness. I'm not dead. The will of the black hole surges, palpable and immense. Here, the last vestiges of humanity are shed, discarded like unwanted skin. The intent solidifies, a chilling promise. I will erase humanity. The face shatters, fragmented and distorted, reflecting a fractured purpose. And open up a new world. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the city, a woman speaks urgently into her phone, calling someone babe. The person on the other end responds, confirming, yeah, Solhi, I'm headed that way right now. Elsewhere, Guangxi is asked about. Did something happen? He asks into the phone. Solhi spoke into the phone, her expression a mix of concern and relief. She had been worried about him. Guangxi stood with his hands on his hips, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He thought she didn't need to worry anymore. He adjusted something at his waist, his expression still confident. Their kid was doing great. Of course, a voice declared, he's our son, after all. A swirling, pinkish-purple portal began to manifest, a dark void at its center. The portal pulsed, energy crackling around its edges as something began to emerge. A group of figures stood ready, weapons drawn, as they stared at the growing portal. One of them muttered, huh? The swirling portal continued to expand, the dark center growing larger. The structure around the portal seemed to vibrate with the force of its opening. Multiple dark voids appeared within the portal, hinting at the chaos to come. Figures began to emerge from the portal, their forms distorted by the swirling energy. Monstrous shapes and mechanical constructs poured forth, a nightmarish army unleashed. A strange device hovers before the swirling, ominous portal. Orders rang out. Sniper teams to maintain positions, identify the invaders, and fire when ready. Sweat beaded on his brow. The second wave was starting. He called for backup, reporting that there were way too many of them. The message was clear. They were already on their way. The invaders' intentions were brutal. They were there to fuck up the invaders. A man in tactical gear stood with his arms crossed, awaiting the coming storm. The word came down, front lines, firepower. Smaller groups would take care of the mutants, the soldier was told. The order was given, everyone, start the battle. He gripped his sword, wondering why the black hole had appeared earlier. Was it just for a bounce to come out ahead of time? A growing unease settled, a prickling sensation of something amiss. A soldier urgently reported a silence worm on the rooftop, desperately calling for backup. Panic seized the rooftop as a figure cried out, overwhelmed by the monstrous worms. Terror contorted the man's face as the silence worms closed in, their touch a nightmare. The scene unfolded in chaos, the worms swarming as Guangxi watched the unfolding horror. He questioned the worms' presence, knowing they only appeared in underground black holes. Amidst the chaos, a soldier paused, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. Determination hardened his gaze. He would deal with the invaders personally. Meanwhile, the sign designated the location: emergency conference room. Inside, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily as one soldier reported 20 silence worms. The thought of the impending damage caused a wave of frustration and resignation. The soldier ran a hand through his hair, the weight of responsibility etched on his face. The order came to change the formation immediately. The man in uniform reported that no one had died yet. The discussion turned to a shapeshifter who was going wild, killing all the invaders. The man in uniform questioned if he was saving anyone in danger. He wondered who they were talking about. The shapeshifter was known as WBS. The Hughes Gate incident in Seongsu became a major topic of discussion. Two men discussed the nature of black holes. Gates were one type, and plants were another. It split as it increased in size, eventually becoming a factory type. In the MZ, militarized zone, also called the Devil's Womb, plant-type black holes kept appearing. Before that started happening, that region used to be called the DMZ. Afterward, Korea was unified. This incident really showed humanity how important it is to stop Hughes Gates. We just have to pray for hope. The crowd cheered. It's WBS. WBS. Please look over here, Mr. Yu Gwangik. A man in a suit extended his hand. He thought it would be perfect if he started as his secretary. Even the president came to see him. He stood with a man who asked about the person standing behind him. The man's hand rested over his heart, a gesture of sincerity and gratitude. Yu Gwangik wanted to convey his gratitude as a representative of all the citizens. It was a touching moment, a display of genuine appreciation. He had fought to rescue people, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. He also had a new goal. Elsewhere, a stark, modern building stood against a cloudy sky, its purpose unknown. A man was sent flying through the air, the impact of an unseen force evident. The unseen speaker questioned if it was right for the world's best special species and the 100 Slayer to spar against him, suggesting it was a one-sided beating. The man landed hard, his opponent standing over him, a clear power dynamic established. Another man questioned where they got this guy from, mentioning the most recent gate incident. It was revealed that his name was Han Jeongjik, one of the snipers with a light conversion power. Han Jeongjik tried to take off with his weapon, his expression a mix of desperation and defiance. He recalled the rigorous training, the foundation upon which his skills were built. The memory of swift movements flashed before him, a desperate attempt to escape. He fought, a flurry of blows exchanged with an unseen opponent, each strike carrying weight. The voice echoed in his mind, a dismissive assessment of his opponent's skill. What did he learn first? The question lingered as he lay defeated. He learned to hide his presence, to deceive his traces, expanding and dividing his senses. When killing No Pildu, the human logger, he utilized trace deceit, a skill honed in deadly encounters. He recalled learning shapeshifter techniques like iron legs and metal arms, transforming his very being. Instincts and rationale combined, merging together into one, a seamless blend of thought and action. Focusing on those two allowed him to surpass his physical limits, pushing beyond what he thought possible. He wondered if it was right to use all of these skills, a moral question amidst the heat of battle. The memories surged, a raw, visceral recollection of power and conflict. He stood over the kneeling figure, the sound of a heavy impact echoing. The man on the ground admitted to having a complex, messy combination of skills. Yu Gwangik questioned why the man had followed him in the first place. The man looked up, his expression unreadable as he listened to Gwangik. The man reflected on a past where he thought money could buy him anything. He had trained his sniper skills on his own, but above all, he possessed light conversion power. Energy crackled around a hand, replacing flesh with light. The man's mother had always told him to move faster than anyone and anything. He believed he just needed to fix people, and if their personality was the problem, he would fix it. The man admitted he was honest, as Yu Gwangik listened intently. The man's leg was visible, clad in dark material. He wanted to become someone who kills invaders, but also wanted to keep the joys of daily life. He was asked where he was going. Yu Gwangik smirked, a hint of confidence playing on his lips. Elsewhere, Gwangik walked through a snowy landscape, the crunch of his footsteps echoing in the cold air. The other man simply uttered, "Ah." It was not what he had expected. A hand extends a gray object, and Shin Juho looks at it, confused. Gwangik asked him to become his co-worker. The two men sit outside in the snowy mountains. Shin Juho asks if Gwangik knows why he lives in the mountains. He replies that he does not. Shin Juho peels a sweet potato. He wonders why Gwangik set up a company and why he cooks these sweet potatoes. Shin Juho states the obvious. He cooks them to eat them, of course. Shin Juho says that he did it so he can have freedom at work and cook. Shin Juho says that he did it so he can have freedom at work and cook. He thinks to himself that organization and fighting a Hughes gate is something only Gwangik could do. Gwangik eats a sweet potato. Shin Juho thinks that he's one insane guy. Shin Juho tells himself to wipe the... He suggested that Shin Juho teach someone, as he wasn't making progress. Shin Juho agreed to do it with him, giving a simple alright. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a modern interior, possibly an office or home. A woman stood before a man, urging him to return to the company. She insisted that returning to the company was the only way he could help out. Gwangik, seated at a table, told the woman he had a favor to ask. The woman responded that if it was something difficult, it wouldn't be free. She asked him to please get back to work, noting he was already planning to join Dangun again. The woman's expression hardened as she spoke of her company. Gwangik questioned why Dangun, asking if she was trying to betray her own son. She asked when he even established a company, promising to make sure he was satisfied with his salary and offering shares. Gwangik smiled, seemingly pleased with the offer. A box sits by the front door. The man acknowledges the gift, thanking his mother. The box contains sweet potatoes, and they're supposedly really good. Park Hyuk continued to scout more people into the company, offering a stable income with bonuses. Stephen Choi is going insane because of all the people who want to scout him. He hasn't seen his friend in a long time. The man asks if he's going to be asked to do something strange again, wondering if he can turn it down. He agrees to do it. The text explains that a couple of people were brought in who could handle the odd jobs and had Panda take care of general management. It was clear that he would try to do something to them once the tax investigation on him was over. And with the help of Hyman's mother, a woman is tied up. They got Rose. Someone asks if they're supposed to strip at their command. Someone is upset, saying that's not the kind of work they want him to do. The speaker admitted that the claim about planting a bomb was a lie. Of course it was. Afterward, Mari and a mother's friend joined the group as well. The speaker stated that this was all of them, gesturing to the group. The group stood together, a mix of expressions on their faces, some serious, some apprehensive. A shotgun was held, ready for action, the intent clear in its positioning. The man with the shotgun declared that they should head to Seongsu. It was a custom of sorts for a private company. She admits to adding a light twist to the event, a smile playing on her lips. One man places a hand on another's shoulder, suggesting they view the situation as karma. A man with blue hair declares it's time to get this over with today. The group moves forward, their purpose clear. There's no point in dragging it out. A man warns someone to stay out of it if they are weak, a smirk on his face. Another man suggests that someone with muscles for brains is more of a burden. One of the men calls someone a cockroach. Two people are observed with the assessment that they are growing close, just engaging in banter. A voice declares that there should be no more fighting. A foot steps forward, ready to move. They moved as a unit, the team advancing through the city streets. The ground blurred beneath their feet as they picked up speed. Let's get. A monstrous dog, its body outlined with glowing circuits, stood in their path. It thought, this over with so we can get food. He lunged forward, a blur of motion as he engaged the creature. His leg moved with practiced precision, aiming for a vital point. His expression hardened, a grim determination etched on his face. One down. A surge of energy erupted, a violet explosion engulfing the area. He pressed the attack, his movements fluid and deadly. Elsewhere, a woman fought desperately against a monstrous green creature, her face contorted in effort. A blade of pure energy sliced through the air, a flash of violet light. He stood amidst the destruction, his gaze fixed on the next threat. The monstrous creature roared, its red eyes burning with rage. He stood firm, facing the group. They questioned his presence in their territory. One of the men declared he had an official permit, holding it up for display. The man with blue hair stated that they were new, explaining their presence. The protagonist held up his own official permit, a slight smile on his face. The group announced that this was their company's launch ceremony. The text on the building indicated that they took care of all the lost invaders that day. A message on a phone screen stated that people had been struggling to get rid of something for a month by 6 p.m. Meanwhile, an older man remarked on someone not wanting to work under him. The older man smirked, holding a tablet with a confident expression. Two men in suits stood in a hallway, seemingly discussing business. Kong Ho-young, Kong Noziok's son, believed it was only right to avoid giving them work. He wondered aloud if they should offer assistance from behind the scenes. The man with blonde hair was told that there were quick-witted people in the company, and this wouldn't be easily handled. Them be. The older man in the suit remarked on someone's youth, assuming their actions stemmed from immaturity. The man on the phone stated that if the person didn't get help from Dangun, who else would? He then hung up. Dissociation? As if they suffered the biggest losses from their launch ceremony. A hand slammed onto a surface, the unseen person exclaiming that they thought they were better than everyone. Let everyone know that if they go to or give work to WBS, they're dead. The man at the desk, with a sinister grin, declared the same goes for. The older man was in a discreet partnership with the association too. As long as you don't ask me for help, no one will be willing to help you guys out. He listened intently. absorbing the gravity of the situation. This one was a real pain, involving a presidential candidate. The man considered the implications. We can't give them work either. If you're going to help them, make sure it's under the table. Kang Ho-young stood, his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the delicate balance he had to maintain. He sat back down, a sigh escaping his lips. I understand. This is quite the mess my son has gotten himself into. A smirk played on his lips as he considered the situation. He's going to have to depend on a group if he wants to fix this issue. He mused on the support his son had received. Sulhi and Mari said they'd help him with his company too. The clatter of keys filled the room as someone worked diligently. But even then, they won't have enough people, especially people for combat. The man's face was etched with concern. Man, he probably wanted me the most. I assume he didn't even bring it up because he respected my job. A subtle smile touched his lips as he considered his son's plans. He's supposed to be stopping by the house today, right? Kang Ho-young sat at his desk, a genuine smile on his face. He thought, me for help. He tapped away at the keyboard, a determined look in his eyes. I'd better help him with work, right? Kang Ho-young sat at the table, a plate of food before him, his expression hardening. Mari, I'm going to take her. He questioned if his son wasn't going to treat her like a kid forever. Kang Ho-young added that she would move into the company building's residential area too, wondering why his son was making that face. He told his son that he could just bring it up. Kang Ho-young asked if he hired his mom too. Then what about him? The son looked distraught. After that, the company hit rock bottom. Just because of you, Gwangik, even the government abandoned him. He couldn't help but watch as Gwangik took away all the talented people too. It made sense that he couldn't even provide the most basic supplies and equipment. Gwangik looked at a photo on his phone. Harmony, that was his dream? How did it end up like this? Gwangik stared at his phone. If that's what he wanted, he'd better step up too. Gwangik received a message from Little Fucker. Congratulations on establishing your own company. I'm coming back to Korea soon. Let's meet. He stared at his phone, the screen reflecting in his sharp eyes. It had been. A message for Little Fucker appeared. I'm a busy man. How much do you want? 1,000,000,001. Gwangik responded with a sticker of a bowing figure and a simple, affirmative yes. Elsewhere, a memory surfaced, a young prince of the metahuman kingdom, unseen for quite some time. The message from Little Fucker lingered, though he was probably not so little anymore. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a man sat, a voice echoing, You did well, Your Highness. I think. Another voice spoke, a reminder of past events. You remember what happened last time, right, Daniel? Daniel, seated on what appeared to be a train, stared out the window, lost in thought. A voice accused, You're still holding a grudge over that? You're great overall, but you're so petty. Boley stated that Daniel was starting to feel upset, but Daniel denied it. A woman's voice chimed in. Yeah, he's the king of convenience store food. The man in the suit looked out over the city, a voice suggesting that someone would be shocked to see him. He approached, the city lights reflecting off his dark coat. The man with dark hair greeted someone, saying, Long time no see, Al. From inside the vehicle, a man with brown hair waved, echoing the sentiment. Long time no see. The man in the suit stood tall, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A woman with striking features and a muscular build stood silently, her gaze intense. The man gestured towards the woman, stating simply, This is my sister. The man with blonde hair in a suit observed, You've grown a lot. The man with brown hair, seated, responded, I took medicine for it. The voice continued, explaining, something very efficient and way too expensive for an ordinary civilian to afford. The man in the coat listened intently, his expression thoughtful. His personality is the same, though. The man with brown hair declared, Your sister as well? This is my form-changing power. She stood amidst a backdrop of flowers, her expression unreadable as she spoke. Gwangik sat, looking down, seemingly embarrassed by her words. He looked up, a question hanging in the air. Were they truly friends? He affirmed their bond, though his clasped hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Sulhi's expression remained unchanged as she requested he take care of her sister. A tradition within the royal family demanded siblings kill each other to be acknowledged as the true king. Sulhi revealed she gave up the throne and pretended to be dead, explaining her current situation. Gwangik, along with the blonde man, listened as Sulhi made a plea, willing to do anything. He declared he did not want to kill his sister, his voice firm. The reason Al Dreyer Lenoe became a muscle princess was revealed. The question arose, was that why he was here? It would be doing his friend a favor, and he'd gain a connection who's untouched by Korean core. Sulhi looks on as the man in the suit agrees to something. The man in the suit clasps his hands together, expressing his gratitude. Gwangik sits back, casually stating that something is of course happening. An offer is made. If there's no place to stay, then come to my company. Meanwhile, the NS company building's first-floor lobby stood silent, its revolving doors gleaming under the artificial light. A voice echoed, cutting through the stillness. Is WBS here? A man in a bucket hat stood with a woman in a tracksuit, both with their arms crossed, observing the surroundings with caution. He stood in a well-tailored suit, his expression unreadable. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice calm. He raised a hand to his face, his fingers lightly touching his cheek as he considered the question. Suddenly, explosions erupted around the man in the bucket hat, throwing debris and sparks in every direction. The woman in the tracksuit turned, her eyes widening as she witnessed the chaos unfolding behind her. The man with the bucket hat was sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. A figure with glowing eyes and sharp teeth grinned, revealing a predatory hunger. A massive lion, wreathed in fiery energy, lunged forward, its claws extended and ready to strike. He watched the unfolding chaos, his expression still unreadable as the lion attacked. He declares that the deaths of two should leave quite an impression. The armor gleams, a promise of violence to come. Someone remarks that they will have to remodel again. The aftermath of the attack is clear. Rubble and ruin fill the room as three figures survey the damage. The question hangs in the air. How badly were they hurt? The answer: Ilho will need about 2 months to recover. Gawi broke her left arm and a leg. It's believed Ilho tried to protect her, which is why he's in such bad shape. One of the pair is surprised, thinking Gawi was getting soft these days. Someone notes that it's not a bad thing. The cameras show nothing. There's no signal. They found 2 things. First, he's a special species that has multiple powers. Those with 1 ability are called singles. Those with 2 are called doubles, and those with 3 are called triples. If you have more than that, then you're called a multiple psychic. He's got to be a multiple master at the least if he managed to beat the 2 of them like that. He considered the implications. There were only a few multiples in the world. That blondie was the same, he thought, processing the information. They really like the loser hiding his true strength concept. Well, all right, I guess we can't do much then, one said. We were robbed too. They were after the computers and servers, but Mari handed them over to the cops, so they know where the value of our company lies. Let's begin with the remodeling first. Let's make the first floor the parking lot and the second floor the lobby. I don't know who these guys might be, but I need to vent my anger first. Ugh, this is cruel. Isn't he a metahuman? Are you trying to kill him? He won't die. He's going to become much more powerful. You demon. A gift from Uncle Gungnak, the gravity control room. He finds the training beneficial, not only for himself. The man is told to endure that this is only the beginning. The man with the ponytail is called a crazy bastard. He thinks so at least. Someone named Fucker is back and thanks the other for taking care of his sister. He doesn't know why becoming the king is so hard. Someone thinks that he hasn't changed and they never said they'd kill him. He says he has to go somewhere, and the other person says all right. They are sensitive to rumors in this field. There are rumors that no one will survive joining an S. It looks like they can't get the employees to work even if it's the prince of the metahuman kingdom assigning it to them. Things are really bad, even worse than their lack of clients. The invasion was just the trigger. There are rumors that they've made enemies with multiple organizations as well as a terrorist organization. Even the pureblood Zhang household is involved in the rumors. They can't get the employees to work even if it's the prince of the metahuman kingdom assigning it to them. The meeting continued, the air thick with unspoken tension and veiled threats. Someone had been spreading rumors about NS's weaknesses, a tactic employed since the robbery failed. He considered the implications of the rumors, his expression thoughtful and concerned. The voice on the other end of the line admitted that spreading rumors was not a bad tactic. He received a call, the news delivered with a sense of urgency. There was a problem. The man on the phone asked if they had figured out who was responsible, extracting a promise not to attack them right away. The man on the phone gave his word, his expression serious and determined. The target was identified, the pureblood Zhang household. The man with the beard spoke of immortal faith, his gaze intense. The hooded figure remained silent, shrouded in mystery and shadow. He was reminded of his promise not to attack them right away, the weight of his word heavy on his shoulders. That was why they were going tomorrow, a plan set in motion. He smirked, a call made, setting the stage for what was to come. He needed to inform the pureblood Zhang household of his intentions. Political power meant nothing to him. He didn't give a damn about it. Growing up in an orphanage taught him that life was unfair, but despite that, he wanted to become a good person. Then, he met Guangik. It was hard, but the time he spent with him was satisfying. It was fun, too. It felt like he wasn't wasting his life. Who are you? Be good, kid. They're cute compared to Miss Gawi. Phew. One of the men in suits declares that society is rotten. Elsewhere, a man in a blue tracksuit prepares to fight, knowing he must cut off the rotten parts. He resolves that if no one else will do it, he will. The other man in the suit questions if Guangik escaped from a mental hospital. Guangik reflects that he changed after getting hired, but not in the way they think. His fist clenches, ready for action. The man in the blue tracksuit delivers a powerful punch to the face of Guangik. He follows up with a kick, sending Guangik reeling. Meanwhile, a woman with a ponytail prepares to train someone, commenting that their arms are like noodles. One of the men in suits grabs the man in the blue tracksuit from behind, attempting to restrain him. The man in the blue tracksuit retaliates with a sharp elbow to the face. The scene emphasizes the need to crush the opponent's weaknesses using your strengths. He stood, seemingly unfazed by the events that had transpired. A man declared his target a meta, his foot connecting with brutal force. The man in the blue tracksuit challenged his unseen foes to approach. When the world is painted dark, I shall step in. Online, users debated the identity of the metahuman, unsure if it was WBS. Jeonjik stared at his phone, a message declaring that he was doing great. Elsewhere, a figure perched atop a building, preparing to do their job. A voice declared that going after employees was unacceptable. Jeonjik knew he had to do the same to them, to quell the rumors. The plan was to create a hero that erased crime, burying the rumors about an S. Jeonjik was told that the crime eraser thing was questionable as a man walked behind him. The man behind Jeonjik questioned his taste, noting he didn't feel him approaching. Gwangikyu stood, his coat open, revealing his toned physique. Do you want to join the 12 Apostles of the Immortal Faith? The Immortal Faith was an organization that even Dangun had failed to capture despite 6 months of effort. The man stood firm, his expression unreadable. I was waiting for you. Gwangikyu faced him, unflinching. What do I get out of it? The man responded, money, glory, women. The blonde man smiled. Ah, do you like men? I heard about your preferences. He seemed amused by the other's reaction. The man stood his ground, unfazed. Why are you guys so desperate to work with me? Gwangikyu replied, because an immortal. The man considered the offer. Like you is rare. It'd be a shame to kill you. Are you one of the 12 apostles? Gwangikyu confirmed, yeah. Gwangikyu held out his hand, a golden glow emanating from his palm. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the man in flames. WBS is young. He won't have much experience with metahumans. Gwangikyu smirked, his eyes gleaming. Faith dreams of an eternity for immortals. That is the path to becoming gods. I'll be able to get him pretty easily with just my gears. A gear that stiffens any upon dash. He moved with incredible speed, intercepting the attack aimed at the blonde woman. A voice echoed, declaring that there was no escape from the impending assault. The woman looked up in shock, wondering how he managed to get in front of her so quickly. An energy blast struck the blonde woman, sending her flying backward. The force of the impact created a deafening boom and a blinding flash. Flames engulfed the woman as Gwangikyu stood his ground, seemingly unharmed by the blast. A disembodied voice wondered what the hell he had on him for this to happen. Elsewhere, a man in a brown uniform clenched his fist, questioning how someone could just explode like that. The blonde woman, now wreathed in purple energy, attacked Gwangikyu. She thought the training was coming in handy, at least. A voice mused that this was all thanks to running around in the gravity control room with the endurers, wondering what should be done now. The man in the brown uniform spoke into a phone, asking what he should do with the 12 apostles. Another voice responded, asking if his grandson had eaten dinner yet. An older man in a suit speaks on the phone, a slight smile on his face. A figure with dark hair stares intently, their gaze fixed on an unseen target. I just fished a big one, actually. The same figure's chest is visible, a tag hanging from their clothing. I figured you might like it more than I do, though. A close-up of a person's face, framed by a glowing border, their expression unreadable. Gwangikyu held his phone to his ear, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he heard the question. The voice on the other end confirmed that the target was one of the 12 apostles. Gwangikyu listened intently as the other party questioned if he had used a bunch of gears. The man on the other end of the line asked if he wanted someone or a whole defense system for his building. Gwangikyu's expression hardened as he stated that he only wanted one thing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a confrontation was brewing in front of the gates of the pure-blood Zhang household. 2 men in suits stood guard, their expressions unreadable as they faced an unseen person. One of the guards stated firmly that the person could not go in right now. Gwangikyu, a sinister smile gracing his face, declared that he just wanted to talk. The hands clench, knuckles popping, as the unseen figure speaks. A man with dark blue hair stands defiant. The patriarch has no reason to deal with someone like you. The speaker notes that there are a lot of Jinam clones, but not in terms of skill level. The man with blue hair stands amidst a web-like pattern. He recalls using this skill on the 12 Apostles guy. A net of bloodthirst surrounds the men in suits as they approach. The man with blue hair moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion. A powerful strike lands, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow sends the men flying backward, energy crackling around them. One of the men is sent crashing to the ground. The man with blue hair continues his assault, striking another opponent. He reflects on the skill he developed, deeming it pretty impressive as his opponents lay defeated. The man with blue hair stands victorious, surrounded by the fallen. Kang Ho-young sits at the head of the table, flanked by his men. Gwangikyu stands in the doorway, the arrangement striking him as ironic. Kang Ho-young narrows his eyes, his voice laced with a dangerous calm. You won't try to play dumb, will you? Gwangikyu raises a hand, his expression unreadable. Is Kang Ho-young's plan to put him in a difficult financial situation to force him to sell himself? Gwangikyu thinks to himself, wondering what the hell is going on. Sell himself? Kang Ho-young swirls the liquid in his glass, his gaze intense. He wonders if this trait of Gwangik's will be passed down his bloodline. Kang Ho-young states that his household can sup, but Gwangik cuts him off, declaring he is not interested. Gwangik turns his head, his expression hardening. Plus, he already has Dangun at his back. Kang Ho-young's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. Is Gwangik looking down on their household? Gwangik thinks to himself that he just doesn't want to get involved with the immortal faith. The Zhang household obsessively works to maintain their pure-blooded nature. The immortal faith is a cult that believes that a god exists among the immortals. They found common ground through their shared belief in the superiority of immortals. He was told to cut his connections with the immortal faith and to stop trying to screw his company over. The amber liquid sloshed as the glass tilted, the man's throat working as he swallowed. Phew! Kang Ho-young sat at the bar, the weight of the conversation settling on his shoulders. Gwangik was prepared to fight him, too. He told him to leave. He wondered if he wasn't there to donate sperm. He guessed he's the head of the household for a reason. All right. Someone asked why he just let him leave. Kang Ho-young was asked what else he should have done. He was told he should have taught him a lesson, show him the true power of the household. Kang Ho-young, glass in hand, thought to himself, what an idiot. Space domination. Gwangik controlled the entire room with his martial prowess alone. Gwangik stood in the center of the room, the web-like structure emphasizing his control. The text ominously states that more than half would have died. The situation was, to say the least, terrifying. No one realized that everyone here was an elite. It was best to stay on the down low for a while. A voice reported finding a bunch of stuff in the criminal organization. The man in the suit, on the phone, asked about safes. Another voice excitedly reported that it was a whole treasure trove. The news made sense to him. If one of the 12 apostles came, they must have been trying to hide something. The order came to move it all to the company. Gwangik listened intently to the conversation. It was good news, as he was worried about how much money would have to go into scouting people. Inside Warim Telecommunications headquarters, an offer hangs in the air. Incentives are promised for a new job. The man with lighter hair is met with hostility. Crazy fucker, he mutters, telling the other to screw off. The dark-haired man smiles, seemingly unfazed by the insult. He suggests they duel once a week. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with suppressed rage. Gwangik smile vanishes, replaced by a chilling declaration. I'm going to kill you. The lighter-haired man seems to agree with Gwangik sentiment. He approves of the idea. Elsewhere, a blonde woman in a suit sits calmly, holding a coffee. She extends an invitation. Come work for me. A document is offered, the terms seemingly agreeable. You can start next month. The woman with blonde hair is asked if he is already leaving. She reminds him to keep his promise. Gwangik agrees to the terms. The woman notes his changed attitude, hinting at a third party involved. His fist clenches, knuckles white with rage, as he accuses someone. He is confronted by the accusation that he was once considered a friend. Footsteps approach as an offer is made. Join Miho's team. The man with dark hair agrees, asking when he should start. A question hangs in the air. What about the speaker? Guete and Johan join too. Gwangik is asked if he doesn't want to join, as the woman with red hair thinks it would create a weird love triangle. The offer is repeated, but this time, it comes with a condition. The woman with dark hair calls someone a defector. The speaker explains that the woman changed her ways, but what about the crime she's committed until now? The woman with red hair is asked why she didn't take her in because she felt bad for what she did. The reason is revealed. Because she's useful. He watches a woman in a red dress walk by. He stated that he has a girlfriend and was whistling at her car. Gwangik expression remained stoic as he listened to the response. The other person stated that Gwangik doesn't seem like an ordinary person, but they don't feel like she's an enemy. Gwangik responded, if you say so. The woman in the red dress walked away, the sound of her footsteps echoing. The clicking of her heels grew louder as she continued her stride. Elsewhere, a group of figures stood in formation, identified only as apostle. The woman continued to walk away, her blonde hair flowing behind her. Meanwhile, a patient lay in a hospital bed, while another person with an arm cast stood nearby. Gwangik crouched, listening to their conversation. A voice echoed, stating that no special species has ever recognized them in decades, referring to the mind's eye that sees through all spells. The text, Eyes of Destruction, appeared as Gwangik ate a banana. A disembodied voice wondered if that was what he had. Finding it interesting, a dark thought surfaced, a desire to crack open his skull and sort through his brain. The speaker considered the situation. The immortal faith must be occupied. He stood at the table, a meal laid out before him, and another person seated. Word had reached them that someone's father had retaliated against the immortal faith branch in Japan. They had thoroughly defeated their 3 favorite members, leaving a trail of bodies. The woman at the table found him cool, a sentiment he seemed to acknowledge. A hand held a phone, the screen dark and unreadable. Rumors persisted that working for NS was dangerous, a fact that did not seem to deter him. After the employment advertisement went live, online forum communities erupted with speculation. The rumors swirled. Were they seeking those with suicidal tendencies, or those willing to fight? Were they hiring janitors and baristas? The welfare benefits were certainly intriguing. Meanwhile, the day of the interviews had arrived. A throng of applicants waited, their anxiety palpable as they wondered when their turn would come, and if they would even get lunch. The selection process had already begun, with some being dismissed, the fourth lady in the third line, and the eighth lady in the second. The ninth man in the 16th line remained, wondering why he wasn't getting a chance, as the line slowly dwindled. A nagging thought arose. Should he undo his transformation, or would that be unnecessary? One man, seemingly frustrated, remarked that there was much to undo, while another wondered if he was being perceived as an idiot. The organization had been busy weeding out all the spies from the association. One applicant lamented that he couldn't keep doing background checks on his own, as he felt he was going to die from the workload. The decision had been made. One person would be chosen as a secretary, and 10 people as janitors. Junko and Stephen Choi chose people they liked to create their teams. He decided to build an orphanage for the test subjects at Panda's request. Why not build another building next to it? They could have a gym and an arcade. And an underground pool, too. Shin Jino hired his entire family. Then this plan was created in conjunction with the police all along? Yes, they decided that they could no longer allow the criminals to run wild. Are the police working with NS, then? Yes. It was the police's plan all along to wage war against crime. Because of this plan, all of the nation's gangs are going quiet. Now, let's switch to reporter Kim Joo-min. He also negotiated with the chief of police. While Jeonjuk was working as the criminal eraser, he asked Dan Gun to erase the gangs in the countryside. In return, will you go on a date with me? Sure. It came with a condition, but having a meal with someone isn't that hard. He doesn't have a good feeling about it, though. An alleyway, somewhere in Seoul, becomes the stage for something strange. A shimmering, purple energy tears open a rift in the air. Two officers observe the anomaly. One states that they're the blind dogs. The other responds that they have fences set up and should be able to take care of them by shooting. The officers stand ready, weapons raised, awaiting whatever may come. The order is given. Prepare to fire upon the emerging threat. The purple portal crackles with energy as something begins to materialize within. The distortion intensifies, revealing glimpses of a monstrous form. A colossal, mechanical being tears through the portal, its metallic body glinting. The police officers brace themselves, their expressions grim as they face the unknown enemy. The mechanical creature fully emerges, its massive form dwarfing the alleyway. The officers open fire, bullets impacting against the creature's armored exterior. The mechanical monstrosity stands defiant amidst the hail of bullets. The officer is sent flying backward, a shockwave rippling through the air. He hits the ground hard, muttering a curse under his breath. Towering over the street, a colossal mechanical figure stands amidst the rain. Sweat beads on the brow of a man watching the scene unfold. A shot rings out. Someone suggests calling it a battle date. The officer grimaces, stating that he left his conscience at home. Two figures stand ready, their backs to the viewer, facing the mechanical monstrosity. A voice urgently requests confirmation of well-being and demands immediate backup. Gwang-ik glances back, a guitar case slung over his shoulder. A voice orders someone to tell them it's a named gate. The call came in. They had a named gate and needed reinforcements. A surge of energy pulsed as the gate began to open wider. The speaker knew he should have trusted his gut. They were coming out fast. The gate had appeared in Seongsu. The woman asked how long until reinforcements arrived. At least 30 minutes, came the reply. They would be easy to deal with until the blue night came out. The mechanical creatures continued to pour out of the gate. The man with black hair noted that reinforcements from PWAT were on their way. The man with red hair muttered in disbelief at the speed of the invasion. Yu Gwang-ik declared the area restricted from NS. The man with red hair stood at the front of the line. The man with red hair stated they needed to decrease the number of invaders. The soldiers received their orders. Kim Jeonki from PWAT commands them to get into formation. The team prepares, their tactical gear gleaming under the harsh light. One soldier takes the first step. The plan is set to begin. Another soldier activates his telekinetic ability. He will block their sight. The mechanical creature looms, a towering threat against the soldiers. The soldiers look up, facing a horde of mechanical enemies. The mechanical creatures advance, their metallic bodies glinting. Projectiles fire from the mechanical horde, explosions erupting around them. The order is given, keep freezing them. The soldiers maintain their defense. Those with telekinetic abilities continue to block the creature's sight. The telekinetic barrier shimmers, a vital defense against the mechanical onslaught. He stands amidst the destruction, a towering figure of metal and menace. A figure sprints away, a desperate attempt to escape the mechanical onslaught. The mechanical creature's arm, a mass of jagged metal, crackles with energy. A mechanical gorilla roars, its red eyes burning with savage intent. The mechanical gorilla slams its fist down, the impact cratering the ground. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards, a testament to its raw power. The soldiers raise a shimmering barrier, a desperate defense against the relentless assault. The mechanical creatures advance, their metallic bodies gleaming under the harsh light as one commands, freeze. Another mechanical creature strikes, its weapon tearing through the air with deadly force. Sajin. The mechanical gorilla seizes a soldier, its grip promising crushing force. A voice echoes, urging focus and analysis. Block their vision. Focus. Keep analyzing. Eyes narrow, a mind racing to find a solution amidst the chaos. His face glistened with sweat, a trickle of blood running down his cheek. The weight of command pressed heavily. Metallic impacts echoed through the city, each strike a brutal reminder of the relentless assault. The mechanical creature advanced, its drill-like appendages tearing through the environment with ease. Kim Jionki barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. Get back. This is now a special disaster zone. The soldiers stood firm, a line of defense against the encroaching mechanical threat, their faces grim. Two soldiers exchanged worried glances, the weight of their situation evident in their expressions. The soldier with blue hair lowered his head, muttering, "Thanks to you, no civilians were killed or harmed. I'm taking a break." The soldier collapsed heavily to the ground. "Is he sleeping?" a voice asked. "Yeah." He had been insanely good at issuing commands, the disembodied voice declared. No one died at all. Afterward, named gates began to appear, heralding a new phase of the conflict. The threat was poised to rupture all over the world, all at once, promising widespread destruction. "Hey, are you still sleeping?" "Hey," a voice called out, concern lacing the words. He awakens, a sense of unease washing over him as he rises. A soldier reports that the bombs will be released in 10 minutes, another stating he has his weapon. The women discuss Dong-hun's whereabouts, noting he went to the command unit for the bombing, but it doesn't look like it'll open any. Gwang Ik-yu sits up, his expression serious as he looks forward. His sixth sense, as an immortal, is warning him of impending danger. Helicopters fly through the air, missiles prepared for launch. He grips his weapon, counting down, bracing for what's to come. The missiles launch, streaking towards their targets with deadly intent. Elsewhere, a new gate materializes, swirling with ominous purple energy. A legion of robotic figures stands ready, awaiting their orders. Gwang Ik-yu appears shocked, standing next to another man with a serious expression. Soldiers watch as the attack commences, but one states that it won't work. A massive explosion erupts, bathing the area in intense orange light. The blast reveals a strange, purple hexagon field shimmering into existence. A shadowy hand reaches out amidst the chaos, its form distorted and menacing. Gwang Ik-yu stands with his team, a concerned expression etched on his face as he observes the unfolding events. The air crackles with energy, a voice echoing the ominous words. It's a special named. Emerging from the shadows, a unique invader spell knight stands tall, its presence radiating power. Helicopters descended through the rain, their rotors beating against the heavy air. A surge of blue energy erupted, engulfing the soldiers. Their screams echoed through the air as the attack hit. The ground trembled as the force of the blast reverberated outwards. A soldier yelled for the others to freeze, but it was too late. The blue energy encased them in ice. A voice mused that their enemies had adapted to their methods with surprising speed. A sharp, piercing sound cut through the air. An explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying in all directions. One of the helicopters was caught in the blast, engulfed in flames. Purple energy pulsed outwards, a sign of the invaders' power. The cloaked figure stood amidst the chaos, radiating power. It became clear that the invader was not simply attacking, but employing tactics. Gwang Ik-yu stands ready, his expression unreadable as he faces the unknown threat. A voice booms out, a warning to brace for impact. Hold on tight, everyone. A squad of soldiers unleashes a hail of gunfire, their weapons spitting fire into the darkness. The robots begin a light transformation, their metallic bodies shifting and reconfiguring. A man shouts in surprise as a golden aura envelopes him, a surge of power coursing through his veins. One of the robots stands tall, its armored form gleaming under the harsh lights. A woman stands firm, her gun raised and ready as she scans the surroundings with focused intensity. The woman with the gun remarks on the new weapon, noting that it was a gift from Gwang Ik-yu's uncle. Woo Miho is in the back, controlling the situation in order to get their formation in order. She orders the team to change direction. However, she only ever focuses on resolving the situation at hand. As the CEO, he advanced, the armored figures surrounding him, their weapons glinting menacingly. A blade sliced through the air, its trajectory precise and deadly. This way was correct. He moved with practiced ease, dodging attacks as the armored figures closed in around him. Amidst the chaos, a police officer stood, seemingly observing the unfolding conflict with a wary gaze. He smirked, his confidence unwavering. "You know me, right? Follow me." A voice cried out, "You Gwangik, behind you," warning him of an unseen threat. He turned, his eyes scanning the surroundings for the source of the warning. A striped tail whipped through the air, a blur of motion and power. A tiger-like creature stood poised to strike, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Nope! Explosions erupted, scattering the armored figures as the battle intensified. He is being questioned about his recent actions, a mix of saving and fighting. The woman stands beside him, her expression unreadable as she listens intently. The woman states that things will be quiet for a while, and that they are trying to spare their forces. The scene shifts to a battlefield, littered with bodies and debris, a testament to recent conflict. He walks away, seemingly troubled by something, as he wonders why he is mad now. A gloved hand clenches, a sign of building tension and suppressed anger. His back is turned, his posture suggesting a heavy burden or a difficult decision ahead. He glances to the side, a flicker of emotion crossing his face, hinting at inner turmoil. A younger version of him appears, calling him Dad, a revelation that startles him. The younger version of him is enraged, demanding to know where he's been taking their mother. The younger version of him says that it's work. The younger version of him is seen with the woman from the beginning. He embraced the woman, a brief respite from the dangers ahead. Was it really the same woman who had been beating up invaders? The man with black hair informed Gwangik that they were setting up a supply base. The government, Dangun, and the association would all be supporting him. The other nations were dealing with several named gates. The Blue Knight first appeared in Russia, a harbinger of things to come. Apparently, they took more losses than they did during the World Wars. After that, it appeared in the militarized zone, a sign of escalating conflict. Meanwhile, North Korea was wiped from the map, a stark reminder of the devastation wrought by the gates and the monsters they unleashed. Monsters of all shapes and sizes roamed the ravaged lands. Each gate brought forth new horrors, testing the limits of humanity's resilience. And it came to be called the Abandoned Land and the Lost North, a testament to the failure to contain the encroaching darkness. The gates will open, and they probably have 24 hours at most. A countdown begins, the pressure mounting with each tick of the clock. Elsewhere, he walked alongside the man with black hair, the weight of the world heavy on their shoulders as they approached their destination. An old foe, an old enemy of humanity, is approaching. The shadows lengthen, and the air grows thick with anticipation and dread. Now we're all here. The words hung in the air, a declaration of unity, or perhaps a prelude to something far more sinister. A gathering of suited figures stood in formation, their faces unreadable. The stage was set, the players assembled, and the game about to begin. The Immortal Special Forces elite team stood ready, prepared to carry out their mission. The Metahuman Association's vice president and her elite team stood with arms crossed, exuding confidence. Warang's elite team gathered, their expressions suggesting a mix of determination and anticipation. One of the team members declared his intent, his gaze fixed on an unseen future. Someone exclaimed with excitement, eager to begin the mission alongside their father. Two figures were observed, their relationship seemingly strained, as others took notice of their dynamic. It was revealed that two individuals were once married but are now divorced, as a briefing was about to begin. The briefing outlined the teams involved: Immortals, Warang, Psionic, and Ines, all tasked with hunting down unique invaders. One of the unique invaders is the Spell Knight, whose original form is living armor. Another is the Thorns Knight, which ignores most bullets with its thorned armor and changes shape as it attacks. The Stealth Knight, also known as the Dark Temple No, is weak but sneaky, preferring to hide among crowds before attacking. Finally, there's the Iron Knight, a simple but mobile unit with 4 wheels, also originally a wheel knight. The team's composition was being finalized. Zhang-Ah would serve as the sniper. The man in the suit listened intently, his expression unreadable. He was informed that the rest of them would be on the front lines. Next day, Mari was addressed, her attention drawn to the speaker. She declared that she wouldn't transform unless her life was in danger. The only thing they needed was the Thorns Knight, the blonde woman stated. A strange energy began to manifest, swirling with ominous intent. The energy intensified, bathing the surroundings in an eerie purple glow. The swirling mass of energy took on a more defined shape, crackling with power. The energy surged upward, a visual display of raw, untamed force. Transformed beings emerged from the light, their forms now visible. A spiked weapon hurtles forward, tearing through the air. The Thorns Knight looms, a menacing figure amidst the urban landscape. The machine bears its name proudly, Thorns Knight. Soldiers respond, unleashing a hail of gunfire. The soldiers' bullets impact the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The Thorn's Knight advances, its spiked limbs a deadly threat. Its massive wheel grinds against the pavement, a relentless force. A woman watches, her expression unreadable. She stands ready, her hand resting on a weapon. The Thorn's Knight continues its rampage, crushing everything in its path. The machine's assault leaves a trail of destruction. A man expresses his shock. Invaders running away? That's shocking. A smirk plays across his face, a silent promise of what's to come. It was shocking that Panda and Miho predicted this outcome. The order is given. They'll proceed with Plan A. Figures plummet from above, descending into the chaos below. A hail of gunfire erupts as soldiers unleash a barrage of bullets. A woman declares they will take this side, her voice ringing with determination. With a shout of "Go!" the soldier surges forward, ready to engage. Explosions rock the city as the Thorn's Knight advances, a harbinger of destruction. The soldier strides forward, weapon in hand, a determined look on his face. Taking aim, the soldier prepares to fire, his focus absolute. The Thorn's Knight is struck, the impact sending sparks flying. The monstrous machine continues its advance, undeterred by the assault. The Thorn's Knight declares that his opponent cannot run away so easily. He stands his ground, retorting that he has much more to say. The protagonist advances, his expression unreadable beneath the shadows. He sprinted through the city streets, his pursuers close behind. The call came over the comms, the voice identifying the target as Honom. He leveled his weapon, his expression grim. Elsewhere, the city stretched out, a maze of steel and glass. A surge of blue energy crackled through the air. The message spread quickly. The stealth knight was on the run. A flurry of activity, from hurried footsteps to a quick touch-up of lip gloss. She moved with purpose, her eyes focused on an unseen target. The ground shattered, a sign of immense power. She stood defiant, bathed in a crimson glow. The heavy thud of footsteps echoed in the confined space. The sound reverberated, a sign of the recent struggle. Sulhi stood over the armored figure, her expression unreadable. She spoke, her tone businesslike. All right. With her team assembled, Sulhi considered the implications. NS is a new company. A grim determination settled over them. They couldn't afford to lose. The armored figure lay defeated, a testament to their resolve. The armor, once a symbol of power, now lay in pieces. A voice echoed in her mind, explaining the nature of their foes. Shapeshifters are hard to work with because they easily lose sight of reason. The memory continued, showing the monstrous forms they could assume. The voice explained the method of control and subdue their instincts with hypnosis. The shapeshifters, their minds clouded, were puppets in a larger game. The goat shapeshifter stands, energy crackling around its spear. It leaps forward, spear aimed to strike with deadly force. The spear pierces through the air, leaving a trail of energy. He dodges the incoming attack, while the leopard shapeshifter roars. A figure clenches their fist, determined to end the fight. The armored figure declares that they cannot lose to the shapeshifters and immortals. The red armored figure commands their psionic armor to activate. The gold armored figure stands ready as the other armored figures prepare for battle. A man with targeting reticles on his face vows to take them down. A robot is locked on, targeting reticles focused on an unseen enemy. The armored figures advance, their weapons charged and ready to fire. The armored figures unleash a barrage of attacks, explosions erupting around them. He brandished the spear, its tip alight with crackling energy. The gray armored figure advanced, its movements precise and calculated. The red armored figure slammed the spear into the gray armored figure. The gray armored figure was knocked back by the force of the blow. The gray armored figure's red eyes glowed ominously. The message declared the enemy unresponsive and the mission a success. The gold armored figure stood with arms crossed, surrounded by similar figures. The gold armored figure stated that their research was a success, but seemed confused. Elsewhere, the city street was quiet, the buildings casting long shadows. A figure noticed something in the distance and wondered what it was. A sudden explosion erupted, bathing the area in fire. The world is consumed by a blinding flash, the echoes of destruction still ringing. He extends a hand, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? He asks. Sulhi expresses her frustration. Goodness, why did it have to explode before dying? A figure groans, lying amidst the rubble. Ugh, damn it, he mutters, struggling to rise. The injured man, bloodied and bruised, weakly asks, Do I look okay? Does it hurt? An unseen figure asks for an assessment. The response comes, he looks fine. Gwangikyu stands beside Sulhi, determination hardening his gaze. Let's take him back, he declares. A guttural command echoes. Take him dash. Gwangikyu, weapon in hand, faces an unseen threat. A voice wonders, filled with dread. What the hell? An army of armored figures stands ready, their presence ominous. The armored figures stand in silent anticipation. He stood, the weight of the situation etched on his face. The invaders' energy levels were abnormally high, and they seemed to have evolved. The command staff listened intently, the gravity of the situation settling over them. The female officer stated that the current strategy was ineffective against so many invaders, and they couldn't sustain it. A voice proposed a retreat, but another questioned the fate of the immortal special forces. The male officer asked if they were considering abandoning all their allies on the front lines. Warren Telecommunications' Immortal Special Forces Director, Park Young-don, was concerned about what would happen if they all died and that the entire region would be paralyzed. They've been cornered, and Gwang-ik-yu's side has already been jammed, making it impossible to reach him. The unique invader was merely bait, as the invaders used triangle shields. Firearms are ineffective, and sniping will not work. They had another card up their sleeve. Asai escapes him. He can't just leave them there, though. A hand rests on his shoulder as he looks off into the distance. No, the message reads, all NS employees. The blonde woman speaks in her comms, ordering everyone to gather on the battlefield. The soldiers are being attacked, energy blasts ripping through their ranks. More soldiers fall as the unseen enemy continues their assault. The man with dark hair stands with two women, ready for what comes next. Only the immortals are left, as a woman orders her mom to join the main unit with Mari and Kinnem. The woman states that she is the other's mom, not Kinnem's, and that his brother really loves him. Right now, someone is going to put something to use. He stood, rifle slung across his back, a grim determination etched on his face. A voice echoed, speaking of magical girl blood inherited from someone. One pleaded for something to be returned, fearing the consequences if Al were to find out. A figure turned to leave, offering a simple, chilling farewell. See you. From above, the enemy closed in, their numbers seemingly endless. The grip tightened around the machete, ready for the coming onslaught. The text box stated that the machete's blade was a bit chipped. Two figures stood side by side, their expressions unreadable as they prepared for what was to come. A plan formed, to trigger their aggro in order to get Mother Mari out of there. A close-up revealed a face etched with determination, a scar a testament to past battles. Communication buzzed as soldiers in military uniforms prepared to fight. Another figure, weapon raised, prepared to unleash hell upon the approaching enemy. He sprinted forward, a determined look on his face as he approached the mechanical foe. Deep within, his heart began to beat faster, resonating with an unknown power. A surge of energy coursed through him. His blood felt as if it was boiling. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a drum of building power. A grimace contorted his face as the transformation began to take hold. His teeth bared, a guttural growl escaping his throat as the change intensified. His feet slammed against the ground, bracing against the overwhelming force. The mechanical army stood ready, unaware of the power about to be unleashed. Energy crackled around him, a visible manifestation of the raw power surging within. The air shimmered with heat and distortion as the transformation reached its peak. Because he had become something else entirely, a monstrous tiger wreathed in crackling energy. He surveyed the wreckage, his monstrous form radiating a palpable bloodlust. A single thought consumed him, annihilation. The man states his name is Park Daegi, and his father is Park Young-don. Park Daegi breathes heavily, thinking of his father. He recalls that his father was the director of the Immortal Special Forces. The soldiers needed a chance to show off, maintaining formation while under heavy fire. The soldiers fire their weapons, cries of pain echoing through the battlefield. The sound of impact reverberates. Park Daegi looks up, thinking of his father as blood splatters around him. He thinks this is how he dies. Someone declares they are leaving first. Park Daegi turns his head, wondering what that invader was. An armored soldier shouts that they love killing invaders. The soldier continues his attack. They advance, their metallic forms gleaming, eager to eliminate the invaders. His heart pounds in his chest, a primal drumbeat fueling his rage. The tiger-like creature stands amidst the fallen, his eyes burning with fury. He is surrounded, each metallic foe a spark to his building inferno. The air crackles with energy as the tiger-like creature prepares to strike. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating blow, cleaving through the robotic ranks. The energy blade cuts through the air, a violet streak of destruction. His fangs bared, the tiger-like creature is a whirlwind of lethal force. He moves with savage grace, a predator among mechanical prey. The robots are torn asunder, their metallic bodies no match for his fury. A strange pattern fills the air, an ominous sign of what's to come. The soldiers halt, their weapons raised. One wonders aloud if this is reality. A monstrous maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The force of the impact sends debris flying in all directions. The tiger-like creature stands ready, a blade in hand. "Let's go, Black Tiger," he roars. The blade clashes against an unseen force, sending sparks and energy scattering. The black tiger is engulfed in a red aura, relishing the fight. Ah, this is so exciting. The battlefield becomes a blur of motion. The black tiger a whirlwind of claws and fury. The black tiger's hand tightens around the knife, preparing for another strike. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. A soldier braces for impact. The black tiger's attack imminent. A declaration echoes. Everything before me is prey. He continues his assault, a whirlwind of claws and fury against the soldiers. The black tiger roars, a sound that echoes through the battlefield, shaking the resolve of his enemies. Whoa! The soldiers observe the carnage. One wonders if he's actually enjoying himself. He's having fun. Another soldier, watching the display of power, can only mutter a single, incredulous assessment. Crazy bastard. The two soldiers stand side by side, watching the unfolding chaos with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One soldier frantically types at a holographic keyboard, questioning the strategy. Are you out of your mind? How are we supposed to get through all those invaders? The assessment comes. This is not a mindless rampage. There is a purpose to the destruction. The tactical display shows a path through the enemy forces. If our allies can go through the places WBS has gone through, they'll be able to avoid most of the danger. We just need the fastest. The soldier realizes the black tiger's actions are calculated. It looks like he lost his sense of reason because he shape-shifted, but he's actually being rather calculated. The soldier continues to think about the situation. Look at the problem is, a blue knight sits at the end of Gwangik's path. If no one backs him up, the soldier expresses concern for the black tiger's safety. We might never see him again. The soldier agrees to change the formation. Let's change the formation then. All right. He is fortunate when it comes to the people around him, a surprising scene. The soldiers watch the screen, one commenting that it feels like everyone is just watching him. A soldier stands with a woman, both looking off into the distance with serious expressions. The man in the white shirt is asked to take command alongside the adjutant. The smiling soldier states it's been decades since his heart has raced like this. The woman with the soldier looks on, as the man in the white shirt is told he has 3 minutes. The woman apologizes for calling someone a stubborn old man, stating that's what they call him. The woman with blonde hair states that now that they're all here, they'll go over the plan once more. 3 figures stand, their backs to the viewer, listening intently to the plan. The woman with dark hair tells the man with red hair, Jong-ah, to head to his position, which is over 20 steps away. Johan and Guete are instructed to guard Jong-ah. The woman in black instructs 2 others to deal with all the invaders that get stopped. A voice booms, demanding that Han Jeonjik take back the burden. Another man, arm in a sling, insists he wants to fight too. He is told to knock the enemy out if he has to. The blonde woman nods, steeling herself. All right, she says, let's go. The plan is set. They will widen the path that their CEO created for them. A figure mutters, seemingly in disbelief, mentioning Yu Guangik's name. The soldier in the helmet adjusts his gear, preparing for the coming battle. The sounds of distant fighting echo as the soldiers advance through the ruined city. Someone questions if the son has always been a genius, only to be met with a firm no. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. The grip tightens. Johan, standing beside another soldier, asks what they should do next, his expression grim. The order is given. Everyone except those in charge of communication is to move forward. The soldiers surge forward, ready to cut through the enemy ranks. A voice echoes with resolve, refusing to let the son bear the burden alone. An armored figure stands ready, a red glow emanating from its visor. The armored warrior clashes against an unseen foe, sparks flying in the bloody haze. Yu Guangik, weapon in hand, stand amidst the chaos, ready to strike. Allies join the fray, declaring their intent to fight alongside Yu Guangik. Looking up, Yu Guangik hears a familiar voice calling out his name, joining the battle. A voice filled with pride echoes, declaring, I'm so proud of you, son. The battle rages on, the armored figures locked in a brutal struggle, cries of kill the Blue Knight, filling the air. A powerful message resonates. You're changing everyone. The armored figure clenches its fist, determination etched into its stance. A swirling vortex of light beckons from the darkness. A guiding principle emerges, follow the light. Heavily armored figures stand ready, wreathed in a dark, crackling aura. The light guides the way as the armored figures are torn apart by an unseen force. A tiger-like warrior crouches low, muscles coiled and ready to spring into action. The armored figures are struck with great force, their forms cracking and shattering. The tiger warrior stands amidst the destruction, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. The warrior clenches his fist, ready to unleash another devastating blow. Dark energy crackles and surges, a prelude to further destruction. The armored figures are caught in a web of red energy, their defenses crumbling. The sound of impact echoes through the battlefield. One of the figures recalls learning to fight with wires while in the Immortal Special Forces. The Tiger Warrior stands before a swirling portal of blue energy, ready to strike. A voice calls out, identifying the warrior as the Blue Knight. They extended a clawed hand, readying an unseen power. The air crackled with energy as the Blue Knight declared, "Take this." The attack launched, a blinding flash of blue energy erupting forth. The energy coalesced into a sphere of pure, destructive force. The sphere intensified, becoming an invader cannonball. The cannonball surged with power, ready to obliterate its target. The sphere shatters, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. Dangun Corporation's research team centered their efforts on a single, crucial question. If the invaders could use tactics, could they also communicate with humans? The scientists considered the implications of such a possibility. That was when one research member suggested a different perspective. One of the researchers stated that they didn't need to think about this so scientifically. Another researcher questioned if reading the thoughts of an invader would be easy. It was noted that there were many instances where a mind reader tried to read the thoughts of a monkey and went insane. The mind reader tried pretty hard. After trial and error, they found out that it's easier with higher-ranked invaders. The research team then came to a conclusion about the invaders. Maybe it's possible with a named invader. He could feel it, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. A figure, clad in blue armor and bearing golden wings, hovered above the city. Rage, anger, annoyance, the emotions swirled as someone peered through binoculars. Murderous intent focused on the WBS, a chilling directive. The Blue Knight descended, surrounded by a cacophony of commands. Plan, cause, kill. The Blue Knight's form pulsed with an inner light, the words kill that echoing around it. The command intensified, a visual assault of kill that repeated endlessly. The man's face was drawn, a trickle of blood running from his nose. A heavy thud reverberated, the sound of something collapsing. A desperate cry went out, "Emetics." He muttered, a bitter edge to his voice, "Unfair man." He stood firm, weapon slung, amidst the crumbling surroundings. The tiger-like man scoffed at the sight above. Floating in the sky, a cowardly move, he thought. From above, the Blue Knight's voice echoed, filled with rage. "You ruined my plan." He looked up, startled. Did the Blue Knight just speak? The Blue Knight's weapon glinted ominously in the light. The Blue Knight descended rapidly, spear aimed directly at Guangyu. The Blue Knight's intent was clear, kill. The spear crackled with energy as it descended. The Blue Knight's spear was poised to strike. The spear connected, impacting Guangyu with tremendous force. The Blue Knight's attack continued, relentless. The force of the blow sent him flying through the air. The Blue Knight stands firm, a formidable presence despite the recent attack. He acknowledges that he can't handle the situation alone, a rare admission. A mechanical figure descends from above, its purpose yet unknown in the unfolding conflict. The Blue Knight is addressed as son, hinting at a deeper connection or allegiance. A figure with blue hair remarks on someone's lateness, standing beside a tiger-headed individual. Someone declares, there was traffic before commanding someone to eat this. The Blue Knight consumes an energy bar, replenishing his strength for the battles ahead. A gazelle-headed figure states that the energy bar was made by Dangun Corp. A group of figures, including the Blue Knight, the gazelle-headed figure, and the blue-haired man, stand together. The hands of a figure are shown as they discuss Operation Kill the Blue Knight. The Blue Knight is told that he will not be allowed to escape this time. A helmeted figure looms, perhaps the leader of the group, targeting the Blue Knight. A chilling declaration echoes. They intend to kill him, no matter what. Two figures stand ready, one leveling a rifle, prepared to carry out the threat. A gold-armored figure hurtles forward, a blur of motion against the urban backdrop. The attacker's trajectory leaves a trail of displaced air in their wake. The attackers descend, one of them declaring the arrival of Iron Man. The gold-armored figure advances, flanked by a white-armored ally, both closing in on the Blue Knight. The gold-armored figure lunges, aiming a blow at the Blue Knight's wings. The white-armored figure strikes, attempting to disable the Blue Knight's aerial advantage. The white-armored figure shouts, urging the others to target the wings. A close-up reveals the Blue Knight's gauntlet, gripping a polearm with unwavering resolve. The Blue Knight stands firm, polearm ready, despite the coordinated assault against him. A brutal strike lands. The Blue Knight cries out as he is hit. He lunged forward, blade extended, ready to strike the enemy. A dire warning flashed, 5 seconds before suit destruction. The man in the gray suit, trapped inside, screamed for someone to get out. He faced down the red-armored figures, a desperate battle about to begin. An explosion rocked the area, shaking the combatants. The golden-armored figure was sent flying backwards from the blast. He crashed into the ground, the impact jarring his systems. His helmet cracked, Bloodjack pleaded for assistance, barely holding on. Meanwhile, the masked man, standing beside his blue-haired companion, declared it was not yet time. A blue-armored figure stood tall, ready for battle. It abandoned its wings and took out its real weapons, preparing for the next phase. The blue-armored figure descended, a powerful presence entering the fray. The white armored figures are bombarded by a series of attacks. The relentless assault continues, each blow carrying immense force. The armored figures struggle to withstand the barrage of strikes. The attacks rain down, threatening to overwhelm their defenses. A large, dark shield is raised, bracing for impact. The shield absorbs a powerful blow, sparks flying from the point of contact. Bloodjack, wielding an adamantium shield, prepares to defend himself. A blue-haired gunner, perched high above, declares that the defense is a success and orders someone to shoot. Meanwhile, the Blue Knight launches a powerful energy blast. The Blue Knight advances, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. He plants his feet, preparing for another attack. A figure plummets from above, crashing to the ground. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent prelude to chaos. A voice echoed, marking the precise moment for action. Timing. Suddenly, Bloodjack plummeted from above, wreathed in a shimmering blue aura. His eyes narrowed. The Blue Knight locked onto his target with lethal precision. The descent continued, the wind screaming past Bloodjack as he fell. A surge of purple energy erupted, a violent countermeasure unleashed. A figure dropped from above, landing with a resounding thud amidst the chaos. The figure lashed out, a swift kick sending Bloodjack hurtling further downward. The purple energy intensified, crackling with destructive potential. A fist, glowing with blue power, prepared to deliver a devastating blow. The impact detonated in a blinding explosion of blue energy. A voice questioned the recklessness of the attack. Why are you so rash? The tiger-like humanoid declares that he has made an opening. The blue armored figure remains standing, seemingly unaffected by the attack. Silence fills the air, broken only by the sound of approaching footsteps. Kong Sul-hee asks Gwangikyu if he can hit a target 5 centimeters in diameter. The black tiger-like humanoid states that he will also make an opening. The black tiger-like humanoid feels a strange sensation in his lower stomach, a growing heat. The gazelle-like humanoid asks the black tiger-like humanoid if he has digested the energy bar yet, calling him nephew. The black tiger-like humanoid says that it is a chunk of the energy that they made. The black tiger-like humanoid thinks that it should give him energy as his veins are expanding and his blood is racing. All the veins in the black tiger-like humanoid's body are reacting to the energy. Kong Sul-hee and the gazelle-like humanoid stand side by side, observing the situation. The black tiger-like humanoid has never seen someone completely digest it that well. He inherited the best qualities of mixed blood, but his body wasn't efficient at all. Right now, the blue armored figure clashes with a tiger-like warrior, their battle shaking the very foundations. The energy of a tiger is pouring from his dantian, a surge of power coursing through him. The tiger's energy intensifies, a palpable force emanating from the warrior's every move. Efficiency reaches 200%, a surge of power beyond comprehension. The tiger-like figure smirks, claws extended, ready to unleash a devastating attack. A deafening roar echoes through the battlefield, signaling the unleashing of immense power. The blue armored figure continues to battle, their movements precise and powerful against the onslaught. The tiger-like figure strikes with incredible speed, claws meeting shield in a shower of sparks. The antelope-like figure stated that Gwangik won't last long, having given him a booster. It was impressive that he was able to take it in so well. The tiger-like figure's power surged. The tiger-like figure was engulfed in a purple aura. The armored figure stood firm, but its effects have. The armored figure stated that there was a time limit, asking if that hurt. The armored figure stood its ground. Gwangikyu, now in his tiger form, challenged the armored figure to come at him. The armored figure declared that it was going to leave its handprint on his skull. The armored figure prepared to strike. The armored figure moved with incredible speed. The armored figure struck Gwangikyu, sending him crashing through the environment. He roared, the sound echoing through the ruined cityscape as he charged forward. The armored figure braced, its stance unwavering against the approaching beast. The tiger-like figure's eyes burned with murderous intent, the words echoing in his mind. Kill the Blue Knight. He snarled, the nightmare of humanity, a beast unleashed upon the world. But suddenly, Gwangikyu felt his strength waning, a disconcerting weakness washing over him. He staggered, his powerful form faltering as the mysterious force drained him. A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, congratulating someone called nephew. The tiger-like figure stood alongside another, a figure with horns, both observing the battle. A new voice declared that they would take over the fight. A figure wielding a glowing blade launched a swift and powerful attack. The blade crashed against the armored figure, the force of the blow evident. The armored figure reeled from the impact, sparks flying as the attack connected. A red blade descends, the wolf-like figure striking at the armored opponent. The armored figure reels from the blow, staggering backward from the force. The armored figure is sent sliding back, a tiger-headed figure watching the scene unfold. The tiger-headed figure watches as the armored figure is sent crashing through a barrier. The tiger-headed figure stands firm, the words Galaxy Field appearing nearby. The wolf-like figure continues the assault, striking the armored figure again. The force of the blow sends the armored figure flying through the air. The armored figure is sent spiraling through the air, surrounded by a burst of energy. Elsewhere, the armored figure stands in a city street, accompanied by the tiger-headed figure and an antelope-headed figure. Close up on the armored figure's armor, showing signs of damage. The armored figure stands tall, despite the damage to the armor. The armored figure's feet are planted firmly on the ground, sparks flying from the impact. It seems something is getting back up again. The beast's eyes glow with a predatory intensity. The Blue Knight stands firm, his armored fist clenched. Energy crackles around him, a dangerous aura. That's... A bead of sweat rolls down the werecat's face. A sinister smile spreads across a face, a means of perfectly hiding his traces. The Blue Knight's expression is one of grim determination. The message rings out, "Kill the Blue Knight." A gasp escapes, a sign of dawning horror. He's surrounded with explosives. Was this his plan from the start? He swung the blade of pure energy, a violet arc cutting through the air. The text declared that he was on a suicide mission, destined to fall himself. The explosives detonated, sending a shockwave rippling outwards. A voice declared that they wouldn't let him. The Blue Knight clashed with a hulking, tiger-like figure, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The tiger-like figure's claws extended, ready to strike. Gwang screamed, his face contorted in horror. The tiger-like figure snarled, declaring that no one gets to play hero alone. The tiger-like figure's face was illuminated by a bright light. A flash of orange light filled the area. 5 years had passed since the war against the special species ended. A man in a suit leaned against a railing, smoking a cigarette and declaring that they should do what's expected of them. He thought about whether he should have retreated then, finding the newcomer's boldness surprising. A woman in a suit sat perched, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she looked down. The man recalled that Kim Hee-ju, a first-rank employee of the analysis team, was how he met her. He hadn't noticed her presence then, but later learned she used the Immortals' method of hiding their traces. He learned a lot from her, their hands clasped together in a silent understanding. Despite the discrimination between mixed bloods and pure bloods, they grew close, their wedding a testament to their bond. The intricate details of her wedding dress hinted at the care and love that went into their union. Kim Hee-ju held their baby, a soft smile gracing her lips as she worried he might push himself too much. He worked as hard as his wife did, striving to close the gap between mixed bloods and pure bloods. However, tragedy struck without warning, casting a shadow over their lives. A close-up of a helmet, damaged and scarred, hinted at the battles fought and the price paid. Breathing heavily, he realized he was unlucky, the weight of the past pressing down on him. Amidst the shattered glass and scattered debris, a photograph lay face up. His house, it turned out, was directly in the path of the wreckage. Wang Yiqiu wondered how he could possibly kill them all. The weapon was crafted from the seed of a plant obtained from the other side, requiring 2 hands to insert the explosives. This, he thought, was the most logical way to kill the Blue Knight. An immortal dies when his mind breaks down. They all will if one more Hughes gate opens. That's why Gwang Yiqiu was so hard on his team's employees. He couldn't have a weakling on the team, constantly devising ways to kill the Blue Knight. He lived for revenge. If he died for revenge, it would all be over. He lived for revenge, and he was going to kill it. But this fucker won't let him have that. A voice asked if he was awake. He weakly responded, questioning who he was. He sat up, the words echoing in his mind. After saving you. Gwang gasped, struggling to understand why he was in this state. A door creaked open, interrupting his thoughts. A voice chirped, "Oh, you're awake. You want ice cream?" A young man with dark hair held out an orange popsicle, a suited figure standing behind him. Gwang, bandaged and confused, could only manage a disoriented, "Huh." The dark-haired man, holding the popsicle, stated matter-of-factly, "I told you it'd work." He fell for it. Gwang wondered how he had survived, only to hear, "I cut away all of the burnt flesh on your body." A flashback showed Gwang in a brutal fight, bloodied and battered, as someone yelled his name. He stood, a weapon in hand, covering gore. It was pretty me. Back in the present, Gwang lay in bed, the man with the popsicle stating simply, "The Blue Knight is dead." Gwang questioned, "But, were you really just trying to kill the Blue Knight?" He lay in a hospital bed, bandages wrapped around his head. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he stared blankly ahead. Did he truly want to kill the Blue Knight? The thought echoed in his mind. A shattered photo frame lay nearby, the glass cracked and broken. A voice echoed in his memory. "Think about it, and contact me." Elsewhere, 2 figures walked away from the hospital, their conversation unheard. Next question. The speaker stood at the podium, ready to answer the next question. He considered the question, who contributed the most to killing the Blue Knight? The answer appeared on a large screen. It was Ines's. WBS Gwang. The crowd looked on. Most people already knew about WBS, but this was the first time Yu Guangx's name was being publicized to the entire world. After the Blue Knight raid, the black hole had changed, and the Earth black hole reader was showing a lot of errors. The errors were dangerous, predicting blind dogs when they would actually be orcs. Thanks to those errors, 3 people were badly hurt and 1 died. It happened after he was discharged from the hospital. He vowed not to do anything like that ever again, having received a lecture from his parents. He began basic training again. Also, a lot of things happened. Guangxu looked surprised, asking how someone could use guns. This guy joined them. While he was away, he went from being a total fatty to a handsome guy, leaving one man to wonder if it was really the same guy. She didn't know this before, but apparently he's the nephew of Kong Chungha, the one who made her weapons. They both ended up joining the company, though one considered melting them down. The man with short dark hair stated that he needed a month to focus on weapon making. Whispers spread about a man called the best artisan in the Immortal Special Forces. Apparently, this artisan is more famous than he is in the gear engineer field. Kong Hyman sent a message saying, "Come to Busan. I think I might die." He thought she was ghosting him, but then wondered what had happened. A man with blue hair stood amidst fallen bodies, looking at his phone. Meanwhile, he is in Busan. The man with blue hair asked, "Hey, where's Hyman?" Someone is being choked, and he's not getting up. He senses something amiss, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Someone lies prone, seemingly incapacitated by an unseen force. Guangxu raises his hands, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. He couldn't feel presence. A body hangs suspended, a victim of this strange, sense-altering spell. A bald man in a red hoodie appears, remarking that even the great Blue Knight Slayer can't resist spells. Guangxu demands to know what he's doing there. A hand lies outstretched on the ground, unmoving, as if waiting for an answer. A disoriented thought echoes. Huh? Guangxu clenches his fist, resolving to adapt to the sensory distortions. The bald man states that this isn't his first time experiencing this spell. The air crackles with unseen energy, a visual representation of the spell's power. The bald man lies on the ground, apologizing for being in a hurry. Meanwhile, a desperate question hangs in the air. Where's Hyman? She paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. The protagonist stood amidst the fallen, a stark question hanging in the air. Was this rescue or destruction? Lee Dong-hoon, it turned out, had sent him to watch over her, though she seemed to have everything well in hand. The woman dismissed the bodies as mere minions, nothing more than obstacles cleared from her path. The scene revealed more bodies than anticipated, a grim testament to the power of Prometheus, who called Busan one of the meccas of drugs. Elsewhere, Hyman's mother was a significant player in the black market, and Hyman herself had worked as a freelancer. A hooded figure lurked in the shadows, their intentions veiled, their presence a question mark hanging in the air. The voice echoed, impressed, acknowledging someone's arrival. Impressive. You came all the way here. The protagonist stood ready, facing the woman, a silent tension building between them as they prepared for what was to come. He warned someone named Rose to stay back, his tone suggesting imminent danger. The man in the suit was seemingly invisible, his presence only known through his youthful voice. The hooded figure stood, silhouetted, declaring that someone had crossed the line. The air crackled with a palpable sense of decay. He stood, a stark figure against the encroaching darkness. The region seemed to be affected by a curse. Someone questioned if acting in such a way while wearing that outfit was fun, calling the person a weeb. Guangxu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Annoyance began to set in, directed at some noob spellcaster. The curse on the arm began to recede, as if someone had gotten their hands on a friend. A hooded figure spoke, questioning if someone had cut off the curse. The hooded figure declared that they were the ones who had crossed the line. The speaker was confident in their powers, being half immortal and a shapeshifter. The Blue Knight stood tall, clad in shining armor. That was why the speaker fought the Blue Knight, for the sake of the people. They cheered him on, but Guangxu questioned his own satisfaction. No, he kept reliving the fight, replaying every moment in his mind. He wondered what he could have done better, his hand clenching in frustration. His thoughts drifted back to the fight, the moment these guys crossed the line. Red orbs floated ominously as the battle intensified. Chains of purple energy lashed out, crackling with power. The chains weaved and danced, a deadly ballet of destruction. Explosions erupted as the chains struck their targets, shaking the very air. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling outwards. A strange, hexagonal pattern overlaid the scene, a sign of the opponent's power. The figure thought he couldn't feel any mana from him, yet he dodged as if he could see everything. With just his senses, the figure evaded the chains, a blur against the chaos. He dodged the incoming chains, the air crackling with magical energy. The cloaked figure, surrounded by the violet light, declared it impossible. The force of the magic rippled outward. He moved with unnatural speed, a blur against the arcane background. The cloaked figure remained shrouded in shadow. The cloaked figure questioned if he would keep going. The cloaked figure's eyes widened in disbelief. The cloaked figure wondered what he was. The narrator explained that an immortal with a third eye could see a spell's trajectory. The cloaked figure realized a mage couldn't do anything to him. He stared forward, his expression unreadable, the words third eye floating above him. The cloaked figure exclaimed that it was impossible for someone like him to exist. A surge of magical energy erupts, accompanied by a piercing scream. A dark figure stands silhouetted against a crimson backdrop, unmoving. Someone collapses heavily onto the floor, their body limp and unresponsive. A polished shoe rests on a dark surface, the scene devoid of context. The woman in the black turtleneck asks if he is done, but Gwangikyu doesn't sound worried at all. The prone figure remains motionless, as someone thinks it's obvious what would happen to an idiot. Gwangikyu smiles, stating that there are ways to resolve the situation. A faint scent lingers in the air, leading to a discovery. Over here. The wall shatters as Gwangikyu crashes through, following the scent. The woman in black observes that he's locating her by scent, wondering if he is a dog. Two women are bound and helpless, as one of them calls out, "Hey, son-in-law." The woman with brown hair retorts that she is neither of those, questioning what happened. The woman with brown hair reveals that they were after the head of the alliance. The woman with brown hair asks if they were running away because of the other woman. The woman with short hair wonders what she is talking about. The woman with brown hair explains that talent can sometimes be a curse. The woman with short hair thinks it's like seeing the answer to a difficult math problem without knowing the logic. The woman with brown hair says the alliance wanted to turn her into a human weapon by brainwashing her. The woman with brown hair says she didn't want that, which is why she left. The woman with short hair realizes the woman with brown hair gave up everything because of her. The woman with brown hair reveals that before she is a mage, she is the other woman's mother. The woman with short hair says she sees. The woman with brown hair tells the woman with short hair that she can be both. Gwangikyu extends his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. The woman with brown hair assures someone that she'll guarantee Hyman's safety, too. She seems to be on a date. A voice booms, revealing that the speaker used up all the money. Gwangikyu stands with two women and a man in a dimly lit area. The woman with blonde hair asks if it was all the money that was saved. The woman with brown hair says that they are here for a medical checkup, but feels like they're on a date. She tells someone to get off her. Legs pass by, the focus on a woman's black heels. Gwangikyu and the woman with brown hair look surprised. The woman with blonde hair stands in what appears to be a waiting room. The man on the phone speaks, his tone laced with accusation. "Do you hate me or something?" He continues his phone call, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. A woman with piercing red eyes declares the importance of strength for regeneration, superpowers, and love. The woman, standing tall, asks who they should begin with. One of the trainees declares he'll train with Gwangik instead, questioning the connection between strength and superpowers. He was taught that sharing is caring. Another trainee tells him to shut up, lamenting that some people were brainwashed by his mother's thinking. While others went along with it, a woman sits and drinks. Another woman prepares to train, sweat dripping down her face. She breathes heavily, sweat glistening on her skin as she trains. In a sterile hospital room, a man in a suit stands beside a woman, both looking at a patient in the bed. A voice wonders how the patient is doing. Her expression is grim as she considers the situation. After finding Woo Miho in the hospital, someone looked into matters with her brother behind her back. Woo Jiho is her younger brother. Apparently, they only have each other as family. She spent millions of won to try and treat him, but the doctors couldn't even figure out the diagnosis. This was why Woo Miho needed money. Woo Jiho lies in a hospital bed, seemingly unconscious. A doctor can't diagnose this. As long as he's alive, the second step is to make a dummy. He's barely alive, and the parasites will continue to multiply. The curse of extortion. There are two ways to get rid of the curse. The first way is to burn the host to death. We'll skip it since we don't want him dead. The second is to make a dummy. There are two ingredients we need for that, one of which is a jewel from the other side. The jewel glows with an inner fire. The scales of red flames. Relatively easy to get. Everyone knows who possesses them. Warren possesses them. It's a treasure that Nam Myung-jin did not sell, even during his hardest times. He wonders if he'll give that to him. If he doesn't, he guesses he'll have to roleplay as Robin Hood. The second ingredient we need is the Heart of Saint. It was neither a common artifact nor a jewel from the other side. Long ago, a healing mage named Robert treated sick people for a year without receiving payment. Robert sealed his powers in his heart as he died, dividing it into 8 pieces. There were rumors that a piece of it is hidden somewhere within the Korean black market. He had a good idea after hearing all of this. A hand slams down on a table. He declares that they will take over the black market. The man's expression is serious. The man states that they are managing imports from AL's country. The woman explains that they bring in quite a bit of money because they have a monopoly, but she has a lot of expenses running a whole company. He is almost in the negatives because of the employee welfare expenses and the research investments. One of them says that Sons is going to take over the black market as their next mission, and the others agree. The disembodied voice questioned if the other party could simply accept the terms. The woman wondered aloud why they were targeting the black market of all places. The man's eyes glowed intensely as he declared the black market yummy. The woman, looking away, muttered that he was a crazy fucker. Gwang Ik was informed that there were many dangerous people in the black market, including one called the Alleyway King. The voice promised to imbue him with the seal of resistance. The seal of resistance would function like a vaccine against spells. The man in the suit offered his thanks, though he clarified he wasn't their son-in-law. The group made their way through a secret pathway within the Namimon market. The sign declared that this was the black market of Seoul. The sounds of the black market echoed around them. A masked man, sitting amidst what appeared to be junk, commented that purity looked like a mess. He could just tell them no, but people like them made the market a mess. The request hung in the air. They wanted him to insult the Alleyway King. The man that dominates the black market? He didn't want to be assassinated for such a task. The blonde woman warned that he'd probably become a target, but he declared that he could do it. The man in the blue jacket questioned why he was chosen, while another woman told him to shut up and train. Why were there no normal people in this company? He guessed he had to do it. The CEO was scarier than the Alleyway King, after all. Huh, they were selling this garbage for this price? The man in the monkey mask pointed forward, a red aura surrounding him. The words appeared in a red bubble. Your dead mother's probably rolling in her grave. A masked man with a sword demanded if they were out of their damn mind. The masked man's eyes narrowed, a red mark visible on his forehead. The man in the monkey mask was asked if he knew where he was. He lay on the ground, confirming the obvious with a simple yup. A masked figure leveled a pistol, the red dot dancing menacingly. Who's the leader here? The man in the hat raised his hands, attempting to defuse the situation. Nothing good's going to come out of pulling out weapons like that here. The masked man's grip tightened on the weapon. A crate of oranges sat nearby, untouched until now. An orange sailed through the air, impacting the masked man's face. More oranges followed, a barrage of citrus. The man in the hat cursed as the oranges flew. Shit. The man in the hat, now clearly agitated, yelled, Hey, put your gun down. All right, you've got it coming now. The masked man began to speak, his voice distorted. You're it, dash. Rage burned in the masked man's eyes. He heard the shout and turned, his expression hardening into a scowl. A masked figure, face obscured by a monkey, tilted his head, questioning. The floorboards splintered as something heavy crashed through the ceiling. The man with the buzz cut stood ready as a voice echoed. Someone once said, a strange energy crackled in the air, the room filling with an ominous tension. The masked figure with the monkey face struck, sending the man with a buzz cut flying. The text appeared, that strength is important for superpowers. Another masked figure, this one with a fox mask, stood poised with a bow and arrow. The figure drew back the arrow, aiming with deadly precision. A figure in a green jacket moved with purpose, the words mental fortitude appearing nearby. The masked figure with the fox mask struck a pose, ready for the next attack. The fox masked figure landed a blow, sending the figure in the blue jacket reeling. The ability grants regeneration. The masked assailant gripped his wrist tightly. Someone lights a cigarette. The man in the monkey mask asks if this is how to treat their customers. The man lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by his attackers. Bring him here. The man in the monkey mask chews on a cigarette. Word had spread that even Hyuk Gildong had been hit on the outskirts. The man in the red coat considered the implications. Right now, it seemed a new faction was emerging. He wondered why this new faction, Ines, was making a move. The man's brow furrowed. Were they trying to wipe them out like they did with that gang before? His expression hardened, wondering if they were underestimating the black market. A man in a blue tracksuit was confronted by several figures. One of them told him to quit causing trouble. Another man declared his allegiance. He was from the cult of immortality. A cloaked figure warned that if anyone acted up here, they wouldn't die a natural death. The man in the blue tracksuit wondered why they were all swarming in. A flurry of motion blurred the scene. The clash of steel echoed as the battle began. He demands to know if they're trying to disrespect the cult of immortality. A masked woman charges forward, an axe raised high, ready to strike. The axe descends, glinting in the dim light of the warehouse. A figure screams in terror as the attack commences. The cult of immortality's name hangs heavy in the air as the battle begins. The masked woman accuses them of sending an assassin after her brother. The woman stands defiantly, axe in hand, as a masked man watches from behind. The masked woman taunts, daring them to come at her. He moves with practiced ease, engaging the masked figures. Woo Miho is described as cunning to an eerie degree. The battle continues, the air thick with tension and the sounds of combat. While Jeongjik caused a distraction, the fight raged on. He advanced, the masked figure wielding a blade with deadly precision. The cult of immortality had turned everything upside down, throwing the outskirts into chaos. The masked figure's presence radiated an unsettling aura, a harbinger of destruction. Their goal was clear, to etch the cult's name into the minds of everyone. Even without special abilities, their sheer force was overwhelming, a tide of destruction. The figure plummeted, a testament to the cult's relentless power. The situation had escalated to the point where the king of the backstreets himself had to intervene. A man wearing a tiger mask, a symbol of power, observed the unfolding events. Elsewhere, a figure in a red coat walked forward, his presence commanding attention. A voice echoed, questioning the source of the disturbance. Two masked figures stood amidst the carnage, their work complete. A question hung in the air. Was this individual truly the king of the backstreets? The man in the red jacket stood firm, surrounded by hooded figures. He claimed to be just a department manager. The man with the monkey mask spoke, his words laced with challenge. He wondered if sending him to heaven would reveal the real one. The masked man tilted his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He found the other to be quite intense. His back turned, the man in the red coat began to gather energy in his hands. A faint blue glow emanated from his palms. The man with the monkey mask watched as the other prepared his attack. The hooded figures remained silent observers. Meanwhile, a blonde woman looked up at Gwang Ik-yu, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She seemed to be waiting for something. Elsewhere, three figures wearing animal masks stood in formation. The air crackled with anticipation, a silent promise of violence. The figures with animal masks remained still, their intentions hidden behind their colorful disguises. The tension was palpable. The man in the red jacket stood ready, the energy swirling around his hands. He seemed to be preparing for a powerful attack. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes glowed with an ominous purple light. He was ready to unleash his power, his expression grim. A crimson aura flared around Wu Jiho, the weight of defeat heavy. A man in a suit bowed low, offering something with desperate urgency. An overwhelming presence emanated from Wu Jiho, forcing others to acknowledge him. They revealed themselves in both intellect and raw power, a formidable combination. The man in the suit remained bowed, a silent offering to the victor's presence. The weight of utter defeat settled, a crushing admission of failure. Wu Jiho stood before a vault, his hand reaching for the heavy wheel lock. He agreed to surrender the entire black market, including the rumored Heart of Saint. A mountain of jewels and documents lay within, the spoils of a conquered empire. A woman with sunglasses stood with arms crossed, flanked by two men, having cleaned out the leftover terrorists. Hiding inside, they gave the scale of red flame without hesitation or payment. Had CEO Nam lost his mind, giving away such a valuable item so easily? The letter lay beside the scale of red flame. It seemed too easy. Wu Miho held the scale, a question hanging in the air. What was she planning to use it for? Miho admitted she couldn't hide it any longer. The weight of the secret seemed heavy. Then, a memory surfaced. A figure lay prone on an operating table, and a voice echoed. Then, shall I begin? The memory continued, showing Miho and another person in suits. The past was catching up. Her expression hardened. A mix of resolve and regret etched on her face. A voice from the past spoke of quiet acceptance. Don't ask, don't demand. Take what you're given and live quietly. The flashback shifted to an orphanage. It was a place that just took the subsidies and let the kids loose. A younger Miho sat with her sibling. Study. We need to use our heads if we want to survive. A sharp smack echoed. Ow, the boy cried. Don't talk back. The year she turned 19, her sibling said they'd work part-time out of town for a month. He came back half dead. Miho's eyes widened, the question hanging in the air. What happened? She gasped, her expression a mix of anguish and desperation. Awakening as an immortal, without time to adjust, she moved to save her sibling. Wu Miho held the glowing red object, but all she gained were memories of failure. She thought that they're practically half abandoned at this point. Her hands clasped tightly, she wondered if it would work. It had to, she thought, standing next to her sibling. Wu Miho held the red object, her expression determined. She affirmed to herself that she'd never given up, not even once. Wu Miho stood over her brother's bed, wanting it more than anything. She longed to see her sibling standing, smiling, laughing again. Wu Miho held the shards in her hand, her face etched with resolve. Gwang Ik-yu lay in bed, seemingly unaware of his sister's efforts. She stood beside the woman, who looked at her with confusion. What happened? A sense of relief washed over the scene. It had worked. Wu Miho explained that she had removed all the parasite-like curses from the body. Gwang Ik-yu observed that they might look weaker now, but they'll recover with time. Wu Miho extended her hand, asking if they could see it. Call me boss, kid. I'm kind of a genius immortal, you know. Her hand rested gently on the person's chest, the healing energy flowing. Wu Miho held the person close, ensuring their safety and comfort. She bowed her head, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. The woman with short brown hair declared that she would stake her life if Wu Miho gave the word. Gwang Ik-yu, looking displeased, muttered that he hated stuff like this. Tears welled in Wu Miho's eyes, a mix of relief and lingering emotion. He reminded himself to simply do the job he was being paid for. Gwang Ik stated that he would repay this favor, whatever it may be. Someone declared they were heading out first, their footsteps echoing as they left. Gwang Ik looked up, seemingly appreciating the weather. A glass slams onto the table, the contents sloshing within. Frustration mounts as the black market is mentioned. The man's anger simmers as he curses Robert's name. The illegal mage alliance sweeper alliance leader sits at his desk, contemplating his next move. He believes even the most skilled people wouldn't be able to identify the item. He can't sit this out anymore. A message from Prometheus Crocodile flashes on his phone. Elsewhere, a figure sits in a laboratory, hooked up to medical equipment. A man in a lab coat asks the man with blue hair if he wanted to see him. He asks if Mari is doing all right. Dr. Park Byung-jun, now part of an S, stands in a sterile lab environment. An unseen person suggests he go see her for himself. The man with glasses stands before Gwang Ik, admitting he fears rejection from her. The unseen speaker asks why he wanted to see him. Gwang Ik observes a woman in a hospital bed, a blood pressure cuff on her arm. The doctor needs to develop a new special medicine. Miss Kim Jong-ah is going to die if she doesn't change what she uses. However, she keeps asking for it. Her body is broken down quite a bit. She probably has problems with her 5 senses and her feminine bodily functions. Still, her mental fortitude is quite commendable. Despite it all, she's living life like normal. She probably suffers awful pain every night. Gwang Ik continues to watch her, a pained expression on his face. He had no idea there were. The man with glasses reports that there are some new nostrum recipes available on the black market. The man in the lab coat believes he should be able to come up with a new recipe if he gets a few more. He continues, saying it should be less of a burden on her body. A voice demands to be told everything. He looks off to the side, listening intently to the unseen speaker. The tension hangs heavy in the air as he awaits further instruction. The woman at the desk asks if he wants to know the origin of nostrum. In the NS CEO's office, the woman states that it's not like magic, It's based in science. During the war, ordinary humans needed the strength to fight off special species. That was when people made things like railguns and frost ammo. Nostrum was created to help people surpass their physical limits. So you better loot the labs. He sat in his chair, phone pressed to his ear, a man standing behind him. The man on the other end warned that it wouldn't be easy, but Gwang Ik already knew that. They didn't have enough intel on the locations of all the organizations, but Gwang Ik wasn't worried, claiming he had good connections. Gwang Ik confirmed he was speaking to his father. His father playfully called him, asking for a favor. The man in the background looked shocked as Gwang Ik's father asked him to give him a bit of intel. Gwang Ik, annoyed, told his father to stop, complaining that his ears were rotting. Gwang Ik retorted that he wasn't his father's little maid. It was a no, well. Gwang Ik offered a deposit of 100 million if he succeeded. He waited for a response. Gwang Ik stated that he needed a list of illegal laboratories that the government was running. He thought to himself that his dad sure does love him. Han Jeonjik, in a chibi form, asked who he was and where Yu Gwang Ik was. Someone mentioned that Shin Juho was asked to do this too, and seemed really happy about it. He would do anything they asked. A few things were mentioned about the government. Han Jeonjik stated that they needed the illegal laboratories and Dangun should leave them alone. He asked if someone would give up their crops if someone asked for them all. The person on the other end stated that he was not the real Yu Gwang Ik. Han Jeonjik asked what was wrong with him. That was it for morning work. He would now start his main job. 3 men sat at a table in a meeting. A chair sat alone in a room. Someone stated that he could take care of this on his own. He sat across from Jeonjik, the words hanging heavy in the air. This was for the good of the company, after all. Jeonjik's expression hardened, a promise etched on his face. They had to stick together until the end. The tension was palpable, a silent agreement passing between them. The question hung in the air, a silent challenge to the task ahead. Did they really need to do this? The unseen speaker questioned the ethics of their actions. Was nepotism a valid way to hire people? A colleague remarked that Jeonjik hadn't gotten hired through interviews, raising suspicions about his position. A document lay open, revealing the names Dong-hoon and Jong-ah. The text inquired about the name of the first car in Korea. Footsteps echoed, a sense of unease growing with each step. What were they talking about? A reflection in the glass showed his troubled expression, the weight of the situation pressing down. Frustration boiled over, a single word encapsulating the turmoil within. He stood, his back to the viewer, the tension radiating from his shoulders. He smirked, as the man next to him covered his face in shame. The disembodied voice accused him of being the worst person they knew. The man in the suit looked down, muttering that it was crazy. Gwang Ik stated that it was all right as he stood at the table. The man in the suit sat alone, as the voice questioned why he chose NS despite his impressive resume. The man was asked if he really needed to hear a reason. The man in the suit asked, with a hint of sarcasm, if they really needed to hear one. Instead of, the man at the table thought that they were talking about him to his face. The man in the suit stated the reason he chose NS. The reason he explained, was because of two certain individuals there. He stood, a stoic expression on his face as the tension in the room thickened. Clearing his throat, the man with the sinister smile announced that he heard Kinam and Miho were present. His smile widening, the man declared that he was here for those two individuals. The man with the sinister smile ordered Gwangikyu to get out. Pointing a finger, the man with the sinister smile accused someone of telling him to come here. The man with the sinister smile questioned when he had been told to come. One of the men questioned if the other had even recovered, while the other stated he didn't want to be accused of harming someone already injured. Someone was reminded that they called him here, and that they were told to repay the debt. The man with the sinister smile stated that he never said the other should be hired for it. A man with red hair smiled, his fingers touching his lips. The camera focused on the sleeve of his suit. A man looked to the side, saying John Ah's name. He and another man in his suit stand face to face, radiating anger. The tension escalates as they vehemently deny getting along. A week later, a white car speeds down a road, the number 8 visible. The scene shifts to Seoul, 19 in Gyeonggi. Inside a car, one man states that Bang Goae will be the leader and Kim Yohan will lead the strategy team. A woman asks if everyone is ready, confirming that the offense team is prepared. A man with short brown hair is seen in profile, his expression unreadable. Another man rests his chin on his hand, musing that all his experience wasn't for nothing. The company became a lot more systematic and organized after he joined. The white car enters a garage, passing 2 guards in blue uniforms. A guard approaches the car, questioning who they are. Another guard asserts that the area is private property, demanding if they can read. A voice booms, demanding that they leave the premises immediately. He grips the other man tightly, his expression unreadable beneath the cap. A deafening blast echoes as he fires his weapon without hesitation. The bullet rips through flesh, a spray of red blooming in the air. The victim is sent reeling backwards, collapsing against the vehicle. The sound of metal reverberates through the air. He stands tall, the other man watching with a grim expression. A new voice declares that it's time to get to work. A chorus of voices barked a single, sharp order. Stop! The mercenaries commanded, weapons raised. He stood firm, his back to the threat, as the mercenaries advanced. One of the men with blonde hair watched the scene unfold. These bastards, they hired American mercenaries, he muttered. A man lay prone on the ground, defeated. The mercenaries were confident, because they know that the government will leave them alone. One mercenary opened fire, his face contorted in a grimace as he squeezed the trigger. The bullets ripped through the air, explosions of force tearing through the environment. The mercenaries advanced, weapons trained, a united front of deadly force. The man with blonde hair narrowly avoided the gunfire, his expression a mix of shock and determination. The mercenary's aim was steady, his finger relentlessly pulling the trigger. The impact of the bullets sent debris flying, a testament to their destructive power. Another mercenary screamed, "Die!" as he continued to fire, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The air crackled with unseen energy. He coiled, muscles tense, ready to unleash a devastating blow. A shout pierced the air, raw and furious. He struck with blinding speed, the force of his blow palpable. "Don't move!" The command barked from behind a line of armed figures. He thought to himself that this would be so much easier if he just had a shotgun. Meanwhile, a voice announced that they had arrived at the entrance. The man with blonde hair was told that they shouldn't notice him since he has the invisibility spell on. He was instructed to tell them when he was in, and they would be right there, as there was little security due to the ruckus. Someone thought that stupid scientists and science can't defeat mystery. He observes the woman with brown hair, noting her rough demeanor. The woman's expression is unreadable as she stares forward, seemingly unfazed. A voice crackles over the comms, inquiring about the location of the hard disk. The man on the radio stands amidst fallen figures, confirming their presence. He presses his finger to his ear, relaying that they were prepared and cannot leave without it. A voice declares that they are on their way now. He pauses, considering the situation with 2 others standing behind him. A disembodied voice questions if they buried the saving device underground. The 3 figures stand before a doorway, presumably leading to the underground location. A voice warns that the data will be ruined if they rip it out. He narrows his eyes, a sense of familiarity washing over him regarding the situation. A hand grips a knife, the implication being that if it's underground, then it's easy. The unseen speaker threatens to cut something out entirely. A man in a black uniform crouches, looking up with a slight smirk. They raided in a sterile lab. The man with blue hair sits as another man stands over him. He states that he only handed over the information. The man with blue hair acknowledges the information he reported. The man with blue hair is challenged, accused of what his son would have done. The government decided to hand over the laboratory's information to NS and capture the guys that had been sponsoring the lab. So that's why he was in a good mood. The man with gray hair glares at Gwangikyu, who remains stoic. The man with gray hair tells Gwangikyu not to glare at him like that, as this is what it's like to be involved in politics. He adds that the president wants to make an announcement about this. If he could, he'd give one out every week. NS has raided about a dozen private laboratories in the Seoul region. These laboratories have been carrying out illegal research. He stood, listening intently as the woman spoke, her expression unreadable. It was announced that NS shared information with the police department. What a crazy-ass nation, she thought, frustrated by the support for Gwangik. Gwangik listened, his expression unchanging. She noted that they weren't even trying to hide their actions. The woman relayed that Dr. Park Byung-jun said they started the research on the medicine. She would need to wait about 3 months. The woman asked him how it was. She continued, saying it was nice that she achieved her goal. She clarified that she meant back then. Gwangik remained silent, listening to her every word. She admitted it was refreshing at first, but then she didn't know what to do. A plate of sliced fruit sat nearby, untouched. She confessed that she ended up living, but she wasn't confident anymore. Gwangik continued to listen, his gaze steady as she spoke of her regrets. The man in the hospital bed admits he feels like he'd lose if he fought Gwangik right now. Elsewhere, a man in a suit smirks, thinking that he'd actually get beaten. The man in the suit continues, wondering if it would be embarrassing to be beaten up by him. He sits beside the man in the hospital bed, who scoffs, finding the situation humorous, but Gwangik is serious. The man in the hospital bed understands what Gwangik means. The man in the suit, Jong-ah, is asked if he understands. Jong-ah responds with a single word, live. Gwangik sits, reflecting that a lot of things can happen in life. He stands, turning away from the man in the hospital bed. Jong-ah declares that he is leaving. Gwangik acknowledges, calling him dad. He smiles faintly, a subtle amusement playing on his lips. The man in the suit observes, noting a change. She knows how to joke now, too. The disembodied voice recalls a past demeanor. She used to be so cold. The man in the suit stands with another man, his back turned to the viewer. The man with dark hair asks a question, sweat beading on his brow. What's up? A voice contemplates a visit, unsure of what to say. I was wondering if I should go in or not. Gwangik stands near the man with dark hair as the man in the suit walks away. All right. The man with dark hair speaks, his words laced with sarcasm. He's rubbed off on all of us. The man with dark hair continues, a hint of excitement in his voice. I'm excited. The man in the suit holds a shotgun, his expression serious and focused. The man with dark hair explains the gun's composition. It's made from adamant alloy. The man in the lab coat elaborates on the weapon's capabilities. It has 2 types. One is a shotgun, and the other is for precision firing. The man levels the shotgun, his expression focused as he prepares to fire. Gwangik watches with a questioning look as the man prepares to test the weapon. The man thinks to himself that he would rather die of embarrassment than fight with the gun. The man examines the shotgun, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. The text explains that the gun saves shock to use as ammo. The shock ammo is shown. The man fires the shotgun, the force of the blast evident in his stance. He observes the shotgun, noting that it only filled by this much. The text says to just try it out. He aims the shotgun again, preparing for another shot. A close-up reveals the shotgun's design, highlighting its unique features. The shock ammo explodes. He raises the shotgun, the barrel glinting in the dim light. The weapon is leveled, ready for whatever approaches. The air crackles with anticipation, a silent promise of imminent conflict hanging heavy. The woman with blonde hair looks back, her expression a mix of fear and urgency. The man with orange hair beside her shares her concern, his eyes wide with alarm as he glances in the same direction. A voice booms out, challenging the unseen intruders. Who goes there? Immortal faith? Prometheus? The unseen speaker demands to know who dares approach. The man with orange hair urges evacuation. Everyone other than those capable of fighting, evacuate outside. The situation is dire, requiring immediate action to safeguard those who cannot defend themselves. A figure declares, I'll be at the front. The group prepares to face the unknown threat, bracing themselves for the battle to come. The aftermath of destruction is visible, debris scattered across the floor. The group stands ready, their resolve unwavering despite the chaos surrounding them. 2 men stand face to face, the tension palpable between them. The air is thick with unspoken words, a silent conversation passing between their eyes. He stands amidst the rubble, the shotgun held firmly in his hands. The weapon is his only companion in this moment of uncertainty, a symbol of his determination to fight. His grip tightens on the shotgun, knuckles white with tension. The weapon is ready, his resolve unwavering as he prepares for the coming onslaught. One of the men in suit states, great success. The declaration hangs in the air, its meaning unclear amidst the surrounding chaos and uncertainty. He faced off against the man in the lab coat, the tension palpable. The man in the suit held a weapon, examining it closely. Oh, guess that's not bad either. The man in the lab coat collapsed to the ground. The man in the suit held the gun, now named Impact. Our lab. The lab was in ruins, papers scattered everywhere. The man in the suit stood amidst the destruction. My papers. The man in the suit addressed the remaining people. Hey, I'm sorry, everyone. A figure stood in the distance, wondering what the reason was for this gathering. The room was filled with seated individuals, all waiting for answers. One of the figures spoke, stating that they had a lead on Prometheus. The text revealed that historically, terrorist organizations have always been a pain, and Prometheus was the worst of them. An image depicted a figure becoming the god that brought fire to humans. The text explained that the number of humans was reduced to a tenth of what it once was, and the remaining humans were being changed into special species. He stood with his arms crossed, listening intently. The text mentioned ECS, the one that birthed Prometheus and the immortal faith. The speaker continued, stating that Prometheus had to leave Korea recently. It was revealed that they were quiet for a while, but now they've activated an old project. Its name is Disaster. She gestured towards the screen, highlighting Mount Baekdu as the intended target. 7 years prior, Prometheus had stolen an amplifier developed by a government scientist. The problem, it was explained, was that if the device worked too well, it could trigger a dormant volcano. Their goal, to install the amplifier on Mount Baekdu and set it off. The woman listened intently, her expression a mask of concern. The disembodied voice urged them to leave immediately. The man in the suit admitted he wasn't sure if they'd be too early or too late, questioning how he was supposed to be trusted. He explained that he'd promised WBS he'd join the company in return for information on Prometheus, adding that he had a bomb spell in his head. A voice countered that she actually didn't. However, the man with dark hair stood with 2 others, listening intently to the unfolding plan. Someone stated that they understood it was an old project and that it was possible. The group agreed that they needed to keep this as confidential as possible and get onto it. The team prepares to head into battle, the weight of the mission heavy in the air. Yeah, he considers the stakes. If she's right, they need to stop. He thinks to himself that it doesn't matter what happens to them. A phone displays a notification. He thinks he has a pretty good idea too. It was so hard to find Prometheus because they were so well hidden. He looks off into the distance, a determined glint in his eye. The thought of seeing them again is getting him all excited. Later that night, 3 days later, the day of a mission, codenamed Hiking, arrives under the banner of Project Disaster. Is this customized equipment? He was getting ready. The customized weaponry lay ready for deployment. The basic equipment, team manager Lee Jungbong had requested, suits made from adamantium alloy. The triangle field would protect their eyes. It's called Tuni. The quality of their basic equipment had definitely improved, but it took a lot of money. He smiled, thinking it was worth the wait. The more prepared they are, the better, the man in the lab coat explained, detailing the effects of the 3 medications. 3 containers of medication sat on the table. Someone questioned the decision to go, asking if they were even listening. The man in the lab coat looked down at the person with red hair, concern etched on his face. The person with red hair needed to keep in mind that they weren't fully recovered. The person with red hair simply replied, okay. The person with red hair held their helmet, stating they were in peak condition, even if they weren't. She stared ahead, a burning desire for vengeance consuming her thoughts. A black van sped down a deserted road, its destination unknown. Meanwhile, the sign loomed, demilitarized zone. The team moved forward, their faces obscured by helmets. The only way I know how to get to where we need to go. Deep within the earth, tunnels lay dormant, remnants of a forgotten war, now sealed shut. The soldiers advanced cautiously through the dark, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage. One soldier spoke. Wouldn't it be scarier if it was bright? That would mean someone's in here. The soldier continued forward, his weapon ready, the darkness concealing unknown threats. A monstrous form began to materialize from the shadows, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The soldier braced himself, ready to face the looming horror that emerged from the depths. The creature lunged forward, its massive form filling the tunnel, ready to strike. He looked up, spotting the source of the disturbance, a swarm of monstrous bats. A small, green orb bounced along the ground, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. The sudden noise echoed through the tunnel, causing a sharp ringing in his ears. His face contorted in a grimace as the high-pitched squeals of the bats intensified. The swarm descended, a living cloud of leathery wings and razor-sharp claws. Designated as number 21, these mosquito bats numbered approximately 162. The bats of their grotesque features illuminated by the tunnel's dim light. A voice echoed, declaring that Mari would handle the situation. The swarm pressed closer, their screeching filling the confined space. A figure leaped into action, a red energy blade crackling to life in their hands. Another team member raised their weapon, preparing to provide covering fire. The first shots rang out, impacting the swarm with explosive force. He and his team are met with a fiery explosion. He fires his weapon, the shots impacting against the swarm. The bat creature screeches, its red eyes glowing. Debris rains down as the battle continues. The bat creature is struck by an unseen force. He scans the area, his weapon raised. One of the soldiers notes that there aren't too many of them. Another soldier wonders if there are more invaders nearby, impressed by their training. One of the soldiers asks if the place wasn't said to be dangerous, recalling the Prometheus casualties. The team advances deeper into the cave. He feels a presence, his expression wary. The soldiers continue forward, deeper into the cavern. The air hung heavy, the silence broken only by a distant echo. He could feel it in his bones. They really were here, somewhere in the depths. Elsewhere, hooded figures stood guard over a large red barrel, preparing for an explosion. A glowing screen illuminated a gloved hand. It was time to get to work. The man in tactical gear remained vigilant, his senses on high alert. A woman with blonde hair received a call, the situation demanding immediate attention. She listened intently, relaying the dire news. Terrorists were planning to explode Baekdu. A woman wondered if they'd be able to stop them, given the lack of available combat teams nearby. The device displayed as satellite communication, a request for the current situation. The message was clear. They were unable to track down the Phoenix team manager. Elsewhere, two men in suits discussed the situation. The information had come from Manila. One man questioned if it was too late, but the other confirmed they had already run the simulations. The man with glasses sits at his desk, a satellite phone illuminating his face. Elsewhere, Gwang Ik is contacted, someone asking where he is. The soldier in armor stands among fallen comrades, someone asking if he wants to put in a request. Back at the desk, the man with glasses declares that he is on Baekdu right now. The close-up of the face suggests that something very rare is happening. The man with glasses on the phone hears that some scary things are happening on Baekdu right now. The helmeted figure wonders how much they and their teammates are all worth together. The blonde woman's expression tightened, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. The dog-like creature grinned, blood dripping from its maw as it spoke of enjoying resistance. The creature stood tall, a cruel smile plastered across its canine face. The text box identified the starved dog as a wanted criminal, as Miho's name was spoken. The man in black spoke, his words laced with a dark humor that did little to ease Miho's worry. The man with red hair cursed under his breath, his expression grim as he looked at Miho. The dog-like creature tilted its head, a sinister glint in its red eyes as it spoke of love. The creature's words dripped with malice, promising a slow and agonizing torment. Miho knelt on the ground, blood staining her leg as she braced herself for what was to come. The creature's fist slammed into the ground, the force of the blow sending tremors through the cavern. She is struck, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through her body. The man with orange hair watches with concern as Miho reels from the impact. The woman with the ponytail asks if she is Wu Miho. And Banguete? Miho stands with the others, her expression unreadable. The dog-like creature stands on the cracked ground. The dog-like creature, bloodied and enraged, curses and threatens to kill. The dog-like creature says they meet again, Star Dog. The ground cracks under the force of an unseen blow. The lion-like creature says he really missed her, you know. The dog-like creature calls her a crazy bitch, stating she's not his type. The dog-like creature lunges forward, claws extended. The lion-like creature's massive paw descends, claws extended, ready to strike. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the immediate area. From a distance, Gwang Ik and Miho watch the battle unfold. The lion-like creature thinks she is very experienced in battle, but the starved dog should be too. The lion-like creature vows to kill her, even if it's the last thing it does. The dog-like creature stands, its expression wild and menacing. The lion-like creature scoffs, dismissing the situation. The lion-like creature's fist clenches, ready for another strike. The lion-like creature prepares to attack again, its stance radiating power. A disembodied voice wonders how she got there. A surge of energy erupts. Heaving, the figure in the tactical helmet pauses, catching his breath. Damn it, he thinks this is so hard. The helmeted man wonders if he's in the right place. Further in the cave, soldiers stand guard, weapons ready. A voice booms, demanding to know if they are in S. If not, they're dead. The helmeted figure peers around a corner, weapon raised. The soldiers remain vigilant, their weapons trained on the darkness. Elsewhere, a man in a suit, flanked by armed guards, declares the situation is good. One of the guards notes that he is the employee Gwang told them about. The woman with gray hair relays coordinates to Malia, ordering them to find everyone alive underground. She's addressed as Your Highness. The man in the suit orders his team to clear the path. Suddenly, gunfire erupts, and the soldiers cry out in alarm. He hadn't expected Gwang to call. Gwang Ik thought he would repay him for a job well done. One of the figures was certain they'd win. Another responded with a simple, confident affirmation. The woman with silver hair declared they had the combined forces of Prometheus, Isaeus, the immortal faith, and some mages on their side. The woman in red, arms crossed, questioned if their employees could defeat them. The unseen figure inquired how many people from NS could handle their professionals. The man in the dark suit was asked if he was betting on luck. He stated that he never did. The man in the dark suit gestured, a sinister smile playing on his lips, inviting them to come, and, eyes glowing red, the man declared, "Let's kill him." A figure strode forward, determination etched on his face. The sound of something breaking echoed. A hand grips a strange, green object as a segmented tail twitches below. The segmented tail writhes, surrounded by a faint, green mist. A surge of green energy emanates from the creature, filling the chamber. The reptilian humanoid stands, muscles bulging, a feral snarl on its face. He stands over the fallen humanoid, the air thick with anticipation. The humanoid's arm tenses, its massive hand clenching into a fist. Gwangikyu prepares to strike, thinking, there's no retreating this time. I'm much stronger than before. The reptilian humanoid roars, its eyes burning with a fierce, red light. He braces himself, energy crackling around his outstretched arm. The humanoid's hand is covered in blood, its expression one of confusion. He faces the injured humanoid, ready for the final blow. The reptilian humanoid stood tall, his muscles bulging, ready for another attack. He thought his body could handle cannonballs, yet his bones were crushed after a single hit. The fist, massive and powerful, hurtled towards the humanoid's face. He connected with a devastating blow, sending shockwaves through the air. The humanoid, reeling from the impact, could only stammer, "What is this? What the fuck are you?" The force of the punch cracked the reptilian humanoid's skull. The humanoid was sent flying backwards, crashing into the ground. Elsewhere, a woman with purple hair looked on with wide eyes, her expression a mix of shock and fear. A man in a black suit stood over the fallen humanoid, declaring, "Drug addict down." The woman with purple hair focused, gathering a ball of purple energy in her hands. The man in black lunged at the woman, his fist aimed at her head. The panther-like creature sneers, confident that one attack will be enough. From the shadows, a command rings out, "Kill him." A massive lion roars, charging forward with terrifying speed. The voice continues, declaring that the lion knows no fear, raised only to kill. The panther's paw strikes with incredible force. The lion pauses, a single tap of a claw against the ground. A taunting question hangs in the air, "Afraid?" A voice promises a treat for obedience, demanding that the lion bite. The lion is sent flying backwards, defeated. A figure shouts in frustration. The man in the suit prepares to unleash a powerful attack. The panther-like creature braces itself against a surge of energy. They stalked through the rocky terrain, their eyes scanning for any sign of movement. From above, the man in the suit taunted, his voice echoing through the cavern. "Are you Pikachu?" The creature's eyes narrowed, a silent promise of retribution burning within their depths. One of the panther-like creatures grabbed its companion, readying it for the coming fight. The panther creature gripped a strange weapon, its metallic surface gleaming in the dim light. With a deafening blast, the creature fired, the shot echoing through the cavern. The man in the suit lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, his face contorted in pain. Elsewhere, a woman in a red dress stood over a massive lion, whispering a single word, "Sleep." The man in the suit, seemingly recovered, declared, "I'll take care of this." He stood tall, his hands clenched into fists, ready to unleash his power once more. His eyes began to glow, and he thought, "My eyes plan illusions. I can hypnotize anyone." The panther creature's face was shown again, as the man's voice echoed, "Look at my eyes. If I pair it with some verbal orders." Its clawed hand descended, ready to strike with lethal precision. The panther creature loomed, a predator poised to unleash its fury. Below, Gwangikyu stared up, seemingly unfazed by the looming threat. A voice booms out, commanding attention with an unnerving demand. Gwangikyu stands his ground, facing the hulking figure before him. Confidence etched on his face, he invites the figure to come closer. The figure looms, a strange mix of beast and warrior, ready to strike. A blinding strike connects, sending Gwangikyu reeling from the force. The impact sends him flying backwards, a blur of motion against the stark background. Sprawled on the ground, Gwangikyu's vision swims as he struggles to comprehend the attack. The figure looms over him, questioning why he isn't in a trance. A disembodied voice echoes a simple philosophy. The figure stands tall, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos. Gwangikyu mutters about Miskong's Sulhi and his unusual upbringing. He stood with two figures behind him, the tiger-like mask obscuring his expression. A voice promised, "You'll see." Gwangikyu towered over the downed lion, as the man in the suit asked if he put the cat to sleep. The man urged him to wake the lion, fearing something was wrong. The lion lay prone, seemingly unconscious. Gwangikyu struck the lion, putting him to sleep. The lion was asked if he didn't even recognize his owner. The lion lay on his back, his eyes glowing. The man in the suit stated that the lion is called the Mad Lion in Isis. The man in the suit looked up, his expression one of anger. The woman with boxing gloves stood within a strange, hexagonal barrier. Gwangik-yu explained that he purposefully fell for the trap to make his enemy let his guard down as the tiger-like figure stood over the woman. He admits that he has no choice but to use his last resort. Miho, looking concerned, pleads with the tiger-like character. She begs him to let her go. The tiger-like character responds with a tempting offer. He says he will tell her the secret of her birth. The tiger-like character holds a large weapon. He asks if she is being serious. The secret of her birth? Did her mom? No, there's no way. The tiger-like character explains the terms. One is her grandfather's identity, and the second is that they will fall back and leave this place. The tiger-like character considers the terms. He thinks it doesn't sound bad. Miho states that she doesn't need the second promise. A man with a hat believes his guys have probably already taken care of everyone. He landed, the impact sending dust motes dancing in the dim light. A man in a hat noted his tardiness. The tiger shapeshifter stood silently beside him. The man in the hat explained that he was taking care of some minions on the way. Miho seemed surprised by something, a flicker of shock crossing her face. She tried to contact someone, but no one was responding to her call. The shapeshifter urged her to reveal what she knew, his gaze intense. Miho was warned to keep her end of the deal, her expression hardening. The tiger shapeshifter revealed that her grandfather's name was Yumu-in. The shapeshifter added that he's in the immortal faith. Miho felt like she'd read that name, Yumu-in a textbook. The shapeshifter confirmed that he is Yu Yonho's father. He was also the founder of the immortal faith, the tiger shapeshifter revealed. She grapples with the revelation. Her grandfather, the leader of a terrorist organization? Or was he merely the founder? A hulking, tiger-like figure tilts his head, a series of question marks floating around him as he considers the situation. The tiger-like figure states that he has now told her, while the woman in red stands behind him, seemingly unfazed by the shocking information. The woman in red remains still, her expression unreadable as a faint red glow emanates from her hands. The tiger-like figure stands his ground, a determined look on his face as he prepares for what's to come. A voice declares a desire to avoid something, the specifics of which remain unseen. The tiger-like figure stands with the woman in red, the tension palpable between them as they face an unseen threat. Elsewhere, two men discuss a secret path, one suggesting they track her, but the other dismisses the idea, believing she'll go into hiding anyway. Gwangik stands, his expression unreadable as he listens to someone off-panel. A man with brown hair and a yellow tie confronts Gwangik, expressing his displeasure that Gwangik didn't greet him. The man asks if Gwangik isn't happy to see him, then declares that he is. Gwangik retorts that he doesn't look like it, as the man admits he picked something up on the way. A man in a suit surveys the scene, a group of people standing behind him. Someone demands to know why the reinforcements were kept a secret. The reason given is that he's supposed to be in his own nation right now. The group discusses the metahuman kingdom and its restrictions on using powers for other nations' benefit. They need to ensure compliance. Miho and Gwangik discuss Crocodile, Ryu of the Lightning, Isis Black Leopard, Illusory Eyes, and even some mages. She believes those guys are going to be so mad. Gwangik suddenly says, "Mom." Miho doesn't really believe it that much, thinking of it as a joke, but a follower of the immortal faith told her secret. She asks Gwangik if his grandfather's name is really Yumu-in. Miho wonders who that is. Gwangik tells her to never mind, they just said that. He recalls his mom, saying she was hopeless with school back in the day. Miho suggests they ask his dad when they get back. She thought it was going to be some secret sibling story, and almost... Another person says, "Then let's head home. Gwangik, I need to show you." He stared ahead, his expression unreadable as he considered their situation. Before them, a swirling portal shimmered, promising a passage to the other side, as Miho stood beside him, ready for what came next. The portal was a passage into the other side, a white hole. They didn't expect it to be here, a swirling vortex of unknown energy. Meanwhile, for days later, the focus shifted to NS gear development. The man in the lab coat expressed his frustration, stating that these prices were ridiculous. He reviewed the document, scoffing at the notion that they couldn't negotiate, as if that were even possible. The team needed other equipment too, but the association named such high prices. The man in the lab coat discussed the situation with a woman, noting that people were calling them money-wasting cows because of this. The equipment lined the walls, a testament to their resources, but also a reminder of the monopoly they had taken away. The finger pointed at the document, highlighting the exorbitant price, 10 times the regular amount, and how it would all be resolved if they could get their hands on a white hole. He glanced at his phone, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The message indicated that someone would tell you Gwangik about it. The team gathered, discussing the association's ridiculous prices for the materials they needed. The angry man expressed his frustration, stating that the government and Dangun wouldn't help either. Gwangik listened, a worried expression on his face as the other man spoke. The association's actions were essentially shoving them and asking if they wanted to go. Their connections with the government and Dangun weren't very helpful, but what if they got the resources themselves from the white hole they found? The man stated that they didn't have enough people to do it. Miho explained that they needed to raid the white hole first before they could get resources, and they couldn't close the deal on a blink hole phenomenon. Gwangik acknowledged that the problem was that they didn't have enough people. The man with the phone suggested that they employ more people. Then, they questioned the decision to leave the blink hole alone, wondering about manpower. The woman agreed, stating that going their own way would be a tough road. A close-up revealed a stoic expression, hinting at the weight of their choices. Gwangik declared that they didn't need to limit themselves to special species alone. He stood with his arms crossed, a picture of confidence and resolve. The sign announced that they were there with WBS Gwangik, discussing the Blue Knight Slayer's charms. The interviewer stated that they were down to the last question, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. The woman with brown hair inquired about Gwangik type of woman, a playful smile on her face. Gwangik described his ideal woman, pure but sexy, dignified but cute, intelligent, considerate, fun, pretty, hot, scandalous, and a great mother. Another voice commented on how specific Gwangik was being, acknowledging his strict standards. A close-up of a camera lens suggested the interview was coming to a close as someone asked to say something. A voice clears its throat, breaking the silence. Gwangik listens as the company representative explains the offer. They boast high salaries and generous welfare. The offer comes with a stark warning. Risk your life for them. Gwangik sits, listening intently to the proposition. The voice welcomes him to the non-standard. The message on the phone screen confirmed it. The TV show was a success. Apparently, the job site servers had gone down, but trending searches included Gwangik-type women, and Minister Lee mentioning tens of millions of won. Gwangik stared at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face as he absorbed the information. A voice called out, "Let's go." "Long time no see, mister," the voice said, revealing the name of mixed-blood immortal Park Sherwoo, who really had an unlucky life. He had lost his mother to invaders when he was young, and a few years after that, he lost his younger sister and father to terrorism. However, he didn't give up no matter what. Instead of becoming obsessed with revenge, he saved people. That day, during the Hughesgate incident, he was the one that stood between me and the invaders. He walked, the memory of that day forever etched in his mind. His parents looked at him with such love, a love he now desperately missed. But he was already gone by the time they found him, a tragic end to a promising life. The man who saved him wasn't someone who shook the world, but a hero nonetheless. He was just a mixed-blood immortal who had received the most basic training as a soldier. The man in the suit apologized, regretting his infrequent visits to the gravesite. Still, he was a hero, someone worthy of respect and admiration, even in death. "I'll do whatever I can," the inscription read, a promise etched in stone. Just like he said, he would do what he could, no matter the cost. A question hung in the air, a plea to the heavens. "Father, is it true that my—" Two men stood before the grand building, the weight of the past heavy on their shoulders. He affirmed the statement, the weight of its meaning settling upon him. "He is both your grandfather and the founder of immortal faith." The voice continued, a question hanging in the air. "He's still alive. Do you want to meet him?" The man across from him spoke calmly, his expression unreadable. "It's fine. I assume you have a good reason for cutting contact with him. You don't need a break." His gaze drifted off, lost in thought as he considered the implications of the question. The weight of the past pressed down on him, a silent burden he carried with every step. The memory echoed, a reminder of time's relentless march. "You've really grown up." He offered a simple affirmation, the corners of his lips tilting upward slightly. "Yeah." A woman's voice cut through the air, laced with a hint of accusation. "Did you cut off contact, father? Aren't you family?" His expression softened, a flicker of warmth in his eyes as he listened. The woman corrected herself, a touch of affection in her tone. "Mari made a mistake. Okay, Dad. Don't call me father. Call me Dad." He chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Father, she'll be 20 soon." He continued, a touch of envy coloring his words. "You try having a son, and see if you're not envious of people with daughters." The hand on his head felt heavy, a reminder of expectations. They say children copy their parents' behavior, a thought that clearly weighs on him. He peers out from behind a doorway, a sliver of his face visible. However, he reflects that he never really saw his dad much. He was never home, and he didn't even call. The memory stings, a sharp contrast to the woman beside him, Miho. He never visited his mother, even when she was diagnosed with depression. That was when he decided that this person is not his father. The man walks away, leaving Gwangik to his thoughts. Not a fun story, huh? Should they go shopping instead? Gwangik offers, trying to lighten the mood. Miho holds up a credit card. A BB credit card, she clarifies. Gwangik expression shifts to one of surprise. "Hey, that's his card." "Okay, tell us." Gwangik urges, flanked by Miho and two other women in suits. A phone displays the words, "The founder of immortal faith." I would love to ask him all kinds of questions, but I don't want to make my father uncomfortable. The phone displays a text message from Donghan. "You want me to look into it on my own?" The news reported the competition for the NS position was at 1,101. The views on the site's employment page kept climbing, even getting mentioned on the news. The company's server had exploded too. The recruiting advertisement must have been shocking, because even people who didn't want to apply came. Thanks to that, all kinds of people came. The comment section was filled with disbelief and speculation, with some users joking about terrorist organizations and the salary. Some were drawn in by the promise that they pay more than most large corporations. Others applied because they saw the potential in the opportunity. Still others applied out of sheer desperation, hoping for any chance at a better life. All kinds of people applied for the job, each with their own reasons and motivations. It was too late. He admitted that he didn't want to embarrass himself anymore. He listened to her words, the setting sun casting long shadows. She seemed to think he was abusing his power. Miho questioned his seriousness, but he denied any developing affection. The conversation hung heavy in the air. A yellow sports car sat parked on the street. He confirmed that everything was good, but his tone suggested otherwise. Miho asked if he was having fun, her expression sharp. Gwang Ik-yu's face contorted in anger, a vein throbbing in his forehead. He denied ever liking her that way. His eyes narrowed. He was upset because his CEO had a crush on him, and it was all because of the prince of the metahuman kingdom. Miho crossed her arms, her gaze distant. She knew that if it weren't for Guete, she would already be dead. The blonde-haired woman, clad in boxing gloves, thought she had trained enough. Sweat glistened on her brow as she recalled the past. However, in the last fight, a man with red hair stood before a monstrous figure. The battle was fierce, and the stakes were high. Miho reflected on her past, seeing herself as nothing but a burden. The memory weighed heavily on her. Therefore, she resolved to become stronger. Her eyes burned with determination, a new path unfolding before her. She wanted to become so strong that no one would have to care about her. The desire fueled her resolve. Gwang Ik-yu, behind the wheel, declares that he'll whip someone into shape, telling them to stop being lazy. A hand makes a dismissive gesture as a voice retorts, calling him a bastard and telling him to screw off. He insists he was just cheering them on. A phone displays a message indicating that things are too hectic due to the number of people applying for a job. The blonde woman on the phone states that they need to differentiate between spies, but they don't have enough people to do that, admitting she doesn't have a solution. Inside the car, a voice acknowledges that it'll take some time, but they'll just have to deal with it. A close-up reveals the sleek, yellow exterior of a high-performance vehicle. The blonde woman stands beside the yellow car, her expression unreadable. Gwang Ik-yu stands near the yellow car, his gaze fixed on something out of view. Elsewhere, an older man sits on a bench outside, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. A close-up focuses on a hand, revealing subtle details of skin and texture. The older man, looking thoughtful, wonders what. A disembodied voice notes that someone is interesting and has perfectly hidden his identity. He introduces himself, stating his name is Yu Gwang Ik. Gwang Ik's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing slightly. An older man chuckles, complimenting someone's dodging skills. Gwang Ik's anger flares, his brow furrowed in irritation. The older man questions if they are there to do charity work. The message is clear. They are there to do business. Yu Muin is gathering information on the immortal faith, but he's just pretending to have Alzheimer's. The older man declares he doesn't talk to stinky guys, adding that he hates sensitive guys too. Gwang Ik smiles, asking if someone thinks it's too difficult on their own. The offer is made. Let's do business together. Yu Muin's expression is unreadable. Elsewhere, a towering skyscraper pierces the sky, its many windows reflecting the overcast day. Inside, a man in a suit pleads with two others, their expressions unreadable. A crowd of applicants waits, their hopes and anxieties hanging heavy in the air. A woman with blue hair overhears a hushed conversation, the words painting a grim picture. A man in a sharp suit considers the assembled applicants, his gaze calculating. An older man, his face etched with experience, intends to exploit their weaknesses. A woman's voice pierces the air, accusing someone of theft. The accused man's eyes widen in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Another man observes the unfolding drama, his expression unreadable. The older man's face contorts with rage, his demand echoing through the room. A sudden, brutal assault. The man's grip tightens, pulling at his hair. A strange energy emanates from the attacker as he accuses the other of being a traitor. Gwang Ik-yu's face contorts in disbelief at the accusation leveled against him. A finger points accusingly, suggesting a deliberate act of betrayal. The question hangs in the air. Who are the spies among them? The older man implies that there's a reason the man in the suit got the position he did. The man in the suit is told to fail those people, but he seems confused by the order. Someone reflects on the grandfather's unique methods of operation. The older man questions if the other man showered, implying something is amiss. The man is told to be quick, as the simple test after the interview is coming soon. He is bleeding. A close-up of a man's chest, possibly the same man who is bleeding. He endures the pain, knowing there is only one standard for this test. The grip tightens, pressing down with relentless force, testing his limits. A sense of desperation rises within him, a refusal to give up even when cornered. A voice calls out for medics, signaling the end of the brutal trial. He grits his teeth, fighting through the pain, determined to keep going. His body trembles, pushed to its absolute limit, but he refuses to yield. Meanwhile, two men observe, one in a sharp suit, the other older, leaning on a cane. The man in the suit speaks, his expression a mix of disappointment and accusation. "You should have come earlier. Why didn't you find me?" His voice cracks, revealing a deep sense of shame and regret. "Because I was too ashamed." A voice echoes with bitter irony, a life's work turned into a weapon against him. "The very thing I worked my entire life for became the thing trying to kill me." The older man looks away, a cloud of regret hanging over him. He admits he didn't have the strength to face his son. Yu Muin sits beside Gwangik-yu, explaining that he thought they might be able to help each other. That's why he leaked that information. The disembodied text asks a simple question. Information? Yu Muin asks if Gwangik-yu can use the method he used to pick out spies. He wonders if Gwangik can do it too. The text bubble confirms that it is called the verbal decree. It might look like you're just spewing nonsense to make your target panic. That's the explanation given by the character with purple hair. The character with purple hair continues to explain the technique. The character with purple hair says that you're actually imbuing energy into your voice, disrupting their peace. That's how it works. Gwangik-yu listens intently, his expression unreadable. Gwangik thinks that his father is talented at fooling others. Yu Muin thinks that his grandfather is talented at reading their minds. Yu Muin suggested that the verbal decree should be taught to someone else. The woman with blonde hair stated that in that case, the kid should be given to her. The woman believed the look in the kid's eyes told her he was worth teaching. The woman asked who Yu Muin was again, seemingly having forgotten him. Next morning, someone commented that Gwangik-yu seemed thinner than before. The man in the lab coat confirmed that he had finished the second gear. A hand reached out to touch a black sphere, wondering what it was. Someone instructed Gwangik-yu to get some of his blood on the sphere. Yu Muin then told him to throw it. The black sphere rested in Gwangik's hand, ready to be thrown. Gwangik-yu prepared to throw the sphere. A strange energy crackles, purple and ominous. He holds the black sphere, ready to unleash its power. Yu Muin observes the sphere. It feels like a hand bullet that returns on its own. Yu Muin explains that it will try to dominate the psyche if the mindset is unstable. He made it using a plant attracted to blood. Yu Muin thought that Gwangik would be able to use it. Gwangik throws the sphere, watching as it ignores physics and returns to him no matter what. Yu Muin admits he just made it for fun, though. Yu Muin states that this is the second gear, and it should help. Gwangik is asked about his next plan. Gwangik looks surprised. Someone calls him a crazy fucker. He examines the document, confirming it is indeed a request form. The form's contents seem straightforward, but what does it entail? Gwangik surmises that they don't feel the need to be reserved. Meanwhile, the armored soldiers face a horde of monsters, determined to regain Lost North. He instructs someone to give the request to them. The soldier acknowledges that they can't stop them. Perhaps there's some lost treasure there. They speculate as the battle rages on. The mission is a cleaning one. The soldiers continue their advance, pushing through the monster onslaught. The armored figures press forward, a wall of metal against the enemy. It'll be hard with civilians, one of the soldiers thinks. One man questions if they're really doing this, calling it basically gambling. He was already too deep in, and there was no turning back now. Still, success will be welcome. The soldiers prepared their weapons, the barrels gleaming under the harsh light. Squad 3 prepared to initiate close-range combat, weapons primed and ready. The monsters charged. There forms a chaotic blend of fury and destruction. Explosions rocked the battlefield as the monsters advanced, undeterred by the soldiers' efforts. A soldier braced himself, preparing to meet the monsters head-on. Squad advance. The ground trembled as a hulking, stone-like monster lumbered forward, ready to crush anything in its path. The soldier lunged, a blade of energy crackling in his hand, ready to strike. The monster roared, its massive fist swinging down with earth-shattering force. The soldier narrowly dodged the blow, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. He retaliated, his energy blade slicing through the air, aimed at the monster's exposed leg. The soldier stood his ground, surveying the battlefield, the fight far from over. His hands trembled, a stark contrast to the advanced armor he wore. He had only trained for a short time. Another soldier, clad in similar armor, offered a word of encouragement. "You did great." The suit's design was undeniably impressive, a marvel of engineering. Was it cool? The suit seemed to be the only thing making this mission bearable. The soldiers marched forward, relying on their advanced gear. The soldiers continued their advance, the suits proving to be more than just standard equipment. They were essential for survival. The mission was risky, requiring them to risk money instead of their lives. A unicorn stood beside a soldier, a portal shimmering behind them. The soldier considered the odds. If this were a game, the difficulty would be hell. The advanced armor provided a sense of security, but the mission's true difficulty was yet to be revealed. The soldier's mission was clear: take 100 trainee soldiers to the battlefield and ensure none of them die. The soldier gripped his weapon, the sound of the mechanism echoing in the tense atmosphere. The firearm was broken, rendered useless in the face of the enemy's assault. A monstrous figure lunged forward, its attack imminent. The soldier braced for impact. He fires his weapon, the blast echoing through the desolate landscape. The armored soldier advances, a mechanical behemoth against an unseen threat. The voice booms, confident despite the odds. However, it shouldn't be difficult. Miho leaps into action, her blade a blur against the monstrous red figure. The strike lands, a desperate blow against an overwhelming foe. A monstrous unicorn rears its head, its horn a deadly weapon. A voice declares the dire situation. The guys fighting are armed to the teeth. The soldiers stand ready, their weapons charged and aimed at an unseen enemy. A voice echoes with grim determination, and the ones in danger will be saved by the special forces. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear in the face of overwhelming odds. A surge of power emanates from the ground, bathing the battlefield in golden light. The ground trembles, a deafening roar signaling the arrival of something immense. A monstrous roar tears through the air, shaking the very ground. The colossal figure looms, its body a mass of golden, rock-like plates. An abnormal situation had been detected in Lost North, according to NS. Two figures stood observing the unfolding events in the distance. Emergency reinforcements were being gathered, a sign of the escalating crisis. The protagonist was confronted, being asked about a supposed field trip. Another voice questioned what was being attempted without their knowledge. A surge of power erupted. A colossal golden giant materialized, its form radiating immense energy. The golden giant stood tall, an imposing figure against the landscape. It stood immense, a titan of gold, its form radiating power. The dog-like creature reeled, its cry of pain echoing. I worked so hard to clean them up. The creature was struck by an unseen force, sending it flying. Gwangik moved with precision, his raid suit a stark contrast to the chaos. He engaged a hulking green figure, the force of the impact reverberating. The hunter leaped back, narrowly avoiding a counterattack from the massive creature. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. The energies fully charged, a voice declared, as Gwangik prepared his weapon. Gwangik leveled his weapon, the blue energy coalescing at its triple barrels. His gaze narrowed, focused on the target, ready to unleash the weapon's power. The air shimmered with anticipation. The energy gathered, coalescing into a concentrated blast. The blast intensified, a surge of pure power unleashed. The beam ripped through the air, an unstoppable force. The energy detonated, a blinding flash of light. He was sent flying backwards, crashing through the cavern. Gwangik grunted, the impact jarring him. So, this is what they call a double-edged sword. A full-charge shot leading to a dislocated shoulder, Gwangik thought, damn. A massive shadow loomed. The stone giant spoke, its voice a rumbling echo. Are you surprised, bastard? The giant's face was revealed. I was too. The stone giant stood, an imposing figure of immense power. The cavern floor trembled beneath the giant's weight. Meanwhile, two figures watched from afar, one with blue hair and another with a ponytail. These kinds of monsters were what he was killing. A figure in the foreground remarks that the massive stone giant can't really be considered a named entity. The giant's face fills the panel as it roars, the figure observing that it's only like a halfling. The giant's roar echoes, visualized as a powerful, reverberating force. A close-up focuses on the giant's face, a crosshair superimposed over its open mouth. A sniper, clad in tactical gear, lines up a shot with a large rifle, preparing to engage. Energy crackles around the giant as it prepares to unleash another attack. The giant's massive form dominates the landscape, a looming threat. Two figures stand on a ridge, observing the scene below. One is clad in a full suit, the other in a black top. The woman in the black top declares, "Let's go with Plan A." The giant raises its hand, energy coalescing around its massive fingers. Blasts of energy erupt from the giant's hand, streaking towards an unseen target. The sniper is struck by a blast of energy, sending them flying backwards. Gwangik Yu is surrounded by an intense, fiery orange aura. The energy explodes outward in a burst of raw power. A sharp blade slices through flesh, drawing blood. A man in a lab coat holds a glowing blue orb. He states it's made with the Blue Knight's ether blade methods. Its destructive power is said to be insane. Wearing a helmet, the figure sprints forward, eyes focused on the path ahead. The figure's leg is cut as they continue to run. Dashing through a narrow canyon, the figure pushes onward. A blue blade crackles with energy as it swung. The figure's boots pound against the ground as they maintain their speed. The figure continues to run, wielding a blue blade. A massive rock golem looms, its form radiating power. A massive sword descends, glowing with an intense blue light. He plunges the blade directly into the rock golem's head. The sword crackles with energy as it pierces the golem. Arcs of blue electricity erupt from the point of impact. The golem's head is completely engulfed in the electric discharge. The energy courses through the golem's rocky form. He stands over the defeated golem, the sword still embedded in its head. He remarks that the task was doable. The hunter stands tall, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. Meanwhile, the sky is a mix of orange and pink, hinting at the setting sun. Two workers carry equipment near a pile of metal beams. "We're doing reclamation work right now," one says. The worker continues, warning not to touch the loot. He, an association employee, wonders what all of this is about. The man stands before a swirling, ominous portal, surrounded by grotesque creatures. The disembodied voice orders them to come to the temporary base. The man is told that they had it prepared for him. A hand presses a button on a small, black device. Through a large window, several people observe monstrous figures in the distance. The man looks down, his expression unreadable. The association employee is asked about video evidence. A monstrous figure is shown, seemingly equipped with a gun and knife. The monster looms large, its form imposing and dangerous. The text reveals that they developed the prototypes and that WBS isn't the only monster in this company. Another monstrous figure is shown, this one riding a unicorn-like creature. He clicked his tongue, frustrated that he was getting in the way. The men in suits stood firm, unable to argue in the current situation. The man spoke of reclaiming the lost North, abandoned for so long. A voice inquired if the company's name was NS. A man declared that he was from Russia, standing next to a woman holding an ID. Another man stated that he was from China. They had come to check on the white hole. The man hesitated, about to answer the question. Inside the white hole, a group of figures stood ready. The ground trembled beneath their feet. A voice wondered what was up with that thing. A grotesque, organic mass pulsed, dwarfing the strange creatures gathered at its base. The suited figures stood in a circle, one declaring they should think about it after eliminating other things. One of the figures explained that they had explosives made from curses. The explosives were handed over, the warning given that they explode fast, so be careful. A figure held up the device, questioning if it was a bomb. The fleshy mass loomed, its surface slick and glistening. The team prepared to deploy the explosives inside the organic structure. One of the suited figures turned back, a sense of foreboding in the air. The team stood silhouetted against the opening, ready to execute their plan. A question hung in the air as the explosives detonated in a burst of fire. The explosion ripped through the organic mass, tearing it apart. The remains of the structure shuddered, the impact of the blast evident. The swampy ground, now disturbed, reflected the aftermath of the blast. He and another armored figure surveyed the scene. "Is it dead?" the other asked, surprised at the ease of it. The explosion had torn through the fleshy structure, leaving a mangled mess. From within the wreckage, a swarm of dark, winged creatures emerged. A voice warned, "Goodness, don't provoke it. Slowly dash." The armored figure gestured, signaling caution to the others. A transmission crackled through their comms. "There are special forces from Russia and China here. They're asking if they can come in." He considered the implications of the new arrivals, his expression unreadable behind the helmet. A voice exclaimed, "Oh, nice timing." A group of people stood ready, one muttering, "This is the lost North's dash." A figure announced to everyone, "Everyone." The swarm of creatures grew closer as the order came. "Prepare to fire." He stood firm, facing the monstrous horde that emerged before him. The battlefield was littered with debris, the aftermath of a fierce struggle. A soldier trudged through the wreckage, muttering about his misfortune. One of the soldiers wondered aloud if they had been ordered to fight. Another admitted to a strange feeling, as a third noted they were manipulated. The pair looked on, their faces grim as they considered the implications of the battle. The soldier in the helmet stated that they would need to take their shares since they partook in a battle. The man stated that they never asked them to fight, and that they joined of their own accord. Meanwhile, a threatening message appeared, promising shares to those who complain and win. The soldier's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with determination. One of the men declared that he raised a piece of shit. The soldier in the helmet uttered a single word, "F father." He questioned where someone had learned to imitate that voice. The figure in black spoke, demanding an explanation upon their return home. The person in the helmet noted that there was space underneath the large creature. The figure in black seemed to recognize what they were seeing. Before them lay a vein of pure gold crystals. It was a pure gold vein. Elsewhere, a woman received a shocking phone call, her eyes wide with disbelief. The situation seemed poised to escalate. Elsewhere, the groundwork was being laid. The contracts were ready to be signed for the materials and construction companies. The construction site was prepared. Gwang Ik-yu's associate expressed concern. He didn't believe the trading company could handle the resources they were getting from here. He wondered if Warren could take care of exports. The man assured him that his uncle would do his best. He emphasized that he was Yu Guangx's uncle. The associate found it strange that he was emphasizing the uncle part so much. The woman and the man with blue hair stood together, their expressions unreadable. The man with blue hair wondered if that was so. Meanwhile, monsters lurked behind a barbed wire fence, their presence a clear and present danger. The woman and the man with blue hair observed the monsters, their expressions still unreadable. The man with blue hair asked if she thought he could do it, and she responded that they'd just have to do it until it's done. Guangxu looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. He examined his gear, the training equipment known as Invitation to Hell. The device, crafted by his uncle Gungnak, was an energy absorption tool. It extracted energy to apply pressure throughout the body. Guangxu adjusted his helmet, as a nearby man stared at him. "You're insane," the man exclaimed. The man questioned who throws himself into a mass of invaders to train. He wondered how much money it would cost to recreate this kind of scenario. The helmet obscured Guangxu's face, hiding his determined expression. The man's words echoed the sheer lunacy of a training ground where invaders could come running endlessly. He was thrown into the air, the training commencing. A monstrous figure loomed below, ready to strike. Guangxu spun through the air, preparing for the onslaught. He collided with the monster, the impact sending shockwaves through the training arena. A voice echoed, declaring that he was doing it because he could. He struck the monster again, the force of the blow resonating with the spirit of his savior's motto. This was how he was going to live his life, pushing forward with relentless determination. A voice taunted, questioning if his actions made anyone proud. Elsewhere, a figure in a black suit aimed a large weapon, observing the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a view of modern buildings, perhaps the location of the observers. Energy signatures pulsed, indicating the use of advanced technology or abilities. Elsewhere, monstrous figures lurked in the shadows, their forms grotesque and menacing. The man in black watched, noting the tension in someone's fists as the battle unfolded. Two men in black suits discussed someone, stating that he had never been normal from the start. A voice responded, questioning if they looked normal to the speaker, implying a shared abnormality. He seemed to disagree with something, a slight frown creasing his brow. He was born with a different level of talent, people often said. Sitting on the couch, he reflected on how he had heard that countless times. He had thought it was a given, something obvious, until he met that monster. He could see the gap between their skills, and grew envious of him. Then, one day, that envy suddenly disappeared, replaced by something else. He had a goal, and that was why he didn't stop, pushing himself to the limit. He had a goal, and that was why he didn't stop, pushing himself to the limit. Even a pureblood would go insane if they trained like he did, but Yu Guangxu managed it. He continued to push forward, his determination unwavering as he ran. A hand gripped a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. "Find a goal, don't stop," the words echoed in his mind, driving him forward. He deflects a blow, the red energy of his blade illuminating his face. Guangxu vows to continue until he catches up. A howl pierces the air, the hooded figure's expression unreadable. A figure lands heavily, kicking up dust and debris. The wolf-like creature strikes, its claws sparking against Guangxu's blade. The creature questions, though, Angio. Another man demands to know what they are doing and if they abandon warring. A distant figure remarks that they should at least put on endure next time, wondering how they will train with nothing on. The man in black silences someone, the wolf-like creature standing beside him. Someone agrees that it's not a bad idea. A figure in the distance says, "Long time no see." He stood silently, listening to the unseen speaker's words, his expression unreadable. The man with gray hair questioned Guangxu, asking if he taught him verbal decree. He denied it, stating he only watched him do it. The unseen speaker claimed that Guangxu stole something from him, basically. The unseen speaker continued, saying it was what the representative of the company officially requested of him. Guangxu listened intently as the man with gray hair stated that he had something to tell him. The man with gray hair recalled Guangxu saying that immortality was his greatest treasure. The unseen speaker declared that it was thanks to immortality that they both exist, daring him to bet his whole life on it. Elsewhere, a man and woman sat on a bed, the woman speaking of Venu. The unseen speaker accused Guangxu of leaving his wife and son. The man with gray hair spoke of his wife and children. Guangxu, his expression hardening, thought that they were his treasures. The unseen speaker warned not to put hands on his treasures, simply. He listens intently as the man across from him speaks, a serious expression etched on his face. A silent threat hangs in the air, a promise of retribution if anything should befall those he holds dear. Guangxu sits alone, the words echoing in his mind, a reminder of a past self he thought he'd left behind. A single word escapes his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the weight he carries. The man's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on some unseen point, lost in thought. A year later, the world moves on, time marching forward, carrying secrets and untold stories in its wake. Lost North recaptured, miraculously no losses. Behind the scenes included, named Slayer's next move, new nickname, world's craziest special species. The news reports flood the media, detailing the recapture of the Lost North and the supposed sacrifices made for it. Whispers circulate about WBS and a potential white hole, fueling speculation about his fate and the increased attention on NS. NS began dealing out weapons they developed with the government. The weapons are stored in gray containers. Instead of monopolizing the gate reader technology, they shared it. The association had spent a fortune acquiring technology from NS. The association president tried to bring down Gwangik whenever possible. Gwangik made no public appearances whatsoever. The man's rage was palpable as he tore at his shirt. For an entire year, everyone wondered where he was. His absence was a mystery to all. The world outside continued, unaware of the machinations and the missing figure. Elsewhere, invaders appeared on all sides, almost of named rank. The monstrous figures roared, ready for battle. The soldiers stood ready, their armored suits gleaming in the light. The scale of the threat was immense. It had been a while since there were so many of them at once. The sheer number of invaders was overwhelming. The sounds of battle echoed as the soldiers engaged the invaders. The clash was inevitable. The woman thought they had hunted the invaders to extinction. Now they were back, stronger than ever. The soldiers stood in formation, ready to face the onslaught. Their resolve was unwavering. Everyone trained for that year. The preparation had been intense and thorough. The narrator's grandfather trained Kinam and Miho because they wanted to become stronger. Goethe tagged along for Miho's sake. He seemed uninterested in the drills, his mind perhaps elsewhere. The hunter had been getting along well with Mr. Styx recently, though. This was crazy, Jeonjik thought, seeming tired of fighting invaders. Then, do you want to train against me one-on-one instead, morning and night? I want to keep training like this. But he's doing his best. Elsewhere, he readied his parasitic rifle, the weapon clicking into place. A robotic, dog-like creature charged forward, teeth bared. The hunter fired, the parasitic rifle discharging a beam of energy. The beam struck its target, engulfing it in a blinding light. Phew! That's taken care of, he thought, noting how his parasitic rifle keeps changing because it's adaptable. A voice considers the possibility of returning to base. Gwangik hears that Prometheus apparently started some business in Seoul. The news clearly irritates him. Those damn bastards, he mutters. Another voice sees an opportunity in Gwangik's absence. Meanwhile, a hooded figure acknowledges the risk, admitting they probably won't survive if things go wrong. The silver-haired woman understands, but sees it as a chance either way. The voice declares their intention to replant their roots and never be uprooted again. Elsewhere, the sun shines brightly, but it's too bright for someone. One suggests moving away from the window because of the sun's intensity. The silver-haired woman stands beside a red-haired boy. The boy insists that it's a spot, and they have to succeed this time. Heaviness settled in her chest. Her life depended on what came next. The sunlight felt like it was melting him. That child was a human weapon, the side effect of test. A shape-shifting type of metahuman. If her brainwashing worked, then that child's ability to burn his opponents should work even on special species. The call connected. The voice on the other end reported, "We found you, Gwangik." She asked where. Jongyo. Her eyes widened, a surge of urgency coursing through her. She spoke into the phone, her voice firm. "Get everyone ready." "That's..." The man in the front greeted them. "Welcome. Where our store is." The purple-haired woman stood before a display case, its contents glittering under the lights. She seemed bigger than before, looking good, according to the unseen speaker. He walked forward, the black-haired woman following close behind. The air crackled with an unspoken tension. The purple-haired woman turned to face him, her expression unreadable. She inquired what brought him here, stating she had questioned. The woman revealed that she had heard this was the business Prometheus was hiding. Her gaze remained fixed, unwavering. The purple-haired woman stood, her hand resting on a shotgun. He and the black-haired woman were visible in the reflection of the glass. A voice, filled with a mix of apology and defiance, questioned what they were doing. The black-haired woman crouched low, her fists clenched, ready for a fight. Her eyes narrowed, focused on the threat ahead. The purple-haired woman, shotgun in hand, declared her intention to destroy the place. Her expression was cold, resolute. A woman with purple hair is escorted by police officers into a building. Rumors spread of a group managed by the center, said to be highly skilled. One of the women notes that the existence of such a group explains the lack of security. He is asked if he will be heading there tonight, and he confirms. Someone questions why they should wait, given Prometheus's recent actions. An announcement is prepared, signaling a return to Earth. While in the White Hole, two individuals plotted their next move. A man and a woman look at their phones, seemingly reacting to some news. It seems something bad has happened, with rumors spreading about someone's death and loss of powers. The association president is said to have helped significantly amidst complaints. As a result, Prometheus and ECS have re-entered Korea. All 18 bases are confirmed clear via radio transmission. The man holding the radio remarks on the efficiency of their team. The woman with blonde hair questions the status of NS over the radio. The order comes down, move toward the yoke. He walks with his team through a brightly lit corridor. The man with brown hair warns that it's a trap. Another man states that they must have all their strongest forces here. The man with blue hair asks if that changes anything. The team continues forward, undeterred by the warning. The man with brown hair says that to take them down, they'll need to use all the weapons they have hidden. A figure walks purposefully down a corridor. The man with blue hair's eyes glow with an intense light. The bar, Pierre, 1998, buzzed with a false sense of normalcy. He moved through the crowd, a predator among sheep. The air crackled with unseen energy. A swift strike landed, silencing one threat. The woman raised her hands, a gesture of peace, or perhaps control. Sorry, it's a habit. The apology hung in the air, a thin veil over the violence. She seemed to be moving too fast. They weren't the ones that had fallen into a trap. A chilling thought echoed. Prometheus has abandoned me. The men in black suits stood ready, their expressions unreadable. Monstrous figures emerged, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He faced them, unflinching. One of the monstrous figures lunged forward, claws extended. The blow connected with brutal force. A voice cuts through the chaos, demanding order. A hand grips a blade, ready to enforce the command. Elsewhere, a man kneels, surrounded by monstrous figures. A dark energy crackles in the air. A woman's voice echoes, resolute in its purpose. There is only one way. The man surrounded by beasts speaks, a chilling greeting directed at Gwangik. It has been a long time. Her eyes glistening, the woman offers a remorseful apology for past actions. She pleads for forgiveness, her expression a mixture of hope and desperation. With hands clasped to her chest, she steels herself, convinced her plan will succeed this time. The woman's thoughts manifest as a declaration of her brainwashing spell. A hand descends, pressing against her head as the spell takes hold. The woman cries out, overwhelmed by the force invading her mind. The woman is sent flying through the air, a pink energy radiating around her. She cries out in pain as she hits the ground. Looking up, the woman wonders why the spell isn't working. A boot presses down near her face as a voice declares having a very clear type. Elsewhere, Gwangik demands to know why she is committing these acts of terrorism. The woman, still on the ground, retorts, asking how she should know. Gwangik scoffs, stating he'll look for someone who knows, ordering her to be taken down. The unseen speaker declares they'll hand her over to the old force. A man holding a newspaper clipping wonders if Mr. Nam will be happy to hear that he's gotten her. Another man, looking furious, curses the bastard. A man holding a tablet states that they only let them be because they couldn't catch them. A hooded figure is shown, with a voice stating that they would soon become Prometheus's hands and feet. The goal had been to reach the leader of Prometheus, Ramdurst. A voice seethed, thinking this would be a chance to get that snake-like bastard. But the plan had been reduced to dust. Han Jeongjik clicked his tongue, questioning if they didn't receive the instructions. Another man adjusted his glasses, listening to the conversation. Jeongjik frowned, hearing that if they were going about this in such a roundabout way, that just meant that you can't get it done. A voice muttered, calling someone a crazy bastard. Meanwhile, this is the Psionic Association's Korean branch. A hooded figure walked down a hallway, where they're always working hard to elevate the rights of special species. A woman in a suit asked if the association president was here. The hooded figure paused, muttering WBS. He stood, the city lights reflecting off the nearby glass. A door, polished and gleaming, stood slightly ajar. A sign offered a simple greeting. Welcome. Park Chun-bae, the association president, sat with his hands clasped, a picture of relaxed confidence. Park Chun-bae had something to discuss with him. The association president gestured towards the table. He suggested that Gwangik have some tea first. Park Chun-bae mused that Gwangik couldn't have predicted his visit, yet he remained so relaxed. He wondered if it was because he had the courage to challenge him. Park Chun-bae believed in an eye for an eye. A foot pressed down, the sound echoing in the room. Gwangik remarked that Park Chun-bae talked a lot of trash while he was gone, a characteristic of youth. Park Chun-bae retorted that it wasn't just his mouth that was rough, his fists could get pretty rough too. He supposed Gwangik didn't want any tea then. The grip tightens, a silent warning against unwelcome behavior. There's nothing good in it for you. His eyes narrow, a cold calculation brewing beneath the surface. He stares at the cup of tea. A swift motion, and a man in the suit finds himself struggling for air. Gwangik foot connects, sending the man sprawling across the couch. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces, a young Gwangik kneeling before his mother, receiving something. Mother exposed me to bloodthirst from a young age. The memory continues, revealing the source of his tolerance. Using that kind of agape love so that I could develop a tolerance. Back in the present, the man's face contorts in pain as Gwangik maintains his grip. Think anything would happen even if I killed you. Gwang Ik-yu's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. I'm just going to kill whoever comes after me, too. The man's eyes bulge as he struggles to speak. You shouldn't have messed with me in the first place. A sinister smile spreads across Gwang Ik-yu's face. Do you get it now? The unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked echoes through the room. He stood opposite the woman with fiery red hair, the space between them charged with unspoken tension. She crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. What are they discussing there? Gwang Ik-yu offered a disarming smile. It was just a bit of small talk, he claimed. The woman seemed unconvinced. She thought he deserved it, and that's why she told him to hold back. She then inquired if he was going back to his company now. Gwang Ik-yu pulled out his passport. No, he had a flight to catch. The woman questioned his statement, simply asking, a flight? Gwang Ik-yu confirmed, stating he was going to the U.S. He revealed that he got a request to testify by the Pentagon. The man in the suit assured them that the plane was stable. Gwang Ik wondered if they had learned Korean through commercials or something. He wondered what was next. The voice on the other end of the line stated that there was no problem. One of the men asked Gwang Ik if he was not nervous. The old force was very strong. His friend might become an enemy of the World Government Union because of his testimony. Gwang Ik yawned, thinking that it probably wouldn't happen if they weren't a bunch of idiots. The man in the suit thought that if there was a way to resolve the situation from step back, it'd be for the best. Gwang Ik looked out the window. He approached the door, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly. Gwang Ik-yu stood tall, a serious expression etched on his face. A gathering of hooded figures sat in silence, their faces obscured by digital static. He stood before a massive screen, the hooded figures displayed above a familiar emblem. Let's ask the king of the metahuman kingdom. The hooded figure spoke, their voice distorted. Did you really not know that something like this would happen? A man with dark hair spoke with a serious tone. Their opinions are only needed when dealing with their enemies. It's obvious that their goal is intimidation. Footsteps echoed through the corridor. A voice boomed, hello everyone. He introduced himself, stating his name was Gwang Ik. Gwang Ik-yu stood beside a man with brown hair, who declared he was also called the WBS and the one who killed the Blue Knight. The man with brown hair looked surprised, calling the WBS a brother to Al. Elsewhere, a hooded figure thought he had cut ties with the metahuman kingdom. Back in the office, it seemed that was not the case. Gwang Ik-yu listened intently as the man with brown hair spoke. The man with brown hair asked if the metahuman kingdom would fall if they fought the old force. Gwang Ik-yu questioned what the hell he was talking about. The man with brown hair stated he was AL's friend and one of the providers of the causes for this incident. The hooded figure was shown on a screen, with text indicating the incident was definitely not defense of the nation. The situation was being framed as preemptive self-defense. The man with brown hair scoffed, calling the idea ridiculous. He believed the metahuman kingdom would fall if they fought the old force. The man in the suit stated that most people of the kingdom could die simply because the king acted out of line once. The man in the suit explained that there were a few ways to avoid such a catastrophe, speaking to the two women in front of him. With a resounding thwack, a hand slammed down on a table. The hand remained clenched, knuckles white. A document lay open, its contents obscured. A man stared intently at a screen displaying a wedding photo, surrounded by text. The man in the suit revealed that a terrorist organization had chosen AL's third wife as their next target. The statement was immediately followed by the addendum. That was a lie, of course. The man looking at the screen clarified that the metahuman kingdom was fighting a terrorist organization. The man in the suit warned that this was not making an enemy out of the Union. He stood before the assembly, the faces of the hooded figures projected above. The dark fabric of his suit absorbed the light. His expression was unreadable. One of the hooded figures seemed taken aback. He prepared to reiterate his point. Gwang Ik declared his name to the assembly. He announced his titles, the WBS and the Blue Knight Slayer. The murmurs of the crowd filled the chamber as Gwang Ik stood firm. The declaration hung in the air. This was only the beginning. A finger pointed, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A fist clenched, a silent threat directed at two unseen individuals. The women at the table were being warned to drop the subject. He is told to focus on the events in Australia and Kenya. Well, one of the women begins, seemingly hesitant to deliver bad news. A report comes in. There's a hole in Australia. The woman with blonde hair states that it's not a Hughes Gate, but almost as bad. The situation escalates as they learn there are multiple holes in Nairobi as well. The woman with orange hair reassures him that states have already sent special forces. A man leans over a desk, reacting with surprise to the news. A message indicates that Ines is already on the scene. The United States has made a request. The woman with orange hair tells someone to check for themselves, as a sniper takes aim at a purple portal. A man with purple hair is present near the purple portal. He received word that the situation had been handled, a named rank operative involved. Gwang Ik introduced himself, stating he was called the WBS and the Blue Knight Slayer. An irritated voice commanded someone to stop repeating themselves, followed by a request for a moment. One man whispered into another's ear, the details of their hushed conversation obscured. Apparently, there was a named rank involved. The man continued to whisper. A voice declared that they would make an exception to the rules. The man stood before a screen displaying hooded figures, their identities concealed. The situation was not easy, but the solution was to rewrite the pact. The man listened intently, his expression unreadable as the conversation continued. The terms of the half-alliance relationship included no interference in the interests of other nations. A voice suggested that returning would provide better access to resources. Gwang Ik-yu considered that it would be better than making an enemy out of WBS. Whispers spread, questioning who would dare make an enemy of the Union. He smirked, finding the question amusing, given his company's rather abnormal name. Perhaps, he mused, they had a point. The hooded figures agreed, wondering how he perceived them. Gwang Ik-yu crossed his arms, feigning offense at the insinuation. Someone questioned his sour expression. Gwang Ik-yu remained silent, his arms still crossed. A voice thanked someone for their assistance. The older man at the desk responded with a skeptical, "Really?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. The older man, exhaling smoke, declared that they were indebted to him. Gwang Ik-yu cut to the chase, expressing his desire to purchase the weapon, the Blue Steam. The sleek lines of the Blue Steam rifle gleam under the light. The weapon's exclusivity is assured. It cannot be mass-produced. The business card is offered, a promise of a potential sale. The man presents his employee's card with a smile. He acknowledges that the debt has been taken care of. The man apologizes, stating he doesn't sell to just any foreigner. The NS Blue Steam series opens its source. The man states that it's not a difficult weapon to make, but the alloy technology is important. He urges Gwang Ik to do business. He acknowledges that they're bringing in money like crazy and that he left the White Hole, trampling over Prometheus. He reflects on threatening the association president and confirming a big deal with the United States. That was quite the comeback. A CEO has to work so hard, he thought, his footsteps echoing. He glanced around the industrial complex, his expression thoughtful. Han Jiangjik walked confidently, her footsteps echoing in the large space. Immortal faith, she mused, considering the implications. Han Jiangjik smiled knowingly. She stated that he had really good senses. He looked back at Han Jiangjik, who asked if he didn't know she could detect spells. She explained that it was a spell that hides someone's presence and isn't so easily stolen. Han Jiangjik confirmed that the guy hiding in his shadow was the one that separated the space. She exclaimed that there's one more assassin too. Han Jiangjik turned, sensing the additional threat. Someone mentions missing the other because they weren't in their office. Gwang Ik-yu's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A blond man's voice echoes, declaring that they can finally meet. Meanwhile, a blonde woman stands beside a man cloaked in a dark jacket, their expressions unreadable. The camera focuses on the lower half of two figures, their footwear suggesting readiness for action. Gwang Ik-yu's expression hardens as he considers the gravity of the situation. Others stand nearby, listening intently to the unfolding revelation. A warning had been issued, targeting an immortal and shapeshifter on their side. Gwang Ik-yu's gaze remains fixed, his mind racing with possibilities. Someone believes they know the identity of this powerful figure. He's the one with multiple abilities, the one who defeated both of their tutors. And he might be the one responsible for separating the realm itself. Gwang Ik-yu stands with his companions, the weight of the revelation settling upon them. A figure with glowing eyes delivers a stark warning. Gwang Ik-yu is not alone in this fight, but the odds seem daunting. Elsewhere, a man in an orange jumpsuit kneels, his posture suggesting defeat. A surge of power emanates from a figure, accompanied by a cryptic apology. Red energy crackled, a sign of the danger closing in. A voice echoed, declaring that the speaker was supposed to protect this kid's treasure. He plummeted downwards, falling through the air. A masked figure knelt, their intentions unclear. A voice complained that an old man follows him everywhere because he has nothing better to do. The man in the blue hoodie stood with others, as one of them stated that their company is overflowing with talented people. The woman with short blonde hair asked if he was sure he didn't want to join them, letting him ask for the last time. He stated that's what he wanted to say. The man in the blue hoodie stood firm, his expression unreadable. A voice offered that if he gave up the terrorist act and applied to NS, they would let him go, stating that was his last chance. The hand crackled with blue energy, a final warning. The energy surged, ready to be unleashed. He was being dragged, pulled by an unseen force towards the lab. The air crackled with energy as the process continued. The world blurred around him, a vortex of light and sound. His feet lifted from the ground, suspended in the strange energy. Gwang Ik's eyes narrowed. You've refined your iron physique, he thought, assessing the situation. He muttered, I guess they're really just here to test me. Stay out of this. Meanwhile, two figures stood in the street waiting. The man in the black jacket watched with anticipation. Gwang Ik turned, his expression hardening as he faced his opponent. He moved with sudden speed, closing the distance between them. Gwangik struck, his fist connecting with the man in the black jacket. The force of the blow radiated outward, a visible shockwave. The man in the black jacket was sent flying backward, engulfed in a red aura. He throws a punch, the force behind it crackling with energy. The blow connects with a resounding impact. The man is sent flying backward from the sheer power of the strike. He crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The blond man groans, clutching his chest in pain. The blond man glares at Gwangik, his expression a mix of pain and anger. He grits his teeth, admitting that he can't kill him here. The blond man warns Gwangik that if he keeps going, he'll have to kill him anyway. A woman with short blonde hair appears, asking Gwangik what about him. She states that she just came to make him an offer because he's her type. He faced his opponent, who seemed hesitant. The blond man asked if they could avoid fighting. A voice boomed out, declaring that enough was enough, as a surge of energy erupted. The energy crackled around Gwangik, the air shimmering with displaced heat and power. The blond man stared at Gwangik, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief. He demanded to know who he was. Meanwhile, a new voice cut through the tension, accusing someone of trying to steal something. A woman with short, light brown hair held up a small, glowing card, her expression unreadable. Her green eyes widened slightly, a hint of amusement playing on her lips as she looked directly forward. The woman put a finger to her lips, a playful smile on her face. She declared it was a secret. As she walked away, someone shouted an insult at her, promising a physical confrontation next time. A voice, filled with shock, questioned how she knew something. The woman stood beside Gwangik, her expression unreadable as she looked up at him. Someone revealed that Mr. Jungbong was the source of her information, before asking if he liked that girl. He demands to know what the masked figure is talking about. The masked figure replies that he is smarter than he thought. Gwangik is told there was no particular reason for letting the others go. Meanwhile, the man in the blue hoodie states that the tutors wanted to be the ones to kill them in the end. Gwangik's eyes narrow as he thinks to himself that any possible way to defeat him gets his heart racing. The masked figure is curious to see what Prometheus will do. Elsewhere, a man sits in an office chair as another man stands before him. They're discussing a plan. The woman with short blonde hair thinks that they can't get to him without countering him somehow. The man standing in the office says that even if they were prepared to kill him, he really didn't want to do this. He says that they have to. The man in the chair reminds him that he is indebted to them. The woman thinks about the man who became the head of Prometheus with just one ability. A question hangs in the air, a silent challenge posed. The man walks away, his back turned to the unseen conflict. A voice calls out, "Hey, you're Kim Yoan, right?" A hand gently rests on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Park Hae-soon asks if he remembers him, mentioning they were in the same Special Forces group. The man with brown hair asks Kim Yohan if he wasn't going to quit and become a celebrity. Park Hae-soon notes that Kim Yohan seems to be doing well, asking if NS is nice. Yohan replies that everything is nice, but the training is really hardcore. A hand holds a glass, perhaps contemplating a difficult path. Kim Yohan wonders if there is even really a place for him in NS right now. He takes a drink, the sound echoing slightly in the room. Park Hae-soon questions why Kim Yohan is being serious when he should be the one acting that way. Park Hae-soon offers to cover the payment next time, but Kim Yohan waves it off, stating that he makes good money. A message on a phone screen shows Park Hae-soon offering to pay. The man adjusts his tie as Park Hae-soon asks if he isn't going to train. Kim Yohan says he's tired. Park Hae-soon points out that he's been going home right at 5 every day, questioning how he could be tired. Park Hae-soon asks if anyone knows the mind of a man. Kim Yohan states that he only knows Miho's and that he's leaving. It's noted that Yohan keeps leaving really early. Kim Yohan is called out by name. It's observed that he's neglecting both work and training. Someone suggests that maybe he's busy. The thought occurs that maybe he has a girlfriend. He sat among the others, the sounds of laughter filling the room. A woman with dark hair leaned forward, telling someone that they were handsome and that she liked them. Another voice chimed in, expressing gladness at having introduced the two to each other, adding that they looked like they could do anything. The man in the white shirt offered a small, please smile in response to the compliment. Kim Yohan suggested giving a tour of his workplace sometime, admitting he was a big fan of NS, especially the guy whose personality was as bad as he was handsome. The woman with black hair noted that he's gotten really famous recently, as an image of him fighting a green orc is shown. It was clear that he's improved even more. Kim Yohan, holding a glass of red liquid, asked if she liked him better now. The woman with black hair stated that, in her opinion, he was better looking. The focus shifted to the woman's face, highlighting her expression. Park Hae-soon questioned what was going on between the two of them. Another person commented that the two looked cute together. A gentle hand caresses the woman's dark hair, a silent comfort offered. The moment deepens as they embrace, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. A voice questioned if any action would be taken regarding Kim Yohan. The office was quiet as the question hung in the air, unanswered. Another voice noted that he barely came to work these days. A phone screen displayed a picture of a couple, with a question about whether it was Kim Yoen's first time dating someone. The response was a simple, dismissive no. Another voice added that he was way too obsessed, and that being any later for the black hole would have been really bad. Two men stood, arms crossed, seemingly discussing the situation. Kim Yoen's image appeared on a screen, as someone stated that it was because the analysis team wasn't working properly. He wondered what would have happened if he hadn't walked by coincidentally. The man in the suit suggested looking for someone else first, confident they would eventually find someone good. It was voiced that Kim Yoen might just run off if they try to force him to work. The construction site sprawled below, a network of steel and concrete taking shape. From above, the figures looked like ants crawling over a carcass. What was being built here? Kim Yoen listened as Stephen Choi would find the right people for the job. Park Hae-sun seemed lost in thought, his expression troubled. Park Hae-sun had asked for help with foster care last time. Kim Yoen questioned why he was spacing out, wondering if he thought they weren't learning anything. The woman watched the exchange, her expression unreadable. Park Hae-sun knew that Gwang-ik would make fun of him for the rest of his life if he did. Shapeshifters that have a hard time controlling their instincts often have children. These children grow up without and walk down the same path in life as their parents. Whenever they are discovered, they are captured, trapped in a negative cycle of suffering. Just like how his life was confined and restricted, a prisoner of circumstance. Kim Yoen didn't think that he'd be able to change things on his own. All he did was bring some abandoned children together, making the kid who didn't like to fight the leader. The best he could do on his own was make sure that they didn't commit any crimes that crossed the line. You're here. Kim Yoen stood, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications of the situation. A construction worker stood, his muscular frame hinting at a life of physical labor. Park Hae-sun recalled that he said he didn't want to fight, so he figured he could work construction instead. My hands were idle. He was told that he'd get paid as long as he worked. Even if he's not a client, did he do something wrong? He was told that he did great. The instructor called him a crybaby. They were probably going to open it up next month. One of the women mentioned that her mom was going to be the principal. Mari would be the... It was clear that they needed to make sure that Hyman could live there. Someone asked how things were going. She said that they got some people together. She received thanks. It's clear that they needed to make sure that Hyman can live here. To prevent the Alliance from getting their hands on them, they needed to put together a force. Hyman's mother was trying to form a new mage alliance. A woman speaks on the phone, cheerfully declaring someone would be perfect as her son-in-law. Another man appears, thinking it would have been perfect if she hadn't said that out loud. The woman continues, questioning how long it takes to form a proper union. She asks if 10 years is the appropriate amount of time. The man thinks half a year is enough, stating it's just a special trait of spell users. Elsewhere, two figures stand in what appears to be a training room. Gwang-ik and another man face each other, ready to spar. The other man asks if he knows how many rounds they've done. Gwang-ik looks at him, his expression unreadable. The other man asks if he isn't tired. The man is told that he is covered in bruises. Close up on the man's gloved fist. He thought to himself that this time would be different. The young man walked away, his back turned to the unseen threat. A monstrous figure lunged forward, claws extended in a savage attack. He stood firm, his gaze unwavering in the face of the approaching danger. Gwang-ik steeled himself, resolving not to regret his next actions. The unseen foe declared that he was going to lose, as dark energy swirled. The wolf-like figure stood amidst the swirling purple energy, ready to strike. Gwang-ik's eyes glowed with an intense light, a sign of his building power. His fist clenched, ready to unleash the force he had been honing. The monstrous figure roared, its attack imminent, a guttural sound escaping its throat. The air crackled with unseen energy, the tension reaching a breaking point. The wolf-like creature snarled, its eyes filled with a savage hunger. He stared, the wolf-like monster reeling from the sudden shift in reality. It hadn't been real? From below, a man with dark hair questioned what he had done, his expression unreadable. The man with dark hair dismissed his pattern as too simple, repeating his question with a touch of impatience. The wolf-like monster admitted to using a verbal decree, manipulating awareness to create an illusion. The two figures stood facing each other, the tension palpable even after the revelation. The man with dark hair declared that if it were real, he would already be dead, stating that training was over and he was leaving. The sound of a door opening echoed, signaling a shift in location. Elsewhere, the man with dark hair stood with a woman with dark hair, their backs to the viewer. The woman with dark hair noted his arrival, mentioning that the training grounds were now larger. The man with dark hair was thanked for his effort in gathering everyone, to which he received a polite response. The man with dark hair announced that everyone was present, stating he had gathered all the metahumans that Juho had recommended. The focus shifted to the assembled people, their presence looming. He stood, his muscular physique evident even through his simple green shirt. Footsteps echoed, a sign of a job well done, or perhaps just the beginning. A gathering of individuals, their murmurs filling the room, suggested a meeting of some importance. The men sat in neat rows, their expressions unreadable as they listened intently. The text box described metahumans who make a living as freelancers, carefully avoiding crossing a certain line. One man questioned if the current situation was excessive, prompting a curious inquiry from his companion. The text box spoke of an army of immortals, the Shapeshifter Academy, and the mage and metahuman squads, hinting at a plot beyond simple world domination. The unseen speaker declared that the current preparations felt like preparing for a world war. Two figures stood side by side, their backs to the viewer, seemingly ready to face whatever came next. The man admitted he didn't know about a world war, but he was definitely preparing for something. The text box revealed that someone had seen a few of the white hole secrets. The word spoke of seeing through the new eye that transcends the five senses. He had reached a singular, unavoidable conclusion. The weight of it settled heavily on his shoulders. The unseen forces whispered of a threat, one that humanity had yet to overcome. Instruments of desperate measures lay scattered, a testament to the stakes. Legends spoke of a king, one who had embraced a dark and terrible path. A figure knelt, perhaps in prayer, or perhaps in supplication to something far more sinister. A tender touch, a moment of solace amidst the encroaching darkness. A voice echoed, filled with a protective, almost desperate love. My child. The call to action resonated, a summons to a battle long foretold. Prepare. The time has come. An ethereal figure beckoned, a promise of hope, or perhaps a gilded cage. A desperate plea, a whispered promise. Wait just a little longer. Yes, Holy Mother. The sound of something being torn echoed in the air. A towering building stood against the bright sky. Elsewhere, a woman behind a desk asked, her expression hopeful. Can you give me a job? A disembodied voice demanded. Do you have an ID? Meanwhile, he stood, a slight smile playing on his lips, his eyes half closed. Elsewhere, a woman spoke, the word Vietnam, hanging in the air between her and the man she addressed. Another voice declared, You're good at Korean. Back in the city, a woman with short brown hair offered, If you hire me, yes. A figure waited, a bomb strapped to their chest, thinking, waiting for the moment I can prove my worth. He stood with a bomb strapped to his chest, the timer ticking down, thinking, I was born for the pure cult. He clasped his hands together, a manic grin on his face, thinking, I will do what I have prepared once the signal comes. Kim Yo-hin sat across from his companion, their conversation taking an odd turn. She remarked that they weren't on the same wavelength. The woman's words seemed to amuse someone nearby. A pair of onlookers reacted with surprise. Kim Yo-hin, unfazed, retorted that the line was his. The woman seemed confused by his statement. Nearby, a hand gripped the edge of a trench coat, pulling it open. The man in the trench coat revealed himself. The woman questioned if he was an exhibitionist, but quickly dismissed the idea. A disembodied voice declares that this is a holy war. Kim Yo-hin opens his trench coat, revealing a strange device on his chest. He calls himself the Blessed One. He continues, stating that he will ascend to heaven before anyone else. The device is questioned. Is it a bomb, or is it poison? Someone observes that if they move too rashly, he'll pull the trigger. A man tells someone to go outside, stating that his first priority should be evacuation. Kim Yo-hin demands that someone listen to him. An expletive fills the air. Another man calls him a crazy bastard, asking if he is insane. The air crackled with unspoken tension, a silent prelude to chaos. A hand emerged, gripping a pistol, the question hanging heavy. Do you know who I am? A man's face contorted in pain, the world around him blurring into streaks of red. A shot echoed, the impact point glowing ominously on the victim's body. Screams erupted as onlookers scattered, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. A voice declared, This holy war started because of one person. Another voice, filled with condemnation, labeled someone a traitor to mankind. The accusation continued, stating that he puts others at risk for his own benefit. Kim Yo-hin, his expression grim, stated that only half of them would leave, a one-sided criticism hanging in the air. The speaker elaborated, explaining that he's letting half the people escape so they can spread what he said. A hand clenched tightly, knuckles white, a silent declaration. I need to... A final, urgent plea echoed. Stop him. He leveled his weapon, demanding to know how the choice would be made. The gun remained trained, a silent threat hanging in the air. Kim Yo-hin declared that he must leave, raising a hand in what could be farewell. Another man offered money, a desperate attempt to sway Kim Yo-hin's decision. The man offering money suggested giving him a woman, but Kim Yo-hin questioned what to do. Kim Yo-hin casually mentioned that he was an immortal, almost as an afterthought. He smirked, declaring himself the best resource among them all. The bald man with the gun assumed that Kim Yo-hin was an immortal. The man offering money knew that Kim Yo-hin would react to the discrimination against the regulars. The bald man stood amidst a green glow, his expression unreadable. He could tell, even at a glance, that the substance was dangerous. It was probably poison, If more leaked, it would become a biohazard, a chemical terrorism. A hand signaled understanding, the unseen figure drawing closer to their target. Kim Yo-hin prepared to conceal his presence, readying himself for what was to come. A yellow rod slammed down with brutal force. The blow landed, sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the impact erupted in a burst of red energy. The rod connected, the sound echoing in the confined space. Kim Yo-hin collapsed to the ground, defeated. A voice declared that they had stopped him. The attacker stood over Kim Yo-hin, weapon in hand. A warning cry rang out, "Watch out." He is struck by an unseen force, the impact echoing in the air. A swirl of green energy surrounds the attacker's legs. The woman is wreathed in malevolent green energy, her expression obscured. Elsewhere, a blank space divides the narrative. A tarot card, the sun and moon, lies face up on the table, its symbolism heavy with meaning. The woman with brown hair observes the card. She states, "You're going backward despite walking forward." She continues, her hand to her face, fortune and misfortune all at once. The woman with short black hair approaches, holding a file. She says, "Madam, there's something that you need to check." The other woman replies, "Yeah, all right." The woman with brown hair casts the tarot cards onto the table, saying, "Let's not worry about it." The woman with brown hair states, "Tarot cards aren't always right." The two women stand before a vault door, the woman with short black hair waiting patiently. The sound of a lock clicking echoes. He wonders what the object is as the appraiser inspects the room. A strange odor wafts from within the storeroom, causing a grimace. Kim Yo-hin and her assistant stand before the open vault door, peering into the darkness. The assistant's eyes widen as she notices something moving deeper within the vault. A grotesque, zombie-like creature emerges from the shadows, emitting a guttural groan. Kim Yo-hin raises her hand, energy coalescing around it, ready to strike. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with unseen forces. The creature howls in agony as the energy washes over it, its form contorting. Kim Yo-hin declares that she will seal the storeroom and calls for Hyman. Kim Yo-hin, her expression grim, prepares to enact the sealing ritual. Within the sealed vault, an object capable of piercing through layers of spells and curses lies dormant. An ancient curse, a cannibal's temptation, lingered in the air. If left unchecked, the curse threatened to transform everyone into ghouls. The speaker needed to hold out until his daughter arrived, even if a forbidden technique was used. A woman with long brown hair stood, waiting. Hyman wouldn't let it be. Kim Yo-hin stood opposite a woman in a black dress. The woman with short brown hair looked up, questioning, "Who are you?" An older man in a suit remarked, "It seems like your mother didn't show you what I looked like." The words echoed. "I'm your dad, Hyman." Kim Yo-hin extended a hand, asking, "Shall we talk?" The unseen speaker declared that WSB needed to take responsibility for his actions. A group of people hurried through a building. A man shouts, placing blame on WSB with furious intensity. The question hangs in the air. Were his actions truly for mankind's sake? Below, a figure stands in the shadows, confident that everything's going to plan. All of this, it seems, is for the final plan. He stands, a figure of quiet authority. So it's him. The man, Nam Myung-jin, smiles thinly. Okay, the leader of... His expression darkens, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. He should be someone like you, at least. The disembodied voice declares that Nam Myung-jin made the wrong move. The muscular man smirks, content with his role. He's fine with just being one of his arms. A monstrous hand looms, ready to strike. The grotesque hand, tipped with long, sharp nails, twitches with anticipation. The unseen figure declares he'll use him as a sacrifice for the holy war. The anthropomorphic leopard stood, muscles bulging, ready for a fight. A surge of yellow energy crackled through the air. The anthropomorphic leopard found himself ensnared, trapped within a net of pure energy. The energy crackled and pulsed, a visible cage. The anthropomorphic leopard snarled, fury radiating from his glowing eyes. Kim Yo-hin stood over the trapped beast, his expression unreadable. A good beating is like medicine for the crazy. Yo-hin tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. He asked, "Did you really expect me to come alone?" Yo-hin raised a golden gun, the barrel glinting in the dim light. The figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of crimson skies. Three figures stood shoulder to shoulder, their backs turned to an unseen threat. Meanwhile, Gwang Ik-yu leaned back, his expression unreadable as he rested his arms behind his head. He glanced up as Kim Yo-hin spoke, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "I'm getting flower fields instead of the man who saved me in my dreams now." Kim Yo-hin's words hung in the air. "Soul's a mess because of terrorism and you're taking a damn nap?" Gwang Ik retorted, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Don't you know about fiestas? Respect cultural differences." "Siesta, you mean? That's a Spanish thing." The sound of footsteps echoed. Lying on the couch, Gwang Ik-yu dismissed the situation. "Whatever." Kim Yo-hyun stood with Gwang-ik, the two men in hushed discussion. Kim Yo-hyun wondered aloud what was up with Gwang-ik. He seemed worried. A chibi version of Gwang-ik questioned Kim Yo-hyun, asking if he was worried about him. Never mind. A message appeared on a phone screen, a concerned inquiry from Phoenix team leader. Don't push yourself too hard. Do you want me to watch over you? The phone remained dark. Kim Yo-hyun assured Gwang-ik that he would be there too. A figure dismissed the concern, stating that they should protect the others instead. Meanwhile, the city burned outside the window. A figure declared that it was their turn to work. A low, ominous rumble filled the air. A man, eyes wide with fury, held aloft the glowing cube. He declared that everyone in the building would die. A woman gasped, covering her mouth in shock. A man in a suit barked orders to the combat agents, demanding they stop him. Nearby, a woman in a yellow apron cried out, her voice laced with terror as she asked what was happening. A bloodied hand lay limp, ragged breaths escaping the unseen figure. Kim Yo-hyun carried Hyamin, her body limp and bearing signs of injury. A close-up revealed an eye glowing with an intricate blue pattern, prompting the question, was it a spell eye? One of the men in suits, his face bloodied, admitted he had tried colored lenses. The other warned him not to joke around. Kim Yo-hyun observed the scene, the aftermath of a brutal battle. Seems like it was a hard battle despite all the preparation. He continued, his voice cold, stating that the others should be prepared to die. Then we'll head to the next part of the plan. Footsteps echoed through the blood-soaked ground. Yeah, we better get moving, a voice declared. A man stood, bathed in light, his eyes glowing with an unnatural power. Energy crackled around him. A disembodied voice echoed with malice. Get sick and die. A figure stood before a line of riot shield-bearing guards, holding a strange device. Become fertilizer for. Hesitation hung in the air, thick and heavy. A close-up revealed a sinister smile, promising pain and suffering. A man with glasses peered out, his expression unreadable. The man held the device aloft, its purpose still unknown, as a figure knelt before him. A figure in a suit stood silhouetted, their presence imposing. A voice declared cold and detached, "You're too cold." He stared blankly ahead, the weight of his past actions pressing down. It felt like he was trying to do everything alone. Hyamin's expression softened as she recalled the words of her younger brother. His advice echoed in her mind. She remembered thinking that if she couldn't do something alone, it simply wasn't meant to be done at all. A figure lay prone, the impact of an unseen blow sending shockwaves through their body. Elsewhere, a sniper steadied their rifle, the world seen through the scope feeling different now. Two figures moved with blurring speed, locked in a deadly dance where every moment could be their last. A bloodied hand reached out, a silent scream echoing the pain and desperation of the moment. No! A group stood amidst the towering buildings, their expressions unreadable as they surveyed the scene below. A profound shift had occurred, a transformation so complete that the speaker declared, "I am different now." With steady hands, the technician worked to disarm the bomb, each snip of the wire bringing them closer to either success or oblivion. Gwang-ik listened intently as the report came in. Region B's bomb had been defused, a small victory in a larger conflict. Each group had taken control over the region they were responsible for, dividing the city into fractured territories. Nearby, a man in a suit reported that a bomb had been found. Simultaneously, the process of locating and defusing the bombs planted by Prometheus was underway. Elsewhere, armed figures restricted any black holes that opened up. It all happened simultaneously. He stood in the alley, lost in thought. Hyamin stood on the cracked ground, waiting. Kim Yo-hyun asked if she was sure he was her daughter, remarking that they didn't look alike. He continued, relaying that her mother said that his father was a garbage piece of shit son of a bitch motherfucker, adding that he was sure she didn't tell the full story either. Kim Yo-hyun admitted that at first, he tried to start a new world by sacrificing his own daughter. However, he regretted it right away and told her that too. Kim Yo-hyun's fist clenched as he spoke of her mother. Hyamin's fists glow, energy crackling around her as she declares she has no father. She admits to having been curious about what her father was like. The man in the suit states that now that he's seen her, it's clear. He thinks to himself that he's never missed her. A knife plunges downward, aimed at an unseen target. The blade continues its descent, accompanied by a sharp sound. The man is struck, a web of energy crackling around him as he reels from the blow. The man, recovering, retorts that she takes after her mother. Hyamin angrily tells him not to act like her dad when he didn't even raise her. A foot shifts, the sound of movement echoing. Hyamin stands defiant, face to face with the man, tension thick in the air. A final strike lands, the sound reverberating through the environment. His eyes narrowed, a flash of pain crossing his face. The air crackled with energy as she prepared her next move. Nam Myung-jin reeled from the blow, shock etched on his face. A single finger pointed accusingly, a silent threat hanging in the air. The spears stood ready, a silent army awaiting her command. Golden light emanated from the tips of the spears, poised to strike. Nam Myung-jin wondered how Kim Joo-hee, that crazy woman, raised her child. A voice echoed in her mind. She raised me well, that's what she did. Hyman vowed that next time, she'd start with fists instead of words, biological father. Nam Myung-jin's expression hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. Her foot tapped impatiently, the spears reflecting her resolve. She stood amidst the summoned spears, a visible sigh of relief escaping her lips. Kneeling, she thought to herself, finally, she had made it out of there. Her fingers tightened around the phone as she wondered why he had even come to see her. A flicker of doubt crossed her face, her brow furrowed in thought. Her grip on the phone tightened, her knuckles whitening as she held it close. The sound of a notification echoed, breaking the silence. The message remained unseen, the screen reflecting her troubled expression. A memory surfaced, a younger version of her standing beside another woman. A voice echoed in her mind, a simple statement, "Hey, you're a bit late." She recalled a time when she wore a purple dress, a stark contrast to her current attire. Her expression hardened as she remembered that he tried to assassinate her mom and stalled for time. Her fist clenched, a surge of regret washing over her. If she had talked to him for longer. She acknowledged the unseen figure, stating that they raised her well. The other person remained unseen, their presence only implied by their clothing. Hyman declared that she was not late, her tone suggesting otherwise. Her expression hardened, a subtle shift in her eyes betraying her true feelings. Hyman asserted her importance, claiming to be their daughter and the best spell user. A slight smile played on her lips, a hint of confidence or perhaps something more sinister. Hyman declared that she would do what she said she would, her resolve unwavering. Hyman stood before the bank, flanked by 3 figures, contemplating her next move. The man in the green hoodie launched himself forward, his fist aimed at the other man. "This is all because of WBS's sin. It's all his doing." The man in the gray hoodie raised his arm, a knife glinting in his hand. A power that creates clones. Hyman considered her options, 2 figures standing behind her. Jesus, which one should I choose? The man in the green hoodie's expression was fierce. Both men now brandished knives, the conflict escalating. Hyman's eyes narrowed. "I'll just choose both." The fist connected, a burst of energy erupting on impact. Hyman's gaze was knowing. "Seems like you were trying to stall for time. We already won, though." A child was born, wrapped in the void. The void was always with the child. Tendrils of darkness seemed to reach out, embracing the child. The special species was hyper-aware of her surroundings, having had this ability since birth. However, it was not a blessing. Long ago, there was a family in turmoil. The man shouted, demanding someone quit. The woman prayed, believing a demon was among them. The child's mother denied the child as hers, and the child's father was an abusive alcoholic. The child sat alone, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around her. "It's okay. It's no big deal," she thought. The friend was always with the child, a constant presence in her life. There was no sadness, only a stark acceptance of her reality. It was not hard to survive. Afterward, she wandered the world, changing her looks every time. Sometimes she was a mercenary, sometimes the leader of a cult. She decided that she would change this unfair world, walking away from the carnage. The world was weak, the man thought, a lit torch casting shadows across his face. And humans even weaker, he continued, believing that the difference between special species and normal people could make a change. How would things be if she could stop people from discriminating against each other? "Let's change this unfair world," the man thought, holding the torch aloft. Like bringing fire to humanity. Elsewhere, Gwangik was called over by another man. The man with green hair believed she was touched by something like a curse, as Gwangik examined the injured woman. "What about Kong Pirium? Or Hyman? It's not a curse, it's a chemical burn." A hand carefully prepares a syringe, drawing fluid from a vial. "What?" A voice questions. The person holding the syringe thinks, "I'm better than most doctors." A man with green hair stands over someone lying down, syringe in hand. "Move," he commands, his expression stern. The syringe is brought closer to the arm of the person lying down, ready to inject the substance. The woman lies still, her dark hair spread around her head, eyes closed. A close-up reveals a fresh, bloody cut on the woman's face, near her mouth. A voice echoes, filled with a knowing accusation. "You knew." A man with dark blue hair stands in shadow, his expression obscured. A man's arm is shown, tensed and ready for action. 2 figures stand in a dimly lit hallway, facing each other. One says, "Bringing me all the way here." A voice questions, laced with accusation. "Did you want it to be just the 2 of us?" The man with blue hair stares intently, declaring, "You were doing the same thing." A voice filled with accusation states, "You thought that you could win if we were alone." He stood silhouetted against the light, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy. The man with green hair spoke, reminiscing about a woman from the past. He was told he did a good job winning her over until now. A sinister chuckle filled the air as the two men stood side by side, their intentions unclear. A voice declared it was time to have some fun, claiming to have forgotten their name long ago, now just a revolutionary. A woman with glowing red eyes smiled, confident that she would change the world. The woman declared herself the leader of Prometheus, her words echoing with power. Gwang Ik asked if it was time for introductions, stating he is the founder of a company that messes up terrorists. A question hung in the air. Who do you think will win? A man with silver hair commented that with all that preparation, he was sure she'd win, but added that it was optimistic. He mused that someone has become way too strong for their own good. The disembodied voice continued, stating that every special species has a weakness. The man adjusted his collar, his expression unreadable as he listened intently. The voice remarked that WBS has shown too much of his hand. Another voice chimed in, noting that they did end up helping him. Meanwhile, a hand was pierced by a sharp, purple energy, causing a visible reaction. A voice echoed, demanding to know why they didn't come out instead of hiding. A figure stood in a dark room, surrounded by what appeared to be spears, as the voice declared WBS a genius among geniuses. The pierced hand clenched, the figure wondering how long it had been since they stepped into a situation where victory wasn't guaranteed. Another figure stood in the shadows, observing the scene with a stoic expression. A fierce battle erupted as two figures clashed, energy crackling between them. The impact reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the area. He extended a hand, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. A sudden presence made itself known. Heavy footsteps echoed on the tile floor, the sound sharp and deliberate. Gwang Ik looked up, his expression hardening as he focused on the source of the disturbance. The hooded figure loomed, their gaze fixed downwards, radiating an ominous aura. A swift, brutal strike landed, impacting Gwang Ik's face with tremendous force. Spitting blood, Gwang Ik glared, a dark curse escaping his lips. I curse you, WS. The air crackled with raw energy, the curse taking form as a visible force. Gwang Ik braced himself, his stance firm, ready to retaliate against the attacker. He looked up again, his eyes narrowed, anticipating the next attack. The hooded figure crouched low, a glint of metal flashing as a blade was drawn. A curse. A storm of projectiles rained down, each one carrying deadly force and intent. The blade found its mark, piercing flesh, a testament to the hooded figure's deadly accuracy. He knelt, clutching at the wound, a grimace twisting his features. It wasn't healing. The voice echoed, a mocking reminder of his predicament. It spoke of an ancient curse and a catalyst. Footsteps approached, slow and deliberate. The unseen figure reveled in Gwang Ik's suffering. A cruel smile stretched across the speaker's face. What would he do, indeed? The disembodied voice promised death upon capture, a chilling threat hanging in the air. Gwang Ik's expression hardened, a flicker of defiance in his eyes despite the pain. The unseen enemy declared an end to the game, his patience clearly exhausted. He was sent flying, the force of the blow staggering him. Through the window he crashed, the world spinning violently around him. A swift kick sent him hurtling further, a brutal assault on his injured body. He tumbled through the air, a helpless figure against the relentless assault. The gash on his leg remained, a stark reminder of the curse's power. She stomped her feet, a subtle tremor running through the area. The stomping intensified, the ground vibrating with each impact. The void began to coalesce, wrapping around the enclosed spaces. A voice echoed, a mocking laugh cutting through the tension. From below, a figure marched forward, undeterred by the chaos. The man with blue hair grinned, declaring he was making their slaves' building collapse. The building's destruction was imminent, the structure groaning under immense pressure. Hyamin instinctively deduced the weakness of the void, breaking through the shadow prison. Hyamin's eyes widened, a sinister smile spreading across her face as she found the situation exciting. A voice declared that she truly was a monster. With a burst of speed, she launched herself forward, shattering the prison. She continued her escape, leaving debris in her wake. She seals away his high-speed regeneration, her expression cold and calculating. Shadows coalesce around her hand, as Hyamin prepares to take his limbs next. His eyes narrow, a determined glint reflecting in their depths. Gwang Ik's voice echoes through the ruined space. Found you. Hyamin stands, her silver hair contrasting with the encroaching darkness. A blue energy flares around Gwang Ik, ready to strike. He moves with practiced speed, a blur of motion against the debris. Gwang Ik chides her, stating that she shouldn't touch a lady like that. Her voice drips with annoyance, finding him irritating. Hyamin explains that the shadow prison is only one of her many skills. She reveals that shadow manipulation allows her to take control of others' bodies. Hyamin declares that her monochrome world is her ultimate skill, even allowing for telekinesis. She summoned a dark hand, its shadowy fingers reaching down menacingly. What would Gwangik do next? A sinister smile played on her lips, her red eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Gwangik advanced, his resolve hardening with each step. He would fight until the bitter end. Hyamin stood with her back turned, her silver hair flowing. She warned him that her shadow would consume him. She was surprised. WBS had been right in front of her just moments ago, but now he was gone. Her eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face as she realized the gravity of the situation. A gasp escaped her lips as the attack landed, the impact sending a jolt through her body. Gwangik stood, a bloody knife clutched in his hand, his expression grim as he assessed the damage. Hyman staggered, clutching her side. She realized that he had managed to strike her. A soft exhale escaped his lips, the weight of the moment settling in. He stood, a bloody knife clutched loosely in his hand, his expression unreadable. A voice, laced with pain, admitted the grim reality. He had been struck. Disbelief echoed in the air, a silent scream trapped in a single word. A crimson eye stared blankly, reflecting the shock of the sudden turn of events. The thought lingered, a haunting reminder of how close victory had been. The battlefield lay in ruins, a testament to the fierce struggle that had unfolded. The question hung heavy, a desperate plea for understanding in the face of defeat. His gaze drifted into the distance, a storm of regret brewing within his eyes. The admission echoed, a final acceptance of the bitter truth: he had failed. The eye reflected the crushing weight of defeat, a single tear threatening to fall. A woman stood, her dress flowing around her, a stark contrast to the setting. Beliefs, she thought, were meaningless. The ground trembled beneath her feet. He recalled the encounter, his expression unreadable as he stood in the stark light. Did she truly believe she could be his counter? Gwangik wondered, his eyes narrowed. Since people possessed special powers to counter shapeshifters, he had to be careful. There was no point in hindering his vision with dust, he thought, his gaze unwavering. Gwangik stood before her, a silent predator assessing his prey in the ruined landscape. He simply hid his presence, Gwangik thought, recalling how he ended her life. The reason he won, he mused, was simple. The woman fell, defeated, her silver hair cascading around her face as she hit the ground. He was stronger, he declared internally, the memory sharp and clear. How does destroying an entire building help others? Gwangik wondered, his expression thoughtful. He is asked if he daydreams about this stuff as an office worker. A sudden holiday is mentioned, the reason being that his job's building collapsed. Hyamin accuses him of killing her, questioning if he thought she'd lose. He dismisses her accusation, stating that she's not even really injured. The sky is visible behind Hyman. Hyman's expression is unreadable. A drone surveys the area. A day after Ram Durst died, all of Seoul's terrorist issues were under control. He looks up. He makes a peace sign. The aftermath was grim. Less than 10 lives were lost. The special species' combined efforts were crucial to minimizing casualties. One man admits he was the one who brought them all together, but still, he stood with another man, overlooking the scene below. Elsewhere, men in suits gathered, their expressions unreadable. The man in the hat received a simple acknowledgement. Thank you. A voice questioned the sincerity of the gratitude. Do you mean it? The response was dismissive, the man with the pin stating, does that matter? A new initiative was announced, an award for civilian companies. The man with the tie looked on, a slight smile playing on his lips. The question hung in the air. What do you think? He looked up, stating he would be thankful if it was given to him. The man in the suit questions why the other person isn't saying anything. Gwangik retorts, telling him to come at him if he doesn't like his presence. The man responds, stating that he won't do that. He laughs, asking if it's fun to bully old men. The question is posed to Gwangik, asking if he's going to rest now that he's gotten Prometheus. Gwangik reveals that he's been inflicted with a strange curse. It's said to be an ancient curse of some sort, possibly related to one of the 4 alliances. Gwangik's hand is outstretched, as if he's feeling the effects of the curse. Someone knows that there are a total of 5 alliances and knows where each one is located. Gwangik, accompanied by others, declares he'll patrol those areas, needing to find out who is responsible. One person asks if he shouldn't undo the curse. He responds that he'll do it later, as he's having a mage from his. He informed the other employees that the company would be joining him. A sinister smile spread across the man's face, promising to take care of matters. The man in the hat laughed, as his associate stood beside him in a suit. The man mused that his grandson was certainly passionate about his work. Gwangik considered the news that WBS had killed the head of Prometheus. The man declared that it was time to get to work, and ordered his men to spread the news. A company had completely destroyed an entire terrorist organization. The incident had reached its peak. Seoul Terrorism Day. The incident that Prometheus instigated remained unfinished, the scene cordoned off. Behind the police line, a man wonders if she is truly a special species. The shadow which is too powerful to die that easily, someone thinks with concern. Another man questions if she didn't even get to use Monochrome World. He's strong, someone observes, watching Gwangik-yu. Someone else thinks he's dead meat if Gwangik sees him. They're moving, getting ready, someone orders. The men in suits stand near the police line, observing the situation. They need to hide out for a while, someone says urgently. A man cries out in pain, his hands bound. A bound body sinks into the water. Each organization picked out spies to kill. A large, wrapped object descends into the murky depths. More wrapped objects are shown, suggesting a widespread event. Someone is proposing a celebrity appearance on WBS. The standing man worries that Gwangik-yu will be upset if he finds out. The man with green hair states that someone is uglier than Miho. The man with orange hair pleads with someone. The man with orange hair looks cheerful. Gwangik-yu is angry, referred to as Mr. Failed at Love. The man with orange hair reveals that not liking her was all a plan. The two men sit at a table, continuing their conversation. Gwangik-yu suggests focusing on work. Have they been located yet? Fingers flew across the keyboard, searching for answers. Their intentions remained a mystery, but they were in Seoul now. He didn't assume they had good intentions. Gwangik-yu stood, listening. At least they were close. Did both of them go? A car sped down the road. Killed 10 people from NS. Anyone. The last request of the remaining members of Prometheus wasn't an easy one. NS was full of monsters. Hands clasped tightly, a silent tension filled the air. He gripped the steering wheel, hoping it wasn't WBS. The driver reassured himself that everything should be fine as long as it wasn't him. His knuckles whitened as he maintained his grip on the wheel. Gwangik-yu's eyes narrowed, focused on the road ahead. A woman's voice cut through the air, accusing him of speeding. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from outside the vehicle. "You fucker!" A muscular woman, eyes blazing with rage, prepared to strike. She launched herself at the car, a whirlwind of fury. The vehicle careened, out of control, metal screaming against metal. Gwangik-yu's expression shifted to shock as the car spun. His hand slammed against the window as the world turned upside down. The crash reverberated, a final, brutal punctuation mark. He launched himself forward, a desperate attempt to regain control. A foot connected with the vehicle, the impact echoing through the air. Crouching low, the man sneered. "Long time no see, fucker." Nearby, a man adjusted his hat, his expression cold. "You don't seem to remember us." Beside him stood a woman with a muscular build, her arms crossed. The crouching man's face was twisted into a cruel smirk. His eyes gleamed with malice as he stared at his target. The man with the hat continued, his voice laced with menace. "The ones I fucked up last time?" A sinister smile spread across a face. The bloodied face grimaced in pain. "Yeah, that's it." Choi Minam spoke with a chilling calmness. "I'll put you in the room next to Choi Minam." The muscular woman stood ready, her gaze unwavering. He lay on the ground, a heavy weight pressing against his chest. The Russian Mage Alliance Poet Fighters headquarters stood imposingly, a testament to their influence. The pair approached the building, its entrance looming ever closer. He gestured forward, indicating the path. The woman questioned his motives, wondering if he had brought her there on purpose. She added that it felt like they were on their honeymoon. He curtly refused to answer her question. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he had last been here. He muttered that his mom was sick of them now. A voice responded, asking if that was so. Elsewhere, a woman sat, observing the scene. The woman in the red dress extended her hand. She greeted you, Gwangik. The woman in the red dress revealed herself as the leader of the Poet Fighters. Gwangik moved forward, his expression unreadable. He raised his hand, a surge of power emanating from his palm. A voice booms out, filled with rage and accusation. Someone is sent flying backwards, crashing into the ground. A hand reaches out, seemingly to stop the fall, but misses its mark. A blonde woman is grabbed roughly, her eyes wide with shock. Another figure is sent reeling from a powerful kick. He narrows his eyes, demanding, "Was it you?" The man in the suit remains impassive, his expression unreadable. A voice questions, seeking the one who sold Prometheus the ancient curse. The blonde woman sits on the ground, looking shaken amidst the chaos. A voice admits, "Oops, wrong place." The man in the suit stands beside a woman in a black dress, the word Illuminati hanging in the air. The woman in the black dress smiles knowingly, a subtle hint of amusement in her eyes. He stood with Hyman, the tension palpable between them in the room. The scene shifts to the Illuminati headquarters, where accusations fly without evidence. Gwangik is confronted, the accuser's words laced with disdain. "Do I look stupid to you?" The tension hangs heavy as the interrogation continues, the air thick with suspicion. Choi Minam stands before Gwangik, questioning the missing evidence. "And you emptied out the entire storage." Choi's expression hardens, his doubt evident. "But oh, there's no evidence, either?" Choi Minam's voice drips with sarcasm, implying a deliberate cover-up. "It's pretty obvious if you remove everything like this." A strange energy crackles, a visual representation of the missing items. Gwangik and Hyman stand together, the weight of the accusations pressing down on them. So, Choi Minam presses further, his question pointed and accusatory. Did your life get better after selling that curse? The man with long hair grabbed the other man, his expression unreadable. The scene shifts, focusing on a dark, undefined space. A voice declared that they would complain as the Alliance. The group sat around a table, discussing the situation, their expressions serious. The woman with short blonde hair told them that she understood and they could back off now. The older woman in traditional clothing listened intently. Hyman asked if she had found a guy she liked or something. The woman with short blonde hair replied that she was quick to notice. Someone demanded to be told who it was, promising to get him. The older woman in traditional clothing simply responded with, "Oh ho." The woman with short blonde hair expressed her desire to know what he was like in bed. The focus shifted back to Hyman, her expression unreadable. He held a coffee cup, his gaze fixed on Hyman. Choi Minam questioned if she had returned on a red-eye flight. The consequences, he felt, had been too severe. The entire alliance had suffered. Hyman stood with arms crossed, listening to Choi Minam's concerns. She responded coolly, stating that she wouldn't do anything about it. Choi Minam continued, stating he just wanted to warn her. The old force was going to make an official announcement. Hyman listened intently, his expression unreadable. He simply replied, yes. Hyman stated that he would watch out. Choi Minam questioned the report to the higher-ups, asking if Hyman was making prophecies. Hyman dismissed it as just a bad feeling. A sense of unease permeated the apparent peace. She stood with her back to Choi Minam and two others, a location pin hovering above them. One of them wondered what it signified, though. Choi Minam warned her not to get involved in anything too dangerous. He didn't want to make her mom or Mari worry. Hyman, still facing away, stated that not everything in the world would go the way he wanted it to. Her words hung in the air, especially the part about this field of work. Choi Minam, his expression unreadable, simply stated that he didn't have anything to say to that. His phone vibrated in his pocket, the sound barely audible. Two subordinates watched the exchange, giggling amongst themselves. One thought that he rejected other women right on the spot, but he's different around her. Another mused that the business trip they were just on was basically like a honeymoon too. A woman with orange hair smiled to herself, thinking that he definitely liked her. A woman with black hair leaned in, asking if the other had heard. She leaned in, whispering to her companion with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The woman with black hair revealed that Choi Minam was dating the leader of the poet fighters, causing her friend to gasp in surprise. The hand belonged to someone who stated the obvious, their boss, of course. The blonde woman speculated that Choi Minam must be into white women. The woman with blonde hair was shocked, exclaiming at the audacity of Gwangik. The other woman wondered if that woman was his type. Meanwhile, Hyman sat across from a man in a dimly lit setting, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. He expected her to pour all her resources into him. Someone swore they would marry her. The woman with blonde hair thought she could convince the other mage alliances to side with him too. The man across from Hyman stated that was why she beat them up, wasn't it? Hyman responded that she hadn't told anyone that, and that he was the first person. She sat across from Gwangik, who remarked that she seemed different. The nature of the special species world was a union of broken fragments. If they could gather them together, the old force, Excuracy, Psionic, the alliances, Gwangik considered the alliance, sure that he could prepare for the bad feeling he had. Hyman asked if he was all right with a loveless marriage. A slight smirk played on her lips as she waited for his response. Hyman stated that she was confident she could make him need her. Gwangik hand tightened into a fist, a subtle sign of his inner turmoil. She simply replied, no thanks. Gwangik thought she was willing to do anything to save the world, but she denied it. He questioned what she was talking about. He states that he doesn't want to save the world. Hyman finds his statement mundane. She retorts that is why she doesn't want to marry him. The sound of something breaking echoes nearby. Hyman realizes someone is forcing their way inside. Footsteps approach, growing louder. A woman with pink hair demands to know what Gwangik is doing and accuses him of cheating. Hyman questions how she knew she was here. Gwangik says that Kim Muscles told her. He claims he is not doing anything wrong. Hyman looks on with a smug expression. Gwangik appears shocked. Heated, Hyman urges someone to leave with her, her expression a mix of desperation and resolve. The sleek black fabric of a dress hints at a night out, or perhaps something more formal. A blonde woman in red holds Gwangik arm, attempting to pull him away as she speaks of alliances. The blonde woman offers an affogato and a movie, her tone suggesting a tempting proposition. A dismissive agreement hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Hyman clutches Gwangik's arm, her grip tight as she stares intently at the blonde woman. Hyman declares that Gwangik is hers, her voice laced with possessiveness and a hint of threat. The blonde woman, seated at a table, nonchalantly states she's already on the last page. A challenge is issued, the stakes yet unknown but clearly high. The blonde woman smiles smugly, revealing the true prize, The one who's better will have his child. A question hangs in the air, probing for magical abilities. Hyman declares she's the same and can compete, inviting her rival to Russia if she's not scared. She was ready to move, her expression a mix of urgency and determination. Gwangik stood behind Hyman, his eyes wide with a hint of surprise. Someone calls out, questioning where they are going. Gwangik Yu is holding Hyman's arm, stopping her from going anywhere. He states that he will win if they fight right now. With their lives on the line, it wouldn't be a fair fight. Hyman is to be taught something first, then defeated. Someone wonders what they get out of helping Hyman. Your affection. A man lies in bed, thinking it feels like he just sent his daughter off to study abroad. He sent Grandpa with her as a bodyguard, but if anything happened to her... A fist clenches, knuckles white, as if preparing for a fight. The leader of the immortal faith disappeared, and ECIS has been inactive. The remaining members of Prometheus are being searched for. The soldiers stand guard, but one thinks, I can't stop thinking about it. The name no longer haunt our nightmares. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a man states that humanity has evolved and developed before asking why the other is so anxious. From below, a voice asks to be allowed to ask something. Gwangik Yu's expression is serious as he wonders if the named are really the final form of the invaders. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A rupture appears, and analysis is in progress. Two figures stand near a sign. One asks if there are any abnormalities, and the other replies negatively. One of the soldiers notes that it has been a while since they had a basic rupture like this. The rupture crackles with energy. Now that it's gotten easy, it feels off, someone thinks. Two soldiers observe the rupture, a sense of unease settling over them. Perhaps the world is slowly returning to a state of normalcy. 3 months later, she's using dirty little tricks, one message reads. You're doing well, then? Gwangik Yu considers something being complained about regarding Maria. Reports indicate that the remaining members of Prometheus are active again. Worry not, however, Ines is currently. It's been peaceful lately. It's hard to find these terrorist guys, Gwangik Yu thinks as she towels off. She feels like she's improved lately. Yeah, she has a lot more psionic energy now. Energy now. He watched as the woman stretched, a question hanging in the air. The reality of their situation was stark. It was hard enough to kill a few people. A man in a white suit observed them, noting the civilians were fine. He wondered what was wrong with the two of them. The thought weighed heavily. They were dying, and they needed to train harder to avoid unnecessary losses. He crossed his arms, a look of annoyance on his face as he listened to the other's complaint. The man questioned what he was wearing, his tone laced with curiosity. The man in the white suit seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable. His gaze fell upon a coffin-like object, a question forming in his mind. The text described the special training gear, designed by Ines to induce bleeding with tiny needles. He moved with purpose, the special training gear visible beneath his clothes. The text explained the purpose, to get used to fighting at his limit in the worst-case scenarios. He stared intently at the coffin, contemplating its significance in their training. He listened as someone announced that it was time for their meeting. A voice cleared its throat, preparing to speak. The presenter stated that they had a surplus this year, too, standing in front of a graph. Gwangik Yu listened as the presenter explained that pure gold absorbs both mana and special powers. The presenter continued, stating that this made it much more valuable. The speaker explained that this was why they had quite a few guys trying to steal it, showing an image of armored figures. The presenter added that they were also stopping them because it was dangerous, showing a news clipping about deaths related to invaders. Another man added that, more importantly, their work had gotten easier. Gwangik Yu wondered if that was a good thing. The man with red hair mentioned that Zhang recently returned to the company after chasing down the remaining Prometheus members. The man with red hair continued, saying that she said she's killed enough of them or whatever, and asked if he did not like it. The scene shifted to a building surrounded by a blue aura, with a voice stating that it was only one kind, too. Police tape crisscrossed the scene, hinting at something beyond the ordinary. He noted that things had been pretty unusual lately. He resolved to keep an eye on it, whatever it may be. 2 months later, in winter, a swirling vortex of dark energy hung ominously in the air. Something strange had indeed happened, birthing a bizarre entity. The text ominously declared that an invader had melted on its way out from the hole. They were melting black holes, leaving a trail of residue. A violent burst of energy erupted. Many more of these strange occurrences appeared afterward. Someone gripped a knife tightly, breathing heavily. Another man, standing over him, advised Gwangik Yu to quit dueling. He simply states no, his expression unreadable. The reason, he's told, is that he loses more than he gains from these fights. He turns away, seemingly unaffected by the words. He declares that he can't, his tone firm. A soft, questioning sound hangs in the air. Kinum calls out, holding a bento box. Someone mentions Mari's opinion, hoping to sway him. He says I like it too. He states that he is leaving, walking away from Kinum. Kinum asks if he's not going to eat with them, concern etched on her face. The thought occurs that it doesn't look like it'll be enough. A bento box sits, filled with various foods. A selection of colorful foods sits ready to be eaten. Kinum assures Gwangikyu that the food is good. Kinum smiles, relieved that he seems to be eating. Gwangikyu's expression remains unreadable, despite the bandage on his face. A voice calls out, proposing a fight. Elsewhere, Gwangikyu walks away, seemingly ignoring the challenge. The man in the tracksuit responds with anger. The man questions if Gwangikyu is avoiding training, revealing he knows about the lunches. Gwangikyu states that he doesn't have time. The man in the tracksuit questions Gwangikyu's motives, calling his actions nonsense. The man asks if this is all Gwangikyu is worth. The man in the tracksuit stands his ground, ready to fight. The man's words dripped with venom, a cruel question hanging in the air. His fist clenched, knuckles white, as he spat out a venomous insult. He stood over the man with blue hair, radiating an aura of dominance. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed through the air. Kinum watched, her expression unreadable, as the fight unfolded before her. His fist clenched again, a promise of further violence hanging in the air as he declared the start of daily beatings. His foot came down hard, grinding the man with blue hair into the ground. A strangled cry of pain erupted from the man with blue hair. The force of the blow sent the man with blue hair reeling. Gwangikyu continued his assault, his movements brutal and efficient. The punch landed with sickening force, further incapacitating his opponent. The man with blue hair looked up, defeated, as Gwangikyu loomed over him. She knew Jong Kinum always prepared new tactics, always thinking ahead. A fist clenches, ready to strike with devastating force. He was definitely making progress, pushing himself to the limit. Muscles tense, coiled and ready to unleash.